The player travels to the surreal MC world. MC&Awakened awakens to the SSS top-tier MC profession, block puppeteer. With just a creature's head and some hard blocks, he can replicate any creature's abilities from their lifetime. From then on, blocks and puppet players will all be his playthings. My world is about to begin. This is a game that selects the strong. A brand new worldview will give you a brand new experience. There, you may die at any moment, but you will also gain eternal life. Good luck to you. A mechanical yet ethereal voice echoed simultaneously in the hearts of 8 billion people on Blue Star. Everyone seemed at a loss. The twilight sun was particularly dazzling, and Ji-chan struggled to open his eyes, as a pink square peg was tugging at his pant leg. In the next moment, a flood of information surged into his mind. This is my world, a world made up of various blocks, possessing laws of existence completely different from those of Blue Star. Blocks that can float in the air without any support, bonfires that never burn out, trees that cannot be chopped down no matter what. Ji-chan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he really crossed over into a game? Ding! Matching profession for the host. Buzz! A blue light curtain descended from the sky, completely enveloping Ji-chan. Immediately, a dazzling purple light shone from his body, and a prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations on awakening the SSS level talent profession, block puppeteer. Thank you for your love for MC. Your profession is unique, so feel free to use it boldly. SSS level profession. Ji-chan was slightly taken aback. The world before him was exactly the same as the MC he had played for 10 years, but what on earth was this awakened profession? He didn't remember MC starting you off with an awakened profession. A thought crossed my mind, and an introduction to my profession appeared before my eyes. Block puppeteer. Skill 1, block control LV1, no tools required, can instantly collect blocks within a 6x6x6, length, width, height, range, can freely control the number of blocks in precise collection, immune to bedrock, does not consume hunger points. Skill 2, block puppet LV1, break the game rules, you can create various block puppets beyond just iron golems and snow golems. The strength of the puppet is determined by the blocks used to create it, consumes hunger points, and without a pumpkin head to guide, there is a chance of failure. Skill 3, leader title LV1, you can sign a master-servant contract with other players. If the other party surrenders with integrity, you can extract 10% of the experience they gain, without consuming hunger points. Truly a 3S level profession, 1S for each ability. Ji-chan thought, if that's really the case, then this world's MC should lean more towards combat professions rather than pure survival. He quickly walked up to a square tree, remembering that to get rich, one must first chop down trees. No matter how my world changes, this is the first survival rule. He did not choose to use his hands to break the blocks, but instead directly used his first skill, instant collection. Snap! The 6-block-high oak tree instantly shattered and was absorbed into Ji-chan's backpack. Oak +5. Oak leaves +10. Oak sapling +2. Instantly collecting this skill in a block-filled MC is simply a divine technique, while others need to equip the corresponding axes and pickaxes to chop wood and mine stone. As for myself, as long as I have a thought, these blocks will be instantly destroyed, and the speed of resource collection is directly increased several times. It is now the twilight period of MC, with the sunset's rays stretching long. The reality effect is hundreds of times stronger than the top lighting effects in the game. Suddenly, a warning sound from the system caught Ji-chan's attention. Ding! Night is about to fall, a large number of monsters will appear, please prepare, players. Survivors will be rewarded with 3 years of lifespan, which can be used as currency in this world. Those who fail will sleep permanently. Eternal slumber. Cannot be revived. A hint of apprehension flashed in Ji-chan's eyes. It seemed that players only had one life here, which meant it was an extreme mode. The monsters mentioned by the system are nothing more than hostile creatures like zombies, skeletons, spiders, endermen, and creepers that spawn randomly at night. Zombies, skeletons, and spiders are manageable. As long as you move skillfully, you basically won't die. But endermen and creepers are different. In the early stages when resources are scarce, it's best not to engage with these two. After all, you only have one life. While the sky is still not completely dark, I must craft a stone sword for self-defense. With a goal in mind, Ji-chan raised his hand and destroyed the grass block beneath his feet, revealing the stone underneath. Raw stone, brilliant, +5. Round stone +36. Coal +6. Iron ore +3. Ji-chan quickly set up the workbench and the furnace for smelting ores. With iron ore in hand, he naturally had the means to survive. 3 pieces of iron were just enough to make a shield and an iron sword. Iron ore is a very important mineral resource in MC, as many items require iron ingots for crafting. With the survival essentials in hand, Ji-chan felt much more at ease. Ding! The sun has set, brightness is below 7 degrees, monster spawning begins. Players are encouraged to attempt to fight the monsters to prove their worth, otherwise the system will determine the guidance task as failed. The sky was darkening, visibility drastically reduced, and the wails of monsters echoed all around. Before Ji-chan could react, a skeleton armed with a bow appeared from the shadows in the distance, followed closely by the sound of arrows slicing through the air. Thud! A dull impact sound echoed as the arrow firmly lodged itself in the shield. What a realistic force, Ji-chan murmured, a hint of fear in his voice. The skeletal archer, seeing that the first shot had failed, flashed a look of confusion in its hollow eye sockets and drew the bow to shoot a second arrow. Just be satisfied with getting to shoot once. Ji-chan flicked his finger upward, instantly activating the collection. The 2 blocks of earth beneath the skeleton's feet instantly crumbled and disappeared, revealing a pit. The skeleton stumbled and fell into the hole, and the arrow shot off course, grazing his shoulder. In the next moment, Ji-chan, wielding an iron sword, had already arrived in front of his opponent. The sharp iron sword collided with the skeleton's bones, and the head without flesh was instantly lifted high. After 2 heavy strikes, the skeleton collapsed with a clatter, scattering into a pile of bones, motionless. Normal difficulty. It seems this kind of minor monster hasn't been enhanced much. Ji-chan pulled the arrow from his shield and bent down to collect the dropped items from his opponent. Skull, real collection, +1. Bones +3. Arrows +2. Damaged bow +1. Experience +7, the player levels up to level 1, all attributes +1. After the golden experience orb entered his body, Ji-chan could clearly feel the enhancement of his attributes, which meant that to become stronger, he had to keep killing monsters. Although this world follows the Minecraft worldview, it has developed a completely new system for monster hunting and leveling up. This inevitably gave Ji-chan a different sense of experience. Open the backpack space. The bones are not needed right now. They can be decomposed into bone meal for planting crops later. The bow and arrow are already damaged and can only shoot 5 times at most, but at least I now have the ability for ranged attacks. Once I get through this night, I must build a shelter. It's too dangerous to go solo like this. Ah woo! 5 green zombies wearing dark blue shorts appeared in front of Ji-chan. The zombies looked just like the ones in the game, also square-shaped, but a bit more realistic, especially the rotting flesh on their faces, which made Ji-chan feel nauseous. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Ji-chan waved the iron sword in his hand, wanting to slay this group of zombies. At that moment, an unusual sound suddenly arose. A noise resembling gunpowder being ignited came from behind him. That familiar sound. Could it be that creature? Ji-chan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If I had to say who the oldest and most troublesome creature in my world is, it would definitely be the creeper. It always manages to sneak up behind you, then ignite its own body, giving you a love explosion. At close range, you won't just be left unscathed. P.S. In this MC universe, the ones you know him, Notch, 303, the Fear Demon King, Null, Mustard, the Death Knight, the Ender Queen, the Blood God, the Drowned King. They have all become deities, possessing powers far beyond that of mortals. Then, the player appears, becoming the past of the deities, embarking on the path to divinity. The novel is set in the real world, where the monsters are more realistic. In the early stages, the player's perspective is somewhat bland, but after the emergence of the Drowned King, the plot will take a leap. Bang! The shield slipped from his hand and flew away, while the ground was blasted into a large pit by a creeper. Ji-chan was bleeding, and due to the limited time, he could only use the shield to protect half of his body, otherwise, that previous strike would have cost him his life. So painful. He retracted his earlier words. Due to the real sensation of pain, the zombie was almost elevated to another level. Not only did he lose his shield in his left hand, but he also sustained serious injuries. The smell of blood attracted more zombies. No way! I must find a way to break through. Ji-chan quickly got up, dodged the zombie's claw swipe, and reached into his backpack space to pull out 15 pieces of raw stone, beginning to attempt to summon his first puppet. Ding! Puppet summoning failed. Damn it, here we go again. Ding! Puppet summoning failed. Try again. Ding! Puppet summoning failed. The quality of the stone block is too low. Ji-chan failed to summon multiple times. There was no time to hesitate. Ji-chan quickly took out the skull from his backpack, his eyes shining with a fierce light as he fixed his gaze on the square skull and said, "Either become my puppet, or I will grind you into bone powder. Choose one." Wah! The dead skull seemed to understand Ji-chan's words. The square skull began to react, and its hollow eye sockets gradually glowed with a faint red light, as if it had suddenly gained intelligence. Skull, puppetized, +1. It worked! Ji-chan felt a surge of joy in his heart and casually threw the 15 pieces of raw stone along with the little white skull high into the air. Stone puppet, take care of them. 15 pieces of raw stone followed Ji-chan's command, intertwining and continuously expanding. The sound of cracking stone echoed as a giant stone golem with a skull for a head suddenly appeared before Ji-Chen. The aura of the stone golem exploded, directly sending the surrounding zombies flying. Stone golem, health 50, attack 20, speed 10, no special attack skills, can be repaired with raw stone, enjoys mining and moving things. So strong. This is even more outrageous than the original iron golem. Ji-Chen quickly withdrew, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not turn the original stone into a puppet, but instead directly refined the skull, and the head's movement unexpectedly affected the body. The various attributes of the stone puppet are far superior to those of an ordinary zombie. The surrounding zombies, even at full health, only have 20 points of health, while the stone puppet can take down a child with a single punch, completely unreasonable. After just a few simple encounters, the surrounding zombies were all eliminated by the stone puppet, and a large number of golden experience orbs surged towards Ji-Chen like a flood. The warm sun enveloped me, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Strong. Ridiculously strong. Ji-Chen's lips curled slightly as he drew his iron sword and leaped forward to join the battle. Several hours later, a faint campfire rose, the rotting meat crackling in the flames, as a person and a puppet sat facing each other. Ji-Chen looked at the rotting meat on the campfire and couldn't help but swallow. With no food around, he could only satisfy his hunger with the rotten meat that fell from the zombies. After consuming 5 pieces of rotten meat, a strong sense of hunger hit him, and Ji-Chen realized he was poisoned by hunger. The meat from zombies was not something one could eat casually. It seems that the plan to build a base must be expedited, otherwise, eating rotten meat like this every day is unbearable. The sky gradually brightens. Ding! Congratulations to the players for successfully surviving the first day. All players are rewarded with 3 years of lifespan. The beginner's guide has ended, the world forum is open, the player trading mall is open, and the system's basic detection ability is available, with distance limitations. Next, players have 7 days to prepare supplies and form teams. After 7 days, the blood moon will rise, and the 100-day trial will officially begin. Attention! Players can send coordinates to other players through the system to facilitate the quick formation of various groups to fend off dangers. After hearing the system's prompt, Ji-Chen's expression twisted into a mess. He felt as if he had misheard. He had learned about the shocking changes 100 days ago when he used to play games. After the blood moon rises, zombies, skeletons, and other monsters will all transform into more bloodthirsty undead, with their numbers increasing several times and becoming immune to the burning damage of the daytime. Then, every 10 days, the zombies will undergo a mutation, significantly increasing their speed and strength. After the 90th day, zombies still possess the ability to destroy blocks, build paths in the void, and carry TNT for explosions. Without adequate preparation, being bitten to death is only a matter of time. Even more terrifying is that when the blood moon rises, you cannot sleep. If you do not clear the surrounding zombies in time, listening to the wails and screams around you will put immense pressure on your mind. Ji-Chen casually opened the world forum to take a look. Various names were flashing wildly, there were some team-up messages, but most people were just complaining, which was of no use to him. Ji-Chen let out a soft sigh, shifting his gaze away from the forum page. He casually extinguished the campfire and looked up at the tall figure in front of him, saying, "Let's go. We don't have much time, quickly find a defensible place to settle down." He had no intention of teaming up with others. As long as he had enough resources, he could conjure up an army of puppets out of thin air. The stone puppet nodded, its massive body slowly rising. It reached out, picked up Ji-Chen, and placed him on its shoulder, taking steady steps as it carried Ji-Chen towards the distance. After last night's battle, Ji-Chen's level had already risen to level 3, with visible improvements in all aspects of his attributes. His unarmed attack power alone increased by 3 points, and with the help of the iron sword, Ji-Chen could deal 10 points of damage at once. If he performed a jumping critical hit, it could reach a terrifying 15 to 20 points. A normal zombie only has 20 points of health, and Ji-Chen is only at level 3 right now. Once he reaches level 100, it's simply unimaginable how much damage he could deal with a single punch. That night, Ji-Chen's greatest gain was the 3 zombie heads and 2 skeleton heads quietly lying in his backpack space. In the future, with the right blocks, he could summon 5 puppets. The stone puppet picked up the bones and rotten meat from the ground while on the road, placing them into Ji-Chen's backpack space. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ji-Chen arrived at a junction between a high mountain and a plain. A wide river flows through here, and there is a towering peak, making it an ideal place to build a base to fend off zombies. Stop right there. From now on this will be our home. Ji-Chen leaped down from the stone golem and quickly dug up some stones to make a hoe. You start by clearing a piece of land here, plant the wheat seeds we collected along the way, and use bone meal to hasten the growth of some wheat, the more the better. Don't be stingy with the bone meal. The urgent task now is to solve the food problem. Eating rotten meat won't kill you from hunger, but being in a state of hunger-induced poisoning is truly unpleasant. The stone golem carefully cradled the hoe in its arms, its not-so-smart head slowly nodding to indicate that there was no problem. After giving instructions to the stone golem, Ji-chan quickly walked towards the mountain, preparing to dig some blocks to build a base. The hard rock was as fragile as a plate of tofu in front of Ji-chan's instant collection, shattering at the slightest touch, during which Ji-chan also unearthed quite a few mineral resources. Raw gem plus 64, iron ore plus 35, coal plus 55. In just a moment, a towering peak was excavated by Ji-chan into a beehive, with various escape tunnels crisscrossing in all directions. If they couldn't fight the zombies, escaping was definitely not a problem. Ji-chan took out the workbench, crafted a box from wood, and then filled dozens of large boxes with the soil and stones collected from the mountain. Ding! Block control upgraded. The professional skill panel automatically popped up, and an overwhelming surge of power instantly swept through Ji-chan's limbs and bones. Block control LV2. Instant collection, enhanced. The block collection range has been increased from the original 6x6x6 to 16x16x16. Power of creation, new. Manipulate any blocks within a 50x50x50 range at will, for attack or defense, which consumes a significant amount of hunger points. Power of creation? Ji-chan's heart trembled. These 4 words suddenly reminded him of the 2 true gods of MC, Creator God Notch and the Dark Lord Him. It is said that only the 2 of them in MC truly mastered the power of creation, able to destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of their hand. And my skill is also called the power of creation. Could there be some connection? Ji-chan became more and more excited as he thought about it. A deep white light shining in his eyes, he decided to test his new ability. The power of creation is activated. What the hell? The sound of rocks tearing apart echoed, and under the influence of Ji-chan's aura, the surrounding blocks began to tremble. In the next moment, the entire mountain began to slowly shift upwards, and a rumbling sound resonated through the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, the stone puppet tending to the fields heard a loud noise and blankly looked towards the towering mountain ahead, the red light in its eye socket slightly shrinking, revealing a look of surprise akin to that of a human. The mountain peak actually floated up by itself. Wait a minute. Oh no, is the master in danger? The stone puppet suddenly awakened, quickly dropped the hoe, and sprinted with all its might towards the mountaintop. In the cave, Ji-chan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His fullness and hunger levels instantly dropped to 0, and a strong sense of weakness flooded his entire body. Indeed, those who put on airs will face retribution. This saying is truly accurate. Ji-chan gave a self-deprecating smile, quickly rummaged through the box for rotten meat, and without caring whether it was poisonous or not, he stuffed it into his mouth. The feeling of hunger still lingers, but at least I won't starve to death. After recovering a bit, Ji-chan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly straightened up, his mind much calmer now. Now I have a preliminary grasp of the power of creation, but I am still too weak. My hunger level simply does not support a large-scale manipulation of blocks. In the future, as long as I raise my level, the things I can control with the power of creation will only become stronger and have a wider range of control. Hey, wait. Ji-chan suddenly remembered his puppet technique. If the block control can be upgraded, then there's no reason the puppet technique shouldn't work. Ji-chan quickly rummaged through the large box and pulled out 3 zombie skulls and 2 skeleton skulls, arranging them in front of him, the white light in his eyes flickering again as he spoke. Submit or perish. Ding. Zombie head, puppetized, +3. Ding. Skeleton head, puppetized, +2. Ji-chan kept stroking his chin. Although the head puppetization was successful, the puppet technique skill had not upgraded. In fact, this matter cannot be rushed. With the stone puppets added, I have only summoned 6 puppets so far. After a moment of thought, Ji-chan took out 2 sets, 1 set equals 64 units, of raw stones from the box and quickly made more than a dozen furnaces. Then he threw in coal and rough iron ore, and the dim cave was instantly illuminated, the violent sound of flames roaring in his ears. Before long, 3 sets of iron ingots were completed. He used the workbench to combine 3 sets of iron ingots into 20 iron blocks. Ji-chan no longer intended to use raw stones to make bodies for the puppets. Higher quality iron blocks were now his first choice. Come out, all of you. Bang! Smoke and dust rising. 5 steel puppets instantly appeared in front of Ji-chan, looking very similar to the original iron puppet, the only difference being that they sported the heads of monsters. Iron puppet *5, health 100, attack power 40, defense 10, speed 50, special attributes, immune to fall damage, possesses 100% knockback resistance, can be repaired with iron ingots. The stats of these 5 iron puppets have doubled compared to the stone puppets, and 2 new traits have emerged: immunity to falls and 100% knockback resistance. Ji-Chin was filled with joy. These 5 iron puppets were nothing short of 5 war machines. From now on, you will be Steel No. 1 to No. 5, responsible for the security of the base. Any monster that appears within 5 kilometers of the base will be dealt with decisively, understood? Iron Puppet, got it. The SSS level block puppeteer laid out 3 paths for Ji-Chin to grow stronger, the first being the control of blocks, used for attack or defense. The second method is to create a large number of puppets, enhancing overall combat power, which is also the most noticeable improvement in a short period of time. He has already experimented with the first 2, the remaining option is to enhance the leader title ability. A puppet master must control not only obedient lifeless objects but also thoughtful players. However, the difficulty is clearly greater than the first 2. The investment and return in a short time are disproportionate. Once a player sincerely submits, the effect will definitely be much better than that of a mindless puppet. If this profession is mastered later on, blocks, players, puppets, all can become objects controlled by Ji-Chin. Of course, that's a matter for later. Right now, he needs to solve the most basic survival issues. Ji-Chin used the remaining iron ingots to craft a full set of iron armor and 2 shields. He was only at level 3, and his attributes weren't very high. He couldn't even defeat the weakest stone puppet. Having armor and shields for protection was absolutely necessary. Just as Ji-Chin was considering mining some more ores, the system's voice caught his attention. Ding! A level 5 elite monster has appeared nearby. After defeating the elite monster, there is a chance to drop monster traits. Note, the probability of elite monsters appearing is extremely low. Please treat this with caution. Monster traits? Ji-Chin was quickly drawn in by this new term. The system only provided the name, but did not explain what it specifically meant. In Ji-Chin's understanding, it should be that after defeating an elite monster, one might inherit some of the elite monster's abilities. If the elite monster is a little black one, wouldn't killing it directly drop the teleportation ability? Hiss! Ji-Chin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately realized the importance of monster traits. Without hesitation, he quickly called upon Steel 1 to 5, preparing to set off to investigate. As for the construction of the base, that could wait. The situation was urgent. The 5 steel puppets' eyes glowed faintly red, and their bodies slowly sank into the ground, merging into 5 dark shadows that blended with Ji-Chin's silhouette. It wasn't just Ji-Chin, everyone in the area received this notification, and a large number of people began to gather towards the monster coordinates provided by the system. The biggest difference between forests and plains is the complexity of the terrain. At night, a player's vision is not only limited by darkness, but even the monotonous trees can be quite confusing. In the game, those who lack a sense of direction can easily get lost. How strange, why is it so calm? Along this path? Ji-Chin was not walking fast, always alert to his surroundings, yet he had not encountered a single monster. Normally, at night in MC, the low brightness would spawn a large number of monsters, mostly undead creatures like zombies, baby zombies, and skeletons. Some zombies could even form hordes, attacking players in groups, making the chance of death extremely high. However, danger often comes with rewards. Experience, loot, monster heads, these were all things Ji-Chin needed to collect. In fact, this stable situation was not what he hoped to see. Just as he was thinking about how to attract a few monsters to fight, he suddenly heard the sounds of a battle ahead. From the sound, it should be a spider and a zombie finally encountered something. Ji-Chin immediately perked up, straining his eyes to look into the distant darkness. Not far away, there was indeed a zombie fighting with a spider. However, the 2 types of monsters that usually did not bother each other were now going all out, exchanging various attacks. In the game, he had seen small white skeletons clash with other monsters. But for 2 melee monsters like zombies and spiders to attract each other's aggro was quite rare. Never mind, that's not important. Ji-Chin didn't plan to delve into the reason. His current goal was the experience and loot from the monsters. He had no time to understand the grudges between these 2 creatures. Just kill them all. On the other side, the spider's attack frequency suddenly increased, causing the zombie to stagger back repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was about to retreat. What a fierce spider! Hang in there, brother zombie, let me lend you a hand. Ji-Chin took out the bow and arrow that the small white skeleton had dropped earlier. He knocked an arrow and aimed at the spider, which was currently on the offensive. The spider, originally jumping to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie, seemed to sense danger and looked towards Ji-Chin, but it was already too late. The arrow flew through the air. The arrow struck the spider right between the eyes, and it immediately fell over, legs in the air, unconscious. The zombie was stunned. The surviving zombie appeared somewhat dazed. Its mind, devoid of intelligence, did not allow it to ponder such complex issues. For a moment, it seemed at a loss. It's your turn. As a seasoned judge, Ji-Chin couldn't let the spider get away with it, so he decided to give the zombie a shot as well. Hiss! But just as he was about to release the arrow, the spider that had been shot in the head stood up again, looking exceptionally furious. Not dead? Ji-Chen was somewhat surprised. That previous shot had a level bonus. Not to mention a spider. Even if a zombie and a spider were tied together, it should still be able to kill them. Wait, something's not right. A chill ran down Ji-Chen's back, and he quickly turned his bow to pin a spider that was charging at him to a tree. Immediately, a series of spider eyes lit up in the darkness. 1, 2, 5. Along with the spiders he hadn't killed yet, he was actually surrounded by 7 spiders at once. These spiders all roared at Ji-Chen, as if trying to drive away this intruder. Intelligent spiders? No, it's not intelligence, someone is controlling them from behind. Ji-Chen quickly realized, his eyes shining with white light as he scanned the surroundings, trying to uncover the person hiding in the dark. This was no longer the original world. If he could control iron puppets, then naturally, someone could control monsters like spiders. It seemed there were quite a few experts in this world. After Ji-Chen saw through them, the expressions of the spiders revealed panic. At this moment, a chain of suspicion arose. Here, no one dared to bet on the other's goodwill. Whoever strikes first gains the upper hand. The spiders no longer hesitated and charged forward, ready to take Ji-Chen down first. But Ji-Chen was not someone to be easily manipulated. The iron sword in his hand pierced through, striking the spider's chest just as the spider was pushed back. With a swift item switch, he drew out his bow and arrow to deal follow-up damage. In the blink of an eye, the first spider was shot to pieces and vanished, the entire process taking just a little over a second. This group of summoned creatures looked intimidating, but their combat power was merely average. Even the iron puppet, their trump card, might not be needed. The attack did not cease, and from the treetops behind, a spider suddenly leaped out, pouncing towards Ji-Chen's back. This was the hidden 8th one. Not only that, but the surrounding spiders that had not been dealt with simultaneously launched their attacks to restrain him. In an instant, a perfect counterattack formation was formed. It was clear that the person hiding in the shadows was not a fool, they had a brain. Upon witnessing Ji-Chen's impressive combat strength, they quickly adjusted their battle strategy. It seems I can't underestimate anyone, but this ends here. Ji-Chen's gaze turned cold, and the massive hand of Iron Number 1 suddenly reached out from his shadow. The spider, which was about to successfully encircle him, was directly pressed to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. Following that were Iron Number 2, Number 3, Number 4. The overwhelming pressure from the puppets made the spider, being a monster, instinctively tremble. For a moment, it even forgot to attack. Schemes like this are usually employed when both sides are of equal strength, or when one is slightly weaker than the other. If one possesses overwhelming strength, why bother with such tactics? This also indicated that the 8 spiders were the limit of that person hiding in the shadows. A gasp of cold air was heard from the darkness, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The opponent, seeing the situation was unfavorable, prepared to flee. Number 5, bring them over to meet me. Ji-Chen signaled Iron Number 5 to chase after them. After a brief skirmish, he realized that the opponent was not inherently bad. They likely saw him as a player trying to snatch loot. Given that Ji-Chen had shot down their spider first, the opponent still primarily focused on driving him away, which spoke volumes. Even if Ji-Chen had no iron puppets, the encirclement would only bind him, rendering him unable to resist, but not taking his life. Simply put, both sides were just vying for the right to speak. Whoever won would be safe. Whoever had the power to decide the other's life or death, rather than being the one whose life was decided. Of course, this was just a minor conflict. Capturing the opponent and remembering their face was one thing, but it didn't have to end in death. Not long after, Puppet Number 5 dragged a player before Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen quickly looked at the situation, his face darkening. No way? Did you kill them? Iron Number 5 nodded, pleased with its overachievement, wearing a proud expression. Oh, you're getting cocky now? Ji-Chen was furious. The skirmish that was supposed to be a mere exchange had turned into a murder and robbery. He genuinely wanted to knock a few dents into the iron puppet's head, but considering it was made of iron, he suppressed the impulse. Sigh. Forget it, brother, I'm sorry. Ji-Chen realized calling them brother felt off. Although their face was beaten beyond recognition, judging by their hair and build, they should be a female player. Ji-Chen placed the rotten flesh that had just dropped beside her, and with 5 iron puppets, left the scene like 6 thieves. This whole affair was quite distressing. After Ji-Chen left, the female player's body did not disappear, it had lost its human form, and blood was still dripping incessantly. The nearby zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, quickly began to gather, preparing to enjoy this feast bestowed by the heavens. Suddenly, an inexplicable force instantly repelled the surrounding zombies. It enveloped the female player's body and rapidly began to heal her wounds. Crack, crack, the sound of bones shifting and flesh sticking together echoed, and the entire person underwent a tremendous transformation. Even the blood on her body turned back to the original color of her clothes. A flash of light passed, and a faint red soul swiftly entered her body. The face that had swollen like a pig's head returned to its delicate form. This is the main world. Important information, stay close to him. I remember. Seal the memories, use this body. The enlightened puppet, although possessing some intelligence, had little of it. Inviting the dead over was still an invitation. In their view, they had done their master a favor. This kind of thought process made Ji-chin ponder. The adjustment between humans and puppets seemed to be indispensable. Zombies, all zombies, get out of the way, quickly get out of the way. A warning voice caught Ji-chen's attention. Ji-chen turned back in surprise, and upon seeing the newcomer, a chill shot straight to the crown of her head. The female player who had just been killed by the puppet was alive. Puppets, come out and control them all. The puppet seemed a bit confused, indicating to the master that the player also needed to be controlled. All of them. Half an hour later, Ji-chen and Chu Linger sat facing each other around the campfire. Is there really such a miraculous thing as dying and coming back to life in this world? Chu Linger, having eaten some rotten meat to replenish her hunger, replied somewhat irritably. Can you just keep your iron puppet away from me? I'm really not a female ghost. I didn't die just now. At this moment, 5 iron puppets surrounded Chu Linger, each staring at her with intense eyes, their iron fists cracking ominously. All around them lay the remains of zombies, but the bodies were headless. Ji-chin cleared his throat and recalled the puppets, knowing that what he had done was indeed not kind, and stood up to leave. Since you're fine, let's put our misunderstanding to rest here. Take this rotten meat and eat it. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The whole incident had turned into a big blunder. Ji-chin truly did not want to waste time and hurried to collect monster traits, preparing for the impending change at the base. Chu Linger was about to agree, but a strong desire to follow him arose within her. This desire grew stronger, almost becoming instinctual. Can I follow you? Chu Linger's voice dropped several degrees, as if pleading. Immediately after, the ability of Ji-chen's leader title inexplicably reacted. Detected loyalty at 50% at #Yuan detection. Error, redetecting, detected 99% loyalty from nearby followers. Would you like to activate the ability? Ji-chen turned to look at Chu Linger, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. What was going on? It seemed she was unwilling to part ways with him. A person's loyalty to another stranger reaching 50% was already terrifying. And this girl had directly reached 99%. This meant that even if Ji-chun were to kill her right now, she wouldn't fight back. Was she attracted to him? That shouldn't be possible. Was her brain damaged? Or did she have a masochistic tendency? Ji-chun thought through all the bad things he had done in his past life but still couldn't understand how she had managed to raise her loyalty to 99%. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he could see a resolute determination of life and death in her eyes. My name is Chu Linger. I'm a sea-level spider mage. I can alchemize, heal, and summon spiders. I won't hold you back. Wait. Ji-chin quickly waved his hand to stop her. Don't say so much useless stuff. I'm curious about your reason. Chu Linger fell into deep thought but ultimately replied with just one sentence. In a few days, a great change will occur. Following a strong person, we can survive. Ji-chin looked at the shabby little spiders behind her and suddenly felt that the whole world made sense. So, 99% wasn't loyalty but a desire to survive. Of course, it was also a smart choice. A sea-level support-type profession couldn't survive alone once the great change began. People always needed a team to rely on. Since her loyalty had reached 99%, it was just right to test his third ability, the leader title. Simply providing some food could earn him a loyal subordinate who wouldn't rebel. This was a good deal. Moreover, her profession wasn't weak, just her healing ability was rare. Let's go. Ding. Leader title activated, sincerity sufficient, contract signed successfully. You can extract 10% of the experience gained from the other party. In the jungle, the night was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. The oak forest transformed into a birch forest and the number of trees visibly increased. The trees in reality were thicker than those in the game, making them appear more realistic. Ji-chen did not forget the goal of his journey. After walking for more than an hour, the two of them finally spotted their target, a boss monster. In the darkness, the elite monster was surrounded by a constant effect of fiery particles, the surrounding flowers and grass crackling as they burned, with flames even igniting the nearby leaves. This elite monster resembled a small white skeleton, but instead of a bow and arrow, it wielded a stone sword, moving at an incredibly fast speed, at least twice that of Ji-chen. With a thought, the monster's attribute panel appeared before Ji-chen's eyes. Name: Golden Cicada Skeleton, also known as Big Sword Little White. Level: 5, Health 100 points, Attack Power 20, Defense Power 0 points, Speed 20 points. Special attribute: the large sword in hand has extremely high destructive power, capable of igniting the surrounding air, causing burning damage to enemies, and can destroy blocks with hardness below that of stone, especially effective against ice. Ji-chan scoffed inwardly, thinking that a level 5 elite monster was nothing special. He had expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, this golden cicada skeleton was so weak. Aside from its health being the same as his iron puppet, its other attributes were completely crushed by the iron puppet. Ji-chan did not rush to attack. The more certain victories seemed, the more cautious he had to be. Throughout history, there have been countless instances of people capsizing in the gutter. Sure enough, not long after, he spotted a player hiding in a tree, quietly waiting with an enchanted bow. This player, aside from the enchanted bow in hand, was not wearing any armor. It was easy to guess that this person had awakened some kind of bow-related profession. Boss, at 3 o'clock in front of you, there are 2 more people behind that big rock. Zhu Linger poked Ji-chan's arm, reminding him. Ji-chan withdrew his gaze and quickly found the positions of the 2 people she mentioned, following her hint. The 2 people hiding behind the rock were well concealed. With his eyesight, he could barely see them, only with Zhu Linger's guidance. How did you spot them in this darkness? Ji-chan frowned at Zhu Linger, feeling a bit strange. Zhu Linger pointed to her eyes and smiled. Spider sense. Reasonable. Ji-chan thought about it. As a spider mage, it was not surprising for Zhu Linger to have a night vision effect. Then, with Zhu Linger's help, he found all the hidden people one by one. And there were actually more than 50 of them in total. I turned out to be the last one to arrive. Interesting. Ji-chan shook his head and laughed, relieved that he hadn't acted immediately, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself. Of course, it was also possible that these people together were no match for him. This elite monster doesn't really pose a threat to you, but what should be troubling now is how to safely take the monster's characteristics out. Zhu Linger shared her thoughts. Ji-chan nodded, not denying her idea. Players' various awakened abilities were hard to guard against. Whoever struck first against this monster would be at a disadvantage. So waiting a bit longer to observe the strength of each profession was the safest approach. Boss, should we go? This elite monster is strong, but if we attack together, we can definitely take it down. On the other side, 10 middle-aged players in iron armor, profession-related equipment, were crouched together, staring intently at the elite monster. The leader, a bald man, looked like a big, boisterous fellow. They had naturally come for the elite monster. After pondering for a moment, the bald man made up his mind. No more waiting, brothers, get your shields ready, let's go. Remember safety first, take turns taking damage, grab the characteristics and run. Yes. The others nodded. In agreement, they had been hiding there for a while, their stomachs growling, eager to finish and call it a day. Go! The bald player charged out from behind the tree, raising his iron sword and leading the way, extinguishing 5 or 6 flames in succession to clear a path for his teammates. At the same time, he swung his sword for the first strike, while others took this opportunity to exchange glances. Without needing to be instructed, they tacitly surrounded the elite monster in the middle and began their war of attrition. The battle was about to erupt, and Ji-chan and Zhu Linger quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw 10 players wielding iron swords, clad in iron armor, rushing in front of the golden cicada skeleton to strike, their movements clean and swift. In the end, someone couldn't hold back. Upon noticing humans stepping into its territory, the flames in the golden cicada skeleton's eyes flared even more, and it swung its golden cicada stone sword to meet them. 10 people? Their gathering speed is quite impressive. Ji-chan, hiding behind a rock, murmured softly. The speed at which humans unite in the face of despair is indeed not something ordinary animals can compare to. They are quite famous on the forum as the Iron Armor Gang, Zhu Linger recalled and said. That bald guy's name is Wang Chang, and he is their leader. All 10 of them are D-class vanguard warriors born with full iron suits, and their combat power in the early stages is extremely high. Forming a player team isn't that troublesome. You just need to set a coordinate, and if the distance is short, you can complete the gathering in a few hours. After all, huddling together for warmth is a natural human instinct. Of course, due to time constraints, the team can't be too large. At most, a few dozen people would be the limit. Ji-chan understood. He had been busy developing in the early stages recently and hadn't paid attention to the forum, so it was no wonder that this group was all decked out in iron armor, even better equipped than he was. In this world, unless you are a miner or a gatherer, even if you have a diamond pickaxe, the efficiency of mining is very low, let alone mining a full set of iron armor in a day. Such harsh conditions give iron armor a very high value. Although they are D-class professions, their combat power in the early stages can surpass many C-class professions. All 10 of them were fully equipped with iron gear, and their combat power looked quite impressive. Not rushing to take action before seemed to be the right choice. The leading bald player became more and more fierce in battle, taking on most of the boss's damage. He must have been a fighter before crossing over. This elite monster is stronger than ordinary ones. The great sword in their hands is really sharp. Boss, your arm is bleeding. Let me take the shield and block the damage. No need. Brothers, hold on, don't lose the rhythm of the knockback. The other 9 players, hearing the bald guy's words, didn't hesitate and kept swinging their iron swords, kiting the health of the great sword-wielding little white. Just like that, the health of the golden cicada skeleton was quickly worn down to half. But then, the surrounding temperature began to rise gradually, even reaching an unbearable level. Roar! Suddenly, a change occurred. The golden cicada skeleton was engulfed in flames, activating the skill flame burn, and its overall attributes surged. Ding! The elite monster's hidden ability, Golden Cicada Shedding, has been activated, doubling all attributes and gaining an additional 10 points of defense. For 5 minutes, health will be restored to full and maintain the second phase state. The monster has a second phase? At that moment, all the players were taken aback. Such important information was not provided by the system. Or perhaps, for elite monsters, this ability is considered hidden information and the system does not give any prompts. It seems the information provided by the system is not complete. This is something to pay attention to in the future, Ji-chan thought seriously, firmly remembering this useful information. After the golden cicada skeleton turned red, flames erupted around it and its powerful aura sent the 10 members of the Iron Armor gang flying, each one igniting in flames and continuously losing health. Damn! Telecom fraud? Wang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the data the system provided again in disbelief. Like Ji-chan, he never expected to be caught off guard by the system's information. Without giving them any reaction time, the red-blooded golden cicada skeleton charged at one of the Iron Armor gang members. The golden cicada stone sword swept across, and the square-headed player had his head brutally severed, blood gushing from his neck and splattering Wang Chang's face. Old 5. Wang Chang stared at the head that rolled in front of him, his mind buzzing, completely stunned by the scene. The red blood was already the most terrifying thing for humans, not to mention that the head at his feet belonged to a teammate he had just called brother. It's over, this is the downside of taking action first, TSK. Ji-chan felt a bit of sympathy for them and weighed whether to intervene. How about you take them as slaves? You act now, and you'll be considered a benefactor. They'll definitely be grateful, Chulinger said half-jokingly. In her view, Ji-chan was fully capable of dealing with this elite monster, effortlessly saving these 9 people while also developing his player faction. Truly a win-win situation. That makes some sense. Ji-chan leaned against a large rock and suddenly opened his eyes. But they aren't slaves, they're all civilized people, so they should be called little brothers. How about this? If they don't abandon their companions and flee alone, I'll step in to save them, otherwise, forget it. Recruiting little brothers isn't something to be done casually. Saving those who are cowardly and unprincipled is pointless. Shu Linger nodded, feeling this idea was good. On the other side, the golden cicada skeleton withdrew its weapon, the blood on the golden cicada stone sword evaporating instantly under the high temperature. And the 4th member of the Iron Armor gang lost his life in that strike. This intense blow instilled fear in everyone who had attacked, especially in the leader, Wang Chang. But the members of the Iron Armor gang also knew that they absolutely could not flee at this moment, otherwise they would surely be defeated one by one. Boss, pull yourself together, think of a way to save your life first. The others quickly held back the pressure from the golden cicada skeleton to allow the severely injured Wang Chang to escape danger. Seeing the deaths of the 5th and 4th members, Wang Chang felt pained, but he had to think of a way to break the deadlock. Temporarily stepping away from the battlefield, Wang Chang looked into the depths of the darkness, his gaze hazy, and then suddenly knelt down with a thud. I know you can see us here. We've already tested the skeletons. Backup plan, now we just need to replenish our damage. Help us out, brothers, we can forego the monster traits afterward. We just ask for a chance to save our lives. These words were naturally directed at the other 10 or so players hiding in the shadows. As long as those lurking in the dark were willing to help, the Iron Armor gang could survive. No monster traits? Such a good deal. Some people, upon hearing this, began to stir, wanting to step forward to help. But they were stopped by someone who seemed to be a leader. No rush, let them fight as much as they want. Once they exhaust the second phase of the greatsword skeleton, it will be easier for us to fight. The night was pitch black, with only the sounds of battle and Wang Chang's pleas. Time passed second by second, and the restless emotions quieted down again, as if the players hiding in the dark were just cold stones. These Iron Armor members had also become stepping stones for them to gain monster traits. Damn it! Wang Chang's heart sank, his pupils trembling incessantly. This damned world, not a single person stepped in to help. If they had all attacked together, they could have easily taken down the great sword Xiaobai, and they wouldn't have to die. But On the other side, Zhu Linger's reaction was different from the other players. He was very excited as he said to Ji Chen, "Oh, a heavenly opportunity. A heavenly opportunity. Going out now." Both face and substance are covered. Ji Chen stretched lazily, his eyes beginning to shine with a white light deep and hollow, and then he stepped out from the darkness. A real man. This guy named Wang Chang shouldn't die. I'll take a bit of risk to save them. This person valued loyalty in such a critical situation. His mind was still so clear, making him the ideal little brother. Ji Chen would take him in. At the same time, the ground around the golden cicada skeleton began to tremble violently, and in the next moment, several stone pillars burst forth from the ground, intertwining to form a stone hut that trapped the golden cicada skeleton inside. With Ji Chen's help, the remaining members of the Iron Armor gang felt the pressure lift instantly and collapsed to the ground. "Give me a reason to save you." Wang Chang suddenly turned around, only to see a boy with eyes glowing white slowly walking out of the darkness. The person held 3 stone cubes suspended in the air, rapidly spinning under some unknown force, clearly skilled. Wang Chang, seeing someone willing to help, was immediately moved to tears. "If you can save my brothers, my life is yours. I, Wang Chang, will keep my word." Wang Chang, fearing that Ji Chen might refuse to help him, immediately stated the highest price he could pay. Enough. Ji Chen nodded, finding the man quite impressive. The power of creation activated again, and several indistinct black shadows quickly darted into the stone house. The remaining 7 members of the Iron Armor gang felt the ground beneath them tremble, then were moved behind Ji Chen. "Stay back. I can handle this alone," Ji Chen said, stepping in front of everyone. Since he had decided to save them, he could not go back on his word. The rescued members of the Iron Armor gang looked anxiously at the youthful boy, their voices filled with urgency. "Friend, don't hesitate. This boss is already in the red. If we all attack together, we might have a chance to kill it." Ji Chen did not heed the Iron Armor gang's suggestion but made a silencing gesture. "Don't worry. I can handle it alone. Even if something goes wrong, ensuring your lives won't be a problem." Although he stood there, 5 steel puppets had already rushed in, working in conjunction with the power of creation to restrain it, so there should be no accidents. At the very least, he was safe. The members of the Iron Armor gang hesitated, still somewhat worried. Inside the stone house, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. The giant, sword-wielding Xiao Bai was somewhat dazed, desperately swinging his massive sword, trying to escape. But unexpectedly, the next moment, 5 pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up behind him. As a monster, Xiao Bai felt a tightness in his chest and slowly and stiffly turned his head. What came into view were 5 iron puppets with monster heads grinning at him. The next second, area announcement: congratulations to player DXIN System Alias for completing the first kill of the elite monster in this area, rewarded with 3 years of lifespan. Level 3, drop characteristic, Flame Burn. A massive amount of golden experience orbs quickly began to gather towards Ji Chen, and his heart started racing. His level rapidly climbed from 3 to 6, and all aspects of his attributes received a significant boost, especially his hunger value, which doubled to 46 points. Seconds, it's been seconds. 2 of our brothers died without resolving that elite monster, and it just died so easily? Wang Chang stared blankly at Ji Chen's back. At that moment, this youthful boy began to appear incredibly tall in his eyes, like a savior deity. Ji Chen turned his head and smiled at Wang Chang. "I kept my promise. What about you?" At that moment, Wang Chang suddenly realized, suppressing his discomfort, he said, "From today on, my life belongs to you, Wang Chang." The other 7 players from the Iron Armor gang exchanged glances and then nodded heavily. They hadn't made a promise to Ji Chen beforehand, but they weren't the type to go back on their word. "I did Lin Huang and Zhu Chen and Hao Jin with Tian Huang. Tian, I Wei Lu. Willing to sell ourselves to DXIN? Your name ID is quite unique." DXIN was a username Ji Chen had casually created. Players could only see nicknames. Hearing this from the 8 of them, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Sell ourselves? Get up." Ji Chen cleared his throat and helped the leading Wang Chang to his feet. "No need to do this, you are all old enough to be my fathers. If you don't mind, you can call me boss or big brother. Of course, you can also just call me by my name. We don't have so many rules." With that one sentence, he gave Wang Chang and the others their dignity. After all, no one wanted to be someone else's slave. Wang Chang's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Boss, don't worry, from now on, our lives belong to you. You tell us to go east, we will never go west." Ji Chen nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't worried about Wang Chang's loyalty. A person who would bow and plead for his brothers was worth trusting. Ding! Wang Chang, Su Di, Lin Huang, Zhao Qian, Hao Jin, Wu Tian, Huang Tian, Wei Lu have formed a contract with you, willingly becoming your subordinates. Loyalty 80-99%. You can receive 10% of the experience points when your subordinates kill monsters. Ji Chen looked at the system prompt, slightly surprised. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. These people were indeed straightforward. After Ji Chen formed a contract with the Iron Armor Gang, Chu Linger suddenly appeared from nowhere. She raised her hand and brushed over the severely injured Wang Chang's head. A faint green glow entered Wang Chang's body. Wang Chang's injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace, and his hunger level, which had dropped to its lowest point, was slowly recovering. A healer. Everyone in the Iron Armor Gang looked at Chu Linger in shock. Chu Linger had mentioned in her self-introduction that she knew some healing, making her a half-healer, so Ji Chen wasn't too surprised. After settling Wang Chang and the others, Ji Chen strolled over to the stone house he had built. Inside the stone house, the golden cicada skeleton's body transformed into specks of starlight, slowly coalescing into a golden bone, ignoring the obstruction of the raw stone floating in midair. This item was the monster's special drop from the boss. Golden cicada stone sword plus 1 golden cicada skull plus 1 golden bone flame burn plus 1. Ji Chen grinned. With the golden bone in hand, the purpose of this trip was achieved. Flame burn. LV1 ignites all combustible blocks within a 50 by 50 by 50 range, including living beings. Refining time 3 hours. Alright, we got the stuff, let's head back. In 6 days, it's the blood moon, time is tight and the task is heavy, we can't waste too much time here. Ji Chen called to the Iron Armor Gang and Chu Linger to hurry back. He had come alone and was returning with a strong labor force, especially with Chu Linger. Her healer skills were a rare asset. After Wang Chang and the others received treatment from Chu Linger, their injuries were no longer serious, and they could walk on their own. However, Chu Linger looked a bit pale, her stomach growling incessantly. Treating 8 people at once was still too much for her, and her hunger level had dropped to freezing point. I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? Ji Chen saw Chu Linger in this awkward state and quickly pulled out half a pack of rotten meat from his system backpack and handed it over. This is all I have on me, just hold on for a bit and I'll treat you to some bread when we get back. There was still a stone puppet left at the base working the fields, so when they returned, they should be able to have some warm bread. Chu Linger didn't complain and took the rotten meat to eat. Before long, green hunger particles began to appear around her. The hunger effect from rotten meat is really unpleasant. Just bear with it, there might be bread at the base, Ji Chen said, his voice tinged with a bit of helplessness. This world was far more dangerous and real than a game. Especially when it came to food, it was not just scarce, they hadn't seen many cows, sheep, or pigs at all. At first, they had seen a pig, but at that time, he was still in a daze from the mass transition and hadn't thought to kill it for meat. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel regret. Just as he was pondering, footsteps began to rustle in the dark forest around them. Chu Linger's pupils dilated, and she said warily, "We're surrounded. I expected this, it seems this journey isn't over yet." Ji Chen was not surprised that people in the shadows would come to rob them. Earlier, to limit the speed of the elite monsters, he had directly used his abilities to conjure a stone house out of thin air. And while the puppet was slaying the elite monsters, it had not lost sight of the surroundings at all. The people in the dark had no idea how terrifying his strength truly was. It was no exaggeration to say that one of his iron puppets was equivalent to an elite monster. Whoever came would die. Slowly, many people emerged from the darkness, coming into Ji Chen and the others' line of sight. Let me introduce myself formally. I am Jia Junyu, a B-level profession or censor, and also the president of the newly established Mason Association. It's a pleasure to meet you. A middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd, wearing a very friendly smile. Friend, I see you have exceptional talent. Would you be interested in joining our guild? Ji Chen glanced at the fierce-looking people around him. Goodness, everyone left in the forest was part of the other side's faction. No wonder they had all been hiding in the woods. It turned out to be organized. If I join you, will the monster traits belong to me or to you? Ji Chen was not in a hurry, slowly taking out the monster traits from his backpack. They belong to the organization, of course. However, since you defeated them, there's a high probability they will end up in your hands, the middle-aged man said calmly. In this chaotic world, having more abilities meant more paths to survival, making it easier to deal with dangers and increasing the chances of staying alive. Ji Chen smiled. A high probability? Not 100%. What was the difference from outright robbery? Besides, he had gathered so many subordinates, and he himself was a top-tier profession, fully capable of forming his own faction. There was no reason to be someone else's subordinate. I refuse. I don't have time to waste with you, step aside. Saying this, Ji Chen directly pushed past the person in front of him and swaggered out of the crowd, showing no regard for the other party's face. The Iron Armor Gang and Chu Linger followed behind Ji Chen, remaining silent but always on guard. Jia Junyu's eyes turned blood red as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Kid, I admit your explosive ability is indeed impressive, but the cooldown must be quite long, right? As he spoke, the 40 or so people behind him all drew their weapons, as if warning Ji Chen. Ji Chen narrowed his eyes. Cooldown? What cooldown? The puppet had only used a basic attack just now. There were no skills that needed to cool down. With a loud crash, several archers suddenly appeared in the trees. This elite monster was spotted by us first. Jia Junyu's face twisted in a snarl. You should understand that there's a sequence to these things, right? Beasts, you are all beasts that eat people without spitting out the bones. Wang Chang could no longer hold back. He didn't blame this group for not helping him when he was in danger. After all, they had no obligation to do so. But now that the boss was dead, for them to jump out and snatch the traits was utterly shameless. Wang Chang resolutely stood in front of Ji Chen, his iron sword unwavering in his injured hands. As a human, not a beast, he would never allow the traits of the monster, which his savior had worked so hard to defeat, to fall into their hands. Jia Junyu slightly raised his eyes, glancing over Wang Chang, whose iron armor was in tatters, completely disregarding him. His attention was focused entirely on the mysterious young man, ready to shoot him down at any moment. Ji Chen's displayed strength still made him wary. However, the monster's traits were simply too tempting, worth the risk. Make your choice. You can take this as a threat. Hey! Wang Chang, you really underestimate your boss. I promised to let you follow me and eat meat, but I never said you could drink the soup. But Ji Chen completely ignored Jia Junyu, feigning some anger as he pushed Wang Chang aside. At the top of the tree, the 10 archers hadn't even had the chance to shoot their arrows when several stone pillars shot up into the sky, tightly wrapping around them, knocking their arrows away. Immediately, a strong sense of suffocation spread throughout their bodies, causing them to start bleeding. What's going on with these stones? Why can't I breathe? Oh no, we're stuck. If we don't get out, we'll be suffocated to death. Help, I don't want to die yet. The 10 archers cried out in pain, unable to escape. Without tools, Jia Junyu's pupils constricted and he took several steps back, quickly distancing himself from Ji Chen. He never expected that after killing an elite monster, Ji Chen would still have the strength to use skills. Brothers, don't worry about those archers in the trees, focus all your efforts on killing this person. As long as we kill the main body, everything else will be easy. In his panic, Jia Junyu displayed extreme cold-bloodedness, abandoning the lives of the 10 archers to prioritize killing Ji Chen. Members of the Mason Association rushed in. None dared to fight the powerful elite monster boss, but against Ji Chen, a fellow human, they were surprisingly frenzied. I advise you to be rational. Ji Chen showed no signs of panic. On the contrary, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. On the ground, 5 pairs of crimson eyes suddenly lit up, and in a moment of daze, all the steel puppets appeared around Ji Chen. The towering, powerful figures of the steel puppets were hidden in the darkness, with only their glowing red eyes visible. What? What are those things? Get away! It's the iron puppets. Wait, zombie heads? Ha! The members of the Mason Association were terrified at just a glance. The attack speed of the iron puppets was incredibly fast. They had no time to react, and with a single strike, they all spat blood and fell heavily to the ground. As they looked at the massive figures that had suddenly appeared before them, an overwhelming sense of helplessness quickly spread through the crowd. If it were normal iron puppets, they could have dealt with them with some effort. But the pressure from these steel puppets was even greater than that of the previous golden cicada skeletons, leaving them with no power to fight back. It was only at this moment that Jia Junyu realized he had underestimated this guy in front of him. Ji Chen focused, the hollow and deep white light ignited in his eyes, and, taking advantage of the moment when the others were stunned, the power of creation was instantly unleashed. The ground collapsed, and all 30-plus charging players fell into a giant pit, followed by a chaotic mass of blocks appearing above their heads. Ji Chen, having leveled up to 6, found his hunger value doubled, and controlling the surrounding blocks became much easier than before. Not good, everyone, climb out quickly. He wants to bury us alive. The members of the Mason Association panicked. They never expected Ji Chen to be this powerful. Correct. Ji Chen smiled, pointing a finger, and the massive blocks came crashing down heavily. Ah! The sound of collective health loss echoed, and this group of people also felt the suffocating sensation from the 10 archers. After one round of confrontation, the 30 opponents had no room for resistance, completely being pressed down and rubbed against the ground. Wang Chang and the others, wielding their great swords, felt embarrassed. Their boss seemed a bit too strong. They recalled their earlier overly dramatic words, feeling utterly ashamed. Who the hell is protecting whom here? Spare us. We surrender. Please spare our lives. Before long, the people underground could no longer hold on. Ji Chen listened to the pleas for mercy coming from below but did not rush to let go. Today, they dared to snatch his opportunity, and tomorrow they would dare to urinate on his head. If he didn't show them some color, it would be hard to quell the hatred in his heart. Boss, we were wrong, let us go. We really won't dare again. It was all Jia Junyu's idea. He urged us to come. If you want to kill someone, just kill him. Yes. We are just following orders. The cries from below were incessant. In MC, although most blocks couldn't kill people, being trapped by blocks and feeling that intense suffocation was indeed unbearable. Ji Chen estimated the time and, after draining their health to the brink, slowly raised his palm. At the bottom of the pit, over 30 people lay sprawled out, lifeless, some even unconscious from lack of oxygen. Ji-Chen approached the edge of the pit and looked down, scanning this group of oblivious players with a cold gaze, his tone carrying a hint of pressure. Do you still want the monster traits? Cold sweat broke out on Jia Junyu's forehead. He wanted to reach for it, but the remaining rationality told him that this was deep water he couldn't navigate. No, this is yours. Ji-Chen nodded in satisfaction, putting the monster traits back into his backpack. Don't harbor any delusions, one must be grounded in reality. Otherwise, you'll still get beaten. Upon hearing this, Jia Junyu felt both ashamed and angry, feeling worse than if he had eaten a lump of dung. But now he was helpless. The 5 iron beasts standing beside Ji-Chen could easily beat all of them. This boy was a bit too much of a cheat. If they didn't bow down and beg for mercy, they would really die, and there was no doubt about it. Master Xin, you are right. Ji-Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that this guy really had thick skin. Just a second ago, he wanted to gather everyone to eliminate him, and the next moment he was smiling and calling him sir. He had figured out how to bend and stretch. The other players in the pit saw that their leader, Jia Junyu, had already given in, and they didn't dare to make a sound. They had witnessed Xin's methods, and now no one was foolish enough to provoke this big shot. Ji-Chen patted Jia Junyu on the shoulder, feeling quite pleased. If you had said that earlier, it would have been fine. You had to make me win people over with virtue. In this dangerous otherworld, unity among players is key. According to our races, we are of the same kind. If it weren't for this relationship, you might have been cleared out as small monsters long ago. Jia Junyu forced a smile, squeezing out a flattering expression. You're right, we're all friends. In the future, when we encounter difficulties, we should help each other to get through tough times. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I won't disturb you while you absorb the monster traits. We'll see each other later. He knew there was no hope for the traits now and turned to lead his people away. Ji-Chen's smile suddenly vanished. Just a moment ago, they were thinking of how to besiege him, and now they wanted to retreat unscathed. There's no such good thing in the world. Wait! A sharp command startled everyone, making their hair stand on end. The reason he hadn't killed these people directly was that he wanted to extract some benefits from them. Jia Junyu paused, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What else do you need? Oh, it's nothing much, just that I've been a bit tight on cash lately. Since we're all friends now, I thought I'd borrow some money from you all. I wonder if anyone here can lend a little. Ji-Chen calmly borrowed money, fingers tapping. The players were just starting out, and the only thing he could extort was their lifespan. You see, here, lifespan was the currency. If a player was killed, their lifespan wouldn't drop. Keeping them alive meant they would be his future lifespan crops. Upon hearing about money, the faces of the Mason Association members fell. They had worked themselves to the bone all night, gained nothing, and now they were being extorted. Truly, misfortune had come knocking at their door. But they had no choice, they can only choose between money and life. Give. Jia Junyu clearly understood the situation better. If they didn't pay, they wouldn't be able to leave. The surrounding steel puppets, with one nostril blocked, were half paralyzed, and he didn't dare to gamble. Ji-Chen brushed off the dust on his clothes and smiled again. That's more like it. I won't ask for much, you should have 3 years worth of stored lifespan. Just lend me 1 year each. 1 year. Lifespan wasn't like money from a past life, it was their vitality, and giving away even a little meant losing a part of themselves. If they were weak, giving away too much could lead to them ascending on the spot. Of course, Ji-Chen didn't care about that. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't target their lifespan. The power of creation activated. Walls of earth rose up, surrounding all 50 players. This matter is not up to you. Either pay and leave or spar with my puppets. You choose. The players saw the rising walls of earth and their hearts raced. This was Ji-Chen's warning. Now they just wanted to slap themselves hard for provoking this living king of hell. There was no way out. They could only spend a little less lifespan in the future. Jia Junyu, 1 year of lifespan. DXIN, grass block * 1 inch, transaction successful, fierce. Chicken monster, 1 year of lifespan. DXIN, wheat seed * 1 inch, transaction successful, hardest mouth in the whole body, 1 year of lifespan. DXIN, raw stone * 1 inch, transaction successful. The people at the bottom of the pit looked at the trash in their hands, their faces all dark and terrifying. Ji-Chen didn't care. Looking at the nearly 50 years of lifespan on the system panel, he couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Thank you, nature, for your gifts. Taking people's money to avert disasters. If you dare to provoke me again, I won't mind twisting your heads off. Alright, I have all your nicknames recorded on my system panel. If you run out of lifespan in the future, I might borrow from you. Let's go. We withdraw. Ji-Chen hummed a victorious tune, swaggering towards the base with the Iron Armor Gang and a group of iron puppets. He had thought about killing to silence them. But having just crossed into this world, there were many taboos he still didn't know. The system set lifespan as a circulating currency, which in a sense was protecting the players because lifespan wasn't a drop item. During player conflicts, they could use lifespan to buy their lives. What Ji-Chen needed to do was to accumulate their lifespan slowly into his own hands. Violently uprooting the chives would only narrow his path. Anyway, these players weren't that strong, and he wasn't afraid of retaliation. It was just a few impotent rants. Oh wait, event. 1 year of lifespan is neither too much nor too little. It was a limit. Confused but not hurt, the members of the Mason Association watched Ji-Chen and the others leave. Some indeed felt sorry for their lifespan, but more were relieved that the demon hadn't killed them. Instead, the one who organized this operation, Jia Junyu, became their target of hostility. Some even thought Jia Junyu should compensate them for all their losses. After Ji-Chen walked far away, a middle-aged man with a purple complexion and a mustache approached Jia Junyu. This man was Hu Biao, the vice president of the Mason Association. After taking a few deep breaths, he quietly complained, "President, are we just going to let them go like this? Our Mason Association has been too aggrieved this time. Do you have any better ideas?" Jia Junyu replied irritably, his face extremely grim. He had been very cautious this time, even advancing step by step according to his expectations before Ji-Chen appeared. But this battle ended in failure, and it was a crushing defeat, with everyone seriously injured. Ji-Chen single-handedly turned around a situation he was sure to win. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write it like this. Hu Biao was momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly adjusted and continued to report on his side's situation. "President, our Mason Association suffered heavy losses this time. Although no one died, everyone is in a state of serious injury. To fully recover, it will probably take at least 10 days to half a month, and besides, we don't have enough food left. And next, enough, no more. I will handle these matters. What you need to do now is to soothe the members' mindset and avoid any issues within the association." Jia Junyu knew all too well what Hu Biao was saying. He just wanted to think further ahead. A few days later, the blood moon rose and disaster was about to come. The Mason Association faced this calamity with a severe shortage of labor, which would greatly impact the future construction of defensive works. If they couldn't withstand the impending zombie tide, their lives would be lost and nothing else would matter. Jia Junyu suppressed the turmoil in his heart, trying hard to calm himself down. DXIN. What a DXIN, we'll see who laughs last. Dawn breaks. Ji-Chen and the others have already returned to the cave base. The stone puppets left behind for farming have long prepared a large amount of food, especially wheat, which, when made into bread, is enough to solve their hunger problem. Quickly taking out the workbench, 3 groups of wheat instantly turned into bread. "Everyone has worked hard. Eat your fill, and try to fill up your hunger value," Ji-Chen said with a smile as he distributed the bread in his hands to everyone. 3 groups of wheat could only make 1 group of bread, and with 10 people sharing, each person received hardly a few pieces. In order to ensure everyone could eat enough and recover from their injuries quickly, Ji-Chen simply gave away most of the food, keeping only 2 pieces of bread for himself. If he couldn't get full, he would have to substitute with rotten meat. The Iron Armor Gang and the others felt a wave of emotion as they looked at the bread being handed to them. In this special time, food is incredibly scarce for everyone. Ordinary people can only survive on rotten meat to avoid starvation. For each of them to have bread is already a top-tier treatment. "Boss, you should eat first. I still have plenty of hunger value and should be able to hold on for a while," Wang Chang, being a sensible person, said. Ji-Chen's willingness to save their lives before was already a great kindness, and he felt he couldn't ask for too much more. "No, the crisis is imminent. If your injuries don't recover quickly, it will be a dream to resist the monsters in the future." Ji-Chen firmly refused. Although Wang Chang and the others had received treatment from Chu Linger, their physical condition was not optimistic. Without enough food, recovering from their injuries would be extremely troublesome. "But thank you, boss." Wang Chang wanted to say more, but seeing Ji-Chen's resolute expression, he could only firmly remember this kindness in his heart. Ji-Chen watched as everyone began to eat the bread, and he nodded in satisfaction. These people were the first batch of followers he had, and they would all be his trusted subordinates in the future, so they must be treated with the best. Although they could only eat bread for now, this situation would soon change. While everyone was recovering, Ji-Chen remembered the golden bones in his backpack. After a moment of thought, he stood up and walked deeper into the cave. He needed a quiet environment to refine the monster traits he had just obtained. Iron number 1 and number 2, you guard the entrance and protect Wang Chang and Chu Linger. The other puppets will protect me. Understood. After the order was given, 2 pairs of red eyes quickly moved toward the cave entrance, while the other 3 puppets revealed their forms and stood guard around. Ji-Chen found a quiet spot and sat cross-legged. The golden bones floated out from the system space and slowly moved toward the top of his head. Soon, the golden bones began to melt, and an extremely rich golden light surged into Ji-Chen's body, continuously nourishing his limbs and bones. Even the hunger value that hadn't been fully restored gradually approached saturation under the nourishment of this light. This monster trait is indeed a good thing. It can even restore my state while absorbing it. As time passed, Ji-Chen slowly entered a meditative state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful refinement. Flame Burn LV1 burns everything in a 50 by 50 by 50 range centered on oneself and is immune to burn and lava damage. It was unclear how long had passed when the system's voice rang in Ji Chen's mind. It's done! Ji Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, opened his eyes, and warmth radiated from all over his body as if he had just taken a hot bath. After absorbing the monster trait, it seemed that all his bodily functions had improved to some extent. Although there were no specific attribute points, his physique had clearly improved a lot. Flame burn. Boom, the flames spread rapidly around Ji Chen, centered on him, the intense heat causing the stones to crackle violently. Even though there was nothing flammable on the stones, the flames showed no sign of extinguishing, burning all the way to the deepest part of the cave, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Ji Chen did not hesitate, rising to stand before a mass of flames, reaching out to touch the flames on the wall. The burning sensation that should have appeared was replaced by a cool feeling, as if he were touching a mass of cold mist that pulsated, extremely comfortable. Mind-controlled fire, immune to burning. The characteristics of the golden cicada skeleton are truly remarkable. Ji Chen felt great. The flames perfectly compensated for his lack of large-scale attack capabilities. From now on, no matter how many enemies there were, he could burn them all with one fire. He understood very well that monster characteristics were rare and hard to come by. The probability of elite monsters spawning was extremely low, and the probability of characteristic drops was even lower. Being able to easily obtain the flame burning skill was partly due to luck. Such good fortune might be hard to encounter again in the future. After sorting everything out, Ji Chen walked towards the exit. Damn you at hashtag big U and hashtag percent you at hashtag UN and. Just as he stepped out of the cave, a beautiful piece of national essence entered Ji Chen's ears. It sounded like Wang Chang's voice. Really can't let people rest easy. With a great enemy at hand, they are actually fighting among themselves. Ji Chen was slightly taken aback. The first thought that popped into his mind was that Chu Linger and Wang Chang were arguing. Without pausing, he hurried towards the source of the sound, ready to mediate. But when Ji Chen arrived, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. He saw Wang Chang furiously cursing at his system panel, while the others looked equally angry. Chu Linger was not only not arguing with Wang Chang, but was also occasionally bringing him a bowl of water to soothe his throat, allowing him to continue cursing at the person on the other end of the system. Go, Brother Chang, curse them to death, don't stop. Chu Linger shouted excitedly, as if they were engaged in a remarkable battle. Yes, Brother Chang is awesome. Directly use national essence to crush them, let them slander our boss. A group of younger brothers echoed in agreement. Hearing the foul language around him, Ji Chen could hardly bear it and quickly stopped Wang Chang from unleashing his fury. Stop, stop, stop. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening here? Ji Chen, listening to the unbearable insults, was truly overwhelmed and hurried to halt Wang Chang's outburst. Ah, boss, you're out. How did the monster characteristic absorption go? Wang Chang, seeing his boss had come out, swallowed back the curse he had just uttered and revealed a simple smile again. Very smoothly. By the way, who were you cursing at? Ji Chen strolled up to Wang Chang, leaning in to look at the other's system panel. Hey, boss, it's nothing, let's talk about something else. Wang Chang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, trying to cover it up, clearly not wanting Ji Chen to see the content on the system screen. Oh, we're all on the same side, what can't I see? Ji Chen pulled Wang Chang's arm and looked at his system screen. The #1 lecture in the block world, DXIN, come and argue if you disagree. Image, Ji Chen's big avatar, JPG. Is this talking about me? Ji Chen could hardly believe his eyes. He casually clicked on the person's homepage, and what greeted him was a dense collection of short essays. Murder, arson, ruthless destruction, and all kinds of evil. Ha, interesting. Who wrote this? Ji Chen was both angry and amused, confirming with his eyes that he didn't know the poster at all. Who else could it be? It's the Stone Mason Association. Chu Linger chimed in mischievously. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of their retaliation? Ji Chen's expression fell. Who could have expected this? Others pay to send assassins, but the Stone Mason Association has a problem with their thinking, paying to spread slander about him? One could only say they must be seriously ill. Turning to summon his system panel, he entered the regional chat and found that the hottest post was still slandering and defaming him. The player of DXIN actually sold his soul to the devil to gain immense power, openly robbing our guild of the monster traits we worked hard to obtain. Everyone must kill him. First floor, are there really devils in this world? Second floor, definitely, I've seen this DXIN. He can summon 5 powerful red-eyed monsters at once, clearly using borrowed demonic power. I saw a person turned into mush by him. Third floor, how can such a damned guy be in our region? I've really hit rock bottom. Fourth floor, if we kill this DXIN, it seems we can inherit his demonic power. The post was very popular, with clicks exceeding 100,000, and while one truth was mixed with 9 lies, only Ji Chen's name matched, everything else was nonsense. Some comments on the posts even amused Ji-chun himself. One must admit, the timing chosen by the Stone Mason Association was indeed excellent. People had just arrived in this world, unfamiliar with everything, so anything they said had credibility. Coupled with the hardships of living outdoors and the uncertainty of survival, their inner resentment had already reached its peak. Now the Stone Mason Association had given them a target to vent their emotions. Deep down, they didn't care about the truth of the matter, whether he was human or ghost, they just wanted to hurl insults at Ji-chen. However, he didn't care much, even if the whole world despised him, so what? He could just use his strength to subdue them. If he couldn't subdue them, then he would kill. The one who lives the longest is the true king. A bunch of childish fools, I'm waiting for you to come and give me longevity. You all can disperse, this group of loudmouths won't survive the upheaval, why bother getting angry with the dead? On the other side, at the Stone Mason Association's base, Jia Junyu sat in a house made of stone. Next to him was Hu Biao, the vice president of the Stone Mason Association. How's the stone and or mining going? Jia Junyu asked coldly, turning to Hu Biao. We've mined over 50 sets of stones, including 1 set of iron ore and half a set of gold. Or. Jia Junyu closed his eyes, listening to Hu Biao's report, a smile gradually forming on his lips. The upheaval was imminent, and the Stone Mason Association had almost monopolized all the miners and quarry workers in the area. These useless stones would soon transform into high-quality building materials. As long as they were willing, they could buy as much longevity as they wanted for a set of stones. If others were unwilling to buy, they would have to dig themselves. But without the support of miners and quarry workers, ordinary people couldn't even dig a set of stones in a day. The efficiency was extremely low. Listening to Hu Biao's report, Jia Junyu nodded in satisfaction and then said, how's the matter I asked you to handle? It's all taken care of. I found a few F-level keyboard warriors, and in just a few hours, they posted nearly 100 defamatory posts about DXIN, each with different content. Now DXIN's reputation online is completely ruined. Very good. Jia Junyu opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. He was very clear that doing this would only offend DXIN and would surely invite revenge in the future. But he had no choice but to do so, as there were already voices of opposition within the association regarding the failure to seize the monster. If he did not resolve this in a timely manner, it could very well shake the foundation of his leadership in the future. That was why he had Hu Biao spread rumors, shifting everyone's hostility towards DXIN, blaming all their failures on him. This tactic proved effective. Now within the Mason Association, people only remembered that it was DXIN who had attacked them and stolen their lifespans, while few cared about why DXIN had done so. Don't stop, the rumors must continue. Also, get in touch with the other unions as soon as possible, especially the food union and the medical union. We can exchange the stone materials needed for construction for their living and medical supplies, striving to restore our members' physical condition to the best before the upheaval. And above all, never expose the location of our base, safety first. Hu Biao nodded in agreement and was about to exit the stone house when Jia Junyu pondered for a moment and called him back. One more thing, tell the people below that no one is allowed to sell a single piece of stone to DXIN or his subordinates, even if they are willing to pay a high price. Not sell? Hu Biao was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head and saying, why not? It's foolish to turn down money. Besides, in this area, DXIN is probably the richest. We should take advantage of the rising stone prices and give them a good beating. There won't be another chance. Give him a beating? Short-sighted. In 5 days, the upheaval will begin. They won't have enough stone to build defensive structures. Guess what their fate will be? Fate? Hu Biao frowned slightly, and then it seemed he thought of something. Suddenly shivering. They had enough understanding of what would happen after the upheaval from the forum. Now all the major organizations were scrambling to buy stones and other construction materials. Even the price of soil was skyrocketing. Cutting off a person's supply of stone was undoubtedly severing their lifeline after the upheaval. Once it began, that person would be doomed. He was only thinking about making money off DXIN, while Jia Junyu wanted DXIN's life. My injuries still haven't healed, we must take revenge. Jia Junyu's gaze was sharp, his voice emanating a chilling aura. To crush a person, brute force was not the only way. Just because he couldn't defeat the other party didn't mean he couldn't kill Ji-chen. The greatest advantage of the Mason Association was their building resources. They almost monopolized all professions in the area that dealt with stone, producing nearly 100 sets of stone every day. To conquer without fighting, that was the result he wanted. Hu Biao swallowed hard, feeling a bit more fear towards his president, and then voiced his doubts. What if DXIN seeks refuge with other unions? He won't have the chance. I've already made arrangements with the food union, medical union, and equipment union. We exchanged stone at a 10% discount for a complete blockade of DXIN's entire union. You don't need to worry about these matters, just ensure the progress of stone excavation. Jia Junyu waved his hand, signaling Hu Biao to leave. A chain. Scheme. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Alright, President, you rest first, I'll head down. Hu Biao smiled broadly, flattering Jia Junyu. The tasks Jia Junyu had assigned him seemed unrelated at first, yet they were intricately connected, ultimately directing all the blame towards DXIN alone. At first, he was vaguely worried that the rumors about DXIN on the internet would provoke retaliation from the other party, but now he didn't have to worry anymore. DXIN might not even live to see that time. 2 days passed in a hurry. During this time, Ji Chen and his group went out to collect a large amount of resources, among which the most valuable were various food seeds. With these seeds, although food was still scarce, there was at least some assurance. Bang! Outside the cave, 3 large wooden boxes hit the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Ji Chen coughed twice, waved his hand to disperse the smoke and dust around his mouth, and spoke. These 3 boxes contain more than 70 sets of stones and about 10 sets of iron ore. Your next task is to upgrade your equipment and build some defensive structures around as per my requirements. More than 70 sets of stones, about 10 sets of iron ore. Did you rob the Stone Mason Association's den? Chu Linger stared with wide eyes, her mouth half open, unable to believe Ji Chen's words. However, the 3 boxes in front of her indeed contained these items, and Wang Chang and the others had the same reaction as Chu Linger. Boss, our relationship with the Stone Mason Association is so tense right now. How did you convince them to sell this to us? Wang Chang examined the stone carefully and said, "Buy. What? I dug all of this myself." Ji Chen was puzzled. In his eyes, these stones were just trash. There were as many as one wanted, and he couldn't understand why some broken stones needed to be bought with precious lifespan. As soon as he said this, Wang Chang and Chu Linger looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes filled with disbelief. No one, even the best miner, could dig out so many stones in just a few days. Chu Linger handed a pickaxe to Ji Chen. "Teach us." Ji Chen was quite unhappy with Chu Linger's mischievous behavior, took the pickaxe and struck at the exposed stone nearby. "You can tell you are all MC newbies, you can't even mine a stone. Watch closely, I'll only teach you once." Clang! The sound of stone colliding rang out. Ji Chen's level had already reached 6, and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. This strike made his hand feel numb, and even his hunger level dropped by 1. However, the exposed stone did not break into fragments and enter his backpack. Instead, it forcefully bounced his pickaxe away. What's going on? Ji Chen widened his eyes, looking at everything in his hands. In the game My World, mining stone with a pickaxe was an easy task, but now, in the real world, it was surprisingly laborious. Ji Chen, not believing in evil, swung the pickaxe a few more times, and a piece of raw stone was finally reluctantly absorbed into his backpack. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand that there was a significant gap between the game and reality. Mining stone without the corresponding profession would be extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. From the beginning, Ji Chen had not followed the normal steps to upgrade his equipment but had directly activated his block collection ability, which was why he had not realized the vast difference between mining stone in the real world and the game world. Now, looking back at his profession, he realized how powerful an SSS level was. Without consuming hunger, he could instantly collect all blocks, a skill that could only be described as extraordinary. Wang Chang and the others wanted to laugh at Ji Chen's contemplative expression, but as qualified subordinates, they had to hold it in at this moment. This time doesn't count, let me demonstrate again. Ji Chen felt a bit embarrassed but didn't show it. He swung the pickaxe again at the nearby stone. Instant collection activated. Bang! This time, the scene was completely different from before. A large pile of stones instantly turned to dust and was absorbed into his backpack, flowing smoothly, taking less than a second. What the hell? Is this the chain mining mentioned in the forum? So impressive. Wang Chang and the others had never seen such a scene. Their eyes lit up, and they all praised it. Boss is amazing. No wonder he can produce so many stones. Those guys from the Mason Association definitely don't know we can mine stones quickly too. Looks like their plan to block resources is going to fail. The members of the Iron Armor Gang had all become little fans of Ji Chen. A boss with extraordinary combat power and maxed out life attributes, who wouldn't love that? It doesn't make sense, the pickaxe's durability hasn't dropped. How did you do that? Chu Linger was also a bit surprised, but unlike Wang Chang and the others, she was more curious about how Ji Chen managed it. It's innate, you can't learn it. Ji Chen casually stuffed the pickaxe back into his arms and said nonchalantly, "Alright, I've given you the stones, get to work. I don't keep idle people here." With that, his figure grew more distant. Get to work. Get to work. Don't just stand there, dumbfounded. Wang Chang tapped the second guy on the head, reminding him, "Hurry, build a wall here first." The members of the Iron Armor Gang lifted boxes filled with stones and began various construction tasks. What exactly is the principle? Is it some kind of MC characteristic? Chu Linger didn't immediately join Wang Chang in the Others in the construction. Instead, she held the pickaxe thoughtfully and suddenly swung it down hard onto the stone on the ground. Hunger-1 Chu Linger, huh? After assigning tasks to Wang Chang and the others, Ji Chan returned to the cave. During these days of interaction, he discovered that Chu Linger actually had some talent in building and redstone, learning everything particularly quickly. After sketching a few simple redstone device blueprints, he entrusted the responsibility of the base's defensive structures entirely to Chu Linger, while the labor aspect was handled by the rough men of the Iron Armor Gang. What they lacked most now was food, a large amount of food, which was what he needed to consider. The storage of bone meal in the boxes was running low, and temporary planting was impossible. The best and most convenient way was undoubtedly to buy directly from the trading market. Ji Chen had recently stumbled upon an organization called the Food Guild, which, like the Mason Association, recruited a large number of farmers and livestock breeders to sell large quantities of food to individuals or organizations. He had also tried to communicate with the president of the guild, but for some unknown reason, it always ended in failure. Ji Chen speculated that it was likely due to the rumors circulating online. Damn Mason Association, daring to tarnish my reputation. Today I will cut off the foundation of your survival. A white light shone in Ji Chen's eyes, and he gradually rose into the air, with stones around him gathering like raindrops. The collection activated instantly, and Ji Chen continued downward. Even the hardest blocks appeared incredibly fragile in the face of his 3S abilities. Raw stone plus 64, raw stone plus 64, raw stone plus 64. As noon approached, Ji Chen alone had mined nearly 300 sets of stones, filling 6 large boxes. The reason the Mason Association, a small to medium-sized guild, could stand on equal footing with the major guilds today and have a certain say should be due to these building materials. The coordinates of their base were well hidden, and they couldn't be found anywhere in the forum, but that didn't mean Ji Chen couldn't remotely deal with them. It's bad, President. Something big has happened. Hu Biao stumbled into Jia Junyu's office, built from massive stone blocks, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, clearly having encountered an urgent matter. Calm down, Hu Biao. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up, Jia Junyu said leisurely, chewing on a piece of steak, a hint of displeasure in his demeanor. President, don't eat. Our stone material market has been backstabbed. Someone is selling low-priced stones, and our stones are now unsellable. Jia Junyu's previously relaxed expression instantly froze, his gaze sharpening. Impossible. All the miners and quarry workers in this area are our people. How could anyone break our stonemason association's monopoly? This information hit him like a heavy hammer, crushing against his chest. The steak stuck in his throat. Water, he coughed, and Hu Biao quickly handed him a bottle of water, allowing Jia Junyu to swallow the steak successfully. What exactly is going on? Explain in detail. Jia Junyu slowly regained his composure, but his eyes revealed seriousness and coldness. Hu Biao did not elaborate further. He summoned his system panel, tapping the screen to display a mysterious figure with a hidden face. Boss, it's this person. In just half a day, they sold 100 sets of raw stones, and the price is only half of ours. 100 sets? Jia Junyu exclaimed. This number was equivalent to their Stonemason Association's total sales for 2 whole days. Jia Junyu quickly summoned his own system panel, opening the newly established shop, where the most eye-catching product was the raw stone sold by the Stonemason Association. Raw stone. Plus 64 price, 15 days of lifespan. We sell 1 set of raw stones for 1 month of lifespan, while they sell 1 set for half a month of lifespan. This is purely looking for trouble. Hu Biao quickly added, now some of our old users are cursing us in our shop, saying we are making black-hearted money. President, if you don't come up with a solution, our shop is going to be finished. The main income of the Stonemason Association relied on selling high-priced stone materials. If this income stream were cut off in just a few days, it would be a disaster for them. Jia Junyu did not stop and quickly found their Stonemason Association's shop. Sure enough, as Hu Biao said, the comments below the shop were already exploding. So damn unlucky, I just bought a set of stones here for a month's lifespan, and there's a shop next door selling them for only 15 days of lifespan. I feel like I've been cut by this Stonemason Association. I won't come back again. Negative review. What a lousy shop. They don't even support a 15-day no-reason return. Brothers, don't buy stones here. They make black-hearted money. 1 set of stones for a month's lifespan. I've long been unhappy with them. Jia Junyu furrowed his brows tightly. In just half a day, the Stonemason Association had lost nearly 90% of its users, and the remaining 10% were mostly internal personnel. Bastard. How is this possible? His face grew worse, even his voice trembling slightly, clearly indicating that the other party had come prepared. Immediately after, a trending post quickly caught his attention. The Stonemason Association makes a fortune from disaster. A set of stones actually sells for a month's lifespan at a high price, simply a black-hearted shop. The popularity of this post soared rapidly, even pushing down the post of the Demon King Dishin, becoming the #1 trending topic. Jia Junyu stood frozen in place. completely caught off guard by this series of blows. The fact that this post could trend was certainly not a coincidence. He had just used this tactic on Dishin a few days ago, and unexpectedly, it appeared on his own association today. He opened the shop of the anonymous merchant again, but found no clues. The mysterious person's store not only sold raw stones but also dealt with some ores, though the sales volume of raw stones was much larger. Could it be that DXIN is behind this? A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Jia Junyu's mind. He felt something was off. The method of operation was exactly the same as his previous revenge against DXIN, which made him suspicious. It seemed that the other party had also used a similar ability to control blocks that night. However, controlling blocks and collecting blocks were two completely different concepts and could not be confused. Moreover, how could one person possibly dig out hundreds of sets of raw stones? In just a few days, even the strongest miner couldn't handle that. It shouldn't be an individual act, so DXIN's suspicion was largely eliminated. This could also be another guild trying to mess with us. Jia Junyu thought from a different angle. The reason their Mason association had considerable influence among the large guilds was fundamentally due to their absolute monopoly on building materials. Now, an organization had suddenly emerged to compete with them, selling the same stones at half the price, clearly trying to put them out of business. But why would they do this? Did they covet the Mason Association's influence? Hu Biao, seeing President Jia Junyu frowning deeply, grew increasingly anxious and tentatively urged, "Boss, what should we do now? If we can't sell the stones, we can't pay our members, and many miners are already clamoring to leave the guild." "Don't panic." Jia Junyu raised his hand to signal Hu Biao to stop talking. In these days, if anyone benefited the most from selling high-priced stones, it was definitely him, Jia Junyu. Not only did he not have to work in the dark, oppressive mines, but he also received a lifespan compensation higher than anyone else's. Almost a third of the lifespan earned from selling stones went into his own pocket, while the frontline workers in the mines received pitifully little. Some miners had thought about resisting, but they, who only knew how to mine, could never compete with the ruthless Jia Junyu. Therefore, the bankruptcy of the Mason Association was the last thing he wanted to see. "I will handle this matter. You try to calm the emotions of the members as much as possible. And also check if there are any internal traitors in the association." Jia Junyu's gaze was sharp, and he vaguely suspected that there might be traitors within the association. "Yes, I'll take care of it right away." Hu Biao nodded in agreement and quickly left the stone house. After Hu Biao left, Jia Junyu paced back and forth in the room, frowning in thought. This matter could be serious or trivial. The other party was able to produce 100 sets of raw stones for sale at once, indicating they had considerable strength, and it was even very likely they had the support of a large guild. If negotiations could take place and a mutually agreeable price could be discussed, resolving this matter would be easy. After all, with the sudden change approaching, the demand for building materials was high, and no matter how many stones either side produced, there would always be buyers willing to purchase, so there was no worry about not being able to sell. What he feared was that the other side did not want to cooperate and would simply lower prices, ultimately driving the Mason Association to collapse and taking its place. "No, I need to have a good talk with this person." Jia Junyu clicked on the homepage of the mysterious merchant's shop, but the owner had set their identity to hidden, and he couldn't obtain any information. Meanwhile, in another cave, Ji Chen lay on a hay block, leisurely browsing through comments on posts. These raw stones were indeed sold by Ji Chen, and the post from the Mason Association that had gone viral was also something he had someone else post. In this internet age, F-class professional keyboard warriors were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. The keyboard warrior has no reason to allow the other party to use it while he himself cannot. He is most adept at using their own methods against them. In fact, Ji Chen really didn't need to do this. His SSS level instant collection ability had already placed him in an invincible position in this war without gunpowder. If the Stone Mason Association were to mobilize all its members, it would take them 3 days of continuous digging without eating or drinking to extract 300 sets of raw stones. Yet Ji Chen casually dug for just a few hours, starting in the morning and not even missing lunch, managing to extract 300 sets in just one morning. This was still the result of Ji Chen not using his full strength. If he were to run while mining, that number could easily double. Therefore, there was simply no competition for the Stone Mason Association. Hiring someone to post online was just a way to annoy them. Ding! Sela purchased 2 sets of raw stones, lifespan credited, 1 month. Ding! I'm a skeleton monster, purchased 4 sets of raw stones, lifespan credited, 2 months. Ji Chen hummed a little tune, feeling quite good. He only needed to upload the collected raw stones to the system market, and every time someone made a purchase, the lifespan would automatically be credited to his account, leaving him free from all other trivial matters. He inexplicably felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he were running a store on a certain platform. just lying down and earning money. What a wonderful thing. Ji-chan opened the system data panel to check his lifespan. Balance. In this world, lifespan served both as a circulating currency and as a means to extend one's actual life. Currently, he had 60 years of external lifespan in his account, meaning as long as Ji-chan didn't die unexpectedly, he could live an additional 60 years on top of his original lifespan. Such an unscientific power was simply unattainable under the laws of the original world. This also validated the prompt they heard upon their arrival here. You can achieve immortality. Ding! You have an unread message. Just as he was pondering, a message came through. Oh, someone seems to be getting restless. Ji-chan lifted his slightly weary eyelids, and, upon seeing the sender, tossed it straight into the trash. Now you're thinking about negotiations? Where were you all this time? This message was sent by Ja Junyu, and the moment the Mason Association slandered his reputation, the negotiations had already been off the table. The bankruptcy of the Mason Association was only a matter of time. Ji-chan stood up and uploaded the other 200 sets of raw stones to his anonymous shop. Wow! The big shot has restocked. Everyone hurry and grab it. The stones here are much better than those from the Mason Association, not only cheaper but also of higher quality. Slow down. If this goes on, the big shot will raise the prices. Don't rush, I'm a scalper, leave some for me. Ji-chan chuckled, casually adding the scalper to his blacklist before posting a pinned message. From now on, this shop will officially be renamed the DE Shop. This shop solemnly promises that during the upcoming 100 days of upheaval, the price of stones will absolutely not increase. Thank you all for your support. With this announcement, the players' comments exploded once again. The big shot is righteous. Everyone look, this is the vision. Enough talk, I'm going to buy 2 sets of stones and go home to munch on them. Anyone who wants to be an enemy of the DE Shop is my enemy. This notice was not only for the players but also a warning to those in the Mason Association, clearly stating his stance. No cooperation would be accepted. He intended to play them to their end. Of course, the other side could lower their prices, but if they did, there would surely be discord within their association. And that discord was exactly what Ji-chan wanted to see. On the other side, Ja Junyu, upon seeing the notice from the DE Shop, nearly exploded with anger. Not only had they blacklisted him, but they also issued a price freeze statement, clearly targeting his side. Despicable. 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 After resolving the shop issues, Ji-chan slowly made his way to the half airspace on the back mountain. Here, there was a 50 by 50 aerial farm. The main crops were wheat, but there were also watermelons, carrots, potatoes, and beets. These would be their food sources after the upheaval, built in the air to prevent zombie destruction, making collection easier in the future. Ji-chan approached a pumpkin vine and reached out to pluck a pumpkin block. Pumpkin. Plus 1 inch. The main purpose of this visit was for the pumpkin in his hand. As we all know, pumpkins have many uses in my world. They can be used as food to make pumpkin pie, pumpkin plus sugar plus egg, and can also be crafted into jack-o'-lanterns for decoration. However, their most widespread use might still be as iron golems and snow golems. If Ji-chan wants to mass-produce a puppet army that obeys him, relying solely on monster heads is absolutely not enough. He must find a stable and mass-producible source of heads. Thus, pumpkin heads became his first choice. Ji-chan took out scissors and quickly cut a ghost face into the pumpkin. Pumpkin head plus 1 today, I will give you life. Awaken, sleeping puppet. Suddenly, red light flickered in the eye sockets of the pumpkin head, as if responding to Ji-chan's call. Pumpkin head, puppet form, plus 1. It succeeded so easily. Ji-chan was a bit surprised. Perhaps his ability was more compatible with the pumpkin head. He opened his backpack to take a look and found that he hadn't brought any blocks to make the body for the pumpkin head. After a moment of thought, he decided to improvise and used 9 wheat to make a scarecrow, planning to try it out. If it had been in the past when heads were scarce, he wouldn't have dared to use a scarecrow to make a puppet body. Ji-chan tossed the 2 blocks into the air, and the pumpkin head and scarecrow intertwined. After a flash of white light, a cute scarecrow puppet appeared before him. Name: Scarecrow Puppet. Health 10, Attack 0, Defense 0, Speed 10. Special attribute: has the ability to plant and harvest all crops, fears rain and water sources. Can be sustained with wheat. It's actually a functional puppet. This scarecrow puppet's combat power was nearly 0, and it was even afraid of rain. However, the puppet's special attribute caught Ji-chan's attention, and he quickly placed the scarecrow puppet in the wheat field to see how it harvested crops. After landing, the scarecrow puppet happily bounced around, seemingly enjoying the feeling of stepping on the soil. It first looked at the flourishing wheat field, showing a look of joy, and after receiving its master's permission, it resembled a child, running back and forth in the fields, continuously harvesting the golden wheat. Interestingly, every time the scarecrow puppet picked a wheat stalk, a wheat seed would automatically be planted in that spot. The scarecrow puppet would skip over immature wheat and would not mindlessly harvest. The collected wheat would not fall to the ground but would be absorbed into the scarecrow puppet's body, which would then regurgitate all the mature wheat and excess wheat seeds to Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen smiled, looking at this little scarecrow puppet as if a new world had opened up in his heart. Since the scarecrow puppet could plant crops, could a bone puppet made from bone blocks shorten the growth time of crops infinitely? In my world, crops can be rapidly matured with bone meal, greatly shortening their growth time. The more Ji-Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. If this idea could really be realized, then the problem of food shortages would no longer be a concern for him. In fact, once food became abundant, he could even compete with the food guild for business and test his strength. In my world, bone blocks generally generate in desert and swamp biomes, remnants of large animals that have died, and they can also be found in the nether, filled with lava. Of course, the simplest way to obtain them is to craft 3 bones at the workbench. Ji-Chen threw the bone blocks and pumpkin head in his hand, and a bone block golem, entirely snow white with a face covered in terrifying patterns, appeared before him. The bone block golem resembled a snow golem that had its pumpkin head removed, exuding a somewhat eerie charm amidst its clumsy appearance. In the next moment, the system popped up, and the attribute panel of the bone block golem appeared in the air. Ding! Bone block golem summoned successfully. Bone block golem, a functional golem. In a state of stress, it can launch bone spikes to attack enemies from a distance, dealing 5 points of damage and causing a continuous bleeding effect, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. In a non-stress state, it can accelerate the growth of all crops within a 5x5x5 area, with a skill cooldown of half an hour. Compared to the introduction of the Scarecrow Golem, the system directly omitted the attribute panel and focused on its characteristics. Ji-Chen looked at the cool bone golem before him, feeling an uncontrollable fondness in his heart. Not only did it meet his needs for accelerating plant growth, but it also saved him the trouble of configuring another combat golem to protect the farm, which capitalist wouldn't. Like a versatile talent? Taking out the remaining pumpkins, he continued his actions, with white light flashing continuously as one bone block golem and scarecrow golem after another came to life from his summoning. In the blink of an eye, 30 bone golems and 10 scarecrow golems occupied the entire aerial farm. It seems a bit small here. After replenishing some stamina, Ji-Chen took out soil and a water bucket. The original farm had various crops mixed together without any planning. Now, after the expansion, he could plant them in designated areas. Whoosh! Just as he was about to start making adjustments, the sound of fireballs slicing through the air echoed from a distance. After a few explosions, this 50 by 50 aerial farm was blown to smithereens. Countless seeds and crops fell to the ground like rain, and with no blocks to land on, Ji-Chen fell along with them. Countless grass mud horses galloped through his mind. The last person who dared to provoke him like this must be regretting it deeply now. Ji-Chen quickly took out a water bucket from his backpack, turned around, and executed a perfect landing water maneuver, completely negating all fall damage. The crops in the aerial farm were all destroyed, especially some pumpkin vines, which left not even a seed after the fireball explosion. Fortunately, the 40 golems he had just created had already been stored in the shadows, otherwise, this wave would have resulted in heavy losses. Who is it? Show yourself! Ji-Chen's fury, along with murderous intent, caused his blood pressure to soar, and the temperature around him became extremely hot, with some grass even spontaneously igniting. The sound of crossbows echoed. What responded to him was a rain of flaming arrows. Good. I know who you are now. Since you're not players, I don't need to hold back. The moment the crossbow sounded, a creature from the MC world, pillagers, appeared in Ji-Chen's mind. They are notorious robbers in the MC world, a type of illager, and their favorite pastime is beating up normal villagers and plundering villages. Flame ignition activated. Centered around Ji-Chen, the raging flames instantly turned everything nearby to ashes. Accompanied by the crackling of burning plants, the screams of the pillagers echoed in the air. With one hand raised, the power of creation activated at that moment, and his hunger points began to plummet. The soil on the ground was pulled by Ji-Chen, rising high with a bang, bending at a 90-degree angle in the air to surround him completely. The rain of arrows was all blocked. Immediately after, 2 golden carrots were consumed, and the previously depleted saturation was instantly replenished. The power of creation and the burning flames were extremely taxing on saturation, and golden carrots were the highest energy restoring food in my world, capable of restoring 14.4 points of fullness and 6 points of hunger at once. Moreover, they were not difficult to make, which undoubtedly made them the king of cost-effectiveness in Ji-Chen's heart. Thus, the great fire, bolstered by the golden carrots, burned for over half an hour before finally subsiding. By this time, the surrounding trees had long since vanished without a trace, and even the muddy ground was slightly warm from the heat. The soil, filled with arrows, slowly receded as Ji-Chen emerged from the earthen house, only to be greeted by a scorched earth. Just as Ji-Chen was about to leave after finishing up, he was astonished to find that not a single member of the hidden disaster team had died. They were all huddled together, with the flowing water beneath them continuously cooling them down. This time, he truly opened his eyes. Compared to those foolish zombies and skeletons that acted solely on instinct, this group of disaster villagers seemed like individuals with normal intelligence. The leader of the raiders was filled with fear. Ji Chen's displayed combat power had completely exceeded his expectations. Now, even with a numerical advantage, he did not dare to act recklessly and could only tentatively say, "Warrior, we apologize on behalf of the Disaster Kingdom and hope we can resolve this matter peacefully. You really have intelligence." Ji Chen was slightly taken aback, gradually retracting the flames in his hand. They had indeed ambushed him and deserved to be killed, but they could not die just yet. He needed a way to understand this world. Even now, he still subconsciously regarded this real world as a game, thinking of the raiders as mere monsters like the zombies and skeletons. "We are human, isn't it normal to have intelligence?" The disaster team leader nodded, speaking with a somewhat strange expression. Ji Chen's worldview was shaken. It was hard for him to accept that a raider claimed to be human. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, disaster villagers were still villagers, were they not human? The presence or absence of intelligence was extremely important for living beings. Zombies and skeletons were mindless monsters, unable to unite for hunting, giving Ji Chen the impression of merely moving NPCs, posing no danger at all. However, once a being possessed intelligence, everything changed. They could communicate, learn, and even cooperate to hunt enemies far stronger than themselves. The actions of the disaster team had already fully proven this point. Seeing that Ji Chen seemed interested in the issue of biological intelligence, the disaster team leader organized his words a bit and flattered. "In this world, there are only 3 ways for beings to gain intelligence. The first is to form groups and gain a sense of collective identity, allowing the group to develop civilization and intelligence. The second is through mutation. Some beings may awaken intelligence after external stimuli, though the chances are extremely low." The disaster team leader paused here, as if hesitating about something. "And the third?" Ji Chen couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure about the third method, but I've heard from the elders in the kingdom that some beings chosen by the gods can gain wisdom beyond that of ordinary beings. To this day, I have never seen anyone chosen by the gods." Chosen by the gods? Ji Chen felt as if he had stumbled upon something significant, but at the same time, a new question arose. Is there really a divine presence in this world? And are the humans who crossed over from Blue Star also the work of the gods? This is a game that selects the strong. Ji Chen suddenly recalled the words he heard when he first crossed over. Now, upon careful reflection, they seemed to carry a hint of irony. He steadied his mind, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his head, and said, "Where is the kingdom of calamity you speak of?" The captain of the calamity team looked at the handsome young man before him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The other party seemed completely unaware of the land of calamity, even lacking knowledge of the simplest method of traversing the area. In fact, the land of calamity is everywhere. This place can also be the territory of the kingdom of calamity. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the calamity team took out his axe and swung it directly at the head of the red-clad guard Taoist beside him. The red-clad guard Taoist either had a reflex delay or simply had no intention of dodging at all. The axe fell, splitting the square head in two, and the red-clad guard Taoist died on the spot, blood splattering across the ground. This scene left Ji Chen dumbfounded. Attacking one's own people was quite something. However, in the next moment, he could no longer smile. As soon as the red-clad guard Taoist died, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly. The towering peaks that had been behind him vanished, replaced by a volcano belching thick smoke. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. The white birch forest that had been reduced to bare trunks was now a sandy, stony desert landscape. Everything changed too quickly, leaving Ji Chen feeling a bit dazed. Ding! Welcome to the land of calamity. Ji Chen's pupils constricted in an instant. He realized he had been ambushed. He raised the iron sword in his hand, the tip aimed directly at the throat of the calamity captain. The land of calamity? You actually play dirty. The calamity captain did not panic. He dodged the thrust of the iron sword with a swift movement. Calm down, warrior, you are on our territory now. Ah! Just as Ji Chen was taken aback, a blue arrow pierced his spine, and his entire body felt as if it had been pierced by thousands of steel nails. He turned to look, and the area was now surrounded by over 50 raiders armed with bows and crossbows, and the blue arrows were shot from them. Ah, kid, you're still too green. Since you've come to the land of calamity, you might as well stay. The captain of the calamity team kicked Ji Chen, who had been struck by the arrow, over, his earlier compliments instantly turning into mockery. Ji Chen wanted to struggle to get up, but the blue particles emanating from his body were continuously sapping his strength. This blue arrow had the ability to seal his hunger level. The captain of the calamity team patted Ji Chen's head, his voice tinged with a hint of pity. Don't waste your energy. This arrow is meant for people like you who possess divine power. Once struck by this arrow, within 3 days, you will completely become an ordinary person. The divine power the captain spoke of referred to Ji Chen's earlier ability to manipulate fire at will. Becoming an ordinary person? I wouldn't count on it. Ji Chen sneered. Inwardly, his eyes showing no panic after being struck by the arrow. On the contrary, he was exceptionally calm now. Sealing his hunger level would indeed cut down most of his combat power, but unfortunately, it wasn't all of it. A 3S level square puppeteer was not that weak. Suddenly, the calamity captain felt a chill behind him. A pair of iron hands landed heavily on his shoulders. He turned to look, and a steel monster with glowing red eyes had silently appeared behind him. Ah! Steel number 1 exerted force with both hands, and the calamity captain's body instantly crumbled, his parts scattering across the ground. The essence of a puppet is actually a kind of summoning, which is not affected by the host's hunger level. Soon after, the other 4 steel puppets revealed their forms and began a brutal massacre. Half an hour later, Ji-chan slowly stood up. His level had already reached the peak of level 9, just a step away from level 10. The negative effects of the arrow were still present, but his mobility had mostly recovered. He walked in front of a bloody Taoist who was already heavily injured, a small tongue left by Ji-chan on purpose. You answer whatever I ask. If you tell even one lie, you know the consequences, Ji-chan threatened quietly, pointing at the dismembered disaster team leader. The Taoist trembled at the sight of the boy emitting a faint white light. This devil had wiped out their entire disaster team in just half an hour. The most terrifying part was that he had accomplished this while still under the effect of the cursed arrow. How did you transport a living person to the land of disaster? Ji-chan asked his first question. The Taoist, already scared out of his wits, hurriedly replied to save his life. It was Shinpan. They are people with special spatial abilities who can create a bridge connecting 2 areas with their bodies. Once Shinpan dies, the person transported over naturally returns. Shinpan? This was the first time Ji-chan had heard such a term. If what this person said was true, then the red-clothed Taoist whose head was split in half was the Shinpan he mentioned. So, as long as I find another Shinpan, I can go back? Theoretically, yes, but I can't guarantee that the Shinpan you find won't have other ideas, the Taoist said, becoming agitated, his voice trembling. What I said is true. You can't go back on your word. Let me go free. Ji-chan nodded, a simple smile appearing on his face. Don't worry, as long as you are honest, your life won't be in danger. Second question, do you know where I can find a Shinpan? Hearing Ji-chan's promise, the Taoist's unease lessened a bit, and he quickly replied again. The Kingdom of Disaster has many organizations that cultivate Shinpan. Shinpan's lives aren't considered precious, so they aren't hard to find. You should be able to find one in the capital. So that's why that disaster team leader acted so decisively. Using lives as teleportation charms, the land of disaster was truly chaotic. Very well, you are free. Ji-chan was very satisfied with the man's answer. After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Once Ji-chan had walked far away, the Taoist let out a long sigh of relief, and his expression began to turn sinister. He took out a signaling firework from his bosom and began to murmur, "There is an invasion by outsiders, alert." Just as his words fell, before the firework could ascend, a sharp bone spike pierced through his heart, chilling him to the core. The bone puppet slowly revealed itself from the shadows, picked up the fallen firework, and quickly pursued the direction Ji-chan had left. On the Black Gobi Desert, a figure swiftly darted past, followed by the sound of the system. Ding! The aura of disaster is eroding the host's mind. Please return to your area as soon as possible. The air in the land of disaster seemed to contain a special dark aura, which felt like a force but more like a curse, causing all living beings that stepped here to fall into darkness. Ji-chan furrowed his brows, an inexplicable surge of irritability rising within him. He knew he had been affected by the curse of disaster. No! If I keep wandering aimlessly like this, I'll either starve to death or be assimilated into disaster. He had been wandering here alone for a long time, surrounded by an endless expanse of Black Gobi, not a single tree in sight, let alone anything edible truly deserving of the name disaster. After a moment of thought, he decided to take a risk. He pulled out a firework from his pocket, the very firework that the little tongue wanted to use to send a signal. The little tongue had been killed by the backup plan, he said, and now Ji-chan intended to use this firework to locate the Kingdom of Disaster. Search! The firework shot into the sky, dazzling light exploding in the air. Although it was daytime, the brightness was still clearly visible. The words of the little tongue before its death seemed to quickly transmit far away through some medium. There are foreign invaders, alert! There are foreign invaders, alert! Ji-chan concealed himself, and the next thing to do was to wait for the raiders to come to him. On the other side, in the wilderness of the Kingdom of Disaster, a young man in white was kneeling before 2 corpses, wailing in despair, his voice mournful and sorrowful, with 2 gallows nearby appearing particularly jarring. The 2 corpses before him looked peaceful in death, the marks of strangulation clearly visible on their necks. Father, mother, why were you so foolish? Rebellion against the country is a serious crime. Why did you do this? Why did you do this? It's all my fault. For being useless. If I were strong enough, you might not have had to die. The young man in white trembled uncontrollably, his head bleeding from where he had struck it. 2 guards nearby, seeing the young man cry so pitifully, wore expressions of disdain. Your parents committed a serious crime. As the child of a criminal, it is already a great mercy that the king did not execute you. You should take care of yourself. With that, the two guards turned and left, leaving the young man kneeling in place. The young man pounded the ground with his fists in anguish, watching helplessly as his parents' bodies turned into specks of starlight and vanished. Is our fate really so cheap? Why does heaven treat us this way? I don't understand. There are foreign invaders. Alert! Just as the young man was engulfed in sorrow, the signal firework launched by Ji-Chen exploded in his ears. The sound seemed to come from a great distance, and by the time it reached the young man's ears, he could barely catch the last echo before it quickly dissipated into nothingness. Not good. The young man suddenly awoke, not having time to grieve, and turned to run towards the kingdom's city. Although his parents had been executed by the kingdom as a citizen of disaster, it was his unshirkable responsibility to report the trouble facing the kingdom of disaster, regardless of his personal grievances. Not good. This is serious. Foreign invaders are coming with a large army. Level 1 red alert. Level 1 red alert. The young man's voice caught the attention of a small disaster team. The team leader frowned and interrupted the young man, shouting, "What are you shouting about? Do you know what a level 1 alert represents?" "I know. It indicates that the enemy's combat power is at least over 1,000. We must gather the troops to confront them." The young man did not cower in the face of the disaster leader's reprimand, speaking with neither arrogance nor submission. "Humph. Gather the troops, you make it sound so easy, but where's the evidence? I heard the sound of the signaling fireworks. It seemed to come from a very far place. I only caught a phrase." The boy became anxious, his voice trembling slightly. As soon as he heard about the signaling fireworks, the captain of the disaster team clearly took it seriously. This thing was not used unless absolutely necessary. He gave a look to his subordinate, signaling him to immediately relay this news back to the city. "Are you a heartbound?" The disaster team leader noticed the black mark on the boy's neck, his voice laced with disdain as he asked. "Yes." The boy felt a bit guilty, his gaze darting around, not daring to meet the disaster team leader's eyes. Although Heartbound had the ability to jump through space, their status in the land of disaster was not high. Many people treated Heartbound as a one-time teleportation talisman. "Very well, if that's the case, this will be easy. Since you heard the sound of the signaling fireworks, locating its position shouldn't be difficult, right? Theoretically, it is possible, but as soon as he heard he would have to locate the teleportation, the boy hesitated. The space-jumping ability of Heartbound had a very fatal flaw: it could not jump back and forth between different regional worlds. If the sound of the signaling fireworks came from another regional world, after sending them there, the only way for the boy to return to the land of disaster would be to kill the Heartbound. The boy did not want to take on this hard task, so he tried to decline. "Humph. No buts. You are the only one in the entire disaster kingdom who heard the sound of the signaling fireworks. The likelihood of this is too low. If you don't want to be accused of falsely reporting military information, then take us to scout it out." Upon hearing this, the boy panicked completely. He was not yet 16 years old. Not to mention whether the source of the signaling fireworks was outside the region. Even if it was indeed a strong enemy, the first to die would be someone like him who had no combat power. "According to the kingdom's laws, I have the right to refuse." The boy's gaze became firm, his voice full of energy. "No, you do not." The disaster captain placed an iron axe against the boy's neck, his eyes filled with contempt. The boy quickly stepped back 2 paces, breaking the void and wanting to jump away, when a blue arrow pierced his skin directly. Ah! A strong sense of weakness instantly flooded the boy's entire body, causing him to fall from the void and crash to the ground. The disaster captain walked up to the boy with a smile, his voice filled with feigned gentleness. "Don't worry, we'll just take a distant look. We won't engage in battle with the strong enemy. After all, this is a level 1 red alert. We can't mobilize the entire national army just because of your word." The boy's eyes were filled with anger, but he was helpless, so he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Seeing the boy agree, the disaster captain leisurely tossed him a bucket of milk to help him dispel the curse power in his body. "Time waits for no one, let's get started now." On the other side, Ji-Chen concealed his form, waiting listlessly for the fish to take the bait. "That firework can't have expired, can it? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long?" Just as Ji-Chen was about to think of another way, the air rippled slightly, and then a dozen raiders appeared out of thin air in front of him. "They're here." Ji-Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly lowering his body to avoid detection, signaling the 5 iron puppets hidden in the shadows to quietly surround the raiders. The combat power of these raiders was not much stronger than that of ordinary little white skeletons, but what Ji-Chen feared most was that they were intelligent beings capable of teamwork and using various tools. Ji-Chen had not forgotten how the last wave of raiders had blown up his farm with firebombs. Now that his hunger value was sealed, the only combat means he had left were the puppets in his hands. Unless absolutely necessary, Ji-Chen was unwilling to take this risky step. "No one? You dare to lie to me?" Just as Ji-Chen was about to make a move, the raider captain turned and glared at a person in white clothing in the team, his gaze extremely unfriendly. "It's impossible, Captain, you have to believe me. I clearly sensed a distress signal here." Before the raider in white could finish speaking, the squad leader kicked him directly. "You're just a lowly heartbound. What right do you have to make me believe you? I only trust my eyes." The heartbound in white was kicked away, rolling on the ground several times before lying there, groaning in pain. The remaining raiders quietly watched, showing no intention of helping the heartbound in white, their eyes filled with disgust. This scene left Ji-Chen dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the heartbound to have such a low status in the Kingdom of Calamity. After all, they possessed spatial teleportation abilities, yet they were treated with such violence and disdain. In the land of Calamity, heartbound had the ability to shatter space, but due to their innate physical defects, they couldn't lift anything, not even don basic armor. Simply put, aside from spatial jumping, the combat power of a heartbound was virtually zero. This was a fatal flaw for the Kingdom of Calamity, which revered martial power. The squad leader stepped forward, looking down at the still struggling heartbound in white. "Remember, you heartbound are merely tools for the Kingdom of Calamity to unify the world. The fact that your race hasn't been exterminated proves you still have value. Stop trying to play tricks on me. Tell me, what did you bring us here for?" "Captain, I didn't lie. I really sensed a distress signal here." The boy in white was filled with fear. In the Kingdom of Calamity, falsely reporting military information was a serious crime, especially for someone like him, who was even lower than a dog. The squad leader squatted down, carefully examining the face of the heartbound in white, as if recalling something, and spoke. "What is your relationship to the two planners of the recent heartbound rebellion?" My parents," the boy stammered. Heartbound were also human. They had feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. After long-term oppression and discrimination, they eventually erupted, launching a major uprising, simply seeking the most basic dignity from the kingdom. However, due to their inherently weak constitution and the cursed arrows that could restrain all divine powers, the rebel forces were quickly suppressed and the two planners were executed by hanging. After getting the answer he wanted, the captain of Calamity actually chuckled, stepping hard on the boy's head and applying pressure. "So it's you. No wonder you look so familiar." He waved his hand, signaling others to come over. "We are able to survive in this land of disaster solely because of the king's grace. Your parents actually think about overthrowing the rule of the disaster kingdom. They truly do not know what is good for them. Hit me hard. Today I will deal with the remnants of the rebels for the king." The captain of the disaster squad had spoken, and the other team members showed no mercy, punching and kicking the white-clad youth without a hint of sympathy. "You and your parents are all a bunch of filthy bugs. Die. Once you're dead, we can go back. Your bones are really tough. You were born to be beaten." The white-clad youth felt the pain radiating from all over his body and the ugly insults ringing in his ears. His consciousness gradually fading. His parents had been hanged, and he was powerless. When he learned that enemies were attacking the kingdom, he willingly set aside his deep-seated hatred for his loved ones and, without hesitation, chose to pass on the message. But in the end, he was met with others' beatings and curses. At that moment, the white-clad youth finally understood why his parents had chosen to resist. The land of disaster was not hell, it was the hearts of men. "If there is a next life, I want to be a bad person with great power." The boy murmured his last words, his voice small yet exceptionally clear. The captain of the disaster squad mocked mercilessly. "You think you can be a bad person? Don't worry, there won't be a next life. I don't know if there will be a next life, but in this life, I can make you a bad person." A voice like thunder suddenly rang out behind the members of the disaster squad, startling them into stopping their assault. A boy appeared out of nowhere, stepping towards them 1 foot at a time. "How dare you trespass into the land of disaster?" "Trespass?" Ji-Chen chuckled. "I wouldn't want this godforsaken place even if you gave it to me. You think it's a treasure." Although Ji-Chen and the white-clad Xin-Pan both looked like youths, their images and temperaments were worlds apart at that moment. One was covered in blood, helpless and pitiful. The other was spirited, confident, and powerful. The captain of the disaster squad drew his iron axe, warily staring at the foreigner who had appeared out of nowhere. Puppets attacked together and wiped them out. With a command, 5 iron puppets burst forth from the ground and charged at the disaster squad. The dozen or so members of the disaster squad hurriedly faced the enemy, shooting their cursed arrows at the 5 iron puppets. What they never expected was that the iron puppets did not dodge at all and directly took the arrows that were shot at them. Quickly send reinforcements to the kingdom." One member of the disaster squad had just taken out a signaling firework when he was pierced by a bone puppet, turning into a pincushion. To end the battle quickly, Ji-Chen also released the bone puppets, which had low attack power. Over 30 bone puppets charged up for a ranged attack together, and the damage was still quite considerable. Ji-Chen stepped in front of the young man in white and handed over his last golden carrot. "Are you hungry? Have a bite?" The boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, confused, took the golden carrot, uncertainly saying, "The foreign tribe mentioned in the signal fireworks is you?" Ji Chen nodded, not denying it. "That's right, it's me, but none of that matters now. I just heard you say you want to be a bad person. Maybe I can help you. And I can make you a very powerful bad person." "Help me? How?" The deathly look in the boy's eyes faded, and his voice took on a hint of determination. Ji Chen felt a flicker of joy in his heart. This person, capable of spatial teleportation, must be lured into his camp. The first step for a good person to become bad: kill someone. As he spoke, Ji Chen threw an iron sword from his backpack to the boy, then waved for Iron One to bring over the nearly dead disaster team leader. Use this iron sword to kill him. Kill him? The boy's pupils constricted. He was still a child and had never killed anyone. The only dead person he had seen was his own parents. The disaster team leader lifted his purple eyelids and spat out harshly, "Traitor, you lowly heartworm, dare to conspire with foreign tribes to betray your own kind. The kingdom of disaster will not let you go." "Shut up!" Ji Chen slapped him, then coldly said, "Your own kind? That's ridiculous. If I hadn't intervened, it seems your own kind would have been killed by you. He deserves it." "Who told him to report false military information?" "Just as he mentioned. False military information." The disaster team leader clearly froze, immediately sensing something was off. The young man in white seemed to really be telling the truth. After all, a remarkably powerful foreign tribe was standing right in front of him, slapping him in the face. Ji Chen was too lazy to talk more with the disaster team leader and turned back to the young man in white. "What have you decided? As long as you kill him, we will be one of us. I can give you everything you want." Ji Chen spoke with the demeanor of a great villain. The young man's eyes struggled, his heart was in turmoil, but he finally said, "No matter what, he is still my own kind. I beg you, can you spare his life?" "Spare his life?" Ji Chen shook his head helplessly. He had been beaten to such a state and was still thinking of speaking up for the perpetrator. Taking a saintly person as a subordinate was not a good thing. "I really don't know whether to call you kind or foolish." "Fine, let's skip the first step and jump straight to the second step: betrayal. You said if a person betrays their own kind and helps a foreign tribe kill their own kind, can this person be called a bad person?" "Of course, they are a bad person." The young man's pupils shook violently. Ji Chen's words instantly awakened him from his dream. "That's right." At this moment, the young man in white seemed to shed a layer of shackles. The disaster aura within him was completely ignited, and his overall demeanor underwent a tremendous change, leaving Ji Chen secretly astonished. This child can't be driven mad by himself, can he? Ji Chen thought that he would need to provide more guidance in the future regarding the other party's ideological education. If he really turned him into an ungrateful wolf, he would be the one getting hurt. The boy bent down to pick up the iron sword, but due to the flaws in his heart, he was unsuccessful. However, he did not give up. Without a weapon, he still had his fists, and fists wrapped in hatred could also kill. "Ah, traitor, stop. The kingdom of disaster will not let you go." The already severely injured disaster team leader had no power to resist under the young man's fists. It was you who caused my parents' deaths. I should have realized it earlier. I should have realized it earlier. Just like that, a heart filled with powerlessness pounded again and again, grinding a fully armed disaster captain to death. Looking at his blood-soaked hands, the white-clad youth's eyes began to turn blood red. The accumulated aura of disaster from long-term exposure to the land of calamity erupted completely, and his expression gradually became insane. "Is this what it feels like to kill? Is this what it feels like to be liberated?" Ji Chen unconsciously swallowed. My god, this kid must have some psychological issues, jumping directly from one extreme to another. Actually, if you want to be a bad person, you still have to learn to be grateful. Otherwise, you can only be a low-level bad person who hasn't escaped the evil taste. Ji Chen cleared his throat, feeling that his little brother could still be saved. The white-clad youth suddenly came to his senses. The blood red in his eyes quickly faded, and he knelt down with a thud in Ji Chen's direction. "You have given me a chance to be reborn. From today on, you are my master, the master of the disaster lark, and my life is yours." Disaster lark? This name is somewhat interesting. Actually, I prefer you to call me boss or big brother. Master makes me sound old. Got it, Master Big Brother. Ji Chen nodded, although he felt that the other party's personality had some minor flaws. These were small issues that could be resolved with some positive reinforcement in the future. Having a heartbound little brother would make traveling or escaping much more convenient. The most important thing was that they could go back now. "Lark, let's go." "Where are you going, Master?" "I can take you there. Home." At the back mountain of the base, a rift in spacetime was torn open. Ji Chen and the disaster lark walked out from it. Ji Chen took a deep breath of the sweet air and said somewhat contentedly, "It's still comfortable to stay in my own area. The aura of disaster is too heavy over there." "What Master Big Brother said is right." The disaster lark nodded in agreement. Ding! The 100-day crisis has begun, 98 days remaining. The system's prompt came a bit late, causing Ji Chen to frown. He had only stayed in the land of disaster for a day and a half, so logically, there should still be half a day's preparation time left. Why was there only 98 days remaining as soon as he arrived? Could it be that the flow of time is different in different regions? Just as Ji-Chen was pondering this, a piece of white transparent paper appeared in his hand, and the system's prompt sounded again. Base planning map. The host can use lifespan to delineate their territory in this area. Within the host's territory, crisis monsters cannot spawn. The more lifespan spent, the larger the territory covered. This transparent paper should have been given to Ji-Chen when the crisis first began, but since he wasn't in this area at that time, it was only now being supplemented. Ji-Chen thought for a moment. With this paper, the difficulty of the crisis would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't have to worry about a zombie suddenly appearing beside him. Throwing the base planning map into the air, he had plenty of lifespan now, so he simply decided to invest 30 years of lifespan into it, covering an area of over 10 kilometers. Ding! The system has detected that there are already 9 base planning maps in this area. Does the host choose to overwrite them? These 9 base planning maps should have been placed by Wang Chang and the others, but because Ji-Chen had just recharged 30 years of lifespan, the priority was far higher than their base planning maps, so he could directly choose to overwrite. Yes! With Ji-Chen's command, a regional planning map containing 30 years of lifespan unfurled in the wind, enveloping an area of more than 10 kilometers. Immediately, everything within this area, including Chu Linger and Wang Chang, was clearly presented in his mind, as if he had a 360-degree all-encompassing camera. Bailing, take me to the front. Mountain. Ji-Chen suddenly became serious, as he could clearly see in his consciousness that Wang Chang and the others were being besieged by a group of zombies. The disaster Bailing nodded, raised his hand, and tore the space in front of him. Again. Although the ability of Shinpan could not be used to cross regions back and forth, short-distance continuous jumps within a region were still possible. Front mountain. Wang Chang held up his shield, struggling to hold on, while continuously coughing up blood. No, there are too many zombies here, we need to retreat back to the cave. Our rear is also full of zombies, we can't go back. Brothers, hold on. Just a little longer, there will definitely be a way. Cough cough. Wang Chang swung his iron sword with all his might, decapitating the zombies in front of him, fighting his way through with injuries. Let's go. We retreat back to the cave. The transformed zombies were very strong, far exceeding their expectations. Their health was not only double that of ordinary zombies, but their speed had also significantly increased. The most deadly part was their absurd numbers. For every one you killed, 2 would appear around you, as if they were endless. Just as they were about to break through, a red-clothed zombie suddenly targeted the relatively defenseless Chu Linger, taking advantage of the Iron Armor Gang's disarray to bite fiercely at her neck. It's over. By the time the Iron Armor Gang wanted to defend, it was too late. More zombies surrounded them, making it difficult for them to protect themselves. At that moment, a fluctuation in time and space occurred, and a giant steel object suddenly fell to the ground, instantly crushing the zombie that was lunging at Chu Linger. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, 5 base security personnel gathered together, firmly withstanding all the attacks from the surrounding zombies. My dear subordinates, did you miss me? Everyone looked up, and Ji-Chen, along with the boy in white, was hovering in the air, smiling at them. Wang Chang was overjoyed. Boss, you finally came back. We are saved. The rest of the Iron Armor Gang also cheered. It's our turn to counterattack now. These damn zombies, go die. Ji-Chen's arrival undoubtedly gave them a sense of reassurance, and everyone seemed to be invigorated. Their combat power greatly increased, pushing the zombies back in waves. To their surprise, the dead zombies did not continue to generate, and their numbers visibly decreased. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. The immense pressure suddenly lifted, and they all collapsed to the ground. The 9 of them had pieced together their base planning maps, which was only enough to cover the area of their living cave. Ji-Chen directly spent 30 years of lifespan to buy out the surrounding area with the base planning map. From now on, zombies would no longer be automatically generated. Here, Chu Linger showed an excited expression. Boss, you're not dead. If you say your emotional intelligence is low, then don't talk. Ji-Chen's face darkened. He knew the other party meant no harm, but that statement sounded strange. No matter how he heard it, Ji-Chen and the Calamity Lark walked out of the time-space rift and joined the others on the ground. Looking at the devastated base around them, he said somewhat angrily, I say, you guys are really disappointing. The defense system was planned for so long, how could you ruin it in just 2 days? Chu Linger and the Iron Armor Gang kept their heads down and said nothing. After Ji-Chen disappeared, they were left without a leader. Wang Chang had no leadership skills, and after just 2 days of chaos, the base's defense system had completely collapsed. Ji-Chen looked at everyone with long faces and no response, and could only sigh helplessly. It seems that for a team to grow quickly, it still needs a capable deputy leader. That way, the margin for error is guaranteed. But don't worry, since I'm back, this kind of thing won't happen again. Does anyone have food? I'm about to starve. Upon hearing that the boss was hungry, Wang Chang quickly pulled out half a pack of rotten meat from his backpack and handed it over. Ji Chen glanced at the rotten meat in Wang Chang's hand, feeling a wave of internal disdain. How did things get worse as they developed? Wang Chang also sensed Ji Chen's thoughts and explained in a low voice, "Boss, after you disappeared, we don't know who blew up the aerial farm we built. Without a food source, we had no choice but to go outside to find something to eat, which led to the scene of being besieged by zombies just now. Couldn't you buy some food from the food guild? We can earn back our lifespan, but we only have one life." Ji Chen was quite disappointed with Wang Chang's lack of adaptability. Wang Chang shook his head, his voice tinged with sadness. "It's useless. We tried, but they said we are under DXIN, so they absolutely refused to sell us even a bit of food, even if we are willing to pay several times the market price for lifespan. They just won't sell." Hearing this, Ji Chen's anger surged. It was bad enough that the Mason Association was suppressing them, but now the Food Guild was joining in. Fine, he would remember this grudge. He would thank them in the future. Ji Chen took the rotten meat from Wang Chang's hand and took a big bite, the hunger effect particles starting to emerge in his body. "By the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is the new member of our loving family named Calamity Lark. You must not bully him." Ji Chen turned and pushed the lark in front of everyone for them to get to know. The lark appeared somewhat shy, unable to muster a word for a long time until Wang Chang took the initiative to be friendly. "Ha ha, we're all brothers here, no need to be so formal. If you have any issues in the future, just tell Uncle and Uncle will definitely support you." The others also gathered around, looking at the frail boy who had several bruises on him, feeling a bit touched. "Oh dear. Poor kid, how did you get hurt? Like this? Don't worry, our boss is really nice. If you work hard with our boss, no one will dare to bully you. I'm Suda, the second in command of the Iron Armor Gang. Nice to meet you. You don't have to be so nervous." The Calamity Lark, seeing everyone so enthusiastic, finally mustered the courage to say, "My name is Calamity Lark, I am a heartbound, and my ability is space jumping. If you ever need my help, please feel free to ask." Saying this, the Calamity Lark lowered his head again, afraid that everyone would reject him because of his heartbound identity. "Space jumping, that's a divine skill. Yeah, you actually have such an amazing ability, that's incredible. No wonder our boss took a liking to you. With your help, our base's defense capability will definitely reach new heights. Ha ha ha." Hearing the words of praise around him, the Calamity Lark's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He felt a long-lost warmth in this very unfamiliar land. As soon as the mention of space jumping was made, everyone clamored to have the Calamity Lark demonstrate it. The Calamity Lark turned to glance at Ji Chen, seeking his opinion. Ji Chen smiled, not making any decisions for the Lark. "You are not anyone's slave now, you can do whatever you want." The Calamity Lark was slightly moved, her eyes sparkling with a different light. In the past, whenever the Heartbound used her abilities, she had to follow the decisions of the Calamity team, and if she acted on her own, she would be met with a body full of cursed arrows. "Master, I understand." The Calamity Lark raised her somewhat weak right hand and effortlessly drew a shattered window in the air, which connected perfectly to the cave inside the base. "Wow, Lark, I can actually see the boxes in the cave from here. Yeah, from now on, when we brothers are killing zombies, we'll rely on you to protect us. Going in and out 7 times is no longer a dream. I'll say it here, if any of you rough men dare to bully Lark, I, Sude, will be the first to disagree." "Look at what you're saying, just don't bully her." Once the Calamity Lark's abilities were revealed, she quickly became the darling of this group of rough men. From the Ironclad gang, her status almost surpassing that of Chu Linger beside her. Which charging warrior wouldn't love a teleportation master who could take you home at any time? But Calamity Lark felt a bit shy from all the praise, mustering her breath to widen the spatial rift for everyone to pass through. Ji Chen smiled as he watched this warm scene. His team was gradually taking shape, with a healer, a charging warrior, and a teleportation master who could greatly enhance combat mobility. Everything was developing towards a perfect team. Just as everyone was enjoying the moment, Ji Chen's heart suddenly contracted violently, followed by a sharp pain that quickly spread throughout his body. What was happening? Was it a side effect of the cursed arrows? No, that couldn't be. The cursed power within him was already minimal. Ji Chen felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his heart, a pain that almost exceeded what a human could bear. What on earth is going on? Ding. Host level has reached level 10. First gene lock decrypted, all attributes doubled, class upgrade, block Puppeteer, block enchanter. New skill acquired, point enchantment LV1, can apply enchantment effects to any item, including summoned puppets with permanent effects. Ding. Point enchantment requires the use of lapis lazuli puppets and diamond puppets. Please create these 2 types of puppets as soon as possible. As the system's voice faded, the intense pain vanished without a trace, leaving only an infinite warmth. After leveling up from 9 to 10, not only did his attributes increase, but even his class title changed from Block Puppeteer to Block Enchanter. Opening the system panel, all aspects of his attributes underwent a digital transformation. Name: Ji-Chen level, level 10 health, 100 points hunger, 100 points attack, 40 points defense, 10 points speed, 20 points class SSS block puppeteer, SSS block enchanter divine power, block control LV2, block puppet LV1, flame burn LV1, point enchantment LV1, leader title LV1. After reaching level 10, Ji-Chen's various attributes could now stand toe-to-toe with a steel puppet. In terms of overall combat power, he could easily take on 5 steel puppets without falling behind. More importantly, Ji-Chen gained a new skill, point enchantment. Although point enchantment sounded ordinary, the potential for its operability was not to be underestimated. Imagine attaching a Soul Reaper to Iron Number 1 and placing it among a horde of corpses. It would be like a great lord, and even the most powerful zombies would have to kneel and sing of submission. Moreover, there are no rules stating that a puppet can only be enchanted once. Effects like knockback, fire addition, precise collection, thorns, these can all manifest on a single puppet. A fully armed iron army would make you question whether you are afraid or not. Among the crowd, Schulinger was the first to notice Ji-Chen's unusual behavior and asked with some confusion, "What are you grinning about?" "I'm happy, can't I smile when I'm happy?" Ji-Chen waved his hand, offering no further explanation, and followed the others through the spatial rift created by the disaster lark into the cave. From this upgrade, he clearly discovered something very important: professions can also be upgraded. Every 10 levels mark a stage, and after level 10, a brand new profession would emerge based on the original, along with a related skill. It goes without saying that this is definitely not just Ji-Chen's exclusive privilege. Wang Cheng and Schulinger would also see their professions upgrade and grow stronger, just not as ridiculously as his. As for whether the same profession could branch into different directions, that would require further exploration. Ji-Chen was constantly calculating his next plans, and getting his subordinates upgraded needed to be prioritized. Now that the base's defense and food systems were completely paralyzed, the first mess he had to clean up was to resolve these two issues and re-establish a good circulation system. Given the previous suppression from the food guild, he wouldn't leave them any room to breathe. Unlike the previous single-layer aerial farm, this time he aimed to build a super-large stacked farm with 100 layers. Each layer of the farm would have an area twice that of the original, and the amount of soil required was astronomical. For others, this would be an impossible task, but for Ji-Chen, it wasn't difficult. Instantly collecting without consuming any hunger points, he only needed to prepare the food consumed during exercise. In just one morning, he plowed the land around the base and collected quite a bit of soil. During this time, he also encountered many zombies wandering in from outside the base. After a few punches and kicks, he no longer had to worry about food for the time being. Now that the pumpkin supply was gone, the zombie heads had once again become precious resources in Ji-Chen's eyes, and he would rely on them to make the initial bone puppets. The blueprint is good. Let's build the farm in this format. Call all the ironclad gang members and aim to complete the first 3 layers before dark. Ji-Chen handed the farm blueprint to Schulinger, urging everyone to start on a few layers to address the urgent need, with plans to gradually expand upwards later. The number of transformed zombies could still be barely managed during the day, but at night, their numbers were simply appalling. Schulinger looked at the contents of the blueprint, and upon seeing the 100-layer farm, her mouth fell open in astonishment. Putting aside whether the 100-layer farm could actually be built, just the idea itself from Ji-Chen had already shocked her for 100 years. This big boy in front of her always had incredible things in his mind. The core collection system of the farm. Ji-Chen did not intend to let the straw puppets act as the collection program anymore. The speed of collecting with water flow and funnels was faster. The straw puppets were only responsible for sowing after harvesting. With a command from Ji-Chen, everyone in the base got busy. Even the stone puppets served as transportation tools. The combat power of the stone puppets was not high, but their patience was much stronger than that of the iron puppets. Especially in digging stones, their speed was significantly faster than ordinary people, making them natural miners. Ji-Chen took out the zombie heads he had collected in advance, his eyes shining with a divine light, planning to refine these heads all at once. Ding! Zombie head puppetization *50. A few spicy strips entered his mouth, and his hunger value quickly filled up. Controlling puppets did not consume hunger value, but refining at the beginning still consumed a lot of stamina. Ji-Chen thought for a long time, and in the end, he turned all these zombie heads into stone puppets. The base was currently under construction, and high-quality labor like stone puppets was in great demand. Additionally, he wanted to build a mining system with stone puppets as the main force. After all, the stone business was quite profitable. Speaking of stones, Ji-Chen immediately thought of his DE shop. The stones stored in the shop had long been sold out, and he hadn't restocked, which was equivalent to breaking his promise in the pinned message. Those buyers must have cursed him to no end. Opening the message board of the DE shop, the first line that caught his eye was surprisingly not a curse. Who understands? How could such a conscientious shop close down? Yeah, look at his avatar, it's blacked out. He must have been bitten by a zombie. Boo-hoo, hope the shop owner is okay. I'll accompany a stick. Upstairs, where did you get the smoke? No smoke, just craving. Casually found a wooden stick to chew on. Damn Stone Mason Association, their stones have increased in price again. Now that the DE shop is closed, where are we common players supposed to buy stones to repair the base? There were many messages, but not a single one cursed Ji-Chen. Most of the messages were concerned about him, and some even used the DE shop's message area as a place to vent their grievances. Ji-Chen felt a bit moved. In this chaotic world, everyone was having a hard time. He opened the Stone Mason Association shop to take a look, and the price of a set of raw stones had actually increased to 3 months of lifespan. It was simply extortion. It seems that during my disappearance these past few days, you all have been living quite comfortably. Ji-Chen had a vague premonition that the Food Guild's exclusion of them was likely related to the Stone Mason Association. It didn't matter, he would take action. From today onwards, whether it was the Stone Mason Association or the Food Guild, they would all go bankrupt. In a matchbox built of mud, an unknown player was trembling. Without stones, he could only rely on the soft mud to block the zombie attacks. Once the zombies got a bit stronger, the mud would be insufficient. In a state of sudden change, zombies would gradually become stronger over time. Mud could only withstand zombies for less than 10 days. If he wanted to survive longer, he had to buy stones, which could withstand zombies for less than 50 days, greatly increasing the safety factor. This was also the real reason why the Stone Mason Association kept raising prices yet still had buyers. How am I supposed to live like this? In 10 days, the zombies will learn to destroy the mud. The player sighed, repeatedly holding his forehead. He only had 1 year of lifespan left in storage. If he spent it all, he would have to use his own lifespan to buy what he needed in the future. Ding! The DE shop you are particularly concerned about has just listed 300 sets of raw stones. Please purchase as needed. Damn! The big boss of DE is not dead. He sat up in shock, ready to buy stones for himself. Big boss, you are actually not dead. A set of stones only lasts for 15 days, and I'm practically crying over the Emperor's goods. Authentic. Boss, where have you been these past few days? My wallet misses you. No. Boss, why do you always wait until I've bought all the stones from the Masons Association before you restock? Are you targeting me? No way. I need to go get a refund from those guys at the Masons Association. Ji-Chen looked at the messages from various players and couldn't help but laugh like a pig. These 300 sets of stones were what he had worked overtime to mine, just enough to solve his immediate problem. Once his stone golem quarry project was completed, the issue of stone supply would be resolved. In fact, he had another purpose: buying seeds. The construction of the farm was already on the agenda, but the seed issue had not been resolved, especially the pumpkin seeds, none of which were left after the explosion. With zombies rampant outside, it was impossible to search for more. The only way was to buy them from the system store or other players. Ji-Chen quickly typed a message to pin at the top. Thank you all for your concern and support. I did encounter some issues recently, but they have all been resolved now. To give back to both new and old users, the Emperor's shop is launching a Seed for Stone exchange event. For every 3 different seeds, you can exchange for a set of stones at this store, limited to 1 exchange per person until the 300 sets are gone. Immediately, a new event button appeared in the bottom right corner of the Emperor's shop. The page that opened was very simple, just like a simplified workbench. Place 3 seeds in the 3 slots on the left, and as long as they meet the requirements, a set of stones would appear in the slot on the right. Easy to understand at a glance. Once the event was announced, it instantly sparked interest across the internet. After all, this event was no different from throwing money in the eyes of players. The comment count for the Emperor's shop surged, reigniting the dissipated excitement from the past few days. Ha! Boss, why are you suddenly collecting seeds? Is the Emperor's shop going to venture into the food brand business? You're so dumb. Upstairs, the shop owner is clearly throwing money around. Just enjoy it quietly. Thank you for the generous gift, boss. I have to say, Ji-Chen's move was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only collected enough raw seeds but also built up enough reputation and excitement for the Emperor's shop, laying a solid foundation for future business battles. On a plain, towering city walls surrounded the Masons Association, blocking the attacks from the outside zombies. If any civilian players passed by, they would surely exclaim how extravagant it was. The stones here were things they couldn't afford even with their lives. In fact, the cost of these stones wasn't high. In a place like the Masons Association, where many miners and quarry workers gathered, the cost price of a set of stones was only a few hours of lifespan. The reason the Masons Association could soar to great heights was largely thanks to the trial of the past 100 days. Bang! A wooden door was kicked open, and Hu Biao, looking panicked, said, "President, something bad has happened. The Emperor's shop has come back to life." Jia Jun said, 6. The 5th day of the upheaval. The 100-layer farm has been built up to 15 layers, and the food system within the base has basically recovered, even leading to a surplus of food that cannot be consumed. Of course, it is still not time to sell food for money. To have a chance to interact with the Food Association, the farm must reach 50 layers. The Mason Association has been thrown into chaos due to the sudden return of the DE shop, especially their president, Ja Junyu, who is overwhelmed and unable to eat or sleep in peace. Meanwhile, Ji-Chen's fully automated ore collection system has been preliminarily completed, and the stone golems mine incredibly fast, rivaling professional miners. The best part is that this labor can continuously work for him without needing a salary. Looking at it this way, puppet techniques are indeed a superbug ability. After arranging life matters, the development of his own strength should also keep pace. Ji-Chen tossed out a lapis lazuli block and a pumpkin head, and with a flash of white light, a lapis lazuli golem appeared before him. The lapis lazuli golem is deep blue all over, leaving a deep blue footprint on the ground as it walks, which disappears after 15 seconds, resembling a dwarf villager. The system panel popped up, and the introduction of the lapis lazuli golem appeared before him. Lapis lazuli golem, health 100, attack power 40, defense power 10, speed 20, special attribute, can store and infinitely replicate existing enchantment books, does not require additional lapis lazuli. When using the enchantment table, all lapis lazuli golems share stored memories. The basic attributes are similar to the stone golem, but the special attribute is quite useful. It is well known that enchantment books in my world are one-time consumables. Enchanting once means one less, and they cannot be copied. However, with this lapis lazuli golem, Ji-Chen can store various precious enchantment books within the golem's body, and whenever he wants to enchant a weapon, he can use a regular book to apply the corresponding enchantment effect. This way, extremely hard to obtain enchantment books like Mending, Frostwalker, Binding Curse, and Vanishing Curse can be obtained once, and he can infinitely refill them later without worrying about running out. Selling enchantment books seems to be quite profitable too. Ji-Chen felt he was a business genius, thinking of ways to earn lifespan from everything. Master, are you free? A slightly timid voice reached Ji-Chen's ears. Turning around, he saw it was the Calamity Lark. Since joining the loving family, the Calamity Lark's personality has become much more lively, but when facing Ji-Chen, her master, she behaves unusually shy. That look in her eyes sent chills down Ji-Chen's spine, making him feel something was off. Could it be that something strange has developed? No. He must bring her back to normal. Ji-Chen set aside his work and earnestly advised, Lark, don't just stay in the cave all day, go out more and get some sun. It's good for your health. Yes, master, I will listen to you. The Calamity Lark nodded obediently, her eyes filled with little stars as she looked at Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen sighed, this girl is also pitiful, having grown up under oppression, her personality has become pathological, and correcting it is not something that can be done overnight. So, what do you need from me? I want to ask. The Calamity Lark became a bit flustered, like a shy little girl. No one here will blame you for saying the wrong thing, and no one will hit you. Just say whatever you want. Ji-Chen said somewhat helplessly, to be honest, he is not good at communicating with someone as introverted as the Calamity Lark. A warm feeling rose in the Calamity Lark's heart, and she hesitantly spoke the second half of her question. Will we have a chance to return to the land of calamity in the future? Return to the land of calamity? Ji-Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to ask this question, but upon reflection, it made sense. A boy of about 10, so far from home, inevitably misses it. The Calamity Lark looked at Ji-Chen's furrowed brow and thought it was because his master was unwilling, so he said dejectedly, if that's the case, then just pretend I never said anything. No. Ji-Chen stood up and walked in front of the Calamity Lark, his voice unusually firm as he said, we will definitely return to the land of calamity in the future, but not now. Our strength is still too weak. Going back would be tantamount to seeking death. Ji-Chen's personality was a bit reckless, but he was not arrogant at all. An SSS-level profession was indeed powerful, but without proper development, confronting an entire nation was like striking a rock with an egg. He would never do something so reckless. If he were to act, it would be with certainty, at least 98%. Ji-Chen paused for a moment and continued, you can rest assured about this matter. I will fulfill my promise to you. Once my strength is strong enough, I will conquer the entire land of calamity for you, and from then on, you will be the king of calamity. How about that? King of calamity? The Calamity Lark repeated these 4 words in a daze, as if his heart had been greatly shaken. Ji-Chen felt a bit guilty. He was becoming more and more like the wicked capitalists. Conquering the land of calamity, that was a bit of an overreach, and he didn't know if the Lark would buy into this. This shouldn't be considered as making grand promises, right? After all, he really might have the chance to conquer the land of calamity in the future. It shouldn't be considered, right? The Calamity Lark shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and said again, Master, I actually don't want to be the Lord of Calamity, I just want to be by your side forever. Ha! Ji-chen was directly stunned. What kind of wolfish words were these? Then why do you want to return? To the land of calamity? The calamity lark paused for a moment and continued. I want to return to the kingdom of calamity and bring all the heartbound there to live here. Bringing other heartbound to live here? Ah, gee. Chen's eyes lit up. How had he not thought of this idea before? Heartbound were high-level talents capable of spatial jumps. If he could gather them all and provide some training, it would be a formidable force. How many heartbound are there in the kingdom of calamity? I can contact thousands of them, the calamity lark immediately replied upon seeing Ji-chen's interest. Ji-chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. The heartbound had no rights. In the land of calamity, they couldn't eat well or sleep properly, while here, there was no shortage of food or space, and he could easily accommodate thousands of heartbound living together. However, this would definitely offend the kingdom of calamity, and conflict was inevitable. But that was fine, a little risk was acceptable compared to a team of thousands of heartbound. A brilliant corner-cutting plan slowly took shape in Ji-chen's mind. This matter is not urgent for now. You are too weak at the moment, I need to arm you. The heartbound cannot wear any equipment, not even the most ordinary wooden sword. To arm the calamity lark, Ji-chen had to think of another way. He stood up and walked to a large chest, rummaging through it to take out 5 pumpkins and half a set of iron blocks. Puppet technique activated. The pumpkins and iron blocks intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, 5 steel puppets appeared in the cave. The steel puppets made from pumpkin heads were indistinguishable from the original iron puppets, although their combat power could not compare to the personal puppets. Made from monster skulls, they were sufficient to protect the calamity lark. Ji-chen patted the calamity lark's shoulder and said, because of your physical limitations, you cannot wear any equipment or weapons. These puppets will perfectly compensate for your shortcomings in that regard. As he spoke, the 5 steel puppets slowly melted into a pool of black shadows, diving into the calamity lark's shadow. With these puppets, no one will dare to bully you again. Even when facing thousands of troops, my puppets can hold them back. If anything could quickly enhance a heartbound's combat power, it would definitely be the puppets he summoned. The mobility of space jumping combined with the high output of the steel puppets could elevate the heartbound's combat power by several levels. In this way, Ji-chen had fulfilled the promise he made to the calamity lark. The calamity lark felt the powerful force constantly moving within the shadows, and an unprecedented sense of security surged in his heart, his excited voice trembling slightly. Master, can I really harness this power? He had witnessed the might of the steel puppets firsthand. A fully armed calamity squad could barely last 2 rounds against them, truly a war machine. If he had possessed such power back then, his parents might not have had to die. Ji-chen scratched his head, unsure how to answer this question. The reason the calamity lark could control them was that the puppets obeyed his commands. All commands had to be carried out without violating Ji-chen's will. You can understand it this way, at least you don't have to worry about your own safety. I've never seen anyone who could single-handedly take on 5 steel puppets. The calamity lark was somewhat moved, bending his legs slightly as if to bow to Ji-chen. Let's skip that. Ji-chen quickly pulled the calamity lark up, smiling as he said, this is all I promised you. When I have the corresponding enchantment books in the future, I will refine even stronger puppets for you. Don't forget, your ambition is to become a powerful villain. The land of calamity, a strong aura of calamity has ravaged this place for tens of thousands of years. Only the mutated villagers of calamity can survive here. The calamity advocates slaughter, and in recent years, the calamity king has been looking for opportunities to wage war on various regions, wanting to expand his rule. The kingdom's castle. Wearing a crown and with dark skin, the calamity king sat on a high platform, looking solemnly at the knight kneeling below. He cleared his throat, and a deep, authoritative voice rang out. Speak. What is the progress of the exploration in the trial land? Replying to the king, all dead. A calamity knight replied tremulously. The calamity king's expression did not change much upon hearing this, as if such things happened often. I understand. Exploring other regions is not easy, sacrifices are inevitable. Order that the families of those who die exploring other regions will receive double the condolence money. Sweat beads formed on the calamity knight's forehead, and he did not immediately express gratitude but added, his voice trembling, the people exploring the trial land did not die in other regions, they died on their own territory, and they brought outsiders into the land of calamity. As soon as these words were spoken, the great hall fell into silence. The knight delivering the message even held his breath. The king of calamity looked slightly taken aback, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. To be killed on your own territory, what a bunch of useless fools. Degrade all their families to slaves and send them to the mines. The calamity knight swallowed hard. The thing he least wanted to hear had happened. The king of calamity had a very strange personality, brutal and bloodthirsty, and his various rules were somewhat baffling. The 2 types of sacrifices mentioned earlier were essentially no different. They all died for the kingdom, yet their treatment was completely different. The Calamity Knight wanted to plead for his fallen comrades. Your Majesty, their families are innocent, please. Do you want to be sent to the mines as well? Anger flashed across the King of Calamity's face. How dare a mere messenger knight openly question him? This was an outright insult. No. The Calamity Knight bowed deeply. Being demoted was already the best outcome. He had prepared himself for death before coming here. Hundreds of messenger knights serving the king had already died. One more wouldn't make a difference. What was to come next was even more critical. The King of Calamity calmed himself slightly and continued, "Bring that foreigner up here. I want to interrogate him personally." The Calamity Knight's heart, which had just settled, rose again. The foreigner killed a guard unit of the royal city and escaped. He also took the Lark Heart with him. This Calamity Knight was a straightforward man and did not lie to save his own life. Upon hearing about the Lark Heart, the King of Calamity's expression changed instantly and the atmosphere grew tense. He stepped down from the high platform and approached the knight, speaking in a cold voice. "Do you know what the biggest difference is between the Lark Heart and other ordinary hearts?" At this moment, the messenger knight's body was already trembling uncontrollably. As the Emperor's confidant, the reason the Lark Heart was called the Lark was that it could move freely between any areas without harm, without any restrictions. The reason the parents of the Lark revolted was largely to prevent their child, the Calamity Lark, from becoming a tool of war. They had resolved to die and resolutely launched the uprising, but unfortunately they failed. Given the King of Calamity's character, it would not be excessive to punish the Lark's entire clan. Yet their son, the Calamity Lark, was granted amnesty. To outsiders, this might seem like the king had shown mercy, leaving a bloodline for their family. But he knew very well that the king merely wanted to keep a useful tool. The King of Calamity strolled out of the castle, his voice echoing from afar. "Send someone to find him, no matter the cost. Bring back the Lark Heart. If you fail, you will come to me with your head." Yes. On the 9th day of the cataclysm, in just a few days, the base's original dilapidated appearance had vanished, replaced by many breathtaking tall buildings. During this time, Ji-Chin used the power of creation to raise 4 walls that spanned the heavens and the earth around his base. Each wall was 100 grids high and 10 grids wide, resembling a super-large shield that firmly kept the outside zombies at bay. Zombies that had not undergone 50 days of mutation had no ability to breach such thick walls. Of course, to Ji-Chen, the cataclysm was not merely a crisis, it felt more like a test, or rather, a trial. Zombies, in essence, were no different from unmutated corpses. Killing them would yield a large amount of experience. As long as one mastered the timing of the trial, the crisis could turn into an opportunity. Therefore, Ji-Chin built a foot repair tunnel at the base of each corner of the wall, mandating that the Ironclad Gang and Chu Linger go to the tunnel every day to repair the zombies' feet for 2 hours, in order to gain a substantial amount of experience. Now, he could hardly wait to see what kind of mutations would occur in the abilities of the Ironclad Gang and Chu Linger after they broke through the first genetic lock. Especially for Chu Linger, the healer, if she developed a group healing skill, it would be absolutely amazing. Due to the attribute bond, even if Ji-Chin did nothing, he could still gain a continuous stream of experience. This further confirmed his idea of recruiting subordinates. The aerial farm had been built up to 50 levels, with each level reasonably planned for crop planting areas. Wheat, as a staple food, was prioritized in the first 10 levels, and under the catalysis of the bone puppets, it could be harvested dozens of times a day. Sometimes, when you stood high above and looked into the farm, you would catch a glimpse of golden fields. In that moment, no matter how tired you were, seeing that scene might just heal you. Pumpkins, as an important source of puppet heads for Ji-Chen, also had their own separate area, which could only be described as a delight for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. In the cave, 11 people were gathered around a super-large wooden table having lunch. This wooden table was designed by Chu Linger herself, made from many planks, and the stools were replaced by wooden stairs, looking extremely odd, but fortunately, it was large enough to comfortably accommodate 11 people. Today I repaired the zombies' feet for 3 hours. I almost exhausted myself. Chu Linger bit fiercely into a golden carrot on the table. Ji-Chin smiled slightly and retorted, "This is all for your own good. I designed the foot repair tunnel so you can farm monsters without taking damage and gain a lot of experience. Don't act like you're being taken advantage of." Upon hearing this, Chu Linger's little face turned red, and she shyly mumbled, "I was just saying that, don't take it so seriously. By the way, isn't the Calamity Lark coming to eat?" Ji-Chen shook his head and sighed, "He can't sit still, he's out inspecting the base." The Calamity Lark was different from these traversers. He couldn't gain experience by killing zombies, so naturally, he couldn't use that method to grow stronger. Moreover, due to his identity, he couldn't even pick up a weapon, making it difficult for him to farm monsters. So Ji-Chen assigned him the task of inspecting the base, as his spatial jumping was just right for the job. Ji-Chen turned to ask the members of the Ironclad Gang who were eating nearby, "How have you been doing with farming monsters lately?" The reactions of the Ironclad Gang were completely opposite to those of Chu Linger. Each of them wore excited smiles, and the power gained from leveling up through monster killing brought them immense satisfaction. Wang Chang tightened his biceps and said, "Boss, look at my body, doesn't it look more muscular?" As he spoke, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and struck a pose, almost tearing his clothes. Suda quickly said, "Big brother, that's not right, look at me." Rip. Suda directly tore his shirt, the fabric bursting everywhere. "Your trapezius muscles aren't as well trained as mine. Look at me." Rip. Ji-Chen was a bit speechless as 7 or 8 muscular men started a clothing explosion contest right in front of him. Beside them, Chu Linger transformed into a little muscle fangirl, clapping and cheering. All right, that's enough, report your levels," Ji-Chen called to stop everyone. Wang Chang was the first to speak. "Our Iron Armor gang members are all about the same level. After these few days of persistent foot training, we've all reached level 5. What about you?" Ji-Chen asked Chu Linger. Chu Linger put down the carrot in her hand and said with a hint of pride, "Level 7. Level 7. Upon hearing this level, the originally enthusiastic 8 big men immediately deflated, silently putting on their iron armor and obediently starting to eat. They were deeply struck by Chu Linger's level. To level up quickly, they spent more than 5 hours a day on foot training, 4 hours more than Chu Linger. After working so hard for so long, they were outdone by a little girl, and it was truly embarrassing. Ji-Chen frowned and thought he wasn't too surprised by Chu Linger's rapid leveling. The speed of leveling is closely related to the profession level. A C-level spider mage levels up at least 50% faster than a D-level vanguard warrior, so over time, being 2 levels higher is quite normal. When Ji-Chen started, he leveled up to level 1 after killing just one skeleton monster with an absurdly high profession bonus. After Chu Linger announced her level, her chest puffed up proudly and her gaze at Ji-Chen seemed to say, praise me. Do you want to join in on the clothing explosion? No. Then hurry up and sit down to eat. Oh. Ji-Chen's words left Chu Linger with no temper to speak of. After lunch, the ice block puppet came over carrying a whole watermelon. The ice block puppet was a creation of Ji-Chen's research, with basic attributes and attack forms very similar to the bone block puppet. A ranged attack puppet, it could throw ice spikes and slow down enemies, and after hitting 3 times in a row, it could also freeze them. This effect was perfect for making chilled watermelon. In the hot summer, no one could refuse a sweet and delicious chilled watermelon. Boss, you are truly amazing. You can even get chilled watermelon. We really followed the right person. Yeah, I never thought I could eat chilled watermelon in another world. Whoa, I'm crying. While others are struggling for survival, we are here eating chilled watermelon. Boss, you are my eternal god. A group of muscular men hugged each other, crying tears of joy over a piece of chilled watermelon. After a meal, a watermelon is worth praising. Ji-Chen looked at their naive expressions and couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Why do I feel like I've raised a bunch of kids? After finishing their dessert, everyone returned to their respective tasks. They not only had to train their feet every day but also build a 100-layer farm and redstone cannons and other redstone structures. Ji-Chen had a long-term vision. He didn't think that just building 4 walls around the base would ensure their safety. The more large-scale destructive weapons like redstone cannons, the better. They would definitely come in handy once built. After everyone left, Ji-Chen took out 5 diamonds from his backpack and held them in his hand, falling into deep silence. For some reason, diamonds were extremely rare in this area. He had mined nearly 1,000 sets of stones and had only come across these 5 diamonds. This was outrageously few. Without enough diamonds, he couldn't create diamond puppets. Without diamond puppets, his enchantment wouldn't have any practical use. Ji-Chen let out a bitter smile. He truly hadn't expected that with his profession upgrade, the usage threshold would also increase. He put the diamonds away and summoned his 5 iron puppets. The iron puppets, with zombie or skeleton heads, obediently lined up, waiting for their master's command. For now, let's not think about enchantments. Our conditions don't allow it, Ji-Chen said as he stood up, a smile on his face. However, considering a new body for you is definitely on the table. Upon hearing new body, the iron puppets stirred with excitement, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. He opened the system panel, his fingers sliding quickly, and a post soon appeared before him. This post wasn't popular. He had stumbled upon it by chance. The content mainly recorded a handsome guy's escape journey from being chased by zombies. Ji-Chen wasn't interested in others' privacy, but a mention of lava in the post quickly caught his attention. It accurately marked the coordinates and location of the lava, not far from his base. If all went well, he could set off now and return before dark. While the iron puppets were strong, they couldn't compare to obsidian puppets. Ji-Chen's puppet technique actually had another use, directly puppetizing blocks and then using monster skulls to pull the already puppetized blocks, thus completing the upgrade of the puppet body. This upgrade was purely a strengthening process, reintroducing the properties of obsidian puppets without losing the characteristics of the iron puppets. Later, he could also integrate stronger nether alloy blocks, but of course, that was a discussion for another time. If diamonds were this hard to mine, the rarity of nether alloy fragments would be even higher. Without much hesitation, Ji-Chin took 5 sets of golden carrots and headed towards the lava mart. In the post. I wonder where the disaster lark has gone. With his help, we could finish in 10 minutes. In a territory spanning several kilometers, it wasn't easy for Ji-Chin to find the disaster lark. Ever since the disaster lark received the task of patrolling the territory, he had become much more active, eager to patrol the base 180 times a day. Plus, with plenty of food now, the lark could teleport even more recklessly. As long as he didn't die from jumping, he would jump to his heart's content. Forget it, I'll just walk there myself, it's not far anyway. Ji-Chin let out a bitter laugh and set off outside the territory. It seemed that digging at the foundation plan needed to be prioritized. One heart's desire was simply not enough. Outside the territory, many zombies had gathered, wandering around unconsciously, continuously emitting terrifying growls, and any living creature in sight was bitten to death. Ji-Chin couldn't walk on the ground, otherwise he would definitely get entangled and the time cost would be too high. If he couldn't walk on the ground, he could only go up in the air. The power of creation activated. A grass block was pulled down slowly to Ji-Chin's feet. Although he couldn't fly, he could completely control the grass block to carry him. Those powerful beings in fantasy novels could fly on swords. What was wrong with him flying on a grass block? No problem at all. A lift came from beneath his feet and the grass block soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the lava. At this moment, 2 players were dodging the pursuit of zombies, having finally found a tree on the plains to use as cover. The red-clothed player gasped, Are the zombies coming after us? Don't worry, they're not. Luckily, we ran fast, otherwise we would have become their sandwich, the white-clothed player replied, equally exhausted. Do you really think this 100 days of horror is a trial that humans can survive? It's too hard. The red-clothed player complained, a frown on their face. Tomorrow will be the 10th day of the trial. After 10 days, the zombies will get a boost. We probably won't make it through. Who are these trials even prepared for? The white-clothed player's eyes also revealed despair as they simply fell back onto the ground, ready to rest. At that moment, Ji-Chin was flying overhead on a grass block. Whoa! A deity! The white-clothed player's drowsiness vanished instantly, and they perked up. The red-clothed player shook their head with a sneer. Even if a deity comes, they'll still get eaten by zombies. No, really, there's a deity passing by in the sky. Whoa! It's really a deity. Quick, take a screenshot. The red-clothed player looked up and saw the flying grass block. Since Ji-Chin was flying very high, they could only see a silhouette with an ethereal presence, and the specific details were not visible at all. At first glance, it really looked like a deity flying in the sky. In midair, Ji-Chin's hunger value had already dropped by a quarter. Flying in the air, while cool, consumed a terrifying amount of energy, about 7 times that of running at full speed. However, there was no need to worry. He had specifically brought 5 sets of golden carrots before leaving. Chomp, chomp. A few golden carrots went into his stomach, and his hunger value quickly recovered. Oh deity, I'm very hungry right now. Could you grant me some food? If you can, I will become your most sincere follower. The red-clothed player clasped their hands together, kneeling down to make a wish. The white-clothed player shook their head and said, Do you think that will work? Will the deity really help us? The red-clothed player replied impatiently, Don't talk, wishing must be sincere. White-clothed player. The prayer below was naturally unheard by Ji-Chin high in the sky, but just then, a sudden breeze blew, and his nose began to itch terribly. Achoo! Who's talking? Bad about me behind my back? Ji-Chin rubbed his itchy nose, constantly guessing in his heart. Ha! Where did my golden carrots go? After sneezing, Ji-Chin realized that the golden carrots he had just held were gone. Forget it. No need to look for them, I still have plenty in my backpack, enough to eat. He didn't dwell on it any longer, piloting the grass block and leisurely flying towards the distance. Ah! The deity really showed up. This is golden carrots. I told you, as long as you are sincere enough, even if your voice is small, the deity can hear you. In a desperate situation, even the smallest hope shines brightly. At this moment, the red-clothed player was already ecstatic, tears streaming down their face, holding that half set of golden carrots and wildly showing off, shouting. The white-clothed player was also stunned in place, unable to say a word for a long time. Ah, there really is a deity in this world. Oh deity, from now on, you are my faith, you are my hero, Herobrine. The red-clothed player kept repeating their inner faith, even giving the deity a beautiful name, the weeping hero, Herobrine. Ji-Chin did not know what kind of misunderstanding he had caused by flying in the air. He didn't even notice the 2 red and white players under the tree. The slip of the golden carrot was an accident, and it just so happened to fall into the hands of the red-clothed player, which was also an accident. With this double coincidence, everything suddenly became very reasonable. Ji-Chin jumped down from the grass block and arrived at the lava pool marked in the post. Around the lava pool, there were a dozen mindless wandering zombies. When they saw Ji-Chin, a living person, the bloodthirst in their eyes was instantly ignited. Like hungry dogs smelling a large pile of dung, they twisted their somewhat decayed bodies and lunged at Ji-Chen with their mouths open. Having completed the first stage of the gene lock, Ji-Chen was not someone these zombies could match. The golden cicada stone sword appeared in his hand, and a burst of flames instantly enveloped the sword, the scorching heat even slightly distorting the air. Without fire resistance, he could have been burned by this sword. Since obtaining this sword, Ji-Chen had kept it in his backpack gathering dust, and now he wanted to test its true power. With a forceful flick of his wrist, he struck upward. The intense flames instantly split one of the zombies charging at him in half. Ji-Chen's body had already broken through the first gene lock, and with a single punch, he could deal 40 points of damage. Coupled with the damage from the golden cicada stone sword, each strike far exceeded the limit that the zombies could endure. His figure flickered again, and the flames exploded in the sky, reflecting against the scorching lava. The remaining zombies shattered like blood tofu at a mere touch. The sounds of the zombies' screams echoed, and tiny experience points flowed into Ji-Chen's body. The experience bar increased, but to break through level 11, this experience was still far from enough. After dealing with these stinky fish and rotten shrimp, Ji-Chen slowly approached the edge of the surface lava. This lava pool did not seem large, barely measuring 5 by 5, with thick liquid bubbling ominously, the sound alone sending chills down one's spine. If one fell in, they would be reduced to bones in less than 2 seconds. While others might feel a bit timid, Ji-Chen was not afraid. The burning flames had granted him strong fire resistance, and even lava at 1,000 degrees could not harm him in the slightest. He took out an iron bucket, and in the blink of an eye, he had scooped away half of the lava from the pool. Lava meeting water would generate stone. Water meeting lava would generate obsidian. It is worth mentioning that the water bucket can be used infinitely, but each bucket of lava can only generate 1 obsidian. 2. Upgrade 5 iron golems to obsidian golems. At least 40 buckets of lava would be needed. However, this small lava pool could only provide Ji-Chen with 19 buckets of lava, not even half of what he needed. How about using this lava to make a nether portal? That way, there will be an endless supply of lava, Ji-Chen pondered, stroking his chin, deciding to change his strategy. Lava was a scarce resource in the overworld, but once in the nether, it was as common as dirt. One could encounter vast seas of lava just by wandering around. Using the few buckets of lava he had to create a nether portal was clearly the best way to solve the obsidian shortage. Additionally, with a large amount of lava, Ji-Chen could even replace all the outer walls with obsidian, making it difficult for even mutated zombies after 90 days to breach the base. Of course, reality was not like a game, and Ji-Chen had no idea what the nether in this world was like. If things went wrong, there could be dangers. After consuming a few golden carrots, the grass block flew up again. On the way back, Ji-Chen felt a bit bored. He waved his hand to open the system forum, preparing to check what hot posts had recently emerged. Now, the only way for people to understand the outside world was through the system's forum, and Ji-Chen was no exception. The system panel is very comprehensive, allowing uploads of text, images, and videos on the forum. I briefly browsed through the recent trending posts, which were all news about organizations being wiped out. Small organizations lacking resources and connections couldn't survive the first wave of zombies. Some scattered, some died. In the trial grounds, there is only one organization like Ji-Chen, which supports a group of people and lives a fulfilling life. Suddenly, a topic about whether there are deities in MC quickly surged to the trending list, and its popularity continued to rise. Ji-Chen became interested. He wasn't sure if there were deities in this world. It was highly likely that there were, otherwise many things couldn't be explained, and attributing everything to deities seemed very reasonable. Clicking on the topic, a post about divine blessings appeared on the system's large screen. My only faith in my heart, Herobrine author, red cloth player him? Ji-Chen's expression was strange. As one of the creator gods in the MC world, him held a high status in the hearts of players. He really didn't expect that there were still people in this world who believed in him. Opening the post's comments, all were mocking remarks. First floor, him? Ah, everyone come look, there's a fool here, even after crossing over, still believing in him. Second floor, him is just a fictional character, he doesn't really exist. The poster might have been bitten by a zombie and gone crazy, fantasizing about a deity saving him. Third floor, ha, wake up, buddy, this is reality, not a game. Fourth floor, alright, everyone disperse, this is pointless, I can't believe this kind of post can even gain popularity. In the previous life, many people had played the game Minecraft and were somewhat familiar with the fictional character him. If this were in the past, saying that your faith in MC was him wouldn't be a big deal, but now that the game has become reality, it's hard for many to understand why someone would go crazy for a fictional character. Poster, I don't understand who you all are talking about when you say him. Herobrine is the name I gave to my faith, and I won't allow you to speak about my faith like that. Clearly, the poster didn't know the story of him. After all, not everyone in the previous life had played MC, and they had no way of knowing about the creator god that players had made up. Herobrine translates to tears of the hero, and its original meaning is to compare the golden carrot bestowed by this god to the tears of a deity. Tears of the hero naturally became the name of his faith. Now, when someone tells him that his faith is fictional, it naturally strikes a nerve. First floor. Oh, the poster is playing hard to get. The full name of him is Herobrine. Second floor. Since the poster believes that the him you know is not the same as the him we know, can you describe his specific characteristics? Poster, I don't know much, I only know he can fly, control blocks, and his eyes seem to be white, that kind of very hollow white. Second floor, I'm really speechless, isn't this just him? I wasted half a day chatting with a fool, what bad luck. I'm out. Third floor, I'm leaving too. Posters should go check their brain, they probably have hallucinations. In a dimly lit tunnel, the player in red looked at the comments under his post, his angry expression gradually turning into madness as he muttered to himself, you don't understand, you know nothing. The true god Herobrine has given me hope to survive, you are all wrong. Since the upheaval, the player in red and the player in white had been evading the pursuit of zombies, as they had not awakened any profession, they didn't even qualify to join a major guild. Under the long-term pressure of survival, the mental state of the player in red was on the brink of collapse, and the only thought sustaining him was the hero Herobrine who had given him the golden carrot. At this moment, the golden carrot was no longer just food, it had become a symbol of his faith. Brother in red, keep your voice down, you'll attract the zombies. His friend, the player in white, shushed him with a finger to his lips. You see it too, right? You're the only one in the world who can believe me, they are wrong. The player in red roared, showing no intention of holding back. The player in white was starting to struggle to understand his friend, to be precise. He had gone mad. Roar, the sound of digging through dirt echoed, and a beam of light pierced through the dim tunnel. Countless zombies outside caught the scent of the living and surged forward. Oh no! We've been discovered! The player in white's hair stood on end as he pulled the still somewhat dazed player in red deeper into the tunnel. Ji Chen, whether in temperament or appearance, was different from the decisive and destructive him. Compared to destruction, he preferred creation and building. Having a base and a team of his own was what truly attracted him. Therefore, he did not associate the Herobrine described by the player in red with himself. My current ability should be quite similar to Wasabi from the Troublesome Village, right? Ji Chen smiled slightly and casually liked the post of the player in red. In the chaotic world of another realm, having faith in one's heart could sometimes help you through many difficulties. Humans are emotional beings, needing a spiritual anchor, and faith happens to be a way for people to urge themselves to progress. That kind of ignorance and foolishness is the most terrifying thing in the world. So the player in red deserved Ji Chen's like. As for whether there really were gods in this world, it didn't matter to Ji Chen, he just needed to protect his own little piece of land. Returning to the base, the sky was gradually darkening. Ding! The blood moon rises, tonight is a sleepless night. The system's voice echoed in everyone's ears in the trial area, and panic quickly spread. After the blood moon rose, the number and strength of zombies would significantly increase, and players could not sleep through the night. The roar of zombies was also a significant challenge for the player's mental state. Without sufficient psychological preparation, they were likely to die from mental collapse. Ji Chen and his team members had no such worries. He had ruthlessly bought up all the land within dozens of kilometers, ensuring that not a single zombie would spawn in the base. The towering walls kept the zombies outside from penetrating further. Even if the zombies had 10 voices, they could not transmit their sounds to their ears. This might be the joy of the wealthy. With nothing to do, and with the blood moon rising, and unable to sleep, Ji Chen decided to first pour the Hellgate and explore a bit. Taking out 2 buckets of water, he dug into the ground and created a 3-block area, pouring the 2 buckets in, completing a simple infinite water source. Clang, the sound of lava being extinguished echoed, and a dark purple block appeared before him. Obsidian is one of the hardest types of blocks in my world, second only to bedrock. Immunity to all explosive damage, it can only be mined with a diamond pickaxe. It is said that the true god's weapon in MC is the hard obsidian. This made Ji Chen curious, does his block control also work on obsidian? If so, could he use obsidian as his weapon? Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the obsidian, his expression gradually becoming serious as he silently prayed, with an SSS level talent, please don't let me down. Instantly, the collection ability activated. In the next moment, the obsidian shattered and transformed into items that he absorbed into his backpack. It worked! Ji Chen exclaimed, letting out a long sigh of relief. The instant collection ability was effective against obsidian. After repeating the same operation a few times, 19 pieces of obsidian appeared in Ji Chen's hands. This way, once the diamond golem was created, he could use enchantments to imbue the obsidian with various effects, enhancing its damage and utility. Ji Chen took out 10 pieces of obsidian, 3 vertically and 2 horizontally, quickly arranging them on the ground into the shape of a portal. The sound of flint striking echoed, and a terrifying aura from the nether rushed towards him, causing his clothes to flap in the wind. The Nether and the Land of Calamity are both different dimensional regions. They are independent yet mutually influential, together forming the entire MC universe. The main world where Ji-Chen resided could also be called the Trial Land, which is also part of the MC universe. To enter the Land of Calamity from the Trial Land, one must rely on the help of the Heart of the Abyss. However, entering the Nether is quite simple. One just needs to build an obsidian portal. Ji-Chen looked at the dark purple portal, hesitated no longer, and stepped through it. The most common monster in the Nether is undoubtedly the zombie piglin. Piglins are quite peculiar. As long as you don't provoke them, they are unlikely to harm you. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Ji-Chen shook his head vigorously, revealing a blood-red landscape before his eyes. Boiling lava, soft soul sand, and the glowing glowstone embedded in the ceiling of the Nether. Everything was strikingly similar to the Nether he remembered from MC, as if he had activated a super-realistic lighting effect. In the game, the scorching heat could instantly burn some items, but it had almost no effect on Ji-Chen. The ability to withstand flames granted him immunity to high-temperature damage. Stepping out of the portal, he began to observe his surroundings and walked towards the sea of lava ahead. Ji-Chen had no intention of deep exploration, simply collecting some lava was his goal for this trip. Squeak, 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 an ear-piercing pig sound echoed in the air, as if they were communicating. Turning around, Ji-Chen noticed two piglins looking at him with strange expressions. He was all too familiar with this look, he had felt it from the raiders before. These piglins must have intelligence. Ji-Chen squinted, secretly affirming that piglins are social creatures, and it was not surprising for them to develop intelligence. A younger piglin said, "Sister, look, that pig is so ugly. Shoo, keep it down." "He's not a pig, he's an outsider," replied the pig sister next to the little piglin. "Outsider? Do outsiders all look this ugly?" the little piglin continued to ask. The pig sister nodded. "Anyway, they don't look as good as us." In the game of MC, piglins do not actively attack players, they belong to a semi-neutral species. This is evident from the fact that these two piglin siblings did not take any aggressive action after discovering Ji-Chen, of course, excluding the brutish piglin brutes. Additionally, piglins are particularly obsessed with metal products. When they become angry, you only need to throw them the gold ingots you prepared in advance, and they will stop their rampage, obediently exchanging items with you, which can be considered a roundabout way of escaping. These are all situations within the game, the specifics in reality need to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Ji-Chen looked at the large and small piglins and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could I find an ally in the lower realm? This way, I can quickly understand the situation down here. Now it was reality, not a game. The piglins had already developed intelligence and were not incapable of communication and interaction. The ability to communicate meant that he could understand their needs, and having needs meant he had the opportunity to win over this faction. Not to mention the strength of the piglins in battle, just their influence and the intelligence network spread throughout the underworld was enough to make Ji-Chen take them seriously. The villagers of disaster had formed kingdoms. It was unreasonable for the piglin clan to be a disorganized mass. If he could successfully meet their leader, both sides could even propose mutually beneficial conditions. The worst-case scenario would be simply being driven out, and he wouldn't lose anything. Just as Ji-Chen was pondering, the piglin brother tugged at his sister's clothes and said, "Sister, what is this outsider laughing about?" "Hooroo. I don't know either. Probably has a problem with their brain." "Hooroo." The piglin sister shook her head in disdain. Their voices were not quiet, and naturally, Ji-Chen heard them. He quickly wiped the smile off his face, pretended nothing was wrong, and took out the golden carrot that had long been stored in his backpack. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice several notches and said, "Oh, I'm so hungry. Golden carrots are so delicious." When he mentioned golden, he deliberately emphasized it. The one thing pigs cannot resist is food, and the one thing piglins cannot resist is golden food. The piglin siblings had lived in the lower realm for years and had seen plenty of gold, but golden food was something they had never encountered, and their curiosity was already unmasked. "Sister, what is that outsider eating? It looks so delicious and golden." "Hooroo." The piglin brother wiped his drool, his eyes fixed on the golden carrot in Ji-Chen's hand. Sure enough, this trick directly hit the weak spot of these two naive piglins, making the little piglin brother drool. The piglin sister was clearly a bit more mature and had slightly stronger resistance to delicious food. "Be good, brother, the food of outsiders is poisonous. When we go back, I'll roast you some wild pig meat." "Hooroo." Ji-Chen caught a glimpse of this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, the piglin sister also wanted to eat. Why hold back? Release your nature. He waved the golden carrot in front of them, signaling them to come and have a bite. The piglin sister held back her brother, who was about to run out, shaking her head, still a bit wary. Since that was the case, Ji-Chen decided not to be polite. He took a big bite of the golden carrot, crunching loudly, so crispy, like chicken. He even deliberately got the golden carrot juice all over his mouth to tempt the little piglin Seeing that this outsider had already bitten off half of the golden carrot, with golden juice splattering everywhere, the piglin brother felt his heart shatter, his voice tinged with urgency. Sister, look, that outsider has already eaten, he didn't get poisoned. I want to eat too, Huru. The piglin's strong desire for gold made the little piglin brother feel as if he had eaten a tickling grass, making him restless all over. At this moment, Sister Pig Spirit was also struggling to hold back, and ultimately her nature triumphed over reason as ungrateful tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. Seeing that the time was right, Ji-Chen provided them with a way out. He took out 2 golden carrots from his backpack and placed them on the ground, while he himself stepped back several paces, making his intentions very clear. Hoo-hoo, sister, look, on the ground. Brother Pig Spirit broke free from his sister's grasp and sprinted like a 100 meters dash to grab the 2 golden carrots Ji-Chen had left behind, then handed one of the golden carrots to his sister. Hoo-hoo, sister, it's golden. So delicious. Brother, this is someone else's thing, we can't take it. Although Sister Pig Spirit said this, her body was very honest. As she instinctively cradled the golden carrot her brother handed her like a treasure. Brother Pig Spirit took a bite and it burst with flavor. The golden sweetness slid down his throat, and at that moment his nature was fully unleashed. Hoo-hoo. Sister, this is so delicious, I've never eaten anything this good. Pig Spirit had always lived in the lower realms of hell and had never encountered something like a carrot, let alone known the recipe for golden carrots. Even if they knew how to build a path from hell to the upper realms, their bodies couldn't withstand the laws of the upper realms, and within seconds, they would turn into mindless zombie pig spirits. This was similar to Ji-Chan's inability to stay in the land of disasters for long. Watching her brother enjoy the food so much, Sister Pig Spirit finally couldn't hold back any longer and started eating as well. Hoo-hoo, delicious. So delicious. By this time, Brother Pig Spirit had finished the golden carrot in his hand and was continuously sucking on his fingers, mumbling, so little, I wish I could eat another one. Ji-Chen smiled slightly. He had plenty of golden carrots, and placing just 2 on the ground was intentional. If he let the siblings eat their fill all at once, what would he have left to talk about? I have a few more here, do you want them? Ji-Chen had somehow appeared in front of the siblings, pulling out 2 more golden carrots from his backpack. Brother Pig Spirit jumped up at the sight of the golden carrots presented to him. Hoo-hoo. I want. Ji-Chan's lips curled into a smile. The first step of his approach had succeeded, and he had struck the right balance, neither too flattering nor losing the air of mystery. Of course, he didn't forget Sister Pig Spirit, slipping 2 carrots into her arms as well, since she was the key to his next move. After receiving the carrots, Sister Pig Spirit's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, she was only a few years older than Little Pig Spirit. After 2 rounds of persuasion, she too had succumbed. After softly thanking Ji-Chen, she began to eat as well. As she observed the face of this foreign pig, she thought it was ugly but not entirely unacceptable. After waiting for the brother and sister to eat their fill, Ji-Chen briefly explained his identity and then asked for their names. The sister was called Zhuling Xiaoyan, and the brother was called Zhuling Xiaojiang. I am a merchant from the upper realm, and I have come to do business with you. Ji-Chen stated his purpose to the siblings. Of course, trade was just a facade. He actually wanted to build a bridge for communication and negotiation with the Zhuling clan. In case there were matters he couldn't resolve on his own in the future, this connection with the Zhuling would become a crucial network. Do business? Sister Zhuling Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, observing that Ji-Chen indeed looked like a businessman. What are you selling? Various metal products, including the food I just gave you, Ji-Chen replied calmly, his expression sincere. Sister Zhuling Xiaoyan scrutinized Ji-Chen for a long while before saying, I can't make this decision, you should discuss it with our clan leader. The Zhuling in the lower realm had not formed a nation like the villagers of the disaster village but had instead established a more primitive tribal system, unified under a leader. Thinking about it, it made sense. The lower realm was filled with seas of magma and had rugged, complex terrain, making the existence of various tribes quite remarkable. Understood. Then please lead the way, Ji-Chen said with a very friendly smile, which was actually the result he desired. Once someone has received help, they feel indebted. After a moment's hesitation, Sister Zhuling Xiaoyan decided to take Ji-Chen with her. Brother Zhuling Xiaojiang, however, didn't think as much. If he could eat golden carrots every day, he would do anything. The Zhuling siblings walked ahead while Ji-Chen followed behind, heading towards the distant Crimson Forest. The Crimson Forest was a biome filled with giant fungal structures. Crimson fungi and giant crimson fungi thrived in this environment, and occasionally some strange fungi would also appear. Among the giant fungal structures, one could see weeping vines hanging beneath the lower realm's warts, and sometimes luminous fungi would accompany them. The ground was covered with crimson fungal rocks, patchy lower realm rocks, and scattered lower realm warts, with crimson fungal cords growing on top. As Ji-Chen stepped on them, the soft fungal rocks made a rustling sound, rising and falling as if the magma sea lay beneath his feet. On the rocky walls above, besides the common clusters of fluorite, lower realm warts would also pile up, with weeping vines growing like stalactites at their base. The only difference from the game was that this crimson forest was genuinely vast. Without the Zhuling siblings leading the way, Ji-Chen could easily get lost within it. Sister Zhuling Xiaoyan turned and cautioned, "Be careful of the mushrooms on the ground, they often trip pigs into the magma." No sooner had she spoken than a mushroom near Ji-Chen suddenly poked its head out, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall into the magma. "I've seen it. Luckily, I'm not a pig." Ji-Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Due to his passive ability from the flames, he wouldn't suffer burns from the magma, but seeing the vast sea of magma still instilled a primal fear in him. This had nothing to do with one's abilities, it was akin to how a Zhuling would be unable to move upon seeing a golden carrot. After crossing a small island of magma, the crimson trees suddenly thinned out, and the area became quite spacious. A castle built from basalt and lower realm bricks appeared before them. In front of the castle, a squad of Zhuling warriors was patrolling the area. "Bold! How dare you trespass on the residence of the Zhuling king? Leave at once, or else." Two Zhuling warriors wielding golden battle axes blocked Ji-Chen's path, their eyes filled with deep hostility. If he dared to take another step forward, the battle axes would come crashing down on him. "Stop!" Zhuling Xiaoyan swiftly stepped in front of Ji-Chen, her expression somewhat angry as she said, "This is my guest, no rudeness allowed. I want to take him to see my father." "Miss, he is an outsider. You must keep your eyes open and not be deceived by him." Hulu. The two barbarian soldiers looked anxious, ready to forcefully break through Xiaoyan's obstruction and strike Ji-Chen. "Sister told you to stop, didn't you hear?" As the two guards were about to take action, her younger brother Zhuling Xiaojiang furrowed his brows and shouted in anger. Although Xiaoyan was the eldest daughter of the Zhuling king, her power was clearly not as great as her brother Xiaojiang's. After all, the position of the future Zhuling king was to be passed on to Xiaojiang. Seeing that the young master had spoken, the two guards naturally could not continue to obstruct and had to send someone to report to the Zhuling king. Ji-Chen stood aside, dumbfounded. Could his luck really be this outrageous? Just wandering around and running into the princess and prince of the Zhuling clan? Speaking of which, you're a princess and a prince. Don't you have any guards when you go out? If you die outside, who will inherit this family business? Reflecting on it, did he almost make the Zhuling prince cry just now? Ji-Chen clicked his tongue in his heart. He must focus on winning over this Zhuling Xiaojiang. The crown prince is the future king after all. This relationship must be well established. With Zhuling Xiaojiang paving the way, those Zhuling barbarian soldiers indeed became much more compliant. Although their faces still showed dissatisfaction, they could only let them pass. Once Ji-Chen entered the castle, one of the Zhuling barbarian soldiers said, "That outsider is so ugly. What does the miss see in him?" Hulu. Another barbarian soldier echoed, "Exactly. He doesn't even have tusks. He looks like soft persimmon. Any offspring he has will definitely not be good looking." In the aesthetic of the Zhuling, a male pig is favored by girls the fatter he is and the longer his tusks. Although Ji-Chen's physique was quite robust, compared to this group of pigs, he was completely lacking. However, being thin does not mean lacking in combat power. If the barbarian soldiers had insisted on killing Ji-Chen just now, the one who would have died would definitely not be this outsider. So, Xiaojiang's shout just now actually saved the lives of those two ignorant barbarian soldiers. "I heard that the barbarian general's apprentice, Zhuling Xiaoqiang, seems to like our miss. Now he has a rival in love. Should we tell him, Hulu?" "Of course. If we wait any longer, our miss's heart will be stolen by that outsider." After discussing, the two barbarian soldiers headed in one direction. The palace of the Zhuling king was extremely luxurious, with almost all the interiors made of shining gold. Looking around, it could only be described as resplendent, rivaling that of a king's palace. In a certain sense, the Zhuling clan leader is like the king of a Zhuling nation, but their hierarchy resembles the feudal system of medieval Europe. They subdivide the land and assign it to subordinates to manage, while the Zhuling king only needs to manage these subordinates. The pig spirit fortress is large, but there are very few people. Apart from a few pig spirit warriors guarding the entrance, Ji-Chen has not seen any other servants. As an emperor, one would expect to have a harem of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with thousands of beauties and someone to take care of daily needs. However, the pig spirit king has none of this, which piques Ji-Chen's interest. Could he be a self-disciplined, independent, and strong ruler? Ji-Chen muses. Having observed the living conditions, he forms a rough analysis of the pig spirit king's character and temperament. If this is the case, his visit to negotiate an alliance seems promising. After walking for half an hour with the two pig spirit siblings, they finally see a throne in the distance, and sitting on it is the true master of the pig spirit realm, the pig spirit king. However, what Ji-Chen did not expect was that the pig spirit king looked nothing like he had imagined. The king is extremely fat, his body nearly occupying half of the wall, and the enormous golden armor does nothing to conceal his bulging belly. The flesh on his face has long since lost its muscle support, sagging lifelessly. Not only is he covered in mud, but there are also traces of blood and grease at the corners of his mouth, completely different from a king who exudes authority with every move. Ji-Chen covers his mouth and nose, swallowing hard, instinctively taking a Step back as the pungent stench assaults his senses, especially his eyes, which sting so much he can barely keep them open. What a guy! No wonder there are hardly any maids in the castle. It's likely that no one dares to come within 10 steps of the Pig Spirit King. Ji-Chen is secretly shocked as the image of the wise ruler he had just analyzed crumbles in an instant. The Pig Spirit King is nothing more than a fat old man. If it weren't for the golden crown on his head, Ji-Chen would suspect he just crawled out of a trash can. However, Xiao Yan and Xiao Jiang seem completely oblivious to any abnormalities, continuing on their way. Being members of the Pig Spirit clan, they have lived here for a long time, and are completely immune to the odor shield surrounding the Pig Spirit King, walking ahead without any pressure. This leaves Ji-Chen in a difficult position, even making him doubt whether forming an alliance with the Pig Spirits is the right choice. The younger brother, Pig Spirit Xiao Jiang, runs over to his father, jumps into the Pig Spirit King's arms, and affectionately rubs his cheek, happily saying, "Dad, I brought back a merchant from the upper realm. He has a very delicious food. Can we buy some from him?" Xiao Jiang is really amazing. "Whatever you want, Dad will buy for you," the Pig Spirit King says, looking at the child who was about the size of his palm, his eyes filled with affection. The sister, Xiao Yan, stands beside her father but does not jump into his embrace like Xiao Jiang. Perhaps it's because Ji-Chen is present, making her feel shy. Merchant Ji-Chen from the upper realm, greetings to the Pig Spirit King. Ji-Chen says, neither servile nor arrogant, following Xiao Zhan's lead. Silence. The Pig Spirit King does not respond to Ji-Chen, continuing to tease his son, not even glancing at him, as if Ji-Chen does not exist at all. A person who can become the leader of a clan must have some means and cunning. He immediately sees that Ji-Chen's intentions are not as simple as mere trade, but lean more towards an alliance. Ji-Chen squints his eyes, not angered by the disregard. Although the Pig Spirit King does not speak to Ji-Chen, everything is already clear. His last sentence to Xiao Jiang is actually meant for Ji-Chen, and coupled with the subsequent silence, the meaning is unmistakable. The unspoken message, what benefits can an alliance with you bring to my clan? Ji-Chen is also a clever person, so he naturally understands the meaning behind it. Next, he only has one chance to say a single sentence to pique the interest of the Pig Spirit King, otherwise, this ally from the lower realm would be lost. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, Merchant Ji-Chen from the upper realm, greetings to the Lord of the lower realm, Pig Spirit King. Ji-Chen added 4 words to his introduction, Lord of the lower realm. No one dislikes flattery, and it can also be seen as a kind of promise. Clearly, this is another one of Ji-Chen's tactics to entice. As long as the bait is big enough, it's good to let the other party catch a whiff of its fragrance. But how could the Pig Spirit King, who has lived for so long, be easily deceived? Lord of the lower realm? The Pig Spirit King suddenly stopped teasing the little piglet, his plump head turned to look at Ji-Chen, a hint of amusement in his voice as he continued, just based on you? In the next moment, the Pig Spirit King's hefty body suddenly leaped high, throwing a punch at Ji-Chen. Although the opponent was fat, it did not affect his speed at all. The wind from his punch howled, carrying immense force, as if everything could be shattered by it. Ji-Chen furrowed his brows, showing no signs of panic. The other party did not truly want to kill him but was testing the weight of his claim as the Lord of the lower realm. Several obsidian stones spun wildly in his hand, and with a wave, a wall of obsidian appeared in front of him, just in time to collide with the Pig Spirit King's fist. Bang! A shockwave instantly exploded, sending the little piglet flying. She completely failed to understand what had just happened. How did it escalate to a fight so quickly? The Pig Spirit King revealed his yellowed teeth and laughed again. Good reaction. Come again. With that, he launched another powerful punch, causing cracks to appear in the obsidian. If it were any other block, this punch would have surely shattered it to pieces. Ji-Chen was secretly alarmed. The opponent was indeed no ordinary character. This ally was secured. A faint white light glowed in his eyes, and the surrounding lower realm stone bricks and hell rocks began to tremble. In the next moment, the Pig Spirit King's swinging fist suddenly halted. Several stone pillars had firmly locked his arm. Divine power. The Pig Spirit King widened his eyes, not expecting this foreign boy to be able to wield divine power for defense. Ji-Chen's ability to control and use blocks freely was precisely the divine power the Pig King spoke of. Of course, the flames he absorbed later also belonged to a form of divine power. Pig King, our battle isn't over yet. It's not good for you to be distracted like this. Ji-Chen tilted his head out from behind the obsidian wall, his pale eyes filled with a sense of pressure. The nearly breaking obsidian wall decomposed and reformed, like a swimming dragon flowing upstream, tightly wrapping around the Pig Spirit King's arm, rendering him immobile. The Pig Spirit King's reaction was also quick. He clamped down hard with his bound arm, quickly regaining control over the spreading obsidian. Ji-Chen let out a bitter laugh. The opponent's size was simply too large. 14 obsidian stones could barely wrap around one of his arms. Otherwise, this strike could have locked him down completely. It seemed he would need to prepare more obsidian in the future. Ah, good fellow, I underestimated you. You deserve my full effort. The Pig Spirit King placed the little piglet back on his throne behind him, and his body began to swell, growing larger and larger, eventually threatening to touch the castle ceiling. Ji-chan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. I don't know if it's influenced by the aura of the Pig Spirit King, but the system panel actually popped up automatically. Name: Pig Spirit King. Level 49. Demigod. Attributes: unknown, unable to detect. Abilities: unknown, unable to detect. Affected by the opponent's aura, system detection automatically shut down. Is that it? Are you kidding me? Ji-chan was dumbfounded at this moment. He never expected that the seemingly lazy and dirty Pig Spirit King was actually a level 49 demigod. In this world, the distinction between humans and gods is quite simple. Those above level 50 are called gods, while those below level 50 are considered humans. Rising from level 1 to level 49 relies on personal effort. To break through level 49, one must rely on their comprehension and talent. If the talent is insufficient, and without encountering any opportunities, one can only remain at the demigod level, never becoming a true god. The Pig Spirit King had already reached level 49, firmly placing him among the demigods. Just now, Ji-chan had actually exchanged 3 moves with a demigod in his mortal form without falling behind, which clearly showed that the Pig Spirit King had indeed gone easy on him. Senior, stop playing around, I admit my mistake. Ji-chan immediately conceded. Damn, what's there to play about? Originally, the opponent's punch was single target damage, but now that he had grown larger, a single punch had directly upgraded to area damage. He was only level 11, trying to confront a level 49 demigod was practically asking for death. The Pig Spirit King didn't really want to put Ji-chan in danger. After showing a bit of his strength, he shrank back to his original size, his smile growing even more pronounced. Ha, young man, very good. Not only can you block my attacks, but you can also counterattack. Your combat power is indeed impressive. You have the potential to become something great in the future. Ji-chan forced a smile and said, if you had mentioned your demigod status earlier, I definitely wouldn't have been so cheeky to mock you, and ended up with egg on my face. After learning of the Pig Spirit King's demigod strength, Ji-chan's attitude improved significantly. This battle was not a life and death struggle. There was no need to fight to the death. Kid, do you know how complex the forces are in this lower realm? How could a small Pig Spirit King like me dare to compete for the title of ruler of this lower realm? However, since you are from the upper realm and do not understand the rules of the lower realm, I won't punish you. The Pig Spirit King maintained his smile. Although he was reprimanding Ji-chan, the deeper meaning was clear. It translated to, you kid, if you can talk, then talk more. This pig loves to listen. I will remember, senior. Ji-chan was quite the smooth talker, easily diffusing the Pig Spirit King's intimidation with just a few words, while also giving him face. At the same time, he learned a very important piece of information. The lower realm did not only have the Pig Spirit King as a demigod. The pig spirits were not the only force in the lower realm. With creatures like the withered skeletons and flame people, it was very likely that they had also formed their own races. After all, there were so many undead creatures in the lower realm, it was certain that not only the pig spirits could develop intelligence. It's fine, young man, it's good to train more. By the way, I haven't asked how many times you've broken through the gene locks to be able to exchange blows with me. The Pig Spirit King sat back on his throne, pulling the little piglet into his embrace. Ji-chan looked puzzled. How many times? It's what you call breaking through several layers of gene locks, the Pig Spirit King explained. Ji-chan honestly replied, I'm not talented, I've only opened one layer. One layer? How is that possible? The Pig Spirit King stood up from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. This young man had actually fought 3 rounds with him at the strength of 1 layer, and he hadn't even been killed. He had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. This kind of talent and strength was indeed rare in the world. Forming an alliance with him seemed to be a good deal for the Pig Spirit Clan. If in the future Ji-chan becomes powerful, perhaps he could really make the Pig Spirit Clan the rulers of the lower realm. The king of the pig spirits thought of this and immediately made a decision, continuing, I heard from my son that you have delicious food in your hands. I wonder if it's true. Ji-chan smiled inwardly. This old pig loved to play riddles. The inquiry about the golden carrots was, in a roundabout way, an agreement to form an alliance. If someone dull-witted were to hear it, they might not understand the meaning behind it. He took out a set of golden carrots from his backpack and handed them to the pig spirit sister, Xiao Yan, signaling her to present them. He himself stood still, not moving closer because it was too smelly, and he couldn't stand it. The king of the pig spirits carefully examined the golden carrots presented by his daughter. Their golden color was indeed something the pig spirits loved to eat. What is the name of this food? Golden carrots, made from a food called carrots from the upper realm mixed with gold. They are sweet and delicious, and the satiety they provide is the highest among all foods. Ji-chan did not hide the recipe for the carrots and laid it all out. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep it a secret, but it was impossible to hide. The lower realm didn't lack gold-containing ores, they just lacked carrots. If he were to keep the recipe to himself, it would only show a lack of sincerity. Besides, his original purpose was not to trade but to gain allies. Interesting, I didn't expect gold could be mixed with food. The king of the pig spirits grew fonder of the golden carrots in his hand, completely unconcerned about any poison, and swallowed one whole. Delicious, really good. It was clear that the golden carrots met all the pig spirits' requirements for food. In the lower realm, aside from hunting some wild pigs for food, the only other option was to gather some mushrooms for a change of taste. The food was extremely monotonous, making the golden carrots even more precious. Just as everything was going in the direction Ji Chen hoped, a loud voice rang out from the back of the hall. Chief, why didn't you discuss the matter of trading with outsiders with us? Ji Chen turned to look and saw two figures, one large and one small. The larger one wore golden armor, striding with a commanding presence. Though not as robust as the king of the pig spirits, he was still quite terrifying. The smaller one was about Ji Chen's age, a young pig spirit. This person was the general of the pig spirit tribe's barbarian soldiers and his apprentice, pig spirit Xiao Chang, the largest slave owner in the tribe, commanding an army of 1,000,000 barbarian soldiers. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee and loudly proclaimed, "The barbarian soldiers greet the chief." Seeing the newcomer, the king of the pig spirits chuckled. "The barbarian general has come at the right time. I have something for you to taste, and I believe you will like it." Saying this, he instructed Xiao Yan to pass the remaining golden carrots. The barbarian general first glanced at Ji Chen beside him. His eyes filled with hostility, then took the golden carrot handed to him and examined it closely. After a moment, seeing nothing unusual about the golden carrot, he immediately turned his hostility back towards Ji Chen. "You, an outsider, what scheme are you plotting by coming to our tribe?" As the barbarian general spoke, saliva sprayed everywhere, causing Ji Chen to instinctively take a step back to avoid it. These pig spirits seemed all the same. Every barbarian had immense hostility towards him. This time, Ji Chen was also considered to have learned to be clever. The barbarian general was large and strong, with a body full of fat, and at first glance, he was clearly not an ordinary pig. If the level of the pig spirit was directly linked to its size, then the opponent was likely a formidable character as well. It was wise to activate the system and probe the details first. Once the system was activated, the information about the barbarian general appeared before his eyes. Name, Barbarian. General level, level 48. Attributes, unknown, unable to detect. Abilities, unknown, unable to detect. Affected by the opponent's aura. The system detection automatically shut down. Ji Chen was slightly startled. His guess was indeed correct. The barbarian general was also a powerful being at the 4th tier, second only to the pig spirit king. Although he did not know how many factions existed in the lower realm, with the pig spirit king and the barbarian general overseeing the pig spirit clan, they certainly had the capital to be arrogant. "Humph! You outsider, how dare you be so arrogant?" The barbarian general saw that Ji Chen had no intention of answering his question, and the anger on his face became more apparent as he was about to take action to kill Ji Chen. At this moment, the pig spirit king hurriedly stopped him, saying, "General, please calm down. The other party is here for an alliance, not as an enemy." The barbarian general clearly did not buy this. In his view, a young man had no qualifications to discuss any alliance with their pig spirit clan. Alliance? This brat who hasn't even matured? What right does he have? It was not surprising that he thought this way. Ji Chen's current strength was indeed weak, and he had no significant backing. An alliance with the entire pig spirit race was truly not enough to be taken seriously. Ji Chen naturally knew this, but being weak now did not mean he would always be weak. At first, his purpose for wanting to ally with the pig spirits was very pure. He simply wanted to quickly understand the lower realm and find a place to gather information. However, after witnessing the high-level combat power of the pig spirit king, he changed his mind. Now, Ji Chen and his team were just starting out, and their understanding of the world was still too limited. In the future, there would undoubtedly be countless troubles and dangers. Since the pig spirits had demigods, other races would certainly have them as well. Having offended the kingdom of calamity, if they sent a demigod-level figure to capture him, wouldn't that be the end? Therefore, if he could gain the support of the pig spirit clan, it would undoubtedly provide him with a strong backing. At the very least, it would allow him to safely pass through the early development phase and have a way to deal with demigod-level beings. The pig spirit king calmly continued to defend Ji Chen, saying, "Just based on the fact that he caught 3 of my punches earlier, he qualifies to be our honored guest." After hearing this, the barbarian general's anger lessened somewhat, but he still said sourly, "Your Majesty, there are many people in the lower realm who have caught 3 of your punches, but I have never seen you bring anyone to your sleeping quarters." Sleeping quarters? Ji Chen looked around again and realized that this pig spirit castle indeed did not seem like a place for receiving guests. It was far too dirty and resembled a pigsty. The pig spirit clan had a unique way of receiving guests, bringing someone to their sleeping quarters for discussions and honest exchanges, which they considered a very high form of hospitality. Generally, those who could enter the clan leader's bedroom were either highly respected elders within the clan or some naive younger generation. For an outsider like Ji Chen to receive such treatment was somewhat unacceptable to the barbarian general. Alright, let's get down to business. The Pig Spirit King forcibly ended this topic, seating both Ji Chen and the barbarian general, and began discussing the alliance between the two clans. Since you took the initiative to seek an alliance with our clan, then state your conditions. Ji Chen took a deep breath, quickly thinking of various conditions that would be beneficial to him, as well as what he could offer in exchange for the Pig Spirit clan's help. After a long while, he deeply exhaled and said, I am willing to offer 100 boxes of golden carrots to the Pig Spirit clan every month for 3 consecutive months. As a trade, when I am in trouble, you must help me 3 times. The senior here naturally refers to the Pig Spirit King, who is a demigod. A box can hold 27 slots, each capable of containing a set 64 of golden carrots, which amounts to 172,800 golden carrots in a month. Such a quantity of golden carrots has reached a level that the other party cannot refuse. Ji Chen understands that to make the other party willing to protect him, a foreigner, the conditions must be generous. The Pig Spirit King's plump right hand continuously stroked his chin, looking at Ji Chen with great interest, not knowing what calculations were running through his mind. Is that all? The Pig Spirit King closed his eyes, his expression serious, pretending to be somewhat reluctant as he replied. A vein throbbed on Ji Chen's forehead, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly, what do you mean, is that all? You're drooling. It was obvious that the Pig Spirit King was tempted, but he was also very greedy and wanted a lot. Ji Chen, feeling helpless, gritted his teeth and spoke again. 200 boxes every month. But you need to provide some gold ingots and gold pieces. He had plenty of carrots now, the only limitation was gold. Upon hearing that the golden carrots had doubled, the Pig Spirit King changed his serious expression and burst into laughter. You kid know how to invest. Good. Since you're so straightforward, our Pig Spirit clan won't be stingy either. Within 3 months, we can guarantee your safety, no limit on the number of times. Although this old fellow, the Pig Spirit King, was greedy, he at least had a conscience. In the end, he added weight to the deal himself, allowing Ji Chen to call on him at any time without limit. Overall, it was still a good deal. Ji Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with a smile. There was no wine here, so he took out a carrot from his backpack and raised it towards the Pig Spirit King to celebrate. Then, let's celebrate our successful alliance. Success! The Pig Spirit King raised his carrot in response. Compared to those unscrupulous allies who only think about taking, the Pig Spirit King was undoubtedly a person of conscience, and Ji Chen was happy to deal with someone like him, as everything was laid out in the open. If they couldn't reach an agreement now, when he really got into trouble later, the other party would definitely raise the price. 3 months, this deadline was also very significant, as it coincided with the end date of the 100-day upheaval. The upheaval was both a disaster and an opportunity. Ji Chen could quickly level up through this trial, although he might not reach the demigod level, leveling up to the 30s. For self-protection would definitely be fine. After 3 months, he could present other conditions to the Pig Spirit clan to exchange for their protection of Wang Chang and the others. Ding! The host has signed a contract with the Pig Spirit clan. Host, exchanging 1,036,800 golden carrots for 3 months of protection from the Pig Spirit clan. As the system chimed, the Pig Spirit King raised his eyebrows and looked around, as if he too had heard the voice of the system. He felt as if he had made a contract with something in the dark. Another divine power. The player's systems could also be considered a form of divine power in some aspects. However, the Pig Spirit King did not pay it any mind. He had no intention of breaching the contract. Just as Ji Chen and the Pig Spirit King were enjoying their drinks, radishes, and chatting merrily, a Pig Spirit barbarian soldier rushed out of the Great Hall, looking extremely anxious. He said, Your Majesty, something has happened. The Withering King has brought his young ones to block our entrance at the Crimson Forest. As soon as these words were spoken, the joyful atmosphere instantly froze. Block the entrance? How dare they? The barbarian general glared furiously, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, causing the soldier who had come to report to shiver in fear. The Withering King, also known as the Withering Skeleton King, was of comparable strength to the Pig Spirit King and was a level 49 demigod from the lower realm. Their territory mainly concentrated in the Soul Sand Deep Valley, which bordered the Pig Spirit's Crimson Forest extensively, with some boundary lines even being vague and hard to distinguish. Therefore, the Pig Spirit Clan and the Withering Skeleton Clan have been at odds since ancient times, frequently attacking and seizing each other's territory. Both sought to become the rulers of the lower realm, but due to their comparable strengths, neither had succeeded, so they could only think of other ways to suppress one another. Blocking the entrance was one such method. Powerful elders bringing their outstanding young ones to provoke others on their territory. The rule was that only the young ones could duel one-on-one, with the elders unable to intervene. the loser would have their legs broken and be humiliated by rolling off the stage. The winner would remain on the stage, waiting for others to challenge. If the blocked party did not dare to respond for a long time, it would prove their cowardice, and the powerful elder would have to bow and kneel to the opposing elder, asking them to leave. Now that the Withering Skeleton King had personally brought his young ones, it meant that the Pig Spirit King had to take his young ones to respond. Just imagine a clan leader bowing to another clan leader. That scene would be unbearable to witness, and in an instant it could bring shame to an entire clan. Such is how face is lost. The Pig Spirit King remained much calmer than the barbarian general and said, "What kind of manners are these? Don't they see we have guests here?" He then changed his tone, "Since they dare to block, let's go dismantle it." After saying this, the Pig Spirit King slowly stood up, and his body fat began to visibly shrink and burn, transforming him into a muscular battle pig in the blink of an eye. This scene truly amazed Ji Chen. The Pig Spirit King's appearance after losing weight resembled that of the barbarian general, perhaps even more robust. The Pig Spirit King cleared his throat and shouted to the sky, his voice echoing throughout the Crimson Forest. "All young ones of the Pig Spirit clan, gather outside the Crimson Forest. If you are under 20 years old, someone is blocking our entrance." The Pig Spirit King's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to possess a penetrating magic, reaching everyone's ears. Even the Withering Skeleton King outside the Crimson Forest could hear it clearly. "Which blind race dares to block our Pig Spirit clan's door? Are they tired of living, huh? Who? No need to think, it's that group of black devils. Let's go take a look. I just completed my first level promotion recently, and now I'm worried about not having a sparring partner." With the Pig Spirit King's shout, the entire Crimson Forest erupted. Every pig spirit under 20 years old, one and all, surged towards the outside of the Crimson Forest. Before long, the golden-armored Pig Spirit King, accompanied by a multitude of pig spirits, arrived outside the Crimson Forest, facing the long-awaited Withering Skeleton King. Ji Chen naturally followed along. He had no intention of participating, merely coming to watch the excitement. After all, he was not a young one of the Pig Spirit clan. The Withering King looked quite strange, standing as tall as the Pig Spirit King, resembling a gaunt giant, but with extraordinarily long arms that could even reach the ground. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of bloodless skeletal wings on his back, which looked imposing just by appearance. The other party did not come alone. Behind them stood a dense army of withered skeletons, a dark mass that seemed poised to engulf the entire Crimson Forest. Above in the sky, a few three-headed wraiths floated, clearly possessing third-tier strength. "So many skulls, I must find a chance to twist a few back." Perhaps influenced by his profession, Ji Chen's first reaction upon seeing the King of Withering was to twist off the opponent's head to make a puppet. A puppet made from the head of the Withering Skeleton King would surely be powerful. Of course, with his current strength, he couldn't defeat the Withering King, but perhaps he could try in the future. Seeing the Pig Spirit King emerge, the Withering King wore a somewhat hypocritical smile. "Old pig, long time no see. Do you like the gift I've prepared for you?" The Pig Spirit King glanced at the arena made of crimson wood ahead and replied with a forced smile. "Like it? Of course, I like it. To come without reciprocation is impolite. Today, our Pig Spirit clan will not let you young ones leave without a proper beating." The two faced each other with a palpable tension, exchanging harsh words. The Withering King, unfazed by such mockery, clearly came prepared today. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. "Come out, Wunyan." As the words fell, a cheerful young man stepped forward onto the stage. The boy was tall and handsome, with striking blue long hair, dressed in black that gave him an old-fashioned and steady appearance, creating a stark contrast. At that moment, both the Pig Spirit clan and Ji Chen were stunned. This boy was not a withered skeleton but a player. "Withering old thief. Have you lost your mind? You actually let an outsider fight for you. You really don't care about your old face anymore." The Pig Spirit King laughed heartily, his face full of mockery. The Withering King was not bothered and retorted, "Outsider? Where does he look like an outsider? Wunyan, release your withering aura." The boy named Wunyan, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. A withering aura surged around him, an extremely dark and corrosive presence erupted, causing his clothes to flutter. Immediately, a pressure of level 11 bore down, even higher than Ji Chen. "Look, he has the aura of our Withering clan. How can he not represent my clan at the gate?" The Withering King said proudly. One of the major advantages of players in battle is their awakened various professions. During combat, their abilities are unpredictable and difficult to fathom, which can influence the outcome of the match to some extent. Shameless. The Pig Spirit King nearly ground his back teeth to dust. He never expected the opponent to be so brazen. Ji Chen stood at a distance, quietly observing the boy, his eyes revealing a sense of gravity. He could feel that this Wunyan guy was strong, likely with a profession level above a formidable opponent. The aura released was indeed withering, but like himself, he was definitely a player, most likely having awakened some abilities related to withering. Then another question arose: why was the opponent also in the lower realm? And why was he so familiar with the withering Skeleton King? In that case, I want to see just how strong your withering really is. The Pig Spirit King no longer dwelled on whether the opponent was an outsider. If the Withering King wanted to compete, he would accompany him to the end. The Pig Spirit King was neither sad nor happy, turning to look at the younger pig spirits behind him and said coldly, "Who among you is willing to go up and knock the opponent down?" As soon as these words were spoken, the younger pig spirits all stirred with eagerness, but no one took the first step. The King of Withering had clearly come prepared this time. The player named Wunyan must have some means to counter the Pig Spirit Clan. They urgently needed someone to go up and test the waters. "King, I am willing to go up and knock this person down." A robust pig spirit warrior volunteered to challenge. Ji-Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit of interest. There were not many in this world who dared to be the first to take a risk. He opened the system to investigate this pig spirit. Name: Pig Spirit Awang. Level 11, 1 step up. Attributes: unknown, unable to detect. Abilities: unknown, unable to detect. The system's built-in investigation function was not powerful. Even an 11-level pig spirit warrior could not see through true strength, only knowing the most basic level. The opponent looked to be a couple of years older than Ji-Chen, probably just barely meeting the age limit of 20. However, that was enough. Reaching level 11 at the age of 20 was already considered a relatively high talent. Among the Pig Spirit Clan, the Pig Spirit King turned to the volunteering Pig Spirit Awang and nodded in satisfaction. "You have guts. If you win this battle, I will personally grant you land." Pig Spirit Awang was overjoyed, immediately kneeling on one knee and shouting, "I will not disgrace the king's command." The racial hierarchy of the Pig Spirit Clan was based on a feudal system. Being granted land meant an elevation in rank and prestige. The clan leader personally granting land was also an honor. Opportunity favors the prepared, and it was clear that Pig Spirit Awang had seized it well. On the other side, the young Wunyan had already stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, his expression neither happy nor sad, very calm. His coming to block the door was also a test from the King of Withering. Just as Ji-Chen had guessed, although he carried the aura of Withering, he did not belong to the Withering clan but had awakened an A-class profession, Withering Prince. Perhaps influenced by his profession, he did not appear in the trial land like normal players but instead emerged in the territory of the Withering Skeletons. The Withering Skeletons were not neutral undead beings like the pig spirits. To them any outsider was an enemy, and as a player, Wunyan was no exception. Fortunately, the King of Withering sensed the Withering aura on him and did not order his execution. On the contrary, he gained the king's favor, receiving a large amount of resource support, and within just a few days he broke through the first-tier gene lock and reached level 11. If he won this battle, he would officially join the Withering clan and become one of them, thus having a backing. If he lost, he did not know where the wheel of fate would turn. Wunyan took a step forward, bowed, and said, "Withering Wunyan, please teach me." He had no intention of starting a conflict with another clan. The fight was merely for survival, so a bit of politeness was necessary. Pig Spirit Awang snorted, a wild look gradually appearing on his face. "If we're going to fight, just fight. No need for all this nonsense." As a rough pig spirit, politeness meant nothing to him. All he knew was that as long as he defeated the opponent, he could gain land and promotion. In the next moment, a golden giant axe appeared in his hand, his arm exerting force as he swung a vertical chop towards Wunyan, attempting to split him into four. A quick resolution. Wunyan did not panic. Seeing the attack coming, he dodged and waited for an opportunity. Clang! The giant axe fell, and the wooden boards of the arena shattered under the immense pressure of the golden axe floating in the air. Such speed! The pig spirit Awan was taken aback, seeing his strike miss, but he did not lose heart. He gathered strength in his legs and executed a sweeping attack that occupied more than half of the arena, forcing Wunyan to retreat with no place to go. The giant axe swung down, and Wunyan took it seriously, placing one hand between his eyebrows as his body began to become ethereal. In the next moment, the golden axe passed directly through his body without causing any harm. Many pig spirits watching this could not help but frown, secretly cursing the King of Decay for being so despicable. Wunyan's evasion skill almost perfectly countered the brute force tactics of these pig spirits. The King of Decay wore a broad smile and transmitted a message to the Pig Spirit King from afar. "That was close. This young one from your clan is quite strong. He almost touched the hem of our Wunyan's garment. Ha ha, old bastard." The Pig Spirit King suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "Stop pretending here, I know your true nature best. This kid is just a pawn you can discard at any time." The King of Decay replied with interest, "How so?" "Humph. You decaying skeleton clan cannot tolerate outsiders. Today, you take in this kid merely to use him to slap our clan in the face. Once this arena battle is over, this kid will have no value to you. Whether he wins or loses, he will die, right?" The Pig Spirit King, indeed wise as a pig, saw through the King of Decay's little scheme at a glance. The King of Decay smiled but did not deny it. There was indeed a decaying aura on Wunyan, but fundamentally he was still an outsider to them. Moreover, Wunyan's talent was astonishing. In just a few days he had broken through a genetic lock which made the King of Decay feel a sense of crisis. Therefore, this kid Wu Nian must die afterward. The telepathic conversation between the two kings did not affect the battle on the other side of the arena. After a series of attacks, Wang had not succeeded and was already feeling anxious. If this continued, he would definitely be the one to suffer. You really know how to dodge. Wang put away the heavy giant axe and his muscles began to swell continuously, his physique growing even larger. I can feel you holding back, but there's no need. Use your strongest power and fight me. I'm just giving you some face, there's no malice. Wu Nian explained. Wang snorted again, no need. In our pig spirit clan, holding back in battle is the greatest humiliation to the opponent. Wu Nian sighed. Wang was right. He had indeed been holding back. His decaying illusion perfectly countered all damage from brute force attacks. As long as the pig spirits were not too far apart in strength, they had no chance of hurting him. So this blockade was destined from the start for the pig spirit clan to lose. Before long, Wang's muscles had swelled to their peak. In the upcoming battle, please let me lose convincingly. As you wish. Wu Nian nodded, his expression becoming extremely serious. Zhu Wang laughed, and with a roar, his right fist seemed to draw all the energy from his body. This punch was not only powerful but also incredibly swift and impossible to evade. Wu Nian's eyes held no emotion. Instead of dodging, he advanced towards Zhu Wang's punch at an astonishing speed. Ding! When the two collided, time seemed to freeze. Zhu Wang felt a bit dazed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. His powerful punch struck the opponent's ethereal body but caused no damage. How is this possible? Not good. Zhu Wang's pupils constricted, quickly realizing that Wu Nian hadn't even made a move yet. In the next moment, Wu Nian gathered the power of decay in his hand and struck it onto Zhu Wang's forehead. The surging power of decay rapidly spread throughout his body. A ringing sound filled the air. When their figures separated again, Zhu Wang was already lying on the ground, unconscious, his body still suffering from the effects of decay. Wu Nian had killed Zhu Wang with a single move, despite them being of the same level. The crowd was shocked, especially the Zhu side, who could hardly believe that they, known for their strength and defense, could not withstand a single blow from Wu Nian. Ji Chen squinted, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Wu Nian's one-hit kill of Zhu Wang was not due to his poor defense, but because he had found the right spot. No matter how much flesh one has on their belly, it cannot block an attack to the forehead. This strike landed directly on Zhu Wang's forehead, catching him completely off guard, resulting in maximum damage, especially since Wu Nian's attack also carried the decay effect. Wu Nian had shown mercy by not taking Zhu Wang's life. As the Zhu side faced defeat, the decay side quickly erupted in cheers. Well done, Wu Nian. Kill these stinking pigs and let them stop flaunting their flesh. Ha ha, little piggies, why don't you go home and suckle? You fell in just one move. I think you should stop calling yourselves the Zhu clan and change your name to the Dead Pig Clan. The hatred between the Decay Skeletons and the Zhu clan was not just a long-standing feud but also a clash of ideologies. The Decay clan believed that flesh was merely a burden and only the pursuit of the ultimate power of decay was the true path to strength, which is why they abandoned flesh and retained only their black skeletal frames. In contrast, the Zhu clan took pride in their fatness, valued muscle, and pursued ultimate strength. Looking down on the fleshless skeletons, the Zhu king had a grim expression, waving his hand to have Zhu Wang carried away for treatment to remove the decay power from his body, and telepathically communicated with the Decay King. Do you really think that allowing a player to use decay power to defeat us can prove that our brute strength is inferior to your decay power? The Decay King waved his hand dismissively and took the opportunity to mock. Zhu King, our two clans have had different views on the pursuit of power since ancient times. Now, among peers of the same level, the decay power is superior, you must admit that. Ha ha ha. The Zhu King's expression darkened. Further, he understood well that Zhu Wang's strength was not lacking. The reason Wu Nian could achieve victory with one strike was fundamentally due to that mysterious and unpredictable divine power. The Decay King had surely calculated that Wu Nian's divine power just happened to counter their Zhu clan's power system. This was why he had set up a trap, ready to humiliate them. The key was that Wu Nian was using decay power, making it difficult for the Zhu king to say anything. He could only swallow this loss. The barbarian general could no longer watch and quickly approached the Zhu king, saying, "My king, let my disciple Xiaochang take the stage. You can't really kneel to that old man. My king, I am willing to bet my life to fight for our race." Zhu Xiaochang knelt on one knee, shouting loudly, hoping the Zhu king would give him a chance. Little pig spirit Xiaochang, gifted since childhood, was taken as a personal disciple by the barbarian general, and at such a young age, he had already reached level 16. The pig spirit king shook his head helplessly. If he didn't know Wu Nian's abilities, he might really let Xiaochang compete. It's useless. Although Xiaochang is strong, Wu Nian's abilities are very strange. A junior who hasn't completed the second step of the ladder can't defeat him. What should we do then? You can't really kneel to that old bastard, right? That would be unacceptable. The barbarian general paced back and forth anxiously. As someone close to semi-divine status, he could naturally see that Xiaocheng couldn't compete with Wunyan. Kneel to that old bastard? A hint of disdain flashed in the pig spirit king's eyes. Not at all. Didn't we just make a new ally? You go let him take the stage. Right. How did I not think of that? This old thief is asking for outside help, and we have an ally too. The barbarian general's eyes lit up upon hearing this. But what if he doesn't agree? A vein throbbed on the pig spirit king's forehead. His barbarian general was good at everything except for being smart. If the other party disagrees, can't you add conditions? Just say the golden carrot doesn't need to be delivered. If we win this match, our conditions remain unchanged. No need. The carrot will still be delivered. We are allies, and it's no trouble to help a little. Ji Chen's voice rang out. While everyone was still focused on the match, he had quietly snuck up behind the pig spirit king. In fact, when he saw Wunyan use an illusory skill similar to dodging attacks, he had already thought that the pig spirit king would ask him to take the stage. Because the pig spirit's strength was naturally restrained by Wunyan, below the second gene lock, no pig spirit would be effective. When the barbarian general saw that the newcomer was Ji Chen, his attitude did a complete 180. Ally, you are truly our good ally. My attitude was wrong back then. I will punish myself with 3 carrots. Saying this, the barbarian general began to munch on 3 carrots in front of everyone, leaving Ji Chen speechless. As a general of a clan, can't you be a bit more composed? It's a small matter, a small matter. Ji Chen wore a simple smile. Just remember my kindness in the future. Upon hearing this, the barbarian general was almost moved to tears. He recalled how he had once made things difficult for Ji Chen, and now Ji Chen was helping them without holding a grudge. His current feelings couldn't even be described as regret. The pig spirit king curled his lip, looking unwilling. The barbarian general's brain wasn't working well, but his own mind was still sharp. Free things in the world are the most expensive. Now Ji Chen had given a favor, and in the future he would have to repay it tenfold. This kid is quite cunning. Ji Chen glanced at the pig spirit king, understanding that the other party had seen through his thoughts, but at this moment he had no choice but to agree. He actually had another reason for wanting to compete. It would be a pity not to have such a high-quality combat force like Wunyan join his team. If he could lure and invite the other party back, then this trip to the lower realm would not be in vain. The pig spirit king had to admit that the withering king had indeed trained Wunyan very well. During the battle, the kind of extraordinary calm that Wunyan displayed was truly rare, and the pig spirit Awang did not lose in vain. If Ji Chen had not been present today, perhaps the withering king's little scheme would have succeeded. But fate played its tricks, and the pig spirit side happened to be able to summon another even more powerful player. The pig spirit king sighed and said to Ji Chen, I am not an unreasonable pig. Your help today is not a small favor. I will repay this kindness in the future, and of course, if you win today, you can also enjoy the rewards promised to pig spirit Awang. In a race, the higher the position, the more one cares about face. From Ji Chen's perspective, this was indeed a simple task. But from the perspective of the entire pig spirit clan, the help he provided was far from trivial. As soon as the barbarian general heard that his king was going to grant land to an outsider, he instinctively wanted to say something, but then immediately stopped, thinking that since Ji Chen had helped so readily today, their pig spirit clan should not be stingy. Then thank you, pig spirit king. Ji Chen was indifferent. If the other party was willing to give, he would accept it, as benefits were never too many, and the favor was already given. Due to their special position, their conversation did not attract the attention of others, and throughout the process, no one noticed Ji Chen's presence. Ji Chen originally wanted to directly challenge on stage, but after careful consideration, he felt that it lacked a bit of prestige and did not maximize the benefits. So he took a big detour and ran to the back of the onlooking pig spirits. Why is he running behind our younger generation? The barbarian general scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. In his view, Ji Chen's behavior was completely seeking distance when he could have taken the shortcut, an unnecessary move. The pig spirit king glanced at the slow-witted barbarian general and shook his head helplessly. This action seemed trivial, but it actually had great significance. The most important thing in the alliance between the two clans is the hearts of the people. Ji Chen going on stage to challenge Wunyan for the pig spirit clan is about winning hearts. Simply gaining hearts is not enough. Ji Chen also wanted all the younger pig spirits to remember his face, as this would serve as a pass when he came to the lower realm in the future. I wonder if the cooperation between the pig spirit clan and a person like Ji Chen is a blessing or a curse. The pig spirit king considered himself quite wise, but this was based on hundreds of years of experience, while Ji Chen was still under 20, and his intellect was already so extraordinary, which made him feel a sense of fear. The minions of the withering side, seeing that no one from the other side was coming to the stage, began to mock. The pig spirits are too scared to fight, they are cowardly, ha. The pig spirit clan is really out of people. Our Wunyan only fought one match and you are already too scared to come on stage. I advise you to admit defeat early. Let the pig spirit king bow to my master and ask my master to go back. All these words reached the ears of the younger pig spirits, causing their faces to flush red with shame and anger. A few hot-tempered pigs, grabbing their golden axes, were ready to rush up and chop Wunyan, but they were all stopped. Without the pig spirit king's consent, they could not go on stage. Moreover, even if they went up, it would only be sending their heads, unable to change anything. Who says the pig spirit side has no one left? Ji Chen's roar was like a thunderclap, quickly suppressing the noisy shouts. The younger pig spirits and the younger withering spirits all had puzzled expressions, especially the pig spirits, who did not know that an outsider had mixed into their clan. Ji Chen stood tall and proud, exuding an air of prestige as the pig spirits slowly made way for him. Whose child is this pig? So ugly, snort. I don't know, he does look a bit ugly. Wait, this doesn't seem to be one of our clan members, this is an outsider. Finally, some of the pig spirits reacted, their eyes instantly alert. Some of the pig spirit warriors raised their axes, ready to chop Ji Chen in half. Hey, are you looking for death? This outsider carries the aura of our king, it's obvious he's a helper summoned by the king. One pig spirit quickly restrained the warrior beside him who had picked up the axe. The warrior, realizing too late, rubbed his nose and said, "It really seems that way." Ji Chen didn't care about what the pig spirits were saying, he didn't mind whether he looked good or not, as long as they remembered to make way. When they saw his face in the future, that group of dead pigs actually has an outsider helper. This is bad news. Don't be afraid, Wunyan's abilities are among the best among players, so we might not lose. Exactly. I feel like this player's aura seems to be a bit weaker than Wunyan's. The Withering clan, seeing that someone from the pig spirits had arrived, had their arrogant demeanor diminished significantly, all secretly observing Ji Chen. Ji Chen was only level 10 now, indeed one level lower than Wunyan. But that didn't mean Wunyan's talent was necessarily stronger than Ji Chen's. Wunyan was a key training target for the Withering King, leveling up every day, always on the path to upgrade, with various monsters practically fed to him. Meanwhile, Ji Chen had many matters to attend to in the upper realm, and his level was just casually brushed up by defeating a few blocking monsters he hadn't deliberately tried to level up. The Withering King, seeing a player emerge from the younger generation of pig spirits, immediately became serious. He had fought with the pig spirit king for 100 years and knew him well. Sending an outsider to battle at this time meant either they were at their wits' end and trying to struggle, or they were absolutely confident holding a trump card. Wunyan, finish this quickly and don't hold back, something's off with this person. The Withering King couldn't care less about the details. In either case, Wunyan had to win this battle or all his efforts would be in vain. Rest assured, my king, I will do my best. Wunyan nodded, his expression becoming serious. He felt a bit of joy upon seeing his kin, but due to his current position, he quickly suppressed it. He couldn't afford to lose this battle. Ji Chen still wore his signature smile with his squinty eyes, giving off an impression of being harmless. Ji Chen, please enlighten me. Suddenly, a ring of flames ignited around the arena. The flames seemed to have a spirit of their own, burning only at the edge of the arena, showing no signs of spreading. Wunyan was startled and involuntarily took a step back. In fact, his withering illusion was not as invincible as it had appeared in the last battle. He could only phase his body to evade physical attacks, and certain fire damage or potion damage could still easily kill him. In other words, fire attacks were his nemesis. Ji Chen's keen eyes naturally guessed Wunyan's abilities quite accurately, and the ring of flames around the arena was meant to intimidate his opponent. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll say it directly. After I defeat you, come with me. Wunyan furrowed his brows, somewhat unclear about what Ji Chen was trying to express. However, he still pondered carefully and replied, "The King of Withering has shown me kindness, I cannot comply. If I can defeat you in this battle, I can officially join the Withering clan and become one of them." Don't be foolish. Those who are not of my kind will have different hearts, you must have heard this before. Regardless of the outcome of this match, the King of Withering will kill you. Ji Chen waved his hand, finding the others' thoughts somewhat amusing. The Withering skeletons are undead beings, and among the most evil of the undead. How could a living being like Wunyan possibly integrate with them? Even if his awakened abilities were related to Withering, it was impossible. Wunyan continuously gathered the power of Withering in his hands, completely disregarding Ji Chen's words. In his view, the King of Withering was the wisest ruler he had ever seen. The king did not exclude him because of his background but instead provided him with abundant resources. This was undoubtedly a grace akin to rebirth, and Ji Chen's words sounded very much like attempts to sow discord. Since we are of the same clan, do not speak such words again, Wunyan warned coldly, each word a clear warning. Ji Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the others surprisingly loyal, liked it even more. He waved his hand, and 5 iron puppets slowly spread out from the shadows, surrounding Wu Nian with 5 barely perceptible dark shadows. This action startled Wu Nian greatly. He stumbled back 3 steps, his eyes warily fixed on every move Ji Chen made. The moment Ji Chen acted, he would immediately dodge. Seeing Wu Nian's nervous demeanor, Ji Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't be so serious. We are of the same clan. I won't kill you, at most. I'll just seriously injure you." With that, the 5 iron puppets released their aura simultaneously, all pressing down on Wu Nian alone, the sense of oppression reaching its peak. What do you want?" Cold sweat had already formed on Wu Nian's forehead, his voice trembling. At this moment, he felt at least 6 gazes fixed on him. If he moved even slightly, losing an arm would be the lightest consequence. A faint white light flickered in Ji Chen's eyes, his smile still in place. With one hand holding a big stick and the other a sweet date, this was the way to win people over. "Since you refuse to come with me, I can only beat you into submission and take you away." Wu Nian's eyes kept darting, desperately thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Although his level was 1 rank higher than Ji Chen's, their combat power was on completely different levels, even to the point of crushing. This was the suppression of professional talent, SSS against A. Even if Ji Chen allowed Wu Nian to level up 5 times or even complete the second stage of the gene lock transformation, he could still overpower him. Weak against strong, exchanging injury for injury, quick battle and quick resolution. Wu Nian's eyes sharpened as he thought of the optimal solution. Yet Ji Chen seemed to have mind-reading abilities, instantly seeing through Wu Nian's thoughts. "Knowing you are no match, you want to exchange injury for injury? Don't be foolish. Since I'm here, I will definitely win. By the way, since you defeated the pig spirit with withering power in the last round, I'll just use brute force to defeat you this time. How about that?" Arrogant. "How do you know I will lose without even fighting?" Wu Nian could no longer hold back. He knew he had a good temperament, but every word from Ji Chen struck at his core, shattering his psychological defenses, which made him genuinely angry. With a forceful push against the pressure, he shot forward, aiming directly for Ji Chen's brow. Ji Chen made no move, simply standing there quietly. "Don't underestimate people," Wu Nian roared, throwing a punch straight at Ji Chen's face. Just as he was about to succeed, a giant steel hand suddenly appeared beneath his feet and grabbed at Wu Nian's ankle. "Want to sneak attack? No way." Wu Nian had already sensed it. The withering phantasm activated, and steel number 1 grabbed nothing but air. Wu Nian sneered inwardly, believing that as long as Ji Chen didn't use flames to burn him, he still had a chance to defeat his opponent. Just as he was feeling proud, a second steel puppet appeared and sent him flying with a single punch, his body spinning out of the arena like a giant windmill. This sudden turn of events left the crowd dumbfounded, especially the pig Spirit King and the Withering King, who both exclaimed in unison, "Iron puppet? No, wait, whose iron puppet has a monster's head on it?" These 2 demigod-level experts had seen the iron puppets from the upper realm before, but they seemed a bit different from the 2 under Ji Chen's command. "Put!" Wu Nian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was very fragile, and the steel puppet's punch had taken nearly a third of his health. Ji Chen patted steel number 2 beside him, very satisfied, saying, "As I thought, your phantasm skill can't dodge the block's attack." "Block attack?" Wu Nian focused his gaze. The iron puppet that had sent him flying was holding a black obsidian block. It was this block that had knocked his phantasm self away. "How is this possible?" Cough cough cough. Fear arose in Wu Nian's heart. This weakness was something he hadn't even discovered himself. How is it impossible? If you could dodge the block, then the earth escape technique would be the true name of your ability. Ha ha ha. The reason Wu Nian could stand on the arena and compete with others was fundamentally because his phantasm couldn't penetrate the block. Ji Chen's explanation elicited the biggest reaction from the younger pig spirits, who never expected that such a skill that countered their brute force could be so easily cracked. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. This outsider is so smart." Hulu. Daughter, in the future, when looking for a male pig, make sure to find one that's a bit smarter. We won't marry those who only grow meat and not brains. Hulu. Actually, being a bit ugly isn't unacceptable either. Hulu. Ji Chen's discovery successfully won over a group of young sows who scrambled to want to have piglets with him. "I see. I have lost, my skills are inferior, and I am convinced." Wu Nian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He hadn't expected that his opponent not only had strong combat power but also such terrifying observational skills. In this battle, he lost completely, without a glimmer of hope for victory. Ji Chen didn't want to continue fighting. If he really killed the opponent, he would be the one at a disadvantage. "Since you've lost, then come with me, trust me. This will be the most correct choice of your life." Ji Chen put away the 2 steel puppets and reached out to pull Wu Nian, who was lying on the ground, up. However, to his surprise, Wu Nian had no intention of following him. "The Withering Clan has been kind to me before. Now that I have been defeated, I feel indebted to the Withering Clan. For both emotional and rational reasons, I should not betray them again. Thank you for your kindness. Please go back." Wu Nian lowered his head, not daring to meet Ji Chen's gaze. A hint of helplessness flashed in Ji-chen's eyes. In front of everyone, the other party's reaction truly made it difficult for him to save face, and his outstretched hand awkwardly retracted. Alright, it's really a pity. Take care of yourself. The Withering clan is a race of the undead, inherently hostile to living beings in the game. This Withering kid seemed to have never played Minecraft and completely failed to understand the murderous intent in the Withering king's eyes. Ji-chen exhaled a breath of foul air, no longer insisting. He took a deep look at the fallen Wunyan, said nothing more, and turned to leave the stage. The reasoning had been laid out, the force had been used, and yet the other party still did not recognize his good intentions. There was nothing he could do. At this moment, the Pig Spirit clan and the Withering clan were already in a heated argument, but the Pig Spirit's momentum was stronger. The Pig Spirit king, seeing Ji-chen's somewhat dejected expression, smiled and comforted him. Hana, my good ally, why aren't you happy after winning the battle? Ji-chen replied awkwardly, there's nothing I can do. It's like putting a warm face against a cold butt. In the world, pig spirits are rare, but the Pig Spirit King certainly counted as one. He immediately understood Ji-chen's peculiar metaphor. Alright, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Cheer up. Maybe during the negotiations later, I can help you get that person over. The Pig Spirit King was still in a good mood, even though he didn't know why Ji-chen was so intent on recruiting that Wunyan, but that had nothing to do with him. All he knew was that the Pig Spirit clan had won this contest, and they had won beautifully. Ji-chen had not used the fire, which perfectly countered the Withering's ethereal divine ability, but instead had used the brute force that the Pig Spirit clan excelled at. Even the Withering King could not say otherwise. Ji-chen's eyes flickered with a different light, his voice somewhat cold. No need, now I don't want to recruit him anymore. Alright, I'll listen to you. You are the greatest contributor to this battle. The Pig Spirit King laughed heartily, surprised that his ally would throw a little tantrum, but that was fine, at least it showed some humanity. Ji-chen took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling a bit relaxed. He had indeed consumed a lot of hunger value in this battle, and it was time to rest properly. I'm a bit tired, you pig spirits can handle the rest. After saying this, Ji-chen walked straight towards the Crimson Forest. Seeing this, the Pig Spirit King quickly had a few guards escort him. The younger pig spirits, seeing Ji-chen approach, were all excitedly stomping their feet, their attitudes changing dramatically as they crowded around wanting to get to know Ji-chen. Hero, what's your name? How can I become as smart as you? Oink. Change your brain. Hero, what was that you summoned just now? It was so amazing. Oink. Little Pig Peppa. Hero, can you tell me how you got stronger? Oink. Eat more, sleep more, ask fewer questions. The questions from the pig spirits were all over the place, making Ji-chen's head spin, with oinking sounds ringing in his ears, which only worsened his already poor mood. In the end, thanks to the intervention of the barbarian general who dispersed the younger generation, Ji-chen was finally able to escape. This arena battle was truly spectacular. You should go rest in the king's palace, and you don't need to worry about the rest, the barbarian general said with a beaming smile. After this battle, Ji-chen's prestige had greatly increased in the hearts of the pig spirits, and he should naturally be treated with the courtesy of a guest of honor. Thank you, barbarian general. I will go wait in the castle. Ji-chen cupped his hands and followed the guards into the Crimson Forest. On the other side, Wunyan descended from the stage in a daze, walking slowly with his head down, somewhat afraid to face the Withering clan. This is how you lose? What a useless guy. It's probably intentional. They are all players, who knows what kind of deal they struck. So shameless, taking so many resources from our king, yet still turning against us, unworthy to be part of our clan. The Withering soldiers were filled with doubt and dissatisfaction, some even spitting some withering power like saliva onto Wunyan. Wunyan did not dodge, these were what he deserved. The words of the Withering soldiers became more and more outrageous, and in the end, Wunyan directly became the scapegoat of the entire clan, receiving the scorn of thousands. He lowered his head, weaving through the crowd, each step feeling incredibly heavy. He wanted to argue, but he found no words, for he had indeed lost this battle. And it was a complete loss. There was no possibility of victory. His expression was somewhat dazed as he stumbled in front of the King of Withering, collapsing to his knees with a thud. My king, I have failed. But I truly am powerless. Wunyan did not dare to look up at the King of Withering, his voice trembling slightly. The King of Withering's gaze was indifferent, continuously rubbing his fingers, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. I understand. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. You may leave now. Yes, thank you for your understanding, my king. Wunyan felt warmth in his heart, tears glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, he felt his decision was worth it. Even if the world abandoned him, the King of Withering would not. The pent-up frustration in his chest dissipated, and he felt much lighter. My king, I will strive to level up in the future and will not disappoint your expectations. The King of Withering still spoke in a bland tone. Just as Wunyan was about to rise and leave, the king suddenly extended a finger, the power of Withering swirling at his fingertip, slowly aiming at Wunyan's back as he turned to leave. Wu Nian screamed in horror, watching the withering power pierce through him, disbelief filling his eyes. To the king of withering, this was merely a tiny, insignificant force. But this force was enough to take Wu Nian's life. My king, why is this happening? Wu Nian slowly fell to the ground, his bones shattered like a dead dog. Hee, you have always been my pawn to humiliate the pig spirit king. Did you really think that with your own withering aura you could become a member of my clan? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. The enormous king of withering pinched the severely injured Wu Nian with his finger and tossed him off the nearby cliff like a discarded sack, showing not a shred of sympathy. The fate of a worthless being is death. Wu Nian felt his body plummeting, his face numb, his heart shattered, the god residing within him also broken. At this moment, recalling Ji Chen's divisive words, he could only let out a bitter laugh. Hee, everything he said is true, the fool is actually me. Ha 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 ha. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground plunged both sides into silence. TSK. In the distance, the pig spirit king shook his head uncontrollably at this scene. I told you, old man, once you're done with them, you just throw them away. Who would be willing to work for you in the future? I handle my own affairs, I shouldn't need you to meddle. The king of withering's eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce fire, retorting ominously. The pig spirit king shook his head and chuckled. The king of withering was right, he indeed had no say in the matter. It was just unfortunate for that kid Ji Chen, who said he didn't care, but deep down, he still didn't quite want that withering kid to die. Although Ji Chen was cunning, he wasn't bad at heart, and he even showed great kindness towards his kind. That was a rare quality. The king of decay saw that this plan had fallen through and turned to lead the many decaying skeletons away. Wait, the entrance of my pig spirit clan is not something you can block at will. The pig spirit king shouted, shaking the entire army of decaying skeletons. The king of decay gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Now that Wu Nian had lost, he would have to bear the consequences. What do you want, you dead pig? What do I want? The pig spirit king almost laughed. The rule of blocking the door is that the loser must bow down, and now this old man was pretending to be foolish. Kneel down in front of both clans and give me a loud bow. As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up a storm. The pig spirit clan went wild, all excitedly roaring. It was rare to see one clan leader bowing to another. The king of decay's face turned ugly, gritting his teeth and saying, must you make the situation so tense? Why didn't you feel tense when you came to block the door? The pig spirit king was sharp, giving no chance to the king of decay. Fine. As you wish. The king of decay gritted his teeth and suddenly tore off one of his skeletal arms, a tremendous force of decay bursting forth. That was his own blood. Kneeling in front of both clans was impossible now. The pig spirit king knew what he wanted. The pig spirit king pretended to tremble in fear, smacking his lips and saying, why so violent? If you don't want to bow, just say so. TSK. Recovering a demigod-level arm must be quite troublesome, right? The king of decay endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth and saying, what do you care? Don't you just want this arm? Here it is. Saying this, the smoky skeletal arm was thrown to the pig spirit king. The pig spirit king didn't back down. Knowing the arm had a strong force of decay, he still grasped it directly. A tearing sound echoed as the powerful force of decay continuously corroded the pig spirit king's flesh, even exposing his white bones. But in an instant, the flesh grew back and returned to normal. This went on until all the decaying power was worn away. A demigod-level arm was a good treasure. With a little refining, it could be used as a weapon. Can I leave now? The king of decay stopped the blood from oozing from his wound, his voice carrying a hint of weakness. The pig spirit king kept stroking the skeletal arm of the king of decay, a smile creeping onto his lips. You've broken an arm, not a leg. If you want to leave, how could I possibly keep you here? Wait. I remember this grudge. The king of decay snorted coldly, turning to lead his army of 1,000,000 skeletons away. The pig spirit king was not afraid of the threat. The enmity between the two clans was already more than 1 or 2, so adding another didn't matter. Let's go, we should return too. The pig spirit king called back the excited younger members of the pig spirit clan to return to the Crimson Forest. Suddenly, the pig spirit king seemed to think of something, turned to look in the direction where Wu Nian had been discarded, and said to his guards, you go rescue that Wu Nian from the bottom of the cliff and bring him to my palace. Wu Nian? The player who can use the power of decay? Why do you want to save him, your majesty? He's probably already dead from the fall. The guard was somewhat confused. The pig spirit king became a bit annoyed and slapped the back of the guard's head. I told you to go, so go. Why so much nonsense? Even if he's dead, make sure to collect all the drops. Yes. The guard rubbed the back of his head and hurried off to do it. Meanwhile, Ji Chen had already returned to the pig spirit king's palace, the events of the day replaying in his mind, finally freezing on the scene of Wu Nian rejecting him. What a pity. Although he had won, he still felt a sense of defeat. Just as Ji Chen was sulking alone, a hearty pig-like laughter came from outside. Sorry to keep you waiting. Quickly bring all the leftover Pig meet up. The Pig Spirit King called out loudly, and more than a dozen pig spirits set up an enormous wooden table in the center of the palace, clanging the crimson wooden boards together. His subordinates brought various foods, but looking around, most of it was still mainly pig meat and mushrooms. Ji-chin had no mood to eat these things. He waved his hand and said, "Let's skip the food. I've been away from the upper realm for a while now, and I'm eager to return." The upper realm and the lower realm were not connected, and the upper realm was currently undergoing a shocking change. He was genuinely afraid that those few wasteful things would blow up his home. Return? Why the rush? At the very least, you should wait until the land is sealed before leaving. The Pig Spirit King quickly tried to persuade him, pulling Ji-chin to sit down for a meal. Ji-chin had no choice but to sit down and eat a little. Seeing that Ji-chin stayed, the Pig Spirit King spoke again. "Little brother, today I have 2 gifts to give you." "Little brother? Big brother?" Ji-chin shook his head and laughed. Such familiarity must have some ulterior motive. "You're too polite, Pig Spirit King. This time, your help was truly effortless and insignificant. You're giving land and gifts. Do you not want to repay the favor?" "Oh, nonsense, don't worry. These 2 gifts I'm giving you are definitely worth more than the favor you mentioned." The Pig Spirit King grinned mischievously, actually not wanting to repay it. Ji-chin felt a bit helpless since the other party had said it so openly. He wanted to see what kind of gift could be worth more than the favor of a demigod. The Pig Spirit King didn't hesitate and immediately took out the severed hand of the Withering King. Severed hand of the Withering Skeleton, refined, demigod level, incomplete, +1. The system's prompt sounded, and Ji-chen's expression immediately became serious. This old pig actually turned the Withering King's arm into a weapon. "Do you like it?" the Pig Spirit King asked with a big smile. "I like it. A demigod's arm is a priceless treasure." Ji-chin kept stroking this special weapon in his hand, and with a thought, the weapon's detailed description popped up. Name: Claw of Withering Attack, 60 points. Attribute: Curse of Withering. Attack carries withering effect, cannot be removed unless actively retracted. The description was very simple and straightforward. Strong. 60 points of attack power could almost make Ji-chin invincible below the demigod level. "Ha, this is just the first gift. I still have a second gift for you." The Pig Spirit King stuffed a piece of pig meat into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Ji-chen's eyes lit up. A gift that could be on par with the Claw of Withering must be extraordinary. The Pig Spirit King kept them in suspense and didn't take it out immediately. "Little brother, do you think these 2 gifts can match your favor?" "They can." Ji-chin almost didn't hesitate, blurting it out directly. Not to mention the second gift, even just the Claw of Withering was worth far more than his own favor. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, the King of Pig Spirits leisurely took out the second gift from his bosom. With a hint of pride in his eyes, he said, "Little brother, this second gift of mine is much more powerful than the Withering Claw I gave you." Ji-chin looked on with anticipation, turning his gaze to find a deathless totem and a bottle of healing potion quietly resting in the King of Pig Spirits' hand. This, Ji-chin hesitated, feeling as if the King of Pig Spirits was deliberately toying with him. The healing potion, as the name suggests, could restore health, and the production process was quite simple. One just needed to place flame powder, hellwarts, and flickering watermelons into the brewing station in order, and after a moment it would be successfully brewed. As for the Deathless Totem, it was a bit more precious. In the game, it could be obtained by attacking summoners, and wearing it could withstand a fatal blow while triggering significant health recovery and a shield, but it was a one-time consumable. Once used, it was gone. Although the Deathless Totem and healing potion could be considered valuable, their worth was far inferior to the first gift, the Withering Claw, not even worth mentioning in comparison. The King of Pig Spirits seemed quite pleased with his prank and offered no explanation. Ji-chin narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. This old pig liked to speak half-truths and then let him figure it out. These 2 items likely had ulterior motives. "Senior, this doesn't align with your usual style. Do you have something else you haven't revealed?" Ji-chin returned to his seat, not reaching for the 2 items. "Ha ha ha. Smart. Truly too smart. If you were a few years older, I would want to be sworn brothers with you." The King of Pig Spirits laughed heartily, patting his belly. Usually, when he posed a riddle, it would take others 3 to 5 days to decipher its meaning, but Ji-chin could communicate without barriers, accurately extracting the meaning and implications from his words. Having such a confidant was truly a great fortune in life. After finishing his laughter, the King of Pig Spirits turned to a nearby attendant and said, "Go, bring that living dead person here." The attendant nodded and swiftly disappeared. Living dead? Ji-chin was a bit puzzled about what the King of Pig Spirits was planning. About half an hour later, 2 pig spirit brutes carried in a bloodied player. Ji-chin recognized at a glance that this person was Wu Nian. "You really brought him back." To be precise, he was picked up. The King of Pig Spirits pointed at the barely breathing Wu Nian and said, "This guy's life is really tough. He took a hit from the Withering King, fell from a 100-meter cliff, and still managed to cling to life. Truly not meant to die." Previously, when he had his subordinates fish him out, it was just a gamble. After all, Wu Nian was only an 11-level player, and the chances of surviving 2 heavy blows were very slim. The Deathless Totem and Healing Potion in hand were actually meant for him. With these 2 items, even if you were 1 foot in the gates of hell, you could be saved. Ji Chen looked at Wu Nian, surrounded by dark energy and looking miserable, and suddenly felt like laughing. He had long guessed that the Withering King wouldn't let Wu Nian join the Withering clan and might even secretly kill him. But he never expected that the Withering King would be so direct, incapacitating Wu Nian in front of both clans. Ji Chen shook his head, grinding his teeth, as if talking to himself. I told you long ago that the Withering King is not a good person. The way he looks at you is like looking at an object. How could he possibly be a wise ruler? In the end, he still fell into my hands. Wu Nian was someone burdened with too many shackles. Wanting to follow him back to the upper realm while not wanting to disappoint the Withering King's nurturing was a dilemma, and one wrong step could lead to ruin. But this was also good. Let him suffer a bit, and he would be even more loyal to me in the future. Ji Chen picked up the healing potion and walked over to Wu Nian. The amount of potion was sufficient, but he did not pour it all down Wu Nian's throat. Instead, he only let him drink a mouthful. As the potion entered his stomach, the effect was immediate, and the near-death Wu Nian slowly opened his eyes. Ji Chen, brother. Wu Nian's voice was very weak, as if he could breathe his last at any moment. Ji Chen sneered, showing no mercy. Who is your brother? Don't make false claims. We aren't close. Wu Nian tried to prop himself up, but the extreme hunger and the shattered bones throughout his body prevented him from completing this difficult action. Spurt. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and his health rapidly declined. Save me, I don't want to die yet. I really don't want to die. Death is cruel. Even the strongest-willed person would feel fear when faced with this step. Ji Chen was not in a hurry, calculating the duration of the healing potion's effect in his mind, his voice laced with mockery as he said, Why should I save you? In other words, what benefit is there for me in keeping you alive? Benefit. Wu Nian's pupils constricted, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. He had nothing now, even this life depended on the charity of others. What benefit could he possibly offer Ji Chen? The effect of the potion faded. The withering power left behind by the Withering King in Wu Nian's body erupted. Wu Nian's heart raced, and the countdown to his life officially began. It seems you don't have much time left. Ji Chen still wore his signature smile, but to Wu Nian's eyes he appeared like a soul-stealing demon, no longer the honest and harmonious figure he once saw. I want revenge. I can't die yet. I am willing to serve you as my master, to be your beast of burden. Just let me live. Wu Nian almost screamed, recalling the Withering King's palm strike, the seed of hatred slowly sprouting. Ji Chen nodded. This was the very sentence he wanted to hear. All right, but that's not enough. How about you let me punch you once? If you can take it, I'll save you. What do you think? Brother Ji Chen, you can't make such jokes lightly. Wu Nian's face turned pale with fear. Ji Chen was a level 10 player, and a single punch had a damage output of 40 points. If he were in his prime, he might have been able to try it, but in his current state, taking a punch would mean certain death. I can't quell my hatred without hitting you once. Ji Chen seemed not to hear Wu Nian's words and began to twist his arm. Brother Ji Chen, what conditions do you want? We can discuss it again. I really can't take that punch. Wu Nian's voice had started to grow hoarse, instinctively wanting to retreat. The Pig Spirit King watched from the side, his face already beaming with joy, but he had no intention of intervening. You're getting more interesting by the minute. You're too kind. Pig Spirit King, Ji Chen replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chen threw a punch without holding back, directly dealing the full 40 points of damage. Bang! The effect of the undying totem was triggered. Countless particles erupted around Wu Nian's body, and his injuries visibly began to heal. Watching the changes in his body, Wu Nian was stunned for a long time. The near-death state he had just been in had miraculously allowed him to stand up. After Ji Chen threw a punch, his mood lifted, and he twisted his wrist, saying, Why aren't you kneeling to acknowledge your master? Upon hearing this, Wu Nian seemed to awaken from a dream, immediately realizing that the undying totem had saved his life, and he knelt down at once. Thank you, Brother Ji. Ding! Wu Nian has formed a master-servant contract with you. You can extract 10% of the experience gained by the other party. Ji Chen nodded in satisfaction. This time he didn't make Wu Nian call him boss like he did with the Iron Armor Gang. After all, Wu Nian had initially rejected him, so his status would naturally be a bit lower. Don't worry, brother, I won't let you call me for nothing. The head of the Withering King will eventually become my puppet. As soon as these words were spoken, the Pig Spirit King, who was eating, suddenly paused, his heartbeat slowing for a moment. It should be known that the Withering King was a demigod, and to make a demigod's head into a puppet was nothing short of audacious. Wu Nian didn't say any more words of thanks, just nodded vigorously. Ji Chen helped Wu Nian up, then turned to the Pig Spirit King and bowed, saying, Senior, I will graciously accept these 2 items. Once I return to the upper realm, I will send the golden carrot as soon as possible. The Pig Spirit King waved his hand, smiling. No rush, no rush. Do you have any specific requests regarding the land grant? Specific requests? The more Ji-chan pondered, the more he felt something was off about this question. After a moment of thought, he immediately understood its meaning. The power structure of the pig spirits was largely tied to land, and the Pig Spirit King was the biggest landowner. In other words, the amount of land among the Pig Spirit clan signified power and status. Some major lords could even voice their objections at important meetings. However, maintaining this system had a very important prerequisite: it had to be among the same race. If the Pig Spirit King really granted land and an official position to Ji-chan, an outsider, it would greatly impact the political system of the pig spirits, even inviting unrest and dissatisfaction from some major landowners. Some scheming pig spirits might even use this excuse to openly oppose the Pig Spirit King's orders. The Pig Spirit King was well aware of this, which is why there were these two gifts at today's banquet aimed at prompting Ji-chan to decline the land grant. Ji-chan was most adept at social niceties. Having accepted two favors from the other party, it would be impolite to ask for land from the pig spirits again. After all, he had already seen the sincerity of the Pig Spirit King. The Withering Claw had proven everything. Next, he just needed to help the Pig Spirit King put on a show and decline the land grant. Ji-chan cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Let's skip the land grant. After all, I am from the upper realm and not accustomed to living in the lower realm. How can that be? As the leader of a clan, my word must count." The Pig Spirit King feigned anger. Ji-chan was momentarily speechless. Clearly, he didn't want to give it, yet his body acted otherwise. A hypocritical fellow. After a moment of thought, he came up with a brilliant excuse. "Since you wish to grant land, why not give it to the first pig spirit, Awang, who comes to the stage?" Without his initial probing, I wouldn't have easily defeated Wu Nian. The Pig Spirit King's eyes lit up, secretly giving Ji-chan a thumbs up. This handling was simply brilliant, something he hadn't even thought of. If the Pig Spirit King granted land to an outsider, it would surely invite opposition from the major landowners under him, but granting land to a clansman would be entirely normal. After all, no one could object to a clan king wanting to support a new landowner. Haha, as you say, summon Pig Spirit Awan, come quickly. Before long, the injured Pig Spirit Awan was summoned to the palace of the Pig Spirit King. Zhu Lingawang cautiously stepped into the palace, feeling anxious and constantly guessing why the king had summoned him. Could it be that I lost the battle and the king wants to punish me? I'm really too foolish. I missed such a good opportunity and should be punished. Zhu Lingawang encouraged himself, feeling that he had embarrassed the king, and even if he was punished, it wouldn't be a loss. Zhu Lingawang pays his respects to the king. Get up. From now on, when you enter my palace, there's no need to kneel. The Zhuling king waved his hand, dismissing the kneeling. No need to kneel? Zhu Lingawang felt as if he had misheard. In the Zhuling clan, only certain landowners were qualified not to kneel before the king, and now he had been granted such a privilege, which was quite surprising. Clearly, Zhu Lingawang was not as clever as Ji-chan and did not understand the true meaning of the Zhuling king's words. When Zhu Lingawang looked up, the figures of Ji-chan and Wu Nian first came into his view. He recognized Ji-chan on the left. When he woke up from his coma, Ji-chan had just defeated Wu Nian, so he had a deep impression. However, he was puzzled as to why Wu Nian was also in the king's hall. The Zhuling king was too lazy to explain much to Zhu Lingawang and directly announced the decision regarding the land grant. Zhu Lingawang has made contributions in resisting foreign tribes, and today I grant him land and title, elevating him to nobility for generations to come. Generations of nobility. Zhu Lingawang trembled all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. For a common Zhuling like him, the land grant was a great blessing for future generations, a significant change in fate. If he achieved more military merit in the future, he might even join the ranks of the great landowners. But, Your Majesty, I did not win. Why? Zhu Lingawang quickly reacted and asked for the reason. You should thank our friend Ji-chan. It was he who proposed to grant the land to you. Zhu Ling. Awang's gaze shifted back to the foreign youth, and tears welled up in his eyes. He wanted to express his gratitude, but his pig brain couldn't come up with anything. Ji-chan's single remark directly influenced the life of an ordinary Zhu Ling. Ji-chan stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said, I admire those who dare to take risks, work hard and strive to become a great landowner in the future. Zhu Lingawang nodded heavily, making sure to remember the appearance of this foreigner deeply in his heart. After sending Zhu Lingawang off, Ji-chan let out a heavy breath. Everything was done, and he could finally go back. Zhu Ling King, farewell. Go on, I won't see you off. Come to play often in the future. The Zhuling king had now returned to his ball-like form, moving with great difficulty. Ji-chan exited the hall and, with Wu Nian, easily found the location of the Hell Gate. You need to be mentally prepared. The danger level of the trial ground, upper realm, is even higher than that of the lower realm. I don't know how much the zombie situation has changed in the days I've been gone. Trial land. In a dimly lit tunnel, countless zombies seemed to be gnawing on something. The sounds of flesh being torn and bones being crushed made the entire tunnel feel like a hell on earth. Suddenly, an arm burst forth from the pile of rotting flesh, immediately snapping the head of a zombie. "Get away! You bunch of trash, all of you get away!" Following that, the head of a second zombie was smashed to pieces by a punch. "I will not die, the god Herobrine will protect me. You cannot kill me." A player holding a golden carrot and wearing tattered red clothes slowly stood up from the sea of corpses. His eyes emitted a blinding white light, and the aura around him forced the surrounding zombies to retreat, not daring to take a step forward. Looking around, his body was covered in bite marks left by the zombies, and purple veins were spread across his neck. Such injuries would have killed a normal player countless times over. But this player survived, living on with unparalleled faith. Perhaps he could no longer be called a player, because his appearance was indistinguishable from the surrounding zombies. The only difference was that he retained the consciousness of his former self, becoming the first intelligent zombie. Thus, the Zombie King was born. The purple dizziness quickly faded, and the system's voice rang in Ji Chen's mind. "Ding! Day 15 of the Cataclysm, ding! Congratulations, host level upgraded, level 10 level 11, ding! Congratulations, host level upgraded, level 11 level 12, ding! Congratulations, host level upgraded, level 12 level 13. Ji Chen listened to the continuous system prompts, his aura constantly rising, startling Wu Nian, who retreated repeatedly, his expression like someone who had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Once Ji Chen's aura stabilized, Wu Nian weakly asked, "Did you cheat?" Ji Chen shot Wu Nian a glance, slightly speechless. "Cheat my foot." This was clearly the experience accumulated by Wang Chang and the others during their leveling up these past few days. Since the lower realm and the trial land were not connected, the experience was just delayed. I must say, this experience was quite a lot, instantly boosting his level from 10 to 13. It seemed that Wang Chang and the others had not been slacking off these past few days. Seeing that Ji Chen did not answer his question, Wu Nian became even more convinced that the other was cheating. Time in the lower realm was not divided into day and night. Ji Chen had been gone for 6 days, and the cataclysm had directly reached the 15th day. The zombies had received a buff, so the experience they provided was definitely much more than before. However, the current zombies should still not be able to destroy blocks, so Wang Chang and their foot repair tunnel could still be used for a while. Once he collected enough obsidian, he would build them an obsidian foot repair tunnel. This way, the safety issue during leveling would no longer be a problem. Ji Chen looked around and did not find the Iron Armor Gang and Chu Linger. They were probably leveling up in the foot repair tunnel. He then took Wu Nian for a simple tour around the base. Various redstone buildings were mostly completed, with no signs of damage. The 100-layer farm had also been built up to 65 layers, indicating that Chu Linger and the others had not been slacking off. As the master of this territory, Ji Chen felt they were doing well and decided to reward them with some chicken legs later. Recruiting a few little brothers to guard the home was indeed a wise choice. Ji Chen muttered to himself before beckoning the still-dazed Wu Nian to head towards the cave. Wu Nian looked at the brand new world before him, mouth half open, his eyes filled with disbelief, resembling a baby encountering the outside world. The blue sky, green grass blocks, and the green trees swaying in the wind were things he had never seen in the lower realm. Finally, his gaze fixed on a magnificent building over 60 stories high, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a masterpiece! You can look at these later when you have time. For now, tell me about your specific abilities," Ji Chen urged as he noticed Wu Nian had fallen behind. Prompted by this reminder, Wu Nian hurriedly caught up. "My innate ability is Withering Illusion, which you have already witnessed when I was in the lower realm. After unlocking the first level gene lock, my profession did not change. I am still the Withering Prince, but I gained an additional ability called Withering Corruption." Withering Corruption? Interesting, elaborate. Ji Chen raised an eyebrow, knowing just from the name that it was a highly valuable ability. Withering Corruption is not an attack-type ability. It allows me to infuse my withering power onto a block or item. Anyone who touches them will suffer from withering poison effects. Ji Chen stroked his chin, carefully pondering Wu Nian's second ability. The Withering Corruption ability is neither particularly strong nor weak. After all, it is derived from an A-level profession. It can be further developed, and its applications are quite broad. For instance, Wu Nian could control the intensity of the corruption, directly attaching the withering power to weapons, effectively enchanting them. Another use would be to coat the walls surrounding the territory with withering power to wear down the zombies attacking the territory, which could yield remarkable results. With this in mind, Ji Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just for this ability, it was worth the effort he put into rescuing him. Once Wu Nian adapted to life here, he would directly order him to work 9 to 6. No weekends off, until the walls within a radius of several dozen kilometers were all coated with withering power. The joy of a capitalist is so simple and unadorned. This way, the defense coefficient of the base could be significantly increased. After returning to the cave, Ji Chen took Wu Nian to the warehouse where the boxes were stored. This warehouse was large, occupying almost half of the mountain, divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, each neatly organized. Rows of large boxes were arranged around, with various display and notice boards for classification. Resources were now abundant, and proper categorization was essential. This mountain warehouse was something he had Chu-Linger prepare in advance. In this regard, Chu-Linger had clearly done very well, completely meeting his expectations. The items inside the boxes were reasonably organized, you just needed to find the corresponding area and quickly locate what you wanted according to the classification numbers. Ji-Chen walked to a box marked with a golden carrot sign. Without hesitation, he took out 2 sets of golden carrots from it and handed 1 set to Wu Nian, saying, "Don't be too reserved, take whatever you want. Whether it's weapons, armor, or food blocks, we have everything here." Wu Nian looked at the dazzling array of large boxes around him, swallowed hard, and with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, asked, "Can I really take these things freely?" "Yes, take whatever you like. As my subordinate, just enjoy yourself." Ji-Chen felt that he was quite a competent boss, providing food and shelter and even managing distribution. Where in the world could you find such a conscientious capitalist? "Alright, you choose for yourself first, I have other things to do." Ji-Chen waved his hand, no longer paying attention to the still-dazed Wu Nian, and turned to walk towards the area where the ores were stored. He needed to deal with the matter of the golden carrots he promised to the Pig Spirit King. Sending nearly 1,000,000 golden carrots in 3 months was no small task. It would be quite embarrassing if he couldn't fulfill the conditions he had confidently set back then. Wu Nian was constantly darting around the warehouse, his eyes filled with disbelief. Food, equipment, blocks, everything was available. He felt like a poor young man who had just entered the city, muttering, "Is life in the upper realm really this rich? No. To be precise, I'm the only one in the upper realm who is this rich." Ji-Chen's voice came from afar, interrupting Wu Nian's murmurs. It was a joke. They were currently in a chaotic situation. If you stuck your head out, zombies could easily knock your brains out. If Wu Nian had seen the scene outside the city walls, he might not have said such things. 15 days into the chaos, the zombies had made a significant leap in their capabilities. Whether individual players or major guilds, everyone had activated a level 1 alert. It was all too common to not sleep well, not eat enough, and live in constant fear. Ji-Chen was the only one who could stockpile such a large warehouse of supplies in this chaotic world. Ji-Chen arrived at the ore area and quickly found the box containing the gold ore. These gold ores had already been smelted in advance, appearing as gold ingots. He took out 3 large boxes of gold ingots, nearly 100 sets in total. He hadn't specifically mined for gold ingots, these could be considered byproducts from mining stone. After establishing the stone puppet mining system, the task of mining was entirely handed over to Wang Chang. Now, Ji-Chen only had nearly 100 sets of gold ingots, which was completely insufficient to produce 1,000,000 carats in 3 months. So he thought of another method, creating gold block puppets. According to Ji-Chen's observations, it seemed that only iron ore puppets had strong offensive capabilities among the various ores. The puppets made from other ores had basic attributes similar to stone puppets and were considered functional puppets. It was easy to guess that gold block puppets would also lean towards being functional puppets. Ji-Chen speculated that their abilities were likely related to gilding food. If that were the case, producing 1,000,000 golden carats would not be a problem for him. After all, his farm had already been built to over 60 layers, and he didn't need to worry about the supply of carrots. The only thing to pay attention to was the yield of gold. Thus, the process of creating gold puppets was particularly important. Ji-Chen walked out of the warehouse, found a spacious spot outside the cave, and began his experiment. He took out the workbench and combined the gold ingots from his backpack into gold blocks. 1 gold block equals 9 gold ingots equals 81 gold nuggets. Then he took out the prepared pumpkin head, activated the puppet technique, and the inanimate pumpkin head instantly came to life. Pumpkin head. +1. I hope my guess is correct. Ji-Chen silently prayed, casually mixing the puppet-formed pumpkin head with the gold block. In the next moment, a gold block puppet appeared before him. Name, Gold Puppet. Health 50, Attack 20, Defense 10, Speed 10, Special Attribute, can gild any food and grant some special effects. The gold puppet was very similar in size to the iron puppet, entirely golden and shining brightly in the sunlight. Just as I thought. Ji-Chen was delighted. The gold puppet's functions were exactly as he had speculated. Gilding food was a truly magical thing in my world. A regular carrot, when eaten directly, would only increase hunger by 3 points and saturation by 3.6 points. The golden-coated carrot can increase a player's hunger by 6 points and saturation by 14.4. This makes the carrot leap to become the food that restores the highest saturation in the game. The effect is immediate. Of course, in the game, apples and watermelons can also be gilded, giving them special effects. The enchanted golden apple made from gold blocks is even referred to by players as the king of food. But the potential of the golden golem goes far beyond that. Its attribute description includes any food In other words, it can gild any food that can be gilded in the game, and it can also gild food that cannot be gilded. Golden wheat, golden potatoes, golden beetroots, these are all things that cannot be made in the game world, yet the golden golem can produce them all. Just as Ji Chen was about to experiment with the golden golem's abilities, Wang Chang and the others, who had just finished leveling up, happened to return at that moment. Boss, when did you come back? Wang Chang's eyes lit up upon seeing Ji Chen, and he hurriedly stepped forward to ask with concern. Ji Chen hadn't informed them when he went to the lower realm, but Wang Chang and the others were already used to it. Their boss just liked to roam around. Soon, everyone from the Iron Armor gang gathered around. During the days Ji Chen was in the lower realm, all the projects at the base were progressing in an orderly manner, but without Ji Chen's presence, they felt like they were missing a backbone and lacked a sense of security. If it weren't for the upgrade plans Ji Chen had left them earlier, they wouldn't even know what to do now. Ji Chen turned to look, and he noticed that the members of the Iron Armor gang had grown significantly in size. Their momentum had changed dramatically. Especially Wang Chang. Ji Chen felt that a fierce aura was swirling around him. Upon closer inspection, the fierce aura was quite dense, as if it could solidify at any moment. Wang Chang, what happened to you? Where did you pick up such a heavy fierce aura? Wang Chang was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily. Boss, this isn't fierce aura, it's the killing intent I've condensed after my job change to Berserker. Job change? Killing intent? Ji Chen didn't hesitate and immediately opened the system to look at Wang Chang. Name, Wang Chang. Level 10 profession, Vanguard Warrior Berserker special ability can continuously stack killing intent during combat, increasing both attack and defense as the killing intent accumulates. Since Wang Chang is his subordinate, Ji Chen can directly pull up all of Wang Chang's information through the system, displayed clearly on the system panel. Not only did Wang Chang complete his job change, but the others did as well. What surprised Ji Chen a bit was that the 8 members of the Iron Armor gang had actually diversified into 4 completely different warrior professions. Among them, Wang Chang's Berserker was the most representative. Wang Chang pointed at the remaining members of the Iron Armor gang and introduced them one by one. Air and Ba have changed their class to meet Shield Warriors, with a 50% increase in health. San and Lu have changed their class to Reconnaissance Warriors, with a 50% increase in vision. Qi, Weijiu, and Sure have not changed their class. They are still frontline warriors, but their base attributes have significantly improved. P.S. There is no C in Wu, they were already eliminated. When a player's level breaks 10, they can unlock the first layer of the gene lock. At this point, players have a certain probability of changing classes, and the second profession is born based on the first. For example, Wang Chang's first profession is a frontline warrior, and after changing classes, he becomes a berserker, but ultimately he has not strayed from the warrior category. Therefore, the second profession can also be seen as an upgrade or derivation of the first profession. Class changes vary from person to person. Not everyone will change classes after breaking the gene lock. But it is certain that the more gene locks unlocked, the rarer and more unique the profession after the class change. Ji Chen nodded, using the system to scan everyone, and the various information was largely consistent with Wang Chang's introduction. The team becoming stronger is a good thing. Especially Wang Chang, this big brother, unexpectedly developed a divine power that accumulates killing intent. Although this divine power is weak, it is better than nothing. In battle, it can create an information gap, slowly wearing down the enemy. After understanding everyone's upgrade results, Ji Chen did not find Chu Lingerin the disaster lark, so he curiously asked, what about those two? Wang Chang naturally knew who the 2 people the boss was referring to and immediately said, the lark said he recently felt the fluctuations of the heartbound shattered space around the base. This should be related to Chu Linger investigating the source of the sound. The sound of the heartbound shattered space? The people from the disaster kingdom have come. Ji Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he had a faint ominous premonition. He had killed 2 reconnaissance teams from the Disaster Kingdom and captured a heartbound, ultimately retreating unscathed. This matter was essentially slapping a country in the face. A swollen face at that. The other party could not possibly let it go, but he did not expect retribution to come so quickly. Seeing Ji Chen's expression as if he had eaten a rebuttal, Wang Chang tentatively asked, Boss, is this matter very serious? In his view, although the Heartbound's abilities are magical, they are too fragile. With his boss's incredible combat power, it seems there is no need to be afraid no matter how many come. Serious. Very serious. Have the disaster lark come to see me immediately, right now. Now. The seriousness in Ji Chen's eyes deepened, and he began to consider the worst-case scenario. He certainly was not afraid of the Heartbound. What he feared was the disaster kingdom behind them and the demigod-level powerhouses that might be lurking in the shadows. It is now certain that a race that has developed intelligence will at least give birth to one demigod as the guardian of the race. His choice to ally with the Pig Spirit tribe was precisely to add a layer of insurance to this matter, giving him the capital to deal with demigod-level powerhouses. Wan Chang and the others quickly realized the seriousness of the situation when they saw Ji-Chen so tense. Their smiles quickly faded, and the 8 of them orderly dispersed in all directions, with no unnecessary chatter or questioning, only efficient execution. A white light shone in Ji-Chen's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of blocks floated up, forming a cloud ladder leading directly to the cave entrance. With a strong push of his legs, his figure flickered continuously on these blocks, and in the blink of an eye, he had returned to the cave. At this moment, Wu Nian had finished selecting supplies and had just walked out of the warehouse when he saw the hurried Ji-Chen and asked in confusion, "Did you encounter some trouble? You came out just in time. Hurry and help." Ji-Chen called out to Wu Nian while frantically tossing magma buckets from his backpack space. These magmas were collected by him at the beginning in hell, and now it was time to put them to use. "Help me make an infinite water source on the side." "Oh." Wu Nian quickly took the water bucket. Seeing Ji-Chen so anxious, he didn't ask much and started following Ji-Chen's instructions. In the blink of an eye, a set of magma buckets was stacked together, quietly hovering above the ground. In the game, magma buckets are non-stackable items in a player's backpack, with one magma bucket occupying one backpack slot. But in reality, this feature seemed to have been removed, allowing magma buckets to stack up to 64 like other items. Ji-Chen waved his hand, and in an instant, a collection activation was triggered, causing an 8x8x1 pit to open up beneath his feet. Wow! Wu Nian's eyes nearly popped out at this scene. He only knew that Ji-Chen could summon puppets and control fire, but he never expected that a other party could also instantly break blocks. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly pour all these magma buckets into it. Remember, spread it evenly, don't waste any." Wu Nian quickly snapped out of his daze, picked up the magma bucket on the ground, and began pouring magma into the hole Ji-Chen had just created. Ji-Chen's movements were quick, not daring to waste a moment. Now the kingdom of disaster was in the dark and he was in the light, with only a few obsidian puppets guarding him. He was genuinely a bit uneasy. With Wu Nian's help, soon a set of magma was completely poured, and the cave instantly turned into a sea of magma, with the temperature rising sharply. Wu Nian wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Ji brother, are you going to make obsidian?" At this point, he also sensed something. With both magma and water involved, the intention was too obvious. "Yes." Ji-Chen nodded, not hiding it. Wu Nian looked around as if searching for something. "Ji brother, where's your diamond pickaxe? You can't break obsidian without a diamond pickaxe." "I know, but I can dig it with my hands," Ji-Chen said leisurely. Wu Nian felt like his CPU was running a bit low. "You know you can't break obsidian without a diamond pickaxe, yet you're going to dig with your hands? Are you trying to practice the long-lost iron sand palm?" Ji-Chen ignored Wu Nian's puzzled expression and scooped up a bucket of water to pour over the magma. Sizzle! A few pieces of obsidian glowing with dark purple light appeared beneath his feet. Then came the second bucket of water, the third bucket, the fourth bucket, until the 8th bucket, when this set of magma was all turned into obsidian, without a single one left. Wu Nian stood by, imagining the scene of Ji-Chen using his hands to scrape obsidian, and couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of Ji-Chen instantly breaking stones, and his smile abruptly stopped. Incredulity in his voice as he said, "Ji brother, don't tell me you can break obsidian just like you did with the stones?" The hardness of stone and obsidian was not even on the same level. He truly couldn't believe Ji-Chen could break a set of obsidian in the blink of an eye. Ji-Chen smiled slightly, waved his right hand at the obsidian ground in front of him, and all 64 pieces of obsidian were collected into his backpack, his expression very calm as he replied, "Why not?" Ji-Chen felt that if he didn't explain things soon, Wu Nian might not be able to sleep tonight. "Alright, we're all on the same side, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. I have a certain ability that allows me to instantly collect all blocks within a certain range without using any tools, and it doesn't consume hunger points. Obsidian is hard, but it doesn't exceed what I can handle, so to me, it's no different from other blocks." After finishing, Ji-Chen took out 5 pieces of obsidian and demonstrated it to Wu Nian again. Since Wu Nian had already joined his team, there was no need to hide some of his abilities. A qualified leader can only earn the loyalty of subordinates by being sincere with them. Of course, his sincerity was limited to his own people. If an enemy tried to play the sincerity game with him, he could trick them out of their pants. Wu Nian nodded. While the idea of instantly collecting obsidian still sounded a bit shocking, at least he could accept it. Ji-Chen put away the obsidian on the ground and said again, "Alright, next I need an absolutely quiet environment to craft puppets. You can go out and stroll around the base, get familiar with life in the upper world. If you encounter a group of muscular block men, just mention my name, and they won't give you any trouble." Crafting puppets was different from collecting blocks. It required a real consumption of hunger points, so a quiet environment was very important. "Yes." Wu Nian understood Ji-Chen's meaning and left with a nod. After Wu Nian left, Ji-Chen summoned all 5 iron puppets. With a great enemy looming, there were only 2 ways to quickly enhance his combat power. One was to level up, and the other was to increase the number and strength of his puppets. His level had now reached 13, and from here on, the experience required to level up would be astronomical. He calculated simply, even with an SSS level talent boost, going from level 13 to 20 and then breaking through the second stage of the gene lock would require nearly 1.5 million experience points. In Minecraft normal mode, without armor and against a regular adult zombie, it only drops 5 experience points. Even if the transformed zombies dropped more experience, the most one could drop was 30 points, meaning he would have to continuously kill 50,000 zombies. This world had a completely new leveling system. Every time a gene lock was opened, the required experience would explode in growth. Ji-chun went from level 0 to level 10 by killing just over 100 monsters, but going from level 10 to 20 required 50,000 monsters. The experience needed for the third and fourth stage gene locks would only increase. Reaching level 50 to become a god sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult in practice. Undoubtedly, this was a very long process. The only way to quickly become stronger in a short time was to create an army of puppets. Ji-chun took out 40 pieces of obsidian from a group and upgraded the 5 iron puppets. 40 pieces of obsidian were enough. The puppet technique was activated. His satiety and hunger points plummeted. Ji-chun felt a pain in his palm. These 40 pieces of obsidian were like 40 bottomless pits, crazily devouring his satiety and hunger points. At level 13, his hunger points had already dropped to 80, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared completely. Without time to hesitate, he quickly consumed a golden carrot in his left hand. Thanks to the high recovery of the golden carrot, his hunger points disappeared and then increased again, only to disappear once more, ultimately reaching a delicate balance. Ji-chun was like an emotionless puppet-making machine, continuously outputting puppet power. However, sometimes the hunger points dropped too quickly, and he couldn't replenish them in time, causing him to lose health and forcibly overdraw his body. About 10 minutes later, ding! Obsidian *40 puppet transformation successful. The system's voice rang out, and Ji-chun's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Goodness, these 40 pieces of obsidian nearly drained him completely. As expected of obsidian, the aftereffects are really strong. Ji-chun forced a bitter smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit of lingering fear. If it weren't for the help of the golden carrot, after the obsidian drained his hunger value, it might have started draining his blood. At his current level, creating obsidian puppets was still too much of a stretch. However, it was a close call. He managed to create the 40 pieces of obsidian. Before Ji-chun could feel happy, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! The host has overused their abilities, resulting in permanent damage to their constitution, reducing hunger value by 4 points. Hunger value 8076. Ji-chun only felt a bit weak. The upper limit of his hunger value was too low, and he was a bit too eager to succeed. Refining 40 pieces of obsidian at once was indeed a waste of his body. After all, he was not a machine. The system merely used a numerical way to let Ji-chun intuitively understand the dangers of his actions. It now seemed that insufficient hunger value in the early stages was one of the important conditions limiting a person's development. Immediately after, the system provided a more reasonable ability guide. Combat puppet, stone puppet, iron puppet, obsidian puppet, nether alloy puppet, bedrock puppet. Stone puppet, iron puppet, no level requirement for creation. Continuous creation will not damage the host's constitution. Obsidian puppet, minimum level requirement of 20. Failure to meet the level requirement will damage constitution. Nether alloy puppet, minimum level requirement of 30. Failure to meet the level requirement will damage life. Bedrock puppet, minimum level requirement of demigod, level 49. Failure to meet the level will prevent material collection. Functional puppet, no level requirement for creation. Continuous creation will not damage the host's constitution. Goodness, it really is true that one cannot rush things. Ji-chun flipped over and jumped up, evenly dividing the 40 already transformed obsidian pieces into 5 portions, all of which he threw at the iron puppets in front of him. Just 4 points of hunger value. Although it hurt, the rewards were quite substantial. At the very least, he could experience how strong the obsidian puppets were in advance. After the 5 iron puppets received the obsidian, they officially began to merge with it, and then a miraculous scene unfolded. The hard obsidian began to melt into countless nanobugs, slowly flowing into the bodies of the iron puppets like thick purple oil. The bodies of the iron puppets began to swell, their size increasing more than threefold, with spots of obsidian patterns appearing on their surfaces, the patterns beautifully complementing the original iron skin, ultimately embedding perfectly together. Ding! Iron puppet, obsidian puppet, puppet upgrade successful. *5, obsidian puppet *5, health 1000, attack power 80, defense power 40, speed 40, iron attribute, immune to fall damage, possesses 100% knockback resistance, can be repaired with iron ingots. Obsidian attribute, immune to explosion damage, immune to lava burns, attacks will crush all blocks below obsidian hardness. Unrestricted by terrain. After upgrading from iron puppets to obsidian puppets, health skyrocketed from the original 100 points to 1000 points, attack power doubled, defense power doubled, and speed doubled. Although the puppets were strong, their large size had a fatal weakness: they were easily restricted in their movement by blocks. Under the clever design of enemies, the puppets could be slowly worn down. The terrain restriction immunity in the obsidian attribute was an epic enhancement, directly eliminating their final weakness. Ji-Chin raised his hand, summoning the 5 obsidian puppets to merge into a pool of black shadows with his own shadow. With these 5 obsidian puppets, anyone below level 30 trying to solo me can forget about it. Outside the base, 5 iron puppets are clearing the way in front. The Disaster Lark and Chu Linger are following behind, patrolling. Just now, the Disaster Lark sensed a very strong curse power. The curse power is a unique force in the land of disaster, ethereal yet real, spreading in every corner of the land of disaster. Over the centuries, the villagers of disaster have fully adapted to this power and gained some incredible abilities from it. The most representative of these is the spatial leap of the Heartbound. Of course, the cursed arrows that conceal divine power also rely on the power of curses. The Disaster Lark closed her eyes, trying hard to feel the spatial fluctuations around her, and said, "The number of zombies here seems a bit low, as if someone has cleaned them out." "Are you saying that the enemy we are looking for is nearby?" Chu Linger asked tentatively. The two of them had been searching around the base for more than 3 hours, and apart from zombies, they hadn't seen a single living creature. This made Chu Linger start to doubt whether the Disaster Lark was being overly sensitive and misinterpreting her feelings. The Disaster Lark nodded, speaking with certainty. "Yes, I am heartbound and a child of disaster, so I am very familiar with the curse power and won't misinterpret it." Chu Linger nodded and didn't say anything more, releasing her little spiders to patrol alongside her. At this moment, she had also completed a transformation of her first gene lock, significantly enhancing her abilities in various aspects, especially in terms of summoning. She could now summon hundreds of spiders at once, though they were only the size of a thumb and had only half the attack power of ordinary spiders. The Disaster Lark looked at the dense spiders on the trees around her, feeling a bit puzzled, and said, "Sister Linger, I heard they say your profession is spider mage. Is that true?" Chu Linger was slightly taken aback by the question but smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. Is there a problem?" The Disaster Lark scratched her head and said, "I don't think so." "Not think so?" Chu Linger's expression gradually became serious as she tentatively said, "If I don't look like a spider mage, then what do I look like?" The Disaster Lark, with her back to Chu Linger, completely unaware of the latter's earlier oddness, pondered for a moment and said, "Like a witch. You can summon spiders and heal your teammates, which is very similar to a witch's abilities." Upon hearing this, Chu Linger relaxed her expression, chuckling, and said, "You really can guess. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit like that, but witches are so ugly, how can I compare to my looks, huh?" The Disaster Lark did not respond and continued with her analysis. "From what I understand, the professions awakened by players seem to be ranked by level, and higher level players can even awaken some divine powers. But Sister Linger, your profession is only a C-level spider mage, yet you possess 2 very powerful divine powers, summoning and healing. This is really unreasonable." Chu Linger's brows furrowed. She didn't expect the Disaster Lark, as a villager of disaster, to analyze players' professions so thoroughly. She stepped closer to the Disaster Lark, her voice carrying a hint of coldness as she said, "So what exactly are you trying to express?" The Disaster Lark turned around, just in time to meet Chu Linger's icy gaze, causing her to involuntarily take a step back and hurriedly say, "Sister Linger, heh, I didn't mean to mock you. I just feel that the system has set your profession's level too low. At the very least, it should be an A-level profession, don't you think?" The Disaster Lark felt a bit awkward. She originally intended to lighten the tense atmosphere but unexpectedly made things worse, causing Chu Linger to feel a bit unhappy. Chu Linger flicked a bump on the head of the Calamity Lark, as if joking, yet also as if teaching a lesson, saying, "Disaster comes from the mouth. You must not say such things again." The Calamity Lark, still not an adult and half a head shorter than Chu Linger, spun around with a throbbing head, pleading for mercy. "I understand, Sister Linger, I won't dare again." After the two joked and laughed, they explored a bit further, and the curse's power gradually faded, almost to the point of being imperceptible. The Calamity Lark sighed and said, "Sister Linger, let's go back. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Even if we find them, we might not be able to defeat them. How about we return to the base first and wait for Master to come back before making plans?" Chu Linger nodded in agreement. If it weren't for guarding her adorable disciple Ji-Chan, she wouldn't risk facing a horde of zombies by leaving the base. Just as they were about to head back, a slightly aged voice called out to them, "Calamity Lark, my good nephew, where are you going? This is not your home." A villager from Calamity appeared behind them, grinning as he stared at them. The Calamity Lark turned around sharply, and when he saw the speaker, his face was filled with shock. The newcomer was Named Calamity Xingchuan, the Calamity Lark's uncle, and like the Calamity Lark's parents, he was one of the planners of the Calamity Kingdom's uprising. However, in the Calamity Lark's memory, his uncle had been brutally killed by the suppressive army during the uprising. Now, seeing him standing here in good health was hard for him to believe. Uncle, you are not dead? This is wonderful. With his parents' rebellion and his entire clan wiped out, what he lacked most in this world was family. Tears streamed down the Calamity Lark's face as he wanted to rush forward and hug his uncle, but he was pulled back by Chu Linger. Don't go, this person has ulterior motives. In Chu Linger's eyes, several pupils rotated. Her beautiful spider-like eyes seemed to see through all the filth of the world. The Calamity Lark was momentarily stunned, then smiled calmly, wiping his tears with his sleeve. Sister Linger, you misunderstand. He is my uncle. Apart from my parents, he has treated me the best in this world. Chu Linger nodded, not denying the Calamity Lark's words, but she did not let go of his hand and continued. He may have once been your good uncle, but he certainly is not now. After Chu Linger broke through the first-level gene lock, her spider-like eyes underwent some minor mutations. When she concentrated, she could see the good and evil in others' hearts. If a person harbored good intentions, they appeared white. In Chu Linger's eyes, conversely, if they were malevolent, they appeared black. At that moment, Zai Xingchuan looked to her like a thorough villain, surrounded by a black aura that seemed ready to engulf him entirely. He certainly did not seem like someone there to take Zai Bailing home. Bailing. Let's go back, this person is very suspicious. Chu Linger stood in front of them, firmly guarding Zai Bailing behind her. They were currently at a disadvantage, and every second spent there was dangerous. Zai Bailing, reminded by her, quickly realized something was off. His uncle's sudden appearance clearly indicated he had already sided with the Kingdom of Disaster and was likely there to capture him. He was now a traitor to the Kingdom of Disaster, and if he returned, it would only lead to his death. Zai Bailing took a deep breath, a hint of vigilance appearing in his eyes as he said, "Uncle, please go back. Bailing has already found a new home, so there's no need for you to worry." Although the trial grounds were dangerous, they felt much more like home compared to the lawless land of disaster. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zai Xingchuan dropped the pretense and said coldly, "The girl is right, I am indeed not here to save you. Today, I represent the Kingdom of Disaster to capture you, but I still hope you will consider it to avoid suffering." He raised his hand slightly, and the surrounding space began to twist and ripple, a spatial rift slowly opening, from which a dozen people emerged in groups of 3 or 4. Among them were 3 path protectors for summoners, and the rest were raiders. Notably, all of them had reached level 10, having completed a rank up, and this luxurious lineup was there to capture a still underage Bailing. This scene made Chu Linger and Zai Bailing's pupils constrict, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. If they all attacked at once, they would have almost no chance of winning. Seeing the dire situation, Zai Bailing grabbed Chu Linger's arm, ready to space jump away. However, Zai Xingchuan, also from the Heart Clan, was not so easily fooled. He casually threw out a small blue ball, and with a flash of blue light, the ball exploded in midair, instantly sealing the space with a dense curse power. Zai Bailing's ability to jump through space was suppressed, and he fell back down abruptly. "I say, Zai Xingchuan, why waste words with a child? Let's all go together and take him down directly," said a white-clad summoner with a sneer, beginning to chant a spell. 2 pale blue imps appeared above his head, ready to strike at any moment. Zai Xingchuan raised his hand to block the attacking white-clad summoner and said lightly, "After all, he is my nephew. My dear brother caused the entire family to be wiped out, and Bailing can be said to be my only relative in this world. It is necessary to show courtesy before resorting to force." The white-clad summoner scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain as he retorted, "What are you pretending for? If it weren't for you secretly informing us about the suppression of the military, how could the rebel army have been easily crushed? Now you want to talk about righteousness? Ridiculous." The white-clad summoner showed no mercy to Zai Xingchuan, directly revealing how he had betrayed the Heart Clan's rebel army. Initially, Zai Xingchuan was one of the leaders of the Heart Clan's rebel army, but he did not believe in the uprising. When the war reached its most critical moment, he chose to betray the entire rebel army in exchange for the status and fame promised by the Kingdom of Disaster. It could be said that the failure of the Heart Clan's rebel army was entirely caused by Zai Xingchuan. Not only did he betray the entire rebel army, but he also personally captured Bailing's parents. But things did not go as hoped. No matter how high his status was now, a heart filled with resentment was still a heart filled with resentment. This act of exchanging morality for status was still looked down upon by others. After hearing this news, Disastrous Lark's mind exploded in an instant, unable to accept it for a long time. The uncle he revered so much was actually the true culprit behind his parents' death. Disastrous Xingchuan ignored the taunts of the white-clad summoner. This matter was not a secret, and only his naive nephew was unaware of it. His abilities were no match for Disastrous Lark, unable to jump back and forth between the 2 regions. If he couldn't capture Disastrous Lark on this trip, this group would use him as a disposable teleportation talisman. Therefore, to survive, he had to capture Disastrous Lark and make the other party use their power to teleport them back. Disastrous Xingchuan's gaze shifted back to his nephew, Disastrous Lark, and he said, "Lark, come back with me willingly, and I will plead with the king to spare you some physical suffering." "Why? Why are you doing this? My parents trusted you so much," Disastrous Lark shouted hysterically. Disastrous Xingchuan felt no guilt, his voice still cold. "Everything is for survival. I am not in the wrong. No, you are the real traitor. I want you dead." Disastrous Lark's eye slowly turned blood red, his consciousness overtaken by the curse. His furious persona emerged, and the aura of disaster within him exploded in an instant. His figure began to flicker, and the surrounding spatial restraints showed signs of being unable to hold. 5 iron puppets received Disastrous Lark's command and moved in unison, swinging their iron fists towards Disastrous Xingchuan. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Disastrous Xingchuan had no choice but to dodge back, letting the people behind him take the front. "Don't hurt him, the king wants him alive." The white-clad summoner controlled 2 angry spirits to block the foremost iron puppet, replying impatiently, "I know. No need to repeat." As soon as the words fell, more than 10 people from the disastrous side attacked simultaneously. "Lark, don't get caught up in the fight, we can't defeat them." Chu Linger, seeing Disastrous Lark already lost to madness, cried out in her heart that it was bad and hurried forward to pull him away to escape. In his rage, Disastrous Lark couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, turning around and punching Chu Linger in the stomach. "Get away." This strike from Disastrous Lark was not strong. Chu Linger only bled a drop, but it sent her flying far away. The usually quiet Disastrous Lark actually had such an unknown side. At the very beginning, when Disastrous Lark was just brought back, Ji Chen had already informed them that Lark might have serious psychological issues. Now that it was happening right in front of her, it still caught Chu Linger off guard. Gritting her teeth, Chu Linger got up, constantly calculating what to do next. There were 10 of them, while her side, including herself, had only 6 effective combatants. She had to find a way to call for help from the people inside the base, otherwise, both she and Disastrous Lark would die here. "Should I go get reinforcements first and let Lark hold on here?" No, Lark definitely can't hold on." Chu Linger shook her head, quickly dismissing that idea. Disastrous Lark's spatial jumping ability was sealed. He was now an ordinary person. If she left, everything would truly be over. By staying here to help hold on, at least she could buy some more time. The 2 sides were engaged in battle, and hesitating for even a second could lead to defeat. Although the 5 puppets had bodies of steel, it was clear they could not withstand the relentless bombardment from the 10 opponents, leaving little time for Chu Linger to consider her options. Her gaze flickered, and in the end, she decided to take a risky move. She first summoned a small spider in her hand, then forcefully broke one of its front legs, whispering, "Crawl in a straight line, don't look back, until you encounter a living person." After giving her instructions, she used all her strength to throw the small spider towards the direction of the base. The small spider summoned by Chu Linger was very weak, far inferior to Ji Chen's puppets. It would only follow its master's orders step by step, lacking the ability to adapt. By breaking one of the spider's front legs, she was sending a danger signal to the people inside the base. As long as someone understood the meaning, they would surely come to rescue. However, this action also carried risks. If the spider did not encounter anyone, she might end up dying here alongside the disaster Lark. Chu Linger took a deep breath, encouraging herself. "In the past, others always protected you. Now you cannot back down no matter what." Gritting her teeth, she quickly donned her iron armor, drew her sword, and joined the battle. At this moment, the 5 iron puppets were already covered in cracks but remained valiant and unafraid of death. The disaster side had an absolute advantage in numbers and strength, but facing these 5 fearless puppets, they were momentarily at a loss. Every time they were on the verge of breaking through the defense line, the 5 steel puppets would always execute some unimaginable combination, pushing them back. The white-clad summoner at the front was caught off guard and was slapped away by an iron puppet, spinning 2.5 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "Damn! Are these really iron puppets? They can actually coordinate." The white-clad summoner spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, feeling a bit lost in life. They were not truly unable to defeat these 5 steel puppets, rather, they were afraid of pain and blood. Faced with iron puppets that exchanged injury for injury, they had yet to find a suitable strategy. Chu Linger, who had just joined the battle, noticed a slacker lying on the ground, sensing that he was an easy target, and lunged at the white-clad summoner with her sword. The white-clad summoner, seeing Chu Linger attacking him, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He dared not confront the iron puppets head-on, but he was confident he could deal with a slender female player. "This is simply too much." Sharp fang attack. The white-clad summoner directly used his second skill, and a row of sharp fangs shot up from the ground towards Chu Linger. Chu Linger was not foolish. She knew that the summoner had a long casting time for the sharp fang attack, which gave her enough time to create distance. Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Our target is only the disaster lark. If you leave now, you can save your life. If you persist in your folly, today will be your death day, the white-clad summoner threatened. Chu Linger tightened her grip on the iron sword, her breathing becoming rapid. She was afraid of death, but she could not leave. If she did, even if she survived, she would have no way to explain herself to Ji Chen. I suggest you leave sooner rather than later. The master of this place has a terrible temper. If he finds out you are here attacking him, he might very well twist your heads off and use them as balls. Chu Linger threatened in turn, mimicking his tone. Since we are here, we have made all the necessary preparations. I don't believe he alone can take on 10 of us. The white-clad summoner clearly was not swayed by Chu Linger's words, chuckling lightly as he summoned a pair of angry spirits to bite at her. On the other side, Wang Chang and the second-in-command Su De were continuously searching for the figures of Chu Linger and the disaster lark within the base. Second brother Su De complained, having a large base has its downsides. Alright, stop grumbling. If we can't find them soon, Xiao Xian will hold us accountable, and that won't be good, Wang Chang replied. The Iron Armor Gang consisted of a group of middle-aged men, and they felt that calling boss Ji Chen sounded a bit distant, so they still referred to him as Xiao Xian in private, which felt more familiar. Oh my! Why are there still little bugs in my world? At that moment, Wang Chang felt a sharp pain in his calf, and his health points inexplicably dropped a little. Just as he was about to slap it dead, he was quickly stopped by Su De beside him. Boss, doesn't that little bug look a bit familiar? It resembles Ling Er's little spider. Now that you mention it, it really does. Wang Chang held the little spider in his hand and examined it closely. Su De, look, this little spider has a deformed left front leg. It's actually broken in half. It seems Ling Er's summoning ability isn't quite up to par. Wait, no way. Both of them felt a jolt in their hearts at the same time. A summon creature shouldn't be deformed at all. It was clearly broken by someone manually. Not good. Chu Ling Er and the disaster lark are in danger. After exchanging a glance, Wang Chang and Su De quickly made a decision. They split into two groups. Wang Chang rushed over to provide support, while Su De sent the message to Ji Chen. Outside the base, Chu Ling Er was sent flying, bloodied, her shield shattered by the hovering harpy. At this moment, 2 of the 5 steel puppets had already exploded, and the remaining 3 were heavily injured. It's over. The gap in strength between the two sides is just too great. Chu Ling Er felt a chill in her heart. The only thing that gave her some comfort was that after the disaster lark switched to its enraged persona, it didn't choose to charge in and fight but instead stood there in impotent rage. This undoubtedly lightened her burden of protection. The white-clad summoner wiped the sweat from his brow and casually crushed a little spider on his shoulder, saying with some trepidation, I didn't expect this girl to look delicate, but her combat power is quite impressive. Weakness is the deepest form of armed color for a killer, and Chu Ling Er was undoubtedly an expert in this regard. If it weren't for the disaster side having more people than the fewer on their side, the white-clad summoner might not have been able to defeat the armored Chu Ling Er. Chu Ling Er first healed herself a bit, her health points slightly recovering, then picked up the iron ingots dropped by the dead puppets on the ground to revive the remaining iron puppets, constantly calculating how to prolong the time. I see you all look tired. How about we take a break and continue fighting later? Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Chu Ling Er planned to use her words to buy some time. At this moment, Disaster Xing Quan saw through Chu Ling Er's intentions and coldly said, This is a trial ground, it's not suitable to linger. We should finish this quickly. The white-clad summoner replied impatiently, You're not the leader of our team, so stop telling us what to do. They're all a bunch of idiots. A flicker of anger crossed Ziyi Xingquan's face as he cast a deep glance at the white-clad summoner, but feeling helpless, he could only silently curse in his heart. He himself had no combat power and could only stand guard on the side. With what the other party said, it made him seem a bit meddlesome. However, his concerns were not unfounded. Although this place looked just like the normal main world, it had been transformed into a trial ground for players by some great power at an unknown time. Players were assigned professions and awakened abilities here, then grew or perished in the trials. Those who had survived to this point all had some opportunities and means. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the variables would become. On the other side, Chu Linger's beautiful spider-like eyes kept switching back and forth on the opponent, and she had some guesses in her heart. The hearts of the other party were not united. There was no absolute leader in the team, and they seemed more like temporary workers hastily assembled to execute an urgent task. Perhaps this could be used to her advantage. Everyone, I'm quite curious. After you capture the disaster lark, there must be quite a few rewards, right? Seeing that the other side was about to make a move again, Chu Linger quickly began to stall for time with her words. The white-clad summoners were not foolish. They knew the other side was trying to delay, and they had no intention of stopping, launching various attacks towards the steel puppet blocking their way. You don't need to worry about that. After we capture the lark, the king will reward us, one of them replied. Chu Linger gritted her teeth and blocked an axe from a paladin with her sword, continuing the conversation. So, will this credit be divided equally, or will it be a big credit shared among you all? Why do you care so much about how much credit there is, you little girl? The white-clad summoner was somewhat impatient with the question, quickly dodging an attack from the steel puppet and joining the other summoners to unleash a fang attack aimed at Chu Linger. Chu Linger stumbled, and the four fangs completely sealed off her retreat route, forcing her to take the hit with her body, losing more than half her health. With 2 fewer steel puppets, their side's defense was already in serious trouble. You 10 are fighting to the death here, yet the credit is divided among 11 people. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? Chu Linger, unwilling to back down, pointed out the most critical issue directly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the white-clad summoner suddenly stopped, a hint of realization in his voice. Right. Why should we fight to the death while the credit is shared with Zai Xingquan? By now, all 10 of them had suffered some injuries. Especially the white-clad summoner, who had just taken a heavy blow from a puppet and now had a twisted face, while Zai Xingquan stood by as if nothing had happened. If this statement had been made in a normal disaster team, it would have had no effect at all. But this team was hastily assembled, and their relationships were more like mercenaries working together for pay. It had to be admitted that Chu Linger's words had indeed struck a chord with them. Seeing the atmosphere turn a bit unfavorable, Zai Xingquan slowly took a half step back, his voice stiff as he said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If the task fails and punishment comes down from above, neither of us can bear the consequences." Why? Are you in such a hurry? Did we say we wanted your life? The white-clad summoner revealed a faint smile, exchanging glances with the other combatants, sharing an unspoken understanding. The status of the Heartlark was originally low, even considered a lower-class citizen. Although Zai Xingquan had gained an official position by betraying the rebel army, in their hearts he was still a lower-class citizen, someone they could kill at any time. It's best to keep it that way. A hint of vigilance appeared in Zai Xingquan's eyes. He was certain that his so-called good teammates were already harboring thoughts of assassinating him. Finally, under the relentless assault of the 10 of them, the remaining 3 puppets were swiftly shattered by the Calamity Squad. Without the steel puppets to absorb the damage, Chu Linger could no longer hold on by herself and was left on the brink of death. Little girl, I told you to run earlier, but you didn't. Now you're about to die. Do you have any last words? The white-clad summoner smirked with delight. Chu Linger was held in the air by 2 enraged spirits, blood dripping from her forehead, looking utterly tragic. She had truly tried her best, using every method she could think of, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, clever tricks were useless. Just when Chu Linger was in despair, she seemed to sense something, a very familiar scent approaching at an incredible speed. She suddenly looked up, tears glimmering in her eyes. You finally came. What? Who's coming? The white-clad summoner was a bit confused. Chu Linger forced a smile through her bruised face and said, I mean, you're all going to suffer. As soon as she finished speaking, a black obsidian puppet fell from the sky, directly crushing the white-clad summoner into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Following that, a boy with glowing white eyes slowly walked out of the forest, surrounded by a dozen black obsidian puppets that seemed to have a life of their own, swirling around him. To beat a dog, you must look at its owner. In my territory, how dare you touch my people? You have some nerve. Ji Chen's flame suddenly flared up, the 1000-degree heat instantly turning the 2 enraged spirits holding Chu Linger into ashes. Chu Linger fell, safely caught by a grass block and brought to Ji Chen's side. Woo-woo, if you hadn't come, I would have been beaten into a pig's head. Chu Linger exclaimed, not forgetting to tease Ji Chen upon his return. Ji Chen smiled slightly, unusually refraining from retorting this time. Knowing she was outmatched, she still chose not to abandon her companions and flee alone, which deserved his gentle treatment. You've done very well. Leave the rest to me. Ji Chen set Chu Linger down and tossed a large number of golden carrots from his backpack to her. Chu Linger picked up the golden carrots, quickly replenishing her hunger, then suddenly thought of the calamity lark nearby. Your precious disciple seems to have gone mad. Shouldn't you go check on him first? Ji Chen looked at the furious calamity lark, feeling helpless. His disciple's psychological issues needed to be addressed, otherwise, who could handle the sudden switch to a rage persona in the future? At that moment, the calamity lark was still screaming in fury. He wasn't unwilling to move, but he couldn't move. The blue light ball thrown by Calamity Xingquan was meant to bind him. The people from the Calamity Kingdom were all frozen in place, as Ji Chen's hollow gaze had already terrified them. 5 giant black obsidian iron puppets with glowing red eyes were staring at them, and the pressure emanating from them made it hard for them to breathe. They were very clear that if they moved even a little, these 5 ferocious beasts would tear them to shreds without giving them a chance to fight back. Ji Chen ignored the people from the Calamity Kingdom and walked straight towards the Calamity Lark, speaking in a very gentle voice. Lark, wake up, it's time to get up. In a fit of rage, the Calamity Lark stared blankly at Ji Chen, the blood-red hue in his eyes quickly fading away. At this moment his world contained only Ji Chen. He trembled as he spoke. Master, my heart hurts. Can you help me kill them? Ji Chen looked at the calamity lark whose face was streaked with tears and felt a surge of compassion. His entire family had been wiped out, and the unresolved pain of losing his loved ones was likely the reason for his fury. It was probably that someone from the calamity squad had provoked him with words about his family. Don't worry, not a single one of them will live. Ji Chen reached out, wanting to rescue the calamity lark, but the dense power of the curse manifested into several chains that tightly bound the lark's hands and feet. As he pulled, several wounds instantly appeared on the lark's wrists. Ji Chen was slightly startled. He tried to touch the blue mist, but nothing happened. This blue mist was specifically used to control the heart's entanglement and had no effect on others. Ji Chen looked at the members of the calamity squad and coldly said, "How do you break this? I will only ask once." A raider trembled as he replied, "Cut off his hands and feet, and the curse will naturally dissipate." A vein throbbed on Ji Chen's forehead. He had never seen such a brave person, reduced to a prisoner yet still daring to provoke him. Puppet number 1, tear him apart. No! Spare me, spare me. What I said is true. The raider collapsed onto the ground, and then everything went dark as he was smashed into a puddle of mud. Ji Chen's gaze shifted again, asking a summoner, "You speak. Spare me. What that person just said is true. Even without hands and feet, the heart's entanglement won't affect their abilities." Ji Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger. They thought he cared about the calamity lark's abilities. Send him on his way. This scream completely shattered the psychological defenses of the others, and they all knelt down, begging for mercy. At that moment, Wang Chang and the others finally arrived late. Although Ji Chen learned of the news later thanks to the high speed of the obsidian puppet, he still arrived a step ahead of Wang Chang and the others. Wu Nian stepped forward, first looking at the blue mist, and said, "Brother Ji, let me handle this. Do you have a way to deal with this blue curse? Power?" Ji Chen replied, puzzled. Wu Nian nodded with a smile and said, "My withering corruption can also corrupt this type of energy." After saying that, he placed his hand on the blue mist, and an extremely rich power of withering quickly infected the blue mist, which transformed into a mass of black fog in the blink of an eye. Wu Nian took a deep breath, activated the withering corruption again, and quickly absorbed the black fog back into his body. Ji Chen hurriedly held the calamity lark, who had collapsed weakly, marveling at Wu Nian's ability. This display of skill had helped him immensely. He had not expected the opponent's skill to be so powerful, and he admitted he had underestimated it before. After finishing this, Ji Chen shifted his gaze to the members of the calamity squad, a faint white light glowing in his eyes, as the obsidian swirling in his hand quickly formed a cage, trapping them inside. "You like to fight with numbers, don't you? Alright, I'll grant you that. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. The rules are simple. If you 9 can defeat one of my puppets, you can leave. I keep my word." Immediately, Ji Chen waved his hand, and the obsidian cage rapidly expanded, connecting with various stones underground, and in the blink of an eye, a beast-fighting arena appeared in this place. The members of the calamity squad trembled at this sight. The power to create something in an instant had already frightened them to the point of their legs going weak. Without any thoughts, it was the first time Wu Nian witnessed Ji Chen display his true strength, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Wang Chang and Chu Linger, however, remained much calmer. They had known for a long time that their boss was extraordinary. "This is a monster. This is a monster. We can't win." Control the block? No, impossible. How did you master a power that only gods can wield? Run. We still have a chance. If we kill the disaster Xingquan, we can go back, and after we return, we won't have to die. As he spoke, one of the defenders swung an axe towards the forehead of the disaster Xingquan. Ji Chen scoffed, having already seen the capabilities of the heart's ability. How could he not have prepared in advance? 6 obsidian shards flew from his hand, transforming in midair into an obsidian cage that tightly enveloped the disaster's Xingquan. Then, he pulled it out of the arena. Ji Chen looked at the disaster's Xingquan and said lightly, "Thanks to your heart's identity, you can die a little later." The space jump of the disaster's Xingquan was not as strong as that of the disaster's Bai Ling. Upon arriving in another area, his abilities were mostly locked down, and he couldn't escape the obsidian cage at all. Ji Chen turned his gaze back to the people inside the arena. "Don't think about playing any tricks. My rules are simple. Defeat it, and you will be free." The remaining members of the disaster team trembled in fear at the giant obsidian puppet, their fighting spirit completely gone, and they all knelt down to beg for mercy, hoping Ji Chen would let them off the hook. Ji Chen sneered, ignoring them. He noticed a very obvious trait of the disaster team. Whenever they couldn't win, they quickly admitted defeat. The moment you let your guard down, they would stab you in the back. He was all too familiar with this behavior. Puppet number 1. Eliminate them all. With Ji Chen's command, the obsidian iron puppet immediately turned red with rage, attacking a group of people without a hint of fear. Seeing that their pleas for mercy were in vain, the members of the disaster team all turned red with anger and shouted, "Brothers, let's fight this black monster. There might still be a chance of survival." Yes, we are warriors of the Disaster Empire. United, we are invincible. Brothers, attack formation. They were all villagers of the disaster who had completed the first stage of ascension, and their strength and physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary raider teams. Between life and death, they unleashed unprecedented combat power, managing to exchange blows with the obsidian puppet for 2 rounds. Wu Nian walked to Ji Chen's side, a hint of worry in his eyes as he said, "This is a desperate struggle. People can unleash unprecedented strength in despair." Ji Chen, hearing this, was unconcerned, watching the fight in the arena with interest as he said, "Wu Nian, do you know what true despair is?" "True despair?" Wu Nian asked, somewhat confused. Finally, under the relentless attacks of the 7 disaster members, a small crack appeared on the obsidian puppet. "Ha ha ha, brothers, hold on, we're almost there." The disaster team was overjoyed. The crack in the obsidian puppet gave them a glimmer of hope. Ji Chen, seeing this scene, remained unfazed, his voice still cold. "True despair is when you see hope, only to find that a greater despair is waiting for you behind it." Inside the arena, the obsidian puppet was clearly angered by the opponents. It took off the iron ingots it had prepared in advance and began to munch on them. The cheers of the disaster team members abruptly stopped as the crack in the obsidian puppet healed at a visibly rapid pace. The obsidian puppet is not just a simple obsidian puppet, it has evolved from a steel puppet and is fully named the obsidian steel puppet. Therefore, it has completely inherited the characteristic of being reparable with iron ingots, just like the steel puppet. The disaster squad, witnessing this scene, felt no desire to fight left in them. The gap they had painstakingly cracked open could be repaired with just 1 iron ingot from the opponent. What was the point of fighting? Ha ha ha, we can't win at all. You never wanted us to win, ha ha ha. One of the defenders finally couldn't hold back, the flicker of hope in his heart ruthlessly extinguished by Ji Chen. He picked up an axe and struck his own head, dying on the spot in despair. Compared to being smashed by the obsidian puppet, committing suicide would at least leave him with a complete corpse. Ji Chen watched the scene with a smile, clicking his tongue twice in amusement, and said mockingly, "What a pity, the experience from suicide doesn't count for me. These people were all above level 10, and the experience dropped would be much more than that of a zombie." In the arena, the obsidian puppet scratched its head, looking a bit silly. It couldn't understand why the opponent suddenly committed suicide. Was it really that terrifying to recover some health? A raider in the arena shouted hysterically at Ji Chen, "You promised, if we defeat this monster, you would let us go. What does this mean? You're not keeping your word." Ji Chen raised an eyebrow and said to Wu Nian on his left, "He says I'm not keeping my word." "Wu Nian, am I not keeping my word?" Wu Nian stifled a laugh. You did." Ji Chen then turned to Chu Linger on his right and asked, "Did you see me not keeping my word?" Chu Linger turned around and whistled, casually saying, "Our boss is the most trustworthy person." "Ah, that's right. I said if you defeat one of my puppets, I would let you go. The key is that I gave you the chance. But you were useless." Ji Chen clapped his hands, and his expression instantly turned cold. The puppets on guard outside all moved, jumping into the arena to begin a brutal slaughter. "Besides, the rules are all set by me. Even if I don't keep my word, what can you do about it?" Trapped in the obsidian cage, Disaster Xingquan watched this scene, breaking out in a cold sweat, his face filled with despair. So strong. The few moves Ji Chen had casually displayed had already shattered his worldview. If there were gods in the world, they would be no different from this. As the people in the arena were nearly cleared out, Ji Chen turned his gaze to Disaster Xingquan inside the obsidian. Xingquan trembled under Ji Chen's gaze and quickly pleaded, "Don't kill me. I am useful. I can give you some information about the Disaster Kingdom, just let me live." Ji Chen remained silent, a white light shining in his eyes, his right hand's fingers coming together. The obsidian cage began to constrict around Disaster Xingquan's body. Kong-en, gasping, "Ah!" The suffocating sensation from the squeezing made Disaster Xingquan start to struggle, his hands desperately trying to push away the obsidian in front of him. But he was just a weak heart. How could he possibly push away the obsidian? "Don't kill me. I am useful. I can serve you. I can be your dog." Under the threat of death, Disaster Xingquan began to babble incoherently, even abandoning the dignity he cared about most. Ji Chen looked at him with disdain, controlling the power of creation without letting go, waiting until the opponent was left with only 1 health point before stopping. "You look a bit familiar," Ji Chen said as he stepped forward, looking at Disaster Xingquan, then at Disaster Balan. The more he looked, the more these two resembled each other. Disaster Xingquan gasped for fresh air, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Upon hearing Ji Chen's question, he quickly began to ingratiate himself. "Disaster Lark is my dear nephew, and I am his beloved uncle." "Oh? Is that so?" Ji Chen turned to ask Disaster Lark. Disaster Lark's fists cracked as he clenched them, nodding, then shaking his head. "From now on, he is not." Ji Chen, being exceptionally clever, exchanged glances and guessed the reason for Disaster Lark's fury. "Since there's no family relation, then let's kill him." "Hey, don't!" Lark, my dear nephew, look at your uncle. I am now your only relative in this world. Disaster Xingquan, seeing Ji-Chen about to kill him to silence him, begged for mercy repeatedly, knowing that to survive, he must cheer up his foolish nephew. At the mention of family, Disaster Lark's emotions teetered on the edge of collapse, the image of his parents hanging from the gallows vivid in his mind. That desperate gaze was something he could never forget, and it had become his nightmare. Seeing his foolish disciple about to lose control again, Ji-Chen subtly signaled to Chu Linger. Chu Linger understood immediately and quickly took Disaster Lark's hand, leading him towards the base. Lark, leave this to your master. Let's go back to the base. Be good, don't cry. Once they were far away, Ji-Chen revealed a hearty smile and said to Disaster Xingquan, since you are Lark's uncle, then everything can be discussed. Disaster Xingquan felt embarrassed. The other party had said the same thing earlier, and as a result, his colleagues had died one more miserable than the last. What do you want me to do? Ji-Chen chuckled. I am a person who values honesty and kindness. You answer my questions, and if I hear the answers I want, I won't kill you. Disaster Xingquan was drenched in cold sweat. He was not a fool, and he sensed the hidden meaning in Ji-Chen's words. Not killing him could also mean that the other party would not kill him with their own hands. There were many people present. Any one of them could deliver a punch that he couldn't withstand. Disaster Xingquan swallowed hard and tentatively asked, then they won't kill me either? They referred to Wunyan and Wang Chang among others. Oh, you can actually catch the meaning in my words. Ji-Chen was a bit surprised and openly affirmed the questioning in his words. Alright, I guarantee they won't touch you. Is that good? Disaster Xingquan wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling a bit uneasy, as he sensed that the other party might have other reasons to kill him. 3 questions. First, why are you pursuing Disaster Lark instead of me? Ji-Chen originally thought that the Disaster Kingdom came to the trial ground to kill him and regain face, but they were particularly interested in Disaster Lark, which he couldn't understand. Disaster Xingquan had no way out and could only reluctantly say, Disaster Lark is a 1 in a million mutated heartseed. Normal heartseeds cannot jump through time and space continuously, especially when they reach another world. They basically lose their jumping ability. But Lark's heartseed is different. He has no restrictions. This makes his ability the most powerful tool for the Disaster Kingdom to freely traverse various worlds. I see. Ji-Chen nodded, realizing that they weren't interested in him at all. Alright. Second, does your disaster land have demigods? That is, those who have reached the peak after 4 ascensions. Demigod? Disaster Xingquan's eyes showed a hint of confusion, and after a pause, he said, I heard that the king has raised a demigod-level plunder beast. Does that count? Counts. Ji-Chen nodded. As long as it could pose a threat to him, it counted. Anything else? I only know this. Disaster Xingquan replied cautiously. Ji-Chen didn't dwell on this and directly threw out the question he most wanted to ask. Alright. The third question is, how many squares are there in this world? You have 10 seconds to answer this question. Disastrous rise, huh? A chill shot straight to the crown of Xia Xingquan's head. No, you can't do this. Everything I said is true. Xia Xingquan was directly agitated. Who knows how many blocks there are in this world, and Ji-Chen's question was aimed at his life. Ji-Chen leisurely spoke, still wearing that honest smile. 10 seconds are up. Cold. The golden cicada stone sword in Ji-Chen's hand swept through, and Xia Xingquan's head was instantly severed. Until the moment of his death, Xia Xingquan never imagined that the reason for his beheading would be so hasty. Ji-Chen's honest smile gradually turned cold, and his voice deepened. Dare to touch my people, I can make you die 1,000 times without hesitation. Immediately after, he picked up Xia Xingquan's head, a white light flashing in his hand. Did you not want to become my dog? I'll fulfill your wish. The puppet technique activated. It quickly diluted Xia Xingquan's consciousness. Xia Villager's head, puppetized, +1 beside him, Wunyan and Wang Chang. Both swallowed hard. It was the first time they had seen such a ruthless side of Ji-Chen. With a casual gesture, Ji-Chen stored a few stones into his backpack. Come out. A stone puppet with Xia Xingquan's head appeared before Ji-Chen. Ding. Stone puppet, health 50, attack 20, speed 50, no special attack skills, can use raw stones to repair damage, likes to move stones and dig. New skill detected from head. Spatial jump. Remnant can perform point-to-point teleportation based on memories of items or people in the mind. Body will be damaged when crossing regions and must be repaired. Ji-Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. The ordinary Heartbound had a fatal flaw, which was the inability to teleport back and forth between different regional worlds. However, after turning the Heartbound's head into a puppet, this flaw was perfectly resolved. Stones were abundant. As long as Xia Xingquan's head remained undamaged, he could teleport infinitely. The cost was just a few stones. This actually fulfilled his idea of making Xia Xingquan die thousands of times. Let's go. Head back home. With Ji-Chen's command, the Xingquan puppet clumsily raised its hands and tore open a rift in the air according to its master's will. On the other side of the rift was the cave of the base. Wang Chang saw that Wu Nian was so scared he was sweating cold, and he quickly said, "Don't be afraid, although Shou Xian has a bit of a strange temper, he's really good to his own people, you'll understand." Later, Wu Nian nodded, forcing himself to calm down and said, "Brother Chang, I understand everything you said, but can you wipe the sweat off your forehead first?" On the other side, the red-clothed player, king of zombies, dressed in tattered red clothes and holding a golden carrot, wandered aimlessly. In the main world, no zombie dared to come within 10 meters of him. At this moment he seemed to realize that he was already dead, with bite marks all over his body and the stench of decay growing stronger. Even the best healer couldn't save him, yet his memories as a player remained intact, and a pressure in his chest made him very uncomfortable. But it was this pressure that kept him alive. This feeling was quite strange. He referred to this pressure as faith in the true God Herobrine. Hungry. I'm so hungry. The red-clothed player looked at the golden carrot in his hand, wanting to eat it, but quickly stopped. It was this golden carrot that had sustained him until now. If he really ate it, it would cost him his life. Just then, a group of players hunting zombies appeared ahead. "Boss, look, that zombie is actually holding a golden carrot." The blonde-haired player pointed at the red-clothed player, who looked like a walking corpse, and laughed. The blue-haired player, referred to as the boss, was slightly taken aback and focused his gaze, also seeing the red-clothed player. "Indeed, my hunger level is also at its lowest. After we kill this zombie, we'll head back to the base." This group of people belonged to the equipment guild, and they were out hunting zombies to level up. The red-clad player looked more like a zombie than the zombies around him. Their voices quickly attracted the attention of the red-clad player. Finally encountered, "People, help, I'm so hungry." In the red-clad player's mind, he still believed he was a player, not a zombie. As long as he was given food, he could survive on faith. Whoosh! Before his thoughts could finish, an arrow shot straight into his heart, sending his already worn-out body flying far away. His heart had already stopped beating, so this hit didn't cause him much harm. His health only dropped a little. Roar! Roar! Confusion flashed in the red-clad player's eyes. He didn't understand why they were doing this. At that moment, the yellow-haired player, who was drawing his bow, paused slightly, scratched his head, and said, "Is it just my illusion? That zombie seemed to be winking at us just now." The leader, the blue-haired player, raised his iron sword and chuckled, "I think you're just starving mad. Even if it's a player, we'll still kill." With that, he charged forward and struck the red-clad player head-on. At this point, the red-clad player had already become a zombie, and he could enjoy the enhancements that zombies experienced. Thud! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the red-clad player managed to block it with his claws. Why do you want to kill me?" the red-clad player roared. The blue-haired leader's pupils constricted. This zombie actually had awareness. He didn't think much, and quickly distanced himself, speaking to the other players. "Be careful, this zombie is strange." As the captain of the team, the blue-haired player had some skills and awareness to level up in the zombie-infested wilderness. The yellow-haired player frowned and said, "Boss, why don't we just let it go? We're not lacking in this one zombie's experience anyway." "No, this zombie is unusual." The experience dropped will definitely be higher than that of other zombies. The blue-haired player smiled slightly, immediately dismissing the yellow-haired player's idea of retreating. Continuing the fight indeed carried risks, but the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. It was worth the gamble. The red-clad player felt his body growing heavier, a strong sense of hunger surged, and his zombie nature quickly overtook his humanity. He began to become bloodthirsty. "Food! You are all my food!" Roar! The blue-haired player raised his hand, and 3 archers stepped forward from the team. A flurry of whistling arrows followed. The arrows pierced the body of the zombie red-clad player like raindrops. He was shot back repeatedly, with no chance to advance. Finally, the zombie red-clad player fell due to insufficient health. Although he enjoyed the enhancements of transformation, he still appeared too weak against the numerous players. The blue-haired player sneered, picked up a golden carrot dropped by the red-clad player, and began to munch on it. "I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just this." "No, give it back to me. Give me the golden carrot back." Roar! The corpse-like quality in the red-clothed player's eyes quickly faded, and humanity reclaimed his consciousness. He wanted to struggle to get up, but was pressed down again by the blue-haired player with a kick. "So this is the golden carrot, the most cost-effective food, truly lives up to its reputation. Ha ha." The blue-haired player wiped his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. Their team usually went out to level up without food. After killing zombies, they would just gnaw on some rotten meat to get by. They wouldn't dare to use the golden carrot as their daily rations. "Boss, hurry up and kill it. See if there are any leftover carrots in its backpack. We want to eat, too." The yellow-haired player's eyes sparkled. The golden carrot was a luxury that only the guild leader was qualified to enjoy, while they, the small fries, could only watch others eat. The blue-haired player laughed heartily, waving his hand, and drew his iron sword again. "All right, Brothers, follow me and enjoy. If this zombie drops any other golden carrots, we all get a share. Alright. Boss is mighty, boss is powerful. The group of underlings cheered excitedly. Food was scarce and eating golden carrots held the same status in their hearts as eating dumplings during the new year. The blue-haired player did not hesitate, stepping on the red-clothed player's head with his right foot and thrusting the iron sword straight at the thin neck. The red-clothed player's gaze began to blur. Between life and death, time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the whole world stopped turning. He smiled self-deprecatingly, realizing that his life was nothing but a big joke. On his first night in this world, he nearly lost his life to a zombie, barely surviving by digging 3 graves and filling one. As a player, he had not awakened any profession, belonging to the group with extremely poor talent, mocked by people on the forum as trash. Later, when the great change began, he met a friend in white who was also considered trash. They traveled together, excitedly wanting to join a player guild, hoping to live well in this world through their own efforts. But they were told by the guild that trash and dogs were not allowed inside. Aha, bitter laugh. Later, as the great change began, he and his friends started a journey of escape, eating rotten meat when hungry, digging tunnels when in danger, wandering and sleeping rough. How could one word miserable encompass it all? But in the end, trash was still trash. They were eventually devoured by zombies in the tunnel, with his friend dying on the spot while he, through his faith in the divine, transformed into a thinking zombie. After becoming a zombie, he gained the combat power he had always dreamed of. He thought he could finally shed the title of trash, join a guild, and live diligently. Unfortunately, he was naive again. He could no longer be considered a player. The corpse-like nature within him, ready to erupt at any moment, forever stripped him of the qualification to be human. I am still too weak. Even after becoming this way, I am still too weak. Heaven, why are you so unfair? Why can others awaken powerful abilities while I am trampled and humiliated? Unfair. Everything is unfair. The red-clothed player roared, and time began to flow again. He suddenly grabbed the sword tip, a strong sense of suffocation causing his body to undergo a second mutation, with faint electric sparks flashing around him. Boom! The iron sword shattered instantly, and the red-clothed player suddenly rose, opening his bloody mouth to bite through the blue-haired player's neck. Ah! Help me! The blue-haired player's eyes widened, filled with confusion and disbelief. He wanted to call for help, but it was too late. The breaking of his spine left him unable to control his body, his hands drooping helplessly. Clang, clang, clang! The blue-haired player dropped a pile of equipment, all of which were absorbed by the red-clothed player. The laughter abruptly stopped. This sudden turn of events left the yellow-haired player and the group of underlings stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. They couldn't understand why the zombie that had just been on the brink of death could unleash such powerful strength. The red-clad player, in front of the blue-haired little brother, nonchalantly donned the iron armor he had absorbed, moving like a true player. Ha ha ha, this is power, the power to not fear death. He laughed, genuinely happy. It was his first encounter with armor, his first experience of feeling protected. Not bad. As his words fell, the red-clad player began to change. His charred black skin slowly transitioned to a bluish-green, the white light in his eyes gradually brightening, and the flickering electric snakes within him becoming more pronounced. Soon, the zombie bite marks on his body were healing at a visible speed, arrows falling off one by one. The red-clad player had inexplicably transformed from a zombie into a drowned zombie. No! Impossible! A zombie can't become a drowned zombie without water. The yellow-haired one shouted, unable to believe the change before him. In Minecraft, drowned zombies are mutated from zombies that have drowned, belonging to the undead mutated creatures, and one necessary condition for the appearance of a drowned zombie is water. Without water, a zombie could never become a drowned zombie. But isn't life just a vast ocean? The red-clad player had always yearned for a better life, yet time and again drowned in the struggles of life. The waters of life are the most deadly. No, you're wrong. Who says you can't drown without water? Ha ha ha. The red-clad drowned zombie laughed crazily. I was drowned, and what drowned me was not water, but you, the injustice of heaven, and everything that tramples on the weak. A zombie becoming a drowned zombie. Water is not the key. Suffering and the feeling of suffocation are the focus. Only through extreme suffering can a zombie possibly mutate into a drowned zombie. Water is merely a medium of suffering. The red-clad drowned zombie closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, and continued, that feeling of being trapped underwater, powerless to struggle, powerless to resist, is the true reason for my rebirth. Though we are weak, we have the right to survive. What gives you the right to trample on us? The words of the red-clad drowned zombie seemed to be directed at the yellow-haired group, yet they also felt like a direct confrontation with heaven, venting his inner grievances and unwillingness. As a low-tier player, his only wish was to survive in this chaotic world. Yet the hardships of life were like an endless ocean, drowning him time and again. Since you want me dead, then I will transform into a spirit to show you. The yellow-haired group was already scared silly. In their hearts, there was only one word: escape. The farther the better. This drowned zombie alone pressed down on them with its breath, making it hard to breathe. It was a blue demon. Brothers, run! Back to the base. As long as we return to the base, the guild leader will definitely save us. The red-clad drowned zombie licked his lips, watching the crowd flee in all directions, and said with great interest, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? With a flash, the red-clad drowned zombie appeared directly behind a player, biting off a large chunk of flesh with a crunch. Ah, this bloody taste is really addictive. Drop, 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 the sound of equipment falling. The red-clad drowned zombie picked up a bow and arrow on the ground, examined them briefly, then knocked an arrow, aiming right at the heart of the yellow-haired one. Wasn't it you who shot me with the first arrow? Then let me give you a taste. The red-clad drowned corpse continuously sifted through the equipment in front of him, surrounded by the bloodstains of players, while the bodies of the players had long since vanished. This world was very unique, existing between game and reality, between truth and falsehood. Creatures had clear health bars, would bleed when injured, feel pain, and if not treated in time, would continuously lose health until death. 5 minutes after a creature died, its body would dissipate into a wisp of white smoke, as if it had never existed at all. The red-clad drowned corpse felt very hungry. He picked up the rotten flesh from a player's backpack and tried to take a bite. However, the strong stench of decay made it impossible for him to swallow. Once surviving on rotten flesh, he now found himself unable to eat it, forcing him to accept the fact that he was no longer a player. The red-clad drowned corpse picked up equipment he had never been able to possess before, looked around, his eyes revealing endless confusion. After the frenzied slaughter, there came a chilling calm. Where should I go now? What is the meaning of my existence? The red-clad drowned corpse sat down on the ground, beginning to ponder what he should do next. Should I go seek the gods? Forget it. The gods are so powerful, they surely don't need me. Ever since the golden carrot was eaten, the anger in his heart had dissipated. The true god Herobrine had become his faith, rather than a real person. So what should I do? The red-clad drowned corpse had undergone a second mutation. He no longer needed to rely on faith to live. He was conscious, and very clear-headed, without a trace of deathly demeanor. The surrounding zombies slowly began to gather towards him, attracted by the player's blood, but upon arriving, they found no flesh or blood. A flicker of confusion passed through their eyes, but lacking intelligence, they were quickly dispersed by the chaos within. Meanwhile, the red-clad drowned corpse seemed to be coated in a layer of transparent powder, completely ignored by the surrounding zombies. This turned the hellish trial into a peaceful mode for him. The red-clad drowned corpse felt a bit of a headache, so he simply removed his equipment and lay down on a grass block to sleep. Time passed, and the sun began to set. The red-clad drowned corpse felt a slight sting on his face. He opened his eyes to see a chicken in front of him. Cluck, 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 tilting its head. The surrounding zombies stared intently at the chicken, but due to the pressure emanating from the red-clad drowned corpse, they did not rush forward. The red-clad drowned corpse smiled slightly, grabbed the chicken, and stuffed it into his mouth. The chicken instinctively began to tremble from the attack, clucking even more vigorously. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the red-clad drowned corpse. He first looked at the chicken in his hand, then at the surrounding zombies. A wave of sadness washed over him, unending. He recalled how similar he was to this chicken. Once, weak, helpless, pitiful, surrounded by danger, where a wrong step could lead to utter ruin. Now that he had power, could he do something? Or rather, could he use his current strength to do something for the entire world? At that moment, the red-clad drowned corpse seemed to have an epiphany, speaking to the white-feathered chicken. Brother chicken, would you be willing to be my white-clad companion so we can support the weak in this world? Chicken, cluck, cluck, cluck. The red-clad drowned corpse laughed. You not shaking your head means you agree. I'm very happy to be your partner. After saying this, he turned and roared, directly forcing back the surrounding zombies. Just as the red-clad drowned corpse found his direction in life, the eyes of the white-feathered chicken suddenly became lively, as if it had gained intelligence. Hello, drowned corpse. The red-clad drowned corpse felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as an extremely holy pressure instantly enveloped him. Without thinking much, he exerted his legs, jumping back over 10 meters, quickly distancing himself from the chicken. Who are you? What have you done to my chicken brother? Roar. The white-feathered chicken couldn't help but chuckle at the reaction of the red-clothed drowned corpse. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm, and your chicken brother is not hurt, he is just asleep. No harm? The red-clothed zombie sat up, still half convinced, but the wariness in his eyes did not fade. At this moment, the white-feathered chicken no longer exuded any weak aura. Its eyes shone with a white light, exuding an overwhelming presence, every movement revealing a divine will. The white-feathered chicken flapped its wings and continued, your birth is completely different from that of an ordinary drowned corpse. You are special. You don't have a name yet. How about I call you the Drowned King? The red-clothed drowned corpse thought for a moment. He was no longer a player, so he naturally needed a new name. Drowned King? That sounds pretty good. Who exactly are you? Don't try to play tricks on me. The Drowned King still looked wary. The possessed white-feathered chicken walked back and forth a few times, pondering before saying, I can be any block, any creature, or even you yourself. Ha! The white-feathered chicken laughed heartily, giving off a sense of wild abandon. The drowned king was slightly taken aback. This laughter was indeed somewhat similar to his own, but it seemed to carry a hint of weariness. "You didn't just come to give me a name, did you?" the drowned king continued. The white-feathered chicken stopped, its expression becoming serious, the voice still that of the drowned king. "Of course not, your birth is special, and your ideology is also special." "My ideology?" the drowned king murmured. The white-feathered chicken nodded and continued, "Yes, it's your ideology. The essence of this world is actually composed of various ideologies. And to live for the weak, to bring peace for the weak, that is your ideology. A completely controlled ideology by you." The wariness in the drowned king's eyes was slowly replaced by shock. The other party's words were somewhat profound and hard to understand, but he was greatly shaken. After thinking for a moment, the drowned king spoke again. "So your purpose is just to praise me?" "Ah, no. I am here to grant you an opportunity. You are still too weak now. Your strength is only equivalent to a level 20 player. How can you uphold such a great ideology?" The white-feathered chicken was very patient with the drowned king and continued, "You currently lack a suitable weapon. Soon, I will open a secret realm in the trial land, where there are treasures that can make you stronger, ha ha ha. Of course, other players can also participate in the secret realm. Whether you can obtain the treasure depends on your own fortune." The drowned king scratched his head, somewhat confused, and said, "Why not just give it to me directly? Why go through all this trouble?" "No, because this is also a test for you." "Alright, my time is limited. Do you have any other questions? If not, I will be leaving." The white-feathered chicken began to flap its wings, the white light in its eyes flickering, as if it really couldn't hold on any longer. The drowned king pondered for a moment and asked a question that left the white-feathered chicken stunned. "Did you create this trial land?" A serious expression appeared on the face of the white-feathered chicken, nodding slightly, then shaking its head. "Yes, but I am just one of them. There are many gods in this world, more than you can imagine. So don't act too recklessly. Perhaps one of the players you encounter is an earthly manifestation of a god." At this point, the white light in the white-feathered chicken's eyes clearly dimmed. The drowned corpse king quickly seized the opportunity to ask the last question. "What is an earthly manifestation?" The light in the white-feathered chicken's eyes faded, and it was unclear whether it was intentional or an evasion of the question. This question is a bit sensitive. I'll answer you next time if fate allows." The moment the voice disappeared, the white-feathered chicken's gaze quickly regained clarity. "Oh, by the way, I have granted your chicken brother intelligence and sent you a gift. No need to thank me." The drowned corpse king heard his own voice coming from somewhere, very ethereal and illusory. He pondered, feeling that this god was a bit strange, very friendly, so much so that he had no doubt about the other's words. Is this what a god is like? Truly terrifying. And what exactly is an earthly manifestation of a god? The drowned corpse king couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He could have lived freely, easily fulfilling his simple thoughts. But the other party insisted on placing a grand concept on him, which in a way was a form of PUA. "Forget it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Just treat it as a game. Come on, chicken brother, I'll take you to see the vast world of MC." The white-feathered chicken had just gained intelligence and was curious about everything. "Who are you, Clock?" The drowned corpse king lifted the white-feathered chicken and placed it on his shoulder, smiling calmly. "Your teammate. Of course, you can also call me boss." "What is a teammate, Clock?" "A teammate is a like-minded friend. You'll understand in the future." "Are you hungry, chicken brother? Should I go to the player guild and grab some seeds for you to eat?" Okay, cluck cluck." Time flew by and a week had passed. On the 23rd day, the zombies received another boost. Inside the base, Ji-Chen had just killed nearly 1,000 zombies, and he, along with 5 obsidian puppets, had become a blood-soaked person. Of course, all that blood was from the zombies. He rinsed off a bit of water to clean himself, then changed into a set of clean iron armor. After leveling up for a few days, his level finally jumped from 13 to 14. It's not easy to level up. Ji-Chen lay on the pink bed, comfortably stretching. A few days ago, Wang Chang had caught 2 sheep somewhere, originally intending to kill them for meat, but Ji-Chen stopped him. This wasteful subordinate had no idea about sustainable development. Now the 100-layer farm had been completed, with so many crops that they couldn't finish eating them all. It would be a pity not to raise some cows, sheep, or chickens. So he entrusted Wang Chang with the task of breeding the sheep. Ridiculously, reality is not like the game. In the game, you only need to feed 2 corresponding crops to 2 of the same species, and they would give birth to new life. But in reality, the probability of 2 species mating is random, and the probability of giving birth to new life is also random. With 2 layers of randomness, the yield of these 2 sheep was absurdly low. The wheat fed to them was a complete waste. Fortunately, Ji-Chen was not short on food. If the players found out, they would surely say, "Do you still lack sheep in your sheep pen?" In the end, Wang Chang, in a fit of anger, still slaughtered them, and the only bed in the base was born. Because cows and sheep were difficult to breed, the profession of herder emerged, but most of the people in this profession were completely monopolized by the food guild. Ji-chan opened the forum on the system panel to see if there was any recent news. Shocking! The food guild was attacked by the blue demon, resulting in a significant loss of seeds and meat, causing heavy damage to the food guild. The blue demon? Is it the awakened players? Hee. What a good thing! As soon as Ji-chan saw that the food guild was attacked, he revealed his ugly face. The Food Guild and the Mason Association were like two peas in a pod. Back then, apart from the Mason Association, the Food Guild was the most hostile towards him. He was blacklisted in chats, blacklisted when buying things, and it wasn't just him, those under him faced the same treatment. Now, with zombies rampant outside the base, all living beings were bitten to death, leaving others without even a decent bed. Fortunately, he had recruited Woon Yen, whose system allowed him to buy some meat from the Food Guild to change things up. Usually, they could only make do with some golden carrots. Ji-chan wanted to take revenge, but he had always struggled to find a way. Their food prices were affordable, operating on a low-margin, high-volume model, making it impossible to engage in a price war. He had created over 100 golden puppets, but they were all busy making golden carrots to send to the Pig Spirit King, leaving no time to focus on quality. This made Ji-chan very troubled. His food had no competitive advantage at all. He didn't expect the other side to suffer today, which made him feel a bit schadenfreude. Brother G, the golden carrots have been delivered. The Pig Spirit King asked me to tell you to come by often when you have time and chat with him. At this moment, Woon Yen walked into the cave, still carrying a hint of warmth, followed by a few clumsy stone puppets to carry boxes. Ji-chan nodded and continued to instruct, have the golden puppets prepare for next month without slackening. Woon Yen was very familiar with the terrain of hell, so he naturally took on the task of delivering golden carrots, while Ji-chan became more of a hands-off manager. After Woon Yen left, Chu Linger entered the cave with a straw puppet on her head, beaming as she said, I have good news for you. Today, our DE shops food sales increased threefold, and all the reviews are positive. Chu Linger was now the head of food and logistics at the base, responsible for everyone's food and drink, as well as the operation of the DE shop. Got it. Ji-chan smiled. The Food Guild was in chaos, and it felt like heaven was helping him. Once the Food Guild recovered from the crisis, his golden puppets could also focus on quality. By then, selling golden wheat would scare the other side to death. After Chu Linger finished her report, she exited the cave. This cave, in a sense, was Ji-chan's private room and leadership office. Others in the base built their own houses outside the cave, usually gathering only during mealtimes to chat. Ji-chan lay on the bed, happily browsing the forum. Having a few more subordinates was indeed useful. If he had to do all these things alone, it would drive him crazy. So he was more suited to leading and enjoying life. Ding! The secret realm of the Water Marsh Kingdom is about to begin. Players wishing to participate should head to the corresponding coordinate entrance as soon as possible. Ji-chan. At the same time, all players in the trial area received the message that the secret realm was about to open. In an instant, whether they were casual players or guild players, everyone became restless. The system provided very little information about the secret realm, only that it was called the Watermarsh Kingdom, and there was no knowledge of the dangers and opportunities within. Ji-chan stroked his chin in thought, not understanding why a secret realm trial would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Watermarsh Kingdom, could it be related to water? In that case, we must prepare well. Except for the disaster lark, everyone else in the base received the information sent by the system. They all looked towards the direction of the cave, their eyes flashing with various expressions. Now Ji-chan was their leader, and whether to go to the secret realm had to be discussed with him. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the cave, speechless. Ji-chan reached out and controlled a block, leaning back to lie down, his voice somewhat lazy as he said, share your thoughts. Wang Chang lowered his head in silence for a moment before speaking first. Our iron armor gang doesn't have many good swimmers, so we won't go. We'll stay here to guard the home. Not good at swimming? All of you? Ji-chan looked deeply at Wang Chang and quickly understood his intention. The claim of not being good at swimming was all a lie, even a fool could sense that. This secret realm was not simple, and there must be some opportunity inside. But the Iron Armor gang chose to stay behind, which undoubtedly meant they wanted Ji-chan to have no worries, as the various facilities in the base needed maintenance every day, and it wouldn't work without people. Of course, Ji-chan didn't expose this. He was quite pleased with their intentions. What about you two? Ji-chan turned to Woon Yen and Chu Linger. Woon Yen acted respectfully and said, I am willing to accompany Brother Ji. I want to go too, I'm a great swimmer. Chu Linger raised her hand to speak. Ji-chan looked at Chu Linger with a strange expression, his voice carrying a hint of doubt as he replied, this is a secret realm. Do you really think it's a swimming pool? Woon Yen is an A-level profession and you're a C-level, don't get yourself killed in there. Ji-chan didn't mean to look down on her, he simply thought Chu Linger was too weak. After being scolded by Ji-chen, Shulinger immediately became obedient and said, "Actually, I'm not as weak as you think. Since you won't let me go, I'll just stay home and farm. If you want to go, then go." Ji-chen shook his head helplessly. If she wanted to go, he had no reason to restrict her choice. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Even if she died in there, it would be her own fate. Yay! I'll go hand over the farm matters to the Disaster Lark. The Disaster Lark had been with Shulinger recently, managing the farm together. As for whether to let the Disaster Lark go to the secret realm, Ji-chen's answer was no. Even if she wanted to go, he wouldn't allow it. It was too dangerous. There were many entrances to the secret realm, almost covering the entire trial area, and the coordinates recommended by the system were merely the closest entrance to the players. Ji-chen, Wu-Nian, and Shulinger quickly arrived at a sea entrance according to the system's prompt. The coastline at this sea entrance was very wide, and above the sea was a huge whirlpool. If nothing unexpected happened, that was definitely the entrance to the secret realm. However, the secret realm had not yet opened, and the whirlpool was still in a non-selectable state. Additionally, Ji-chen couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but since the notification of the Watermarsh Kingdom trial, the number of mutated zombies had noticeably decreased, as if they were making way for the secret realm trial. Ji-chen was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time, and waiting a little longer was no problem. "Brother Ji, is the safety of the base really okay? I'm worried that the people from the disaster area will." Wu-Nian glanced towards the direction of the base and said. Ji-chen was taken aback by his words, then smiled calmly. "Relax. I've built over 1,000 stone puppets, nearly 100 iron puppets, and almost 5,000 various functional puppets in the base. Even if a demigod comes, they'll have to take a couple of slaps before leaving." During this time, Ji-chen had been leveling up and making puppets. When iron was insufficient, he used stone. As long as it could enhance his combat power, he would create it. "Ha, there are that many?" Wu-Nian's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Goodness, it turns out he was really worrying for nothing. The three of them chatted and laughed, completely free of the tension they had before entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, the corpse drowning king, along with the white feather chicken, arrived at an entrance. "Brother Chicken, it might be very dangerous inside. I think it's better for you to stay outside and wait for me," the corpse drowning king said, looking serious at the swirling vortex before him. "Cluck, cluck, cluck. Alright, just don't die in there. When you come out, we'll go steal players' food together." The white feather chicken jumped off the corpse drowning king's back. This secret realm was originally prepared by that indescribable deity for the corpse drowning king, so this weak chicken shouldn't participate. Brother Chicken, saying that isn't very auspicious. The corpse drowning king smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. Suddenly, the vortex exploded with a loud bang, releasing a dazzling blue light. Wherever the blue light shone, players disappeared one after another. Ji-chen felt a flash before his eyes, and the system's voice rang out. "Ding! The secret realm of the Watermarsh Kingdom has opened. You will be randomly teleported to various corners of the secret realm, now issuing the first task: compete for the heart of the ocean. And then survive." As soon as the system's voice fell, an overwhelming sense of suffocation spread throughout Ji-chen's body. He opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by seawater, at the very bottom of the ocean. Ji-chen did not panic. After deciphering the first gene lock, his lung capacity had increased remarkably, and this water wouldn't drown him anytime soon. He struggled to wave his hands, trying to float to the surface, but failed. Although he was at the bottom of the sea, there was no buoyancy at all, as if this law had been erased from existence. Ji-chen frowned and quickly took out a wooden door from his backpack and planted it in the ground. With the wooden door blocking the water flow, a vacuum zone formed in the middle, and the suffocating feeling of drowning dissipated. He had anticipated this situation long ago. How could he not bring the wooden door, a divine artifact for underwater exploration? It seems the potion project must be expedited, Ji-chen thought to himself. If he had a potion for underwater breathing, things would become much simpler. A few suffocating cries rang out, and Ji-chen turned his head to see three players nearby. One of the players, upon witnessing Ji-chen's actions, widened his eyes and immediately sent a message in the group chat. Bro, do you have any more wooden doors? DXIN, no more. Blue sky and white clouds, bro. I'll trade a month of lifespan for one. DXIN, I have birch wooden doors and oak wooden doors. Which one do you want? PS, the water blocking property of the wooden door is gone, and the water bucket for breathing doesn't work anymore. Just keeping this as a memento. Didn't you say there were no wooden doors? Dishin, Schrodinger's wooden door. Goodness, what a schemer. Get me one too, I'll trade you a month of lifespan. Balala little witch. I want one too. Buying a wooden door for a month is clearly taking advantage of the situation, but they had no choice but to buy. Before long, 3 wooden doors appeared in the depths of the sea. Bro, how did you think of using a wooden door to block the water flow? That's amazing. Dishin, common sense. After coming to this world, although everyone had been forcibly Implanted with some MC worldview, only the MC gamers knew such little tricks like using wooden doors to block water, blue sky and white clouds. What are we going to do next? Are we just going to waste time here? Era, how about we form a team? We can help each other. Balala Little Witch, sounds good. I agree. Blue sky and white clouds, I agree too. The three looked at Ji-chen, their eyes filled with doubt. Form a team? Humph. Ji-chen sneered inwardly. Such temporary teams only protect those with deep thoughts. Whoever truly treats strangers as teammates dies the fastest. Forget it. I prefer to go solo. Goodbye. Ji-chen rejected without a second thought, pulling out the wooden door to leave. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Era's face. Forming a team was his idea, and the way the other party said it was a slap in the face, leaving no room for dignity. What are you so proud of? Selling a wooden door for a month of lifespan. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. I'll say it straight, if you leave the team, the first to die will definitely be you. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, only the sound of bubbling water could be heard. Ji-chen stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowed, a faint white light spilling from them. Oh, is that so? You have quite the ability. Era wanted to say more, but the sand beneath his feet suddenly vanished, and the wooden door above fell as well. It wasn't over, the sand on both sides, under the pull of the power of creation, crazily squeezed towards the center. Ah! What's happening? What's going on? Help me, I need to breathe. Era was shocked and struggled to dig through the sand above to get air. Ji-chen's gaze was cold as he turned to the three. The most dangerous here is you guys. Keep talking, and I swear I'll slap you all to death. As his words fell, a level 14 pressure surrounded Ji-chen, stirring the seawater and making the wooden doors creak. Even the most powerful beings without intelligence can be dealt with. Once a creature has intelligence, even a chicken by the roadside could take your life at any moment. Level 14. The three gasped in shock. The average level of players in the forum was only 6, and this guy had directly more than doubled that. Now I'm not the first to die. Seeing the three quiet down, Ji-chen took out the wooden door from his backpack space to block the water and leave. Balala Little Witch and Blue Sky and White Clouds exchanged glances and communicated through the system. Should we save Era? He seems like he can be rescued. I think his armor looks good. Then when the gear drops, the iron boots are mine. Deal. The visibility at the bottom of the sea was poor. It was a murky black, surrounded by fog, giving a strong sense of oppression. Ji-chen walked slowly, with 3 obsidian puppets in front holding the wooden door to clear the way, and 2 obsidian puppets behind swinging their fists to collect the wooden doors. Then it repeated, creating a water vacuum zone for Ji-chen to walk through. The first trial objective released by the system was to find the heart of the ocean. In the game, the heart of the ocean is a material for synthesizing the tide surge core, which is not widely used. Ji-chen also didn't realize that the system task would have him create the tide surge core. This is more like a key to the surface of the sea. Just as he was lost in thought, distant flickering lights caught his attention. Squinting to look, wasn't that the ocean heart he was searching for? Good-looking people always have good luck. Ji-chen signaled with his eyes, and puppet number 1 marched over with an air of indifference. He could tell just by thinking with his toes that there must be cannon fodder. Guards there. As he expected, the obsidian puppet had just entered within 10 meters of the ocean heart when there was an immediate stir around it. A one-eyed ocean guardian jumped out and shot a laser at the obsidian puppet. In the game, guardians are fish-like creatures that spawn in underwater temples. They are entirely green, have only one eye, and their main attack methods are releasing lasers, ranged, and sharp-toothed attacks, melee, making them very troublesome and deadly. Squeak squeak squeak, the guardian's eyes flashed with instinctive anger, ready to launch a second attack. Crack! Blood splattered. The obsidian puppet clapped its hands and forcefully shook off the guardian stuck to it, scratching its head in confusion. This guardian dropped dead on the spot like a mosquito, without even leaving any loot. Ji-chen couldn't help but laugh. Without level bonuses, it was just an ordinary level 0 newbie. The obsidian puppet delivered the ocean heart to its master, its tall body nudging Ji-chen's arm, seeking praise. Ocean heart, ocean key, +1 effect. Twisting it can teleport the player out of the deep sea purgatory, officially entering the water realm. This level was designed very carefully. Although there weren't any particularly difficult monsters, the water was extremely deadly. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have likely fallen here too. The deep sea purgatory truly lived up to its name. Well done. You can go back now. Ji-chen smiled and praised the obsidian puppet. After receiving the compliment, the obsidian puppet looked very happy, slowly transforming into a shadow and merging with Ji-chen. Let's go. Let me see what the true water realm looks like. On the other side, the drowned king was aimlessly wandering the seabed, thoroughly enjoying the feeling. Freedom, power, a hint of excitement amidst the suffocation. He was the drowned, inherently yearning for suffocation, or rather, he was meant to live underwater. For players, this was purgatory, but for him, it could only be home. It was obvious that the gods had given him a little favor, allowing him to clear away a large batch of obstacles. Unfortunately, his luck was too poor. He had searched 2 platforms that were supposed to hold the ocean heart, and they were all empty, which made him a bit irritated. Suddenly, the drowned king spotted a 3rd platform. May him bless me. Let me find an ocean heart, please. After praying, he straightened up and quickly swam towards the platform. Along the way, he unexpectedly saw a flattened guardian. The corpse can exist for 5 minutes. TSK, TSK, TSK. So tragic. As a fellow ocean creature, the drowned king felt quite sympathetic towards this guardian. Damn it! How is it empty again? Aha! Outside the secret realm, a white-feathered chicken was standing on a patch of grass, lost in thought. It made no sound, did not move, and did not breathe, standing in stark contrast to the dynamic world around it. The surrounding zombies instinctively twisted their stiff necks, emitting whimpering sounds from their throats. They had caught the scent of living beings. In the next moment, the most primal instinct of the undead quickly took over their consciousness, and with their somewhat stiff bodies, they lunged towards the white-feathered chicken. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck down from the clear sky, instantly reducing the leading zombie to rotten flesh, leaving no body behind. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. The white-feathered chicken turned around, its 2 eyeballs spinning wildly. Upon closer inspection, one could see 2 images reflected in its eyes. One was of the drowned king collapsing after failing to obtain the heart of the ocean. The other was of Ji Chen twisting the heart of the ocean as he was transported to the water realm. The 2 events were separated by exactly 5 minutes. So close. Just a little more. But no rush, I still have a chance. The white-feathered chicken laughed, flapping its wings and spinning in place, excitedly shouting, We'll meet again soon, even if it's just in the mortal realm. I'm still looking forward to it. The heart of the ocean shattered, and a blue light flashed and vanished. Ji Chen opened his eyes to find a glowing sea crystal lamp before him, surrounded by an eerie silence. He looked up and saw a floating water city in the distance, shrouded in mist, with only faint outlines visible. Overall, it certainly lived up to the title of the water realm. Ji Chen glanced around and realized he was on a small floating island, with a tree behind him and a wooden box lying quietly beneath it. Not only that, but there were at least 8,000 similar islands scattered around the water city, like planets revolving around the sun. Survival on a floating island? No, this is multiplayer online floating island survival. Ji Chen chuckled, instantly intrigued. He was quite the expert in floating island survival. Starting with a tree, the entire home depended on hard work. This was a miraculous gameplay from MC. Ding. Welcome to the water realm. Deep sea hell has ended, successfully cleared by 1236 people, with 66,127,456 deaths. Your next task is to use all available resources to reach the water city and refine a demigod level trident there. Good luck. Lucky dog. Damn. So many people died. That's brutal. Ji Chen was secretly astonished. The death rate was absurdly high. And by this calculation, he was indeed a lucky one. I wonder if Wunyan and Shu Linger managed to escape. After offering a brief prayer for Wunyan and Shu Linger, he turned his attention to the treasure chest on the floating island. The task issued by the system was quite clear. It was to use the resources on the floating island to build a path to another floating island, continuously collecting resources and repeating the process until reaching the water city. However, for Ji Chen, there was no need for such trouble. He could simply use his creative power to control the entire floating island and fly over. The box opened and the items popped out. Water bucket *1, lava bucket *1, tree seedling *1, bread *25, apple *3, diamond *1. Wow, a diamond. Ji Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately placed the diamond into his backpack. Diamonds were incredibly rare in the trial grounds. After mining for over a month with his stone golem, he had barely managed to gather 8 diamonds. To create a diamond golem, he needed 4 diamond blocks, which meant 36 diamonds. Without a diamond golem, his ability to enchant remained unused, so it had been in a state of suspension. If it weren't for the fact that others couldn't mine them either, he would have almost thought the feng shui of the base was poor. Putting away the diamond with satisfaction, Ji Chen's eyes sparkled with a white light as he steered the island towards another island. First, set a small goal: collect 100 diamonds. In the distance, on an empty island in a desert cluster, a scar-faced player excitedly rubbed the diamond in his hands. Oh wow, this is a diamond. Looks like this trip to the secret realm wasn't a waste after all. Ha ha ha. The rarity of diamonds, once they flow into the trial land, means that even the lowest quality ones can be bought for several months of life. Just as the scar-faced player was laughing heartily, Ji Chen was slowly approaching the empty island. Hey there! Have you seen the diamond I dropped here? Oh wow! Where did this empty island come from? The scar-faced player had been too busy celebrating to notice how Ji Chen had brought the empty island over. You Little brat, go play somewhere else. There are no diamonds that you dropped here. The scar-faced player had yet to realize that the diamond in his hand was exactly what Ji-Chun was referring to. Ji-Chun didn't mind and continued, the diamond in your hand is the one I dropped. You dropped it? The scar-faced player scratched his head, suddenly understanding the implication of Ji-Chun's words. Wasn't this just a robbery? Today really opened my eyes. Someone dares to set their sights on my diamond. I see you're tired of living. The scar-faced player squared his jaw, his muscles bulging. You should go find out who founded the Equipment Guild. As he spoke, a pressure began to rise around him, the level 9 pressure causing Ji-Chun's clothes to flutter. To tell you the truth, the president of the Equipment Guild is me. Now, kneel and apologize, and I might let you go this time. Before the scar-faced player could finish his sentence, Ji-Chun's level 14 pressure hit him directly, causing his skin to wrinkle. Level 14. Ji-Chun smiled innocently, his eyes squinting into crescent moons, and said again, hey there, I accidentally dropped a diamond in your hands. Could you please return it to me? You bastard. The scar-faced player's eyes nearly popped out. He had never seen someone so shameless. Seeing the other party still hesitating, Ji-Chun immediately pulled out the withering claw from his backpack, his smile gradually fading. You say you're the president of the Equipment Guild, so you should have the means to identify the equipment in my hand, right? Cold sweat began to bead on the scar-faced player's forehead. He indeed had a way to identify the equipment in others' hands because his profession was a B-level equipment appraiser. In his perception, this skinny skeletal claw had a damage rating of up to 60 points. If it hit him, it would take him out in one blow. Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Diamonds are so precious. If you dropped it in my hands and it got lost, what would happen? Here, take it. The scar-faced player's demeanor changed completely, a beaming smile on his face as he approached Ji-Chun respectfully, stuffing the still-cold diamond into Ji-Chun's arms, and said again, brother, hold on tight. I'm easy to talk to, but what if it fell into the hands of someone hard to deal with? Ji-Chun revealed a simple smile again, calling the other party brother and saying, brother, I won't take your diamonds for nothing. If there's anything you need after the guild is established, just let me know. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you through a crisis. The scar-faced man chuckled nervously, not daring to say much, as the 60-point attack withering claw was still poised at his neck. Ji-Chun put away the diamonds in his arms and piloted the floating island away. The scar-faced man let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. That skeletal claw looked thin and unremarkable, but was actually ridiculously powerful. He had a premonition that if he were to be scratched by that thing, he would be poisoned and withered all over, with no cure in sight. Moreover, with the other party's ability to manipulate objects, their professional level must be at least A grade, so he could only befriend them and not make an enemy. Suddenly, the scar-faced man seemed to remember something and shouted loudly at Ji-Chun, brother, I still don't know your name. How will I find you for help in the future? Search for Dixing. On the forum, my detailed information is there. Ji-Chun's voice came from afar. The scar-faced man scratched his cheek, feeling like he had heard that name somewhere before. He opened the forum, typed in Dixing, and the first post that popped up was, the #1 lecturer in the block world Dixing. Come debate if you disagree. Image, Ji-Chun's large avatar, JPG. Scar-faced man, Ji-Chun was in a particularly good mood, having collected a total of 18 diamonds after wandering around. Although not every floating island had diamonds, this efficiency was already quite good. Just one last score and then I'll stop. He hadn't forgotten what his main task in the secret realm was. The trident was worth much more than a few diamonds, and he couldn't afford to lose sight of the big picture. Soon, he spotted a floating island in the distance. There was a player on it who had built a stone generator using lava and water from a chest, continuously collecting stones to make roadblocks. Ji-Chun moved his facial muscles and put on a fake smile again. Good. That's the one. At that moment, the president of the Mason Association, Jia Junyu, was desperately chiseling away at the stone, muttering angrily, as the president of the Mason Association, I actually forgot to prepare some cobblestones before going out. What a blunder, truly a blunder. Hey, isn't this our president Jia? How come you're chiseling stones yourself after not seeing you for a few days? Ji-Chun smiled even more innocently. It was truly a case of enemies crossing paths. He remembered how he had once let the other party off the hook only for them to turn around and spread rumors about him online. He had always held a grudge about that. Jia Junyu didn't hear Ji-Chun's voice and continued to chisel away at the stone, a bit impatiently saying, get lost. I'm not selling stones right now. I don't even have enough for myself. Ji-Chun chuckled. The other party still thought he was just another player wanting to buy stones to build a road. President Jia, how much is your life worth? As he spoke, the floating island where Jia Junyu was began to melt little by little, blocks inexplicably falling off and turning into items. Jia Junyu's pupils instantly shrank to the smallest size. He had seen this method before. It was that man from back then. Dixing. Why are you here? 2. Jia Junyu collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. As he spoke, there was only one grass block left beneath his feet, and below it was the endless void. Full iron armor, looking quite flashy. TSK. Ji Chen grinned. He hadn't expected the nascent association to be on the verge of bankruptcy because of him, yet the other party was still so wealthy. Spare me, I was wrong. I'm willing to trade my lifespan for my life. Before Jia Junyu could finish his sentence, the grass block beneath him shattered instantly and he fell into the endless void. Ji Chen looked down on him and piloted the floating island towards water. City, do I need your trifling life? I could say I'm the richest in the trial grounds without exaggeration. His words were not arrogant. The stone puppet's roundstone production line and the sale of crops from the 100-layer farm had already earned him a considerable amount of lifespan. Ji Chen also did not intend to linger any longer. With the power of creation set to its maximum, the other blocks of the small island instantly collapsed, leaving only a grass block that carried him flying at full speed, increasing his speed by more than 10 times. It's time to end this journey into the secret realm. The reason Ji Chen was so relaxed was that he was confident others could not be faster than him. For some reason, ever since he entered the secret realm, he had developed a trace of arrogance that looked down on everything and a ruthless determination that seemed to be inherent to him. Ji Chen put away the grass block and ascended to the water city. From a distance, the water city resembled a country, but up close, it looked like a mountain floating in the air. Looking up, there was a large pavilion at the mountain's peak, with a golden trident inserted in the center. At the same time, a blue-skinned demon happened to arrive at the water city. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, set off towards the mountain peak simultaneously. There were no monsters in the mountain of the water city. The mountain was nearly vertical, with streams of water occasionally flowing out. The two moved forward without obstruction, singing and advancing vigorously. To the right of the mountain peak, the figure of the drowning corpse king appeared first in a small pavilion. He was panting heavily, completely soaked, with lightning on his body continuously evaporating the moisture. He looked up. The item he was searching for was right ahead. The trident was entirely golden, shimmering with winding arcs of electricity, attacking anyone who approached it indiscriminately. The drowning corpse king slowed his steps and walked up to the trident, his eyes filled with excitement. A gift from the gods. Truly extraordinary. Although this trident was golden, the lightning flickering within it was an incredibly pure blue-white. The drowning corpse king closed his eyes to feel it. The power of lightning here was of the same root and origin as his own, and at that moment, they seemed to merge into one. He reached out to pull out the trident, but just then, a shadow appeared in his left front without him noticing. The drowning corpse king was startled. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a punch. To the left of the mountain peak, Ji Chen arrived late. When he saw someone trying to reach for the trident, he instinctively released a puppet to stop them. Are you the drowning corpse? A look of confusion flashed in Ji Chen's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, denying his own thought. No, you don't look like you lack intelligence. In this world, drowning corpses, like zombies, are born without intelligence. Ji Chen did not rush to pull out the trident. At this moment, he was more concerned about who the person faster than him was. The drowning corpse king wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the newcomer, his eyes gradually becoming cautious. So strong. Since my second mutation, I haven't encountered anyone who could send me flying with a single punch. The man before him gave the drowning corpse king a strong sense of pressure, but he was not afraid. The lightning within him made him fear no one. The drowning corpse king chuckled, and the arcs of electricity on his body began to flicker, forcing the obsidian puppet to retreat repeatedly. He had completed his second mutation, and his strength was equivalent to a player of over level 20. An obsidian puppet was no match for him. That god said there would be trials waiting for me. I think that trial is you. God? Trial? What kind of nonsense is this? Ji Chen had not experienced the growth of the drowning corpse king, so he naturally could not understand his words. It doesn't matter, just know that there will definitely be a battle between us. The drowning corpse king's fist, wrapped in the power of thunder, struck heavily against the obsidian puppet. Because the obsidian puppet had 100% knockback resistance like a steel puppet, the drowning corpse king's punch did not send it flying. But the next moment, crack! A crack instantly spread across the entire body of the obsidian puppet, and in the blink of an eye, the puppet's form became worn and tattered. With this punch, the drowned king did not hold back. The powerful impact mixed with lightning nearly took away a third of the obsidian puppet's health. Not only that, the current transformed into electric snakes that penetrated the obsidian puppet's body, continuously damaging its internal structure. Is this an iron puppet? No, it should be more like an obsidian puppet, such a hard body. The drowned king looked at his hand, which had drawn some blood, and the madness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a quiet astonishment. That punch just now was incredibly powerful. His fist had even been bruised from the recoil, yet the opponent's Puppet had managed to withstand it. Ji-Chen, seeing the combat power displayed by the Drowned King, did not show any extra expression on his face. It was not surprising that the other party had arrived here first and had some special means at their disposal. He reached out, summoning the injured obsidian puppet, which reappeared as a shadow behind him. He took out a set of iron ingots and pressed them all into the body of puppet number 1. After absorbing the set of iron ingots, the puppet's previous injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This big guy can actually recover like this. Today has truly opened my eyes. The Drowned King looked at the obsidian puppet's astonishing recovery speed and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. After Ji-Chen finished this, he looked back at the blue-skinned fellow and tentatively said, "You are not a player who has awakened the drowned ability, you are a drowned." Only then did he realize that the other party did not seem to be a player. The Drowned King was taken aback by these words, his expression dimming slightly as he forced a smile and said, "If I had a choice, I would still want to be a player. Becoming this kind of ghostly figure is truly a last resort." A last resort? Ji-Chen found it hard to understand. In his view, the other party's current individual strength had already surpassed his own, thanks entirely to the thunderous power within the Drowned. The Drowned King did not rush to respond. He first wiped the bloodstains from his fist, touched the zombie bite marks on his body that had already grown flesh, and his gaze gradually became distant. He recalled being surrounded by a dozen zombies in a dim tunnel, his body torn and mangled, the extreme physical pain still unforgettable to this day. The pain of the flesh could still be endured, but the humiliation and exclusion from his own kind were the most deadly. Life is a sea of bitterness. I have thought more than once about swimming to the other shore, but I was always ruthlessly kicked back. Since I can no longer be a player, I can only be a drowned who swims freely in this sea of suffering. The Drowned King spoke these words calmly, but Ji-Chen could hear the bitterness and hardship within them, which piqued his interest in the drowned's experiences. "What you said is very profound. You might become an excellent philosopher in the future." I just want to survive, nothing else. I'm very curious about what you've been through, so could you share it? Ji-Chen had seen some derivative anime of MC in his past life, where beings like the drowned often carried some tragic stories. The Drowned King was momentarily stunned, then jokingly said, "If I make you happy with my story, you have to give me that trident." Ha. That depends on whether your story is touching. The two chatted and laughed, completely devoid of the tense atmosphere from before. After a long silence, the Drowned King spoke again. "Alright, time is short. If we keep chatting, other players will catch up. Let's settle this." They were not absolute enemies, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. They stood on opposing sides purely due to conflicting interests. There could only be one master of the trident. Ji-Chen now understood that this secret realm, whether it was the previous deep-sea hell or the current golden trident, was all prepared for this drowned. This trial ground seems to be creating a king, while I am just a variable within it. How nice it would be if we could sit down and have a good chat instead of fighting. It's so boring. Ji-Chen felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't hear the story. "If you defeat me, maybe I'll tell you." "Oh, really?" The Drowned King's eyes sparkled with a flicker of lightning, speaking with a hint of pride. "With just that one obsidian puppet of yours, you can't defeat me. You should be mentally prepared." Ji-Chen extended his hand, and the eyes of the other puppets in the shadows suddenly lit up as he calmly said, "If that last strike was your strongest power, then you will surely lose this battle." As the words fell, 4 more obsidian puppets slowly crawled out from Ji-Chen's shadow, their murderous aura seemingly solidifying. The Drowned King, seeing this scene, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. No wonder he was so calm. It turns out he had a backup plan. "I really envy you players who are born with such powerful abilities." As he spoke, the 5 obsidian puppets and the Drowned King moved simultaneously, colliding in a flash. The Drowned King raised his hand, unleashing the power of thunder around him, trying to push back the advancing obsidian puppets. However, to his surprise, the puppets seemed to have coordinated. 4 of them retreated together, while one puppet, heavily injured, charged forward and punched him away. The obsidian puppets were top-tier combat puppets, their combat awareness not rigid, they could protect and cooperate with each other, executing some astonishing maneuvers. The Drowned King spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Damn. So strong, is there no way to live?" Although the Drowned King had high single-target attack power, he still felt somewhat powerless against the 5 obsidian puppets. Of course, he did not easily give up. He was born from oppression and could only die on the path of resisting it. The Drowned King got up and once again grappled with the 5 obsidian puppets. Ji-Chen did not rush to intervene. With the Drowned King's current abilities, the 5 puppets were already enough to subdue him. 5 minutes later, the Drowned King collapsed from exhaustion, and the 5 puppets returned to Ji-Chen's shadow. "Is there no justice? How can you be so strong?" The Drowned King felt a bit inferior after being beaten. This battle was a complete crushing defeat. He could completely overpower one obsidian puppet. Against 2, if he was cautious, he might still win. but against 5 obsidian puppets he was like a bowling ball, having no chance to fight back at all. He had been getting beaten the entire time, with all his thunderous power having nowhere to unleash. Outside the secret realm, the white feather chicken flapped its wings excitedly, seeing the Drowned King being beaten, feeling no worry but rather joy, muttering to itself, "Yes, this is the feeling of being beaten, it's so nostalgic." As it spoke, the arcs of electricity within the white feather chicken began to flicker uncontrollably, and a golden trident mark appeared on its forehead. "Just one last step to go, I must hold steady. Drowned King, please don't let me down." "Alright, I won, the trident is mine." Ji-chun chuckled, reaching out to pull the golden trident. The Drowned King sighed but was also open-minded. He didn't force what he couldn't have and simply lay back on the ground to rest. "A bet is a bet. This demigod weapon is destined to have no connection with me, though it does feel a bit like letting down the deity's good intentions." In his view, this was a test from the deity, and since he hadn't passed, he naturally had no right to obtain the trident. 5 minutes later, silence. "Hey, why aren't you talking? At least give a speech about your reward." The Drowned King opened his eyes, puzzled by the sudden lack of sound around him. On the other side, Ji-chun held the golden trident, his eyes shining with white light, and the surrounding blocks trembled incessantly. "Golden trident. Refinement failed. Please try again." "Golden trident refinement failed. Please try again." "I don't believe it. I can control the power of creation, yet this little demigod golden trident actually looks down on me." Ji-chun silently competed with himself, continuously trying to refine the trident. The Drowned King turned his head to look, and Ji-chun's appearance left him frozen in place. Hollow white light. Controlling blocks. This. His pupils trembled uncontrollably, his mouth half open and unable to close. The Drowned King slowly stood up and moved to Ji-chun's back. He looked at this figure, and the faith of Herobrine flashed repeatedly in his mind, ultimately merging the two into one. "Is Herobrine you?" The Drowned King trembled with excitement, his whole body shaking. He had fantasized countless times about meeting his faith and had speculated on some possible dialogues. But he never expected that their meeting would lead to a fight. He had also thought about it. The deity he believed in could very well be a player. If that were the case, how should he face the other party? However, at this moment he felt a bit relieved. Regardless of whether the other party was a deity, it did not affect his faith in them. Without the golden carrot left by the other party, he would never have had a second life. "What? Herobrine?" Ji-chun suddenly released the trident, his eyes filled with vigilance. Where is he?" He looked around but did not see him. "Are you seeing things? Where's him?" Ji-chun was somewhat speechless. He was in the middle of refining the golden trident when he was inexplicably interrupted by the other party's words. The Drowned King was a bit flustered. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack space, and 2 seconds later, a golden carrot appeared in his hand. The golden carrot that Ji-chun had accidentally dropped was already gone. This one was snatched from the player guild. "Do you recognize this?" Ji-chun looked deeply at the Drowned King, uncertainly saying, "Golden carrot? Yes. It's the golden carrot, you remembered. It's the golden carrot." The Drowned King was like a starstruck fangirl, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Ji-chun was still a bit confused. Was it unreasonable for him to recognize a golden carrot? Why did the other party seem as if they had met their long-lost mother? Seeing Ji-chun silent for a long time, the Drowned King glanced around and fixed his gaze on the golden trident. "It's just a trident. Let me help you refine it." Saying this, he took 3 steps in 2 strides and directly pulled out the trident with one hand. As the demigod golden trident emerged, dark clouds instantly gathered above the secret realm of the Water Kingdom. Several lightning snakes surged within. All the players in the secret realm looked up in unison. "Quick, look at the sky. What's happening? Spectacular. So spectacular. Spectacular, my head. Run. Get away from Water City. Seek refuge on the surrounding sky islands." In an instant, players gathered in Water City fled in all directions, screams rising and falling like waves. The next moment, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as bowls, descended, targeting the entire Water City. Sensing the danger, puppet number 1 suddenly burst out of the ground, spreading its arms to tightly protect Ji-chun, withstanding the torrential downpour of lightning. The Drowned King gritted his teeth, bathed in the lightning, and although there was also lightning power within him, this pure heavenly thunder was still a bit too much for him to handle. Bearing the pressure of the thunder, the Drowned King retaliated by tearing apart the layer of lightning armor on the trident. Ding! Half-artifact golden trident refined. Successfully. The moment the trident was refined, the thick clouds in the sky exploded, and the thunder vanished without a trace. "It's done. Here." The Drowned King, dragging his somewhat charred body, handed the refined trident to Ji-chun, his smile growing ever brighter. Ji-chun looked at the charred Drowned King and then at the trident quietly lying in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He was still a bit confused about why the other party would go to such lengths for him. However, considering how badly the other had been struck, it wouldn't be unreasonable to accept this trident as a gesture of goodwill. After all, he wasn't lacking in weapons at the moment. Humph. I never accept food thrown at me. This trident belongs to you. Ji-chin showed a hint of displeasure, actively avoiding the trident offered by the other. Ha, Herobrine, but this trident was refined by me for you, the Drowned King quickly explained, seeing Ji-chin a bit angry. What did you call me? Ji-chin quickly seized on this key phrase. Herobrine? What's wrong? Is there a problem? The Drowned King scratched his head, thinking the other had already remembered him. Ding! Before Ji-chin could clarify what was going on, a ringing in his ears sounded. And at that moment, the world stopped turning. His consciousness began to leave his body, and the white light in his eyes uncontrollably brightened. From his perspective, the entire world turned black. The next moment, the starry sky appeared, and countless worlds began to float in the surrounding darkness. Ji-chin felt a bit at a loss, looking around, not understanding what was happening to him. Suddenly, he saw the trial ground, or rather, a miniature version of the trial ground, only the size of a palm. Ji-chin felt a bit panicked, not understanding what this change meant. A loud bang, a huge sound caught his attention, and when he turned to look, an even more shocking scene unfolded. At that moment, all the worlds in the MC universe lit up, all revolving around him. At this moment, he felt like a creator god. Outside the secret realm, the white feather chicken was already in tears, tilting its head as if savoring the fruits of victory. Finally, Ji-chin has heard this name. It was worth all the effort I put into setting this up. Everything was not done deliberately, everything happened naturally. The name Herobrine was given to Ji-chin by the Drowned King, and no one had intentionally guided him before. Now, the title Herobrine was personally bestowed upon Ji-chin by him. Ji-chin. From now on, you will officially become his earthly vessel. You must grow quickly, for his resurrection depends entirely on you. Giggle. This secret realm was never a gift prepared for the Drowned King. There was only one true protagonist, and that was Ji-chin. The white feathered chicken wanted to use the Drowned King's mouth to bestow the identity of his earthly vessel upon Ji-chin. The consciousness of Ji-chin drifted aimlessly in the MC universe. It was vast, stretching endlessly, as if infinite. In the next moment, a turning point appeared. A glimmer of light emerged from the darkness, rapidly expanding until it engulfed the entire MC universe. Ji-chin raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding light, and when he opened his eyes again, the surrounding darkness had vanished, replaced by a sea of white. It seemed to be a special space, devoid of blocks and creatures, only an endless expanse of white void and an extreme silence. The scene quickly changed, and a crystal coffin built of blocks appeared out of thin air. The crystal coffin stood there solemnly and sacredly, undisturbed. Just as Ji-chin was about to step forward to investigate, the surrounding space began to ripple. A bald man with a black beard walked out from nowhere, heading straight for the crystal coffin, tears seemingly welling in his eyes. Ji-chin's heart raced. He recognized this person, the creator god of MC, Notch. How is this possible? Notch actually exists in this world. Ji-chin's pupils trembled uncontrollably, gasping in shock. In his previous life, Notch was the creator of the game Minecraft and a co-founder of Mojang Studios. In other words, Notch was the creator of the game Minecraft, hence the players jokingly referred to him as the creator god of their world. And now, Notch appeared before Ji-chin in his true divine form, making it hard for him to believe. This old man with a black beard looked very ordinary, completely unnoticed in a crowd. Yet this seemingly unremarkable old man was the creator god of the MC universe, capable of deciding the birth and destruction of an entire world with a single thought. Just as Ji-chin was pondering how to communicate with this deity, Notch completely ignored him and walked straight to the crystal coffin. At that moment, Ji-chin felt like a transparent block, drawing no attention from Notch at all. Ji-chin helplessly looked at his slightly transparent hands, filled with confusion. Am I invisible? No, that's not right. Notch is a creator god, invisibility can't hide me from him. He looked around and suddenly realized he wasn't invisible. He seemed to be in a recording of a past event. He was merely a spectator, and this history had likely already occurred. A hint of vigilance appeared in Ji-chin's eyes. He didn't know how he had come here, who had brought him here, or what it meant for him to witness this spatial image. Notch stood before the crystal coffin, unable to hold back his tears any longer, large drops falling as he spoke in a slightly mournful tone. I never expected that one day, you, as the embodiment of destruction and death, would lie here. Old brother, you've left, and there is no one left in this world who can fight me. Don't worry, your funeral has already been prepared by the gods. It will surely be the most luxurious funeral in the MC universe. Notch rambled on, his words lacking coherence, speaking as if chatting with an old friend. It was unclear how long it had been, but eventually, Notch said he was tired, slowly rising and walking into the white void, disappearing from sight. Ji-chin stood there in a daze, his gaze shifting to the crystal coffin, as if he had guessed a name in his heart. Just as he was about to step forward to take a look, the surrounding space began to ripple again. A blue-skinned deity holding a golden trident walked in. Drowned King? Ji-chin exclaimed, his footsteps halting again, his mind a jumbled mess. This person looked exactly like The drowned corpse he had just seen in the secret realm, the only difference being that this drowned corpse was exceptionally powerful, with a halo symbolizing divinity behind him. It would be more appropriate to call him the god of drowned corpses rather than the king of drowned corpses. At this moment, the god of drowned corpses seemed very angry. The trident he held, cracking ominously, his eyes filled with fury. Those bastards insist on saying you are dead. I don't believe it. How could someone as clever as you possibly die? You must have a backup plan, right? You definitely have a way to come back to life. The god of drowned corpses looked at the person lying in the coffin, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He calmed down slightly and spoke again. Don't worry, even if you didn't leave a backup plan, I will find a way to bring you back to life. Just wait. For me, you must wait for me. Humph. Those guys want to bury you, but I won't allow it. Whoever dares to bury you, I'll break their legs. After saying this, the god of drowned corpses stormed out of the white space. Him. This is his mortuary. Gee. Chen screamed, cold sweat breaking out from the shock of his own thought, his emotions starting to become unstable. How did I end up here? Is this the past or the future? Who is it? Come out. What do you want to do by bringing me here? Ji Chen's voice echoed far, but no one answered him. He grew a bit impatient and quickly ran towards the crystal coffin, wanting to see if the person inside was indeed him. But when he reached the crystal coffin, the sight inside made him black out. Lying there was none other than Ji Chen himself. No, impossible. I'm not him. Why am I lying in there? This can't be. Ji Chen's emotions began to collapse, as if some invisible force was affecting his feelings and consciousness. The Ji Chen in the crystal coffin was already middle-aged, his skin no longer the fair complexion of youth, but surprisingly showing a bronze color under the reflection of the white space. The stubble on his face had grown over an inch long, having not been trimmed for a long time. Zooming out, the Ji Chen in the crystal coffin looked exactly like him. Just as Ji Chen was about to lose control of his emotions, a sharp and frenzied scream rang in his ears. Come with me. If you don't leave now, you really will become his earthly form. As soon as the words fell, an iron puppet with eyes glowing white appeared behind him without him noticing. The iron puppet spread its arms wide and suddenly lifted Ji Chen, then threw him to the ground. A black hole appeared out of nowhere on the ground, and both the iron puppet and Ji Chen fell into it. Ji Chen felt a sudden weightlessness, and when he opened his eyes again, he was met with Chu Linger's faint green healing power and the sound of Wu Nian's carrying voice. Ji brother, wake up, he drowned. If we don't suck the water out of his mouth, he will continue to bleed. Chu Linger was using her healing power to sustain Ji Chen's life while urging Wu Nian to perform artificial respiration on him. Wu Nian hesitated slightly. Are you really going to let me do it? Forget it, Ji brother, just hold on a bit longer, it will be over soon. P.S. Just a joke, don't take it seriously. In reality, artificial respiration is blowing air, not sucking water out of the lungs, hee. Cough cough cough. As Ji Chen regained consciousness, he quickly pushed away Wu Nian's face and turned to cough out the water in his mouth. You're awake. Finally awake. Chu Linger let out a sigh of relief, and the green glow in her hand surged wildly into Ji Chen's body, helping him recover his health and hunger. Wu Nian also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Where am I? Ji Chen's voice carried a hint of weakness. Everything looked a bit blurry to him as he had just awakened. The secret realm of the Water Marsh Kingdom has ended, and all the survivors have been teleported back to the starting point, Wu Nian quickly replied. Ended? Yes, it's over. When we found you, you were already unconscious from drowning. Ji brother, what exactly did you experience in the secret realm? Wu Nian asked curiously. What happened? Ji Chen's head was spinning, and he didn't answer Wu Nian's question right away. He felt as if all his energy had been drained. White space, crystal coffin, creator god Notch, god of drowned corpses, and that strange iron puppet at the end. Everything felt like a dream that lasted for thousands of years. Gradually, the memories of this dream began to blur, and he felt a vague sense of forgetfulness. No, this isn't a dream, the trial ground is the chessboard of the gods, and we players are merely the pieces. It must be like this, it has to be. The images from the white space flashed back in Ji Chen's mind, finally settling on the figure lying in the crystal coffin. How could I possibly be him? How could that be? Why are they trying so hard to make me become him? Ji Chen felt uncomfortable all over, as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything around him. Seeing Ji Chen mumbling some nonsensical words, Wu Nian looked at Chu Linger with a strange expression and said, What's wrong with Ji brother? Chu Linger's mouth slightly opened, and a terrifying thought popped into her mind. Could it be that our base leader has been stunned by the water? Then can your treatment fix his brain? Wu Nian said, a bit flustered. Chu Linger frowned, uncertain, and said, Should I give it a try? No need to try. Take me back to the base, quickly. Ji Chen's gaze sharpened as he waved his hand to brush off Chu Linger's hand, his voice carrying a hint of harshness. I don't care what you gods want to do, thinking you can toy with me as a pawn. is not that easy. This trip to the secret realm felt like a sharp knife, helping Ji-chan cut open a corner of this trial ground and revealing some secrets among the gods. Now, looking back, it seemed that the players had gained an additional layer of special significance. What's so great about you gods? If you provoke me, I'll make sure we all perish together, and no one will get to play. Ji-chan shouted angrily at the sky, and the only thing he could be sure of was that he wouldn't easily die before the gods achieved their unfinished goals. On the other side, the sky was overcast and the thunder seemed to have swallowed gunpowder, flashing incessantly. Bai Yuji flew in the air, looking at the iron puppet in front of him. His anger had nowhere to go. Wasabi, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. The iron puppet, glowing with white light, laughed heartily, rubbing its steel arms excitedly. What's there to explain? Didn't you see it all? I interrupted his earthly body's inheritance ceremony. Wow, this is just too crazy. That's his earthly body. Upon hearing this, Bayuji's face turned ashen with rage and he threw his head back and howled. A surge of electricity burst from his body, transforming into the appearance of the god of drowned corpses, brandishing a trident and stabbing towards the puppet god Wasabi. Shameless, how dare you say that? Yo yo yo! The god of drowned corpses usually sees you so elegant, why do you always become so irritable? When it comes to him? Wasabi, not wanting to linger, controlled the iron puppet to keep dodging. He always managed to narrowly avoid the god of drowned corpses' attacks. But even so, the current from the god of drowned corpses still grazed the steel puppet. The god of drowned corpses unleashed his thunderous power, with thunder roaring for miles around, desperately suppressing his anger, and said, "Let's see how you dodge this move." Seeing that his opponent was about to unleash a big move, Wasabi remained calm and said, "Even if you strike down this puppet of mine, it won't matter. I have plenty of puppets like this. If you want, I can send you a few more, ha ha ha." The god of drowned corpses, holding the immense thunder in his hand, fixed his gaze on Wasabi and said, "His resurrection. Using a human vessel is something all the gods have agreed upon. Why are you still interfering?" The iron puppet shrugged helplessly and said, "I have no objections to his resurrection using a human vessel. I agreed to it back then. The key point is that you can't use my human vessel for him." Your human vessel? What a big claim. When did you give him a title? I don't recall. The god of drowned corpses snorted coldly, clearly not believing it. Wasabi didn't say much more and waved his hand to release a segment of footage. In the footage, Ji-chan had finished collecting magma and was piloting a grass block towards the base. When he saw the Herobrine post from the red-clad player, he smiled slightly and said, "My current ability should be quite similar to Wasabi from the annoying village, right?" The foreshadowing here can be seen in chapter 28. As soon as these words were spoken, the footage abruptly stopped. Wasabi looked at the god of drowned corpses with a smile, his voice slightly smug. "How about that? Isn't my title earlier than his?" The god of drowned corpses stared blankly at this scene. Although Ji-chan's words were unintentional and even somewhat joking, they indeed had an effect. Now Ji-chan was Wasabi's human vessel. Wasabi said with a hint of pride, "Even if you report to the father of the gods Notch, I still have the upper hand. You have no way to deal with me." Seeing the god of drowned corpses speechless for a long time, he continued, "My inheritance program has no issues at all. Rather, it's you who has made countless mistakes. You coming to the trial ground and giving your mortal vessel a title is nothing. It's just a small mistake. But you shouldn't attempt to use the god of drowned corpses to push Ji-chan into his position that has already violated the non-interference principle set by Notch. Now I can turn this around and use this evidence to report you. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? Ha ha ha." Clearly, in the game of power, the god of drowned corpses couldn't outplay the puppet god Wasabi. The god of drowned corpses narrowed his eyes, the trident fell, and the thunder instantly engulfed the iron puppet. What a move, like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird is behind. The player's trials have just begun, let's wait and see. His resurrection is a trend, and Ji-chan becoming him is also a trend. You, Wasabi, cannot stop it. After saying this, the energy body formed from the current slowly dissipated into the air due to exhaustion. After the god of drowned corpses vanished in a burst of energy transformed by lightning, a while later, another iron puppet with glowing white eyes crawled out from beneath the grass blocks, looking somewhat disheveled, throwing out big moves at the slightest disagreement. Really lacking in manners, Mustard complained as he dusted off the dirt from the iron puppet. The previous iron puppet had been turned to ashes by the opponent's lightning, with even the dropped items disappearing in the electric storm. However, the god of drowned corpses was not in a good position either. The energy form he had transformed into had exhausted all its power in that strike and dissipated into nothingness. Neither of them had used their true forms to fight, otherwise the small trial ground would not have been able to withstand the power of two deities. Mustard seemed to sense something, gazing towards a direction thousands of miles away, where Ji-chan was located. At that moment, his face no longer bore the madness from before, only an infinite worry for the future. He was originally a person of extreme depth, hiding a delicate heart beneath the facade of a madman. The god of drowned corpses has gone mad. As long as he can resurrect him, he would sacrifice everything, including his own life. Ji-chen, oh Ji-chen, you've caught his eye. I don't know if that's good or bad. Mustard paced back and forth with the puppet, trying to speculate on what might happen next, but ultimately it remained uncertain. The future he envisioned was always shrouded in fog, with one significant variable: Ji-chen. Since the birth of the MC universe, the gods had already existed. They had no past, only a future. But whether gods or humans, without a past, how could there be a future? Thus, the mortal forms of the gods were born, carrying the past of the deities, while the gods could, in turn, become their future. In other words, everything the god of drowned corpses was experiencing now was something the god of drowned corpses had gone through before. In a certain sense, they were the same person. The faith of the drowned corpses in him had never changed, even after becoming a god. Now that he was dead, once Ji-chen became his mortal form, he would inevitably face a death calamity in the future. The moment Ji-chen became his mortal form, he lost his future. And Mustard's appearance provided Ji-chen with an opportunity, a chance to successfully become a god and live well. To become his mortal form, to become a puppet god with a future. Of course, it seemed there was a small problem. Now, Ji-chen, this variable, had undergone some strange chemical reaction, suddenly becoming the mortal form of two deities. This is completely unreasonable. How can one person have two different futures? This is too unreasonable. The head of the iron puppet began to turn red, growing hotter, and eventually showed signs of melting. The words spoken by the god of drowned corpses before his disappearance were not wrong. His resurrection was a great trend, and Ji-chen becoming him was also a great trend. This was something Mustard could not change. Ji-chen's current identity was in a very awkward position. He might become the creator god him in the future, or he might be the current puppet god Mustard. Something's not right. There's a problem here. Existence is reasonable. Could there be another hidden truth to this? For example, the creator got him's backup plan. A flash of inspiration suddenly crossed the mind of the puppet god Mustard, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. Beyond the universe, a tall and powerful figure faintly appeared. It was the deceased creator got him. Ha ha ha. Him, you've hidden yourself so deeply, even though you're dead, you still control everything. Very well, I'm quite curious how you will resurrect in the future. I eagerly await it. Mustard's eyes widened as he became mad again, laughing wildly at the sky, his voice echoing endlessly, sharp and piercing, yet having no effect on the surroundings. He smacked his lips, wanting to move his legs, but the head of the iron puppet had already melted into iron water, rendering everything invisible. He didn't care. The main consciousness had detached, and the iron puppet collapsed with a loud crash, soon transforming into 3 iron ingots that quietly floated there. Outside the secret realm, the king of drowned corpses felt a moment of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the secret realm. Ha! What happened? Wasn't I just talking to the faith? How did I end up out here in the blink of an eye? The king of drowned corpses scratched his head, puzzled. He looked around at the environment. This was the entrance he had used to enter the secret realm. But now the whirlpool was gone, replaced by a large crater. Feeling the golden trident in his hand, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. What a pity. I originally wanted to show off in front of Herobrine, but it ended up backfiring like this. He could sense Ji-chen's goodwill. That last remark about not accepting food from others was merely an excuse. The real intention was to give him the trident. After standing there and chuckling for a while, he suddenly remembered his chicken brother. Oh no! Where did chicken brother go? The king of drowned corpses jolted awake, looking around in confusion, but he couldn't find any trace of the white feather chicken. Could it be that he was eaten by zombies? The king of drowned corpses began to panic. He had been so focused on the dangers within the secret realm that he had forgotten the equally perilous zombies outside. Although his chicken brother had gained intelligence, he was still essentially a weak chicken. How could he possibly fend off a horde of zombies? Chicken brother, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Lightning crackled around him as he reached his maximum speed, frantically searching for the white feather chicken nearby. Half an hour later, he collapsed to the ground, his voice tinged with a sense of sorrow, murmuring, "It was my oversight. I caused your demise, chicken brother. May you rest in peace." He truly hadn't expected his partner to die in such a manner. Just as the king of drowned corpses was feeling despondent, a clucking sound rang out in the air. King of drowned corpses, what are you lying here for? Is your journey in the secret realm over? Cluck cluck cluck? Chicken brother, is that really you? The king of drowned corpses sprang up, his eyes brightening as he gazed at the white feather chicken floating down from the sky. Chickens in Minecraft naturally possess a slow fall effect, so they never die no matter how high they fall. Great! Chicken brother, you didn't die. The king of drowned corpses used his legs to pull the floating white feather chicken down. The white feather chicken pecked at its feathers, a bit shaken, and said, "King of drowned corpses, I think I just saw two deities fighting." The thunder was deafening for miles around, and the scene was simply spectacular. The king of drowned corpses looked up in confusion. The sky was clear, and there was no sign of any thunderous might, responding uncertainly, "Maybe you saw it wrong. By the way, how did you think to fly up to avoid the zombies? I really didn't see it wrong. One of the deities seemed to be you." The white feathered chicken jumped onto the king of drowned corpses' shoulder, a bit annoyed at his disbelief. The king of drowned corpses didn't mind, laughing heartily to ease the awkwardness, saying, "If one day I really become a deity, I will definitely take you to snatch the best seeds in the world. It's a promise? It's a promise." The tall stone city walls blocked the advance of the zombies, who roared and howled, their minds empty, never knowing how to break through this wall. Inside the base, in the cave, Wang Chang connected two iron blocks with a fence, creating a square-shaped dumbbell. He joyfully tried the dumbbell, and the weight was just right. I'm really talented." After praising himself, Wang Chang picked up the dumbbell and started training his biceps. Behind him lay Ji Chen, who was in a deep sleep on the bed. At this moment, Ji Chen's face was slightly pale, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, a sign of extreme mental weakness. He had been asleep for 3 days and nights, and there were still no signs of waking up. During these days, everyone in the base took turns watching over Ji Chen, ensuring that someone was present 24 hours a day. Because Ji Chen was unable to eat due to his deep sleep, Chu Linger had to use her healing skills every 12 hours to replenish his hunger value, barely preventing him from losing health due to low hunger. Clearly, it was Wang Chang's turn to be on duty at this time. After a long while, Ji Chen slowly woke up, and what came into view was the stone at the top of the base. He shook his slightly dizzy head, and various thoughts flooded in. He had slept for 3 days and nights, and his body had reached its limit in every aspect, especially his hunger value, which was barely at 3 points. Although Chu Linger's healing skills could restore hunger value, it was only enough to prevent health loss. To fully replenish it, he needed food from the outside. Food! Ji Chen's hoarse voice rang out, startling Wang Chang, who quickly turned around. "Oh my! Boss, you finally woke up." "Ah!" Wang Chang, momentarily distracted, dropped the dumbbell on his foot, but he didn't care about the pain and limped toward the large box in front of him to search for food. After eating 5 golden apples and more than 20 golden carrots, Ji Chen's weak state finally improved a little. He looked at Wang Chang and asked, "Where are the others?" "Don't worry, boss. I'll call them up right now." Wang Chang was overjoyed and quickly ran to the cave entrance, shouting down the mountain, "Come quickly, everyone, the boss is awake." His voice was strong, and it echoed down the mountain. The people at the foot of the mountain heard him and all put down their work, relief washing over their faces. Ji Chen had consumed a large amount of mental energy and willpower in the white void, which caused him to faint before he even returned to the base, scaring Moon Yin and Chu Linger, who had been taking turns watching him. They struggled to move Ji Chen, who, although not heavy, had 5 obsidian iron puppets hidden in his shadow. This ordeal nearly exhausted Wu Yan and Chu Linger to the point of questioning their lives. They had also tried calling the obsidian puppets from Ji Chen's shadow to help, but without Ji Chen's command, they stubbornly refused to come out. In the end, it was Chu Linger who returned to the base first to have the calamity lark help tear open a spatial rift, allowing everyone to work together to carry Ji Chen back to the cave. Not long after Wang Chang's voice rang out, a spatial rift opened, and the calamity lark, along with the others, all walked out. "Master, you finally woke up." The calamity lark's eyes were filled with tears, rushing over to snuggle. 3 days ago, this little brat had nearly gone berserk upon seeing Ji Chen faint, and it took a lot of coaxing to calm him down. Now, seeing Ji Chen awake, he was like an excited puppy, darting around the bed and frantically stuffing various foods into Ji Chen's arms. Ji Chen managed to squeeze out a smile, patted the calamity lark's head, and said, "I'm fine now, don't worry." Others were also very perceptive. They noticed that Ji Chen's spirit was still a bit weak, so they chose not to say anything and quietly waited for him to speak. After calming the disaster lark, Ji Chen raised his eyes to look at everyone again and said, "Report on your recent work." He had been in a deep sleep for 3 days, completely cutting off all contact with the outside world during that time, which felt very unpleasant. Therefore, the first thing he did upon waking was to try to understand the outside world. Wang Chang was the first to speak. "Boss, rest assured, there have been no issues with the quarrying project. Recently, the stone puppets have also dug up 3 diamonds." As he spoke, he rummaged through boxes and brought out the 3 diamonds. Ji Chen only glanced at them and did not take them, his gaze shifting to Chu Linger. "Don't worry. On the farm, thanks to the help of the bone puppets, our various grain yields are in the tens of thousands. However, it seems that the Food Association has started selling food again recently, and the sales of food at the DE shop have dropped by 10%. Ji Chen nodded, as expected. When Wu Yan saw that everyone had finished speaking, he finally spoke up. "The gold block puppets have produced 1 million golden carrots. Now, just give the order, and I can send them to the Pig Spirit Clan right away." That's good news." Ji Chen took a deep breath, briefly understanding everything happening in the base before lying back down to rest. the events of the White Void resurfaced in his mind, and his thoughts returned to the last words spoken by the iron puppet, murmuring, "What exactly is a mortal body? What does it mean to become his mortal body?" After thinking for a long time without coming up with any answers, Ji-Chen simply gave up. The information he had was still too limited to deduce any valuable insights. He didn't even know who was behind all this. Could this white void be an illusion that everyone who enters the secret realm experiences? A possibility suddenly popped into Ji-Chen's mind. Although the likelihood was small, it still existed. After a long while, he spoke again. "Chu Linger and Wunyan stay, the others can leave for now. I need to ask about the secret realm." Before long, only Chu Linger and Wunyan remained in the cave. "What strange things have you encountered in the secret realm? For example, the white void?" Wunyan and Chu Linger exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not encountered anything. Chu Linger stroked her chin in thought. "After entering the secret realm, I was teleported to a place called Deep Sea Purgatory, but thanks to the wooden door you prepared for us in advance, I quickly found the key to escape and didn't encounter any difficulties. As for when I arrived at the Sky Island, I knew you would definitely be able to grab the trident, so I didn't go." As Chu Linger said this, she suddenly realized that Ji-Chen did not have the trident in his hand, and her heart skipped a beat. In that moment, she seemed to understand everything. Could it be that her boss had not managed to grab it and had been beaten up like this? Would saying this hurt his feelings? As an excellent subordinate of her boss, her CPU spun wildly, trying to find words to remedy the situation. Ji-Chen didn't pay much attention and turned his gaze to Wunyan. Wunyan quickly replied, "My experience is similar to Chu Linger's, except I killed a few who tried to seize the heart of the ocean." "I see, you can go now." Ji-Chen took a deep breath, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. It seemed the other party was coming for him. "Oh, by the way, I have 7 diamonds here, all scavenged from the Sky Island." Chu Linger suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pulled out 7 diamonds from her backpack. In the secret realm, while others were frantically rushing to Water City to snatch the trident, she had a moment of clarity. There was only one trident, and with so many people competing for it, the probability of her getting it was almost zero. Thinking in reverse, it was much more practical to scour the surrounding Sky Islands for resources. "I have 5 here too," Wunyan, reminded by Chu Linger, quickly added. The two of them were originally dependent on Ji-Chen for survival, handing over the resources they scavenged, which was only natural. This time, Ji-Chen did not ignore them. He gathered all the diamonds collected by everyone together, counted them carefully, and found there were a total of 38. In the trial land, diamonds were already rare to an extreme compared to iron ore and coal, among other minerals. Because of this, it actually limited Ji-Chen's ability to enchant blocks in the second phase. Very good. Ji-Chen took a deep breath, shaking off the earlier gloom. Since he didn't know who was secretly causing trouble, he would focus on improving himself. As long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter if it was a person or a ghost. Anyone who dared to come would be met with a fierce response. 1 diamond golem required 4 diamond blocks, 36 diamonds, and the remaining 2 diamonds were just enough to make an enchanting table. This way, Ji-Chen's abilities in the second phase could be fully unlocked, and his strength would reach a new height. He took out the crafting table. The materials for the enchanting table required not only 2 diamonds but also 4 obsidian blocks and a book. These materials were all in the warehouse and were not particularly precious. He arranged the materials in a pyramid shape on the crafting table. Thus, an enchanting table that could enhance equipment quality was completed. Wunyan, Chu Linger, you two take all the books from the warehouse. I need to upgrade the enchanting table, Ji-Chen instructed. Simply making the enchanting table was not enough. The enchanting table also had levels, starting at level 1 and going up to level 30. Bookshelves were the key to upgrading the enchanting table. Just 15 bookshelves could raise the enchanting table to its maximum level. Wunyan and Chu Linger nodded and quickly ran to the warehouse in the cave. Ji-Chen also did not waste time. He took out a pumpkin head and 4 diamond blocks from his backpack, activated the puppet technique, and a diamond golem crashed to the ground. Immediately, an introduction about the diamond golem appeared before him. Name: Diamond Golem, Health 100, Attack Power 40, Defense Power 10, Speed 20. Attribute 1, Experience Saturation, continuously grants surrounding creatures an experience saturation buff, preventing level loss when using the enchanting table. Attribute 2, Experience Extraction, can collect or extract experience to create experience bottles for the host's use. Note that extracting experience from living beings requires their consent or that they be severely injured and unconscious. The diamond golem's size was very similar to the iron golem in the game, the only difference being that it was transparent, like a real diamond. Of course, these details were not the key. The crucial part was that it had 2 incredibly powerful attributes. The first attribute was easy to understand. In the game Minecraft, every time you used the enchanting table, you would lose a certain amount of experience. With the diamond golem's experience saturation buff, this problem would be perfectly solved. As for the Diamond Golem's second attribute, that was quite interesting. It was well known that players would lose a large amount of experience upon death, and the experience dropped in the outside world was very limited, sometimes even less than what a monster would drop. However, the Diamond Golem's experience extraction was impressive. It could directly reduce this experience loss to 0. In this way, all players in the trial ground would become experience bottles for him. As long as Ji-Chin was willing, he could even devour everyone's experience. Hiss, I'm really going to become the great demon king now. Ji-Chin couldn't help but chuckle, countless uses of diamond puppets flashing through his mind. He considered himself not a ruthless killer, but rather someone who respected life immensely. As long as others did not provoke him, he would never casually decide someone else's life or death. But that was only the case. Resources in the world were limited, and competition for them was inevitable. Ji-Chin was stronger than others, so he had the right to occupy more resources, and experience was no exception. After all, the title of strongest bandit was not given for nothing. Before long, Chu Linger and Wu Nian hurried over, each carrying a small box. Ah, so bright. Is this a diamond puppet? Is this the glow of money? Ah, it almost blinded my spider eyes. They both stood there dumbfounded. The first thought that popped into their minds was that this thing should be worth a lot of money if sold. Ji-Chan, helpless and slightly impatient, said, "You all are just reincarnated drama queens. Stop acting and quickly bring the bookshelves over." Chu Linger chuckled and said, "All the books and bookshelves we could find in the base are here. Count them." "No need to count. 15 bookshelves are enough." A white light shone in Ji-Chan's eyes as he waved his hand, controlling the 15 bookshelves to fly towards the enchanting table. Bookshelves, aside from raising the enchanting table's level, were almost useless. It was he who encountered a player selling bookshelves while grinding in the system store, which led him to buy 15 that were now in storage. The moment the bookshelves touched the enchanting table, countless white characters slowly floated towards it, and in the blink of an eye, the enchanting table's level rose from 1 to 30. Ji-Chin raised his hand to summon the lapis lazuli puppet and handed a book to it, saying, "Go try your ability." The lapis lazuli puppet nodded woodenly and slowly walked towards the enchanting table with a detached gait. Soon after, the diamond puppet's experience saturation skill activated, and like a beacon, it granted an experience buff to all creatures within a 15 by 15 by 15 radius. The lapis lazuli puppet raised its hand and placed the book on the enchanting table, then a dark purple light burst forth from its body. The originally unremarkable book was slowly entwined by the purple energy, and finally, with a shrill cry, a dark purple enchanted book was born. Ji-Chan and the others all gathered around. The enchantment of the enchanting table was completely random, which made them curious about what the first enchanted book would be. Enchantment book, looting 3 + 1, not bad. Ji-Chan reached out to take the enchantment book, examining it carefully. Looting, as the name suggests, is about stealing the drops from creatures. When attached to a weapon, it increases the number of drops after killing monsters, making it an extremely important enchantment in the game. With this enchantment, collecting monster resources later on becomes much easier. The lapis lazuli golem beside him noticed that Ji-Chan had no intention of returning the enchantment book and looked at him with pitiful eyes, appearing somewhat wronged. Here. Ji-Chan was amused by the golem's expression and handed the enchantment book over to him. One of the lapis lazuli golem's characteristics is to store and replicate enchantment books, functioning like a dedicated conversion table for enchantments. As long as Ji-Chan fed the looting 3 enchantment book to the lapis lazuli golem, this enchantment would exist permanently in the future. The lapis lazuli golem took the looting 3 enchantment book, its face filled with joy, and opened its mouth to gulp it down. Immediately after, the system panel popped up. Ding! The block enchanter has detected a new enchantment book, Enlightenment enchantment. LV1, looting 3. Ji-Chan felt an indescribable power surge within him, a force that seemed like the power of creation, permanently imprinted in his genes. So that's how it is. At that moment, Ji-Chan seemed to realize what it truly meant to be a block enchanter. He quickly took out the wither claw from his backpack. The power of divinity gathered on his fingertips, and in the next instant, a purple light flashed. Ji-Chan felt a bit of his hunger value being drained. Ding! Wither claw enchantment completed. Looting 3. The originally black and withered wither claw was quickly covered with a layer of purple light, and the sense of pressure seemed to increase a few notches. Ah, what? This scene left Wu Nian and Chu Linger beside him dumbfounded. Ever since they followed Ji-Chan, they felt like their understanding of the MC world had been constantly overturned. In the MC world, enchanting items without an enchantment table was no different from stuffing a durian up one's nose. Brother Ji, are you sure our talents are only slightly different? Wu Nian asked, disbelief written all over his face. What are you talking about? As your boss, would I lie to you? You need to trust your boss. Ji-Chan's actions didn't stop. He immediately summoned his obsidian golem and activated the enlightenment enchantment. Ding! Obsidian golem enchantment completed. Looting 3 *5. The same operation had left Wu Nian and Chu Ling are numb. Alright, you two have nothing to do here, go do what you need to do. Ji Chen found them a bit annoying and immediately issued an eviction order. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Ji Chen had almost tried all the effects from the enchantment table. Whether it was attack-type enchantments or defense-type enchantments, he could apply his abilities to various items. Now the name of the Obsidian Golem was as follows. Name: Obsidian Golem. Looting 3. Underwater Efficiency I. Blast Protection 4. Deep Sea Explorer 3. Feather Falling 4. Fire Protection 4. Projectile Protection 4. Protection 4. Lightning Rod I. Hero minting a dozen or so enchantments. In the game Minecraft, fire protection is not compatible with other protections. Simply put, except for feather falling, only one type of protection can appear on a piece of equipment and multiple protections cannot coexist. However, Ji Chen's Enlightenment enchantment did not adhere to this rule. He could attach 2 incompatible protections to a single object and allow them to work together. This directly broke the game's characteristics. Wu Nian walked into the cave with 2 stone golems and said, Brother Ji, the golden carrots for the Pig Spirit King are ready. We can set off now. Wait for me below. Ji Chen stretched lazily and pulled the obsidian puppet, glowing with purple light, back into his shadow. This time, he was going to the lower realm with Wu Nian. The old Pig Spirit King had lived for over 100 years and surely knew some secrets of the world, at least some things he didn't know. The golden carrots couldn't be given away for nothing, they had to serve some purpose. The familiar feeling of dizziness and heat returned, and when Ji Chen opened his eyes again, he had arrived in the lower realm. This time was different from before. As soon as the Pig Spirit King heard that Ji Chen was coming in person, he specially arranged for someone to come and greet him. Pig Spirit Awang greets Lord Ji. A rather plump pig spirit warrior hurriedly approached Ji Chen to greet him. Lord is a respectful title the Pig Spirit clan uses for landowners. Although Ji Chen had no territory in the lower realm, he was worthy of this title. Pig Spirit Awang? Ji Chen's eyelids twitched. The one here to greet him was actually an old acquaintance. But how had he become so round in just a few days? Pig Spirit Awang scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Thanks to Lord Ji, ever since I became a local lord, the resources I can enjoy have increased. So, Ji Chen understood and smiled, saying, then please lead the way. Of course, it's Awang's fortune to be able to lead Lord Ji. Pig Spirit Awang was extremely respectful. Although Ji Chen was an outsider, he had done him a great favor, which could not be forgotten. This was not Ji Chen's first visit to the Pig Spirit settlement. The Crimson Forest was vast, and it was still possible to get lost if one wasn't careful. Since becoming a minor lord and gaining the Pig Spirit King's favor, Pig Spirit Awang's status in the clan had been rising day by day. Now, with him leading the way, no short-sighted Pig Spirit warrior dared to bump into them. Soon, a familiar palace appeared before everyone, and the 2 guards were still there. However, the treatment was completely different this time. The 2 guards, seeing Ji Chen arrive, hurriedly approached to make their presence known. Lord Ji, the Pig Spirit King has already prepared a banquet for you in the palace. Please come in, please. Come in. Ji Chen smiled broadly, took out 2 sets of golden carrots from his backpack, and handed them to the 2, saying, you 2 have worked hard on guard duty. A small token of appreciation, please accept. The 2 pig spirits drooled at the sight of the golden carrots. Only the Pig Spirit King and the Grand Lord could enjoy these now, and they, as little minions, didn't even have the chance to smell them. Oh, Lord Ji, you are too polite. If you come again, we will personally come to greet you. I wonder who would dare to bump into you. Ji Chen didn't mind. He had plenty of golden carrots, and giving a little more was just a gesture of goodwill that would surely come in handy later. After Ji Chen entered the castle, the 2 pig spirits began munching on the golden carrots. Lord Ji is really a great person. Back then, you were so short-sighted to dare bump into him. Ha! Oh, I remember it was you who wanted to chop Lord Ji with an axe. What are you pretending to be a good person for? No, I really should die. The 2 guards looked at each other, feeling a bit guilty about the golden carrots in their hands. Lord Ji, I'll take you to this point. The king is waiting for you in the castle. Pig Spirit Awang did not follow Ji Chen into the Pig Spirit King's castle. His task was merely to guide Ji Chen. After all, this was the residence of the Pig Spirit King, and ordinary pig spirits were not allowed to enter. Ji Chen nodded, naturally understanding the other's meaning. The pig spirits had their own rules, and Awang's current rank was not enough. Stopping at the castle gate was already the limit. Thank you for your hard work, you can go about your business now. After Awang withdrew, Ji Chen entered the castle with Wu Nian. The castle was as empty as before, with a pungent odor that was extremely unpleasant. However, Ji Chen had gotten used to it. During his first encounter, he almost vomited, but now he could at least tolerate it. Ha ha ha. Ji Chen, my little brother, you're looking well. The Pig Spirit King, seeing Ji Chen enter the Great Hall, squinted his already small eyes into a slit, his voice echoing for a long time. The Pig Spirit King had Not changed much, he was still a lump of flesh slumped on the enormous throne, with various food scraps found all over his body. Ji Chen and Wunyan both bowed and said, "We greet the Pig Spirit King." "Oh, you're being too formal. We are allies, so treat this castle like your own home. If you keep this up, I might get angry," the Pig Spirit King said, pretending to be upset. Ji Chen understood the old pig's thoughts. He was a man of words and feelings, likely already delighted inside, and continued, "The most important thing in the alliance of our two races is etiquette. We cannot neglect that." The Pig Spirit King chuckled, snorting like a pig, and pointed to the seat beside him. "Little brother Ji, your words are still so pleasant to hear. Good, good. Please sit. Come, take a seat." Ji Chen did not hesitate and sat down in an empty spot beside him. After all, he was a king of a race, and maintaining some distance was necessary. Moreover, it was too smelly, and he couldn't stand being too close. After Ji Chen took his seat, the Pig Spirit King picked up a golden carrot and put it in his mouth, eyeing Ji Chen up and down, saying, "Little brother Ji, you seem a bit weak. Have you encountered any problems recently?" As a demigod, the Pig Spirit King could immediately tell that Ji Chen's mental state was not quite right. Ji Chen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I came here to ask you some questions, hoping to get the answers I seek." "Questions?" The Pig Spirit King was slightly taken aback, then patted his belly and laughed. "Feel free to ask. I've lived for 100 years, and while I can't claim to know everything, I do know a thing or two about various secrets from ancient times to the present." "That's great. May I ask, have you ever seen a true deity?" Ji Chen asked eagerly. "Deity?" The question seemed to strike a nerve with the Pig Spirit King, and his hearty laughter abruptly stopped, leaving him frozen in place. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. "Ha, little brother Ji, look how generous I am. This whole table of delicacies is prepared just for you. I didn't let anyone else in." He quickly recovered, and laughter once again echoed in the great hall. Ji Chen frowned slightly, immediately understanding what the other meant. He turned to Wunyan behind him and said, "Wunyan, go check if there are any issues with the handover of the golden carrots." "Yes." Wunyan was no fool and could naturally catch the implication in the Pig Spirit King's words. After Wunyan left, Ji Chen spoke again. "If there's something you need to say, just say it. I came here to seek an answer." The Pig Spirit King took a deep breath and slowly said, "Little brother Ji Chen, do you want to hear good news or bad news?" "I want to hear the truth. This world hides many secrets. Tell me as much as you know." Ji Chen's gaze was firm. At this moment, he had no mood to play riddles with the other party. The Pig Spirit King exhaled the foul air from his mouth, a hint of helplessness in his voice as he spoke. "To be honest, I have lived for so many years and have never seen a deity, and I have hardly heard any rumors about them. However, I can responsibly tell you that there are indeed deities in this world, and quite a few of them." "Quite a few?" Ji Chen's pupils constricted, and he murmured softly. The Pig Spirit King nodded and continued, "In your eyes, what is the difference between deities and mortals? The strength of their power?" Ji Chen thought for a moment and replied, "That's right. It is indeed the strength of their power. In this world, there are actually only two supreme deities, the two creator gods born from the chaos of the universe's beginning." The Pig Spirit King paused and said again, "And the other deities are just more powerful mortals. Do you know the names of the two supreme deities?" Ji Chen suddenly stood up, his expression excited as he asked again. The Pig Spirit King pouted, looking somewhat displeased, and said, "You are too ungrateful. It's already impressive that I know about these two creator gods. If you ask others, they might not even know what a deity is." "Ah, is that so? He. Ji Chen let out a dry laugh to cover his embarrassment. He just wanted to confirm his thoughts. One of the two supreme deities must be Notch, that is beyond doubt. As for whether the other one is him, that might be a bit uncertain. In his previous life, him had many identities as a game character, the most famous being the Monster King in the Troublesome Village. Although him was powerful, he had not yet reached the height of a creator god. However, combining what he had seen and felt in the White Void, him's identity in this world was 99% likely to be the other supreme deity. But, as a supreme deity, how could him be dead? What had he gone through? Who on earth has such great power to kill a supreme deity? Ji Chen kept sorting through his thoughts. Seeing Ji Chen deep in thought, the Pig Spirit King hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, our Pig Spirit clan also has deities. Although they are far inferior to those two supreme deities, they have appeared nonetheless." "The Pig Spirit clan has a deity?" Ji Chen asked in response. "Yes. This is also a secret. In the lower realm, only our Pig Spirit clan has had a deity. No other races have." "Ha!" The Pig Spirit King puffed out his chest, looking very proud. Ji Chen swallowed and tentatively asked, "Then you should know the name of your Pig Spirit clan's deity, right?" "Of course. He is our Pig Spirit ancestor, Blood God. P.S. Isn't it reasonable to assign a divine position to the Blood God?" "Blood God. Such a familiar name." Ji Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, unsure if it was the same Blood God he knew. "Do you know the supreme deity of our Pig Spirit clan?" the Pig Spirit King asked curiously. Ji Chen smiled without answering directly. What a pity, I can only reach the demigod realm in this life. I really want to stand at the level of our ancestors and see this world, perhaps it would feel different. Speaking of their ancestor, the blood god, the pig spirit king's mood slightly darkened and became melancholic. After the blood god became a deity, where did he go? Ji Chen's eyes sparkled as he asked his final question for this trip. The pig spirit king scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. I don't know about that. The stories of our ancestor, the pig god, only appear in some classics, and whether they are true or not is beyond verification. Beyond verification? Goodness, it turns out to be the myth of the pig spirit clan. Ji Chen sighed. The information gained from this trip to the lower realm was not much, the only useful piece being the confirmation of Nachanim as the supreme deities of the universe. The pig spirit king shook off his bad mood, picked up a golden carrot, and said, "Enough of these things, you've come all this way, let's catch up." Sure. Ji Chen smiled again. He had basically asked all the questions he needed to. His expression had been tense for days, so a little relaxation was welcome. After 3 rounds of drinks, golden carrots, and 5 courses of food, Ji Chen let out a satisfied burp, feeling sufficiently relaxed. Although it was a bit dirty here, it was indeed a good place to unwind. The pig spirit king's comical laughter always managed to bring joy and relieve fatigue. Estimating the time, Ji Chen stood up and said, "The 1,000,000 golden carrots have all been gathered. Please take some time to count them, and if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Ji Chen prepared to leave. The pig spirit king straightened his face and quickly urged, "You've come all this way, and I haven't finished my hospitality. Aren't you slapping my face? How about this? It's currently the coming-of-age ceremony for the younger generation of my clan. Let's go take a look together. As an elder, it wouldn't be a problem for you to guide the younger ones, right?" "Elder? Ha?" Ji Chen was bewildered. The reason for the invitation was rather flimsy. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't feel like he had anything to do with the term elder. He was at most 19 years old and guiding someone who was 20. It just fell off. Before Ji Chen could refuse, the pig spirit king's plump body quickly shrank, transforming into a robust battle pig, and even the dirt on him was much cleaner. In this vast world, the only constant is that the capable are the teachers. I know your strength, even a tenth of it would be more than enough to teach them. After saying that, the pig spirit king was already beside Ji Chen, putting his arm around him and pulling him to watch the coming-of-age ceremony. Ji Chen felt helpless since the other party had said so. Refusing would be ungrateful. "Then I'll embarrass myself. Straightforward. I'll personally lead the way." Thus, 1 person and 1 pig walked through the crimson forest, and all the pig spirits in the forest knelt in submission, whispering among themselves, "Who is that outsider walking beside the king? I'd never seen him before." "Huff, you don't know? He's the outsider hero who helped our clan fight the Black Devils. He's quite impressive. You must pay your respects when you see him in the future, understand?" "Huff, even if he's not a landlord, I still have to pay my respects? You don't understand anything. If one day I can walk side by side with the king, you'll have to lick my toes." The words of the pig spirit were heard clearly by Ji Chen. Walking side by side with the king of the pig spirits was a symbol of honor in the eyes of the pig spirits. This made Ji Chen's status within the pig spirit clan rise continuously, now subtly surpassing that of some small landlords. Ji Chen glanced up at the slightly smiling king of the pig spirits and thought to himself, an old hand. Power and status are a kind of resource, but they are also a kind of constraint. The king of the pig spirits had long seen Ji Chen's potential for development. How could he invest without putting in some capital? The status within the pig spirit clan was an invisible investment made by the king of the pig spirits in Ji Chen. When the pig spirit clan faced difficulties in the future, this investment would yield returns, and they would be doubled. Ji Chen did not reject this. The king of the pig spirits was sincere towards him, and once he became strong, helping the pig spirit clan would not be a difficult task. The king of the pig spirits and Ji Chen chatted and laughed, and after a while, a huge open space appeared before them. The open space was located in the center of the entire Crimson Forest, and it could be said to be the safest place for the pig spirit clan. When a pig spirit turned 20, regardless of gender, they would hold their coming-of-age ceremony here. After the coming-of-age ceremony, they would have the qualification to exchange military achievements for land. On the far right side of the open space, in the best view area, there was a high platform made of bricks from the lower realm, which was the place the king of the pig spirits was heading to. "Little brother Ji Chen, let's go up to the high platform. The view is good there." The pig spirit pointed with his chubby finger at the high platform and led Ji Chen up. "Someone add another chair next to me for our clan's ally." The voice of the king of the pig spirits was dignified and solemn, echoing far and wide. Ji Chen was quite calm. Since the other party had sincerely invited him, how could he refuse to go? All the younger and older members of the pig spirit clan looked towards the high platform, their eyes flashing with disbelief. They truly did not expect their king to allow an outsider to come up and watch the coming-of-age ceremony. Senior, am I sitting here too much of a target for hatred? Ji Chen felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of the people below. Hatred? Ha, this is not hatred, this is honor, the highest honor in the Pig Spirit clan. The king of the Pig Spirits sat in a high position, took out a golden carrot from his bosom, tossed it into his mouth, and added, "Rest assured, I am the king here. As long as I speak, no one dares to say a word against it." Ji Chen chuckled dryly, glanced around, and did not see the figure of the barbarian general. He was probably out on business, otherwise he would have jumped out to question him. He did not act coy and sat openly on the high platform. The Pig Spirits below, especially some of the Pig Spirit barbarian soldiers, flashed a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes, but under the pressure of the king of the Pig Spirits, they all restrained themselves. The king of the Pig Spirits cleared his throat and said to the official in charge beside him, "Let's begin." With a command from the Pig Spirit King, the noise from below the high platform gradually quieted down. The younger Pig Spirits quickly moved in groups of 3 and 5, their figures darting about. In just a breath's time, a battle formation appeared before the high platform. Then, the Pig Spirits knelt on one leg in unison, raising their golden axes above their heads, shouting in high spirits and excitement, "Please bless us, King. We are willing to fight for the Pig Spirit clan to the death." The final slogan was shouted 3 times, deafening and full of momentum, the entire process executed cleanly and efficiently, without any hesitation. The Pig Spirit King nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Little brother Jichen, what do you think of the future of our Pig Spirit clan?" Jichen did not rush to respond, his eyes sparkled as he scanned the faces of each Pig Spirit below the platform. Since they had invited him to offer guidance, he could not just brush it off with a few casual remarks. If he viewed the younger Pig Spirits as an army, then the military demeanor and appearance they had just displayed were undoubtedly excellent. This was already infinitely close to a modernized army. One must say, the Pig Spirit King was not only a wise ruler but also a brilliant military strategist. The existence of such a wise ruler in the Pig Spirit clan was indeed a great fortune. Fortune like a rainbow, thriving and flourishing. Jichen had no intention of flattering, this was his true thought. What a fortune like a rainbow, what a thriving and flourishing. The Pig Spirit King laughed heartily and added, "Little brother Jichen, when you achieve great success in the future, don't forget to support our Pig Spirit clan. Elder, since you are willing to invest in me, I will certainly not let down your Pig Spirit clan." Jichen's face was exceptionally calm, and he did not hold back, directly stating his intentions. "Haha, how boring, why lay everything out so plainly?" The Pig Spirit King laughed while waving his hand, signaling that the next item could begin. After the order was given, the Pig Spirit team paired up in groups, facing each other in a wrestling stance. Just when Jichen thought they would have a fierce battle, a sound of wood being struck echoed from somewhere nearby. Immediately, the previously serious younger Pig Spirits all broke into mischievous smiles, and to Jichen's astonishment, they began to drum on their bellies. "Hey yo lay! Wajia ho! Hey yo lay! Wajia ho!" They stood with their hands on their hips, shaking their shoulders, singing lyrics of special significance, and one by one, they all started to dance awkwardly in place. Imagine the sight of over 1,000 hefty individuals dancing in front of you. It was simply too eye-watering. Jichen's mouth twitched continuously as he glanced sideways at the Pig Spirit King, disbelief filling his eyes. How had the disciplined army turned into a dance hall in an instant? You Pig Spirits really understand contrast. I suppose it's not too late to take back my earlier praise. The Pig Spirit King was unconcerned, lightly tapping his fingers on the wooden chair to the beat, closing his eyes with a hint of contentment, and said, "Little brother Jichen, don't be so reserved, life is all about happiness. If awkward dancing makes you happy, you cannot deny its value, can you?" Jichen furrowed his brows, carefully savoring the Pig Spirit King's words, and found himself momentarily speechless. This was indeed too true. Looking back at the Pig Spirit's flamboyant dance moves, it had a unique charm. The Pig Spirit clan is indeed a magical race. Jichen closed his eyes, feeling their unique customs and culture, and found himself somewhat entranced. Sometimes, living carefree is also a kind of happiness. After a long while, the drumming on their bellies gradually subsided, and the previously chaotic Pig Spirit team returned to calm. Now it gets interesting. The Pig Spirit King chuckled and nodded, signaling the start of the final event of the Pig Spirit coming-of-age ceremony, which was also the highlight of the day combat. Ji Chun, however, was disinterested and found nothing amusing about it. Each of the Pig Spirits held their respective weapons, and some of the larger ones even donned parts of golden armor which had been enchanted. It was clear that there would definitely be a contest at the end. To the Pig Spirit King, this combat might be a source of entertainment, as he attended it every year. However, for the Pig Spirits below, it was a chance to quickly stand out from the mediocrity. It was undoubtedly a significant examination in their lives. If they performed well, their future careers would be smooth sailing. If they did poorly, it was back to farming. Some Pig Spirits had fierce looks in their eyes, while others wore worried expressions, resembling students entering an examination hall. Ji Chen's gaze swept across the crowd and soon spotted a nervous pig spirit who was not wearing any armor. He questioned, "Isn't this contest a bit unfair? Look at that pig spirit, he doesn't even have armor. How can he compete?" The pig spirit king followed Ji Chen's gaze and quickly noticed the pig spirit, but after a glance, he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "There isn't as much fairness in the world as one might think. Family background is also a symbol of strength. If everything were mandated to be equal, it would dampen many people's enthusiasm. The reason my kin are so dedicated to achieving military merit is primarily to secure more resources for their descendants. Aren't you afraid of missing out on some talents?" Ji Chen nodded. There was truth in that statement, but the drawbacks were too obvious. Indeed, the rules I've set may overlook some capable individuals, but there's nothing to be done about it. There is no perfect system in the world. As the king of a clan, the pig spirit king understood this better than anyone else. As the saying goes, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, and that is the principle. Do you remember that pig spirit Wang to whom you gave land? Now you are a noble among their entire lineage, and your great name will be passed down through generations. Ji Chun chuckled awkwardly and did not respond. If this old pig truly wanted to give land, he certainly wouldn't refuse. While they spoke, some pig spirits holding crimson wooden boards quickly built a large arena in the center of the open space. Surrounding the large arena were over 100 smaller arenas. The rules were simple: win to advance to the large arena, lose in exit. Today my dad specially bought me a set of enchanted protection 2 golden chest armor. I can definitely achieve a good ranking in the coming of age contest. Humph. What are you so proud of? Who knows if your protection 2 golden chest armor is stronger or my sharpness 2 golden axe. The pig spirits with enchanted equipment were still in the minority. Most only had a regular golden axe, and some poorer ones didn't even have an axe that wasn't broken. Ji Chen activated the system to look at these pig spirits. Most of the pig spirits were between levels 5 and 9, with a few exceptional ones reaching level 10. Level 9 and level 10 were a significant dividing line. In the pig spirit clan, advancing from level 9 to level 10 was seen as a step up. After a successful advancement, all attributes would double, especially attack power, which could reach a terrifying 40 points. Coupled with their weapons, a level 10 could easily defeat a level 9. It's worth noting that in the original game, under hard mode, the health of a pig spirit warrior was only 19.5 points. It was clear that this time, the champion of the martial arts contest would definitely emerge from these level 10 pig spirits. Let's begin. Show your courage, but remember to hold back. Do not maliciously kill your kind, or you will be expelled from the clan. With the pig spirit king's command, the pig spirits began to orderly step onto the arena. On the other side, atop the Hell Rock Cliff, Wunyan strolled alone. The handover of the golden carrot wasn't that troublesome. He just needed to direct the stone puppets to place the box in the designated spot, which wouldn't take much time. Ji Chen used this excuse just to send him away. Now, Ji Chen was attending the pigling's coming-of-age ceremony with the pig spirit king, and with nothing else to do, he had come here to revisit the place. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to feel the surrounding heat, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. The red lava of hell is still so enchanting. He didn't know if it was influenced by his withering profession, but he always felt a sense of hometown sentiment towards the lower realm. No matter how beautiful the upper realm was, he would still miss this fiery feeling. Wunyan walked to the edge of the cliff, bent down, and sat, admiring the beautiful scenery alone. The view from the cliff was very expansive. This place was right at the junction of the pig spirit clan and the withering clan. To the left was an endless crimson forest, and to the right was the soul sand valley filled with wandering souls. However, strangely, there was no one guarding this place. The two clans seemed to have agreed to treat it as a buffer zone. Of course, this place held another special significance for Wunyan. It was here that he was backstabbed by the withering king and thrown off the cliff, and it was also here that he met the greatest benefactor of his life. It's so high here, it must hurt a lot to fall. I remember being so loyal, only to end up shattered to pieces. It's not just sad, it's also quite laughable. Wunyan gritted his teeth. Every time he recalled the past, he couldn't help but curse himself for being blind to the truth. After saying that, he turned to look towards the Soul Sand Valley, his anger surging within him. Just wait. One day, I will flatten the Soul Sand Valley. The pain I've endured, whether in my heart or body, will be repaid 1,000-fold. He was still weak now, but as long as he didn't die, he would definitely take revenge for this grudge. After a long while, Wunyan collected his emotions, stood up, and prepared to leave. Calculating the time, the pigling's coming-of-age ceremony should be ending soon. If Ji Chen came out and couldn't find him, it would be a bit of a dereliction of duty for him as a little brother. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Wunyan, is that you? Oh no, I've been discovered. Wunyan's hair stood on end, a chill running down his neck. It was the voice of a withering skeleton. Now the entire withering skeleton clan thought he was dead, and if they found out Wunyan was still alive, they would definitely pursue him relentlessly. Given the Withering King's character, he would never leave a hidden danger in the world. Wunyan, it really is you, you're still alive. The voice of the withering skeleton came again from the bottom of the cliff, this time seemingly filled with surprise. Wunyan paused, his expression gradually cooling. Since he had already been discovered, he might as well go all out and kill him directly. The secret of his survival absolutely could not be exposed, otherwise the subsequent matters would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, his fists tightened, the power of withering surging around him, and he jumped directly from the top of the cliff. Just as he was about to settle things quickly, the person before him left him stunned. Withering Xiaoku, how is it you? Wunyan's clenched fist suddenly relaxed. He hadn't expected to encounter an acquaintance here. During his time living among the Withering clan, he had not been entirely without interactions with other Witherers. Withering Xiaoku was Wunyan's first friend, or rather, the only true friend he had. As a player, Wunyan was seen as an outsider by the Withering, naturally becoming an object of exclusion. Before he had shown his strong Withering potential, Xiaoku was the only one willing to approach him. Because of this matter, the Withering Little Ku became an isolated figure. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time, Little Ku was a beam of light in the life of Wunyan, illuminating his entire world. It is worth mentioning that the Withering Little Ku is also a female skeleton. Now that she has appeared here, Wunyan found it hard to take action. Upon seeing Wunyan, Little Ku's eye sockets were filled with excitement as she spoke incoherently. Do you know? When I saw you being thrown off the cliff, I cried for you all night long. Now that I see you are fine, I am really happy. Why are you here? Why are you the one here? Wunyan struggled. Internally, his fists clenching and unclenching, his murderous intent wavering. He truly wished that another skeleton stood here, that way he wouldn't feel this guilt when he killed. Little Ku was completely unaware of Wunyan's unease and continued to recount her experiences. After the door was blocked, I rushed over immediately, but unfortunately, I didn't find your body. At that time, I thought I would never see you again, and just as I was about to leave, I was surprised to find that there were no remains on the ground. At that moment, I guessed that you might not be dead. Hee, so I come here every day to take a look, and look. I guessed right, you really didn't die. As Little Ku spoke, she moved forward to give Wunyan a hug. Don't come over. Wunyan gathered the power of withering in his hands forcibly, suppressing the killing intent in his heart, his voice cold. I am no longer a member of the Withering clan. Now I am the enemy of Withering. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I won't kill you. Today, you can leave. Upon hearing this, Little Ku stopped in her tracks, staring blankly at the man before her heart filled with mixed emotions. Wunyan, come back with me. Perhaps the king was just angry at that time. After you gain the king's forgiveness, you can still what? Don't be naive. Before Little Ku could finish, Wunyan interrupted sharply. I have always been nothing but a pitiful pawn. You are the only one from the Withering clan who sees me as one of your kind. The others wish I would die quickly. You should leave quickly, consider it my plea. Wunyan's teeth ground together, and the most sentimental person he had ever been found it impossible to strike down Little Ku. Little Ku was left speechless, unable to find any comforting words for Wunyan, and could only quietly watch him. Without experiencing the hardships of others, how can one advise others to be kind? Xiaoku of the Withering clan did not persuade Wunyan any further. After all, being backstabbed by the one he trusted the most was unbearable for anyone. Moreover, strictly speaking, Wunyan did not belong to the Withering clan, and insisting that he return would, in a way, be akin to killing him. How have you been lately? Xiaoku of the Withering clan smiled calmly. Since they could not return to the past, they should cherish the present. Wunyan retracted the withering power that overflowed from his body, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. He did not want to have any further interactions with Xiaoku. This was not only for his own safety but also to prevent Xiaoku from getting involved in this hatred and becoming a victim. I don't have many friends in this world, and you are one of them. Just go back and don't come here again. It's better to build good relationships with others. The feeling of being isolated is not pleasant. After saying this, Wunyan turned to leave. He knew that letting Xiaoku go like this was irresponsible regarding his own life, but he had no other choice. He would rather bear more danger himself than personally kill his first friend in this world. No, don't go, let's talk for a while. I will keep the fact that you are alive a secret. Only. Then did Xiaoku react, his tone carrying a hint of pleading as he continued. I just want to understand your current situation better. If you really have no place to stay, I can help you think of a way. The lower realm is so vast, there must be a place for you. Wunyan paused. A place to stay? No, there is none in the lower realm anymore, but you don't need to worry. I'm doing well now, I've met a truly wise ruler. After saying this, he turned to look in the direction of the Crimson Forest, his eyes filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. He did not name names, and his expression was deliberately vague. He could disregard his own safety, but he could not endanger Ji Chen, who had taken him in. Ruler? Xiaoku of the Withering clan. followed Wu Nian's gaze to the Crimson Forest. The Crimson Forest was the territory of the pig spirits, which made her associate the Pig Spirit King with the ruler Wu Nian mentioned. However, it made sense. When Wu Nian was on the brink of death, the only one who could save him was likely the Pig Spirit King. Well, actually, that's not a bad choice, at least you can survive. Xiaoku of the Withering Clan sat down on a rock in the lower realm, her tone mixed with some different emotions, like reminiscing between friends. The Withering Clan and the Pig Spirits were sworn enemies, irreconcilable. Yet, there was no hostility in Xiaoku's eyes, unlike the usual malice seen in the Withering Clan. She understood Wu Nian's situation well and felt no disapproval of his allegiance to the Pig Spirits. Xiaoku hesitated for a moment, as if struggling with something in her heart, but in the end, she still said, "Allegiance to the Pig Spirits is indeed an option, but there might be a disaster coming for them soon. You should think of other ways out as soon as possible." "Disaster? What do you mean?" Wu Nian turned to look at the somewhat anxious Xiaoku. Xiaoku clenched her hands tightly, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. "I heard it by accident. Recently, the Withering King is preparing to launch a war to exterminate the Pig Spirits. You should be prepared in advance." "Exterminate the Pig Spirits? Ha, what a bold claim." Wu Nian did not take this statement seriously. He had lived in the lower realm for a while and had some understanding of the situation there. The Pig Spirits and the Withering Clan each occupied half of the lower realm, and the two races had fought for over 1,000 years without a clear victor. The idea that a single war could annihilate the entire Pig Spirit race was simply fanciful. "Actually, I'm not sure. I heard this news by accident too. They say that in this battle, our Withering Clan has an 80% chance of winning." The voice of the Withering Little Cook grew fainter, and now Wu Nian had already belonged to the Pig Spirit Clan. Saying these words to the other party was already considered a betrayal of the Withering Clan. 80%? Wu Nian frowned. This probability, when placed between the two races, was already a one-sided massacre. "Alright, I understand. You take care of yourself and live well." After Wu Nian finished speaking, her figure quickly flickered and, in the blink of an eye, she had appeared several meters away. They were not on the same path, so it was better for both to part ways early. The Withering Little Ka hurriedly got up. She instinctively wanted to chase after her but still stopped, silently praying in her heart, "You must also live well." Ji Chen looked at the Pig Spirits fighting on the arena below and couldn't help but yawn. It was so boring, he had no interest at all. The fighting style of the Pig Spirits was very similar. You chop me with an axe, I chop you with an axe, completely lacking any technical content, relying entirely on who had more flesh and thicker blood. The Pig Spirit King seemed very willing to watch this chaotic brawl, continuously chuckling foolishly. "What's wrong? Little brother Ji Chen not interested in this? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ji Chen looked speechless. Wasn't the answer written all over his face? The Pig Spirit King didn't mind and pointed to a younger pig spirit who hadn't yet entered the arena, saying, "If you go give some pointers to this pig spirit, what are the chances of them taking first place?" Ji Chen activated the system and looked in the direction the Pig Spirit King was pointing, and a level 9 pig spirit came into view. This pig spirit was not weak and wore a golden breastplate, but to win the championship would be somewhat difficult. Difficult. Not even a 1% chance. Don't be so pessimistic, alright? You also saw that our pig spirit's fighting style is very singular. If you go teach them a couple of counter methods, the chances of winning the championship could at least increase by 10 percentage points, right? 10 percentage points? Ji Chen suddenly seemed to think of his enlightenment enchantment, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. "I take back what I just said. If I go give them a pointer, their chances of winning the championship could rise to 80%. Do you believe it? 80%? That's exaggerated. This younger one seems to have never completed a step up. How could they possibly defeat those who have?" The Pig Spirit King clearly did not believe it. 10 percentage points was already pushing it. Facts speak louder than words. Since Ji Chen was idle anyway, he might as well have some fun. Then for the next match, arrange a level 10 pig spirit for him. I'll go give them a pointer and see how they perform. How about that? So confident. Just don't crash and burn later. The Pig Spirit King raised an eyebrow, his competitive spirit peaked. "Rest assured, I won't fight battles I'm not confident in." Ji Chen jumped down from the high platform, and at the moment of landing, the obsidian puppet flashed and vanished, the steel properties directly helping him to negate all falling damage. The Pig Spirit King's squinted eyes suddenly widened, his heart skipping a beat. The figure of the obsidian puppet flashed away, but as a demigod, he still saw it. Is that an iron puppet? No, the aura has changed. Rather than an iron puppet, it's more like an obsidian puppet. So strong. The Pig Spirit King clicked his tongue, constantly recalling the moment from just now. The obsidian puppet was twice the size of the steel puppet, with a more intense aura of slaughter, and the most unique aspect was that monster's head Upon closer inspection, it bore no resemblance to the original puppet, instead looking like a new monster altogether. Previously, when Ji Chen had helped the Pig Spirit clan fight against the unthinking, he had shown this skill, and the Pig Spirit King naturally knew that Ji Chen had the ability to control puppets. But in just a few days, the other party had managed to train the puppet to this extent. Such a growth rate could no longer be described as genius. If the Pig Spirit King could have easily crushed Ji Chen before, now he might have to exert more effort to defeat him. Your growth rate is truly impressive. The Pig Spirit King took a deep breath, feeling a bit sour inside. Once upon a time, he too was a genius youth of the Pig Spirit clan, spending most of his life reaching the demigod realm, becoming a powerful being under the gods. Yet, his brilliance seemed somewhat lacking in comparison to Ji Chen. If the other party continued to grow at this pace, within 5 years, or even sooner, the demigod realm would be within reach. The Pig Spirit King waved his hand, signaling the officer beside him to come over. The officer understood and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" From now on, Ji Chen will enjoy the status of a great landowner in our Pig Spirit clan, and no one is allowed to offend him. Those who violate this order will be executed. Ji great landowner status? The officer was taken aback. He had never seen an outsider enjoy such treatment in the Pig Spirit clan throughout history. The Pig Spirit King shot a sideways glance at the officer, his voice cold. "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" "No need." The officer quickly replied, sensing something was off, and hurriedly added, "And no, I will notify them right away." He did not possess the foresight of the Pig Spirit King and naturally could not understand the purpose of this action. Ji Chen was unaware that he had merely overlooked the obsidian puppet. His status in the Pig Spirit clan was already that of a great landowner. All the pig spirits were cheering for their kind on the arena, and since Ji Chen was being very careful, hardly any pig spirits noticed him. Ji Chen quietly approached the target pig spirit and asked softly, "Brother, what's your name?" "Pig Spirit Woyo Hulu." This pig spirit did not turn around, his gaze fixed on another pig spirit, clearly his next opponent. Ji Chen activated the system to look at that pig spirit, and both he and Pig Spirit Woyo were at level 9. He smiled slightly. "Brother Woyo, don't look anymore. Your next opponent isn't him." "Not him? How do you know?" Pig Spirit Woyo frowned, looking at Ji Chen in surprise. When he realized the person beside him was Ji Chen, he froze for a moment, then quickly bowed. "Pig Spirit Woyo greets Lord Ji. Show quiet down." Ji Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting to be so well received. Pig Spirit Woyo nodded, his voice a bit excited as he said, "The battle where you helped us pig spirits fight the black ghosts was amazing. Now many pig spirits see you as a role model." Hulu. Pig Spirit Woyo was in a very remote position, and their conversation did not attract much attention in the noisy arena. Ji Chen continued along the topic, "That pig spirit is your next opponent, right? Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Pig Spirit Woyo shook his head, uncertainly saying, "Although our realms are the same, the other party is clearly a bit bigger than me, so the probability of winning is not high." "Ha! Lord Ji, did you really say you would give me a different opponent?" Pig Spirit Woyo suddenly recalled Ji Chen's previous words, his heart racing. The news of Ji Chen ceding land to Pig Spirit Awang had already spread wildly. This was no outsider, this was simply a benefactor. Now, everyone of the same generation as Pig Spirit Awang is going crazy with envy. "Am I going to be lucky today too?" Ji Chen confidently nodded and said, "Yes. I had the Pig Spirit King exchange it for a level 10-1, which is a pig spirit that can be upgraded once." "Ha!" Pig Spirit Woyo doubted he heard wrong, his mouth half open. "Lord Ji, are you mistaken? How can I possibly defeat those level 10-1s with my current realm?" He was starting to doubt the pig spirit. This was no golden patron, it was clearly a living king of hell. "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet." Ji Chen gestured for him to come closer and listen carefully. Pig Spirit Woyo was half convinced, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. "Do you trust me?" "Logically, I should trust you, but," Pig Spirit Woyo replied. He didn't voice the but Ji Chen understood, it was simply that he felt this matter was too unreasonable. If he were in Woyo's position, he would have cursed long ago. Ji Chen had an air of a master. "Don't worry. I would never trick you. I'll guide you a bit, as long as you use it properly. Getting the title of martial champion will be a piece of cake." Upon hearing this, Pig Spirit Woyo immediately cheered up, his skeptical gaze dissipating. Back then, Ji Chen had perfectly crushed the Withering Illusion, which specialized in countering brute force attacks, with just one square attack. That glorious moment is still talked about today. If he could gain even a little true knowledge from Ji Chen, he might really be able to win the martial champion today. "I'll listen to Lord Ji." Just when Pig Spirit Awang thought he was about to be taught some martial arts secrets, Ji Chen unexpectedly snatched the golden axe from his hands. "Lord Ji, this is..." Before Pig Spirit Awang could finish his sentence, he saw Ji Chen gathering a segment of purple light in his hand, then suddenly pressing it against the golden axe. In the next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Enchantment. Completed. Golden Axe *1 Sharp V Durability 3 Fire Affinity 2 Knockback 2 Sweeping Blade 3 Looting 3 Thunder Eye Loyalty 3 Efficiency V Piercing 4 Strength V. Ji Chen's enchanting ability was incredibly overpowered. He could enchant items directly without the limitations of an enchanting table or anvil. He could even force incompatible enchantments to adapt to the item. For example, the Thunder enchantment, which could only be applied to a trident, could now be used on this golden axe even in the rain. And with the triple boosts of sharpness, strength, and sweeping blade, just ask if you're afraid. Ji Chen beckoned for him to take off his chest armor. He could also guide him a bit. Zhu Ling Wuyo stared blankly at the scene, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to do. The originally unremarkable golden axe seemed to have opened up its meridians, a dark purple aura spreading upwards and instantly enveloping the axe. Upon closer inspection, there was an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. "This is enchanted," Zhu Ling Wuyo exclaimed in surprise. He felt as if his entire worldview as a pig had been shaken. Wasn't enchanting an item supposed to require an enchanting table or an anvil? What was this nonsense about enchanting by hand? In the real world, enchanting was a very complex and difficult task. Diamonds were rare, and the enchanting table that required 2 diamonds to craft was even rarer. Even if you obtained an enchanting table, you still needed to have solid levels and strength. After each enchanting, the enchanter would enter a special weakened state, their realm diminishing, preventing them from enchanting consecutively. This made enchanted items extremely rare here. Most pigs who could afford enchanted items were small landowners. Common pigs didn't even dare to think about it. However, Ji Chen didn't have to worry about these things. With the experience saturation buff from the diamond puppet in the shadows, the only cost he had to pay was a bit of hunger. Ji Chen had no intention of explaining this to Zhu Ling Wuyo. He picked up the axe, looked around, and said coldly, "Time is limited. If you don't take off that golden chestplate, I'm leaving." Only then did Zhu Ling Wuyo realize, hurriedly taking off the golden chestplate and tossing it to Ji Chen. His voice carried a hint of flattery. "I'll listen to Lord Ji. He. Enchanted weapons were rare, and even the lowest sharpness golden axe could fetch a good price. For him, the ranking in this competition was no longer important. Being able to get 2 enchanted items for free was a guaranteed profit. Ji Chen glanced sideways at Zhu Ling Wuyo, seeing through his little thoughts at a glance. "You're quite clever, don't worry, I won't cheat you. Consider these 2 enchanted items as my gift to you. Just perform well in the upcoming competition." "Thank you, Lord Ji." Zhu Ling Wuyo was overjoyed, nuzzling against Ji Chen. Stop. Wipe your drool." Ji Chen stepped aside in disgust, withdrawing his gaze. With his fingertips surrounded by purple light, he pointed directly at the golden chestplate, and in the next moment, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! Enchantment successful. Golden chestplate *1 Blast. Protection 4, Falling Protection 4, Fire Protection 4, Projectile Protection 4, Protection 4, Durability 3, Thorns 3, Knockback 2, Strength V, Sharpness V, Impact 2, Fire Aspect 2." Ji Chen's lips curled up, looking very satisfied with his masterpiece, and turned to Zhu Ling Wuyo. "I look forward to your performance on the field. Lord Ji, I won't let you down." Zhu Ling Wuyo rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the 2 items in Ji Chen's hands. Though he said this, he had already secretly made up his mind. If he couldn't win on stage, he would surrender immediately. If his equipment got destroyed by the opponent, it would be a loss. Ji Chen tossed the 2 pieces of equipment to him without saying much more and turned back towards the high platform. With these 2 pieces of equipment, even a level 9 true pig could probably chase down a level 10 pig spirit and chop it. Zhu Ling Wuyo eagerly checked the axe, wanting to see if Lord Ji had enchanted it with sharpness I or durability 2. Sharpness V, Durability 3, Fire Aspect 2, Knockback 2, Sweeping Edge 3, Looting 3, Channeling I, Loyalty 3, Efficiency V, Piercing 4, Strength V, Zhu Ling Wuyo let out a sharp scream, drawing the attention of the surrounding Zhu Lings. Ji Chen paid no mind to the frenzied Zhu Ling Wuyo and returned to his seat on the high platform. "You finished giving pointers so quickly. What did you say to Zhu Ling Wuyo that made him go crazy like that?" The Zhu Ling King scratched his head, as he had not seen Ji Chen's enchanting gesture do to his position. "It's nothing. Just a simple pointer." He might have grasped some ultimate truth. Ji Chen smiled confidently, offering no further explanation. The Zhu Ling King, half convinced, said uncertainly, "All right then, let me arrange for a level 10 Zhu Ling Jr. to face him. Hurry up. I'm already a bit impatient." Since Ji Chen unlocked this enchanting skill, he hadn't specifically applied it in actual combat. This match would be his first, holding significant reference value. With a glance from the Zhu Ling King, the official in charge understood immediately, cleared his throat, and forcibly suppressed the noisy competition, saying, "Everyone quiet down. The king has personally appointed a match today. All other matches are paused." Upon hearing this, all the Zhu Lings were momentarily stunned, followed by thunderous cheers. To them, the words of the Zhuling King were like a royal decree. Even if today's coming-of-age ceremony were to be cancelled, there would be no dissenting voices. A match appointed by the king must be a strong showdown. We can't miss it. Quick, grab a spot, otherwise, we won't get a good view later. Can you help me pull this axe off my back before we go? Ji-chin was a bit surprised. He had originally intended to quietly watch a match and record some data, but unexpectedly, the Zhuling King had directly called for a good thing for everyone to share. The Zhuling King laughed. Aren't I generous? I stopped the entire competition just for you. Ji-chin was somewhat speechless, letting out a dry laugh without responding. The Zhuling King's charisma was undoubtedly immense. In just a few breaths, the central arena was already filled with people. With the official's command, a robust Zhuling radiating level 10 pressure stepped onto the stage. Look! That's Zhuling Ade, who has completed a step up. He's the junior Zhuling most likely to take first place this time. I told you, it must be a strong showdown. Can you guess who his opponent is among the level 10 contestants? It must be Zhuling Ling Shuang. He seems to have broken through to level 10 recently, but he probably can't beat Zhuling Ade, considering Ade has been at it for over a month. The Zhulings in front were discussing among themselves, each sharing their thoughts. Matches between the same level are normal, but they never expected that the participant in this competition would be the inconspicuous Zhuling Wuyo from the 9th level. Beside him, holding enchanted equipment, Zhuling Wuyo was trembling all over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wasn't afraid, he was excited, so excited that he was shaking. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the impressive Zhuling Ade on stage, the madness in his eyes growing stronger. I never expected that one day I, Zhuling Wuyo, could also be the main character. Thank you, Lord Ji, for this opportunity. Thank you, Lord Ji, for this chance. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This feeling was like being the mediocre one in class who suddenly got the answer key before an exam. Directly punching the top student and kicking the academic elite, even if it was just a moment of pique, it gave Zhuling Wuyo an unparalleled thrill. Bro! Move aside, ah! Pig Spirit Wuyo let out a miserable cry, once again squeezed out by the surging crowd. He stood up again, his whole body feeling numb. No one heard his shouts, and he couldn't force his way in. Just when he finally wanted to shine, the protagonist couldn't even make an appearance. The official in charge on the stage was almost hoarse from shouting, "Please, Pig Spirit Wuyo, come to the stage. Is Pig Spirit Wuyo here? Come to the stage." Cough cough. Below the stage, pig spirits looked at each other in confusion, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Who is Pig Spirit Wuyo? Is he also a level 10 pig spirit? I don't know, I don't recognize him. Probably a newcomer from some rising clan. This Pig Spirit Wuyo is so full of himself, leaving Pig Spirit Ade hanging here. He's definitely going to get beaten badly later. Pig Spirit Wuyo's talent wasn't bad, but it wasn't top tier either. He was just mediocre, so not many pigs knew him. Ji-chin couldn't bear to watch any longer from the high platform. With Wuyo's brain, he couldn't even seize the chance to shine. Puppet number 1, go help him. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow darted towards Pig Spirit Wuyo at high speed. Just as Pig Spirit Wuyo was about to try squeezing in again, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, a black obsidian monster appeared right behind him. In the next moment, the obsidian puppet lifted him high and directly threw him towards the stage. The obsidian puppet was imbued with repulsion 2 and impact 2. With this throw, Pig Spirit Wuyo experienced what it meant to fly freely. Boom! A loud crash echoed on the stage. A pig fell from the sky, landing face-first, losing 5 health points. Before the fight even started, the fall protection 4 and protection 4 on his chest armor stacked together, directly absorbing 80% of the fall damage. Otherwise, with the obsidian puppet's throw, Pig Spirit Wuyo would have been out of the match without a chance. The pig spirits around the stage fell silent. What was that thing that zoomed up? How did he get up there? Ha! It seems like he flew up. His opponent Ade was also startled. This way of entering was indeed a bit rare. Only lost 5 health points. How is that possible? Could it be the armor? The Pig Spirit King immediately spotted the issue. But that's not right. Fall protection can't be enchanted on armor. P.S. In the game, fall protection can only be enchanted on shoes. He turned to Ji-chin, his eyes full of inquiry. Senior, you'll find out soon. Ji-chin didn't want to reveal the answer so quickly, so he kept them in suspense. The Pig Spirit King had no choice but to continue watching the match. Pig Spirit Wuyo stood up again, turning to Ji-chin and the Pig Spirit King on the high platform, giving an awkward smile. The official saw that everyone was present, cleared his already hoarse throat, and said, "I declare that this match officially begins. Ade, one step up, level 10. Please advise." This match was personally appointed by the Pig Spirit King, so the pre-match etiquette had to be observed. Pig Spirit Wuyo followed suit and replied, "Wuyo, level 9, please advise." Only level 9? As soon as Wuyo's level 9 was mentioned, all the pig spirits, including Ade, were in an uproar. The difference between level 9 and level 10 was a clear dividing line. A level 10 pig spirit could take on 3 level 9 pig spirits without losing ground. That was the gap. I really don't understand why the king wants me to fight you. Pig spirit Ade felt helpless, sensing a bit of disdain. You'll find out. Pig spirit Wudo didn't waste words. The golden axe in his hand flashed coldly, and in the next moment, it appeared above Ade's head. Ade wasn't to be underestimated either. A magically enchanted golden axe appeared in his hand, horizontally, blocking. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. How is this possible? Ade felt an immense pressure in his hands. The axe he thought he could easily block was unexpectedly pushed down. Wuyo chuckled, exerting force with his arms once more. With the dual combination of sharpness V and strength V, Wuyo at level 9 was actually able to overpower Ade, who was at level 10. Ade roared, unleashing his full combat power, and pushed the golden axe back. Wuyo staggered back 2 steps, horrified. Level 10 truly deserves its reputation. Without equipment support, I have no chance. The crowd below erupted in excitement, cheers rising and falling. Ade took a heavy breath, his expression gradually becoming serious. Just as he was trying to figure out what went wrong, flames suddenly erupted from his body. Flame enhancement? How is that possible? The pig spirit king slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Jichin. How did you apply flame enhancement to the axe? Jichin stopped beating around the bush and replied, logically, flame enhancement can only appear on swords, but this limitation is ineffective for me. Saying this, he casually pried off a piece of rock from the surroundings, a flash of purple light in his hand, and applied the flame enhancement. My new ability, Enlightenment Enchantment, ignores all enchantment rules, allowing me to do as I please. He lightly tapped the pig spirit king with the Hell Rock. Boom! The flames quickly spread, enveloping the entire body of the pig spirit king, a truly spectacular sight. Although it looked magnificent, it did not cause any harm to the demigod-level pig spirit king. I see. It's the power of divine attributes again. You players are truly favored by the heavens. You have all sorts of unbelievable abilities. Jichin smiled but said nothing. In fact, ordinary players were not much stronger than ordinary pig spirits. The reason he possessed such powerful divine attributes was entirely due to his SSS level profession. The perspective shifted back to the arena. The surprise on Pig Spirit Ade's face was no less than that of the Pig Spirit King. He was also a clever pig and immediately realized that the opponent's weapon was the issue. No wonder the king wanted me to compete with you. It turns out you have such strong equipment. Ade took a deep breath and began to take this opponent seriously. Wuyo gripped the axe tightly, not daring to relax for a moment, and said, in terms of individual strength, I really can't compare to you, but I'm luckier. I got a stroke of fortune, so from the very beginning of this battle, you were destined to lose. Humph. Arrogant. How would you know without trying? Ade was furious, his figure flashing as he charged forward, braving the flames. Damage. This time, his goal was clear, to disarm his opponent. Wuyo hurriedly responded, but his reaction speed was far behind that of level 10 Ade. In an instant, Ade's clever maneuver actually disarmed Wuyo. No matter how good the equipment is, if you can't control it's useless. Ade exerted force again, directly sending Wuyo's axe, which hadn't even landed yet, flying, embedding it heavily into a tree on the opposite side. Jichin couldn't help but nod at this scene. He had to admit that Ade completely crushed Wuyo in both talent and combat skills. If it weren't for Wuyo's equipment support, he would have been defeated within 2 rounds. If Wuyo only had one axe, Ade indeed had a chance of winning, but the outcome is decided. Ade swung the axe at the unarmed Wuyo for the final blow. Wuyo looked at the axe growing larger before his eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I told you, from the very beginning, you had already lost. Wuyo sidestepped, and Ade's axe struck heavily against his golden breastplate. In the next moment, the thorns 3 on the breastplate were triggered. The rebound damage, after being reinforced layer upon layer by the repulsion, strength, sharpness, impact, and flames on the chest armor, was returned to Ade. Damn, there's a counterattack. Ade's pupils shrank to tiny dots as the powerful impact sent him flying like a pig far out of the arena. After landing, he spewed blood wildly from his mouth, his health plummeting. The pig spirit, with an unusually calm expression, was not significantly harmed due to the protection of the armor. Instead, Ade took a full rebound to the face, heavily injured and on the brink of death. He raised his hand and summoned the golden axe that had just been sent flying back to his hand due to the enchantment of loyalty. 3. The outcome is decided. Zhu Ling Ade's expression was somewhat dazed as he trembled and looked down at his chest. There was a deep wound, visible to the bone, with fresh blood gushing from his earlier strike had clearly hit Zhu Lingwu, but it felt as if it had struck cotton. Most of the force dissipated by an unknown power, vanishing into thin air. Then, the one who was injured became himself As he raised his gaze, he saw Zhu Ling Wuyu waving the golden axe in his hand, showing no signs of injury at all. How is this possible? How did you defeat me? Fear began to rise on Zhu Ling's face. In that moment, he sensed danger but did not see how his opponent had struck. The surrounding Zhu Ling were all stunned, originally thinking that it was Zhu Ling Wuyu who would be defeated in one blow. But it was the level 10 Zhu Ling who was sent flying. An actor? Is that how you want to play it? Good. Who? What a joke. Who would throw a match in a competition personally appointed by the king? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who? Then tell me, why can't level 10 defeat level 9 Wuyu? The two Zhu Ling immediately began to argue, each expressing their own opinions. Stop arguing. An older Zhu Ling pushed aside the two younger ones, speaking in a calm voice. It's the thorns. And it's the top tier thorns 3. It seemed like Eda hit Wuyu, but that strike was transformed by the thorns and all the damage was reflected back onto Eda himself. On the other hand, Wuyu, protected by armor, did not suffer much damage. The two younger Zhu Ling looked at the older one, their eyes filled with skepticism. They weren't fools, and every Zhu Ling knew what the enchantment of thorns could do. We may not be well read, but don't lie to us. No matter how powerful the thorns are, they can't reflect all the damage. Exactly. Spouting nonsense without a second thought. The older Zhu Ling's face flushed, losing all semblance of a master, and he couldn't help but cough repeatedly. The truth was indeed as the two younger Zhu Ling said, the reflection damage of thorns 3 could only reflect a small portion of the damage. To have a level 10 Zhu Ling to rebound like this in one strike was something he had never seen in his long life, but he could be sure that the final blow Ada suffered was indeed the reflected damage from the thorns on his equipment. Cough, after all, I am a few years older than you, this should be the thorns plus. Otherwise, do you have a more reasonable explanation? The older Zhu Ling wanted to save face and concocted a lie on the spot. A person's understanding is limited, and they would naturally guess answers within their own comprehension, and Zhu Ling were no different. They would never think that the thorns that reflected earlier had been enhanced by power enchantment, sharpness enchantment, knockback enchantment, flame addition, all working together. How could the damage compare to ordinary thorn reflection damage? The two younger Zhu Ling exchanged glances, and it seemed there was some logic to what was said. Zhu Ling Wuyu put away his equipment, jumped off the stage, and helped Adi up, his face showing no joy of victory, but rather a calmness after the madness. He would not naively think that after acquiring these two pieces of equipment, he could openly mock someone stronger than himself. You don't need to worry too much about the outcome of this match. In normal times, I would only be the one getting beaten. Don't worry, you are far superior to me. Defeating you was just luck on my part. As he spoke, Wuyu also extinguished the flames on Adi's body. Adi's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed, revealing a smile as he said, I lost. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Now, let me reintroduce myself, Zhu Ling Ade. Nice to meet you. On the high platform, the fat body of the Zhu Ling king stood up again. His pupils had shrunk to a tiny size, and his mind kept recalling the moment Zhu Ling Ade was sent flying. Finally, some related enchantments locked in his mind. He said, can the damage from thorns rebound also be enhanced by power V, sharpness V, these damage increasing enchantments? Isn't that obvious? Moreover, the rebound damage will also trigger the flame addition on the armor and knockback. Ji Chan added with a smile. He was not surprised that the Piglin King could guess it. After all, he had already told the other party the principles of his abilities. As a wise member of the Piglin tribe, it would be a problem if he couldn't figure it out. This match was not just a simple game. Many scenes were excellent reference data for Ji Chan, especially the Loyalty 3 enchantment, which had surprisingly good effects. If used properly, some melee weapons could be thrown, turning melee into ranged, significantly increased combat power. After a long while, the Piglin King spoke again. What is the cost you have to pay for using this enchantment? The cost, is a bit high. Ji Chen took 10 golden carrots from his backpack and put them in his mouth, quickly filling his hunger meter. As expected, the cost of powerful abilities is also enormous. Otherwise, the Piglin King didn't understand the meaning behind Ji Chen's actions and shook his head regretfully. Ji Chen squinted his eyes. After hearing the Piglin King's words, his mind began to race. It was obvious what the other party wanted to say next. He just wanted Ji Chen to enchant equipment for him, and then he would use these enchanted items to increase the strength of the piglins, thereby unifying the nether. The most powerful aspect of the enchantment ability was its permanent existence. As long as the equipment's durability was sufficient, the enchantments could be used indefinitely. If this ability were promoted to the entire Piglin tribe's equipment, the nether would truly undergo a transformation. Suddenly, a brand new idea popped into Ji Chen's mind. Could he use this condition to exchange for something from the other party? For example, nether alloy fragments. With this thought, he quickly took the lead in the conversation, saying, otherwise, what? The Piglin King sat back down, his voice mixed with some longing and regret, saying, otherwise, our Piglin tribe would Be blessed, unifying the nether would not be a dream. Oh, I see, no problem, I can help you. Ji-chin pretended to suddenly understand and continued, are you sure? As long as you speak, we can discuss the details right now. A big business deal was right here. As long as the price was right, Ji-chin would definitely reap significant benefits. He wouldn't mind more of such mutually beneficial opportunities. The Piglin King stared at Ji-chin with wide eyes, full of disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, the cost of this enchantment should be your realm, right? I've never heard of anyone willing to joke with their own realm. Indeed, the cost of enchanting equipment is experience, but how do you know I don't have a solution? As he spoke, Ji-chin waved his hand, and the experience saturation buff from the diamond puppet was immediately applied to the Piglin King. Experience saturation? The Piglin King clenched his fists, then began to burn his own realm. When he saw that his realm did not decrease as a result, he completely lost his composure. Monster! You are a monster! How could someone like you exist in this world? It's unreasonable. Let's just say you're complimenting me. Ji-chen's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, somewhat speechless. The Pig Spirit King snorted, quickly realizing that his words were a bit rude, and chuckled to cover his embarrassment. Come on, this lame coming-of-age ceremony isn't worth watching. Let's go back to my palace and chat in detail. What a disgusting face. Ji-chen scoffed inwardly. Just a moment ago, he was talking about an interesting competition, and now he says it's not worth watching. Truly a fickle pig. The official in charge of the coming-of-age ceremony saw the Pig Spirit King about to leave and hurriedly chased after him, saying, Your Majesty, are you going to watch the coming-of-age ceremony? You can handle it, just let me know the name of the martial arts champion at the end. The Pig Spirit King waved his hand in annoyance. The coming-of-age ceremony is held every year, it's nothing special. Ji-chen is a great opportunity, and if the Pig Spirit clan misses this chance, who knows when their next chance to shine will come. Soon after, Ji-chen returned to the Pig Spirit King's pig den. Go ahead and state your requirements, as long as they're not too excessive, I'll do my best to meet them. Before they even started discussing, the Pig Spirit King took the initiative to hand over the power to make requests to Ji-chen, showing his sincerity. Ji-chen smiled and said, since we're so familiar now, let's not beat around the bush. I have 2 requests, and if you fulfill them, I can provide the Pig Spirit clan with all attribute equipment. Of course, if you want a customized version, just give me your requirements, and I can do that too. The all attribute equipment here naturally refers to fully enchanted gear. The enchantment process has no cooldown time, the only limitation is hunger. However, with the enhancement of golden carrots, this is not a problem at all. Alright, you go ahead. The Pig Spirit King nodded in agreement. Ji-chen opened his palm, and several obsidian stones spun in his hand, notably with purple enchantments on them. First, I need to build a magma production line in hell to continuously produce obsidian. The Pig Spirit King frowned, deep in thought, and did not respond immediately. As far as I know, the magma seas in the lower realm are countless, so collecting magma shouldn't be a difficult task for the Pig Spirit clan, right? Ji-chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the Pig Spirit King to hesitate. The Pig Spirit King came back to his senses and smiled. That's not what I meant. Collecting magma is indeed very easy for us pig spirits. However, we can't place water in the lower realm, and without water, mass-producing obsidian is impossible for us. Moreover, we pig spirits cannot stay in the upper realm for long, so we can't provide you with labor there. Your proposal puts me in a difficult position. Labor? Ji-chen chuckled. With thousands of stone puppets in his base, how could he say he lacked labor? The Pig Spirit King didn't understand Ji-chen's puppet technique, he only knew that Ji-chen could summon multi-headed puppets, but he didn't realize that this multi has no upper limit. So when he heard about building a magma production line, his first reaction was a shortage of labor, making mass production of obsidian impossible. Ji-chen cleared his throat and added, I may not have expressed myself clearly. You just need to collect the magma and put it in the minecart, then transport it to the Hellgate. As for the production of obsidian, leave that to me. Good. You're quite generous, ha. The Pig Spirit King shook off his earlier gloom. With this clarification, the difficulty of the task was reduced by 90%. There are many projects I will collaborate on with the Pig Spirit clan in the future, so it's only right to offer some discounts. After all, since you hold me in high regard, I can't let you suffer losses. Ji-chen exchanged pleasantries, and the first request was successfully fulfilled. For Ji-chen, obsidian is not only the raw material for creating puppets but also a weapon he can manipulate at will. Although he can't mass-produce obsidian puppets yet, it's always good to prepare in advance. Moreover, the time of the sudden change is almost halfway through. After 50 days, the zombies will have the ability to destroy stones, and the base's walls must be quickly replaced with obsidian. Alright, my second request is also very simple. Find the ancient ruins of the Nether for me and mark their coordinates. The ancient ruins, once processed, will yield Nether alloy fragments. Nether alloy. Fragments can be combined with gold ingots at the crafting table to create nether alloy ingots. Diamonds are rare, and nether alloy ingots are even rarer if not prepared in advance. By the time Ji-chin reaches level 30, he might not even be able to gather enough for a nether alloy puppet. Ji-chin was very thoughtful. He currently had no diamond pickaxe, and the piglins certainly didn't have one either, so it wasn't realistic to ask them to help him gather. His request was very simple: just mark the location of any discovered ancient ruins, and once he had enough, he would gather them himself. Haha, no problem. You don't need to mark the locations, I'll personally help you dig. The Piglin King laughed heartily, his demigod fists being the best gathering tools in the world. No matter how hard the nether alloy was, it couldn't withstand his continuous attacks. He still vividly remembered the time when the Piglin King almost smashed obsidian into drops with just 3 bare-handed punches. Moreover, at that time, the Piglin King hadn't even used his full strength. Then thank you very much, Senior. Ji-chin was overjoyed. It was even better that the other party was willing to help, saving him trouble. The two discussed for another hour, and the details of this cooperation were nearly finalized. Senior, I won't disturb you any longer. In a while, someone will come to discuss the laying of the tracks with you. Ji-chin extended his hand and took his leave again. This time, the Piglin King didn't try to keep him for long, waving his hand to have a subordinate bring over a box, saying, "Inside here are brewing stands and nether warts that I prepared for you in advance. I guess you players will definitely need them." Ji-chin was taken aback. He had planned to develop his own alchemy system long ago in the secret realm of the water country. However, too many things had happened later, and this matter had naturally been pushed to the back of his mind. He opened the box, and inside lay 10 brewing stands, 10 sets of netherwarts, and 10 sets of blaze rods. Thank you, Senior. This gift is so timely, I can't express my gratitude enough. It's just a small effort. Why are you being so polite? If you run out of blaze powder and nether warts later, just let me know, and I'll find someone to help you replenish. The Piglin King was not stingy. These things were indeed just a matter of a few words for him. 2 kilometers outside the Crimson Forest. Wu Nian. We originally just wanted to kill a few pig spirits to earn some military merit, but we didn't expect to run into you here. Captain Diao Ling swung the stone sword in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Wu Nian did not respond, his teeth grinding as he constantly dodged the attacks around him. After parting ways with Diao Ling's little crew, he had not stopped for a moment, trying his best to hide his figure and prepared to sneak back into the Crimson Forest. But by a stroke of bad luck, he happened to encounter a Diao Ling spy team on his way back. They were hiding in the pig spirits' territory, waiting for the chance to kill some isolated pig spirits to earn military merit. Wu Nian's luck was simply outrageous, such a large area, and he just happened to run into them. Captain Diao Ling and a vice-captain released their realms. Level 16 and level 14. Wu Nian was secretly astonished. With his current strength, dealing with these 2 Diao Ling skeletons at once was already his limit, not to mention the other skeleton minions around. I advise you to be more restrained. This is the pig spirit's territory. Wu Nian slowly retreated, constantly buying time. The Diao Ling team leader was unconcerned, waving his hand to signal the surrounding skeletons to block Wu Nian's escape route, replying, "You don't need to worry about that, we'll finish this quickly and take you back. This risk is worth taking." Military merit was incredibly important, whether for the Pig Spirit clan or the Diao Ling clan. What the Diao Ling spy team was doing was a dangerous game. A mere 10-man team dared to venture deep into the Pig Spirit's territory, doing something that could lead to their destruction. How could they possibly fear such warnings? I really didn't expect that after being struck by the king, you still had a chance to survive. Captain Diao Ling chuckled, then changed his tone, saying, "If we take you back, how much military merit do you think the king will reward us?" The vice-captain beside him was also exceptionally excited upon hearing this. "This time we're lucky. Brothers, let's go all out. The chance for promotion and wealth is right in front of us." With the vice-captain's command, the skeleton minions surged forward, their stone swords wildly striking at Wu Nian. Wu Nian's iron armor manifested, and he raised his shield to defend. The retreat was blocked, and the only way to break the deadlock now was to buy time. As long as he delayed long enough, whether it was Ji-chan or the surrounding pig spirits, once one side discovered the battle here, he could be saved. In the midst of his thoughts, Wu Nian's shield had already cracked. He no longer hesitated, using the gap in the enemy's attacks to swing his iron sword and decapitate a skeleton minion on the spot. These minions were not even level 10. As long as he found the opportunity, he could almost kill them with a single strike. The surrounding Diao Ling minions saw their comrade killed but did not show any fear. They continued to press forward, catching Wu Nian off guard, and for a moment he was also injured. Captain Diao Ling did not rush to attack but instead waited for the right moment, looking for an opportunity. He was well aware of Wu Nian's abilities. His innate ability, Diao Ling Illusion, was very strange. If used properly, physical damage could hardly harm him. And now, the reason Wu Nian was still using his shield to defend was entirely due to his caution against the lurking Captain Diao Ling. Both Sides understood clearly that whenever Wunyan used Diao-Ling illusion, it was the moment for Captain Diao-Ling to strike. And a level 16 Diao-Ling, when he struck, would only deliver a deadly blow. The stone sword cut through the air and struck heavily against Wunyan's iron armor. Wunyan felt pain and gripped the stone sword in retaliation, activating Diao-Ling corruption. Dense black smoke quickly spread upward, enveloping the Diao-Ling minion behind him continuously, eroding the other's Diao-Ling essence. Now's the time. The Diao-Ling vice captain saw an opportunity and thrust his stone sword straight at Wunyan's shield. Crack! The shield shattered, and the stone sword's momentum did not wane, targeting Wunyan's neck. At the critical moment, the withering illusion activated. Wunyan's entire body began to flicker rhythmically, and the stone sword passed through him without inflicting a single wound. Do you think you deserve my life? Forced into a corner, Wunyan's expression twisted into a grimace as he gathered the power of withering in his hand and struck the face of the withering vice captain. Ah! Help me, Captain, save me! The vice captain of withering screamed. And due to his slightly higher realm, he did not die from Wunyan's blow. In an instant, during the brief moment when Wunyan's withering illusion ended, he felt a tremendous force strike his right temple. Immediately after, he was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before crashing through a dozen pieces of hellstone, finally coming to a stop. Vice Captain, are you alright? The withering captain smiled, reaching out to help the fallen vice captain up. Cough. Cough, cough, a few bones in my neck are broken, but I'm not dead. The vice captain's eyes were fierce. If it weren't for his realm supporting him, Wunyan's earlier strike would have been enough to take his life. This Wunyan is truly a tough nut. It's no wonder Wang valued him so much back then. Wunyan's current realm was barely level 13, and yet, with a full force strike, he almost took the life of the level 14 withering vice captain. Don't worry, the opponent just took my punch. He's either dead or left with only half a life, the withering captain reassured. On the other side, Wunyan felt the world spinning around him, watching the approaching withering skeletons with great fear in his heart. No! I can't die yet. Get up quickly. Wunyan forced himself to stand, but after just 2 seconds, he collapsed again. The withering captain's strike had hit his temple directly. If it weren't for the iron armor protecting him, his entire head might have been shattered. Moreover, the withering captain had also infused his withering effect into Wunyan's body with that strike. Although Wunyan also possessed withering power within him, it was not of the same origin, and would still be eroded. Seeing that the opponent had fainted, the withering captain did not rush to act but instead signaled to the 2 nearby minions to check if the opponent was pretending to be dead. The 2 withering minions exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. That was a strike that nearly took the vice captain's life. Even if they were heavily injured, they were not something these small minions could provoke. However, with authority comes pressure, and they could only brace themselves to investigate. Before the minions could get close, Wunyan, lying on the ground, began to ignite his realm, pushing the withering corruption to its extreme, with thick black smoke rising into the sky. Meanwhile, Ji Chen had just emerged from the Pig Spirit King's palace. Suddenly, he felt something and quickly turned his head to look beyond the crimson forest, his heart shouting that something was wrong. The obsidian puppet shot up from the ground, using its hands to throw Ji Chen into the air. With the dual enhancements of being struck and the impact, he soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the place where Wunyan was releasing his aura. Bang! A shadow fell from the sky, its feet directly shattering an entire layer of hellstone. The broken hellstone turned into debris, quietly floating above the ground. Ji Chen looked up, and the surrounding blocks trembled continuously, a faint white light spilling from his eyes. The traces of the battle were still present, but the person had already vanished without a trace. It was only 2 kilometers to the edge of the Crimson Forest, but there was still some distance to the Pig Spirit King's palace. At that moment, the decay of Wunyan's withering only flickered for less than a second, and Ji Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Disaster Sovereign, come out! Ji Chen shouted sternly, summoning the heart-on puppet from the shadows. A stone puppet with the head of the Disaster Sovereign crawled out from the shadows, kneeling on one knee to show submission. After looking around again with no results, Ji Chen coldly said, "Can you locate it?" A hint of confusion appeared in the eyes of the Disaster Sovereign, and then it slowly shook its head. The Heartbound could only locate places it had been before or had a clear target. Although the aura of Wunyan's withering was intense just now, it existed for only a moment before being interrupted, leaving no time for the Disaster Sovereign to make a location. Withering skeleton? Ji Chen reached down to pick up a piece of coal and a bone, the drops from the withering skeleton narrowing his eyes as his fist cracked ominously. Very good. You have successfully caught my attention. If Wunyan is dead, I wouldn't mind exterminating you. He was quite satisfied with this little brother, Wunyan, who was not only serious and reliable but also a capable assistant at times. Now that Wunyan's life and death were uncertain, as the leader, it would be too negligent not to show any response. Of course, he wasn't the type to rush in recklessly out of anger. The Withering clan had the Withering King, a demigod, overseeing them. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to challenge a demigod. Ji Chen waved his hand, controlling the disaster sovereign to tear open a rift in the air, the other end leading directly to the Pig Spirit King's palace. To rescue Wunyan, he would ultimately need the help of the Pig Spirit clan. At that moment, the Pig Spirit King, who had just seen Ji Chen off, sat on his throne, pondering something, muttering to himself. Withering old thief. Just wait, I've secured the position of the ruler of the lower realm. Oh, what the hell? How dare you trespass into my palace? You must be tired of living. The Pig Spirit King was startled by the sudden appearance of a spatial rift, and after regaining his composure, he became furious, releasing his aura and punching forward. Senior, please spare me, it's me. As Ji Chen stepped into the spatial rift, a large fist came rushing at him, startling him into quickly announcing his identity, to avoid being mistakenly harmed. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Pig Spirit King halted in time, a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he said, "Spatial jump? The ability of the Disaster Clan? Little brother Ji Chen, you have quite the skills, but such jokes shouldn't be made lightly. Our Pig Spirit Clan is most averse to trespassing into others' homes. You're the only one who dares to do this. If the barbarian general tried it, I'd have to beat him into a pulp." The Pig Spirit King was somewhat concerned about Ji Chen's intrusion into his palace. The stone body of the disaster sovereign exploded, turning to dust and dissipating into nothingness. Ji Chen put away the head of the disaster sovereign, bowed in apology, and said again, "It was my oversight, but the situation was urgent, and I hope for your understanding." The Pig Spirit King sighed deeply, returning to his throne, his voice slow and contemplative. "I just sensed a very intense withering aura. If I'm not mistaken, it should be released by Wunyan." Ji Chen nodded, a hint of anger in his voice. Exactly. The Pig Spirit King's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen Ji Chen this furious before. "Don't be anxious, tell me what happened. In detail, and feel free to mention anything that could be useful to our Pig Spirit clan." The Pig Spirit King had guessed some things in his heart, but he couldn't say it outright. Ji Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger within him, and spoke. "Senior, the two conditions I just proposed for trading with the Pig Spirit clan are null and void. I can enhance your equipment for free." The Pig Spirit King's expression didn't change much. He waved his hand and replied, "Those two conditions are not difficult at all, no need to nullify them. If you want to add more conditions, feel free to mention them." With the Pig Spirit King's words, Ji Chen didn't hold back any longer. The power of creation within him surged uncontrollably, and his eyes shone with a blinding white light as he said fiercely, "I want to use the power of the Pig Spirit clan to annihilate the Withering clan." Annihilate the Withering Skeleton clan? This statement seemed to strike a chord with the Pig Spirit King, and the look of surprise on his face vanished as he laughed heartily. "What a good plan to annihilate the Withering clan. A small matter indeed. I thought it was something serious." The Pig Spirit King took a deep breath and continued, "I've long found that old bastard displeasing. Unfortunately, we are both in the demigod realm, and neither side could do anything about it. Now that you are here to help, the decline of the Withering clan begins today." Just as the Pig Spirit King was speaking, the barbarian general appeared outside the palace, kneeling on one knee and saying loudly, "My king, I have important news to report." The Pig Spirit King's eyes flickered. He had sent the barbarian general to the border of the Crimson Forest some time ago to guard it. The news he was about to report was likely related to the war with the Withering clan. "Ji Chen, my younger brother, isn't what you were hoping for coming right now. General, please come in." The barbarian general strode in, and upon seeing Ji Chen present, he was slightly surprised. Although surprised, he didn't chase Ji Chen away. The match at the door had changed his impression of Ji Chen quite a bit. "I greet the barbarian general," Ji Chen said with a bow. The barbarian general nodded, not saying much, then looked at the Pig Spirit King on the throne, hesitating to speak. "Go ahead, it's fine, we are all on the same side." The Pig Spirit King indicated that there was no need for caution. After receiving the signal, the barbarian general then reported loudly, "In the eastern and southern parts of the Crimson Forest, a large number of withering beings are gathering. I suspect that the Withering King is planning to launch a large-scale slaughter." The Pig Spirit King nodded, his expression becoming serious. This news was not far from what he had guessed. The Pig Spirits and the Withering had been at odds for 1,000 years, and mutual assassinations were common. Large-scale slaughters had occurred several times in a century, with both sides evenly matched and neither gaining an advantage. Considering the time, the Withering King's arm should have healed by now. If he didn't retaliate, that wouldn't be in character for him. The Pig Spirit King turned to Ji Chen and said, "Time is a bit tight. What do you think about the equipment?" "No problem. I'll work overtime to rush it out. Senior, I still hope you can speed up the progress of the war. If it drags on, I'm worried that Wunyan won't be able to wait." Ji Chen cupped his hands in response. This battle was just what he wanted. The Withering clan dared to touch his people, and he would break their ribs. Soul Sand Deep Valley. The sound of bones clashing echoed continuously, and the rich power of decay made it nearly impossible for anything to grow here. All that could be seen was the fallen soul sand. It was hard to imagine any living beings residing in this place. Above a fortress that spanned east to west, countless decaying skeletons patrolled back and forth. Once they detected an invasion from outsiders, they would immediately enter combat mode. At the very center of the fortress stood a very strange grand hall, the top of which was piled high with the skulls of decaying skeletons. Inside the hall, the decaying king sat upon his throne, his gaze indifferent as he looked down. Beside him was an old man in a purple robe. Notably, beneath his cloak were not black bones, but the white of a normal skeleton. Below the hall, a few skeleton minions knelt, their heads bowed, not daring to meet their king's gaze, as if they were afraid of something. Have the 100 pig spirits I requested today been gathered? The decaying king's voice was cold and slow. Replying to the king, we are only missing the last one. The leading skeleton minion trembled as he answered. Oh, just one more? The decaying king's eyes opened wide, clearly displeased with this response, the infernal fire in his eye sockets tinged with anger. Rest assured, my king, we are searching for it, just wait an hour and we will surely catch it. Before the skeleton minion could finish explaining, a large hand-emitting black mist suddenly grabbed him, the overwhelming power of decay enveloping him in an instant. No, my king, spare my life, I know I was wrong, spare me, ah! The hand tightened continuously, the sound of bones breaking mixed with the skeleton's screams, all vanishing into the black smoke. Immediately after, the black smoke quickly retracted, returning to the decaying king's body. The skeleton minion had disappeared, leaving only a solitary decaying skull behind. Useless. There are so many pig spirits in the Crimson Forest, and you can't even catch 100 a day. You are nothing but a bunch of waste. The decaying king waved his newly grown arm, still feeling a bit unaccustomed. The skeleton minions below were so frightened that they didn't dare to lift their heads. Indeed, there were many pig spirits in the Crimson Forest, but they had to be able to enter. First, the golden axes of the pig spirit brutes were not to be trifled with. The skeleton minions exchanged glances, all seeing the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. Recently, their king had lost an arm and needed a large number of decaying bones to repair his body. If anything small displeased the decaying king, the final outcome would be to merge with the king. Come, take this skull away and place it at the top of the hall as a warning. Also, bring up the 99 pig spirits from today. Yes. 3 or 4 skeleton minions, as if they had found a savior, rushed to pick up their fallen companion's skull, hoping to use this to leave the place. The old man in the purple robe shook his head and chuckled at this scene, saying, as a king of a race, to use your own subjects to repair your body is absurd. Truly absurd. The decaying king slowly looked at the old man in the purple robe. He was not angry at the other's mockery, but instead wore a look of surprise. No matter how you look at it, you are just an ordinary skeleton. The old man in the purple robe chuckled, lightly tapping a rhythm with his fingers, his voice lazy. Whether I am ordinary or not is not the point. The point is, I can sit here and communicate with you as an equal, can't I? The old man's words were sharp, giving no face to the decaying king. The infernal fire in the decaying king's eyes flickered continuously, but he could not discern the other's true nature, ultimately having to give up in frustration. Some time ago, after he failed to block the door, this old man in the purple robe had sought out the decaying king himself, claiming to have a method to achieve divinity. At first, the decaying king did not believe him. He had spent most of his life exploring the demigod realm, yet had never found a way to advance further. The other party was just an ordinary skeleton from the upper realm, so how could he possibly know the method to become a god? But the facts gave him a resounding slap in the face. This old man in purple not only provided insights into becoming a god, but he also took out a box that emanated a divine aura. The divine breath on the box was very weak, a gust of wind could disperse it, but the withering king was certain that it was indeed the aura of a god. It was a realm he had spent most of his life trying to reach but could never attain. As the withering king felt his own realm seemingly frozen in place, a surge of anger rose within him, and he spoke in a cold, hoarse voice. You say the fundamental reason the withering clan cannot become gods is that we lack flesh and blood? The old man in purple nodded in response. That's right. Your withering clan has abandoned flesh and blood, focusing solely on the power of withering. This in itself is a very biased approach. To want to become an omniscient and omnipotent god is simply a delusion. Humph. The withering king snorted coldly, reaching out to shatter the throne to his left, gritting his teeth as he said, so according to your method, for this past month, I have consumed the flesh and blood of 100 pig spirits every day. Why hasn't my realm shown any signs of progress? The old man in purple remained unconcerned, not even glancing at the withering king, and continued, 100 pig spirits flesh and blood every day is too little, and a month's time is also too short. As the king of the withering clan, you wouldn't lack even this bit of patience, would you? The withering king forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, as the king of a clan being looked down upon by an outsider made him feel uneasy. Your method better be effective, or you will die a miserable death. This time, the old man in purple did not respond but instead looked at the 99 pig spirits brought into the Great Hall. Let's begin. Today's flesh and blood sacrifice is a bit lacking. The Withering King's gaze was cold as he condensed a black star from the lower realm from his body that was his source of withering. In the next moment, countless tentacles extended out, piercing straight into the already half-dead pig spirits. The pig spirits cried out in pain repeatedly, their plump bodies shriveled at a visible speed. In the end, even their bones were eroded into ashes, by the power of withering dissipating into nothingness. The Withering King closed his eyes, enjoying the flesh and blood flowing into his body. Then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas as if he had injured his source. You tricked me. The corrosion of withering is inherently in conflict with flesh and blood. How can absorbing flesh and blood enhance my realm? The Withering King suddenly realized something, and the killing intent in his eyes had reached its peak. If the old man in purple did not provide a perfect explanation, he would surely make the other party vanish in pain in an instant. The purple-swathed skeleton's face remained as calm as ever, as if he had no intention of explaining anything. Seeking death. The Withering King roared, raising his hand to strike the other down. Just as he was about to make his move, his semi-divine cultivation, which had remained stagnant for 100 years, suddenly loosened slightly. This is actually real. The Withering King was somewhat incredulous, his outstretched hand suddenly halting, almost striking down the purple-robed skeleton before him. Just a moment ago, his century-old realm had truly loosened for a brief instant. Although it returned to its previous state the next moment, that feeling of taking a step further was undeniably real. The purple-robed elder snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain, and said with a hint of amusement, "Come, kill me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Consuming flesh and blood is just the first step to elevating your realm. To solidify your realm, you must find another way. And that other way, only I know in this world." The words of the purple-robed skeleton were a blatant warning. If he died, the method for the skeleton to enter the divine realm would be lost forever. The Withering King took a deep breath, and in an instant his expression changed. Since the other party truly had a way to become a god, he had to do everything possible to obtain it. Ha ha ha, what a talented. Sir, how could I bear to kill you? I was careless earlier and frightened you, now I wish to apologize. Saying this, the Withering King was about to bow to the purple-robed elder. No need. The purple-robed elder waved his hand to interrupt, rising to leave. Wait. The Withering King's gaze turned cold, the flattery on his face fading as he voiced his inner doubts. I'm curious, why do you want to help me? Since the method to become a god is useful, what is your intention? The purple-robed elder paused, the faint red light in his eyes brightening. Intention? It's simple, I'm just waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? The vague statement left the Withering King somewhat lost, and he continued to ask, what does waiting for someone have to do with teaching me the method to become a god? Of course it does, and it has a very deep connection. The purple-robed skeleton laughed heartily, his voice becoming extremely serious as he said again, because this is also part of the plan. The fire of resentment in the Withering King's eyes contracted, and he said fiercely, are you using me as a pawn? The purple-robed skeleton had almost made it clear he was indeed using the Withering King, and the intention was that simple. Unfortunately, the Withering King had no choice but to go along with the other party's wishes, because he wanted to become a god, and the other party had him by the throat. This was an open scheme, a blatant scheme, even if it was clearly laid out for the Withering King, he could not break it. After a moment of thought, the Withering King gritted his teeth and said, you want me to be your pawn, that's completely fine, but I hope that after you achieve your goal, I can obtain the complete method to become a god. Of course, it should be so. The purple-robed skeleton turned to look at the Withering King, the faint red light in his eyes appearing exceptionally terrifying. The Withering King felt a chill run down his spine at that gaze. It was as if the other party was looking at a piece of art, completely disregarding him. The purple-robed skeleton did not linger, stepping down from the high platform, preparing to walk out of the hall. The Withering King's fists clenched tightly, the feeling of being toyed with by the other party was truly unpleasant. Otherwise, here, kill him. A thought crossed the Withering King's mind, as long as he killed this guy in front of him, no matter what the other party was plotting, there would be no more stakes. With that in mind, he gathered the power of withering in his hand, slowly raising his right hand, aiming at the purple-robed skeleton walking toward the hall's exit. No way. That is the method to become a god. I must get it no matter what. Even if it costs me something, it's worth it. The Withering King, feeling helpless, waved his hand to extinguish the power of withering in his grasp. He was simply too eager to take a step further. The feeling of being forever stuck in the demigod realm was truly unbearable. The purple-robed skeleton smiled at the corners of its mouth, as it naturally sensed the gathering power of decay behind it, but it also knew that the other party dared not kill it. On the other side, the decaying little crew returned to the lower realm fortress in a daze, constantly pondering the safety of Wunyan. Suddenly, a loud laugh from the skeleton guarding the fortress caught her attention. Oh, isn't this Wunyan who was slapped to death by the king? How did you end up in your hands? Little Ka's heart sank and she quickly looked towards the fortress gate. There, a spy team was escorting a fainted player. Upon closer inspection, it was Wunyan whom she had just parted with. The vice captain of Decay rubbed his cracked skull and kicked Wunyan viciously, saying, "We caught this one in the heart of the Pig Spirit clan. Bah! This is still a tough nut to crack. I almost didn't make it back." The guarding skeleton chuckled. "Isn't your spy team's job to lick blood off the tip of a knife? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I could guard this gate for a year and it wouldn't compare to your one mission's achievements." The vice captain of Decay raised his head, looking somewhat proud. "That's right, once we hand Wunyan over to the king for disposal, we can exchange our achievements for good positions and won't have to do these life-risking jobs anymore." The captain of Decay patted the vice captain, his tone slightly reproachful. "All right, hurry up and take this person to the king, lest the night be long and dreams many." "Sure thing, we'll head in first, you guard the gate well." The vice captain of Decay smiled proudly and dragged the unconscious Wunyan inside. The guarding skeleton watched them leave with envy. "Oh no, Wunyan, how could you be so careless?" Little Ka stomped her feet anxiously from a distance, just thinking about when they would meet again, and now they encountered each other again. What to do? Wunyan has fallen into the king's hands. He will definitely be treated as food. I must think of a way. What if I bribe the spy team to let Wunyan go? Ah, that's Wunyan. What could I possibly use to bribe them? Her status in the clan was not high, not much stronger than the skeleton guarding the fortress, and it was impossible to use connections to get Wunyan out. Moreover, Wunyan's identity was well known, and he was a thorn in the King of Decay side. No matter how high the position in the Decay clan, it couldn't cover this matter. Now that Wunyan was caught, death was only a matter of time. No, I must think of a way to save Wunyan's life. Little Ka steeled her heart and quickly followed the Decay spy team. If she gave up, Wunyan would truly have no chance of survival. Soon after, in the great hall of the King of Decay, the captain's voice rang out. "King, look what we have brought you." As they spoke, they released their grip, and the fainted Wunyan was thrown directly into the hall. The resting King of Decay raised his eyes, a hint of surprise in his gaze, as the fainted player was none other than Wunyan, whom he had once killed. "Wunyan, you're not dead yet," the King of Decay said, intrigued. The captain of Decay continued. "King, while we were capturing the pig spirits for you, we happened to encounter this person. We suspect he may have defected to the Pig Spirit clan, so we brought him back for your judgment." The captain and vice captain of Decay exchanged words, summarizing the general process. The King of Decay nodded, although he didn't know how Wunyan had survived. It no longer mattered, as he was now back in his hands. "You did well. Later, each of you can claim your respective military merits." "Thank you, King." The two of them were overjoyed and quickly expressed their gratitude before retreating. During the conversation, Wunyan slowly regained consciousness. "Lower Realm Castle? I'm back again." The familiar scene reappeared before his eyes. But today was different from the past. He had once been summoned by the Withering King in the name of genius, yet now he was a prisoner. Wunyan tried to stand up, but his hands and feet had already been pierced, and his body was continuously losing blood. "Wunyan, long time no see. How have you been lately?" The feigned concern of the Withering King reached Wunyan's ears, causing his stomach to churn. "Pa, you scoundrel! I was truly blind to have called you king back then." Wunyan spat. Immediately, his face filled with disgust. The Withering King didn't mind. He wouldn't get angry with a dying man. "I'm curious how you've managed to survive. Can you tell me?" Wunyan turned his face away, unwilling to answer the question. The Withering King stroked his bony fingers and voiced his speculation. "I heard you sought refuge with the Pig Spirit clan?" "No, that's just a facade. That dead pig, while not as hostile to outsiders as we Withering are, would never kindly take in trash like you. If I'm not mistaken, your new master should be that puppet master, right?" The Withering King's words caused Wunyan's breath to falter slightly, involuntarily making it heavier. "Ha ha ha, looks like I guessed. Right." The Withering King then lay back, his voice somewhat lazy. The King of the Pig Spirits was adept at seizing opportunities. The Withering King was ruthless and decisive. Their personalities might differ, but as kings of their respective clans, the Pig Spirit King was a sage, and the Withering King was too. Wunyan's allegiance to the Pig Spirit clan was merely superficial. His true dependence was on that puppet boy. Wunyan said fiercely, "If you want to kill me, then do it. Who I submit to is none of your business." The Withering King was a bit bored, bent down, and stood up from his seat, saying, "Good. Very good. I like your rebellious spirit. Today, I'm short one blood meal, so you'll do just fine." The King of Withering and Wunyan's commotion was not small. The sound traveled far and echoed throughout the entire fortress of the lower realm. TSK, this Wunyan is really hard to kill. He's actually still alive. If I had taken a hit from the king, I would have reincarnated by now. Humph. Although Wunyan is an outsider, his talent is undeniable. Can your mediocre talent even Compared to his? You're reaching too high. At this moment, a large number of skeleton soldiers had gathered outside the hall, looking at the half-destroyed Wunyan above, filled with mixed feelings. Back then, Wunyan was heavily favored by the King of Withering, receiving various resources, and in less than a month, he quickly grew from an inconspicuous waste to a first-tier warrior, gaining immense admiration. It is known that an ordinary skeleton soldier needs at least 10 years of cultivation to complete a single rank up. For those with good talent, 5 or 6 years is definitely not uncommon. Yet Wunyan managed to traverse in just over a month what others took over a decade to achieve. Such talent is indeed extraordinary even among the Withering clan. What does it matter if he has strong talent? He'll still have to die later. Yeah, what a pity. It's really a pity. These skeletons had come to witness the spectacle after hearing about Wunyan's death and resurrection. During his time living with the Withering clan, he had won over many of them. Now that he had finally come back to life, he was about to die again, which made them sigh and regret. The Withering and the pig spirits have different natures. They do not possess such a strong sense of territory. Although there are distinctions in rank, there are no strict rules. Even the lowest ranking skeleton can boldly enter the hall to report important information to the King of Withering without needing anyone's approval. Thus, it is not uncommon for skeletons to eavesdrop or peek through walls. The King of Withering learned of a piece of news in advance, and once it was heard by the patrolling skeleton soldiers outside, within just a few hours, the news would spread throughout the entire fortress, known by all. The King of Withering did not care and was too lazy to rectify this trend. Besides, the sharing of information had many benefits. At this moment, Little Ku from the Withering clan was hiding among the many skeletons, feeling somewhat anxious. Upon hearing that Wunyan was to be used as blood food, her hands unconsciously clenched tightly, and she silently prayed in her heart, "Wunyan, don't say anything, just soften up to the king, you might still have a chance to live." If she could, she would never want to see Wunyan die again. But contrary to her wishes, while Little Ku prayed outside, Wunyan endured the pain in his limbs and stood up, cursing, "Old bastard, you still remember to inform me before killing me. That's not your style." Wunyan sneered, mocking the King of Withering. "Back then, when I trusted you the most, you dealt me a blow, and I still remember that slap vividly. Today, you're so gentle, I'm really touched, ha ha." Wunyan's words were laced with sarcasm, each word sharp. After finishing, he laughed wildly, completely disregarding the King of Withering's threat. He was now powerless to resist. Before dying, he would at least get one last jab in. The last time he was hit, he didn't have time to curse this old bastard, so he had to be arrogant once before dying. The many skeletons outside the hall collectively gasped, the sound of bones clashing echoing. Wow, he's mocking the king. Although there's no foul language, why does it make me want to hit him so much? This is the power of sarcasm. Wunyan is doomed. No, he's deliberately provoking the king, seeking death. The skeletons outside were all sweating for Wunyan. The only ones who dared to openly mock the King of Withering like this throughout history were only the Pig Spirit King and Wunyan. Little Ku from the Withering clan almost burst into tears from Wunyan's words. "Wunyan, you fool." Originally, submitting softly might have given a chance to survive, but now that the mocking words have been spoken, even if the King of Heaven came, Wunyan would still die. Sure enough, as soon as those words were uttered, the gaze of the King of Decay began to sharpen. The power of decay coalesced into a large hand that suddenly grabbed Wunyan and began to constrict. "Gentle? Heh, how come I never knew you were so good at mocking people? Since you want to die, I'll grant you that." Saying this, the essence of the King of Decay manifested, and an overwhelming sense of corrosion instantly enveloped Wunyan. The intense corrosive force made Wunyan wish for death, as his flesh began to corrode and fall away bit by bit. The King of Decay did not choose to consume the opponent's flesh and blood like he did with the pig spirit. Instead, he slowly eroded the opponent's source of decay with his own power, allowing Wunyan to witness his own skin and flesh deteriorate and even rot. The entire process would make one wish for death. Hee. How does it feel to have your flesh worn away bit by bit? The King of Decay's movements were light, as if he were peeling a red blood orange. Wunyan gritted his teeth, suddenly stifling his cries forcibly, suppressing the extreme pain of his body, and glared fiercely at the King of Decay. "Is that all you've got? If you have the ability, kill me. If I get the chance to live, I will definitely take your head and make it a decoration." Angering a demigod is not a wise choice. The more you want to die, the more I will torment you. The King of Decay could tell that the other party was deliberately trying to provoke him, and his movements slowed even further, while the sound of flesh being corroded increased in pitch. The intense pain instantly broke through Wunyan's threshold of endurance, bringing him to the brink of fainting. Gradually, his vision began to blur, and his skin and flesh were corroded to the point of being unrecognizable upon closer inspection. One could even see the stark white bones beneath. The once handsome young man had now become a grotesque sight, his face contorted with pain, muscles curling in agony, and there was not a single intact piece of skin to be seen. This kind of Skinning injury was irreversible. Even if he were to return to peak health now, his skin would not grow back. As a demigod, the King of Decay had an exquisite control over his attacks. Despite Wu Nian's suffering, his health had not dropped significantly, remaining in a certain balance. The King of Decay's intention was clear: to play with Wu Nian until he died, driving him mad in the process of extreme pain. Outside the hall, the skeletons listened to the piercing and painful sounds, and a wave of sorrowful empathy surged within them. They did not sympathize with Wu Nian, for they were Decay skeletons, his enemies. The King of Decay had no problem torturing the opponent, but they did not cheer. Without flesh and blood, they naturally could not feel that kind of pain. However, the senses of the spirits were interconnected. Watching Wu Nian suffer such torment, their bloodthirsty nature unexpectedly calmed down, leaving only a fear of pain. "Let's go. There's nothing to see." One Decay skeleton pulled another by the hand, preparing to leave. The other skeleton did not resist, nodding silently. Gradually, the dense crowd of Decay skeletons dispersed significantly. Little Kiki of Decay was stunned on the spot, black Decay power flowing from her eye sockets, which were her tears. "No! I have to find a way to save Wu Nian." Just as she thought this, she was about to rush into the hall to plead for Wu Nian, but the remaining rationality in her heart stopped her. She was just a little Decay soldier. How could the lofty king give her face? Once inside, Wu Nian would only be tortured more severely by the King of Decay, even losing the right to die. Just as she was feeling hopeless, an old yet gentle voice rang in her ear. "Do you want to save him? I have a way." The little withering Ka suddenly brightened, quickly turning her head to look. But to her surprise, there was no one behind her. Auditory hallucination. The little withering Ka's mood sank a bit. That voice had seemed to appear right next to her ear, so real that it felt somewhat false, making her momentarily think it was an auditory illusion. "No, it's not an auditory illusion. Look to the right front at the tower." That aged voice sounded again, as if the other party could read the thoughts in little Ka's heart, explaining patiently. Following the guidance, little withering Ka soon discovered the other party. On a watchtower 300 meters away, a purple-robed skeleton was standing there, waving at little Ku, every movement exuding gentleness. "High Priest." Little withering Ku was startled, instinctively taking a step back. She didn't understand how, from such a distance, the other party could transmit words into her ear. In the withering clan, those with official positions were called priests, divided into large, medium, and small ranks, much like the landowners of pig spirits. The purple-robed skeleton was conferred the title of High Priest for teaching the Withering King the method to become a deity, earning the admiration of countless skeletons. "High Priest? Where? I don't see anyone." The skeletons around, who had not yet left, turned to look in the direction of little withering Ku when they heard the High Priest had arrived, but they saw nothing. The watchtower was empty. "What the heck? You scared me." Such jokes shouldn't be made lightly. The surrounding skeletons grumbled and turned back to the hall. Although the Withering clan did not have a strong sense of territory, a small official still had to pay respects to a high official. The hierarchy of respect and inferiority would not change in any race. "Only I can see the High Priest." Little withering Ku was slightly startled, quickly covering her mouth, and looked back at the watchtower. The purple-robed skeleton was still standing there, not moving, with a faint white light flickering in its eyes, very eye-catching. She remembered hearing others say that the purple-robed skeleton High Priest was just an ordinary skeleton from the upper realm, without any special abilities. The position of High Priest was purely based on the method of becoming a deity in his hands. Therefore, some skeletons would not even bow when they saw the purple-robed skeleton. Now it seemed that the other party's rise to the position of High Priest was not just a hollow title. Little withering Ku was overjoyed. The greater the other party's abilities, the higher the chance of saving Wu Nian. The purple-robed skeleton made a gesture for silence and said again, "Do not make it known. If you want to save Wu Nian, just nod your head." Little withering Ku's eyes were filled with joy. She looked around at the skeletons nearby, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to her, she nodded heavily. "Good." The purple-robed skeleton smiled, and in the next moment, it transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished without a trace. Little withering Ku had not yet reacted when a purple wide robe appeared in her hands. "You go in and report. Tell the Withering King that Wu Nian is the second method for him to ascend to godhood. Do not harm his life. After saving Wu Nian, you just need to cover him with this wide robe, remember." Little withering Ku was delighted and, without much thought, rushed into the hall with the purple robe in her arms. At this moment, Wu Nian had already been tortured by the Withering King to the point of being unrecognizable. His body was a bloody mess, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. "King, please show mercy. Spare Wu Nian's life," Little Withering Ku shouted loudly, positioning herself in front of Wu Nian. A look of surprise appeared in the Withering King's eyes. He was quite displeased with this skeleton that had interrupted his peeling of blood oranges, daring to plead for this outsider. "Do you want to die too?" The Withering King's words were like an invisible mountain instantly, pressing Little Withering Ku to the ground, her skeletal frame beginning to crack faintly on the verge of breaking. King, spare Wunyan's life. The withering Shaka was usually a timid skeleton soldier unaccustomed to such a scene, and the overwhelming pressure made it hard for her to breathe. The words from the purple-robed skeleton were stuck in her heart, unable to be spoken. Wunyan's expression was dazed, his head, which only had one eyeball left, slowly turned to look at the withering Shaka pressed to the ground, and he whimpered, why are you here? Hurry and leave, don't worry about me. His voice was very soft, or rather, it was just his inner thoughts, because Wunyan, at this moment, had no flesh in his throat and could not make any sound. If it weren't for the fact that he had awakened the power of decay, allowing him to extend his life through his own decaying essence, other players would have died dozens of times with such injuries. Purple robe. The withering Shaka suppressed the fear in her heart and took out the purple robe. The strength in the hand of the King of Decay relaxed, and Wunyan's floating body fell to the ground, while the pressure on Shaka gradually disappeared. It's that bastard again. Tell me, what does he want you to say to me? The earlier harassment from the purple-robed skeleton left the King of Decay in a bad mood, his voice tinged with annoyance. Wunyan is the key to your ascension, please be sure to spare his life. The withering Shaka gasped heavily, not daring to hesitate for a moment. The infernal fire in the king's eyes contracted, and he said coldly, what a coincidence. I was just about to kill him when you showed up. King, I'm not lying, everything I said is true. The withering Shaka's body was trembling like a sieve, her entire skeleton cracking. Then why didn't he come personally but sent you to report? You seem quite concerned about Wunyan's life and death. With just a few words, the King of Decay shattered Shaka's psychological defenses. I don't know. The flickering infernal fire in Shaka's eyes was clearly at its peak of tension. Just like that, the atmosphere in the great hall strangely froze, silent, even the skeletons outside who were watching stopped their actions. After a long while, the King of Decay waved his hand and said helplessly, it seems I was overthinking it. The purple-robed skeleton acts without any rules, and this behavior actually fits the other party's character. Upon careful thought, it made sense. Although the purple-robed skeleton was not very powerful, his actions were quite strange and unpredictable. The other party might not want to show up simply because they were unwilling, and it wasn't that complicated. Did he say how the second method of ascension works? The King of Decay asked. Seeing that the king had no intention of attacking again, the withering Shaka quickly replied, No, the high priest only told me this much. Alright, I'll ask myself later. The King of Decay felt a bit of a headache, as the leader of a clan, being led around by a skeleton from the upper realm was quite embarrassing. You take Wunyan down first, find a few second-tier skeletons to keep a close watch on him, and find a way to get some recovery potions, don't let him really die. Yes. The withering Shaka nodded repeatedly, wrapping the purple robe around Wunyan, then picked him up and turned to leave. The flesh on Wunyan's body was nearly gone, and all that could be seen was a skeleton. The only thing that might still be intact was the heart beating in his chest. Wait a minute. The withering king suddenly spoke, sizing up withering little Ko, committing the appearance of this skeleton to memory, and said again, what is your name? Skeleton soldier, Little Ko. Withering Little Ko's voice trembled slightly. It's a good name, but a bit low in rank. From today on, you will be responsible for the daily needs of Wunyan. If you let him die, you know what will happen. Little Ko will not disappoint the king's trust. Withering Little Ko felt a flicker of joy in his heart but did not show it. After bowing to the king, he hurriedly left the great hall. With this order, he could now openly take care of Wunyan. The withering king squinted his eyes, still a bit uneasy. He waved his hand to summon 3 skeleton guards, all of whom were above level 20, and said again, keep a close watch on Wunyan. If he tries to escape, just chop off his feet without reporting. The 3 skeleton guards bowed in unison. Yes. Wunyan had basically lost all combat ability. It would take at least 3 to 4 months of recovery to fully restore his health. Even if his health were fully restored, due to the excessive loss of flesh, his condition could not return to its peak. Not to mention 3 level 20 skeleton guards, even a level 10 skeleton soldier could easily handle him. Everything in order, Withering Little Ko then took the already unconscious Wunyan away. The Valley of Soul Sand stretched endlessly, resembling a black desert. Soul Sand, as the name suggests, is sand filled with vengeful souls. Players walking on it would have their movement speed significantly slowed, and it would also consume additional hunger points. The Withering Clan did not have strict prison cells. The dark, fallen, and fearful Valley of Soul Sand itself was a natural prison. Of course, this effect would not affect the Withering, as they belonged to the Undead Clan and naturally feared no departed souls. On the other side, at a high vantage point, a purple figure stood, witnessing all of this. He did not take action himself but had arranged everything clearly. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. The purple-robed skeleton murmured, various images swirling in his eyes, clearly deducing something. Snore, a grunt broke the purple-robed skeleton's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw a hellgate that had appeared behind him at some point. A pink pig jumped out from the hellgate. This pig was not a spirit pig. It was just an ordinary domestic pig from the upper realm. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that this pig had not even awakened its intelligence. The purple-robed skeleton smiled, placing his hands behind his head as a pillow and lying down, saying, "Hee hee, blood god, long time no see, how have you been lately?" The domestic pig tilted its head to glance at the purple-robed skeleton, grunted twice without responding, and busied itself with nudging the skeleton's purple robe. "Having a great time? Humph. Still pretending. Since you're just an ordinary domestic pig, I might as well kill you and eat your meat." As he spoke, the purple-robed skeleton conjured a ball of black mist in his hand, emanating a strong aura of fear. Seeing that the other party was serious, the domestic pig's eyes suddenly became much clearer, as if it had gained supreme intelligence in that instant, speaking human words. "Well, you purple seaweed, after such a long time, this is how you treat an old friend? Can't take a joke, can you?" As he spoke, a crown gradually appeared above the domestic pig's head, making it look much more dignified. "Purple seaweed? Ha, it's been a long time since I heard that name. Now, apart from the one I follow, you're the only one who remembers." The purple-robed skeleton couldn't help but feel delighted, sitting up and gazing leisurely at the movements of everyone in the fortress below, and spoke again. "However, nowadays people prefer to call me the Fear Demon King. At first glance, I seem like a wicked demon lord." The blood god did not transform into a human form but instead crouched on 4 bent legs beside the Fear Demon King, teasing. "The name Fear Demon King is quite fitting, at least it matches your aloof persona." A hint of helplessness appeared on the skeletal face of the Fear Demon King as he looked at his bony hands, sighed, and replied, "You know, I really dislike my current appearance. What you call aloofness is just me not wanting to show this face to others." Seeing this, the blood god shook his head and quickly changed the subject. "You people, one and all, treat Notch's words as nonsense, don't you? You promised not to interfere, and now you're just a step away from punching a hole in the world." The Fear Demon King did not take the blood god's complaints to heart, his voice as calm as ever. "I have never personally interfered with the development of the mortal body from start to finish. You need to provide evidence when you speak. Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation." A vein throbbed on the blood god's forehead, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Well, it's been a while since we last met. When did your skin become so thick?" Notch's principle of non-interference only means you shouldn't interfere with your own mortal body, right? And interfering through someone else's hands doesn't count as interference? The Fear Demon King shrugged, showing a skeleton's indifference to scalding water, and replied, "Otherwise, why don't you go tell Notch on me? I haven't stopped you. Shameless. Zitsai, you've changed." The blood god ground his back teeth together, then sighed helplessly, "I'm not as boring as you, Suyu. I can't be bothered." After finishing his complaints about the Fear Demon King, the blood god turned to look at the fortress in the lower realm, his eyes shining with white light, his gaze crossing thousands of miles, penetrating all blockages, finally landing on the figure draped in a purple robe, Wyan. At that moment, Wyan was trapped in a matchbox built of underworld stone bricks, his breath extremely weak, as if he were about to pass out at any second. "Your mortal body?" The Fear Demon King nodded, saying nothing more. The blood god retracted the divine light in his eyes and said, "Since it's already been decided, why aren't you going back?" "I haven't registered yet," the Fear Demon King replied coldly. "Registered?" The blood god laughed directly. "Is it necessary? You're already wearing the purple robe. Isn't that more useful than registration?" "I haven't registered yet," the Fear Demon King repeated, unwilling to explain anything to the blood god. The blood god squinted, and after a long silence spoke in a low voice. "I see your intentions are not just about the wine. Do you have other goals?" Upon hearing this, the Fear Demon King's gaze turned cold, the ghostly flames of karma in his eyes glancing at the blood god as he spoke. "What exactly are you trying to express?" The blood god did not back down, staring directly into the Fear Demon King's eyes as he said, "It's simple, even this pig brain of mine can figure it out. You squeak squeak squeak." Before the blood god could finish, the pig he was possessing was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of black mist, and in the blink of an eye, the entire pig was reduced to powder, not even leaving behind a pork chop. "As loot? Humph. I wondered why you appeared here for no reason. Turns out you came to trouble me." The Fear Demon King waved his hand, dispersing the gray mist beside him. "You're becoming more and more detestable. Can't you let me finish speaking?" The Hellgate opened again, and a pink domestic pig identical to the previous one jumped out, its eyes showing some anger. The Fear Demon King didn't care how the other party evaluated him and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, black smoke began to envelop the pig. "Oh, come on. Again. How long is this going to go on?" Squeak squeak squeak. The pig spat blood and fell to the ground dead, its screams echoing far away. The Hellgate opened again. The blood god said fiercely, "These are not even my true forms. Is this really amusing to you?" "Ah. Stop, stop." Squeak squeak squeak. The Fear Demon King smiled, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Interesting. After the death of a dozen pig substitutes, the blood god finally learned to be clever, hiding behind the Hellgate, his voice drifting out. Alright, I won't say anything more, just don't mess with me. I only have a few pigs left in the upper realm, leave me some assets. After saying this, seeing that the other party remained silent, the blood god cautiously controlled the pig to extend a foot, not feeling any burning sensation, and cautiously poked its head out. The feared demon king glanced over, causing the little pig to shiver, and the blood god frowned and said, I warn you, just play around a bit, I only have this one piglet left in the upper realm. The feared demon king withdrew his gaze, and after a long silence, he spoke again, his voice chillingly cold. You have also received that person's favor. Now that person is in trouble, you don't have to help, but if you cause any disruption, I will kill you. There was not a trace of anger in this statement, but it was particularly pure. The blood god swallowed hard and forced a smile. He. You said it yourself, that person has favor with you and with me. I can't be so ungrateful, don't worry. Saying this, the blood god controlled the pig to sit back in its original position. But at this moment, the atmosphere between the two had completely lost its previous feeling. All that remained was a sense of opposition. The feared demon king was not losing his temper for no reason. Although his wisdom was not as great as that of the one he followed, it was certainly not lacking. He had seen from the very beginning that the blood god was here to stop him, which is why he took action to express his stance. As for why the other party wanted to prevent his resurrection, only the other party knew. Of course, the feared demon king did not want to hear the blood god's reasons. He, like the god of drowning corpses, was a fervent follower of him. As long as he could resurrect him, he was willing to do anything. Seeing the other party so resolute, the blood god's expression became serious, and he said, I am not your enemy, you don't need to threaten me. Now is not the time. For him to be resurrected, you must wait. Wait for the right time? Don't give me that, I only believe in myself. The feared demon king stood up, preparing to leave. The blood god wanted to say something else but swallowed it down. Now, whatever he said, the other party would not listen. The black smoke began to rise around the feared demon king, and he turned to look at the little pig controlled by the blood god. Don't think I'm joking with you, this matter of his earthly body must be settled. If you dare to cause trouble, I won't just kill the little pig you control. The power of fear spread rapidly, and even the blood god, being a deity himself, felt fear, his heart slightly startled. The master of fear is indeed not so easy to provoke. While the blood god was thinking, black smoke began to rise around the pig, and in the next moment, the pig's screams echoed. Seaweed. Damn you, immortal. This is really my last one, compensate me for my pig. On the other side, in the base, Ji-Chin bid farewell to the pig spirit king and returned to the upper realm through the hell portal. The pig spirit king could only hold back the front lines of the war against the Withering clan. To infiltrate the enemy's rear and rescue Wunyan, he had to rely on himself. Of course, this is only under the condition that Wunyan is not dead. If something really happened to his little brother, then the nature of this war would change. Ji-Chen respects life, that is his principle. This does not mean he lacks the ability to trample on life. A massacre that can happen at a moment's notice only requires a suitable reason. Moreover, skeletons belong to the undead, and living beings and the undead are inherently adversarial. Killing a few 100,000 withered minions to accompany Wunyan to the grave should not be excessive. After taking a few deep breaths, the white light in Ji-Chan's eyes brightened, and he shouted sternly, All puppets, gather before me. His voice was not loud, and it did not carry far before dissipating. But this call was like a magical incantation, causing the entire base to tremble. The standby puppets sleeping beneath the base opened their eyes simultaneously, their blood-red pupils resembling hellish hounds. Upon receiving their master's command, they began to creak and twist their bodies. Most of these were stone puppets. The trial ground did not have villagers and could not create iron farms like in games. Of course, the disaster villagers have intelligence. Ordinary villagers should have no reason not to awaken. In the real world, something like an iron farm would never exist. If it could be done, Ji-Chin could only express his regret. 1,000,000 steel puppets would not be a dream. Once the command was given, all the standby puppets underground, as well as the working puppets mining and farming, froze in their actions. They first located Ji-Chen's position, then took off running without a hint of hesitation. Their king was calling them. Over 100 steel puppets, over 1,000 stone puppets, and nearly 5,000 functional puppets. The sound of their footsteps shook the heavens, and dust filled the air. The king, Chang, and Chu Linger in the base were also startled. What's wrong with the puppets? Not good. It must be that something happened to Xiao Xian. Hurry, and go check it out. Ouch. Don't step on me, Chang, help me up. This group of puppets has gone mad. Thus, in response to Ji-Chen's call, everyone in the base, whether human or puppet, rushed towards him. Half an hour later, Ji-Chen was surrounded by puppets, each kneeling on one knee, waiting for their king to give orders. Bone puppets and ice puppets, which are two-grid puppets, do not have legs. After another 10 minutes, the first to arrive was the disaster lark, followed by Chang and the others. When they saw that Ji-Chen was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At some point, Ji Chen had already become their spiritual pillar. The disaster lark was about to step forward to give Ji Chen a hug but was stopped by Chu Linger. Don't go over yet. Ji Chen's expression is not good. Something big must have happened. The boss dotes on you, but you also need to understand the occasion and what to do. The disaster lark seemed to understand, but seeing the serious atmosphere around, felt that Linger's words had some truth to them. As the leading brother, Chang steeled himself and stepped forward to ask, "Boss, what happened?" Ji Chen nodded, his gaze sharp. "Wu Nian is in trouble." Ji Chen roughly sorted out the ins and outs of the matter again. After listening, Wang Chang and the others all showed indignation. Wu Nian should be considered one of the third batch to join the team. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Wu Nian's steady and humble demeanor had left a good impression on everyone. Now that Wu Nian was in trouble, there was no reason for them not to help. Ji Chen scanned the crowd and said solemnly again, "This time is different from before. We are facing an entire race, and there is also a demigod overseeing them. To be honest, although I have fought against demigods, I still cannot grasp just how strong they are when they go all out. So, if this matter is not handled well, it could very likely result in deaths." Demigod? Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances. It was the first time they had heard of this realm. As players, their levels were subdivided from 1 to 50 without detailed labels for each realm. In the original world, being simply divided realms into 4 ascensions, with the peak of the 4th ascension being the demigod realm. However, whether it was a demigod or a true god, as long as it had anything to do with the word god, it was not something humans could withstand. Ji Chen nodded and continued, "A demigod is what we players refer to as level 49. However, you don't need to worry too much. I have my own forces in the lower realm, and at least on the front lines, the King of Decay will not pose any threat to us." Wang Chang, with his quick temper, took the lead and said, "Boss, just tell us what to do, and we will follow your lead." As soon as he said this, everyone below picked up their weapons and shouted, "Yes, let's go for it." So what if it's a demigod? Anyone who dares to touch our people will be dealt with. That's right. Even if we can't win, we should at least show them our temper and take a piece of flesh from them. That's still good. With a clatter, the Iron Armor gang members all donned their iron armor, fully equipped with weapons and shields, ready to fight at any moment. Ji Chen was taken aback. He felt that the members of the Iron Armor gang seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. Although they had all completed 1 ascension, if they were to discuss combat power, the best they could do was match the strength of his 6 steel puppets. Sending them to the battlefield to fight? That was too much. I appreciate your intentions on behalf of Wu Nian, but with so many puppets at my disposal, there's no need for you to risk your lives on the battlefield. What I've been trying to tell you is that we are in trouble, and that's all. Ha! The enthusiasm that the Iron Armor gang had just built up was doused with a bucket of cold water, and their mouths twitched involuntarily. They knew they were weak, but hearing their boss imply it like this was somewhat disheartening. Wang Chang did not take off his iron armor. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze became resolute. "Again, boss, we know you are thinking of our lives. We will remember this kindness. But we are not the same as the puppets in your hands. We have our own thoughts. We want to repay your protection with our own actions. Even if the price is our lives, we are willing." Wang Chang poured out all the words from his heart in one breath. In this chaotic world, having a strong protector was a very fortunate thing. However, the longer this protection lasted, the more it became a burden for someone like Wang Chang. They believed that giving was mutual. Being weak was not a reason for them to accept gifts without gratitude. Wow! What profound, heartfelt words! Ji Chen found it hard to believe. Wang Chang usually looked like a big, burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he didn't expect him to have such high awareness at a critical moment. "Alright, since you have this awareness, as your boss, I should take you to the lower realm to broaden your horizons." Wang Chang was a bit excited and wanted to say thank you, but he also felt a bit awkward and couldn't find the right words. Ji Chen didn't care about these small details. With a wave of his hand, all the puppets in the base immediately split into 2. On the left were the puppets he would take to the lower realm, and on the right were the working puppets that maintained the normal operation of the base. Puppets like the weak puppet, which had no combat power, would be useless in the lower realm. It was better to produce more food to supply the war in the lower realm. What are your thoughts? After finishing these tasks, Ji Chen turned to ask Chu Linger, who was standing nearby. "Me?" Chu Linger hesitated slightly. "Can I choose not to go? I'm a bit afraid of the heat." "Of course. No problem at all." Ji Chen was more than happy to have someone stay at the base to keep an eye on things. "From now on, all the systems in the base will be handed over to you, including the operation of the DE shop. Don't let me down. By the way, you can reduce the sale of food a bit. Fighting consumes a lot of supplies, so it's better to stock up." Chu Linger straightened her back and shouted, "I guarantee to complete the task." Ji Chen's gaze shifted to the calamity lark. The calamity lark widened its eyes, ready to take on its task. However, Ji Chen only glanced at it and then looked away, showing no intention of giving any instructions. The calamity lark became anxious and shouted out loud, "Ha, master, what about me? I also want to go to the lower realm to fight enemies with you." "Oh, I appreciate the sentiment, but no." Ji Chen casually rejected it. The calamity lark became even more anxious. Everyone else got a yes from the master, so why did the situation change when it came to him? "Master, I can also space jump in the lower realm. I'm very useful. Why won't you take me?" Ji Chen directed the puppets to orderly pass through the hellgate and casually made up a reason, saying, "Because minors are prohibited from watching violent scenes." As soon as this reason was given, Wang Chang and the others almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Seriously, minors can't watch violent scenes? This was too dismissive. Ji Chen looked. Strangely, wasn't this reason sufficient? War involves bloodshed, and bloodshed requires censorship. What if not censoring affects the mentality of minors? Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. Yes. This reason was simply irrefutable. The calamity lark saw that everyone around was stifling laughter, its little face looking pitiful. It was a native of the MC world, not someone who had crossed over. Naturally, it couldn't grasp the humor in the situation and thought the people in the base were mocking it for being too weak. Chu Linger quickly stepped forward to mediate and comforted. "Staying in the base is quite good. You can help me manage the farm." The calamity lark didn't want to stay in the base and looked again at the busy Ji Chen, hoping for another chance. "Once you come of age, I will definitely take you." Ji Chen casually painted a big pie in the sky. He had the head of Calamity Xingchuan and didn't need the calamity lark's help at all. If the other party went, it would just be a live target at risk of being shot and dying with a single arrow, so it was better to manage the farm in the base. The tactic of painting a big pie was quite useful against the disaster lark. The other party didn't say anything more and obediently followed Chu Linger towards the farm. After arranging these trivial matters, Ji Chen reconsidered what to do next. Since the Pig Spirit King had not retracted his request to build the obsidian production line, he would continue with it. In about 10 days, the zombie transformation would gain the ability to destroy stones. The walls around the base must be quickly replaced with obsidian. Otherwise, before the war in the lower realm even begins, the upper realm's home would be stolen by zombies, and who would he complain to? Ji Chen called out to Wang Chang, directly appointing him as the person in charge of this project. "This obsidian production line is very important. When the time comes, I will contact the pig spirits to collect magma, and you just need to find a few stone golems to handle the pouring." "Got it, boss, I'll get ready right away." Wang Chang had experience operating mining production lines, so this task was quite easy for him. After giving the instructions, Ji Chen took out the head of the disaster lark and casually made a body for it. The next moment, a spatial rift opened, and on the other side was outside the Pig Spirit King's palace. The two guarding Pig Spirit warriors were startled and raised their axes, taking a combat stance. "Bold! This is the Pig Spirit King's palace. Who dares to be reckless here?" Ji Chen calmly walked out from the rift. He respected the Pig Spirit's territorial awareness and did not directly jump into the Pig Spirit King's palace. "Long time no see, gentlemen. I have something to discuss with the Pig Spirit King. May I report it?" "Oh, it's Lord Ji. Long time no see, Hulu." The Pig Spirit warrior on the left immediately put away his axe and approached with a smile. The warrior on the right was angry and punched the other in the face. "We just saw Lord Ji yesterday. You're being too polite. Go report it." 5 minutes later, Ji Chen met the Pig Spirit King again. "Is everything in the upper realm ready?" "Yes, it's all prepared. May I ask when you plan to start the war?" Ji Chen got straight to the point. The Pig Spirit King was already wearing battle armor, full of fighting spirit. "The warrior general has gathered a large force and can launch the war at any time. Now I'm just waiting for your word." "I'm flattered, then I'll trouble you. Once I rescue Wunyan and have enough time, I will definitely join you in exterminating the Withering Clan." As he spoke, a white light shone in Ji Chen's eyes, and he pointed out, activating the enchantment. Various enchantments quickly surged on the Pig Spirit King's armor. He didn't have time to forge too many enchanted armors. Wunyan's life and death were uncertain, and delaying would only be detrimental. He needed the Pig Spirit King to draw out the Withering King, this demigod. In this way, with the Withering Clan lacking a god to oversee them, Ji Chen could advance unimpeded, with no one able to threaten his life. He didn't dare to say he was invincible, but at least self-preservation was definitely not a problem. As long as he successfully rescued Wunyan, he could go all out in this war without any worries. The Pig Spirit King closed his eyes, enjoying the various enchantments on his armor, and his own realm began to rhythmically pulse. What powerful enchanting power! Ha ha ha! From the beginning, I anticipated it would be strong, but I didn't expect to feel such a different surprise in person. Just as he was speaking, the Pig Spirit King's aura continuously rose, and the surrounding blocks began to tremble, his realm faintly indicating a step forward. Ji Chen's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Is he about to break through? The Pig Spirit King was currently at the demigod level. After breaking through, he would reach the god level. No one knew just how strong the god level was. However, if the Pig Spirit King could truly break through, it would be a tremendous boon for Ji-Chen. In this way, he could even avoid sneaking into the Valley of Soul Sand and just hug the Pig Spirit King's thigh, fighting his way through. Ha ha, this is the feeling, it's simply marvelous. The Pig Spirit King's massive body slowly floated in the air. At that moment, he seemed to merge with his armor, his aura reaching its peak, with a hint of white light even spilling from his eyes. Just when Ji-Chen thought his ally was about to become a god, the next moment, the Pig Spirit King's aura deflated like a punctured balloon, quickly retracting, and his realm fell back to demigod level. What a pity! Still, couldn't succeed. The Pig Spirit King slowly opened his eyes, murmuring. At that moment, he had indeed touched the threshold of godhood, but it seemed something blocked him, preventing success. But there's nothing to regret. In my lifetime, being able to catch a glimpse of the divine realm, even if today is my death day, it's worth it. The Pig Spirit King remained optimistic, knowing that forcing what couldn't be obtained was of no use. Withering old man, although I couldn't succeed in entering the divine realm, I have gained some insights, and in this battle, you will undoubtedly lose. The Pig Spirit King laughed heartily, his body fat beginning to burn, while his entire realm was mobilized. In the next moment, his figure appeared in midair, striding swiftly towards the distance, aiming for the direction of the Valley of Soul Sand. What a disappointment! Ji-Chen felt a bit regretful, just a little bit more. Collecting his emotions, he took out the head of the disaster and opened a crack in front of him, the other side being the place where Wunyan had disappeared. In the Valley of Soul Sand, inside a matchbox, Wunyan slowly awakened, his vision hazy. At this moment, Withering Little Ku was carefully feeding him a recovery potion. Withering beings are undead, and the recovery potion for living beings is their poison, so Little Ku's movements were very gentle. Where am I? Wunyan turned his single eye to survey the surroundings, his voice in his throat very muffled. Wunyan, you finally woke up. Ah! Withering Little Ku, seeing Wunyan react, hurriedly leaned in to hear what he wanted to say. But due to her excitement, the recovery potion in her hand accidentally splashed onto herself, causing a sharp pain that made her scream. The Withering guards outside heard the commotion and turned to ask, what happened? Oh, it's nothing. You don't need to worry, my lords. Withering Little Ku gritted her teeth against the pain and quickly replied. The guards outside were all above level 20, their status far exceeding that of Withering Little Ku. The leading guard glanced inside and coldly said, if you revive him, hurry up and come out. Wunyan is a tough nut, even if he's already crippled, we can't let our guard down. The guard was unaware of the relationship between Wunyan and Withering Little Ku, urging them repeatedly. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will finish feeding this bottle of recovery potion and then come out. Withering Little Ku raised the half-full potion in her hand towards the window, forcing a smile. The guard withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to the two. How did you save me? Wunyan shook his slightly dizzy head, feeling a bit lethargic. Back then, he had been on the brink of death, crushed by the giant hand conjured by the Withering King, and had only seen Withering Little Ku enter the Great Hall with a purple robe before he passed out. He had no knowledge of what happened afterward, nor did he know how Little Ku had rescued him from the furious Withering King. Withering Little Ku cautiously glanced out the window, then lowered his voice to a whisper. It wasn't me who saved you, it was mainly the purple robe high priest who helped. Otherwise, even if I had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough for the king to chop off. Purple robe high priest? Wunyan was surprised. During his time living with the Withering clan, he had no idea there was a purple robe high priest. Why would that high priest want to save me? Besides, what kind of high priest has such influence that even the supreme king of the Withering clan has to give face? Withering Little Ku put down the recovery potion in his hand and replied softly, it's normal that you don't know. This purple robe high priest was recently awarded and is an outsider. We don't even know his real name because he often wears a purple robe, so we just call him the purple robe high priest. Withering Little Ku pointed at the purple robe Wunyan was wearing and added, of course, this purple robe on you was also given to you by him. Wunyan understood, slowly stroking the purple robe in his hands, feeling nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary robe. An outsider? Is he also a player like me? Wunyan asked again. If that were the case, it would make sense for him to save himself. Withering Little Ku shook his head with a smile and replied, do you think that's possible? Our Withering clan is very exclusive, you know that. He's a little white skeleton from the upper realm, so I guess he's our close relative. As Withering Little Ku spoke, he suddenly paused, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. The now skeletal Wunyan, wearing the purple robe, looked somewhat similar to the high priest. Was it just an illusion? Wunyan felt a bit uneasy under Little Ku's gaze, glancing at the bloody and mangled scene around him. A wave of bitterness and inferiority surged in his heart. What's wrong? Do I look a bit ugly like this? No. Withering Little Ku came to his senses and quickly explained. As you know, our skeleton's aesthetic only looks at character, not appearance. I just feel that you look more and more like a skeleton now. Whether it was the little white skeleton from the upper realm or the withering skeleton from the lower realm, they were inherently devoid of flesh. The reason withering skeletons could develop intelligence like other races was entirely due to their own source of withering, which was like the flesh and heart of the withering skeleton, allowing them to live like normal beings. The reason Wu Nian, having lost most of his flesh, still remained undead was right here. His awakened class was A-level, Withering Prince, and while he possessed flesh, he also birthed a source of withering. In other words, this source of withering was currently functioning in place of the flesh. Wu Nian wanted to get up but was pressed back down by withering little Ku. You saw it too, there are guards outside. It's impossible for you to escape. Wu Nian's eyes sparkled, his exposed teeth clenched tightly as he activated the system to look outside the window. The 3 skeletons outside were all level 20. Even in his prime, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. No, I must find a way to get out. Only then can I take revenge for this skinning and flesh-extracting grudge. Wu Nian gritted his teeth, his anger surging continuously. Withering little Ku, feeling helpless, picked up the recovery potion and fed him a bit more, softly advising him, this matter cannot be rushed. With your injuries like this, there's no chance of escaping. It's better to heal here first. Observe the situation and take it one step at a time. Diaoling Xiaoke thought simply, as long as the other party could preserve their life, she was already very content. Wu Nian took a deep breath, his mind cleared up again, and he felt that Diaoling Xiaoke's words made sense. It was already a stroke of luck that he could keep his life. How could he still hope to escape from here? After more than half an hour, with the help of the recovery potion, Wu Nian's injuries finally stabilized and his spirit became much clearer. Alright, you should leave quickly so as not to raise others' suspicions. Wu Nian's voice was very soft, almost like a gentle breeze coming from his throat. Diaoling Xiaoke understood his meaning, tidied up a bit and prepared to leave. Before she left, she still felt a bit uneasy and said, take good care of your injuries. If you want to do anything, please be sure to discuss it with me. Don't act alone. Diaoling Xiaoke's words were very tactful, meaning to warn Wu Nian not to think about escaping. Even if he wanted to run, he should at least inform her, perhaps she could help him. On the other side, Ji Chen stepped out from the spatial rift. He looked around, and his brows furrowed. He had only considered how to distract Diaoling Wang but overlooked the most important detail, how to get in. The Soul Sand Valley was so vast, and without a guide, the possibility of getting lost was too great. Impulsive. Too impulsive, I was still too unprepared. Ji Chen criticized himself and began to pace, thinking of a solution. He wasn't known for being steady, but he was definitely well prepared. It was the first time he felt so helpless like today. Worry leads to chaos. I must pay attention to this in the future. Making mistakes isn't scary, just remember to avoid them as much as possible in the future. After all, no one is born a sage. Now, the Pig Spirit King was rushing to the battlefield, and time was of the essence. He had to brace himself and go in. Ji Chen waved his hand to control a block to float up, then jumped directly onto it. The deceleration effect of the soul sand was like a hidden weapon lurking in the dark. However, for Ji Chen, it wasn't a big deal. He had the head of disaster and authority and could control the block to fly. Even if he really got lost, he could easily escape. Just as Ji Chen was about to enter the Soul Sand Valley, a pig's cry sounded behind him, and a team of pig spirits had unknowingly arrived at his back. Lord Ji, don't go. Lord Ji, don't go. Ji Chen turned to look. He recognized the person. It was Pig Spirit Wuyo, whom he had helped during the coming-of-age ceremony. Pig Spirit Wuyo? Yes. It's me. Seeing that he had caught up, Pig Spirit Wuyo let out a long sigh of relief. His attitude was very humble. Even this man, who could make the Pig Spirit King show respect, he dared not act with any arrogance. What brings you here? Ji Chen glanced at the group of pigs, clearly a patrol team. Pig Spirit Wuyo wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled apologetically. We are the patrol team of pig spirits here. I've heard about your situation. That group of black devils is too much. I've wanted to chop them down for a long time. Ji Chen was somewhat speechless. His time was precious, and if this continued, he might just leave. A nearby pig spirit teammate snorted, interrupting Wuyo's complaints. Oh, that's not the point. Our strength is limited, and we can't help you much, but please accept this. Saying that, Pig Spirit Wuyo took out an enchanted book and a torn map from his backpack. We pooled our money to buy this. Lord Ji, you might find it useful. Ji Chen took the enchanted book and the map, and their names appeared before his eyes. Enchanted book, Soul Speed I, *1, map, mostly blank, *1, players walking on soul sand will be affected by a slowing effect, but with the soul speed enchantment, this slowing effect will be significantly reduced, even completely negated. However, this was of no use to him, and besides, it was just a first-tier soul speed enchanted book. What was useful to Ji Chen was the second item handed to him, the map. Although most of the map was blank and unrecorded, it clearly marked a nether fortress. This saved him a lot of trouble. Even if this fortress wasn't a place to imprison Wunyan, he could still capture a live one to ask for directions. At the very least, he wouldn't be flying around like a headless fly. Ji-chan smiled and asked, Woyo, how did you know I didn't have a soul speed enchanted book? Not only did he lack soul speed, but he also didn't have experience repair. These enchantments wouldn't appear on the enchanting table. All the enchantments Ji-chan could currently use were those that had appeared on the enchanting table. Other rare enchanted books had to be collected later to obtain and store. Pig Spirit Woyo scratched his head, grinning foolishly, and said, Lord Ji, the chestplate you enchanted for me, I took a good look at it. There are many types, but not all, so I guessed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Ji-chan nodded. Although the Soul Speed enchanted book was just a first tier one, it certainly wasn't cheap for the Pig Spirit clan. Woyo's thoughtfulness was indeed commendable. You've got a good heart. Well, those who treat me sincerely, I won't let you suffer, Ji-chan said, tossing the Soul Speed enchanted book behind him. The lapis lazuli puppet in the shadows couldn't wait any longer and reached out for a bite. Ding! Detected a new enchantment, Soul Speed I*1. Immediately, a shimmering purple light surrounded Ji-chan's fingertips as he reached out, and a surge of enchanting power flowed toward the group of pig spirits. Ding! Golden Boots *1, enchantment successful. Ding! Golden Axe *1, enchantment successful. In the blink of an eye, all the equipment of the entire team was enchanted with full attributes. And this time, the first enchantment was Soul Speed. This, Lord Ji, you misunderstood. That's not what we meant. The Pig Spirit team all widened their eyes in disbelief. This entire Pig Spirit team belonged to the same clan, all family of Woyo. The gift was merely to thank Ji-chan for his help to Woyo. It was initially out of gratitude, without any further thoughts. Ji-chan's unexpected gesture turned them into those seeking favors. Ha ha ha. No worries, this is my intention. If you really feel bad about it, just go kill a few wither skeletons. Ji-chan laughed heartily, controlling the blocks beneath his feet as he swept away. Only this little pig spirit team remained in place, 7 parts surprised, 3 parts worried. After Ji-chan Fei disappeared, Woyo's father directly kicked him away and said fiercely, I told you to buy the Soul Sprint 2 enchantment book, but you insisted on buying I. Now you're embarrassed, aren't you? The pig spirit Woyo felt a bit wronged. I wanted to get 2 too, but our family can't afford it. This I was still something we exchanged everything for. Humph. I have no ambition, and my son is a pig. Woyo's father snorted, steam coming out of his nostrils, and continued, let's go to the battlefield, kill a few black devils to buy Soul Sprint 3 for Lord Ji. On the other side, the Pig Spirit King had already arrived at the southern battlefield of the Crimson Forest. His body hovered in mid-air, taking in the entire scene below. At this moment, the decaying skeleton army and the Pig Spirit army were already entangled, attacking each other fiercely, desperately hacking and slashing. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking mixed together. The Pig Spirit King looked around and did not see the figure of the barbarian general. He guessed he might be on another battlefield. Let's start from here. The simplest way to draw out the decaying king was to join the battlefield in a demigod form. No matter what creature it was, once it reached the demigod realm, the number of enemies would no longer be a limiting factor to its strength. In other words, if the Pig Spirit King entered the fray now, it would be a massacre without mercy. Decaying old bastard, come out and fight me, or I'll slaughter your entire army by myself. The Pig Spirit King took a deep breath, and his muscles began to swell continuously. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. Just his overwhelming aura crushed a group of unranked skeleton soldiers. The Pig Spirit King felt it wasn't enough, so he raised his hand and conjured a huge phantom hand in the air, shimmering with golden light. Decaying old bastard, why don't you quickly show yourself and fight me? The Decaying clan looked up at the giant hand phantom in the sky, and the entire army was stunned, fear spreading like a plague, uncontrollable. If that hand were to come crashing down, there would be no chance of survival for the skeleton soldiers below the 3rd rank. Run, get out of the hand phantom's coverage. Quick, send a signal, ask the king to engage. The Pig Spirit King has gone mad. Just the aura emitted by the demigod was enough to cause a trend of collapse among the decaying skeleton army. In stark contrast to the Decaying clan was the Pig Spirit clan. Seeing their king personally enter the battle, their morale surged fearless, pushing the skeleton side back step by step. Steady, steady the morale. A level 40 skeleton rushed from the rear of the army, charging straight towards the giant hand phantom in the air. It was clear that this skeleton was the commander of the army. All skeleton leaders above the 3rd rank, follow me to break this hand of the Pig Spirit King, by time for the king's arrival. With a command from the skeleton commander, the strong members of the Decaying clan moved out one after another. They had to block the Pig Spirit King's hand, otherwise, this entire army might evaporate in an instant, with all below the 3rd rank being turned to dust. The Pig Spirit King looked at the skeleton commander who stood out, his eyes filled with disdain. You, who just reached the 4th rank? Hurry and call the Decaying King here. You're not worthy. The skeleton commander erupted with aura, saying, don't underestimate people. Even if we are both at the 4th rank, I want to see just how strong a demigod-level powerhouse really is. After saying that, the skeleton commander roared and charged towards the giant hand phantom in the air, preparing to take the hit head-on. Both at the 4th rank? Haha, what identity do you have to compare with me at the same level? The Pig Spirit King sneered, extending a finger from the phantom giant hand, directly slamming this level 40 commander into the ground. Life or death unknown. Is the commander already defeated? A strong warrior who has stepped up 4 times couldn't even block a single move from the Pig Spirit King. How is that possible? A dozen third-tier skeletons gasped in shock. As soon as they heard the command from the commander, they hurried over to provide support. But before they even arrived, the commander had already kicked the bucket. What kind of fight is this? Each of them clearly understood that the Pig Spirit King's previous strike hadn't been made with full force. Yet, this kind of attack had directly crushed a level 40 skeleton commander, as simple as squashing an ant. This group of third-tier skeletons was considered elite in the army, but in front of a demigod, they were nothing but trash. Charging in would be no different from sending their heads to the slaughter. The Pig Spirit King looked at the third-tier skeletons, standing on the ground, his gaze icy, and said, do you all want to test your luck and wrestle with me? No, no, no. As soon as these words were spoken, the third-tier skeleton leaders all took a step back. The earlier fervor of sacrificing themselves for their race vanished, and they all felt a strong urge to retreat. The reason demigods are referred to separately is that they possess enough strength to crush everyone below their level. Let alone a 40-level skeleton commander. Even a 48-level one could be taken down by the Pig Spirit King in 3 moves. The Pig Spirit King stroked his chin, pondering, should I just squash this group of third-tier skeletons? Wouldn't that be too unkind? Just as he was about to slap this group of 30-level skeleton leaders to death, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. It was the late-arriving Withering King. You crazy pig. What are you doing today? The agreement states that demigod-level beings cannot participate in battles between our 2 races. Do you think that's just a joke? Demigod-level beings no longer belong to the realm of mortals. Even when facing thousands of troops, it's merely a matter of a flick of the finger. Therefore, demigods cannot engage in direct battlefield combat. If they want to fight, it must be king against king, soldier against soldier. This had been agreed upon by the 2 races long ago, and the Pig Spirit King was clearly in violation today. The Pig Spirit King retracted his giant hand, unconcerned, and said, of course, I will abide by the agreement. I'm just killing a few blind skeletons to send you a challenge. You wouldn't be afraid of that, would you? Shut up, you crazy pig. The Withering King's skeleton had a dark expression, his fists cracking ominously. When he flew to the center of the battlefield, he saw a massive pit below, where a silent skeletal frame lay. That was the commander of his Withering clan. How outrageous. You killed one of my 4-step commanders. How can you issue a challenge like this? A 4-step commander was already considered a high-end combat force for a race, and cultivating a 4th-tier skeleton required countless resources. And now, in the blink of an eye, one had been killed by the Pig Spirit King. His heart was bleeding. The Withering King's demigod aura erupted, pushing back the Pig Spirit King's momentum. The Pig Spirit King remained calm, ignoring the furious Withering King, and continued, let me reiterate, I have not violated the agreement between our 2 races. If I truly wanted to slaughter, your army of skeletons wouldn't be able to stop me for even a second. He really only wanted to kill a few skeletons to send a challenge to the Withering King, who knew that the 40-level commander would be so blind as to charge right into his palm. It was just a matter of casually swatting a fly that didn't know its place. He couldn't be blamed for that. Shameless. The Withering King was furious, and countless withering phantoms emerged around him, attacking the Pig Spirit King's army behind him. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Withering had lost a level 40 commander, so he would make sure the Pig Spirit lost one too. The Pig Spirit King snorted coldly, spreading his arms wide, his body transforming into a giant meat shield, absorbing all the damage. You think you can talk about righteousness with me? Don't think I don't know about your recent capture of my people and the consumption of their flesh and blood. Using my clan's pig lives as rations. You old scoundrel have quite the authority. The Pig Spirit King did not back down and immediately began to grapple with the Withering King. On the ground, both armies retreated to avoid being harmed by the aftermath of the battle between the 2 demigods. Deep in the Valley of Soul Sand, blue-purple smoke filled the air, making visibility very poor. The soul sand on the ground emitted a chilling roar. Ji-Chin piloted the block beneath his feet with a golden carrot in his left hand going towards his mouth, while his right hand observed the map. He had been flying for nearly 3 hours, and he had already consumed several sets of golden carrots, yet he still hadn't seen the boundary of the lower realm fortress. The environment here could only be described as desolate. Apart from the ghostly blue flames burning on the soul sand, there were the whispers of the undead in his ears. Could the pig spirit Woyo have bought a fake? It shouldn't be. The map works, so why haven't we arrived? How about we find a team of withering skeletons to ask? Ji Chen felt inexplicably irritable. After searching for so long, he hadn't found a single clue, which made him doubt the map's accuracy. After a moment, he found a concealed spot to land, and after carefully examining the map with no results, he prepared to ambush a small team of withering skeletons to inquire about the situation. During these 3 hours of flight, he had encountered quite a few withering teams. However, to avoid alarming them, he had not engaged in conflict. Just as Ji Chen concealed himself, a miraculous scene unfolded. The lower realm fortress, which he had been unable to find, suddenly appeared before him out of thin air. The fortress was massive, thousands of times larger than in the game, with all kinds of pavilions and towers, resembling a city suspended in mid-air. The entire fortress was built from lower realm stone bricks, grand and imposing. Looking at the map again, he realized that his current position was exactly where it was marked. A mirage? Ji Chen could hardly believe his eyes. No, the surrounding blue-purple smoke is the problem. He quickly realized that he was very sensitive to the block's signals. The lower realm fortress ahead truly existed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some skeleton soldiers patrolling on it. He had circled around in the air several times without discovering this place. This could only mean that the surrounding purple smoke might have some effect that obscured visibility. Ji Chen did not rush, ensuring he was not detected. He controlled the block to carry him back into the air. In the next moment, another miraculous scene occurred. The entire lower realm fortress actually faded into the contours of the purple mist. Or rather, the lower realm stone bricks faded from view because Ji Chen could now clearly see the soul soil behind the fortress. Not just in the air, as long as he was at a distance, the lower realm fortress would automatically become invisible with the help of the purple mist. Without specific coordinates and a map accurately locating a fortress was nearly impossible. I had heard before coming that the Valley of Soul Sand was known as the Black Desert, and now it seems the name is well deserved. Ji Chen was secretly astonished. This place was not only filled with the soul sand that slowed movement, but the blue-purple smoke was also a headache-inducing element. Fortunately, his luck was always good, and he had stumbled upon it. Above the fortress of the lower realm, 2 skeleton guards patrolled to this point. They turned to gaze at the boundless valley of soul sand, a hint of fatigue appearing on their bony faces. We've been patrolling for 4 hours today. Let's take a break. It's not break time yet. We shouldn't do that. What if some outsiders sneak in? The skeleton on the right said impatiently. Where would outsiders come from? This is the Valley of Soul Sand. No one foolish enough would come here. Upon hearing this, the skeleton on the left thought for a moment and found some truth in it. This was the Valley of Soul Sand, barren as far as the eye could see. Apart from withered skeletons, no creature could survive here. Such an environment was a natural racial barrier. Thus, the 2 skeletons gladly accepted the idea of slacking off. The 2 skeleton soldiers walked to the outer side of the fortress, looking down from a height, gazing into the distance, their fatigue quickly fading, replaced by comfort. I heard the Piglin King has killed quite a few people on the front lines. A demigod can't go to the battlefield, right? The opposing piglins are not following the rules of combat. Who says they aren't? Don't worry, our clan also has demigods. This grudge will definitely be avenged. The 2 skeletons chatted idly, completely unaware that a figure had crept up behind them. The skeleton on the right stretched and suddenly realized his stone sword was missing. Hey, have you seen my stone sword? It was just here. The skeleton on the left shook his head, a hint of glee on his face. Losing your stone sword will get you punished. You're in trouble. The skeleton on the right looked down and around, not finding it on the ground, his face showing a hint of anxiety as he exclaimed, Hurry and help me look. We're a team. If I get punished, you won't benefit either. The skeleton on the left sighed, Fine. You're always so careless. The 2 skeletons began to search around in place for a long time. In the shadows, Ji Chen forcefully broke the stone sword, various glimmers flashing in his eyes. He was contemplating how to pry some useful information from these 2 skeletons. After searching fruitlessly for a long time, the skeleton who lost his sword was genuinely panicking. How strange, I clearly had it in my hand. And in the blink of an eye, it's gone. Could it be a ghost? We're undead. Where would a ghost come from? The other skeleton retorted. Just as these 2 skeletons were at a loss, a third voice rang out. It's just a stone sword. It's no big deal. How about I give you an iron sword instead? It's much stronger than a stone sword. Ji Chen took out an iron sword from the shadows and handed it to the skeleton who had lost his sword. The skeleton was overjoyed, quickly clutching the iron sword to his chest, exclaiming, This is an iron sword. Brother, where did you get this iron? Wait, an iron sword? Where did iron ore come from in the lower realm? The 2 skeletons instantly felt a chill. run down their spines and looked up to see Ji Chen's friendly smile. It's simple, I mined it in the upper realm. Do you want it? I have another one here. Ji Chen cheerfully pulled out another one from his backpack and handed it to the skeleton on the left. The two skeletons didn't even have a chance to step back, they were just two ordinary skeletons. At that moment, the pressure emanating from Ji Chen alone rendered them immobile, let alone reaching out to take the iron sword. The skeleton who lost his sword suddenly woke up, about to sound a warning, when an iron sword was pressed against his throat, and Ji Chen's friendly voice rang out again. Life is short, why make things difficult? For each other. Cooperate obediently, and if you dare to shout, your head won't be safe. Ji Chen was currently in the dark, completely unaware of where Wunyan Pass was. He needed to find two little tongues to ask. The sword throwing skeleton's mouth remained silent, trembling all over, and finally nodded in agreement. That's more like it. With such little military achievement in a month, what are you risking your lives for? Ji Chen chuckled as he snatched the iron sword from the other's hand and placed it against another skeleton's neck. This bizarre maneuver left the two skeletons dumbfounded. It was surprisingly fair. I just have one question, where is Wunyan Pass? Upon hearing this, the two skeletons exchanged glances, instantly understanding the person's intent. After a moment of silence, the sword-throwing skeleton spoke first. We are just two withered little soldiers, we don't know anything about Wunyan, and we certainly don't know where it is. Cold. The iron sword gleamed with a chilling light, and the black withering power sprayed everywhere. One withered head was directly severed by Ji Chen. I'm connected to you heart to heart, and you're trying to play tricks on me, huh? Ji Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party even knew about the Pig Spirit King participating in the frontline battle. As a former member of the Withered clan, how could he not have heard of Wunyan's name? This withered skeleton was simply rubbing his intelligence in the dirt. The other withered one was already scared silly. Its companion's blood, withering power, splattered all over its face, making its vision a bit blurry. Ji Chen opened his eyes, the eerie blue hellfire reflected in his gaze, the previous amiable feeling completely vanished. I'm not satisfied with his answer. You speak. Remember, don't try any tricks, I'm not that easy to fool. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the withered skeleton's head from the ground and placed it into his backpack space. You? The other skeleton's eyes were filled with fear. Oh, since you're already dead, the head shouldn't go to waste, Ji Chen cheerfully explained when he saw the other's confusion. Ji Chen's explanation only made the other skeleton more terrified. After its companion died, it couldn't even leave a complete corpse behind. The other party was simply a devil. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. We know Wunyan, the whole Withered clan knows about his recent resurrection. He's not in this fortress. If you want to find him, you must go to the center fortress of the Soul Sand Valley. That's where the king resides. This skeleton spoke rapidly, and Ji Chen pondered for a moment. There was indeed no major flaw in its words. If he had found the right place from the start, he would have doubted the truthfulness of the other's words. Ji Chen sheathed the iron sword, his tone icy. Do you have a map of the central fortress? Just pointing in a direction will do. The skeleton soldier saw the iron sword being sheathed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the hellfire in its eyes flickering as if it was contemplating something. I don't have a map, but I can point you in a direction, I promise. Cold. Before the withered soldier could finish speaking, the blade swept across again. Its head was also severed by Ji Chen. I said, don't play tricks with me, you can't outsmart me. This statement from Ji Chen was a test. If the other party could really produce a map, he might consider sparing its life. But since the other chose to just point him in a direction, that was unacceptable. I don't believe it. Ji Chen simply tidied up the two withered corpses. He concealed his form and began to wander through the fortress again. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. The central fortress? I'm just a patroller, how would I know where the central fortress is? Clang, the sound of a sword against the neck. Oh, I remember now, it suddenly came to me. It's in that direction. Crack, the sound of bones breaking. Scream. This lower realm fortress is quite large. Ji Chen turned left and right, and after half an hour, his backpack had 6 or 7 more skulls. These skeletons were a group of low-tier minions, their average strength around level 5 or 6, not strong, just a matter of a slap. But what troubled him was that this group of decaying skeletons was quite slick. When faced with threats, they were terrified yet reluctant to tell the truth. He asked 5 skeletons in a row about the location of the central fortress, and surprisingly received 5 completely different directions. All were crafty, not a single honest one. It seems that finding the map to the central fortress is the real key to breaking the deadlock. Ji Chen sighed. Now too lazy to waste his breath, he killed every skeleton he encountered, leaving no survivors. The Valley of Soul Sand was so vast. Each fortress must be connected. He didn't believe this group of skeletons all had navigation functions, able to find the corresponding fortress with their eyes closed. There must be some who didn't know the way. Pulling out a map would mean victory. After walking for an unknown time, a commotion caught his attention. At the end of the passage, a group of decaying skeletons seemed to be discussing something. Ji Chen didn't rush to act, hiding his figure and peeking over. In the distance, a second-tier skeleton with piercing eyes spoke in a deep voice. Decay little down and decay little mold, why haven't you come to assemble? The skeleton soldiers below exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they didn't know. I just saw them patrolling over there? How could they disappear in the blink of an eye? Maybe they fell asleep somewhere. Slacking off again? The second-tier skeleton snorted coldly and continued, bunch of lazybones, the whole team has only those two slacking off, stealing a break now and then. Let them know, all their contributions this month will be deducted. Seeing their leader getting angry, the skeletons below all lowered their heads, not daring to speak, fearing to be implicated. After a good scolding, the second-tier skeleton's mood gradually stabilized. No need to wait for those two anymore. The reason I gathered you here today is to tell you some great news. Good news? The skeletons were puzzled and began to discuss among themselves. The second-tier skeleton smiled proudly and continued, the frontline battle is tense, a large number of personnel have been transferred from the central fortress, resulting in a relative shortage of defense. The higher-ups issued a temporary mission, asking us to guard for a few days, and the contribution rewards will be doubled. On the front line battlefield, the Pig Spirit King accidentally killed a 4th-tier powerhouse. This forced the Decay King to dispatch another 4th-tier skeleton to command the 3 armies. As a result, the central fortress in the lower realm needed support from the surrounding fortresses. After all, losing a border fortress wasn't a big deal. But if something happened to the central fortress, the Decay clan would be embarrassed. The Decay King's throne could quietly lie there. This kind of lucrative job is something I fought hard to get, you all can just enjoy it with me. Ha ha ha. The second-tier skeleton stood tall and proud, looking extremely pleased. The central fortress is the safest place for the Decay clan, a lucrative job, a big lucrative job. Who says otherwise? We not only don't have to worry about safety, but we can also double our contributions. How great! Boss is mighty, long live the boss. The low-tier skeletons showered the second-tier skeleton with flattery, making him feel quite pleased. Ji-Chen, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but smile, internally shouting long live as well. There was actually such good news, he had been worried about not finding the central fortress. Good. Let you live a little longer. Once we reach the place, I'll take care of you. Ji-Chen chuckled, quickly digging a hole to hide his figure, preparing to sneakily follow them. Stop, stop, stop. Don't get too happy too soon. The central fortress is filled with powerful beings, you need to be smart or you might provoke some big shot and not even know how you died. The second-tier skeleton, clearly someone who had been to the central fortress, continued, don't think that being a second-tier in our fortress makes you high-ranking. In the central fortress, second-tier skeletons are as common as cabbages, you can encounter them anywhere. Remember, with your current level, no matter who you meet, don't be surprised, just bow and call them priest and you won't go wrong. Got it. We won't embarrass you, Captain. The skeleton soldiers stood at attention and replied loudly. Upon hearing this, very good. Let's move out. They didn't hesitate and walked towards the fortress exit after the briefing. Boss, aren't we going to look for Xiao Dao and Xiao Mei? After all, we're on the same team. The second tier skeleton paused, a bit hesitant, but soon furrowed his brow and said coldly, no waiting, time is limited. If we don't go, there are other teams in the fortress eager to try their luck. Those two are slacking off, missing this opportunity. We can't be blamed for being unkind. The skeletons nodded, agreeing that their leader was right. Opportunities like this were rare, and it would be a shame to miss out. Thus, a team of skeleton soldiers hurried towards the central fortress. Ji-Chen waved his hand to break through the nether stone bricks in front of him, then turned and used instant collection to absorb all the blocks from a pavilion into his backpack. This item could only be used as building materials and stepping stones in the game, not very useful. But in the Valley of Soul Sand, he could use the nether stone bricks' property of invisibility in the mist to hide his tracks. As long as he calculated the distance well, it would be hard for others to notice him. A white light shone in Ji-Chen's eyes as the power of creation activated, causing the surrounding blocks to twist and misalign. In the blink of an eye, a small house made of nether stone bricks appeared before him. The house wasn't large, with a base of only 9 by 9. However, that was enough for Ji-Chen. After Ji-Chen left, the shadow of the feared Demon King appeared in the area. He walked over to the dilapidated pavilion, his eyes burning with red infernal flames. When beasts pass, they leave their skins. When geese pass, they pluck their feathers. You should even collect a set of nether stone bricks to keep as a backup. That fits your character perfectly. The purple-robed skeleton laughed heartily, his expression gradually becoming serious as he turned to look in the direction Ji-Chen had left, his eyes filled with anticipation. Everything is under control. I look forward to your encounter. All of this seemed quite coincidental, but behind the coincidence was an invisible hand pushing everything along. And the person orchestrating all of this was the purple-robed skeleton before him. With the patrol team leading the way, Ji-Chen quickly saw a more magnificent fortress in the lower realm. The previous fortress was nothing compared to this one, like A small witch facing a great witch, completely incomparable. The number of skeletons above the fortress had increased by dozens of times. Ji-chan's eyes brightened. With white light and the lower realm stone bricks in his hand flew out, quickly rising to form a stone wall in front of the skeleton squad. Since they had arrived at the location, their value was exhausted, and he decided to turn them all into skulls, making use of the waste. The angle of this stone wall was also quite deliberate. Backed by smoke, completely concealing the withering squad, making it impossible for the patrolling soldiers above the fortress to notice. Something's wrong. All units, on alert. The patrol team leader exclaimed in shock, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings as he ordered everyone to stop. They were a group of patrolling skeletons, having never encountered such a scene, all huddled together trembling. Bold! This is the central fortress. Those who know what's good for them should leave quickly. At this moment, the patrol team leader was also panicking, as right ahead was the central fortress, but this position was very awkward. The sound couldn't get through, and because of the obstruction of the lower realm stone bricks, the patrolling skeletons above the fortress couldn't see them. This was clearly a setup to ambush them. That's exactly what I was looking for, the central fortress. Ji-chan was too lazy to waste time here. Everyone, go down, quick battle, quick. Resolution. After receiving their master's command, the 5 obsidian puppets opened their eyes in unison, 5 shadows with red eyes swiftly charging towards the patrol squad on the ground. The speed of the obsidian puppets was incredibly fast, reaching the ground in the blink of an eye. Not good. The second-tier skeleton was startled. He didn't see where the danger was coming from, but instinctively dodged to the side. In the next moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. Black skeletons and soul sand shattered into pieces everywhere. The patrol leader witnessed his team members being pulverized into bone powder by several obsidian beasts. What are you? The patrol leader's words were not finished when a puppet hiding behind him punched down, crushing his head. The obsidian puppet, enchanted with the top-level undead killer, had its overall combat power reach an extremely terrifying level. Together, they could probably even take on level 30 skeletons. The patrol leader felt his body lighten, and in his last moments of consciousness, a boy picked up his head, a flash of white light, and his awareness was quickly dispersed. Ji-chan looked at the withered skull quietly lying in his backpack. The childishness in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by indifference. Once, he was a boy who revered life, but at some point he had become numb, even ruthless. This entire patrol squad had done nothing wrong from beginning to end, they only wanted to live better. They were also among the most suffering of the Withering clan. Yet Ji-chan had slaughtered them all for a few skulls, leaving none behind. Becoming indifferent. Is this the growth of a person? Or the price of becoming stronger? Ji-chan felt that he was a bit different. He didn't think it was wrong to kill skeletons. If it were the old him, he might have killed, but not so matter-of-factly. Now, he seemed to lack a bit of humanity, his every move transitioning towards a more rational state, becoming somewhat divine. What is happening to me? Ji-chan turned to look at his puppets and hurriedly shouted, "You all take a good look at me. Have I changed in any way?" The 5 obsidian puppets did not understand the meaning of their master's words, shaking their heads in confusion. No, there must be something different. I can feel it. Ji-chan widened his eyes, looking at his hands, almost roaring out loud. Somehow, a wave of inexplicable pain surged within him. The obsidian puppets were all stunned on the spot, unsure of how to respond, and finally, they transformed back into a mass of black shadows and dove into Ji-chan's shadow. Wait! Ji-chan suddenly came to his senses, the look of pain fading away, and clarity returned to his eyes. Am I having a midlife crisis? Life and death are uncertain. Why am I acting so crazy here? He suddenly stood up, a bit confused about why he had felt such pain earlier. Sadness came quickly and left even faster, revealing a hint of strangeness, as if someone inside him was silently resisting. Mental illness? Damn! I can't be infected by the disaster lark, can I? No, this is a sickness that needs treatment. I wonder if there are psychologists in another world. Ji-chan felt that this might signify something. The stone brick hut flew back up, disappearing into the mist. The decaying skeletons above the fortress had not noticed any abnormalities in this place. He was now very cautious in every move. The central fortress was much more dangerous than the previous border fortress, and one careless move could lead to being attacked by a horde of level 30 skeletons. On the frontline battlefield, both armies had retreated 1,000 miles away. In the center was the arena of the Decaying King and the Pig Spirit King. The Decaying King struck out with a palm just as the Pig Spirit King's golden axe collided with it. In the next moment, flames began to blaze on the Decaying King. His body was enormous, but the fire, like some kind of law, directly enveloped half of his body. I can't take it anymore. The Decaying King extinguished the flames on his body, looking at his hand, which had cracked open, his expression on the verge of collapse. Thorn enchantment, fire enchantment, repulsion enchantment. It seems there's a hint of the undead slayer's flavor. Damn! Dead pig, what kind of hellish enchantment did you put on your armor? The pig spirit king was quite pleased, finally seeing that expression from his opponent. Yes, that's the feeling, a mix of surprise and disbelief, followed by utter astonishment, and finally the brain just goes idle. I had the same reaction when I first saw this wonder, even the expression was identical. Ha ha ha. The decaying king cursed inwardly but felt a bit of fear, coldly saying, Dead pig, is this a new technique your clan has researched? Unlimited enchantments? The pig spirit king smiled but did not speak, showing a look of guess what? Impossible. Laws are laws, even as a demigod, one cannot break through. The decaying king seemed to think of something and continued, unless someone has mastered a power that transcends the laws. The pig spirit king's smile faded, murmuring, transcending the laws? The decaying king's perspective was quite unique, he had never thought of it this way. Unlimited enchantment was Ji Chen's ability. This kid was indeed strong, one could say he was invincible at the same level. But looking at it from another angle, the opponent wasn't that strong either, as his current cultivation would still be one hit killed in front of a demigod. Yet, this boy, who could be easily killed by himself, possessed the ability to transcend the laws. For a moment, both the pig spirit king and the decaying king fell silent on the spot. The brow of the pig spirit king furrowed deeper and deeper. He had noticed from the very beginning that Ji Chen had immense potential for future development. The other party's abilities were bizarre and varied, even mastering the space jump of the Calamity clan with ease. This could no longer be described as genius. There was even a possibility of ascending 5 times, becoming a god. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Although the space jump of the Calamity clan was strange, its weaknesses were also very obvious, completely within the rules. Thinking carefully about Ji Chen's own abilities, he could not only ignore the rules of enchantment, mixing various enchantments onto a single item, but he could even turn an ordinary block into something highly aggressive. This was no longer just ignoring the laws, it was practically rubbing the laws into the ground. Puppet. His puppet also has issues. It seems to not adhere to the world's puppet laws. The image of Ji Chen's black monster flashed in the pig spirit king's mind. In Minecraft, there are only 2 types of puppets, iron golems and snow golems. However, a hybrid puppet covered in obsidian was unheard of. The laws of the world did not permit such a creature to exist. Yet, Ji Chen had created one. Breaking through the original world's laws was something only a god could do. And now even the first-tier Ji Chen had mastered it. This made the pig spirit king think even more. Just like that, the battle between the 2 demigods came to a halt. The withering king looked at the contemplative pig spirit king, completely bewildered. You're using enchanted equipment to fight me, and you're pondering like it's nothing. He had originally thought the other would mock him for his lack of knowledge, but the reality was that both seemed to be seeing this power for the first time. The pig spirit king suddenly came to his senses, his furrowed brow instantly relaxing, thinking to himself, oh, right, why should I worry about this? No matter how strong Ji Chen is, he is still my ally. Shouldn't I be happy that my ally is strong? Moreover, Ji Chen has a good character, he shouldn't do anything to backstab the pig spirit clan. Being the king of a clan was not an easy task. While enjoying supreme power, one also had to bear the fate of an entire race. Any matter that could threaten the development of the race would be considered carefully. After being a king for a long time, even matters that were beneficial to oneself had to be analyzed. Old man, how I mastered this power, you can guess for yourself. I can tell you, the Withering clan is destined to decline in your hands. After the pig spirit king finished speaking, the giant axe in his hand transformed into the laws of heaven and earth, smashing down towards the Withering king. The Withering king reacted extremely quickly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, severing one of his arms to turn it into a weapon, raising it to block the axe's attack. Ordinary weapons could not withstand the other's enchanted attack at all. And from a certain perspective, a demigod's arm was not an item. Only in this way could he isolate most of the enchantments on the other's axe, bringing the pig spirit king back to the same level. Good. Decisive enough, I have no objections to you being the king of the Withering clan. The pig spirit king sincerely praised the severed arm of the other party, which was emitting black mist. The Withering king was so furious that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing but curse angrily, damn pig. Utterly shameless. Central Fortress. Inside the matchbox, Wu Nian lay on the soul sand, completely still. It was not yet time for meals, and he was alone in the room. Outside, 3 level 20 skeletons took turns on guard, surrounding the entire matchbox. No one was allowed to wander within 300 meters. Except for the withering little cove who came to deliver food. Inside the house, Wu Nian's single eye rolled slightly, a cold gleam flickering deep within. He slowly reached his left hand towards the wall beside him, and then the withering illusion activated. His hand actually passed right through. However, in the next moment, due to the repulsion of the cube, his hand bounced back. Since Wu Nian was defeated by Ji Chen using the cube, he had been diligently researching how to overcome this weakness. During this time, Ji Chen had also given him many suggestions, all of which had greatly benefited him. Now he could attempt to evade the cube, but the only drawback was that it couldn't last too long, just a fleeting moment. It was fine for passing through a wall, but escaping underground was simply impossible. Wu Nian took a deep breath, trying to recover the hunger value he had just consumed. All of this was done quietly, and the guards outside had not noticed anything unusual. Now he had no hope of escaping, but opportunities were always for those who were prepared. Once there was a chance for him to escape, he would make his choice without hesitation. Creak! The wooden door was pushed open, and the withered little Ku walked in with today's recovery potion. How have you been recovering lately? The withered little Ku asked with concern. My health is back to full, but my body has lost a lot of flesh and blood and can't return to peak condition. Wu Nian clenched his fists, feeling a bit frustrated. Being locked up here for a long time had affected his spirit to some extent. The withered little Ku handed the recovery potion to Wu Nian, her face showing a hint of hesitation and awkwardness. Wanting to say something but stopping short. Wu Nian keenly noticed this and took the initiative to ask, just say it, did the withered king give another order? The withered little Ku took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, no, I have a very important message to tell you. She turned her head to glance out the window, her voice lowered to a whisper. The king is not at the fortress right now. If you want to escape, this might be your best chance. After saying this, the withered little Ku's breathing became a bit unsteady with tension. By telling Wu Nian this crucial information, she was effectively betraying her own race. The crime of treason could lead to execution. But she didn't want Wu Nian to become the king's food. She wanted him to live well. As for her own mistakes, she would bear them later. Upon hearing this, Wu Nian's expression instantly became serious. He did not doubt the words of the withered little Ku. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, at risk of dying at any moment. The withered little Ku had no need to fabricate lies to deceive him. Is it true? Wu Nian slowly straightened up, his gaze fixed intensely on little Ku. Little Ku became a bit flustered. Shoo. Lower your voice, there are still people outside. It's absolutely true, I saw the king fly out with my own eyes. It seems that the pig spirit king on the battlefield has killed a 4th tier early stage powerhouse, and the purpose is to issue a challenge to the king. The pig spirit king made a move and publicly killed a 4th tier early stage powerhouse. Wu Nian was also a clever person. He immediately sensed something was off. The pig spirit king was a demigod, and once a creature reached this level, they generally wouldn't act lightly. Not to mention that there was also a demigod in the withered faction. Yet he publicly killed a 4th tier powerhouse. The provocation was too obvious. The pig spirit king wouldn't care about his life or death, nor would he exacerbate the hatred between the two races because of him. But there was one person who cared, Ji Chen. It was that man who came to save him. Brother Ji, it must be you. You must have done all of this. You came to save me. You didn't abandon me. Ha ha ha. Wu Nian's single eye couldn't help but shed tears, and his hands trembled unconsciously. This time I wasn't abandoned. This time I followed the right person. In this world, only Ji Chen could make the pig spirit king give face. The pig spirit king's action must have been at Ji Chen's behest. Wu Nian made no sound, but his face was already streaming with tears. He had experienced a betrayal, and every time he thought back on it, it was a scar he could not bypass. However, he was fortunate. During the lowest point of his life, he met Ji Chen. He was a wise ruler, and heaven did not betray his loyalty once again. If he could escape this calamity and get out of this hellish place, he would vow to follow Ji Chen to the ends of the earth until he burned out everything in his life. Dialing Shoka stared blankly at the tear-streaked Wu Nian. Although he was crying, she could clearly feel that it was tears of joy. She never expected that her one sentence could give Wu Nian such great hope. A wave of bittersweetness surged in her heart, which only strengthened her resolve to save him. Wu Nian, don't be afraid. If you really want to leave, I will definitely find a way to get you out. Dialing Shoka's words reminded Wu Nian, and he turned to look at his alien friend, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Shoka, why? Dialing Shoka was a bit confused by the question. What do you mean, why? Why are you being so good to me? I am an ill-fated person. By helping me like this, you might be in danger. Wu Nian continued. Dialing Shoka quietly looked at the disheveled Wu Nian, wanting to say something but swallowing her words, finally just smiling faintly. We're friends, right? It's normal for friends to help each other. Why are there so many whys? You're right, it should be like this between friends. Although Wu Nian was smart, his overly straightforward nature made it hard for him to see Shoka's true feelings. Seeing him so dense, Dialing Shoka felt a bit disappointed but still managed to smile. You just stay put for now. I'll steal a map of the Soul Sand Valley for you later, and I'll think of a way to help you with the rest. The most direct obstacle to Wu Nian's escape was still the 3 second-tier skeletons outside the cell. As long as he could find a way to distract them, he would have a chance to escape. As for whether he could kill them directly, that option was immediately dismissed by Xiaoke. First, they were of the same race, she could help Wunyan, but she could never bring herself to harm her own kind. Second, her own combat power was only around level 7 or 8, how could she possibly defeat those skeletons over level 20? After saying this, she prepared to leave. Wunyan pondered for a few seconds and quickly called out to Xiaoke, lowering his voice to a whisper. Xiaoke, help me with something. Diaoling Xiaoke stopped in her tracks, nodded, and replied, you say it, I will definitely help you. Wunyan looked around and casually picked up a piece of soul sand. The Diaoling corruption activated and an extremely dense black mist surged up instantly. Under his precise control, the black mist only infected half of the block and showed no signs of spreading. Take this thing with you and wander outside the fortress. Remember not to touch the black mist on top, it has strong corrosive properties and you will get hurt. After saying this, Wunyan handed the untainted sai to Xiaoke. Diaoling Xiaoke took the soul sand, her eyes filled with confusion. What use is this? It's useful. Very useful. Wunyan replied firmly. I can't explain much to you now, you just need to remember, if anyone asks about my whereabouts, you must answer truthfully and not lie. And definitely do not show any intent to kill. Diaoling Xiaoke was taken aback by Wunyan's words, her expression a bit tense as she replied. What will happen if I mess up? Wunyan lowered his gaze and sighed, you might die. Diaoling Xiaoke was suddenly startled, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, her gaze becoming resolute again. Don't worry, I will definitely manage it. After saying this, she quickly placed the infected soul sand into her spatial backpack and hurried away. Assuming Ji Chen has already arrived at the central fortress, his biggest headache must be finding his position. There are strong warriors everywhere, and if he doesn't determine his location in time, exposure is just a matter of time. The blocks he has infected are certainly familiar to Ji Chen. As long as the withering Xiaoke can meet Ji Chen, this problem can be easily solved. The 3 second-tier skeletons guarding outside are naturally not a problem either. Wunyan Changson let out a sigh of relief, sweeping away the previous oppression, and his eyes regained their light. An hour later, Ji Chen concealed his figure, constantly searching for opportunities in the dark. To avoid alarming the snake, he did not rashly enter. Instead, he ambushed many skeleton squads supporting the central fortress on the periphery. Of course, these squads were not from the central fortress, and the useful information was very limited. The skeletons coming out of the fortress were pitifully few. After waiting so long, he hadn't seen a single team. I can't come here for nothing, even if there's danger, I have to go in and take a look. Ji Chen squinted his eyes, planning to take the risk and sneak into the fortress. Just as he was about to act, the withering Xiaoke walked out of the fortress holding the infected block. Hey, the situation is chaotic right now, even the Valley of Soul Sand isn't safe. You better not run around, the guarding skeleton shouted sternly. Withering Xiaoke was startled and quickly put away the infected block, smiling awkwardly. I was ordered to patrol the area and will return soon. Patrol? The guarding skeleton's eyes flashed with suspicion. Isn't the minimum number of patrollers 2 skeletons? Why did you come alone? 2 skeletons. Withering Xiaoke was dumbfounded, her expression visibly tensing up. She had been so focused on hiding the block that she completely forgot the patrol rules. She even made up such a poor excuse. What to do? Withering Xiaoke was already doing something guilty, her mind went blank and she couldn't think of anything. The guarding skeleton's eyes flickered with a hint of understanding, and he waved his hand repeatedly. Oh, I see. It must be that your partner is slacking off again, right? It's not a big deal, no need to be so nervous. I'm just asking, you can go and come back quickly. Slacking off isn't exclusive to the border fortress, such situations are also common in the central fortress. The guarding skeleton was used to it, after all, they were all colleagues, so why make things difficult for each other? Withering Xiaoke was overjoyed, nodding vigorously, yes. Thank you, brother guard, for your understanding. After saying that, she quickly walked towards the outside of the fortress, fearing that the other party would discover her secret. The guarding skeleton's eyes turned the flickering fire into a heart shape, and he said softly, wow, what a cute girl. I like this shy personality. Withering Little Ko walked slowly on the soft soul sand, her steps deliberate. The crackling flames of burning souls around her added a touch of terror to the eerie atmosphere. In the current chaotic situation, they could infiltrate the Crimson Forest to assassinate the pig spirits, but those pig spirits could also ambush them in return. Even though this was the center of the Valley of Soul Sand, it was not safe. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Will someone really come to meet me here? What if Wunyan made a mistake? Withering Little Ko's heart raced as she looked back at the increasingly distant central fortress, a sense of unease swelling within. Horror. Crack. Withering Little Ko felt as if she had stepped on something. Looking down, a headless skeleton suddenly appeared beneath her feet. Dead, she screamed, stumbling to the ground. When she looked again, the skeleton had vanished, replaced by dropped items quietly floating there. Col*1 and Bone*1. Died within 5 minutes. Withering Littleco hurriedly scanned the surrounding mist, trying to locate the enemy. After a creature dies, if the body is not forcibly destroyed, it usually remains for 5 minutes. After that, the body disappears and equipment drops. The skeleton disappearing before her eyes meant it had just died 5 minutes ago, so there must be someone hiding nearby. No! Hell, I don't want to die yet. She quickly got up, the instinct for survival completely overtaking her thoughts. She reached down to pick up the soul sand that had fallen to the ground, intending to leave. But in the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The soul sand, which should have been in the form of dropped items, suddenly seemed to come to life, enlarging and transforming back into a normal block. What is this? Withering Littleco had never seen such a sight and was momentarily stunned. Don't move! Where did you get this sand? A chilling voice rang out behind her. Littleco shivered, turning her head to see an iron sword pressed against her neck. The residual withering power on it proved that the other party had killed many skeletons. Don't kill me, I don't want to die, I still have many things to do. Littleco's mind went blank, her whole body trembling, completely forgetting Wunyan's warnings. At that moment, the iron sword at her neck glimmered coldly, reflecting the hollow white light of the other person's pupils. Ji-chan appeared. Somewhat impatient, every skeleton seemed to be cut from the same mold, repeating the same phrase over and over. He raised his hand and absorbed the tainted soul sand into his grasp. The enchanting power surged, isolating the corrosive force above to prevent harm to himself. Indeed, this was the block created by the withering taint. The other party must have seen Wunyan. Having searched high and low, I find it without effort. Ji-chen squinted, the white light in his eyes becoming even brighter. Tell me, where is the person who made this block now? It's you! So this is what Wunyan meant. Withering Littleco's heart skipped a beat, her fear quickly dissipating. Ignoring the iron sword at her neck, she boldly turned to look at Ji-chen. Behind him was also a young player, looking as handsome as Wunyan. A bit of stubble had grown on his jaw, as if he hadn't groomed it for a long time. Coupled with the oppressive white light in his eyes, Withering Littleco's first reaction was to submit. She felt as if she were bowing before a king, a supreme king. Even though the other party's realm was far from that of a demigod, there was still an impulse to kneel. Withering Littleco shook off her chaotic thoughts and spoke again. Do you know Wunyan? Wunyan sent me to find you. Ji-chen did not rush to answer, saying too much could lead to mistakes, and he could not yet determine the truth of the other party's words. The iron sword in hand pressed closer to the opponent's neck. The voice remained cold, ready to verify the truth of the other's words. Who is Wunyan? Listen carefully to my question. Where is the person who made this block now? Diaoling Xiaoko was at a loss for words, re-evaluating Ji-chen, confirming that the other was indeed a player. This block was personally made by Wunyan in front of me, and it was he who sent me outside to find you. Did I find the wrong person? She felt a bit dazed, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood, sensing she had found the right person, but not entirely. Ji-chen smiled, sheathing the iron sword. Very good. It seems you really are the one that kid sent to guide me. Wait a minute, are you really him? I feel like my brain isn't working properly. Diaoling Xiaoko found the person in front of her somewhat inexplicable. Ji-chen nodded, affirming her thoughts. He was indeed the person she was looking for. But he had no time to play with her. That previous statement seemed ineffective, but upon closer inspection, there was much to analyze. In a high-pressure environment, people tend to enter a state of heightened tension, and even sentient skeletons are no exception. In this state, everything, including lies, feels more real. Ji-chen had made it clear from the start that he did not know Wunyan, creating suspense and throwing out the first question. Then, he followed up by asking where the person who made the block was, establishing a second question. If she was not sent by Wunyan, she would subconsciously pay attention to the latter question and would likely provide a location to save her life. As for the truth of that location, it was hard to say. However, if she was indeed sent by Wunyan, she would focus more on the first question. Why did everything seem to match up, yet the result was still wrong? The response would naturally reflect Xiaoko's current reaction. Of course, this was just a small linguistic test Ji-chen conducted on Diaoling Xiaoko, merely a reference, not a certainty. Even if she answered incorrectly, he probably wouldn't kill her. After all, he had finally found a clue, and even if it was dangerous, he had to give it a try. Ji-chen changed from his earlier seriousness, smiling cheerfully. I really didn't expect that Wunyan has his own network in the Diaoling clan. What's your name? I'm Diaoling Xiaoko. Actually, I'm just friends with Wunyan. Xiaoko fidgeted, appearing somewhat shy. Ji-chen was baffled, wondering what was wrong with his words and why she reacted that way. Since you can come out to meet me, it means you truly want to help Wunyan. Tell me the specifics. Diaoling Xiaoko nodded, briefly explaining Wunyan's current situation. She informed Ji-chen about his state and the surrounding guard forces, detailing everything. Ji Chen's eyes sparkled, staring intently at the skeleton in front of him, his mind racing with thoughts. After Xiaoke finished speaking, Ji Chen stroked his chin and asked a question that had been on his mind. As a member of the Diaoling clan, why are you helping Wu Nian so much? Or rather, if Wu Nian escapes, aren't you afraid of being punished by the Diaoling king? The withering little Ka tilted her head, wondering why this question came up again just after Wu Nian had asked her. We are friends, I think. The withering little Ka repeated her previous words, even her tone was exactly the same. Ji Chen listened, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. As an outsider, he could clearly sense that the withering little Ka had a different kind of feeling for Wu Nian. It was indescribable and unclear. At that moment, he realized that not only were the pig spirits divided by gender, but it seemed the withering ones were too. Although the differences among the skeletons were not significant, Ji Chen could distinctly feel that the other party was indeed a female skeleton. You should know that if Wu Nian really gets rescued, what your actions would amount to, right? Ji Chen put away his smile and looked serious. The withering little Ka nodded. Betrayal. Death penalty. That's good to know. Are you afraid of death? Ji Chen continued to ask. Upon hearing this, the withering little Ka fell silent, and finally, she timidly replied, I am afraid of death, but I am willing to use my life. Before the withering little Ka could finish her sentence, Ji Chen interrupted her. That's enough. With your words, I have a clear understanding, he said, raising his hand, and two shadows instantly attached themselves to the withering little Ka's shadow. You've worked hard during this time, I'll take care of the rest. The withering little Ka felt something new inside her body, but when she tried to sense it carefully, she found nothing. Ji Chen noticed her concerns and smiled. Don't worry, this won't cause you any harm. You just need to meet Wu Nian one more time, and I can easily rescue him. Easily? Shouldn't we plan a bit more? The withering little Ka felt that the other party was being a bit too arrogant. This was the central fortress of the withering clan. Although the other party was strong, judging by his aura, he was only at the mid-stage of the first level. How could he easily rescue Wu Nian under such heavy encirclement? No need. Thank you again for your efforts for Wu Nian. I thank you on his behalf. Ji Chen had no intention of explaining further. The lower realm stone brick in his hand flew out, enveloping him as he vanished into the mist, disappearing without a trace. The withering little Ka shook her head, looking in the direction Ji Chen had left, murmuring, what a strange personality. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the central fortress, but her back appeared somewhat desolate, and each step felt very heavy. In the shadows, Ji Chen watched the withering little Ka, his eyes filled with extreme rationality. His plan to rescue Wu Nian was simple, to let the obsidian puppet and the heartbound puppet attach themselves to the withering little Ka's shadow. She would then bring these two puppets into the fortress to hand over to Wu Nian. At that point, he could use the space-jumping ability of the heartbound puppet to enter the fortress. Then, he could use space-jumping again to return to the Crimson Forest or the upper realm base. This process would involve no danger and would be very easy. But everything has a price. If this plan succeeded, it would mean that little Ka would have no chance of standing in the Withering clan again. The dead person would likely transform into her. After all, her crime would be consorting with an enemy. Ha ha, am I a bit envious of that kid Wu Nian? Ji Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, constantly pondering other more appropriate methods, hoping to save the withering little Ka as well. Can I take the withering little Ka away with me? That way, no one has to die. On the other side, the guarding withering skeleton saw the withering little Ka return and quickly asked with concern, Big sister, did you encounter any danger? The withering little Ka was startled, looking up at the fortress where she once lived, tears unconsciously spilling from her eyes, her heart filled with reluctance. She did not answer the guarding skeleton's words, keeping her head down and rushing straight to the matchbox cell. The guarding skeleton felt ignored and was slightly angry. Humph. I must have been blind to like someone with this kind of personality. I'm done. Outside the matchbox, the second-tier skeleton blocked the returning withered little Ka, speaking coldly. Didn't you deliver a potion once already? I forgot to remind Wu Nian about something. The withered little Ka replied timidly. Forgot to remind? Ha! The leading second-tier withered skeleton's eyes were filled with disdain as he continued, I advise you to be honest, if that guy inside is lost, we both die. The withered little Ka was anxious. Ji Chen was still waiting outside, she had to get in. Brothers, I really have urgent matters, please help me out. Just this once. Help out? How do you want us to help? Another skeleton on the right approached with a grin, reaching out to touch little Ka's cheek. The delicate nature of the withered little Ka successfully piqued his interest. The other two skeletons laughed heartily at this. Old 3, you actually like this kind of skeleton, your taste is unique. The skeleton called Old 3 chuckled, his movements becoming even more exaggerated. Skeleton's aesthetic views don't distinguish between beauty and ugliness, only personality matters. The withered little Ka dodged back, avoiding the reaching hand. Everyone, please, just this once, really. Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and little Ku felt a tremendous force hit her face, followed by her being sent flying. Humph. You dare to dodge? A waste who hasn't even completed a single step. Being noticed by me is your fortune, the skeleton called Old Three said viciously. Inside the matchbox, Wu Nian heard Little Ku's scream and quickly peeked out to check. However, due to the small window of the cell, he could only see Little Ku crying on the ground. What are you doing? The Old Three skeleton, hearing the shout from inside the matchbox, paid no mind and continued toward the fallen Little Ku. It's fine if Wang doesn't know your relationship, but we've been investigating clearly these past 2 days. No wonder you two are always whispering inside. Turns out you're old lovers. What a coincidence, I'm just in the mood for this. Saying this, he lunged at the fallen Little Ku. The older brother and the second brother watched this scene, all smacking their lips, complaining as they watched. Old Three's fetish is getting weirder and weirder. TSK. Big brother, can we switch places? Your angle is just too good. No way. The withered Little Ku tried to push away the skeleton on top of her, but due to the opponent's second-tier strength, she was completely crushed in terms of power, with no chance to resist. Ah, please, don't. The more Little Ku struggled, the more excited Old Three became. He slowly released his withered essence, beginning to invade Little Ku's essence. The essence of withered skeletons is their flesh and blood, and reproduction naturally occurs through the combination of essences to produce the next generation. We've long been unhappy with you. As a member of the withered clan, you spend all day with an outsider. Do you have no shame? Today, I'll take care of you. Let's see how you can still be close with that pretty boy after this. In the matchbox, when Wu Nian saw the withering Xiaoka being humiliated, his eyes turned red. Withering illusion, wall-penetrating version, activated. His body began to flicker rhythmically. Get out of the way. Let me out. In the next moment, he exerted force with his legs, reaching the peak of his speed. The wall in front of him crumpled like paper, and he easily passed through. Emerging, Wu Nian charged forward, kicking at Skeleton Third's source before the other two skeletons could react. Bang! A scream echoed as Skeleton Third was sent flying. Wu Nian's entire body surged with withering power, and in a surprise attack, this kick turned out to be a critical hit. Crack! Ah! My withering source, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! The intense pain caused Skeleton Third to roll on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. This wall-penetrating ability was unknown to anyone, including Withering Xiaoka. Wu Nian had originally intended to use it as his escape card. But now, in an urgent situation, he could no longer hide. What the hell? Third is out. Is this little girl really that fierce? No. That kick was from Wu Nian. How did he get out? Skeleton First and Second, who were watching intently, stood frozen in place. If they had eyes, they might have popped them out. They glanced at the empty cell and then at Wu Nian, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Countless alpacas raced through their minds. They had guarded for so many days, yet they didn't know the opponent had this ability. This was no small matter. In a surprise attack, one could run away without them even knowing. Second, go check on Third. I'll deal with Wu Nian, Skeleton First said, drawing out a stone sword, his gaze fixed on Wu Nian without a moment's pause. Their lives were now tightly bound to Wu Nian. If he really escaped, they would all be doomed. Ah! It hurts so much, it's cracked. My withering source is cracked. Skeleton Third groaned in pain, looking at his split source filled with anguish. The withering source was equivalent to their flesh and blood. The feeling of having it kicked apart was truly unbearable. Skeleton Second took a quick look at Third's injuries and said gravely, fortunately, Wu Nian's realm isn't high, otherwise, that kick could have crippled you. You can recover later, it won't affect your strength much, but, at this point, Second paused, a barely noticeable smile flashing across his face. Seeing this expression from his friend, Third panicked. But what? Just say it. Well, your source might not be able to harden up in the future. You should stop thinking about embarrassing things. Second forced himself to stay calm, trying not to laugh out loud. No. This is impossible. Skeleton Third focused on his source, trying to pull it back out. But just as the source began to show itself, it shrank back in, clearly indicating some shadow had formed. The reproduction of the Withering clan involved the combination of sources, giving birth to new sources, which meant new withering skeletons. This entire process required the male skeleton to invade the female skeleton's body with its source. Being unable to extract the source also implied that Third's reproductive ability had been ruined. No! Don't shrink back, come out quickly. Third was almost crying in desperation. On the other side, Wu Nian helped Withering Xiaoka up. Speaking gently, Xiaoka, are you okay? I'm fine, but you? Withering Xiaoka was a bit flustered. Skeleton Third had been kicked like that, and the opponent would definitely not let it go. Wu Nian, however, was unconcerned, smiling as he said, it's fine, they don't dare to kill me. At most, they'll chop off your limbs and turn you into a human stick. Withering First interjected, continuing Wu Nian's words. They indeed did not dare to take Wu Nian's life. But that didn't mean they couldn't cripple him. The Withering King made it very clear, if the opponent tries to escape, they can chop off their limbs and leave them alive. Wu Nian turned to look at the skeleton boss, sneering coldly, being locked up in this hellhole by you is no different from having my limbs chopped off. Besides, falling into the hands of your withering clan means I'm bound to die anyway. If I can take one of you down before I go, that's a win. Upon hearing this, the flustered skeleton third, who felt like everything was falling apart, cried out in a whiny voice, "Big brother, kill him! Kill him for my revenge!" Seeing third like this, the skeleton boss felt a bit helpless. He had already paid a price for his desires. Wu Nian, we had no enmity before, but since you've crippled third's essence, I have to intervene. I'll take one of your legs, that's not too much to ask, right? Wu Nian showed no fear, not even glancing at the opponent. He knew he couldn't win. There were 3 second-tier opponents, and he was just a half-damaged first-tier player. The outcome was clear. But if he were afraid of death, he wouldn't have come out just now. Losing a leg was nothing to fear. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the shadows of withering little Ku, 2 pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up. They sensed Wu Nian's aura. Immediately, the shadow detached and merged with Wu Nian's shadow. Surge. Domineering. Fearless. At that moment, all these feelings surged into Wu Nian's heart. This was the sense of security brought by the obsidian puppet. Brother G, you really came. Wu Nian laughed heartily, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he suddenly turned to face the 3 skeletons before him. If you leave now, you might still survive. Otherwise, when that person arrives, you'll be in for it. The boss and second exchanged glances, not understanding what had gotten into the other. Skeleton second, unlike boss, was not so polite and was filled with disdain. Just you? A half-damaged first-tier player? You think you can play the hero saving the beauty? You need to see the situation clearly. Your opponents are 2.5 second-tier powerhouses. What do you have to fight us with? Skeleton second glanced at third, who had been kicked in the family jewels, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Well, he was half a player. Third, enduring the pain from his essence, roared with bloodshot eyes, "No one can save you today. I will cripple your withering essence." As soon as he finished speaking, Skeleton third was the first to strike, the aura of a second-tier powerhouse rushing towards him. Stop. Third, he can't die yet. The boss was clearly more rational. If Wu Nian died, they wouldn't survive either. Skeleton third replied fiercely, "Don't worry, big brother, I'm not that foolish. But just taking one of his legs is too light. I want him to be like me." Seeing that he could no longer stop it, the boss retracted his outstretched hand. If third didn't vent this frustration, they wouldn't be able to move on. Facing the strike of a second-tier powerhouse, Wu Nian remained completely calm, dodging to block all the pressure for withering little Ku, thinking to himself, "Brother puppet, thank you." In the next moment, a burst of purple light shot up into the sky, and a massive obsidian hand stretched out from who knows where. It easily grabbed the charging skeleton third, the whole process as effortless as catching a chicken. Ji Chen had already instructed the puppet to ensure Wu Nian's safety once they entered. This effectively transferred control to Wu Nian. At this moment, Wu Nian was no longer a half-damaged first-tier player. With the fully enchanted obsidian puppet, he faced off against the 3 skeletons without any difficulty. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned. "What is this thing? Boss, save me." The voice of the third brother calling for help rang out, and he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to crack. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Save the third brother. The reaction of the skeleton boss was quick. Although he didn't know what this black beast was, his instincts told him that this big guy was very dangerous. A slight misstep could mean death. The second skeleton drew a stone sword and charged forward with the boss, attempting to take down this black puppet in one go. "Ha ha ha. Wu Nian, long time no see, have you missed me?" The heartbound puppet tore open a spatial rift beside Wu Nian, and a hearty laugh echoed around. Ji Chen stepped forward slowly, emerging from a circle of light. Immediately, several obsidian pillars shot out from his body like black dragons glinting with cold light, rushing towards the skeleton boss and the second skeleton. "Not good, quickly dodge." The skeleton boss reacted quickly, but Ji Chen controlled the obsidian's speed even faster. Ah! 2 screams rang out as they were directly pinned in midair. "Just a bunch of trash, daring to hurt my people." Ji Chen spat, instantly killing the 2 second-tier skeletons with a single move. The obsidian he was using now was fully enchanted, already possessing considerable attack power. Wu Nian looked at the 2 skeletons, pinned in midair, feeling a mix of emotions. "Brother G, is our gap really just a little? What are you saying? This is distrust towards your superior. You're not doing a good job as my little brother." Ji Chen turned and joked, then continued, "You're not dead yet. I have to say, your luck is." Before he could finish, Wu Nian's appearance, devoid of flesh, shocked him. At this moment, Wu Nian's skin was already rotten beyond recognition. Upon closer inspection, one could see his beating heart through his chest cavity. Looking up, Wu Nian had no lips, and 2 rows of white teeth were exposed, with only 1 eyeball remaining. Ji Chen's smile slowly faded, his voice turning cold. "Did the Withering King do this?" Wu Nian nodded, not denying it. Ji Chen suppressed his anger and continued, once your health is full, will your flesh grow back? Wu Nian smiled bitterly, I'm at full health now, this flesh was worn away bit by bit and can't grow back. Ji Chen clenched his teeth, his fists cracking under the pressure. He wanted to ask if it hurt, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Having all your flesh worn away, how could it not hurt? Wu Nian saw what Ji Chen wanted to ask and shook his head with a smile. At first, it hurt a bit, but now it doesn't hurt anymore. Doesn't hurt anymore. How could it not hurt? Ji Chen's anger could no longer be contained. What a withering king, your methods are ruthless. How dare you treat my people like this? This is simply too much. One day, I will slaughter your entire clan. Ji Chen's words were almost a low growl, and the surrounding blocks trembled incessantly under the pressure. Upon hearing this, withering little Ko was shocked and quickly tried to appease him. King, he didn't mean it. Can we not slaughter our entire clan? Ji Chen stood awkwardly. In place, the atmosphere that had just risen suddenly fell flat, forgetting that there was still a withering lackey here. For your sake, let's just slaughter half. Half? Withering little Ko muttered in grievance. Slaughtering half is still a bit much, many and withering are innocent. So annoying, Wu Nian, you take your own revenge, this is too contradictory, I can't handle it. Ji Chen helplessly waved his hands, he never expected that the matter of exterminating a clan would feel like bargaining in a market. Wu Nian nodded slightly and said to Xiaoko, I promise you, once I have enough strength, I will only kill the Withering King. I won't touch anyone else. TSK, I shouldn't have saved this guy, he really knows how to charm girls. Ji Chen was too lazy to watch the two of them get all lovey-dovey, so he rebuilt a body for the disaster spirit and opened a spatial rift. The other end of the rift was the base in the upper realm. Let's go back first. Your injuries, Shu Linger might have a way to treat them, Ji Chen said to Wu Nian. I hope so. Wu Nian didn't actually have high hopes, after all, for such injuries, even healing potions wouldn't work. Ji Chen turned to look at the withering Xiaoko and said, you can't stay with the withering clan anymore, staying here means death. How about working under me instead? Food and accommodation are provided, plus weekends off. Ji Chen sincerely extended a team invitation to withering Xiaoko. To be honest, the other party was willing to sacrifice their own life just to ensure Wu Nian's safe escape. He really appreciated this kind of skeleton, it was perfect to take them in as a subordinate. Low strength? No, he never assessed strength when taking in little brothers, only character. Dual cultivation? How do we cultivate withering? Xiaoko asked innocently. Ji Chen's face darkened and he quickly explained, It's not the kind of dual cultivation you think, don't get it twisted. Wu Nian, seeing Ji Chen's intention to take in Xiaoko, immediately took the other person's hand and excitedly said, Yes, Xiaoko, come with us. Brother Ji is very good, if it weren't for his help, I might have already died. Withering Xiaoko looked at Wu Nian's happy expression and couldn't help but smile. Sincerely. Slowly withdrawing Wu Nian's hand, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Can you hug me? Hug you? Wu Nian was full of questions, not quite understanding what Xiaoko was thinking. Let's not talk about that now, we need to leave here first. Come on, follow us. Wu Nian was a bit anxious and pulled withering Xiaoko towards the spatial rift. This was the central fortress, if they waited any longer, the withering reinforcements would arrive and then they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Ji Chen saw through withering Xiaoko's thoughts and said coldly, Wu Nian, let go of her. Just give her a hug. Different perspectives mean some things can't be forced. Brother Ji, this isn't the time to discuss that. The priority is to leave here together. Just wait a moment, I can definitely persuade her. Wu Nian seemed to have realized that Xiaoko didn't want to leave, but as Ji Chen said, staying meant only a dead end. Wu Nian, let go. I am a withering, I love my race. Letting you go is already a significant betrayal to my kind. I can't make the same mistake again, it's time to atone. Withering Xiaoko released Wu Nian's hand. The two sides had different stances. The withering clan had given her life and raised her. If she made a mistake and just walked away, she couldn't forgive herself. From the perspective of the withering clan, Xiaoko was a sinner. And she believed that too. Ha. I didn't expect you, a traitor, to have a conscience, ha. Stop pretending, you just want to be with that pretty boy. Go on. What a great opportunity, ha. An extremely discordant voice rang out from the obsidian puppet's hand. It was the skeleton Lao San, who was still alive. A vein throbbed on Ji Chen's forehead as he gave the puppet a look. In the future, don't ask me about such matters, just crush them directly. Brother puppet, let me do it. Wu Nian rushed in front of Skeleton Old 3 in a single leap, his fists wrapped in rolling black energy, pouring down madly onto Skeleton Old 3. Each punch was delivered with all his strength, each punch contained boundless anger. He wanted to vent all the suffering he had endured during this time. Whoa. Skeleton Old 3 was choked by the decay, unable to make a sound. He could only endure Wu Nian's overwhelming fury, slowly perishing in pain. Seeing Wu Nian like this, Xiaoko from decay wanted to step forward to advise him but was held back by Jichin. Don't go, let him vent a little, he's hurting inside. Xiaoka from Decay said nothing, but felt a pang in her heart watching Wunyan like this. She knew what Wunyan was suffering from and she also knew how to help him escape such pain. But she couldn't do it. Betraying her own race, not only would it affect her, but all the skeletons related to her would also be implicated. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. She couldn't let her entire lineage suffer, because of her selfish desires to die for her. Even if it meant death, she had to stay and bear this sin alone. Gradually, Skeleton Old 3 lost his breath, and Wunyan's fists also came to a stop. Why, we could have both survived if only you were a little more selfish. How great that would be. Wunyan weakly knelt on the ground. Xiaoka from Decay didn't want him to die, and he didn't want Xiaoka from Decay to die either. Jichin sighed helplessly, preparing to help the exhausted Wunyan up. No, you can't die, no matter what, I need you to live. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wunyan's eyes and he made up his mind. Even if Xiaoka from Decay didn't want to leave, he would have to take her away. Jichin saw through Wunyan's intentions and reminded him. Wunyan, calm down. Whatever you want to do, think it through. Wunyan's eyes slowly regained clarity. Right, Xiaoka doesn't want to leave, she doesn't want to. In that instant, he realized that his feelings for Xiaoka from Decay had undergone a certain qualitative change. It seemed no longer limited to friendship. This feeling began to become clear. Wunyan suddenly stood up and hugged Xiaoka from Decay. Come with us, please, I don't want you to die. Feeling Wunyan's warmth and the beating heart against her chest, Xiaoka from Decay smiled knowingly. I'm already very content that you're not dead. Don't cry, our Decay King is actually quite good, not as bad as you think. Don't worry, I'll apologize to the king, maybe he will forgive me. Wunyan didn't say anything more, just held her tighter. He understood very well that Xiaoka from Decay was very kind. She always imagined everyone to be as kind as herself. Even if that person was the bloodthirsty Decay King, you're still the same. So gentle to everyone. Wunyan smiled, no longer pleading for her to return with him, just holding Xiaoka from Decay tightly. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, Wunyan opened his eyes wide and raised his hand to strike at the back of Xiaoka from Decay's neck. Even if it meant making her hate him, it didn't matter, he just wanted Xiaoka to live. But before his hand could fall, his own brain began to spin until he fainted. Jichin did not intervene, it was Xiaoka from Decay who knocked Wunyan out. Although her realm was not high, under normal circumstances she wouldn't be able to knock Wunyan out. But at this moment, Wunyan was already exhausted, and his spirit was in an extremely tense state, completely unable to withstand this strike. I'm sorry, Wunyan, I'm really happy that you can survive. And also, I really like you. Live well. After Xiaoka from Decay finished speaking, she hurriedly handed the unconscious Wunyan into Jichin's hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the end, I still didn't have the courage to say this in front of you. Fine. Let's leave it at that. Is there anyone in life who has no regrets? Witnessing the entire process, Jichin felt only one thing in his heart: complexity and overwhelming complexity. Various emotions intertwined, forming a huge knot. Alright, I didn't expect you to be such a tough person. Since you've made your choice, I respect you. Jichin picked up Wunyan and slowly walked towards the spatial rift, his voice gradually fading. Do your best to live on, even if it's for Wunyan. If you die, I'll tell the other person what you wanted to say, making them feel guilty for a lifetime. Haha, so don't die. Jichin smiled with relief, holding Wunyan as he stepped into the spatial rift. In the next moment, the rift closed and everything returned to calm. The withering Xiaoka watched the rift close, black tears rolling uncontrollably from her eyes. Since the moment she first saw Wunyan, she had been deeply captivated by his elegant demeanor. Humble, polite, and so gentle. In that instant, it felt as if she had found her home. The whole world was him. A chance encounter, a conversation, getting to know each other until they became friends. She wished she could be with Wunyan every moment. But good times didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, they became enemies, standing on opposite sides. The once genius foreign boy of the Withering clan ultimately became the enemy of the Withering. She didn't understand why things had developed this way. Even less did she understand why her king wanted to kill Wunyan. How wonderful it would have been if the Withering King hadn't betrayed Wunyan back then. Cough. Cough cough. A violent coughing interrupted Xiaoka's thoughts. The second skeleton slowly pulled its broken frame out of the obsidian. Boss, did they leave? They've left, probably gone far. Come help me, 5 ribs are broken, it hurts like hell. The flames in the eye sockets of skeleton boss and skeleton's second reignited. They had miraculously survived. Or rather, they had been pretending to be dead. Xiaoka was shocked, stammering, you guys are still alive. No, we are already dead. That kid was really powerful, he killed both of us in an instant with his first tier strength. Such combat power is rare throughout history. A hint of fear flickered in skeleton Boss's eyes. Ji Chen's strike had directly shattered their source of withering within them. It was shattered so thoroughly that they temporarily fell into a state of near death. But first tier strength was still first tier. The damage was still a bit lacking. It hadn't completely killed them. The undead were already heavy with death energy, and Ji Chen, in a moment of carelessness, hadn't delivered a finishing blow. Big brother, what should we do? Third brother is dead, and our source of withering is completely shattered. It would be better to just die. The second brother's voice carried a hint of crying. A skeleton that lost its source lost everything that withering had to offer. Strength, reproduction, the power of withering. From now on, these would have no connection with them. They were basically useless now. Skeleton boss sighed. He was quite open-minded about it and comforted. Be content. It's already good to keep this little life of ours. The second skeleton fell silent for a moment, anger flashing in his eyes. It's all her fault. She brought the enemy in. Big brother, while we still have the strength to fight, let's kill her together. The second skeleton staggered to his feet, beginning to mobilize the remaining power of withering within him. Once high and mighty, they now needed 2 people to take down Shao Ku. Stop. We've lost our source. It's already good that she hasn't killed us. Skeleton boss clearly thought more than the second brother. The second skeleton was a bit unwilling. Are we just going to let her off so easily? Humph. It's not that simple. The skeleton boss continued. We lost Wu Nian. According to the king's character, what is usually the outcome? The second one trembled all over, fear rising in his heart. Stammering, death to atone. The boss nodded and continued. If Withering Little Ku makes contact with the enemy and brings a strong foe to rescue Wu Nian, we will fight to the death to block them. In the end, the third one dies in battle and we are blown apart, with the withering source fading into darkness. According to the king's character, how should this be calculated? The second one suddenly realized meritorious service, promotion to higher ranks, elevated to little priest. Right. Only in this way will our interests be maximized. Now tell me, can Withering Little Ku still die? The skeleton boss's eyes sparkled and a smile appeared on his lips. Upper realm base. The unconscious Wu Nian lay on the pink bed in the base. Ji Chen, Chu Linger, and the disaster lark surrounded him, all with unusually grave expressions. Brother Wu Nian, what's wrong with him? Oh, the disaster lark felt a churn in his stomach. The scene was too bloody, especially seeing that heart beating so violently he couldn't hold it in. Ji Chen pushed the lark aside. Children shouldn't look at bloody scenes. It's harmful to their physical and mental health. Saying this, he drove the lark out of the cave. The disaster lark felt a bit wrong, but he obeyed and didn't go back in, just lingering at the cave entrance. Ji Chen sighed and asked Chu Linger beside him, let's check on Wu Nian's condition. Chu Linger nodded, her eyes revealing dozens of pupils, forming a beautiful and unique pair of spider eyes, carefully examining Wu Nian. After a long while, she replied with some fear. It's a miracle that he is still alive. With such injuries, if it were any other player, they would have died 800 times by now. Time is limited, get to the point. Ji Chen understood. With such injuries, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chu Linger nodded again and continued. Fortunately, his awakened profession is related to decay, and he has a source of decay within him. That's the key to him holding on until now. Can he be saved? The kind that regrows flesh? Ji Chen asked his most concerned question. Chu Linger smiled slightly. I don't know about others, but I can definitely save him. Upon hearing this, Ji Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If given a choice, he still hoped to see the handsome Wu Nian from before. Such confidence, that's rare. Ji Chen teased with a smile. Chu Linger looked a bit proud. I'm not just idly sitting around. To be honest, my specialty is repairing flesh. Saying this, she raised her hands and placed them on Wu Nian's face. Light green particles of fluorescence slowly floated towards Wu Nian's broken face. In the next moment, the flesh on Wu Nian's face began to stick and regenerate, and new skin actually grew. Clang, the sound of blood loss. Ji Chen was startled, looking up to see Chu Linger was losing blood. What's wrong? Is there still a backup from the Decay King in Wu Nian's body? Stop now, we need to think of another way. Don't risk your life. Chu Linger looked a bit weak and replied, don't worry, the Decay King didn't leave a backup. Just give me something to eat. I'm hungry. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? So it was just your hunger value dropping. Ji Chen cursed and turned to the warehouse to grab some golden carrots and golden apples, tossing them to Chu Linger. The recovery of flesh was a huge project, and the consumption of hunger value had reached a terrifying level. Chu Linger had to stop every 5 or 6 seconds to eat a couple of golden carrots. Ji Chen watched as everything stabilized, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He couldn't quite put his finger on what the achievement was, but it felt good. Don't rush, put aside other matters in the base. Your current task is to heal Wu Nian. Ji Chen stood up, took the head of the disaster Xingquan, reformed a body for it, and tore open a space crack. Chu Linger was puzzled. Wu Nian has already been saved. Aren't you going to rest a bit? No time to rest. Although Wunyan has been saved, there are still a lot of follow-up matters that need my attention. Ji-chan stretched lazily, a meaningful smile on his face. Indeed, saving Wunyan was just the first step of this event, or rather, it was just the beginning. As my subordinates, you can just enjoy yourselves, you won't have to worry about anything. After saying this, he walked into the space crack. On the other side of the space crack was the Crimson Forest. The Pig Spirit King should still be fighting to help Ji-chan hold off the Decay King. Since he has already succeeded, it's time to let the Piglin King return to rest. On the battlefield, the Piglin King and the Wither King were locked in a fierce battle. The advantage of the Piglin King's enchanted equipment was leveled out after the Wither King chose to sever one of his own arms. The Wither King, somewhat impatient, said, "You dead pig, after fighting for so long, are you still not done? What do you want to do? What do you think I want? I'm just a bit itchy lately and want you to loosen me up." The Piglin King teased, his hands not stopping as he struck wildly at the Wither King. Still coming. The Wither King dodged, finding himself at a disadvantage due to the self-inflicted injury. "Aren't you just trying to show off your all-attribute equipment? What's so great about it? After fighting for so long, aren't you tired of it?" The Wither King felt a vague sense of unease. He couldn't kill the other, and he couldn't defeat him either. Continuing the fight seemed pointless. The only possibility he could think of was that the Piglin King had other plans. "Damn it, why are so many people plotting against me lately?" The Wither King roared in anger, advancing instead of retreating, raising his hand to strike at the Piglin King. "I'm plotting against you, so what? If you dare to go back, I'll throw you into the Soul Sand Valley." The Piglin King huffed. To be honest, he was tired too, but since Ji-chan hadn't come out of the Soul Sand Valley, he couldn't stop. The Wither King was almost going mad. Everyone was playing their own schemes, right? Just lay it all out and fight. Isn't that too insulting? Just when he thought they would have to fight for thousands more rounds, a stone golem walked into the battlefield with an indifferent gait. Both demigods were stunned. "What is this?" The stone golem completely ignored the two demigods beside it, walking to the center of the battlefield and stopping there. The Piglin King had seen Ji-chan's steel golem and obsidian golem before, but he had never seen a stone golem. He didn't react for a moment. After pausing for a moment, the stone golem actually twisted its waist and started to dance. The dance was exactly the kind performed during the Piglin's coming-of-age ceremony. A one-to-one replica, the only difference being it was even more eye-catching. "Ah, I almost didn't recognize you, old man. I'm not fighting anymore. Goodbye," the Piglin King said, turning and flying towards the Crimson Forest. The dance they performed was also known as the Dance of Victory. Ji-chan was indirectly telling the Piglin King that the matter had been settled and there was no need to fight anymore. After the Piglin King left, the battlefield was left with the Wither King alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. He reached out to examine the stone golem, and the more he looked, the more familiar it became. Because the head of this stone golem was that of a wither skeleton. "Oh no! My home has been stolen." The Wither King felt a sinking sensation in his heart, crushed the stone golem with force, and quickly turned to fly towards the Valley of Withering. The muscular Pig Spirit King flew into the Crimson Forest. He looked around but did not see Ji-chan's figure. Strange, he was clearly right here just a moment ago. As a demigod, the Pig Spirit King did not possess any special scouting abilities, but his senses had been enhanced to a terrifying degree. Especially his nose. With concentration, he could detect all scents within 1,000 miles. He had followed the scent to this place, but upon arriving, the trail had abruptly ended. "Oh, it must be the space transfer of the Calamity clan." The Pig Spirit King quickly grasped a key point. Ji-chan was very cautious. He had not come here himself. The other party had only sent a puppet over. It was very likely that they were waiting for him inside the Pig Spirit Castle. This kid is surprisingly cautious. The Pig Spirit King shook his head and chuckled, his body rising again, and with a sonic boom, he vanished from the spot. Soon after, his voice echoed into the ears of the Pig Spirit Army. "All troops retreat to the Crimson Forest. No one is to act without my command." Yes, after winning the battle, the Pig Spirit Army erupted in cheers, all jumping up in a victory dance to celebrate. In this battle, the Withering King suffered heavy losses. Not only did he lose a general, but he also had just regrown an arm that was now severed again. There would inevitably be some retaliation in the future. Retreating to the Crimson Forest could minimize this threat. Meanwhile, Ji-chan had already been waiting outside the Pig Spirit Fortress. Before long, the Pig Spirit King landed and chuckled. "Little brother Ji-chan, you didn't encounter any danger this time, did you? Thanks to your help, everything went smoothly." Ji-chan replied with a smile. "Good. Let's go inside and talk. No need to stand around here." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Pig Spirit King led Ji-chan into the fortress. Inside the castle, it was empty, with no one around. The Pig Spirit King arranged for Ji-chan to sit down, returned to his throne, and spoke again. "Wunyan, is everything alright? I'm quite surprised he managed to survive, given the Withering King's character." At first, he had not been optimistic about Ji Chen's rescue mission for Wunyan. It was very dangerous, and the hope was quite slim. In the end, it was likely to be a wasted trip, only to return with a head. But Ji Chen was a person who always had good luck. Ji Chen shook his head, sighed, and said, his life is temporarily safe, but he has probably lost most of his flesh and blood. He is no longer human. Most of his flesh and blood? And he didn't die. The Pig Spirit King was somewhat surprised. He specialized in flesh and blood himself. Losing even half would be unbearable. Haha, I'm not cursing Wunyan, don't think too much about it. I understand. When I first saw Wunyan like that, I had similar thoughts. Ji Chen smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. After the Pig Spirit King finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, waved his hand, and called his daughter, Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, into the chamber. Little brother Ji Chen, don't worry. Since he's not dead, there's hope for rescue. Come, let me introduce you. This is Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, my daughter. Her cultivation isn't great, but her healing skills are extraordinary. Coincidentally, her specialty is the restoration of flesh and blood. You two should get to know each other. She can treat Wunyan. The Pig Spirit King had a smile in his eyes, intentionally trying to bring them together. Now, Ji Chen was a prized asset in his eyes, and he needed to win him over and over again. Forming a marriage alliance was naturally the most efficient method. In the future, if Ji Chen became successful, their Pig Spirit clan could also benefit. Pig Spirit Xiaoyan's cheeks were flushed, clearly a bit shy. Healing skills? Ji Chen frowned as he looked at Pig Spirit Xiaoyan, feeling a hint of doubt rising in his heart. As far as he knew, other races, apart from players, did not seem to awaken special abilities. At most, it's just having some racial talent skills. This Pig Spirit, Xiaoyan, can actually use healing magic. It's obvious that he hasn't realized the intention of the Pig Spirit King. Of course, it's also possible that he's choosing not to interpret it. The Pig Spirit King, not in a hurry, smiled and explained, yes, it's healing magic. Surprised, right? The power of divinity can be mastered not only by you players but also by our Pig Spirit clan. He gestured for Xiaoyan to demonstrate for Ji Chen. Xiaoyan nodded, opened her palm, and a faint green particle effect floated up in her hand. Upon seeing this, Ji Chen couldn't sit still. The green particles felt exactly like the healing particles emitted by Chu Linger. Even the aura was frighteningly similar. It really is healing magic. Ji Chen stammered, feeling enlightened. The Pig Spirit King smiled proudly and continued, however, the probability is very low. You players are favored by the heavens, and each of you has a chance to awaken. As for us Pig Spirits, including other creatures, the entire race might only have one or two. I see. Ji Chen returned to his seat. No wonder you were so surprised when I used the power of divinity back then. The probability is indeed very low. The Pig Spirit King chuckled and said again, don't worry, with Xiaoyan's help, Wunyan's injuries will heal quickly. What a nice favor. Ji Chen suddenly came to his senses and quickly explained, Senior, I forgot to mention. I've already found a solution for Wunyan's flesh wounds, so there's no need to trouble your daughter. The Pig Spirit King's smile froze. How could that be? If you ask who has the deepest research on flesh and blood in the world, our Pig Spirit clan would claim second. Who would dare claim first? Ji Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He knew the Pig Spirit King meant well, but it really wasn't necessary. Chu Linger was enough on her own. Moreover, pig spirits couldn't linger in the upper realm, as they could easily turn into zombies, zombie pig spirits. The path of flesh and blood of pig spirits is definitely the best in the world, but I do have a capable person under me who can repair flesh and blood. Interestingly, even the aura they emit while healing is exactly the same. Ha. Ji Chen couldn't help but laugh. Chu Linger had coincidentally collided with Xiaoyan's skill. How is that possible? This time, it was Xiaoyan who spoke, her eyes glistening with tears as she continued to argue. Flesh and blood healing is a capability I developed after merging my clan's talent skills. How could there be a second one in the world? Even if it's an awakening, how could the aura emitted be the same? She felt a bit wronged. Her semi-self-created ability was being awakened identically by someone else. It's worth noting that she had endured a lot of hardship to master this ability. Ji Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to comfort her. Thinking about it, it was indeed quite tragic. He had spent 8 or 9 years honing his ability through hard work, while someone else achieved it in an instant through awakening. Effort seemed so insignificant in the face of absolute talent. This would be a blow to anyone. However, it was strange that not only were the healing effects of Chu Linger and Xiaoyan similar, but even their auras were the same. That was a bit absurd. It felt as if the same person was casting the spell. Ji Chen smiled and noticed that Pig Spirit Xiaoyan seemed a bit down. He quickly thought of a win-win solution. I cannot refuse the good intentions of Princess Xiaoyan. Wunyan is seriously injured, and my subordinate won't recover in less than 10 days or half a month. How about this? I can bring Wunyan to the lower realm, and you two can treat him together. How does that sound? Treat together? Pig Spirit Xiao Yan hesitated a bit. Yes, both of you are support-type talents. Learning from each other will help you progress. Seeing her reaction, Ji Chen added, right? How did I not think of that? Is it really possible? Pig Spirit. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. She looked at Pig Spirit King, wanting to see her father's thoughts. Ha, as long as you are happy, I have no objections, Pig Spirit King replied with a smile. Although it was different from the previous plan, it was still some progress. Feelings cannot be rushed, they must be nurtured slowly. Great. Then I'll go prepare. Pig Spirit Xiao Yan shook off her earlier gloom and quickly left the Great Hall. She was eager to meet the talented healer Ji Chen spoke of. Of course, there was also a competitive spirit, no one wanted to be left behind. Seeing this, Pig Spirit King shook his head with a smile. My daughter has been spoiled by me, please forgive her. No worries. Ji Chen stood up. Although Wu Nian has been rescued, this matter is not over. The Withering clan has suffered such a great loss, they will definitely retaliate in the future, so I advise you to plan ahead. This matter was not as simple as it seemed, not to mention the losses the Withering clan suffered on the battlefield. Just the fact that he rescued Wu Nian unscathed from the midst of thousands of troops was extremely insulting. The Withering King had no way to deal with Ji Chen, so he could only vent his anger on the Pig Spirit clan. You don't need to worry about this, I will handle it well. Pig Spirit King waved his hand dismissively. As he spoke, his muscles began to swell and fat started to grow. The imposing battle pig quickly transformed into a relaxed, plump ball. He had fought against the Withering King for so many years, if he couldn't bear this little risk, he would be unworthy of the title of Pig Spirit King. Come, serve the dishes. Let's feast again. Ji Chen felt embarrassed. Ever since he got to know the Pig Spirit clan, they had been feasting at every turn, and it was impossible not to eat. Now, thinking of the other players, they were probably still worrying about how to fend off zombies. In the Valley of Soul Sand, Central Fortress, the Withering King returned to the fortress, his face as dark as water, silent. The surrounding Withering skeletons all retreated to the side, not daring to lift their heads, especially after seeing the Withering King had lost another arm. They trembled in fear. It should be noted that the last time he lost an arm, their king had devoured over 1,000 skeleton minions to recover. The Withering King sat back on his throne and said coldly, nothing happened in the Valley of Soul Sand while I was away, right? Below the hall, a row of skeleton guards knelt, and the leading skeleton said, everything is normal, nothing is amiss. Oh, nothing is amiss? The Withering King conjured a giant skeletal hand and grabbed the skeleton guard. With a crunch, he chewed him to pieces. In the next moment, a bone bud sprouted from the Withering King's broken arm. This scene left everyone stunned. Their king was not inquiring about the fortress situation, but was clearly looking for a reason to devour them. The Withering King turned his gaze to another skeleton. You report, think carefully before you speak. My king, spare my life. There truly have been no problems in the fortress during this time. What I said is all true. The skeleton who was called out trembled all over, feeling a great disaster was imminent, and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, trying to save his own life. The Withering King adjusted his cervical spine, and the hellfire in the eye sockets of the skeleton flickered. Oh, are you saying I'm making things difficult for you? Not at all. That's not what I meant. Great king, spare my life. Ah, crack. Another crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and this skeleton also became the nourishment for the Withering King to restore his arm. After consuming 2 second-tier skeletons at once, the Withering King felt the pain in his severed arm was no longer unbearable, so he stopped. Do you all think I'm a senseless killer, a tyrant? As soon as these words were spoken, the skeletons below were all taken aback, cursing inwardly. This was practically a death sentence. After suffering a defeat, to come up and eat 2 of their own kind in anger, what else could this be but tyranny? However, despite their dissatisfaction, in order to save their lives, they still had to flatter him. Your Majesty, your achievements are unparalleled. What's wrong with eating a few skeletons after a defeat? This is what our king deserves. I dare anyone to say otherwise. Yes, yes, yes. Our king has fought all his life. Now that he is injured, he should enjoy himself. To become the king's nourishment for body restoration. This is their fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. A blessing, a tremendous blessing. The flattery from the skeletons grew louder until even the Withering King could no longer bear it. What a ridiculous blessing. He was just in pain in his arm, wanting to find a couple of skeletons to supplement his body, yet it was being praised so grandly. Just as the Withering King was contemplating whether to bless a few more skeletons, a loud crash sounded. Thud. The withering little Ku, bound by the power of withering, was thrown into the great hall. Your Majesty, you must stand up for us. Skeleton Boss and Skeleton 2 stumbled into the hall, kneeling on the ground, crying out in despair. This scene drew the attention of the surrounding skeletons, who, after sensing the situation, all showed expressions of horror. The source of withering is shattered? Without the source of withering, it was like a candle flickering in the wind, at any moment it could extinguish. These two skeletons, being of a slightly higher realm, could barely survive relying on their existing realm. For any below second tier, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The Withering King's heart sank. These few were the ones he had arranged to guard Wunyan. Now appearing here, could it be that Wunyan has escaped? Your Majesty! Oh, Your Majesty! You must stand up for us! Skeleton Boss and Skeleton 2 cried out frantically, tears streaming down their faces, looking pitiful. Those who didn't know would think it was the Withering King who was in trouble. Shut up! Stop shouting! The Withering King shouted angrily, shaking everyone to their core. He glanced at the tightly bound Withering little Ku on the ground, then at the two skeletons who were crying and snotting. Suppressing the impulse to slap them dead, he growled, "What exactly happened?" The skeleton brothers saw the opportunity and viciously kicked the Withering little Ku. Little Ku winced in pain but remained silent, enduring it quietly. King! It's her! She betrayed her kin and led outsiders to rescue Wunyan. That's right! That outsider is quite formidable. The three of us fought to the death, and the third brother died in battle, while the eldest and I were left with our essence shattered, becoming useless from then on. King! You must take responsibility for us. The two skeleton brothers sang in unison, pushing all the blame onto Little Ku. Aware of his deep sins, Little Ku said nothing, simply lying on the ground and silently awaiting his impending fate. What do you mean there's such a thing? The Withering King slammed the table, his eyes sharp with cold light, suddenly glaring at the guard skeleton in charge. Is this what you call nothing happening? Where was your support when they were fighting? The central fortress was heavily defended, with groups stationed every 3 steps and squads every 5. Second-tier skeletons roamed everywhere, and there were even third and fourth-tier ones. Such a level of defense allowed the enemy to sneak away unnoticed. The nearby overseer skeleton was dumbfounded, wondering how the ball had been kicked back to him. King! We truly received no news. If you don't believe it, you can ask others. Other overseer skeletons quickly responded, yes. The central fortress has layers of guards, and we indeed saw no one break in. King! The outsiders did not come through the main gate, they emerged from a ball of light. The two skeleton brothers felt the Withering King's focus was a bit off and quickly added, not coming through the main gate? The Withering King felt troubled. He had recently had a sense that everyone in the world was playing him. So, according to you, they just jumped right in front of you and beat you into this state, and then easily rescued Wunyan without alarming any of the Withering guards? The skeleton brothers nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. King, how did you know? The king was indeed a king, deducing the general situation from just a few words. Too much. The Withering King reached out and directly grabbed skeleton brother 2, crunching him down into his stomach. Do you think I'm a fool? Or that I'm easy to deceive? You dare to use the excuses I made up to trick me? You really have some nerve. The sudden turn of events caught skeleton brother 1 off guard, and he kept bowing and apologizing. King! We did not lie. The enemy suddenly emerged from a light circle and then controlled the obsidian to severely injure us. Please, King, see clearly. Still trying to argue. The Withering King, having never seen the specific scene, did not even consider the space-jumping abilities of the Calamity clan. He only felt that these two withering skeletons were fabricating nonsense to save their lives. Heh, is this the top intellect of the Withering clan? I see, it's nothing special. An old and melancholic voice echoed in the grand hall. The Withering King turned to look, and the purple-robed skeleton had appeared in the hall at some point. The Withering King felt somewhat displeased. Every time he faced a setback, the other party always had to mock him, as if he had offended them in the past. Humph. What insights do you have, High Priest in Purple? The purple-robed skeleton smiled, speaking leisurely. There are beings in the Calamity clan called Heartbound, who possess the ability to break through spatial barriers, and the 100 spirits Heartbound can even jump continuously while ignoring restrictive laws. Do I need to make it clearer for you? The Withering King set down skeleton brother 1, saying with half belief, so you mean there are members of the Calamity clan helping them? The purple-robed skeleton found a place to sit down, not responding further. His disdainful attitude made the Withering King, who had just calmed down, feel another surge of anger. This is outrageous. I knew it. Why did that dead pig want to challenge me out of nowhere? It turns out it was waiting for me here. The Withering King smashed the armrest of the throne with a single palm, realizing the key point, and things became much simpler. The spatial jumps of the Heartbound had significant limitations. The Withering clan had no traitors, so the opponent could not have entered. The Withering King looked down at the bound Withering little Ku. Speak. Why did you betray your race? Throughout history, there have been traitors among races, but they are few. It might take a century to see one, and today, he was actually betrayed by his own kind. Withering little Ku did not plead for mercy but said crisply, My king, please spare Wunyan. I am willing to exchange my life for his. You? A worthless being who hasn't even completed a single step? The Withering King grasped little Ku in his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Your life is so cheap, and you dare to ask me to exchange lives. Ridiculous. Wu Yan's strength was not strong, but his talent was exceptional. In a few years, he would quickly become a highly threatening ticking time bomb. Moreover, Wu Yan was the catalyst for his ascension to godhood. Letting him go was equivalent to letting go of his path to divinity. This crime was enough to make Withering Little Ku die 1,000 times. The Withering King slowly exerted force with one hand, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. Withering Little Ku felt the world spinning, cracks appearing in all her bones, and the intense pain plunged her into a semi-conscious state. Her thoughts began to scatter, time slowed down countless times, and the faint karmic fire in her eyes flickered unpredictably. This was a sign of impending death. It hurts, Wu Yan, it hurts. So this is what death feels like, Wu Yan, I'm so scared. Actually, it's not that scary. As long as you live, it's worth it to exchange my life for yours. I really want to see you one last time before I die, but never mind, you better not come back. This is good for both the Withering and you. Farewell. Wu Yan, if given a choice, no one would wish to die. For the first 10 years of her life, Withering Little Ku had always been a timid skeleton, afraid of death. She didn't dare to fight, didn't dare to compete for resources, and even felt a bit inferior, only daring to take on tasks that posed no danger. But ever since Wu Yan appeared in her life, everything changed. She began to try new things, started to work hard on her cultivation, wanting to keep up with the genius. Although in the end, she still couldn't keep up. After Wu Yan was killed by the Withering King with a slap, she would go to the cliff's edge to visit Wu Yan from time to time, knowing that place was not the Withering's territory. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But for Wu Yan, she was willing to take the risk. The purple-robed skeleton looked at the painfully suffering Withering Little Ku. His heart stirred. In his plan, Withering Little Ku had to die. Only then could Wu Yan lose his rationality and crazily seek revenge on the Withering clan. Only in this way could things develop in the direction he desired. But when the moment truly arrived, he felt a bit reluctant. Wu Yan's love for Withering Little Ku was genuine, and this feeling applied equally to the feared Demon King. Wait, she can't die yet. At least not now. The purple-robed skeleton finally began to speak to stop it. Oh, is the High Priest feeling pity? The Withering King laughed. He knew the purple-robed skeleton would save this Withering, which was why he hadn't crushed Little Ku immediately. As the king of a clan, one could be led by the nose once, but not always. Having been played as a pawn for so long, he had learned a thing or two. High Priest, you seem very concerned about her life and death. The Withering King leaned his massive head closer to the purple-robed skeleton, chuckling. After spending so long with the purple-robed skeleton, it was the first time he had seen the other lose composure. This naturally brought him joy. Having been played as a pawn for so long, it was time for him to take the role of the player and join the game. The Withering King did not loosen his grip. On the contrary, he tightened it, provocatively taunting the purple-robed skeleton. I remember the last time I wanted to kill Wu Yan. It was Withering Little Ku who helped you deliver the message, right? At that time, I was puzzled as to why you chose her. Now it seems this might not have been a coincidence. The Withering King laughed heartily, gathering a breath of withering power and exhaling it onto the purple-robed skeleton like smoke rings. Tell me, if I were to strangle her, would it ruin your plans? There was no harm in the action, but it was extremely insulting. The purple-robed skeleton did not dodge, allowing the smoky withering power to hit its face, its expression terrifyingly calm. Do not attempt to challenge me, this is a warning. A warning? Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Without saying another word, the Withering King directly reached out and tore off one of Withering Little Ku's arms, chewing it in his mouth. The half-conscious Withering Little Ku let out a horrific scream of agony and fell completely unconscious. Then, black fragments of bone mixed with the Withering King's foul saliva, withering power, were all spat onto the purple-robe's face. This is my warning to you, do not treat a demigod like a fool. The Withering King's behavior grew increasingly reckless, constantly testing the purple-robed skeleton's limits, attempting to provoke it into losing its composure and revealing more information. The purple-robed skeleton felt the fragments of bone all over its body, its red eyes gradually shifting to a pale white. Accompanying this was a sudden drop in the surrounding air. Looking up at the Withering King, it was as if gazing at a corpse. The Withering King sensed the change around him, feeling delighted rather than alarmed, and leaned his head closer. I knew you weren't just an ordinary skeleton. Show me what you've got. If you can break through my defenses, I'll let this Withering Little Ku go. The Withering King had not finished speaking. The purple-robed skeleton's form flickered, raising a hand to strike out, its speed reaching an extreme in an instant. Even the demigod-level Withering King could not catch it with the naked eye. Not good. The Withering King's eyes widened in horror as he retreated repeatedly, trying to distance himself from the purple-robed skeleton. But it was too late. An overwhelming fear surged within him. This fear was like an abyssal sea, unfathomable. The Withering King's size was enormous. Before the purple-robed skeleton, he was undoubtedly a giant. But now, looking at the purple robe, he felt an unfathomable depth. Since becoming a demigod, he had almost lost the emotion of fear. Yet today, this skeleton before him made him remember it again. Fear. This is fear, such a strange aura. You are not an ordinary upper realm skeleton. Who exactly are you? The Withering King no longer cared about withering little Ku in his hand, tossing her aside and assuming a battle stance, ready to strike and kill the purple robe. The skeletons below exchanged glances, not understanding what had just happened. In their eyes, the purple-robed priest had done nothing, while their king had nearly been scared out of his wits, almost falling over. The purple-robed skeleton smiled slightly. That previous strike was not strong, just enough to breach the defenses of the demigod-level Withering King. It did not cause significant harm. But in that moment, the Withering King felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, with no chance to resist. If it weren't for the rules restricting me, I would really want to chew you up. 2. The purple-robed skeleton walked up to the withering little Ku and picked her up. The Withering King was furious and was about to strike down the two before him. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. He touched the center of his brow, where a terrifying crack was clearly marked. The Withering King found it hard to believe. What on earth did you do? What was that power just now? The purple-robed skeleton glanced sideways at the Withering King, revealing a meaningful smile. The power you have pursued for most of your life is now presented before you, and you still ask what it is. Ridiculous. After saying this, he carried the withering little Ku and walked out of the great hall, leaving the Withering King stunned in place. After a long time, the Withering King suddenly came to his senses and burst into wild laughter, looking extremely mad. The skeletons below the great hall were somewhat at a loss, unable to walk away or stay put. In the end, they could only watch helplessly, hoping not to be implicated. After laughing, a hint of joy appeared in the Withering King's eyes. Divine power. It's definitely this power. I really didn't expect that you actually have a way to become a god. To say that before, he believed the purple-robed skeleton had a 5 out of 10 chance of achieving divinity. Now it was 100%. After all, a little white skeleton without any realm could actually mobilize divine power to break through a demigod's defense. In the whole world, only divine power could achieve this. Don't worry. I will definitely master this power. Once a pawn has its own thoughts, it will be very terrifying. The purple-robed skeleton was plotting against the Withering King, and the Withering King was also plotting against him. Everything that happened in the Great Hall today was a test from the Withering King. Clearly, he had succeeded. He had obtained a lot of information. Although he had suffered some minor injuries, it was all worth it. Thinking of this, the Withering King looked at the others in the Great Hall. The next moment, several screams rang out in succession. Outside the Great Hall, the unconscious little Ku felt her body warm, as if she were soaking in warm water, extremely comfortable. The deep pain that had penetrated to the bone before her death was completely gone. After a long time, she barely opened her eyes, and what came into view was the familiar white bones. The appearance of the white bones overlapped with that of Wunyan, finally merging into one person. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and in a weak tone, she said, "Wunyan, is that you?" The purple-robed skeleton paused for a moment and smiled slightly. "It's me. Don't worry, sleep now, and it won't hurt anymore." How did you come back?" The little Ku, severely injured, was in a daze, and before she could finish her last sentence, she fainted again. The purple-robed skeleton's smile faded, and his gaze turned cold again. "Your life should not end here." His plan was still in progress, and the little Ku was the most important part. She must survive. "Now I will protect you, and no one will dare to touch you again." The purple-robed skeleton casually found a secluded house and placed the little Ku down. Then, he reached out and tore off his own arm. The power of withering instantly spread up, and the white severed arm turned black in an instant. The purple-robed skeleton's eyes burst with white light, and a wave of divine power spread up, attaching the severed arm to the little Ku's body. After doing all this body also reached its limit. "I forcibly broke through the limits just now and suffered a backlash. Well, it's good to learn a lesson." After saying this, the purple-robed skeleton collapsed with a loud bang, or rather, dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. "The plan has changed. It seems I need to replan." Time flies. The 45th day of the cataclysm, Jichen collapsed onto the pink bed, surrounded by 10 large chests filled with fully enchanted gear. "Wang Chang, take some time to deliver this to the Piglin King in the lower realm. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. I'll head out right now." Wang Chang called over a dozen stone golems to move the chests out of the cave. After Wu Nian was injured, Wang Chang naturally became the communicator between him and the Piglin King in the lower realm. He promised the Piglin tribe fully enchanted gear, which Wang Chang would deliver on his behalf. At first, he worried that the other party might offend the Piglin tribe due to recklessness. However, within a few days, Wang Chang surprisingly managed to interact smoothly with the Piglin tribe. He arranged various social niceties clearly, showing great potential as a general manager. Ji Chen, seeing Wang Chang's growth, felt a sense of relief. "Be careful, although the Piglins and the Wither have begun a truce, it's still fraught with danger. especially the Wither spy team. With your strength, it will still be quite difficult to deal with. Wu Nian was just unlucky to have encountered the Wither's spy team, which led to his suffering. He didn't want the communication talent he had painstakingly cultivated to perish in the lower realm. Wang Chang scratched his head, somewhat unconcerned. There are piglins on the other side to assist, there shouldn't be any problems. Ji Chen sighed. It seemed he had protected them too well, and they didn't understand the principle of being cautious. He would have to find opportunities to train them. You go to the underground storage for spare golems and select 2 iron golems to accompany you. That's an order. Yes. Wang Chang stood at attention with a smile, his attitude extremely proper. He knew Ji Chen was looking out for him and didn't dare to say more, leading the stone golems hurriedly out of the cave. After a while, Ji Chen regained some hunger points and controlled the head of the calamity to tear open a crack in front of him. On the other side of the crack was the top of the base's city wall. Below the wall, there were countless zombies. During this time, the base was short-staffed and hadn't had the chance to clear them out. With the enhancement of the 45 days of cataclysm, these hordes of zombies had become very tricky. With the slightest misstep, even a climber could become food for the zombies. Ji Chen beckoned, and 5 shadows descended along the city wall, beginning a horrific slaughter. Zombies, to some extent, also belonged to the undead. The undead slayer on the obsidian golem was simply their nemesis, no matter how many zombies there were. In the face of the merciless Black Hand, they were all one-hit kills. Ji Chen felt the experience surging into his body, sensing a faint breakthrough in his realm. Just a little more to reach level 15. This speed is really slow. He felt somewhat disappointed. Ever since completing a climb, the speed of leveling up seemed to have slowed down by over 1,000 times. The experience required was in the tens of thousands. However, upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. He felt it was slow because he was comparing himself to the demigod realm, level 49. It's worth noting that it took him just over 2 months to go from level 0 to level 14. This leveling speed, regardless of the race, was quite explosive. Ji Chen had no intention of going down to kill zombies alongside the obsidian golem. He controlled the blocks beneath his feet to fly into the air, heading off into the distance. Soon, a figure appeared in his line of sight within the zombie horde. This person occasionally unleashed bursts of wither power, forcing the surrounding zombies to retreat. Wu Nian's physical injuries had just healed, and he was eager to come here to level up. Ji Chen could understand his feelings. After all, the incident with the wither had hit him hard. Without sufficient strength, everything was just talk. Wu Nian swung the iron sword in his hand, moving through the zombie horde as if it were an uninhabited realm. All of his gear was fully enchanted, including the iron sword in his hand. The Foot Care Tunnel, designed by Ji Chen, is certainly safe, but the leveling speed is a bit slow. Wu Nian used himself as bait, directly increasing the efficiency by 3 to 4 times. Faster. A little faster. I don't have much time. Not much. Wu Nian's eyes were blood red. Even though he was already very tired, he still had no intention of putting down his iron sword. Ji Chen shook his head helplessly. System. Dissolve the master-servant contract with Wu Nian. Ding. Are you sure you want to dissolve the master-servant contract with player Wu Nian? Yes, no, yes. Ji Chen did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Ding. Contract dissolved. In the master-servant contract, Ji Chen could take 20% of Wu Nian's experience from monster hunting. As their leader, he couldn't help Wu Nian much with leveling up, and dissolving the experience extraction was all he could do. Wu Nian, who was hunting monsters, suddenly stopped, the sound of the system contract dissolving ringing in his mind. Immediately, his body felt as if a certain shackle had been unlocked, and the leveling speed increased by 1/5. He turned around abruptly, just in time to meet Ji Chen's gaze in the air. Ji Chen had no intention of coming down, smiled, and turned to control the blocks and left. Everything was unspoken. Tears welled up in Wu Nian's eyes as he swung his sword to fend off the surrounding zombies. He silently remembered this kindness. Although the system's contract was dissolved, the bond established invisibly became even stronger. It was unclear how much time had passed. The surrounding zombies were nearly cleared. Wu Nian collapsed to the ground. Although he had the golden carrot for replenishment, a flesh and blood body ultimately has its limits. Why? It's too slow. There's no time. He covered his face and cried out in pain, his level stuck at 13 and unable to rise. To become a demigod in a short time was simply a pipe dream. He didn't know if withering little Ko was still alive. Of course, he didn't dare to think about it. Ever since he woke up, he had been using combat and monster hunting to numb his heart. It even felt a bit like avoidance. But the more he did this, the stronger the pain in his heart became, eventually reaching a point where he could no longer suppress it. Not feeling powerful is unpleasant, right? An old voice suddenly rang out, startling Wu Nian to sit up quickly. Who? Come out. Don't be agitated, I mean no harm. A zombie walked out from behind a tree with a smile. The chaos in its eyes quickly receding, and in the blink of an eye it gained intelligence. As long as you speak, I can grant you the power to kill a demigod. How about it? We can talk. As it spoke, the flesh on the zombie's body began to rot, until it turned into a skeleton. Wu Nian's vigilance rose and he activated the system to look at the other party, wanting to see what kind of monster it was. Ding! Probe failed, the other party is interfering with system operation. How could this happen? Wu Nian stood dumbfounded. He had never encountered a monster that could directly interfere with the system. Don't rely too much on the system's information. This thing is just a program someone casually compiled, with many flaws. The skeleton shook its head and laughed, recalling a guy in white clothes. Wu Nian raised his iron sword and pointed it forward. Who exactly are you, and why should I trust you? A purple cannon slowly emerged from the skeleton's body, covering its exposed form. Who I am is not important. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. What matters is that I have a way to keep withering little Ku alive. Is that enough? Wu Nian's pupils constricted. The other party actually knew about withering little Ku. Purple robe? Wu Nian was slightly taken aback, looking at the clothing that slowly appeared on the other person. He immediately realized the other's origin. The high priest of the Withering clan in a purple robe. Although he had never seen the person in person, the purple robe was still quite recognizable. In his backpack there lay an identical piece of clothing. The purple-robed skeleton looked at the newly transformed body and shook his head helplessly. This damned transformation trial has left me unable to find even a skeleton. Fine, a zombie will have to do. After the transformation began, all hostile creatures in the main world disappeared, making way for hordes of zombies. Wu Nian's vigilance intensified, and the iron sword in his hand was ready to strike at any moment. The other person's appearance was strange, not like a withering skeleton, but more like a little white skeleton from the upper realm. Withering High Priest, what is your intention in helping me, an outsider, deal with the Withering King? This confuses me greatly. The other person's identity was undoubtedly that of a Withering High Priest. It looked like a trap to lure him in. The purple-robed High Priest naturally saw through Wu Nian's thoughts. However, he had no intention of explaining. To strike a snake, one must hit it 7 inches. Negotiations were no different. He only needed to grasp that Wu Nian wanted to slay the Withering King but lacked the power to do so. I'll say it again, I have a way to slay the Withering King. Do you believe it? I believe you, you big-headed ghost. Look at my sword. Wu Nian was furious. Anyone with eyes could see it was a trap, and he was being asked if he believed it. The other person must have some issues. The power of withering enveloped and entwined around the iron sword, as if adding another layer of enchantment. With all his strength, he thrust the sword towards the purple-robed skeleton ahead. The purple-robed skeleton raised an eyebrow. He truly did not expect Wu Nian to react this way. The method to deal with the Withering King was not very effective against him. The purple-robed skeleton did not dodge but stood still without moving. In the next moment, Withering Illusion activated. His body began to flicker rhythmically. Whoosh! The iron sword sliced through the air and Wu Nian's strike missed entirely, hitting nothing. Withering Illusion? You actually have this ability. Wu Nian was exceptionally astonished, staring blankly at the flickering purple-robed skeleton. The other party was using his signature skill, Withering Illusion, to evade all physical attacks. The purple-robed skeleton dusted off the dirt on his clothes, pretending to be somewhat disappointed, and said, "Since you are so perceptive, let's just leave it at that. I believe with your talent, in about 10 years, you will definitely become a demigod and kill the Withering King, then rescue Withering Little Ku. You completely don't need my help as a villain." Saying this, the purple-robed skeleton turned to leave, leaving Wu Nian dumbfounded. The other party's words were clearly a provocation easily seen through. But at the same time, it was also the truth. With Wu Nian's A-grade talent, wanting to cultivate to the demigod realm without other opportunities, 10 years was already a very conservative estimate. Just as Wu Nian was still hesitating, the purple-robed skeleton leisurely added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Withering Little Ku is not dead yet, but she definitely can't wait for you for 10 years, so plan ahead." Wait. Upon hearing about Withering Little Ku, Wu Nian became completely anxious. Even if it was truly a trap, he had to give it a try. The purple-robed skeleton turned around with satisfaction, directly taking control. It would have been better to do this earlier, but we must agree in advance that the cost of advancing power is quite high. It's nothing but a life after all. As long as you help me slay the Withering King, I will give you that. The purple-robed skeleton was somewhat disappointed with Wu Nian's response. Life? Do you think you have the right to control your life? Or rather, is your life even worth anything? Humility and politeness are virtues of a selfless character. However, his flaws are equally apparent. What do you mean? Wu Nian was somewhat at a loss for words, unable to respond. For a moment. Don't recklessly wager your life. Don't forget, your life no longer belongs solely to you. The purple-robed skeleton hinted. Wu Nian seemed to suddenly understand why Ji Chen had gone through great hardships to rescue him from the wolf's den, and in a sense, his life no longer belonged to him. Now, turning around and selling his life to others felt like a betrayal of that sacrifice. Wu Nian took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind, and bowed slightly to the purple-robed skeleton. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have learned." Regardless of the purple-robed one's true intentions, the mere act of admonition warranted him addressing the other as Senior. The purple-robed skeleton laughed heartily, pleased with Wu Nian's change. "Next, you must remember what I am about to say. Remember, do not mention this matter to anyone, including your direct superior." Wu Nian's eyes flickered. "I can promise you that, but your method must not threaten them in the slightest, otherwise I cannot comply." He. Rest assured. As the moon rose above the treetops, the sounds of zombies howling surrounded the base. Inside the cave, the torches and luminous stones illuminated the space as bright as day. Everyone sat around the dining table. Unlike before, there were some golden foods on the table. The disaster lark handed a piece of golden bread to Ji Chen. Her face full of anticipation. "Master, hurry and try this, it's delicious." "Made by the golden puppet? I must say, it looks quite appealing." Ji Chen smiled as he took the golden bread and chewed it. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Obtained night vision effect. Duration 1 hour." Ji Chen's eyes lit up as the surroundings suddenly became clear. Things that were previously obscured by darkness were now visible. This golden bread is something else. It actually gives the eater a night vision buff. The golden bread was synthesized from golden wheat made by the golden puppet. Its originally dark gray exterior had transformed into a flashy gold, clearly something that common players couldn't afford. "And this?" Chu Linger smiled as she handed another golden potato to Ji Chen. "Quick, try this, it's also good." Ever since the golden puppet became available, Chu Linger and the disaster lark, who managed the farm, had been researching it. They had made many different kinds of food, stored in the warehouse. However, Ji Chen had been too busy lately to be aware of such trivial matters. "Ding! Obtain 10% resistance increase. Duration 15 minutes. Resistance ratio in Minecraft corresponds to the percentage of damage immunity. It can be simply understood as damage reduction. The 100% fall damage resistance of the steel puppet means immunity to all fall damage. The golden potato provides all attribute resistance, reducing damage from fire, weapons, falls, negative effects by 10%. However, resistance immunity is not invincible. Hunger and void damage are not affected by it. Ji Chen felt the growing hunger value within him and silently calculated something in his heart. After being gilded, bread and potatoes had increased their recovery for hunger value and satiety, but they still did not surpass the golden carrot. The staple food in the future should still be the golden carrot. After all, the increase in hunger value and satiety it provided was simply too much. However, both had very practical buffs for the user. Each had its own characteristics, and there was no monopolization. Ji Chen stuffed 2 more pieces of golden bread into his mouth and turned to Chu Linger, asking, "Are there any other foods? Please introduce them all to me." Chu Linger took out golden beetroot and golden watermelon. The effect of the beetroot is to increase speed, while the watermelon restores health. Using multiple consecutively also has a chance to stack the time effect. Overall, the gilded foods have undergone a lot of transformation. Not bad. Ji Chen nodded, quite satisfied. With this, some potion effects could be replaced by food. Especially the golden bread, it was simply the artifact for traveling at night. Besides the grains grown in the ground, can meat also be gilded? After finishing the vegetarian food, Ji Chen suddenly thought of meat. Well, you know, although we have a lot of food in our base, they are all vegetarian crops grown in the ground. Now all the players outside are in a famine and meat has been sold out in short supply. I can't get any. Chu Linger, as the logistics minister, shook her head. Helplessly, she also wanted to develop new food, but the conditions did not allow it. I see. Ji Chen didn't mind. It didn't matter whether he ate meat or not. After all, gilded vegetarian food had already far surpassed meat in both taste and effect. After 100 days of upheaval, the ecology of the upper realm would be restored, and it wouldn't be too late to try gilded meat then. Hey, where did Wu Nian go? Wang Chang, who was eating nearby, suddenly noticed that one person was missing from the dining table. Just as Ji Chen was about to answer, a figure covered in blood and draped in a purple robe walked in from the cave entrance. "I'm here, sorry to make everyone worry. Sit down quickly, you have to take care of your health. Practicing for 14 hours a day, even an Iron Man can't handle that." Wang Chang cleared a spot for Wu Nian to sit down and eat. The members of the Iron Armor gang looked at each other, all falling into silence. They had all heard about Wu Nian's situation. It was complicated yet simple. As long as they killed the Withering King, everything would be fine. But the problem was, they couldn't defeat the Withering King. Seeing Wu Nian in such a disheveled state, the Iron Armor gang felt both heartbroken and angry, and they all spoke up. "Wu Nian, what Brother Chang said is right, take it easy, there will always be a way." If it really doesn't work, we can accompany you to the Withering Valley again and rescue Withering Xiaoku. Right. Unity is strength. The brothers in our base are like family. If Wu Nian is in trouble, we must lend a hand. Ji Chen frowned. The members of the Iron Armor Gang were too loyal and too impulsive. This matter was not just about rescuing Withering Xiaoku. If Xiaoku had wanted to, she could have come to live in the upper realm with Wu Nian, but she couldn't. Her entire clan was in the Valley of Soul Sand. If she left alone, the Withering King would make her entire clan pay the price. So, even if you forced Withering Xiaoku to leave now, she wouldn't go. The only way was to kill the Withering King and completely take control of the Withering clan. Alright, let's not mention this matter anymore. Sit down and eat. Ji Chen shouted angrily, directly stopping the discussion. The members of the Iron Armor Gang all sat back down reluctantly, not daring to say more. Ji Chen looked Wu Nian up and down, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why are you wearing that purple robe again? It looks strange. With no thoughts. Like this, he always felt a sense of familiarity, but for a moment he couldn't recall who it was. The armor is uncomfortable, but the purple robe is quite nice. He forced a smile and replied. Ji Chen, feeling helpless, could only call everyone to continue eating, and no one mentioned the matters of the lower realm again. 2 hours quickly passed. After the meal, everyone descended the mountain and returned to their own houses. The cave suddenly became quiet again. Ji Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He simply decided not to sleep at all and opened the system forum to browse through the posts. Recently, he had been staying in the lower realm, somewhat disconnected from life in the upper realm. His main task now was still to survive in the trial grounds, and it was always good to learn more about the outside world. There were many posts on the forum, dazzling and very mixed. Breeder shares breeding experience, postpartum care for sows, keyboard warrior self-cultivation, DD Days Prey, a loaf of bread can help you curse for a day, 100 ways to turn rotten meat into delicious food, hehe. Ji Chen couldn't help but laugh at the posts in front of him, the mental pressure lifting away. No matter where, netizens always knew how to have fun. Suddenly, a post about the Mason Association caught his attention. Jia Junyu is dead. The Mason Association is leaderless and on the verge of collapse. The president of the Food Guild has stepped in, opening the post. The gist was that the Food Guild had fully acquired the Mason Association. The two groups merged into one, becoming the largest player guild in the area. They were now continuously absorbing independent players, growing unprecedentedly. Ji Chen briefly skimmed through. The president of the Food Guild was very mysterious, with most information online being anonymous. The only known detail was that the person's profession level was A. This gave them absolute authority among players, subtly hinting at becoming a player leader. Interesting. An A-level player holds such a high status among the player crowd. Ji Chen became interested in this person. After all, they were the first to publicly isolate him from the Mason Association. Now that the Mason Association had fallen, this person was soaring high. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to deal with them. When Ji Chen saw the total number of members in the Food Guild, he fell silent again. Only 5,000? How vast was the trial grounds, and how many players were actually inside? Over 7 billion people from Blue Star had been transported here, so logically, the population density should be quite large. Yet, the top guild in the forum was just the Food Guild, and an A-level player could have such high prestige. This made Ji Chen feel puzzled. Could it be that the trial grounds are divided into many parts? Am I just in one of them? Or perhaps the trial grounds were very large and they, as players, were simply assigned to a certain area, unable to communicate with each other. Once the number of players dropped to a certain level, they would naturally encounter other players. Ji Chen looked at the words Area 2 written in the system and became increasingly convinced of this idea. Coupled with the information the system provided when he first crossed over, Ji Chen speculated that after 100 days of upheaval, there would likely be a major merger of areas. If that were the case, it would be much more interesting. After all, those who could survive the 100 days of upheaval were not to be trifled with. Of course, Ji Chen himself was naturally unperturbed. An SSS-level profession was already at the top. No matter how strong other players were, they could at most be on par with him. Moreover, his own network of influence was also a form of strength. He didn't believe other players could easily summon a demigod like the Pig Spirit King to help. But, since I've already guessed this in advance, I can't possibly not prepare ahead of time. Ji Chen scrolled through various large, medium, and small guilds in the system, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. Is there something else I can do? For example, controlling all the players in my area? Making them another force in my hands? On the 46th day of the upheaval, in front of a mine located in the southern part of the trial grounds, many players were busy mining something. Most of them were not gathering-type professions, yet they were still engaged in gathering work, and their efficiency was extremely low. Surrounding them were players on guard, clad in iron armor and wielding iron swords, their expressions serious as they kept a vigilant watch, not daring to relax for a moment. They were not oppressing the other players, on the contrary, they were protecting those gathering stones. Ah! Help! There are zombies! A player who was mining stones cried out in alarm, retreating in fear. The armored players quickly assembled and rushed towards the source of the sound. Not daring to slack off, Ji-chin could sweep away these zombies as easily as cleaning up trash, because he was strong enough. Just a single obsidian puppet possessed strength far exceeding that of a second-tier ascender. Coupled with his top-tier Undead Slayer enchantment, the threat level of these zombies was almost reduced to 0. However, most of the civilian players had not yet completed a single ascension. Even the most ordinary zombie required several players to cooperate in order to kill it. Once the zombies gathered to more than 10, their gathering activities had to stop and they had to focus all their efforts on extermination. At the foot of the mine, there was an area enclosed by a wall about 5 or 6 blocks high. This was the base of the Equipment Guild? Those gathering stones and ores were not slaves, they were all members of the Equipment Guild sent out to gather resources. There were not many decent houses here, and each person's private space was only a few square meters, making it look very cramped. In stark contrast to the dilapidated scene was the determined gaze of the players, resolute in their survival. Everyone in the base was busy, each fulfilling their duties, and no one was slacking off. This was their shared home. Inside a relatively decent stone house, the Scarface Lee who sat at the main seat, muscular and imposing without needing to be angry. He was the leader of this lonely city, the president of the Equipment Guild. In the stone house, he was not alone. Besides him, there were 3 well-dressed players who, at first glance, seemed out of place in the dilapidated Equipment Guild. Gu Yunwoo, Vice President of the Food Association, I've heard so much about you. Please, sit down. My humble abode has nothing special to offer, I hope you understand. Lee Hu said with a hearty smile, quickly inviting the delegation to take a seat. These were all members of the Food Guild, one of whom was the Vice President of the Food Association. Now that the Food Guild was dominant, even though Lee Hu was the President of the Equipment Guild, he had to treat them with respect. After all, there was still trade between the two guilds, and the food discounts they provided were quite generous. Although Gu Yunwoo was a male player, he had a very effeminate appearance, surveying the surroundings with a look of disdain on his face. Tisk, it said online that your Equipment Guild is the strongest in combat power among the 4 major guilds. Now it seems, it truly lives up to its reputation. As soon as these words were spoken, Lee Hu's eyes flickered, and his smile gradually cooled. Although the statement seemed like a compliment, anyone could hear the underlying sarcasm about the Equipment Guild's poor environment. The 4 major guilds were the Mason Association, the Equipment Guild, the Medical Guild, and the Food Guild. Traditionally, the Equipment Guild was indeed the number 1 in combat power, as most of their members were combat-oriented professions. However, times had changed. In the baptism of upheaval, mere martial strength was not enough. You also needed resources, especially food, which was of utmost importance. Other guilds could sell some resources to earn longevity. But the Equipment Guild, aside from being a bit more formidable in combat power, had no other specialties. This was also the reason why they were so poor. Now that the Mason Association had been absorbed by the Food Guild, the latter could be said to be the wealthiest guild in the trial grounds. Lee Hu, sitting in the main seat, furrowed his brows. He wasn't a fool, so he could naturally understand the underlying meaning. However, due to the other party's identity, he could only endure it. Vice President Gu, you're joking. How can our Equipment Association compare to the treatment of your union? Please, have a seat. Gu Yunwoo heard what he wanted to hear, and a wave of comfort washed over him. He found a square and sat down, a hint of satisfaction on his face. President Lee truly knows the bigger picture, unlike those old geezers in the Medical Association who are stubborn and unyielding. I see only doom for them in the end. It was obvious that this Gu had already been to the Medical Association, but it seemed he hadn't made any good progress and had come back empty-handed. Now he was here at the Equipment Association seeking a sense of presence. Although Lee Hu felt a bit displeased, for the sake of feeding his union members, even if the other party was cold, he had to put on a warm face. Vice President Gu, is there something we can discuss on the system? Why risk being attacked by zombies to come in person? Lee Hu smiled and started chatting. Gu Yunwoo took a deep breath, somewhat helpless. President Lee, you probably don't know yet. Recently, someone has appeared online who can invade players' systems. This person can not only manipulate and alter the chats between players but can even extract parameters from some anonymous players. At this point, Gu Yunwoo slammed the table, his expression somewhat indignant. Of course, if it were just that, it would be manageable. The most formidable skill of this person is creating fake lifespans. Lee Hu furrowed his brows in confusion. Could lifespans really have a distinction between true and false? Gu Yunwoo noticed the confusion in Lee Hu's eyes and continued, lifespans themselves are not fake, but the other party can create false information about lifespans being credited. The most critical part is that the system can't even distinguish it. It's simply outrageous. We were also deceived by this person for nearly 5 or 6 years worth of food for lifespans before we realized. I see, Lee Hu nodded. He had only known about the F-level keyboard warrior profession before. He didn't expect there to be a more advanced hacker than a keyboard warrior. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Lee Hu returned to his senses and steered the conversation back to the main topic. So, what is the purpose of your visit today? Seeing that the other party had asked, Gu Yunwoo got straight to the point. Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. The purpose of my visit is to discuss the matter of union integration. Union integration? Lee Hu seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual. The food union was currently dominant, with a membership exceeding theirs by more than 3 times. How could they possibly propose a request for union integration? Could you elaborate? Gu Yunwoo saw that Lee Hu didn't have much of a rejection response, so he probed further. President Lee should know that after 50 days of the zombie outbreak, they gain the ability to destroy stone walls. By then, all the stone walls we built on the outskirts will become ineffective. So we must unite and merge into a larger group. What do you think, President Lee? Lee Hu was momentarily speechless and didn't rush to respond. The other party had said so much, all of it persuasive rhetoric, without getting to the point. In other words, Lee Hu didn't understand whether the other party wanted union integration or if the food union wanted to unilaterally swallow their union. After a long while, Lee Hu took a deep breath, his eyes becoming vigilant. I was wondering how the vice president of the food guild would come here in person. So you want to swallow our guild? Players. Merging into a large group indeed makes it easier to resist the zombie invasion, but the potential risks also increase. The merging of players must be the equipment guild integrating into the food guild. Being dependent on others means being subject to their orders. According to reliable information Lee Hu received, the food guild cannot supply players from 3 guilds at once. That is the first point. The second point is that Lee Hu is unwilling to hand over the guild he built up himself and trusts the leadership of the food guild even less. Hey, President Lee, please don't misunderstand. Gu Yunwoo quickly explained upon seeing Lee Hu's expression. What I meant was guild merging, a temporary cooperation. After this upheaval passes in 100 days, if you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Moreover, you can't just think of yourself, think about your employees. As long as you relinquish management rights, they can enjoy a better life than today. Lee Hu snorted coldly. The other party's words sounded nice, but he knew the true weight of the food guild. Although it seemed unprecedentedly strong now and continued to absorb scattered players, it was actually hollow inside. Once players collapsed during the upheaval, with such a large population base, very few would survive. On the contrary, the Equipment Guild, which can provide semi-autonomously, has high cohesion in certain combat power, is safer. Furthermore, once integrated into the Food Guild, it wouldn't be so simple to separate again. He had also heard rumors of the Food Guild mistreating its members. I don't know what your president's urgent purpose is in wanting to swallow other guilds, but you'd better not have any designs on our Equipment Guild. I will ensure the safety of my people. You don't need to worry about that. Show them out. Lee Hu waved his hand, and immediately 3 to 5 armored players rushed out to drive Gu Yunwoo and his group away. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Gu Yunwoo became angry. Lee Hu, don't push your luck. Don't forget that your Equipment Guild has trade dealings with our Food Guild. Today we are not asking for your consent. You better think it through before you answer. At this, everyone fell silent. Although the Equipment Guild could also grow some food for self-sufficiency, the efficiency was too low. If any accidents occurred, they would still have to rely on external purchases for supplements. If the Food Guild cut off their preferential channels, it would indeed have a significant impact on them. Just as Lee Hu was contemplating his next words, an armored member of the Equipment Guild, furious, kicked Gu Yunwoo. Get lost. You, a pathetic coward, dare to threaten our president. I can tell with my little toe that your Food Guild has no good intentions. After you swallow us, you just want us to be cannon fodder. Go to hell. Due to the system, communication among players was very convenient. The Equipment Guild had previously considered merging into the Food Guild. However, the answer given by the members of the Swallowed Mason Guild was never come. Although Jia Junyu, when he was the Mason Guild leader, would cut their lifespans, it was limited to exploitation. Although they were dissatisfied, they could endure it. However, since the Mason Guild was swallowed by the Food Guild, those miners and quarry workers had almost lost their human rights, living day by day in dark tunnels. Their daily wages amounted to just a few pieces of bread. It was like being raised as livestock. They dared not resist. Outside, zombies roamed freely, and without the protection of the Food Guild, going out meant death. The members of the Mason Association can still mine stones, but if the Equipment Guild is absorbed, they might really just become cannon fodder. Zaiwan, they are guests, do not be rude. Lee Hu smiled slightly. Though he said this, his body showed no intention of helping Gu Yunwoo up. Zaiwan is his disciple and also his bodyguard. This kick hit him right in the heart. Gu Yunwoo, covered in dirt and dust, had never suffered such humiliation. Releasing his own realm, a level 10 pressure instantly filled the entire stone house. How outrageous! How outrageous! As the vice president of the Food Association, no one has dared to treat me this way. Kid, I will make you pay for this. Saying this, he actually raised his fist to kill Zaiwan right in front of Li Hu. Not good. Level 10? The crowd's expressions changed. They didn't expect this effeminate guy to be at such a high level. Stop. Li Hu was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless, launching a killing move right away. His disciple was only level 7, and there was no way he could withstand that punch. Bang! The sound of fists colliding with steel rang out. Li Hu quickly moved to block in front of Zaiwan, the iron armor that appeared on him absorbing most of the damage. Pfft, blood trickled from the corner of Li Hu's mouth. President! Seeing their president injured, several armored guards immediately turned red-eyed, pulling out iron swords from their spatial bags. Although they were low level, they had the advantage in numbers and planned to fight Gu Yunwoo, level 10, to the death. Stop! You can't defeat him, all of you retreat. Li Hu reached out to stop his subordinates and looked back at Gu Yunwoo, saying, my subordinate was wrong just now, this punch is my apology to you. If you insist on harming my subordinate, then we will have some fun. With that, Li Hu's level 11 pressure rose, surpassing Gu Yunwoo by 1 level. Level 11? I really didn't expect that. As a B-class profession, you could reach level 11. Good. Today, I will give you this face. Gu Yunwoo decided to back down. Although both were B-class professions, he didn't believe he could defeat the combat profession Li Hu, especially since the opponent was 1 level higher. However, this matter is not over. Previously, we gave you discounts for purchasing from the Equipment Guild, but now that is gone. If you want food, you must buy it at full price. After saying this, Gu Yunwoo left angrily with his group. Li Hu's eyes flickered as he constantly pondered the retreat of the Equipment Guild. Zaiwan, you acted impulsively in this matter. Li Hu shook his head helplessly. The Equipment Guild had previously collaborated with the Food Guild. They purchased food from the Food Guild in the name of the group, receiving a significant discount. This was also the reason why Gu Yunwoo was acting recklessly in the Equipment Guild. He still wanted to save some face. Zaiwan felt somewhat unconvinced, but he had to listen to his master's admonitions. Seeing this, the others quickly advised him. Boss, don't worry. Even if we have to starve every day, we won't beg them for scraps. That's right. It's just a small discount. They are shamelessly urinating on our territory. It's truly too much. These people had been standing outside the stone house, clearly hearing the conversation inside. Their president was so humble just to ensure they had enough to eat. This was not a negotiation for cooperation, it was clearly an attempt to enslave them, with no respect whatsoever. We can grow our own food, we are also a large guild. Don't say the other side is just a vice president. Even if the main leader came, we wouldn't give them face. If it really comes to it, we can survive on rotten meat. Boss, you don't need to worry too much. The Equipment Guild belongs to all of us, we will bear the burden together. As one of the 4 major guilds, the Equipment Guild may be poor, but the cohesion among its members is unmatched by other guilds. United as one, this is the key factor that allows them to stand shoulder to shoulder with other guilds. Li Hu sighed, looking at the concerned members around him, feeling both gratified and pained. Since they had already offended the Food Guild, there was no point in saying anything disheartening. The most important thing now was to stabilize the morale. I, Li Hu, may not have great abilities, and I can't ensure everyone is well fed and warm, but I can guarantee that if the zombies really break through the walls, I will be the first to charge forward. Good. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, and they cheered. Ahem. At this point, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in Li Hu's throat. The aftereffects of the punch he had just taken were kicking in. Although his level was higher than Gu Yunwoo's, taking the full force of the opponent's strike still left him somewhat injured. The members of the Equipment Guild were shocked and rushed forward to inquire about Li Hu's condition. President, are you okay? Isn't that obvious? Our president just took a full force hit from a level 10 player. It's strange if he's fine. Don't just stand there, quickly help our president sit down. The sudden turn of events left everyone flustered. Li Hu looked fierce, with a deep scar on his face. However, his reputation in the Equipment Guild was extremely high. He lived and ate with the members, offering no special treatment. Implementing a series of rules and measures ensured that the casualty rate among the Equipment Guild members during crises was the lowest. At the same time, Li Hu was an excellent leader. Whenever the Equipment Guild faced a crisis, he would make the right decisions. Li Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to straighten up despite the pain in his abdomen, so as not to worry everyone. Humph. What a joke. Do you think your president is that weak? Gat. Back to what you were doing. He waved his hand, preparing to disperse the crowd. Zaiwan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Master, wait. I'll go buy some healing potions from the Medical Association. They will definitely work. As soon as he said this, everyone froze in surprise. Right. How did they not think of that? I'll transfer you some lifespan to buy the most expensive one for our president. And me slap. Li Hu smacked Zaiwan on the back of the head, feigning anger. You wasteful thing, healing potions are so expensive, why waste lifespan on that? Look at how poor we are, don't you know to save? Zaiwan rubbed the back of his head, worry filling his eyes as he continued. President, although our union is poor, we can't be stingy when it's time to spend. If you don't use a recovery potion for that injury, it will be quite difficult to heal. Li Hu pouted, go on, I'm a big man, I'm not that delicate. Just find me some rotten meat to eat from the warehouse. Once the hunger value is full, it will indeed restore health to the player, but the extent of recovery is not as fierce as in the game. If Li Hu doesn't use a recovery potion, it will take at least half a month to heal. This is also the fundamental reason why the medical guild can become one of the 4 major guilds. The others wanted to say something more, but Li Hu frowned. If you're itching for a fight, you're not listening to me. Don't think just because I'm injured, I can't still give you a good beating. Seeing that their president was genuinely annoyed, Zai Wen and the others had no choice but to leave reluctantly. After most of the crowd had left, Li Hu immediately showed a pained expression, gritting his teeth. Damn it, it hurts like hell. If these little brats don't leave, I won't be able to keep this up. Sigh. Zai Wen is still too impulsive. Li Hu sighed deeply. Although Zai Wen's kick was satisfying, the cost was just too high to bear. He didn't scold the other party, the incident had already happened, and as the leader of the equipment guild, thinking of a countermeasure was what he needed to do now. With that in mind, Li Hu opened the system store. As far as he knew, there were more than just the food guild selling food in the system store. The food guild only accounted for 45% of the market share. Some independent farmers who hadn't joined any guilds collectively held 5%. The remaining 50% seemed to be occupied by a shop called DE. Li Hu had paid attention to this shop at the beginning. They made their fortune selling stones and had almost completely dominated the market after a price war with the Mason Association. Everyone knew about it. The Mason Association was beaten so badly that they fled in panic and didn't dare to speak. Then, for some unknown reason, they fell silent for a while, which gave the Mason Association a bit of breathing room. But not long after, the DE shop made a strong comeback, not only maintaining their stone business but also adding food sales. This move shook the food guild, which quickly lowered prices to compete for the market. This tactic worked. The DE shop lost its price advantage and its market share dropped to a meager 10%. It wouldn't affect the food guild at all. Just when the higher-ups of the food guild breathed a sigh of relief, their warehouse was raided overnight by a blue demon, losing a significant amount of stock, especially the seeds, which were lost heavily. This forced them to reduce the amount of food sold and raise prices. As a result, the DE shop quickly seized the market and rose rapidly. By the time the food guild reacted, the DE shop had already climbed to the top of the food sales rankings, becoming the undisputed #1 shop. Li Hu. 15. Buff. However, watermelons are different. This thing can be grown in the ground and is extremely easy to mass produce. Each whole watermelon consists of 9 slices. Of course, if you pick a whole watermelon barehanded, you will only get 3 to 7 slices. The precise harvesting enchantment can yield an entire watermelon without it breaking. Once the announcement from the shop was made, it was like a deep water bomb, and netizens began to comment, one after another. Big Mushroom can restore health. Is it real or fake? Oh, doll, it can't be a scam, right? MC Trivia. Golden watermelons are inedible. Clap clap clap. Stop dilly-dallying. Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we try it. It's not expensive anyway, only 15 days of lifespan. DE is a conscientious shop, they won't scam us. Saying this, clap 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 became the first player to order the golden healing watermelon. The others were not in a hurry. 15 days of lifespan is neither too much nor too little. After all, the product is just a slice of watermelon that looks a bit yellow. It really doesn't seem worth the price. After waiting for about 2 minutes, everyone began to clap clap clap. I'm incredibly handsome, bro. How's the effect? Hurry up and tell us. If I weren't short on cash, I would have bought it myself already. Air of the lion's roar. Yeah, hurry up and tell us. Silence. Clap 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 did not reply to anyone. Just when everyone was still wondering whether to buy it, someone else ordered the golden healing watermelon. Everyone focused their eyes. Good heavens. It was clap 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 again. Ding. Clap 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 purchased healing watermelon *1 ding. Clap 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 purchased healing watermelon *1 ding. Clap 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 purchased healing watermelon *1. As this news broke, everyone exploded. Damn it, I thought it was a store exploration streamer, but it turns out they are a scalper. Clap clap clap. What's wrong with your shop? Why can't I buy in bulk? Be careful, I'll report. You. Big Mushroom, shut up, you. If you take them all, what will we eat? Doll, exactly. Ha, why can I only buy 5 times? Now everyone knew that this healing watermelon was indeed useful, and they rushed to buy. But Strangely, this thing couldn't be bought in bulk. Each time you could only buy one, and the maximum limit was 5 times a day. Ji Chen lazily lay on the bed in the base, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The rule that players couldn't buy in bulk was something he specifically added. The effect of the golden watermelon was simply too good. After all, it was something that could restore life, which is rare. In a desperate situation, a slice of golden watermelon could save a player's life. Imagine if players could carry a slice of golden watermelon in their backpacks every day, how reassuring that would be. Moreover, the price of the golden watermelon wasn't high. Just 15 days of lifespan, which everyone could afford. It's definitely a product for the common people. Given time, the golden watermelon would become an essential food potion for every player in the trial land. And Ji Chen utilized this sense of security to convert resources into power. A power that could control all the players in the trial land. Just think, if some blind guild dared to offend him, he could easily cut off the supply of healing watermelons. While others could eat a watermelon to recover from injuries after fighting monsters, you would have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month after getting hurt, and then ask if you were convinced or not. Golden watermelon slices, also known as shimmering watermelon slices. They truly exist in the game and can be crafted at a workbench using 8 gold nuggets. Gold nugget *9 equals gold ingot *1. The same goes for golden carrots. However, golden watermelons crafted at the workbench cannot be consumed like golden carrots. In other words, shimmering watermelons are an item, not food. Their only use is in a brewing stand to brew healing potions. The golden healing mini watermelon sold by Ji Chen is fundamentally different from the shimmering watermelon. The healing mini watermelon is made by his golden puppet, and not only can it be consumed directly, but it also grants a health restoration effect. This completely replaces the function of healing potions, and its effect is even more potent than that of healing potions. The key point is that others cannot replicate it. He has absolute monopoly rights. This is also an important premise for him to exchange resources for power. In the shop of DE, the sales quantity of healing watermelon slices skyrocketed from a few to thousands, transitioning towards 10,000. Ji Chen put up 10,000 slices at once and showed no intention of restocking. This product has just been launched. Its popularity is still not very high, and with a bit of hunger marketing, it will only sell better in the future. He also wanted to see how the major guilds would react after this magical product was listed. While Li Hu was lost in thought, the healing mini watermelon slices were about to sell out, and he hurriedly snatched one. Ding! Golden healing watermelon slice *1. Wow! This thing is really in demand. I almost missed out just because I was daydreaming. Li Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, holding the watermelon slice with a face full of relief. Just right, he was also injured, so he decided to try its effect. Chomp chomp chomp, chewing sound, the healing watermelon rind melted in his mouth, sweet and refreshing, simply delicious. So fragrant. I can't believe MC has such delicious food. Li Hu closed his eyes, savoring the sweetness of the watermelon, his face showing an expression of enjoyment. For the past few months, most of his staple food had been rotten flesh. Although rotten flesh also restores hunger, it tastes extremely bad, and if you savor it, it even has a bit of a stinky sock flavor. What's worse is that the more you eat, the hungrier you get. You can't stop at all. Compared to the sweet golden watermelon, rotten flesh is simply worlds apart, not comparable at all. Just as Li Hu was still relishing the sweetness, a wave of heat surged in his abdomen. Looking closely, the injury left by Gu Yunwu's punch had miraculously healed. It really works, and it's so fast. Li Hu was dumbfounded. But that's not all. After instantly restoring 10 health points, the golden watermelon also granted him a healing buff. His health continued to rise until it was fully restored. Divine artifact. This is simply a survival artifact. Li Hu murmured in awe, once again shocked by the effect of the healing watermelon. Healing potions of the same specification would cost 5 months of lifespan. In the medical guild, the effect displayed is not as good as that of the healing watermelon. The key is that the healing mini watermelon only requires half a month, 15 days of lifespan, which is incredibly generous. In comparison, the potions sold by the medical association are simply too exploitative. Great shop. A really great shop. Li Hu was instantly captivated by DE's shop. Taking advantage of the remaining stock of healing mini watermelons, he bought 4 more to store in his backpack for emergencies. Looks like the medical guild is going to suffer. Haha, he had just set up a lucky flag for the medical guild. Slap. It came true, but in the opposite direction. Fortunately, our equipment guild doesn't have a shop. He. Li Hu felt a bit schadenfreude. Their guild was poor, and seeing other guilds thriving, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. But now it's fine. The DE shop is completely here to cause trouble, leaving no room for other guilds to survive, beating them one by one. The other 2 guilds are eager to take down the DE shop. Li Hu finally understands why the owner of the DE shop wants to remain anonymous. It's too easy to attract hatred. No, This is clearly a very thick thigh. If the Equipment Guild wants to survive in this chaotic world, they have to make a choice. He pondered for a moment, his expression gradually becoming serious. He could clearly feel that the force behind the DE shop was very strong, even stronger than the food guilds that are currently visible. If he had to use one word to describe it, it would be a super guild hidden in the shadows. The Equipment Guild has no conflict of interest with them and could completely collaborate. Even later, after the other party becomes famous, the Equipment Guild could also integrate into them, becoming one of their underlings. This is not him being double standard. In Li Hu's view, someone who can punch three major guilds is clearly much more reliable than the Food Guild, which is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This is his choice, of course, all of this is for later. Unless absolutely necessary, he still prefers to rely on his own strength to help the Equipment Guild survive. With this in mind, he decisively opened that grayish avatar, preparing to discuss cooperation with the other party as the president of the Equipment Guild. On the other side, Ji Chen, along with Chu Linger and the Disaster Sprite, was patrolling the farm. The farm is vast, stretching over 100 stories high into the clouds. During the time Chu Linger has managed the farm, she has also renovated it. Each layer of the 100-story farm is wrapped in transparent glass, with pumpkin lanterns and fluorite providing light for the crops. Inside the farm, straw puppets dance around, constantly running and planting seeds into the soil. Then, several bone puppets raise their hands, and all the crop seeds within their ability quickly begin to sprout, grow, bear fruit, and mature. The entire process lasts only 2 or 3 seconds. Crack! Once the crops mature, the long-waiting straw puppets reach out to pull the lever, and the redstone laid on the piston lights up. The piston contracts, blocking the water flow, and the mature crops along with the seeds rush into the funnel on the other end. The funnel below is still connected to another funnel, and the seeds and crops flow down, entering the automatic sorting device. Finally, the crops are packed into boxes, and stone puppets transport them back to the warehouse. The seeds return to the farm for replanting. The entire process is completely automated, achieving a truly automatic farm. Not bad. Much better than I imagined. Ji Chen nodded. He only provided a vague idea and blueprint, leaving all the specific implementation details to Chu Linger. It must be said that she is quite talented in this area, managing everything in an orderly manner. The logistics department head isn't just a title. Come on, I'll take you to see the watermelon field. Chu Linger grinned, revealing a small tiger tooth. Since Ji Chen started the golden watermelon business at the DE shop, she specifically cultivated a piece of land for growing melons. Ji Chen nodded and was about to follow when the system's prompt sounded. Ding! You have an unread message. Ji Chen stopped in his tracks, feeling a bit puzzled. The information had come through the shop's avatar channel. He guessed it was likely from those people at the medical association. After all, his treatment of the little watermelon had directly smashed their reputation as soon as it hit the market. It would be strange if they weren't anxious. There's no way around it. Although we have no grudges, this is the market, it's survival of the fittest, a natural law, so you can't blame me. Ji Chen maintained a calm mindset. He didn't think he was in the wrong. He silently mourned for the soon-to-be-defunct medical association for 2 seconds before clicking on the specific content of the message. Scarface, president of the Equipment Guild brother. Can we have a chat? The Equipment Guild? Ji Chen was slightly surprised that the first to contact him was actually the Equipment Guild. He had looked into the Equipment Guild. They had some combat power, but since they had nothing to sell, they didn't have a dedicated shop and were poor as church mice. Li Hu's online name was Scarface. Back in the Sky Island's secret realm, he had even snatched diamonds from him. No. Shaman being sincere, he didn't have a bad impression of this Scarface. However, not knowing the other party's intentions, Ji Chen felt it was better to play it safe and not reveal his true identity, replying anonymously. Anonymous, sure. On the other side, Li Hu was thrilled to see the reply. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Hu. You can call me Huzi. He, smoking emoji. He wasn't afraid of being scolded or having conditions imposed. He was just afraid of being ignored. Ji Chen became interested. Indeed, the other party's straightforward personality hadn't changed at all. He continued to respond mysteriously. Anonymous, what's up? Huzi, yes. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Don't worry, I'm here with sincerity. Feel free to state any conditions. Cooperation? More like trying to hitch a ride. Ji Chen smiled slightly, seeing right through the other party's thoughts. As soon as he had listed the recovery golden watermelon, the other party's message had come, and their intentions were already quite clear. However, he wasn't in a hurry to clarify. After all, he had nothing else to do, so he might as well listen to what the other party had to say. Anonymous, please elaborate. What do you need us to do? What can you provide us? Li Hu stood up immediately upon seeing the message, his expression particularly serious. He keenly noticed that the other party used the word we. This indicated that his guess was correct. The other party was indeed a significant force hiding in the shadows. The more it was like this, the more he had to strive for. Huzi, at a glance, you seem to be a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, just now, we had a falling out with the food guild. They cut off all our food discounts. You might have heard about our equipment association. We're practically branded with the word poor on our foreheads, so we naturally can't bear this burden. So, at this point, Ji-chan understood the other party was here to buy food. Good. There was money to be made, and he wouldn't mind more of this kind of cooperation. Anonymous, just tell me how much discount the food guild gave you. Since the meaning was already clear, he didn't want to hear any more nonsense and directly interrupted the other party's complaints. Lee, who was slightly taken aback, indeed, a big organization, was quite direct. He didn't dare to be slow and quickly replied. Huzi, 30% off. We can get a 30% discount for group purchases. We can buy a lot at once in the name of the group. You just need to give us 20% off so we can manage a bit better when we're short on food. If that's not possible, 10% off is also fine. Ji-chan chuckled. The other party was quite humble in their efforts to keep the equipment guild alive. Laughing aside, Lee, who was indeed a qualified president, at least in his view, he was much better than those other guild leaders who only knew how to exploit players. Alright, for the sake of that diamond, I'll help you out. Anonymous, I'll give you a 50% discount. And this discount also applies to the golden watermelon. But you must sever all cooperation with other guilds until the upheaval is over. Is that acceptable? Ji-chan's production of food does not require the same considerations of cost and labor wages as other guilds. His fully automated farm, aside from the initial construction materials, has almost zero cost for subsequent food production. Even giving the other party a 50% discount still leaves him with a profit. Moreover, he had promised to help them once before, and now he has fulfilled that promise. 50%? On the other side, Lee, whose mind exploded with a bang, he stared blankly at the number, feeling a bit weak in the knees. To him, a 50% discount was practically the same as giving it away for free. The other party was making a loss on this deal. He swallowed hard and cautiously replied, Huzi, are you sure it's 50%? You really don't need to go that far. I know your farmers have it tough too. There must be some cost involved. Everyone wants cheap food, but there are no free lunches in this world. The more the discount, the greater the corresponding price they would have to pay. However, what Lee Hu didn't know was that he had already paid that price before. Ji-chan understood what the other party was worried about. Diamonds are valuable, but at most they last a year. They can't compare to the benefits he provides to the equipment guild. But it doesn't matter, diamonds aren't valuable. What matters is the promise he made before. Anonymous, don't worry. There are no other costs. Everything has its cause and effect, so let's leave it at that. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. Seeing the other party about to leave, Lee Hu quickly called out, Huzi, wait a moment, you're so generous, we can't be stingy. How about this? 3, no, 5. As long as you ask, our equipment association can mobilize all our strength to do 5 things for you, regardless of casualties. If you think the conditions are too few, you can say more. I won't haggle. Oh, quite generous. Ji-chan had never seen someone add conditions for the other party before. Why refuse a free benefit? There was no reason to decline at all. But this was also good. Recently, he had been planning to control the entire trial area in preparation for the future regional integration. The equipment guild could be honed into a knife to control the trial area. If he succeeded, he could completely retreat to the background, becoming the hidden puppet master. This would minimize his presence as much as possible. Any offensive actions could be left to the equipment guild. At the very least, it was safer than exposing himself. Anonymous, great. I look forward to our future cooperation. After seeing the message from Ji-chan, Lee Hu let out a long breath, feeling a bit more at ease. Sometimes, a great temptation often signifies a greater danger. There was no reason for the other party to offer such a significant benefit, which made him think twice. In the end, if the other party didn't agree to the conditions he added, he really wouldn't dare to buy the other party's food. Huzi, on behalf of the equipment guild, I would like to thank you once again. If you ever need our help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't be polite. Ding. The DE shop has reached a contract with the equipment guild. Ding. The equipment guild has reached a contract with the DE shop. The effects of the contracts between both parties have begun to take effect under the system's mandatory supervision. The first contract was proposed by Ji-chan, and the second was an additional condition added by Lee Hu. The two contracts do not conflict with each other. After Ji-chan turned off the system, he fell into deep thought. The current equipment guild is still too weak, completely unable to assist him in controlling all the players in this area. Moreover, the food guild is continuously growing, showing a trend of unification, which he must guard against. The food guild has absorbed the Remnants of the Mason Association, with a total population of over 5,000, transitioning towards 6,000. The medical guild has over 2,000 members. Although its growth is slow, it is also a force that cannot be ignored. Now that he has damaged the medical guild's reputation, it is impossible for them not to take some action. If the medical guild, in a desperate move, joins the food guild, their total controllable population would suddenly surge to over 9,000. 9,000 people are not too many, but not too few either. If these 9,000 become his enemies, the consequences, the consequences aren't that serious. If he really gets provoked, he could just kill them all. With his current strength, he can completely do that. But this is not what he wants to see. Thinking from another perspective, if he could control all 9,000 people, that would definitely be better than killing them all. I wonder if the players in other regions have already formed unified forces. Ji Chen's eyes sparkled with light and he murmured, "Master, hurry up. Ahead is our melon field." The voice of the calamity lark came from afar, urging Ji Chen. "Don't rush, I'm coming." Ji Chen snapped back to reality, temporarily setting aside his thoughts, and waved back with a smile. In the center of a lake in the southeastern part of the trial land, the base of the medical guild is located here. The base is large and tall, with about 30 floors visible. The foundation at the bottom almost covers half the lake's surface, suspended 7 or 8 blocks above the ground. Above the lake floats a mass of zombies, densely packed, with their incessant roars and screams echoing. However, without intelligence, they do not know how to stack blocks. It has been a long time since this place was cleaned. If someone were to fall into the lake now, it would surely be torn to pieces in an instant. Given the lack of sufficient resources, this construction method is quite wise. At least until the zombies learn to stack blocks, they are safe. However, the drawbacks of this approach are also obvious. The zombies that cannot be cleared in time keep piling up, and as the days of calamity increase, these zombies will eventually erupt in a concentrated manner. This, to some extent, also limits the medical guild's mobility. Looking at it from another angle, they seem to be trapped in the middle of the lake. DE shop. What is the origin of this shop? An elderly man with graying hair paced back and forth, his face dark with anger. The golden little watermelon has quickly taken over the entire medical market. That's right, the entire market, leaving them not a single bit. The medical guild shop revenue has instantly dropped to zero. Who could bear this? Even their internal members are buying golden little watermelons to stock up. The old man's reprimand echoed far, but no one responded. Dozens of people below exchanged glances, feeling a bit at a loss. Not going to respond? Ha, fine, then we'll just starve to death in this lake together. The old man waved his sleeve in frustration and turned to leave. Without the supply of lifespan, they cannot afford food, and starving to death here is only a matter of time. Leader Zhang, please calm down, we are doing our best to investigate. You have to give us some time, right? A middle-aged man hurriedly stopped the departing Zheng Qiwei, a hint of panic in his expression. The atmosphere at the medical association was tense. If the leader faltered now, they would truly be finished. Seeing this, Zheng Qiwei did not insist on leaving and returned to his main seat. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. Leader, do you think the power behind the DE shop could be one of the other two major guilds? Zheng Qiwei frowned, thought for a moment, and immediately dismissed this speculation. Impossible. The DE shop also sells food. Would the food guild harm itself? As for the equipment guild, that's even less likely. Look at how poor they are. If the DE shop were theirs, wouldn't they be soaring to the heavens? The crowd below felt that their leader's reasoning made some sense. The middle-aged man, seeing this, was not in a hurry. He waited for his leader to finish before explaining again. Leader, you can't just look at the surface of things. The food guild has gathered a large number of farmers in the trial area to cultivate, which is why they have such a high yield of food. But the DE shop can do it too. Don't you find that strange? There aren't that many farmers in the trial area. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Zheng Qiwei straightened up, his eyes wide open, as if he had figured something out, and he said excitedly, "Are you saying that the food guild and the DE shop are actually on the same side? They split the food into 2 batches for sale. On the surface, the food guild is also a victim, but behind the scenes, they are using the identity of the DE shop to undermine us. When we can no longer hold on, they can then rightfully swallow us up, and at that time, we would have to be grateful to them." The middle-aged man nodded. "That's exactly what I mean." Hiss, so sinister. This speculation made the higher-ups of the medical association curse the food guild for being shameless. To come up with such a dirty trick. The middle-aged man, seeing that everyone was starting to agree with him, continued to express his views. "Everyone, do you remember how the DE shop made its fortune? With stones? Is there really a trick to that?" The crowd followed the middle-aged man's line of thought. The middle-aged man pushed up his non-existent glasses on his nose and answered mysteriously, "Doesn't this just connect again? Selling stones is the specialty of the stonemason guild, but in the end, didn't the stonemason guild get swallowed by the food guild? Is this just a coincidence?" I don't think so. Now DE has launched a small watermelon to restore health. This is clearly the same old trick. Wow, indeed, it was exactly the same, even the method hadn't changed. So ruthless. The Food Guild could openly defeat us, but they want to play tricks with us. How cruel. No, I can't stand it, absolutely can't stand it. We must fight back. Yes. Just now I felt some sympathy for the Food Guild, but thinking about it now, it's terrifying. No honor in martial arts. The crowd seemed to have cleared the heavy fog and seen the truth, all of them cursing loudly. There aren't that many coincidences in the world, there are only human arrangements. The scheming frog has been touching your belly, the culprit is the Food Guild. The middle-aged man pointed, and at that moment he seemed like Conan, seeing through all the mysteries and confusion, illuminating the way for everyone. The crowd erupted under his pointing, all cursing and venting their anger, and the target of their curses was naturally the Food Guild. But what he didn't know was that this whole matter was indeed a coincidence. The Food Guild was also a victim, and it wasn't that complicated. The Food Guild, being unjustly scolded, felt very wronged. Sitting in the main seat, Zheng Qiwei was also extremely angry upon hearing this, but in order to maintain the demeanor of a leader, he held back and did not curse out loud. He felt that the middle-aged man's words were reasonable, with clear logic and no flaws. A few days ago, Gu Yunwu from the Food Association had come here. The discussion was about the merger of the guilds. But he saw through the other party's little schemes at a glance. The merger was a pretense, and the real intention was a quiet takeover. After being firmly rejected by him, Gu Yunwu left with harsh words, saying that their guild would soon perish. He originally did not take this matter seriously. However, it wasn't long after Gu Yunwu left that the golden recovery watermelon was put on the shelves, which was just too coincidental. He didn't believe there was no involvement from the Food Association behind it. Thinking of this, Zheng Qiwei couldn't hold back any longer, and the telegram language he had accumulated over his lifetime burst forth. #Yuan% at hand. Damn. Brothers, let's go for it. Our medical guild is not to be trifled with. #Yuan% at hand. The other side actually tried to play tricks on us. I can't swallow this. #Yuan% at hand. Too much bullying. Damn. Our president actually broke down. The curses of the crowd gradually subsided as they looked at their increasingly frantic leader, finding it hard to accept for a moment. Their president was nearly 70 years old. While he couldn't be said to have an immortal demeanor, at least he had always maintained a strong personal image. This kind of cursing without regard for image was something they had never seen before. From the side, it was clear that their president was genuinely angry. The sun set in the west, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Day 49 of the Cataclysm, Dusk AOU zombie sound. As the Cataclysm approached 50 days, all the zombies became restless, as if welcoming a more powerful force. Outside the base, Ji Qin was clad in full attribute iron armor, flames swirling around him, causing the zombies to scream in terror. The mindless zombies, fearless of death, instinctively wanted to attack upon seeing a living being. Ji Qin noticed that a few luckier zombies had broken through his firewall, and a white light shone in his eyes. A black obsidian pillar erupted from his body in an instant, skewering these zombies like candied hawthorns. In the next moment, countless golden experience orbs mixed with greenish gold drilled into his body. Ding! Level up from 15 to 16, all attributes increase by 5 points. Hahaha, finally enough experience. Ji Chen grinned, having been tormented by this leveling system. It took him a full 2 days and nights to go from level 15 to 16. He had nearly wiped out all the zombies around him. Only then did he barely level up. Ji Chen calculated simply, just the experience for this level was already more than the total from levels 1 to 15 combined. The difficulty of leveling up in the future would only become more terrifying. Too slow. Ji Chen frowned. The experience within these zombies was too little, not enough for him to consume. He had a premonition that after the trial of the Cataclysm ended at 100 days, there would likely be even higher experience bosses. And this 100 days of Cataclysm felt more like a selection process. Only players who survived would be able to enjoy the experience from the bosses afterward. Suddenly, a spatial rift was torn open, and the disaster lark stepped out. Master, the blood moon will rise soon at 50 days of the Cataclysm. We should head back first, it's quite dangerous. After saying this, he cautiously glanced around, fearing a zombie ambush. Ji Chen raised his hand to retract the remnants of the obsidian around him, giving a barely perceptible nod. To be honest, 50 days of the Cataclysm was an important juncture. The blood moon would definitely rise, and what dangers would come then, no one knew. It was always better to return to the base and be cautious. Has Wu Nian returned to the base? Ji Chen thought of this internal competition fanatic. The other party has recently given up even dining and sleeping in order to level up. They wish they could split the 24 hours of a day to get more done. The disaster lark shook its head. He's still leveling up south of the base. Let's go pick him up together. The blood moon is about to rise, and we don't know how terrifying the zombie increase will be after 50 days. We can't let him keep grinding. Ji-Chen sometimes really worried that Wu Nian would exhaust himself to death. Sizzle, the spatial rift opened again and the two walked in. Time passed second by second. Everyone's heart in the trial ground was being tugged at. That night, the blood moon slowly rose and no player could manage to fall asleep. The walls of Ji-Chen's base had been replaced with obsidian walls, although only 5 or 6 blocks high, they were enough to block the zombies. In the forum, various images of the blood moon flooded the screen, wails echoing everywhere. I've heard that zombies, after 50 days of mutation, can break stone. Are we doomed? May the Bodhisattva bless us, we barely made it to 50 days, let me live for another 50 days. Hiss, does anyone else find it strange? The zombies outside seem to have stopped making noise. Up there, it really does seem that way. Why is it so quiet outside? Have the zombies disappeared? Go take a look. Get lost. Why don't you go? At this moment all the zombies in the trial ground stopped howling, standing still with their heads raised. They looked at the slowly rising blood moon, the madness and confusion in their eyes gradually fading away. Some were left with an inexplicable piety, as if on a pilgrimage. Suddenly, among the millions of zombies, one zombie's confusion quickly receded, transforming into clarity. In that instant, he awakened his intelligence. I'm hungry, I'm so hungry, he growled, surprisingly starting to speak. The surrounding zombies were startled awake by the sound, all turning to look at the speaking zombie, their eyes still filled with confusion. The intelligent zombie looked at his dazed kind, slowly furrowing his brow. Roar! Without hesitation, he pounced on another zombie, knocking it to the ground, and began to gnaw on the flesh and blood of the other to replenish his energy. The down zombie, confused, offered no resistance, allowing the other to bite. Moments later, the bitten zombie orbs of light flowed into the intelligent zombie's body. The intelligent zombie looked at his health bar, which had doubled, and chuckled. He could actually devour his own kind to increase his health. This ability seemed to have no limit. You all, come here and merge with me. Ha ha ha, the intelligent zombie commanded. The surrounding zombies nodded, offering no resistance, willingly sacrificing themselves. Thus, the new king of zombies was born. The systems of everyone in the trial ground rang out simultaneously. The second-generation zombie king is born. 50 days of mutation officially begins. Looking at the system's prompt, Ji-Chen's eyes were filled with some confusion. Why is it the second generation and not the first generation? The system didn't seem to have mentioned who the first-generation zombie king was before. Could it be a bug? Not only Ji-Chen had such doubts, anyone who noticed this small detail in the trial ground was discussing. I've heard of rich second generation, official second generation, but this is the first time I've heard of a second generation zombie. Hey, do you think this zombie king is just a little zombie, which is why it's called the second generation zombie king? Upstairs, you might have a misunderstanding about the zombie king. Regardless of size, it's not something we can deal with. Just hope you never encounter it. I have to say, the people in the trial ground are really optimistic. Even at this time, there are still people joking. Ji-Chen shook his head uncontrollably at the bizarre comments in the forum. In his view, a king is synonymous with leadership and wisdom. Zombies lack intelligence, but the king must have it. This indirectly suggests that the zombie king mentioned by the system must be a zombie that has developed intelligence. As for what special abilities it has, that remains unknown. Following this line of thought, the title of second generation is also very easy to explain. Once a zombie awakens intelligence, it may be considered a zombie king by the system. The first generation zombie king must have been a zombie that, by chance, awakened intelligence. But unfortunately, just as it gained intelligence, it encountered some kind of danger and died on the spot. Therefore, the system did not issue a report. As for the second generation zombie king, it is clearly endowed with intelligence by the transformation, not something it accidentally developed itself. In fact, the reality is not far from Ji-Chen's speculation. The first generation zombie king is now the one wielding the golden trident, the drowned king. Although it is no longer a zombie, the system still recognizes it as the first generation zombie king. Just as the players were intensely discussing how to proceed next, the system's voice rang out again. The number of deaths in this area has reached 900,000, exceeding 90% of the total number. Now entering the transformation sprint phase. Task: kill the zombie king, codenamed Year. Success reward: all players in this area end the trial early. The one who kills will gain all divine power from within the zombie king. Failure penalty: after 100 days of transformation, if the zombie king is still alive, it will directly advance to demigod level 49 and slaughter everyone in this area. Directly advancing to demigod? Ji-Chen was completely stunned by the last sentence. This task issued by the system is simply too unreasonable. If this zombie king called Year hides in some corner and doesn't come out, then they are doomed. With Ji-Chen's current strength, he could exchange a few blows with a demigod, but only if the demigod had no malicious intent. If it really got serious, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow from a demigod. The last sentence from the system was equivalent to telling the players that if they couldn't kill Year before the transformation, they would all die. Once this system was released, not only was Ji-chan stunned, but other players were also dumbfounded. Guys who understands, this system is really frustrating. I originally thought this trial was meant to train us step by step into strong individuals, but now I was wrong. The system only selects, not trains, and no one cares about your life or death. Ha ha ha. Everyone, I'll die first, see you. Ha ha ha, it's over. Someone went crazy before the task even started. They couldn't even handle a demigod-level zombie. Even the current ordinary zombies could easily kill them. This transformation trial has never had any so-called gradual progression. It only has the goal of efficiently selecting strong individuals with a powerful and intense method. Ji-chan forced himself to calm down. No, this is not a dead end yet. I still have trump cards. Although a demigod-level zombie was indeed very strong, he couldn't defeat it. But that didn't mean he had no way to deal with it. After all, he still had 3 opportunities to call upon the pig spirit king for help. Previously, to save Wu Nian, he had used one of those chances. If he really couldn't kill the opponent in the end, he could always take his family and flee to the lower realm. If the opponent pursued him, he could just kill them together with the pig spirit king. Of course, if he could kill the opponent before the 100 days of upheaval, that would be perfect. Understanding this made the trial seem much less difficult for him. What he needed to do now was wait for the right moment, find the trace of Nian, and then slay it. Ji-chan looked back at the system. It seemed he had overlooked an extremely important piece of information. That was the number of deaths in the death ratio. With 900,000 dead, accounting for 90%, it meant there were only 1 million people in this area. He could now be certain that the player trials were indeed conducted separately. This also explained why there were no foreigners in the system forum. If each area only had 1 million people, then with over 8 billion people globally, it could be roughly divided into 8,000 parts. If the area trials were all the same, TSK, then in the end, only 1 in 10 players would survive. On the other side, the intelligent zombie had just devoured a dozen zombies. The intense hunger finally subsided, and the bloodthirst in its eyes was temporarily suppressed. Still hungry, I need better quality food. The flesh of my kind is just too foul. The intelligent zombie grimaced, clearly wanting to eat some other kind of meat. Just as it was thinking this, a rustling sound suddenly came from beneath its feet, the sound of dirt being dug up. Then, the voices of 2 players reached its ears. Bro, do we really need to dig a tunnel at this late hour? I think it's safer to stay put. Don't be a coward, these zombies are strong, but they're really dumb. They can't even dig a block properly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The food guild is just ahead, let's push on. What if we run into the zombie king? Shut your crow's mouth. There's only one zombie king among millions of zombies. It can't be that easy to encounter. Do you even want to join the big guild? From their conversation, it seemed they were casual players trying to take advantage of the moonlight to join the food guild. Unfortunately, they were a bit unlucky and had dug right under the zombie king's feet. The intelligent zombie's mouth gradually curled into a smile as it reached down to remove the dirt covering the top. Oh, so it was its takeout that had arrived. Screams from the 2 players as their voices broke. 5 minutes later, the zombie king wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, looking thoroughly satisfied. This is high-quality blood and flesh. I'm getting a bit addicted. Just as it said this, its aura began to rise continuously, and all its attributes received a significant boost. This was a sign of leveling up, and it was a second level up. The experience from these 2 players was just enough to raise it to level 20. Ha ha ha, this world is truly wonderful. The intelligent zombie closed its eyes, savoring it all. Thought, intelligence, contemplation, language, what a beautiful and mysterious performance. Art. No, this is not enough, I want more. Power, authority, flesh and blood, none of these can be lacking. Ha. Intelligence is marvelous, it can give chaos life and teach it to think. But at the same time, intelligence is also evil. It can fill a pure being with endless desires. Once a being is occupied by desire, madness, and bloody plunder are born. Just as the intelligent zombie was about to unleash its inner desires, a hint of confusion suddenly flashed in its eyes. Where am I now? Who am I? In the next moment, it seemed that the 20th level of existence had triggered something. A voice, ethereal to the extreme, echoed in its mind. Intelligence activation successful. System implantation in progress. System implantation successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have become one of the lucky ones among millions of zombies. The Blood Moon has granted you intelligence and also bestowed upon you a supreme mission. The intelligent zombie looked at the system screen before it, momentarily unsure of what to do. It had just awakened its intelligence and naturally did not know what this thing was. However, the system seemed indifferent to whether its host could understand its words. Like some emotionless program, it continued executing its commands. Now, Accepting the opportunity granted to you for awakening, the strength of your abilities is determined by the host's qualifications. The system has no right to intervene. Ding! Talent awakening. Begins. Please do not move, host. As soon as the system's voice fell, the intelligent zombie felt itself enveloped by a divine power. The divine power seemed to come from the heavens, yet also seemed to burst forth from within its own body. Quite bizarre. This caused its entire corpse to hover in midair, shining with golden light. In the next moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Awakening successful. Comprehensive evaluation SS level. Bloodthirsty devour. Innate can devour kin or others to increase blood volume. Eye of Insight. Awakened perceived the location of all players in the trial ground and analyzed their detailed information. This is the awakening opportunity granted to you by the blood moon. Please offer your loyalty. Loyalty? Who are you, and why should I give you my loyalty? Ha! The intelligent zombie chuckled wickedly, completely disregarding the voice in its head. Feeling the newly awakened abilities within itself, perhaps it was the fearlessness of a newborn calf, or perhaps its own desires were inflating infinitely. Its smile grew even more rampant, and it even mocked. I don't care who you are or where you hide, whatever comes into my hands is mine, and no one can take it away. No one. What a great eye of insight. I was just worried about finding players, and this is like divine assistance. Bloodthirsty Devour was its inherent ability, not something awakened. But the Eye of Insight was indeed a tangible gift from the Blood Moon. With this ability, no player in the trial ground could escape its gaze. Before the intelligent zombie could finish its wild howling, the system's voice came again. Task: kill all players in the trial ground and devour them all. From now on, the Blood Moon bestows the name Nien. Please offer your loyalty and fulfill your mission. Nien? Good name, good name. I will be called Nien from now on. The intelligent zombie was very happy, although it did not know who the voice in its head was. It indeed liked the name Nien. The system had given it a name, and Nien's attitude was clearly much better. Interesting, really interesting. I thought it was some kind of mission, but it turns out it's just to eat all the players. Simple, that's exactly what I intend to do. Year, seeing that the task given by the system was so simple, decided not to speak disrespectfully anymore. He made a deal with Blood Moon. In light of your help in my awakening, I will temporarily pledge my loyalty. Once I have devoured all the players in the trial ground, we will owe each other nothing. After saying this, Year shouted into the air as thousands of zombies were gathering towards this place. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Eye of Insight, help me see who the strongest player in the trial ground is. As long as I eat the strongest one, the others will just be a rabble. Year, now the king of zombies, though a bit arrogant, was not lacking in brains and wisdom, and quickly found a way. Ding! Found the strongest player in the trial ground, DXAN. Below is this person's detailed information and location. Codename DXAN. Gender male. Race player. Level 16. Location -4654 plus 45,445 plus 70. Ability Ziz error 404. Ding! Ability analysis failed. Eye of Insight is attempting to reanalyze. Failed? This Eye of Insight is useless. What a waste of an ability. Ha! Year cursed fiercely. This skill's introduction was so mysterious, yet it failed on the first use. It was simply too useless, not comparable to his innate skill at all. It seems Blood Moon's blessing isn't that impressive either. Year subtly mocked Blood Moon again. The Eye of Insight was unable to probe into Ji Chen's specific abilities, not because the ability was too weak, but because Ji Chen's profession had a confidentiality level that was too high. Ji Chen awakened the unique SSS profession even higher than Year's SS. The little Eye of Insight was already doing well to pull up Ji Chen's codename and location. As for specific abilities, such deep privacy was completely beyond the Eye of Insight's capability to crack. This was the absolute suppression of a high-level SSS over a low-level SS. Ding! Ability analysis failed. Eye of Insight is attempting to reanalyze. Ding! %, %UN asterisk %UN hashtag at %. Garbled text. Enough. Year saw that his Eye of Insight was about to smoke and quickly called off the analysis. Not knowing the ability is not a problem. This DXIN is just a level 16 rookie, nothing good to analyze. Once I make my move, I can devour him in one bite. Year smiled confidently. Thanks to the blessings of the shocking transformation for 50 days, he had 5 waves of enhancements. This allowed him to awaken his intelligence and devour a dozen zombies to complete his second-tier advancement, reaching level 20 as a player. A level 16 DXIN, how could he not be beaten by him? He completely did not take it to heart. I really didn't expect the strongest player to be only level 16. This task has no difficulty at all. I'm going to devour the opponent right now. Year opened his legs and rushed towards Ji Chen's coordinates. Every zombie he encountered along the way became his nourishment for growth. For years, he thought about how to devour Ji Chen. Ji Chen was also contemplating how to kill Nian. Both sides were scheming Since the upheaval 50 days ago, the individual strength of the zombies had once again increased, but it still hadn't surpassed the first tier. The biggest change was the emergence of a zombie king Nien. Of course, the reward for killing Nien was quite substantial. The experience points were one thing, but just obtaining all the divine power within Nien was already very tempting. Ji-chin admitted that he was also tempted. Even if he didn't kill this Nien, it was unlikely that Nien would spare him and the other players. The nature of zombies is to consume flesh and blood, and the attributes of a zombie king would only be stronger. Since the other party's birth, the conflict between them had been irreconcilable. However, killing Nien was easier said than done. Ji-chan wasn't afraid of the other party's powerful methods. He was afraid that the other party would hide and not show up. The trial area was so vast that if he searched bit by bit, it would take ages. The system task didn't even describe what Nien looked like, and even if he did encounter it, he might not recognize it. Of course, Ji-chin wasn't in a hurry. After all, the task of killing Nien wasn't solely his responsibility. All players in this area had a part to play. The easiest way now was to post a bounty on the forum. Let other players go find Nien's location. Meanwhile, he just needed to grow his strength at the base, aiming to kill the opponent in the shortest time possible. When they finally met, Ji-chin spent the entire morning creating 3 whole boxes of pumpkin heads, preparing to make more puppets as backups. Can I develop some new types of puppets? Logically, my puppet technique should be able to refine all blocks. There were only a few combat-aware puppets, but functional puppets were numerous. Every block in Minecraft could become his functional puppet. Ji-chin stroked his chin, casually taking out a few copper blocks and pumpkin heads. Puppet technique activated. The copper blocks and pumpkins intertwined, trembling continuously as if rejecting something. Ji-chin frowned and directly increased the infusion of hunger points. A flash of light passed. Ding! Puppet transformation successful. When he opened his eyes again, 5 or 6 copper lumps with antennas on their heads stood before him. These copper puppets were about the same size as straw puppets, only 1 block high. They had a highly recognizable antenna on top, and they looked somewhat cute. Soon after, the system's introduction of the copper puppets began to sound. Name: Copper Puppet. Health 50 points, Attack 0 points, Defense 30 points, Speed 50 points. Special attribute: when in danger, speed doubles and danger signals are transmitted to other puppets or the master through the antenna on top. Ability: radar positioning. Color changing camouflage. Radar positioning, as the name suggests, is to probe all information within a certain range and relay it to other puppet companions. With the help of the copper puppets, combined with the combat puppet's awareness, it was like a tank equipped with a telescope, hitting wherever it pointed. As for color-changing camouflage, that was even easier to understand. How could a scout function without camouflage? Not bad. Not bad. Ji-chin looked at the introduction of the copper puppets, very satisfied. Once these copper puppets touched the ground, their ancient bronze color began to change, and in no time, they blended perfectly with the stones beneath them. This layer of protective color allowed the copper puppets to hide themselves perfectly, with the only flaw being the antenna on top. However, in the dark of night, it was still very hard to notice. Ji-chin didn't stop and made several hundred copper puppets in one go, controlling the head of the disaster to scatter them all outside the base. As the copper puppets were deployed, a complete radar network instantly appeared in the minds of all the puppets at the base. At that moment, it was as if all the puppets were connected. Whenever one puppet was attacked, the others would immediately sense it and rush to provide support. After finishing with the copper puppets, Ji-chin inadvertently caught a glimpse of the 100-layer farm outside the cave. What attracted him was not the crops grown on the farm, but the glass used for decoration on each layer. Glass should be able to make puppets too. In Minecraft, glass is very fragile, shattering at the slightest touch, and cannot be collected without precise harvesting. He was still very curious about what functions a puppet made of glass would develop. With this in mind, he had no intention of melting it on site. Instead, he directly used his creative power to extract a dozen pieces from above the farm. Minecraft is not governed by Newton's laws. Removing a few pieces of glass would not damage the structure of the 100-layer farm. It wouldn't cause any building collapse. At most, it would only affect the aesthetics a bit. He could just have Chulinger and the others refine a few pieces to replace them later. Ji-chin controlled the glass and attempted to merge it with a pumpkin head. With a flash of light, there was a crisp sound, and the transparent glass vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It shattered? No way. This result surprised him. The glass couldn't withstand his divine power at all. Ah, what a pity, Ji-chin sighed, shaking his head repeatedly, preparing to experiment with the next block. Just then, a prompt from the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Puppet transformation successful. Wait, it worked. It didn't shatter. Ji-chin exclaimed, quickly checking the specific information of the puppet. Name: Glass Puppet. Health 1, Attack Power 1, Defense Power 1, Speed 10. Special Attribute: Completely transparent, can attach to objects to render them invisible. If attached to a living being, it will also eliminate their footsteps, achieving complete invisibility. Note: due to the low health of the glass puppet, once it takes damage, any person or object hidden inside will become visible. After all that, it turned out the glass puppet was originally invisible. It hadn't shattered. When Ji-Chen learned that the glass could make a person invisible, he couldn't wait to try it out. Glass Puppet, activate. Upon issuing the command, he felt an invisible liquid adhere to him. It felt like a very soft garment, slightly cool and extremely comfortable. There was no stiffness of blocks at all. Ji-Chen carefully observed his invisible self. He did not notice any particle effects of invisibility, and he could still use any weapons and armor without exposing his position. This could be said to be an enhanced version of an invisibility potion. There were no downsides. Ji-Chen subsequently created furnace puppets, crafting table puppets, glowstone puppets, and leaf puppets, each with its own use. The most astonishing was that he could even summon a wither puppet using soul sand. However, unfortunately, the wither puppet was not a combat-type puppet. It lacked top-tier combat awareness and needed someone to command it to fight. Nevertheless, even so, its combat power was quite considerable. Especially with its flying ability, if commanded properly, it could easily kite and kill 2 iron puppets at once. Night. The people in the base had all fallen asleep, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, without a sound. Only a few stone puppets and fluorite puppets patrolled the area, keeping watch over any changes within the base. Outside the base, an exceptionally powerful zombie appeared. I've arrived. Finally. Here, 2 days and 2 nights. DXAN, you made me search hard. The Zombie King's idea of capturing the king first was certainly not wrong, but the distance was a bit far. Traversing mountains and rivers was no easy task. However, the Zombie King was quite stubborn. Since he had decided to eat DXAN first, he would have to eat DXIN. Nien looked around and then closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Yes, this was the place he was looking for. But why? Were there so few zombies around? He let out a low growl, wanting to summon his companions, but to his surprise, not a single zombie responded to him. Not a single one? How is that possible? A vein throbbed on the Zombie King's forehead, and his mouth twitched in anger. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and started to chuckle again. No wonder this is the base of the strongest player. It's so clean outside. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. I admit I underestimated them. But this is what makes it interesting. If they were too weak, I wouldn't even have a decent meal. After saying this, Nien let out a deep, muffled groan, increasing the summoning range. Zombies within a radius of 1,000 to 10,000 miles received the call, twisting their decaying bodies and rushing towards this place. Meanwhile, he hid in a spot to avoid alarming the enemy, quietly waiting for his zombie army to arrive. After the Zombie King left the original spot, an antenna suddenly stood up from a grass block beside him. The antenna then shook rapidly, as if transmitting some kind of signal. After receiving the signal, the copper puppet in the distance also began to shake its antenna. Thus, a neural network laid out by the copper puppets quickly spread out, completely transmitting everything the Zombie King had just said into the base. Lying in bed and fast asleep, Ji-Chen suddenly opened his eyes, the information transmitted by the copper puppet flashing in his mind. What a stroke of luck, finding it without any effort. It seems the upheaval of 100 days is going to end early. Ji-Chen sat up, the drowsiness in his eyes completely gone, and a white light radiated from him. On the other side, the king of involution, Wu Nian, had just slain the last zombie, reaching the peak of level 14, just one step away from advancing to level 15. He glanced at the surrounding zombies that had been completely wiped out and felt a bit downcast. Too few. Should I go back to sleep? No. Now that the fate of the withering Shaoku is uncertain, what right do I have to sleep? I need to look for any remaining zombies around. After giving himself a pep talk, Wu Nian set off on his leveling journey again. He had previously considered venturing outside the base, perhaps encountering more zombies, but Ji-Chen had refused, citing it was too dangerous. This couldn't be blamed on Ji-Chen for meddling, it was just that Wu Nian was too reckless. He had been grinding monsters non-stop for 24 hours, pushing himself to the limit, and it was a bit concerning to leave him unchecked. If this were in the MC world, he would have collapsed long ago if it were on Blue Star. Naturally, Wu Nian listened to Ji-Chen. If he was told not to go far, he wouldn't go far, just wandering around killing monsters. After about half an hour of walking, his efforts paid off. After killing a few illusion wings, he finally found a dozen zombies. Just as Wu Nian was about to unleash a massacre, he suddenly froze again. Behind these dozen zombies, there were actually hundreds more. Not only that, but as he looked further, a dense army of zombies was slowly approaching the base in the darkness, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The low growls among the zombies were already quite noisy, sending chills down one's spine. These zombies did not seem to wander aimlessly, they appeared to be summoned by some force, coming here for a specific purpose. A flash of insight struck Wu Nian's mind, and he immediately thought of a possibility. The zombie king Nian was nearby. It was the other party who had summoned so many zombies. Could it be so coincidental? Encountering them on just the second day? Wu Nian frowned, realizing that among so many guilds and players in the trial area, they just happened to run into their base. Without hesitation, he turned to report this news back to the base. But as he turned, a chilling laugh suddenly echoed behind him. Hee, here's a little appetizer. The voice was deep and hoarse, clearly that of a zombie. Wu Nian felt a cold shiver run through him, his pupils constricting to the extreme. Just as he was about to turn and counterattack, a tremendous force slammed into his iron armor, the impact penetrating through it, and he was violently sent flying. Ah! Wu Nian let out a miserable scream, rolling several times before crashing against the base's city wall, leaving a long trail on the ground. Oh, a mere level 14 player actually managed to withstand my punch. I must say, you are quite impressive. The gap in strength was too great. A level 20 punch could indeed take out a level 14. Just as the zombie king was about to move in for the kill, flames suddenly erupted from his body, followed by a tremendous force that sent him flying far away as well. By the time he regained his composure, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Flame enhancement? Knockback and impact stacking? Undead slayer? Thorns? No, these are just what I can sense. There are actually more enchantments on top of that. How is this possible? The various thoughts swirling in the zombie king's mind were chaotic and disordered. Extinguishing the flames surrounding him, he looked at his severely injured right hand, filled with disbelief. Although he had just gained intelligence, he still understood some of the rules of MC. He had only attacked the other party once, yet he had been hit back by so many enchantments. This was simply shocking to his worldview. At this moment, the fallen Wu Nian had no time to pay attention to the zombie king's astonishment. Blood poured from his mouth as if it were free, violently spewing out. The various protective enchantments on his iron armor had absorbed a lot of damage. But even so, that punch had nearly cost him his life. After all, this was a significant gap between the first and second tiers. Surviving a blow from the opponent was already quite impressive. Nian did not rush to attack again but instead activated his Eye of Insight. Name: Wu Nian. Gender: male. Race: player. Level 14. Class level: Withering Prince. Abilities: Withering Illusion, Withering Corruption. Strange, there are no special abilities. The zombie king furrowed his brow, his first reaction being that the other party had some special ability rather than the built-in enchantments on his chest armor. Unperturbed, the heart of Wu Nian was filled with dread. This year, although merely a second-tier powerhouse, certainly possessed strength far beyond that. Under the enhancement of the Blood Moon, the opponent's attack, defense, and speed had received unprecedented boosts. Just now, with the full enchantment of his gear, that punch had nearly sent him to his demise. Wu Nian's expression turned serious. The opponent was definitely not someone he could handle. The heavy corpse energy surrounding him, to some extent, also countered the physical immunity brought by the Withering Illusion. No! I must relay this message back to the base. Wu Nian steeled himself and struggled to rise. Behind him was the base, but the towering city walls had now become an obstacle to his steps. Thinking of this, he quickly took out a golden watermelon from his backpack, hoping to eat a few more to regain some health. The zombie king, naturally, was not a mere decoration. Wu Nian's small actions were hard to escape his keen eyes. The Eye of Examination activated once more. All information about the golden watermelon was laid bare before him. Name: Golden Recovery Watermelon. Effect: instantly restores 10 points of health to the user and continuously grants a health recovery buff for 15 minutes. Want to recover health? You really think I don't exist, huh? The zombie king sneered, his entire body's death energy boiling once again, and in the next moment his figure flickered. With a fist wrapped in dense corpse energy, he aimed a second heavy punch at the struggling Wu Nian. The reason he hadn't finished him off earlier was due to his caution, but now that the opponent was about to recover health, he had no reason to just stand by and watch. Ensuring the opponent was completely dead was what he should do. He had no habit of taunting before killing. It's over. This time, I really can't hold on. Wu Nian felt a chill in his heart, his action of eating abruptly halted, and he could only raise his sword to block. But at this moment, raising his sword felt so desolate and powerless. How could he, already severely injured, possibly survive under the force of the opponent's punch? At this moment, he once again felt the sensation of life and death hanging by a thread. This was the second time he had experienced such a feeling. The last time was when he was thrown off a cliff by the Withering King. Just at this critical moment, a clear, cold voice of a youth rang out. Obsidian. Block. Jichin extended his hand and then brought his fingers together, the power of creation within him being pushed to its limit. The obsidian wall behind Wu Nian exploded with a loud bang, suddenly wrapping around Wu Nian in front of it. In the blink of an eye, a giant shield made of obsidian was formed. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the Zombie King's fist struck heavily against the obsidian. Then, the obsidian began to glow with a purple light, the thorns on it shining brightly. Oh no! Thorn enchantment again! The Zombie King let out a miserable scream, and with the impact and rebound from the obsidian, he was once again sent flying back. Seeing that he had blocked this strike, Ji-chan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not dare to be careless. Although the Zombie King's level was only 20, that previous strike had already exceeded the level 20 threshold, and his overall combat power was definitely beyond that. Now was the time of transformation. Any zombie could enjoy the physical and strength enhancements brought by this transformation. He even worried that a single punch could shatter the obsidian. But clearly, the opponent was not that strong yet. Ji-chan leaped down from the city wall, landing heavily on the ground. His entire armor was imbued with fall enchantment, and he felt no harm from the jump. He raised his hand to control the obsidian to fly into his grasp, transforming it into a drop item continuously. Swirling, beneath the cover of the obsidian was the disheveled Wu Nian, looking somewhat ragged. Seeing that the opponent was merely injured and not in life-threatening danger, Ji-chan finally felt relieved and began to jest. I told you long ago not to push yourself so hard, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. You almost died again. Was speechless, looking at Ji-chan's sunny smile, half surprised and half ashamed. It seemed he owed another life. The debt was piling up. Forget it, after all, it couldn't be repaid anyway, so let it be. Ji-chan looked at who was silent and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Ever since he had taken under his wing, it seemed the other had been taking a beating. If not getting beaten, then on the way to getting beaten. It was nothing short of tragic. The only highlight moment might have been when he blocked the door to beat the pig spirit Awang. It couldn't be said that the other was weak, rather, his opponents were just too strong. Each time, their levels were far above his. Ji-chan guessed that this might be one of the reasons why the other was training so frantically. Alright, stop looking so miserable. Once I take care of Nian, I'll help you deal with the Withering King. If we can't beat him, then let's outsmart him. We can definitely take him down. Don't forget, we still have 2 chances to call on the Pig Spirit King for help. Ji-chan smiled as he pulled up, offering comfort. Un's eyes flickered, as if hiding some secret deep inside, but he couldn't reveal it to Ji-chan, so he could only nod heavily. The Zombie King, who had been knocked away, watched the two of them banter back and forth, completely disregarding him. A surge of anger rushed to his head. The eye of inspection opened again, and the Zombie King's dark gray pupils gradually turned golden. This time, he directed it at Ji-chan. At the same time, Ji-chan seemed to sense something, a faint white light spilling from his eyes as he turned to look at the Zombie King. Thus, the two stood about 10 steps apart, gazing at each other, neither intending to strike. Time passed second by second. The Zombie King felt his eyes growing hotter for some reason. He just couldn't discern the reality of this young man. He had already guessed in his heart that this young man was the DXIN he was looking for. But strangely, when he first used the eye of inspection, he could still pull up the general information about the other. Now, looking into those hollow eyes, he could only see a flurry of snowflakes in garbled text. Those eyes glowing with white light seemed sacred and inviolable. He couldn't pry any information out. Ji-chan was getting a bit impatient. Under the Zombie King's gaze and said coldly, "I say, you've looked enough, haven't you? Can we start fighting now? You are DXIN?" The Zombie King was very wary. How could someone with such a strong oppressive aura only be level 16? Ji-chan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't introduced himself. Since the other knew he was using the alias DXIN, he must possess some kind of probing divine power. The system's built-in probing function was simply too poor. It couldn't detect anything with even a slight level of cultivation. Since the other had a stronger probing ability, he would gladly accept it. Good stuff, I want those golden eyes of yours too. So, today, leave all your divine power behind. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 obsidian puppets suddenly emerged from behind the Zombie King. One on the left and one on the right. They swung their iron fists towards Nian. The Zombie King was shocked. He hadn't noticed when these 2 big guys had approached him. Ji-chan's lips curled into a smile. Just now, Nian was probing him. He had already been secretly preparing. He never played fair with his opponents. Caught off guard, the Zombie King suddenly turned to counterattack, meeting the assault with his own fists. Dawn, the king of zombies, gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan, a dark green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He bore all the damage with his iron body, standing firm against the 2 obsidian puppets. Ji-chan frowned, incredulously saying, "You actually blocked it." If it were an ordinary second-tier powerhouse, they would have already perished from that blow. However, because Nian had consumed over 100 of his zombie kin on the way, his health had reached a terrifying level. The 2 obsidian puppets had only managed to take away 1/10 of his health. The king of zombies is indeed not so simple. Go, send in 2 more ambushes, let's kill him. Together. 2 shadows separated from his own shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike. The remaining one stayed by his side in case Nian had any tricks up his sleeve. Ji-Chen smiled as he took out the withering claw and, with a snap, he plunged it into the opponent's kidney. The king of zombies, needing to balance the two puppets in front, had no time to block the strike. He could only endure all the damage. "Ah! I underestimated you, get away." The king of zombies cried out in pain, his entire body filled with the stench of decay, forcing Ji-Chen to retreat repeatedly. Even the obsidian puppets had to withdraw their fists. Ji-Chen showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, a flying withering emerged from his shadow. "Interrupt his decay from a distance. Let's finish him off in one go." The withering puppet received its master's command, roaring as two smoke-emitting withering skulls flew towards the king of zombies. The king of zombies was startled, using all his strength to narrowly dodge the first withering skull. However, he was hit by the second one, rolling twice before crashing into a tree. The wood shattered into drops, quietly floating around him. "How is this possible? You actually have withering summons?" At this moment, the king of zombies was stunned. If it weren't for his thick health, he might have already died 5 or 6 times. How many summons could the opponent control? This was simply unreasonable. Ji-Chen frowned, his voice tinged with confusion. "You're still alive? I see you're not a zombie, but a cockroach. Even a third-tier powerhouse would shed a layer of skin from this round of attacks, yet this Nian was so resilient." The king of zombies staggered to his feet, hatred, anger, and humiliation, all negative emotions piled up in his heart, unable to be released. For a moment, he couldn't understand how a level 16 player could be so strong. He looked back at the obsidian puppet that was preparing to strike him down. The intense aura of a ferocious beast almost suffocated him. "No, no, no, you're only level 16. How can these summons be so powerful? Your mind can't handle it." Summons require a mental connection with the host. Controlling so many powerful summons at once would put immense mental pressure on the host, far exceeding what a level 16 player could bear. If not handled well, it could easily lead to mental collapse or backlash from the thoughts of the summons. But Ji-Chen's puppets and summons were different. Summons are living beings called forth to establish a mental contract, fighting for their master, thus requiring mental control. However, these puppets were originally lifeless. Ji-Chen merely granted them life. The reason the puppets obeyed Ji-Chen was more like an unconditional worship of the puppets towards him. This naturally did not require him to expend mental energy to control them. "You're about to die, so stop questioning so much." Ji-Chen's gaze gradually turned cold, the 4 obsidian puppets hidden around him stirring restlessly. With this strike, even if the opponent had thick health, he would still die. The zombie king looked at his situation and immediately made a decision in his heart. Escape, the farther the better. Ji-Chen noticed the fear in the opponent's eyes and quickly seized the momentary flaw. "Now, everyone, attack together." In the face of despair, the zombie king's primal corpse nature erupted. He withstood the attacks of the other 3 obsidian puppets and jumped directly onto the back of puppet number 1, biting furiously. He aimed to provoke this obsidian puppet, hoping to use its built-in knockback effect to quickly escape the battlefield. However, the top-tier combat awareness of the obsidian puppet quickly discerned the opponent's intentions. In just a moment, it abandoned its attack. It opened its defenses wide, allowing the zombie king to attack, thereby restricting his movement and allowing its companions to kill him. This was the fastest and most effective method, but he was very likely to be beaten to death by the opponent. Ji-Chen did not intervene, coldly watching everything unfold. Tonight was a blood moon, and with the bonus from 5 sudden changes, the zombies had the advantage of timing their combat power nearing the 3rd tier. However, Ji-Chen had the advantage of terrain and allies. There was no reason for him to lose to the opponent. Yet casualties were inevitable, and he could only make a choice. Now the zombie king had reached a dead end. In such a dire situation, the opponent might very well choose to perish together. After all, he was still just a level 16 player, and he could really be dragged down to die together. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, the zombie king immediately turned his body, releasing the tattered puppet number 1 he had been biting. He pushed off with his legs, using puppet number 1's back to charge out of the encirclement. But how could puppet number 1, responsible for restricting movement, be so easily dealt with? It reached out and grabbed one of the zombie king's arms. "Bastard! Let go!" The zombie king panicked, seeing his escape plan fall apart again. He retaliated with a punch to puppet number 1's head, a terrifying crack quickly spreading across the puppet's body. But puppet number 1, risking being completely shattered, refused to let go. "Fine. Since you seek death, I'll grant it to you." The zombie king raised his hand to destroy the puppet before him. But before he could act, the attacks from the other puppets came from all directions, raining down like raindrops. A deadlock. There was nowhere to hide. "No, I can't die yet. I don't want to die." The zombie king roared to the sky, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. With a tearing sound, he actually ripped off one of his arms, green blood splattering everywhere. Only by doing this did he regain the conditions to evade the Attacks. Boom. The zombie king shifted his body, dodging the attacks of 2 puppets, taking the hit from the 3rd puppet to create distance and escape the battlefield. Seeing this, the 5th obsidian puppet in Ji-Chen's shadow stirred, wanting to rush in to help. Don't move. There's more than just the zombie king here. Stay in the shadows just in case. He had felt a sense of being watched from the very beginning. At first, he thought it was the zombie king's probing ability, but now the zombie king was half destroyed. He had no energy left to spy on him. Yet the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Someone nearby wanted to catch the mantis while the cicada was unaware. Ji-Chen raised his eyes to scan the surrounding darkness, trying to find the person who was peeping from the shadows. But in the end, he found nothing. He didn't understand how this premonition had come to him. However, one thing was certain: the person hiding nearby was definitely not an ordinary individual. Otherwise, after he had displayed his formidable strength, the other party wouldn't have shown even the slightest emotional fluctuation. Or perhaps the other party seemed to have already figured out his abilities. Dozens of grids away, the zombie king, at the cost of tearing off one of its own arms, jumped out of the encirclement. This did not mean he was safe. It merely indicated that he would not be attacked from both sides and would die a little slower. Puppet number 2 took out several sets of iron ingots and handed them to puppet number 1, which was covered in cracks. Puppet number 1 received them, nodded, and pressed them into its own body. Immediately, the steel body mixed with obsidian began to rapidly wriggle and heal. The body that had just been full of cracks restored itself in the blink of an eye. Recovered? How is this possible? The zombie king, who had just caught his breath, looked at puppet number 1, which had instantly come back to life, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinholes. Muttering incessantly, the damage he had fought so hard to inflict was so casually healed by the other party? And his own severed arm was still tightly gripped in the other party's hand. Dark green blood dripped onto the ground, further aggravating his mood and anger. Ji-Chen strolled forward, his gaze icy, and said, "Is it interesting to struggle like this? Do you think you can escape from my hands? Ha ha ha, I underestimated you players. And even more so, you." The zombie king laughed maniacally, releasing the sorrow deep within him. The mighty king of zombies was actually being pushed to this extent by a level 16 player. Ji-Chen was right, he had only jumped out of the encirclement, not out of danger. As long as there was enough time, these 4 obsidian beasts could still beat him to death. Good job, DXIN. Just at level 16, you forced me to the point of losing an arm to survive. I can hardly imagine how strong you will be when you reach level 20 or higher. He chuckled bitterly and continued to praise. Stop with the flattery, I don't buy it. Today, you will die here no matter what. Ji-Chen spread his hands, and countless obsidian shards flew out, swirling around him, ready to shoot out and kill the ear in front of him. Upon hearing this, the zombie king no longer acted madly. His expression became serious again. DXIN, I admit that you and your summoned creatures are strong. However, that's all there is to it. Today, if I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Oh, even in this state, you're still so confident. Ji-Chen became more cautious, looking around to try to draw out the person hiding in the dark. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to use his full strength to slay the zombie king. But in the end, he found nothing. Seeing Ji-Chen's caution, the zombie king mistakenly thought the other party was afraid, feeling inexplicably pleased. He waved his hand, and the zombie army in the darkness all turned their blood-red eyes toward Ji-Chen, twisting their stiff necks. Take a look around. It's not you who have surrounded me, it's we who have surrounded you. Ji-Chen regained his senses and looked around. In the darkness, countless zombies slowly poked their heads out. Their crimson eyes revealed a thirst for flesh, as if they could not wait to tear him to shreds. The low growls of the zombies and the sounds of their bodies twisting made his eardrums buzz. Ji-Chen frowned. Perhaps it was because he had focused most of his attention on the person hiding in the dark that he had not noticed that the surrounding zombies had already gathered to a considerable scale. The king of zombies looked at the thousands of his own men compared to the enemy's numbers, and an inexplicable sense of security surged in his heart. Gradually, the despair and fear that Ji-Chen had instilled in him were cast aside. The pride of a clan leader reclaimed its height, and his hunched body slowly straightened. At this moment, he felt like the true victor. However, his bloodied arm appeared particularly glaring at this time. DXIN. The times have changed. The strength of one person is always limited. No matter how strong your summoned creatures are, their numbers are ultimately too few to stop my zombie army. Ha ha ha. Perhaps having suppressed himself for too long, Nian began to laugh wildly, thinking he could turn the tide with his zombie army. Ji-Chen calmly took out a golden bread from his backpack and slowly stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, a night vision buff rose around him. The pitch-black night suddenly became as bright as day. 1, 2, 3. As far as the eye could see, they were everywhere. Wow! There are quite a lot. Did you summon all the zombies within 1,000 miles? Ji-Chen's expression turned serious. So many zombies were indeed a big problem. Nian, in front of Ji Chen, directly swallowed a few zombies and after regaining a bit of strength said, I am the king of zombies. Do you understand what a king is? A king is supreme, invincible. All thoughts of a king must be obeyed, must be unconditionally submitted to. The king of zombies became more and more absurd in his words and, finally, Ji Chen could no longer listen and quickly interrupted. Hey, hey, hey! Wake up, stop shouting, you are not a king and you will never become one. A king does not run away, but you will. The so-called king of zombies? Just a clown. The opponent's strength and character were far from deserving that title. Are the zombies around strong? Yes, very strong. The number of these zombies was enough to wipe out all the guilds in this area. But in Ji Chen's eyes, they were still just clowns. That wasn't running away, it was a strategic retreat. Yes, a strategic retreat. A king does not flee, you know nothing. Tear him apart, all of you, tear them to pieces. The scars were ruthlessly exposed, Nian roared, trying to use words to cover up the moment of fear he had just experienced. However, the truth is the truth. No matter how loud the opponent shouted, it was of no use. After receiving the command, the zombies surged forward madly, attempting to overwhelm Ji Chen. In an instant, four obsidian puppets erupted with momentum, quickly changing formation to protect Ji Chen firmly in the center. They were like four towering iron walls, sweeping away wave after wave of zombies. However, the incoming zombies were simply too many, continuously compressing the puppets' fighting space, making their attacks increasingly difficult. The zombies even began to stack up, crashing towards Ji Chen like waves. Ji Chen's gaze was terrifyingly calm, not paying the surrounding zombies any mind. I hope you will say the same later. After speaking, Ji Chen took out the head of the disaster's herald from his backpack space. He reached out to control the grass blocks beneath his feet, forming a body for it. Nian, seeing Ji Chen so calm, felt his arrogant demeanor weaken slightly, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. However, this unease was quickly overshadowed by his own army of zombies. Struggle. Now it's your turn to struggle. Use all your abilities. I want to see how you break the deadlock. Ji Chen's lips curled into a smile. As you wish. All puppets obey my command. Come out and destroy them. As the words fell, a massive spatial rift tore open in the air. From within the rift, thousands of puppet figures slowly emerged into the sky. Immediately, a series of loud bangs echoed. These puppets crashed into the horde of zombies like cannonballs, trampling the undead into pieces, roaring as they began the slaughter. These puppets were the spare ones Ji Chen had made beneath the base. Most were stone puppets, but there were also many iron puppets, ice puppets, and withering puppets. Especially the withering puppets, with their ability to fly and attack from a distance, were simply perfect for this scene. But that wasn't all. Beneath the base's walls, a relatively smaller spatial rift was torn open, created by the disaster's lark. Master, we're here to help you. Boss, we're here too. Wang Chang, surrounded by a murderous aura, roared and led the iron armor gang into battle. Behind him were Chu Linger, the disaster's lark, and the restored Wunyan. Except for the lark, everyone was clad in fully enchanted armor, charging into the zombie horde like cutting through vegetables, unstoppable. Additionally, most of Ji Chen's puppets were imbued with various enchantments, especially the Undead Slayer enchantment, which was simply the nemesis of zombies. The zombies, which originally had a numerical advantage, were suddenly suppressed. The dead and injured zombies transformed into a massive amount of experience absorbed by Ji Chen. Ji Chen looked again at the zombie king Nian, spreading his hands with a hint of a smile in his voice. How is it? Is this grand scene as you wished? Nian was completely dumbfounded. The numerical advantage he had prided himself on vanished with a simultaneous descent of thousands of puppets. There was even a faint trend of being suppressed. He wanted to summon zombies from other places, but the distance was too far, and reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. No, this is absolutely impossible. I am the zombie king. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Ridiculous. I told you, do not become a king in front of me. You are unworthy. Ji Chen waved his hand, and a wave of fire surged toward Nian's face. Nian's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab a nearby zombie to block the attack. Then he turned and fled without hesitation, showing none of the kingly demeanor he had just claimed. Can you escape? Ji Chen sneered, the blocks beneath his feet pulling him into the air. Immediately, obsidian surrounded him. Under the moonlight, these stones glimmering with a black cold light became a deadly weapon. Watch my self-created move, 1 point to control the universe. Saying this, he pointed his right index finger forward and then pressed down sharply. Boom! 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 The obsidian pillars shattered into blocks, and under Ji Chen's control, they seemed to gain weight. Each was endowed with enough kinetic energy falling from the sky like black meteors crashing down on the exhausted Nian below. And these meteors, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared to Nian as the most lethal daggers. If one struck him, what awaited him was death. If I can just escape, everything can be rebuilt, all the humiliation can be washed away in the future. I must survive. Deshin, I will not let you go. above the ground. Nian's heart kept murmuring, his spirit stretched to the limit, and he had no intention of fighting Ji-Chen, even though his level was much higher than his opponent's, even though he still had the strength to fight. But he chose to flee with all his might, making no counterattack. With this realization, Nian's potential had been pushed to the extreme, and he always managed to narrowly dodge the blocks that were hurled at him. Seeing his opponent so tenacious, Ji-Chen no longer held back, abandoning his vigilance of the surroundings and directly unleashed the power of creation to its maximum. Boom! Just as Nian was fleeing, a gigantic hand made of blocks suddenly rose up, accompanied by a whirlwind, and slammed down towards him. Not good. Nian's heart sank, and he quickly stopped, preparing to dodge to the side. But at that moment, Ji-Chen had already struck with all his might. How could he leave his opponent a chance to escape? Just as Nian was about to jump, the blocks beneath his feet suddenly trapped him. This moment of hesitation became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! The giant hand came crashing down, and Nian was severely injured, collapsing to the ground, barely conscious. The surprise should end. Ji-Chen's withering claw appeared in his hand, glinting with a cold light as it stabbed straight towards Nian's neck. A lethal strike. There was no way to dodge. Nian watched the figure before him grow larger, despair flooding him, endless despair. Ever since he decided to be the first to devour Xin, it seemed his death had been sealed. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to welcome death, a sinister laugh echoed from somewhere. Hee hee. Watch your back. At these words, Ji-Chen's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine. A blood-red scythe had appeared at his neck without him noticing. The person behind him suddenly exerted force, preparing to directly sever his head. It seems I can't draw you out without leaving a flaw. Ji-Chen forced a smile. What? The newcomer was surprised, the scythe in his hand suddenly halting. The fifth obsidian puppet, hidden in Ji-Chen's shadow, suddenly reached out its arm, gripping the blade tightly, preventing it from advancing an inch. You finally came out. Just a rat hiding in the shadows. Ji-Chen's eyes turned cold flames erupting from his body, sending the person behind him flying. He had been on guard against his opponent from the start, and this flaw was intentionally left for bait. The person behind seemed unaware that there was still a puppet hidden in Ji-Chen's shadow. The blood-red scythe hooked forward, quickly stopping the retreating figure. I really didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. What pity, I was so close to beheading you. Bastard! Ji-Chen cursed, expressing his anger. That previous strike could have severely injured him, but fortunately he had been prepared from the beginning. At this moment, Nian trembled and opened his eyes. What came into view were two young players. The one on the left was Xin, who had almost killed him earlier. The one on the right, hidden in a white parka, sounded like another young man, wielding a blood scythe that was as tall as a person, exuding immense pressure. Give me a reason not to kill you. Ji-Chen's gaze was icy, the withering claw pointed directly at the player before him. Otherwise, you will surely die today. A reason? Ha, you even give me a chance to explain, but I have no reason, I just simply want to take you down. Besides, how do you know that today it won't be you who dies? The player in the white coat rested the blood scythe on his shoulder, looking at Ji-Chen with a mocking expression. It seemed he was not worried at all about provoking Ji-Chen, or perhaps he had enough means to survive Ji-Chen's wrath. Because of the pursuit of the zombie king, the walls of the base were no longer visible here. Ji-Chen turned to look at the hand of puppet number 5. The blood scythe was exceptionally sharp, leaving a terrifying scar on its obsidian body. Above the wound, a certain blood aura seemed to linger, attempting to invade from within. However, the obsidian puppet's body was not made of flesh and blood, so this blood aura quickly dissipated. If that blow had landed on him, it would have been far more than just a scar. Seeing his master looking in his direction, the obsidian puppet hurriedly hid its injured hand behind its back, looking quite embarrassed. In its lowly intelligence, being injured by a broken scythe was a sign of incompetence. It did not want its master to see its own helplessness. It's okay. You did great. Ji-Chen smiled and praised the puppet, then turned to look at the mouse that had ambushed them. To be honest, I haven't encountered a player with such combat power in a long time. His voice was cold as he tightened his grip on the withering claw, a surge of anger rising within him. In a sense, players could be considered a brand new race in this world. Following this line of thought, players could certainly refer to each other as comrades. However, Ji-Chen had his own principles. Since the other party had genuinely harbored murderous intent, he had to behead them today to make a puppet, or else he would not be able to justify the scar on the obsidian puppet's hand. The white-clad player holding the blood scythe nodded, seemingly unconcerned. I'm curious, how did you make this black lump so obedient? I don't seem to sense a mental contract in your system. No comment. Ji-Chen did not want to waste time talking with the other party and activated the system to investigate. Although the system's built-in probing ability was not strong, it could still discern the other party's name and level. Knowing the other party's level would likely allow him to estimate their strength. Boring. Since you want to use the system to probe, I'll let you look to your heart's content. The white-clad player chuckled, provocatively spreading his arms as if he were not afraid of being probed. Name, oh, gender equals .. smiley face level, Sigma. Have you seen enough? Get lost. After reading the last line, the system immediately began to display garbled text. Following that, a large 303 occupied the entire screen. This indicated a system crash. Ji-chan stared at the flickering screen panel, completely stunned. There had been instances before where the system was forced to shut down due to the target's overwhelming aura. But this time was different. It seemed the system had been invaded, directly altering the underlying operational logic. Clearly, the other party was up to something. He did not expect that in this world there were still people capable of invading other systems. Just as Ji-chan was lost in thought, the white-clad player suddenly focused his gaze, murmuring and beginning to chant something. System, invasion, shatter, thought confinement. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system that had just popped up in front of Ji-chan instantly glitched, and then with a bang, it shattered completely. Ji-chan's spirit felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, instantly becoming listless. A force within him was scattered, unable to reorganize for a long time. Upon careful reflection, that shattered force was indeed the system within his spiritual world. What did you do? Ji-chan's mind was hazy, his face filled with disbelief. The white-clad player, however, put on a smile again, feigning an apologetic tone. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have an ability specifically targeting player systems. I'm really sorry. You should be fine, right? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the player in white quickly turned cold, and the speed of his blade swung to the extreme, the blood-red edge once again slashing towards Ji-chan's neck. He attempted to deliver a heavy blow while his opponent was in low spirits. Ji-chan was greatly alarmed, but due to the system's shattering, his mental state was also affected, becoming sluggish to the extreme. His reaction speed could not keep up with the speed of the opponent's blade. There was no way to dodge this strike. The obsidian puppet watched Ji-chan, who was frozen in place, with great shock. Although the attack from the player in white was fast, with his master's reaction speed, it could have been easily avoided. With a cold flash, the blood sickle arced upward, the sharp blade seemingly capable of slicing through boundless void. In the next moment, a severed arm was lifted high, then fell to the ground, silent. Ji-chan was sent flying backward, and when he got up again, his forehead was already covered in beads of sweat, indicating that his mental state was on the verge of exhaustion. What a pity, it's you again, this stone lump. The player in white withdrew, creating distance. Turning to look, one of the obsidian puppet's arms had been brutally severed. Under the moonlight, the cross-section appeared shocking. To protect his master, he had sacrificed an arm to push Ji-chan away. Ji-chan narrowly avoided this strike. The puppet did not care about its injury and looked concernedly at its master. After realizing that Ji-chan was not seriously harmed, it finally let out a long sigh of relief. The player in white looked at the obsidian puppet guarding Ji-chan and found himself increasingly fond of it. I have to say, your black lump's combat awareness is quite extraordinary. That last strike, I used almost all my strength, and it was still resolved at the cost of losing an arm. TSK, impressive. But guess how many more strikes he can withstand from me? The player in white swung his sickle and engaged in combat with the obsidian puppet once more. Ji-chan was anxious, he also wanted to join the fight, but he could never concentrate. Just as he had a thought, it would be scattered by an inexplicable force. This made it so that all abilities were almost unusable. It was as if what had been blown up was not the system, but his entire head. On the battlefield, after 2 rounds, the obsidian puppet quickly fell into a disadvantage. The player in white's strength was already above that of the obsidian puppet, and with the puppet having lost an arm, the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. However, the obsidian puppet endured all the damage, not retreating a single step just to buy time for Ji-chan to recover. The zombie king, seeing the two sides locked in a fierce battle, rolled his eyes and prepared to slip away. Chara, a blood-red blade aura struck directly at his feet. The player in white, cold-eyed, said, "Don't move. I'm not here to save you. Once I deal with them, I'll come for you." The undeveloped zombie king was a tempting target. Whoever could kill him could absorb all his divine power. This temptation was already enough to attract attention. The zombie king looked at the shattered block beneath his feet and was so frightened that he dared not move an inch. Ji-chan gave him a feeling of strength, in calmness and control over everything. But this player in white gave him a sense of being unbeatable. That was an exceptionally high single-target combat power. Moreover, the opponent likely had already broken through level 20, his aura completely not beneath his own. Of course, the zombie king did not sit idly by. A low growl, unique to zombies, echoed from his mouth, not loud, but it spread throughout the entire trial ground. All the zombies that could move received the summons and rushed towards This location. The player in white and the obsidian puppet were so engrossed in their fight that they completely overlooked a small action from the Zombie King. Uncertain how much time had passed, the white-clad player and the obsidian puppet separated once more, as if their battle had come to an end. Alright, we're done here. The white-clad player flicked his scythe, his face full of ease and satisfaction. In contrast, the obsidian puppet was already covered in dense cracks, its breath erratic. The puppet chose not to attack again, or perhaps it was simply unable to fight any longer. It gently turned its body, locking eyes with Ji-Chen on the ground. Ji-Chen's heart tightened, his breath momentarily halted. The red light in the puppet's eyes flickered incessantly, as if it were reluctant to part with something, or perhaps it just wanted to gaze at its master a little longer. In the end, all those emotions transformed into unwillingness and worry. It extended its intact arm, wanting to touch its master one last time. No! Quickly, use iron ingots to heal, you won't die. Ji-Chen's thought was nothing but self-deception. Setting aside whether the puppet had any iron ingots, the white-clad player would never allow it to heal. At this moment, the death of his puppet had become inevitable. Ji-Chen fought against the dizziness in his mind and reached out his hand. But before they could make contact, the towering obsidian puppet collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body shattering into countless obsidian fragments, forming a small mountain. No! It felt as if a sharp steel ball had pierced Ji-Chen's heart. Looking at the puppet's head, its once bright eyes now dim, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Battle meant casualties. He had restrained his feelings for the puppet more than once, all to ensure that when they unexpectedly perished, he would not be burdened by emotion. But how could human emotions be so easily restrained? The 5 obsidian puppets in his shadow had followed him since the beginning, made of steel, unconditionally guarding him no matter how perilous the situation. How could that not evoke feelings? He had tried more than once to coldly watch them get hurt, but those times he had been confident of victory, and would never truly let them die. Yet this time he was genuinely powerless, truly unable to do anything. The white-clad player turned to glance at the Zombie King, a hint of pride on his face. Thanks to your zombie army for the help. If I had to face 5 black lumps at once, then I would be the one dead today. The Zombie King dared not respond, only managing a sheepish smile, not expecting the victor today to be this guy in white. Alright, it's time to end this. The blood scythe was swung again, this time aimed at Ji-Chen's neck. Ji-Chen's heart ached deeply as he clutched the already lifeless head of the puppet tightly. It's my fault, my arrogance has harmed you. Knowing someone was lying in wait, I still foolishly chased after, thinking I was invincible, believing I could do anything. Now it seems the most ridiculous one is me. This fate is what I deserve. Then let me protect you one last time. A wave of inexplicable humiliation surged within Ji-Chen. Since awakening his profession, this was the first time, perhaps the last. However, this sense of humiliation quickly transformed into a sense of relief. This was fine. Mistakes always come with a price. Just as he awaited his death, time seemed to freeze at that moment, a mocking laugh interrupting his thoughts of demise. Hey, coward, do you deserve that puppet's head in your hands? Ji-Chen looked up, and before him appeared a figure. Upon closer inspection, it was himself, a version of himself radiating white light. This self seemed to possess absolute divinity, sacred and inviolable. The divine Ji-Chen turned to glance at the white-clad youth, a sneer still on his lips. You lowly creatures still wish to slay me. Stand up, kill him. Ji-Chen shook his head, clenched his hands, his eyes filled with despair. No, I can't. The opponent's mental interference has locked away all my abilities. Mental interference? Ah, don't be foolish, the mental world is your own. As long as you are invincible in your heart, how can others interfere? I'll say it again, stand up and kill him. Ji-Chen hesitated, tightly holding onto the puppet's head in his arms, seemingly afraid to face reality. The divine Ji-Chen reached out and summoned the puppet's head into his hand. He examined it carefully for a moment, a smirk appearing on his lips, then he loosened his fingers, dropped it to the ground, and stepped on it, saying again, it's just a mere obsidian puppet, dead is dead. He died to protect me, he died honorably, he died with pride. Ji-Chen's pupils trembled as he looked at the unfamiliar version of himself before him. Suddenly, realizing something, his face contorting in a snarl. No, you are not me. Who are you? The white-eyed Ji-Chen laughed heartily. Who am I? What a ridiculous question. I am you, and I am the divinity you have always sought. We are merely 2 extreme personalities within Ji-Chen. Now, abandon that laughable humanity in your heart, stand up and kill him. As the words fell, the 2 of them instantly merged into one. In an instant, the kneeling Ji-Chen's eyes shone with white light, countless obsidian shards bursting forth from his body. The white-clad player was forced to wield his blade in defense, abandoning the idea of killing. The mental confinement has been broken? The white-clad player was shocked, holding his blood scythe, quickly retreating to a safe position. Chen's divine power overflowed, his body slowly levitating, a confident smile returning to his face, his invincible heart restored. He looked at the terrified white-clad player, his heart devoid of any turmoil. At that moment, he felt neither anger nor sadness. His state of mind after rebirth seemed to have entered a wondrous realm. A state of mind that could not be shaken, no matter what he experienced. Since awakening his top-tier profession, no one had ever made him suffer. He had always sailed smoothly, never experiencing absolute failure. As a result, his current temperament had become somewhat restless, easily stirred to anger. In hindsight, this was also a sign of impotence. He was not the kind of person who would remain stagnant. On the contrary, he was willing to accept his failures, as this would only take him further. Ji Chen took a deep breath, his eyes regaining the calm of a superior, then thanked the white-clad youth, saying, "My system is shattered now, and I can't probe your name. We need to have a title between us." Ji Chen focused his attention. The shattered system began to reassemble, finally restoring to its original state. Although the system was broken, the essence had not dissipated, it still resided within him. With the mental cage broken, the system naturally restored itself. However, the white-clad player's system interference had not been lifted, and the system still displayed a large 303, indicating it could not be probed. 303? Interesting. Ji Chen looked at the number on the screen, then glanced at the white-clad player, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment of thought, a flash of inspiration struck him. John Entity 303. A character from the MC Urban Legend, second in popularity only to him, with strength that could match him 50-50 or even 60-40, with him being 4. Of course, that was just a legend in the MC, the truth unknown. Who was stronger between the two of them was also an unknown. Thinking of this, Ji Chen suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable emotion, and with a sly grin said, "Since you are unwilling to reveal your name, I'll call you 303, how about that?" At this moment, the white-clad player seemed unaware of what 303 meant, standing still, without responding, his expression growing serious. In his feeling, the other person somehow seemed to have completely changed. At the very beginning, he could clearly sense that the gap between them was not significant. He even felt that he had the upper hand in individual combat power. But now, as he carefully sensed again, he found it somewhat difficult to see through the other person. Ji Chen squinted his eyes, not caring whether the other party was willing or not, and said to himself, "I will remember today's humiliation. However, you killed my puppet and broke my system. Now, taking your head to refine a new puppet is not too much, right? 303? You really know how to name things." The player in white looked at Ji Chen, floating in midair, feeling somewhat displeased. Ji Chen's ability to break through his mental constraints in such a short time genuinely surprised him. However, this did not make him timid. When it came to individual combat power, he still had the upper hand, and besides, he had his own trump card. Roy swung the scythe in his hand, the sound of the blade slicing through the air accompanying his words. "Remember? My true name is Roy. Even if you regain your combat power, it won't change a thing, I'll still kill you. Roy is a good name, but it doesn't matter now. I just wanted to give my puppet a code name. What you're called is irrelevant." Ji Chen reached out and summoned all the obsidian from his backpack space. The obsidian reformed and transformed, finally manifesting several writhing tentacles around him. Under the moonlight, they appeared particularly terrifying. Roy looked at the obsidian tentacles, a crimson hue rising in his eyes, his body flickering. "Playing tricks. Whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll know the strength after a couple of exchanges." In the next moment, his figure appeared 10 squares ahead. This was a short-distance teleportation. Ji Chen did not dare to be careless. The divine power within his opponent was considerable, and just looking at this short-distance teleportation ability indicated that his profession level was definitely above S rank, possibly even a triple S player. Ji Chen raised his hand to defend, igniting flames. The scorching red flames quickly spread over all the obsidian, forming a sea of fire around him. Roy did not dodge. He infused his aura into the blood scythe, a surge of blood energy rising into the sky, striking directly at the obsidian pillar. Crack! The sound of metal clashing was sharp and piercing. The obsidian was chipped away, while the blood scythe was knocked back. "Damn it, why is this damn stone so hard?" Roy's hands went numb from the impact. Enduring the burning flames, he stomped hard and prepared to retreat. "Sorry, you should call it fully enchanted obsidian." Ji Chen remained calm, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. The obsidian in the air transformed again, forming a loose rectangle. At this moment, Roy was right in the center of the rectangle, his retreat route completely sealed off. New move, obsidian cage. Ji Chen pressed down hard with his right hand, ready to trap Roy within the obsidian matrix. What a hassle. Your ability to control blocks is too much of a bug. Roy gritted his teeth, bringing his right index and middle fingers together quickly to his forehead. Ji Chen and Roy chanted simultaneously. "Gather! Move!" In the next moment, the obsidian matrix suddenly closed in, forming a massive 6x6x6 obsidian cube. Moreover, this cube was emitting thick red flames. The damage maxed out. Although Roy used teleportation at the first opportunity, he was still a step too slow, directly squeezed into the cube matrix. Ah, hot, you really should die. He screamed in pain from the flames, his figure flickering again, teleporting back to his original position, teleporting while ignoring line of sight obstacles. Ji Chen kept pondering. If that last strike had been aimed at someone else, that person would likely have been trapped and suffocated on the spot. But this Roy could teleport like a slippery loach, impossible to catch. However, that last strike was not in vain. At the very least, he had detected the cooldown time and distance limit of his opponents. Teleportation. 5 seconds, up to 15 squares. After landing, Roy first took a deep breath, his gaze growing colder. He had underestimated his opponent a bit. After this encounter, he had not even touched the hem of Ji Chen's clothes, despite exposing his teleportation skill. This is simply a great humiliation, especially since his breath level is higher than that of his opponent. Just as Ji Chen was controlling the obsidian to attack again, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Level up 1617. All attributes increase by 4 points. Health and hunger increase by 20 points. It goes without saying that this experience must have been earned by his puppets killing zombies. The Zombie King summoning zombies, in a sense, was just delivering experience to him. It seems the battle in front of the base is nearing its end. The speed of experience growth within Ji Chen was decreasing rapidly, indicating that the zombies had been mostly cleared out. Since that was the case, he didn't want to waste time with this Roy. Do you want to see my true methods? True methods? Summoning objects? Roy thought of the black lump with an extremely high combat awareness. Ji Chen nodded and took out 2 sets of pumpkin heads that had already been puppeted from his backpack. I know very well that I definitely can't match your individual combat power right now, but why should I use my weaknesses to fight against your strengths? My first profession is Puppeteer. As he spoke, the ground began to tremble. Roy was a bit confused, thinking Ji Chen was about to unleash some big move. He quickly teleported away, his face full of vigilance. In the next moment, stones from underground burst out of the surface with a loud bang. In Roy's shocked gaze, they all rushed towards Ji Chen. Ji Chen raised his hand and instantly activated the collection. These hard block stones instantly transformed into dropped items that were sucked into his backpack. Watch closely, this is my most proficient combat method. Ji Chen waved his hand, throwing out a set of pumpkin heads and 15 sets of stones. This massive material intertwined, emitting a large amount of white light. Immediately after, 64 stone puppets crashed to the ground. Stone puppets are Ji Chen's most cost-effective puppets. Their positioning lies between combat puppets and functional puppets, possessing a certain level of combat awareness. They can mine and gather stones as well as fight with their fists. If those combat puppets are likened to fierce tigers with sharp fangs and claws, then stone puppets are like old yellow cattle with horns, both docile and highly combat capable. The most important thing is that they are cheap. 15 stones can summon one. Roy, being able to invade the player system, naturally had his unique probing abilities. In just a moment, he had thoroughly examined the attributes of these 64 stone puppets. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, he said, "Is that it? These 64 stone lumps combined might not even be as strong as that black lump you had earlier. They can't even withstand a single blow from me." Ji Chen, upon hearing this, was not angry. He naturally knew that these stone puppets couldn't withstand Roy, nor could they harm him. Who said your opponents are them? Watch closely, this is your opponent. After Ji Chen finished speaking, he took out the head of the Calamity Sovereign and tore open a long spatial rift in midair. Puppet number 1. Puppet number 2. Puppet number 3. Puppet number 4. Come out and avenge your brother. Puppet number 5. Bang! Bang bang bang! As the voice fell, 4 black obsidian beasts with glowing red eyes suddenly burst out from the light screen. Upon landing, they crushed countless grass blocks. They roared to the sky, their voices deafening, filled with an extraordinary rage for the death of their companion. They seemed like ferocious beasts from ancient times, capable of tearing apart any obstacle. Roy looked at this scene and unconsciously took a step back. Goodness, that scared me to death. Is it too late to surrender now? Although he said this, the blood sickle in his hand began to emit a cold light, clearly a sign of an impending attack. Go! Bring me his head. Ji Chen ignored the taunt. With a command, the 4 black obsidian puppets moved first. Well, it seems like it's not going to be easy for me to leave today. Roy reluctantly swung his sickle again, and even facing the 4 black obsidian puppets, he showed no fear on his face. The Zombie King stood dumbfounded beside him, not daring to move, let alone run away. Despite the intense battle between Ji Chen and Roy, he knew very well that if he dared to flee, these 2 players would definitely take him down first. As Ji Chen saw the situation gradually coming under control, he took out the head of puppet number 5 from his backpack. Wait, I'll wake you up again. All stone puppets. Obey, protect me. Any creature that dares to approach, slash. These 64 stone puppets were indeed not meant to deal with Roy, but to ensure his own safety. After all, there were still wandering zombies around. With the command given, the stone puppets spread out in layers, surrounding him in the center. To wake puppet number 5 again, he first needed to create a steel body, then puppetize it into obsidian, upgrading it to an obsidian puppet. Although he had not yet reached level 20, forcibly puppetizing obsidian would damage his constitution. But he didn't care. Puppet number 5 had shattered itself to protect him, losing a few points of hunger was nothing. Sometimes, attitude determines everything. Ji-chin pulled out a golden carrot and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly filling his hunger. Then he gathered materials on the spot, using the power of creation to extract stones from the ground. The stone pillars were sporadically embedded with various ores, with iron ore being the majority. 36 iron ores were easily collected. Ji-chin had no intention of making a furnace. He controlled the iron ores to swirl in his hand with the power of creation. Then the flames ignited. He directly used himself as a furnace, with divine power as fuel, and the 36 iron ores instantly transformed into 36 iron ingots. He then puppetized 8 pieces of obsidian. Perhaps due to the limited quantity of obsidian, his hunger did not decrease, he just felt particularly tired. Ji-chin let out a long breath and took out the already dead head. Next is the most crucial step. He didn't know if the dead puppet could still be awakened. After awakening, whether it would still retain its previous memories. He didn't want to think about it, nor did he know the answer. Perhaps from a common person's perspective, the first step should be to wake the head, which would be the best approach. If the head really couldn't awaken, then the subsequent steps to create a body would be pointless. But Ji-chin insisted on making the body first so that the puppet could use the new body upon awakening, rather than quietly waiting in the backpack. The other party died for him, they deserved this treatment. Puppet number 5. Open your eyes. Silence, listen. Wake up. Don't sleep. Silence, stand up. As soon as the last command fell, Ji-chin felt a portion of his hunger value suddenly drained away. Then, from the dark eye sockets of the skull, a red light gradually brightened. Ha ha ha. Done. Done. Go, your new body is right there. Ji-chin laughed heartily as he placed the head of the puppet he had just awakened onto the obsidian body. In an instant, puppet number 5's aura exploded. He first looked around in confusion, then fixed his gaze on Ji-chin. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something, extending his sturdy obsidian hand to gently pat Ji-chin's head. This was the action he hadn't completed before he died. Ji-chin smiled, knowing that puppet number 5 had returned. It's impolite to pat your master's head like that. Ji-chin feigned anger and scolded. Puppet number 5 quickly retracted his arm, looking aggrieved like a child who had done something wrong. Ji-chin chuckled and said, "Your companions are fighting over there, go help them." On the other side, puppet number 1 took the initiative, its form flickering as the obsidian body collided with the blood scythe. Crack! A crack immediately appeared on puppet number 1's palm. "Heh, you dare to take my blood scythe with your palm? It seems I overestimated you." Roy scoffed. The puppet he had previously shattered had indeed shown remarkable combat awareness. That's why he was wary of these black lumps. Now it seemed that the one he had encountered was an exception. At least the puppet in front of him was not clever. Just as he thought to draw his blade again, for some reason, the blood scythe got stuck in puppet number 1's palm. Ah, what? Before he could react, he felt a gust of wind strike his left temple. Turning his head, he saw the fist of the second puppet. What the hell? No martial ethics. Bang! Roy was sent flying, that punch landing squarely on his face, blood gushing from his nose, and the blood scythe slipped from his hand, taken by puppet number 1. The reason battle puppets were terrifying was that they could coordinate with each other. They would even exchange injuries to severely wound their opponents. Thus, the combat power of the 4 obsidian puppets was not a simple addition or subtraction. Puppet number 1 examined Roy's blood scythe for a moment, then gripped it tightly, preparing to break it. Roar! It didn't break. Roar again, still didn't break. The other puppets looked speechless. This blood scythe appeared weak and should snap easily, but for some reason, its resilience was surprisingly good. Puppet number 1 felt embarrassed and angrily threw the blood scythe to the ground, stomping on it in frustration. Perhaps because they had been created for a long time, they had begun to show a trend of developing higher intelligence. Roy, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get up, looking at the blood gushing from his nose, laughing in anger. The wolf pretends to sleep, covering to lure the enemy. Well played, well played. A bunch of low intelligence guys actually have this kind of combat awareness. Ha ha ha, I underestimated you. He waved his hand, and the blood scythe in puppet no. One's hand instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in Roy's hand. Since you've used your true skills, I can't be stingy either. Let me show you my trump card. First blood sacrifice. Rise. Roy swung the blood sickle in his hand and suddenly plunged it into his own chest. The sharp blood sickle instantly pierced his heart. Without the constraint of a heart, blood gushed out like a flood that had burst its banks, blooming into a brilliant blood-red rose. I didn't want to use this move. The burden on my body is too great and it's too painful. But it's not every day I encounter a player who can threaten my life. If I don't use some SSS class skills, it would be a bit embarrassing. As Roy spoke, the blood sickle shone brightly, and countless red tendrils suddenly burst forth, firmly attaching themselves to every blood vessel in his body. Ah, pain! It hurts so much, it's almost indistinguishable from death. Roy's expression twisted in agony, yet he still laughed maniacally. At this moment, he could clearly feel his strength increasing. Interrupt him. Chen thought in alarm. He had no time to be shocked that the other party was also an SSS class player. The greater the cost of a sacrifice, the greater the benefit it brings. The opponent had directly sacrificed his heart and blood. It was obvious that Roy's combat power would significantly increase next. The 5 obsidian puppets dared not delay, their bodies leaving after images as they charged high into the air from all directions, attempting to stop the blood sacrifice. Roy stood there unguarded, ready to take the full force of the 5 puppets' attack. In an instant, he turned his head to look at Ji Chen, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. It's too late. Boom! The attack of the obsidian puppet struck down, and Roy was smashed into a mist of blood, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Dead? Ji Chen's pupils trembled. He could no longer sense the other party's presence. It seemed that Roy had truly died under the blow of the obsidian puppets. He found it hard to believe his thoughts. After all, the other party was an SSS class player. How could he die so easily? No! Something's wrong. He didn't die. Come back. It's dangerous there. Ji Chen shouted angrily, hurriedly recalling the 5 obsidian puppets. Just as his words fell, the bloodstains on the ground began to writhe. In a sense, I am already dead because I have sacrificed everything. As Ji Chen expected, Roy had not died at all, or rather, death was just a part of this sacrifice. Suddenly, the blood sickle seemed to gain consciousness, violently, slicing through the surrounding air to create a gap. On the other side of the gap was an unfathomable darkness. Slowly, a foot stepped out of the darkness. It was Roy's foot, or rather, the foot of the new Roy after resurrection. Did you think my heart and blood were the objects of my blood sacrifice? No, no, no. The first thing I sacrificed was my life, and your attacks merely accelerated this process. Roy completely stepped out from the spatial rift, forming a stark contrast with the body that had been smashed into a mist of blood on the ground. His appearance had not changed much from before. The only difference was that the red light in his eyes was brighter. He picked up the blood sickle, and the blood energy that he had not yet fully digested quickly surged upward, giving his weapon a boost. Thus, the blood sacrifice was officially completed, and his aura nearly doubled. Since my trump card has been unleashed, I might as well tell you. This is actually a defensive ability. When I sacrificed myself, no matter what damage I take, even if I am smashed into pulp, I can restore my original form in the next moment and in full condition. Increasing my combat power is just a side effect. Ji Chen's vigilance rose. No wonder he was also an SSS class player. The bizarre blood sickle, teleportation, system intrusion, and this extremely perverse blood sacrifice. This guy indeed has the capital to be arrogant and the strength to fight against me. However, that's not enough. If the opponent can only do this, they will ultimately meet their demise. Doubling the quality of the body in all aspects is indeed strong, but it seems like it still can't defeat my 5 puppets. Ji Chen calmly analyzed. Indeed, even if my overall combat power is doubled, I still can't fight against 5 black lumps at once. Roy did not deny it and openly admitted it. If Roy could handle 2 obsidian puppets before, now he could barely manage 5. And there was a high probability he would still die because Ji Chen wouldn't just stand by and watch. However, Roy chuckled, and the blood sickle in his hand once again plunged toward his heart. Who said my ability can only be sacrificed once? Second blood sacrifice, activate. The aura of blood sacrifice surged again, and Roy's strength skyrocketed for the second time, this time moving towards a 4-fold increase. The 4-fold here is 4 times the first blood sacrifice, which was originally 8 times. Damn! Ji Chen couldn't help but curse this time. Your ability is too much of a bug. Sure enough, SSS level players are all freaks. Roy and Ji Chen were like 2 extremes, one crazily enhancing individual strength, the other crazily enhancing group strength. Overall, neither was a good match. This time, Roy did not stand still and scream in pain like the first time. Instead, after stabbing his heart, he swung the blood sickle and charged at Ji Chen. He wanted to take advantage of his invincible time to cut down a few more black lumps. The 5 obsidian puppets exchanged glances and instantly came up with a countermeasure. Puppet number 5 firmly blocked in front of Ji Chen, responsible for protecting their master's safety. The other 4 puppets flew forward to restrain Roy. The puppets were not foolish. They knew that all the damage they were dealing was only promoting the opponent's blood sacrifice. It was better to feign fighting, buy time, and wear down the opponent's stamina. Every time they were about to clash with Roy, they could always rely on their protective cooperation to dodge the sickle's attacks. Sometimes, when they really couldn't avoid it, they would minimize the damage as much as possible, taking turns to bear the hits. Then the injured puppet would swap out and leave the battlefield to recover with iron ingots. Coupled with the all-attribute protection enchantment in their bodies, they were completely unafraid of the current Roy. Back and forth. Like this, it was always Roy who suffered. Ah, are you guys going to fight or not? Bullying me with numbers, huh? Fine. Then I'll enter the second blood sacrifice and show you. The first blood sacrifice of Roy was directly pulled into a defensive break and he immediately roared. Although this blood sacrifice was strong, it also had its limitations. Not to mention that this enhancement required enduring extreme physical pain. The hunger value consumption after the enhancement also increased exponentially. If he was really dragged down like this by the obsidian puppets, by the time Ji-Chin made his move, he might die from exhaustion of hunger value. Chill. The blade sliced through, and Roy swung his knife to behead himself, accelerating the blood sacrifice speed on his own. On the other side, Ji-Chen, who had been frowning and thinking of a way out, brightened up when he saw Roy's head fall to the ground. Good stuff. Don't waste it. Saying this, he disregarded whether Roy's head still had consciousness and controlled the grass block to pick up Roy's head. Roy? Ji-Chen knew Roy wasn't dead and felt a bit embarrassed. Anyway, you can revive. What's the big deal about giving me a head? Shameless. Give me back my head. The void tore open again and Roy suddenly jumped out, his chest heaving up and down, clearly furious at Ji-Chen's mysterious operation. Shameless brat, hurry up and give me back my head. No way. Anything thrown on the ground is something you don't want. If I pick it up, it's mine. Ji-Chen laughed along, but he just wouldn't give the head back. The blood sacrifice on the other side was indeed powerful. Today, this zombie was unlikely to get a meal. After all, most of his combat power was held back by the zombie army, otherwise he could have worn the opponent down. However, it wasn't all for nothing. Picking up an SSS level head didn't seem like a bad deal. After making it into a puppet, the divine power within the opponent would be equivalent to a copy. Hey, how about this? Ji-Chun thought for a moment and suddenly had a brilliant proposal. The zombie king is yours, you give me the head from the third blood sacrifice, and since you have 4 lives, let's be friends. I'll befriend a big-headed ghost. Roy was so angry that blood was rushing to his head. He had never seen such a shameless person. Right now, it was impossible for Roy to enter the state of the third blood sacrifice. The second was already his limit. Because his level was too low, his hunger value wasn't enough. If he forcibly entered the third, he might really end up killing himself. However, even in the second state, he was enough to handle the current situation. Ji-Chin seemed to sense some business opportunity and quickly smiled. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. We don't have to be enemies. We can be friends. Friends? You say it nicely, but I just beheaded one of your puppets. How can this grudge be easily resolved? Roy's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the head in his hand, growing more furious the more he thought about it. This person was simply too shameless, actually having a habit of picking up other people's heads. Hey, shouldn't be too rigid. My puppet isn't dead, and besides, now that you've given me a head, my grudge is considered settled. I haven't gone back on my word, right? At this moment, Ji-Chen no longer resembled the calm and collected superior from earlier. He looked more like a shrewd merchant haggling in a market. There are no eternal enemies in this world, but there are eternal interests. Actually, I'm also an SSS level player. If we join forces, we can turn conflict into heads. No, it should be turning conflict into peace. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I star you, you big gorilla. Roy's temples throbbed with veins. After fighting until now, he had somewhat guessed Ji-Chen's abilities. The other party wanted to treat him as a head farming machine, using the picked up heads to make puppets for his own use. His blood sacrifice could indeed repeatedly ignore physical death and give birth to a new body. But the cost was too high. It wasn't something one could just open up, and there were also time limits and periods of weakness. The key point was that every time the body cooled down, he had to start the blood sacrifice from the first level again. The pain was no less than being cut into 1,000 pieces. Since you won't return it, then I'll behead you and take my head back. He was too lazy to waste words with the other party, raising his scythe and swinging it at Ji-Chen, trying to snatch his head back. After the second blood sacrifice, Roy's teleportation distance was also enhanced. This teleportation was 120 blocks. In the sky, Ji-Chin was greatly shocked as the obsidian 5-sided wall quickly formed, blocking the two of them. The 8-fold amplification of Roy was truly terrifying. Just one glance had shattered 3 obsidian walls, stopping at the 4th. What the hell? You've gone crazy and become this strong. Ji-Chin controlled the blocks beneath his feet to soar into the sky, quickly creating distance. He felt helpless. The opponent's overall strength was now 8 times greater than before, and the 5 obsidian puppets could no longer contain him. Continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction, and he might even be in danger of losing his life. Alright, I won't compete with you anymore. This time, I'll admit you're impressive. You must have broken through to the second tier, right? Good. Next time I break through to the second tier, let's have another match. By then, I guarantee I'll make you doubt your life. Ha ha ha. Ji-Chen laughed heartily, controlling the head of the disaster puppet to carve a spatial crack in the air. Let's go. Puppets, we're heading home. Capturing an SSS level head, I can only say it's not a loss. As Ji-Chen's command fell, 64 stone puppets and 5 obsidian puppets transformed into shadows and drilled into his own shadow. Among them, puppet number 1 even made a face at Roy. This infuriated Roy, who was about to teleport and engage in a fierce battle, but the bottomless hunger made him abandon that thought. With his current strength, if Ji-Chen insisted on fighting, he could kill all of the opponent's obsidian puppets within 3 seconds, the kind where their heads would be shattered. Then, right in front of Ji-Chen, he could forcibly slay the zombie king, escape, and even make it so the opponent couldn't find a trace. Of course, Ji-Chen could fly and also had the space jump of the disaster clan, so wanting to kill him was absolutely impossible. Unfortunately, Ji-Chen was not aggressive and completely did not follow Roy's lead. He chose to annoy Roy one more time before leaving, which was simply too enjoyable. Moreover, turning Roy's head, which was sacrificed in the first blood ritual, into a puppet was far more appealing than the little divine power within the zombie king's body. If Roy really chased after him in a fit of rage, he would be the one to die immediately. After all, there were thousands of stone puppets and nearly 100 iron puppets in Ji-Chen's base. Even if Roy could perform a triple blood ritual, he would still die. To put it bluntly, all he could do now was rage and impotence. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Roy frantically waved his scythe, trying to vent his dissatisfaction and anger. This battle was even more painful than losing. The key was that he lost a head. If word got out, it would be humiliating. Just thinking about it, Ji-Chen's puppets would have one made from his head, and a sense of humiliation surged straight to his brain. Meanwhile, the zombie king watched the frenzied Roy, trembling in fear. Are players this terrifying? They casually perform blood rituals, resurrect, and manipulate puppets and blocks. Are these really players? This is so godly that he believes it. The Blood Moon's task was purely to play him to death. The combat power displayed by Ji-Chen and Roy completely misled the zombie king's judgment. In an instant, his inflated emotions dissipated, almost making him kneel and sing in submission. In fact, he wasn't weak, he had just awakened his intelligence and was overly ambitious. He encountered 2 SSS-level players right after stepping out. The probability of awakening an SSS-level profession is 1 in hundreds of millions, and being targeted by 2 SSS players at once could only mean he had the worst luck imaginable. After venting, Roy suddenly caught sight of the trembling zombie king, reigniting the anger in his heart. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. If it weren't for wanting to kill you, how could I have suffered this humiliation? Zombie king, despairing. On top of the base's walls, a spatial rift appeared. Ji-Chen stepped out, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In the end, he still couldn't consume the zombie king. After Roy's double sacrifice, his overall strength was directly enhanced by 8 times. With 5 fully enchanted obsidian puppets, thanks to their cooperative protection and iron ingot healing, their combined combat power could basically match the opponent's 5-fold enhancement. Adding Ji-Chen's own combat power, the opponent's 8-fold enhancement was not without a fighting chance. But, in the end, he was likely to suffer losses. After all, the opponent's enhanced teleportation not only increased the distance but also shortened the cooldown time. If the opponent played it safe, killing the obsidian puppets and the zombie king before running away, Ji-Chen would be left in tears, unable to catch up. This battle seemed like a one-on-one, but in reality he was facing both the zombie king and Roy alone. Being able to withdraw calmly was already quite impressive. Thinking of this, Ji-Chen suddenly sensed something was off. The attack-type enchantments on his puppets seemed to have little effect. Ji-Chen summoned an obsidian puppet from the shadows and examined it closely. Suddenly, he realized the key. No wonder I felt the puppets were a bit weak today. It turns out that Blood Scythe is suspicious. His obsidian puppet originally had the combat power of a second-tier expert, and with its full attribute enchantments, it should have been quite strong. However, after facing Roy, the attack-type enchantments seemed to lose their effect. Especially the Thorn-type enchantments, which had no effect at all. Only the Protection-type enchantments had some effect. The opponent's Blood Scythe seemed to be able to negate these enchantment damages. If Ji-Chen had seen the battle between the Wither King and the Piglin King, he would have been surprised to find many similarities between the Wither King's severed hand, Wither Claw, and the Blood Scythe. In a sense, they couldn't be considered items from Minecraft. The Wither Claw could negate the backlash from attack-type enchantments, and the Blood Scythe could naturally do the same. Forget it, it's already over, so be it. Ji-Chen was quite open-minded, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Turning back, he planned to turn Roy's head from the first blood sacrifice into a puppet. Perhaps it would yield unexpected rewards. Below the walls, Wang Chang and the others were going crazy, the ground littered with severed limbs and broken arms. After 5 minutes, the corpses of the zombies automatically disappeared. Especially Wu Nian, whose smile was almost stretching to his ears. This kind of team battle was just perfect for him. Wither corruption activated. Centered on him, zombies were dying in waves, with extremely high efficiency. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Wriggling. Pasta for slaying Nian. The transformation of 100 days officially ends. Duration 55 days. Congratulations, survivors. Today is Nian. As the system's voice fell, all the zombies on the ground fell down one by one like dumplings falling. Silent. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered in yellow-green experience orbs. Ji Chen's eyes flickered. He understood that it was Roy who had killed the Zombie King. Wriggling Pasta, what a strange name. Roy, just wait, we will meet again in the future. By then, I won't be as easy to bully as I am now. Ji Chen took out Roy's head and examined it closely. Imagine it as a blocky head, otherwise it would be too terrifying, and suddenly a strange thought popped into his mind. Since the opponent absorbed the divine power from the Zombie King's body, if he were to pick up the opponent's head, wouldn't that mean he could also grasp the divine power within the Zombie King? Thinking this way, having the opponent absorb the divine power of Nian didn't seem like a bad thing after all. If conditions allowed, he could easily create countless Roy puppets. Not bad. Really not bad. With the disappearance of the zombies, a glimmer of light rose in the far distance of the horizon. That was the morning sun. Ji Chen's mood was particularly good at this moment. Snore, cluck. Because the trial of the zombie outbreak had ended after 100 days, the MC ecosystem, which had been destroyed, was restored. The pigs, sheep, chickens, as well as spiders, zombies, and little whites, skeletons that had been slaughtered by the zombies would reappear in everyone's sight. Ji Chen felt a bit dazed. Since the outbreak began 100 days ago, the trial area had been shrouded in a suffocating aura of death. Now, seeing these cows, sheep, and chickens, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He almost forgot that MC was actually a casual relaxation game. Wu Nian and the others were also bewildered. Did the 100 days of the outbreak just end like this? Wasn't it a bit hasty? And who was that Wriggling Pasta? Why wasn't it DXIN? Wang Chang twisted his sore arm and frowned, saying, "Isn't that the thing our boss was chasing just now?" "Yes. That's it, very strong, but can't beat Brother G. Death is just a matter of time." But Wu Nian's eyes flickered, and the last sentence was left unspoken, but everyone understood. Just by thinking about it, it was clear that the first kill of the year must have been snatched away by someone. Thinking of this, they seemed to sense something and collectively shifted their gaze to start looking for their boss's figure. If anyone was feeling the most heartbroken right now, it might be Ji Chen. At this moment, Ji Chen stood quietly on the city wall, watching the rising sun in the east, neither happy nor sad, his attitude unreadable. Wang Chang was the first to spot Ji Chen on the city wall, feeling increasingly frustrated. What bad luck! We worked ourselves to death here, and the benefits went to someone else. He forcefully pulled out the iron sword stuck in the ground, standing up for Ji Chen. If I encounter that Wriggling Pasta, I will definitely take him down. Chu Linger retracted her summon creature, and the spider's compound eyes returned to normal, shaking her head and saying, "Uncle Chang, although I don't want to admit it, this Wriggling Pasta might be stronger than all of us combined. If you encounter him, it's best not to provoke him." Chu Linger's words made Wang Chang frown. "I say, Linger, you can't let others gain the upper hand and dampen our morale. With so many of us, how could we possibly lose to just one person?" Chu Linger sighed. She just wanted Wang Chang to be more cautious, not to imply that. Seeing this, Wu Nian quickly helped explain for Chu Linger. Chu Linger is right, this Wriggling Pasta is very strong, likely at the same combat level as Brother G. If you really encounter him, it's best to avoid a fight. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's expression became serious. He had been too focused on his anger and hadn't thought deeply. Anyone who could survive in their boss's hands was not an ordinary person. Now looking again at Ji Chen standing on the city wall, with his melancholic gaze and desolate back, he truly looked like someone who had suffered a defeat. Sigh, I'm just too useless, otherwise our boss wouldn't have to endure this. Wang Chang felt extremely frustrated. He was just a D-rank frontline warrior, barely matching Ji Chen's iron puppet's combat power, and couldn't help at all. The others fell into silence for a moment, speechless. In contrast, Ji Chen was actually not as sad as the people below imagined. On the contrary, he was in a very good mood. Standing high up, looking at the warm and healing MC scenery around him, a surge of turbid air involuntarily escaped from his chest. Sometimes I really want to just stay in this moment, in a dark and narrow mine tunnel. A dozen miners, covered in dust and dirt, are numbly swinging their pickaxes, collecting the surrounding minerals and stones. Most of the minerals they gather are iron ore, yet none of them wear any iron equipment. Even the clothes they wear are tattered and full of dust. "Old foreman, how much stone and iron ore do we need to dig today before we can rest?" a miner in his 30s asked a hunched old man. The Old man counted on his wrinkled fingers and then smiled. Just dig 38 sets of stone and 1 set of iron ore, and we can hold on a little longer. 38 sets of stone? 1 set of iron ore? They still have to dig for 18 hours without sleep. The young miner kept muttering about this quota, his emotions gradually breaking down, almost shouting, digging stone, it's just these damn stones all day. Why do we have to be trapped in this dark place mining while they get to enjoy good food and drink above? Just because we are miners, do we deserve this suffering? The man forcefully threw his pickaxe to the ground, then stomped on it angrily, squatting down and holding his head in despair. Old foreman, I really can't take it anymore. Help me, I want to get out. His breakdown startled the others mining nearby. But strangely, no one came forward to comfort or scold him. They continued to mechanically swing their pickaxes. It seemed that such things happened often and were not surprising. They spent all day mining in this dark tunnel, and people's spirits either became numb or nearly insane. Clearly, this man was the latter. The old man, referred to as the foreman, put down his pickaxe and also squatted down, gently stroking the man's head. Hang in there, just a little longer. Outside there are zombies. Compared to those who have been bitten to death by zombies, we are lucky. It will pass, everything will pass. The old man continuously comforted the man's emotions until all the wrinkles were smoothed out. The foreman was a respectful title given to him by the miners. He had the best mindset, like a common family member to everyone. Whenever someone broke down, he would always act like a kind old father, softly comforting, gently advising, encouraging the miners to live well. Everyone in the mine had heard his nagging advice. Strangely, it was this nagging advice that could always soothe people's nearly broken emotions. The man raised his head, his eyes still filled with tears, but the despair was gone, and he began to complain. Ever since our Mason Association was swallowed by the Food Guild, our workload has tripled, and what's worse is they don't even give us lifespan. Every day we only get those pitiful 3 pieces of bread. It's worse than living like an animal. The old miner said nothing. He looked at the other members of the team, his eyes filled with pity and sorrow. He continued, Are you hungry? Yes. I've already finished those 3 pieces of bread today, and now I have no desire to move at all. The man was extremely dissatisfied with the extreme exploitation of the Food Guild. He had heard that the players in the Food Guild not only received lifespan but also had enough food to eat every day. In comparison, they indeed felt more like animals. But they had no choice but to work. Outside, zombies roamed freely, and going out meant death. This meant they could not escape the protection of the Food Guild. If we don't meet today's quota, there won't be those 3 pieces of bread tomorrow. The man's gaze began to shift from despair to numbness. Seeing this, the old miner chuckled, slightly dazed, and then took out 5 sets of bread from his backpack. Here, eat, and share some with the others in the team. The man saw the bread and immediately stood up, the numbness in his eyes disappearing in an instant. Wow, old foreman, where did you get so much bread? I have a friend in the Food Guild, he gave me a little extra. You can eat with peace of mind. The old foreman explained softly, a smile on his lips. The man excitedly took the bread in his hands, counting it carefully, and there were indeed 5 sets of bread. Great, old foreman. No wonder you're so energetic every day. This is the reason. It's a bit unfair to tell us so late. The man joked with the old miner, but in his heart he was immensely grateful. After all, the other party had no obligation to share food with them. He first fed himself a piece of bread, then walked over to the other members of the team and said, Come on. Our old godfather has distributed food. Eat some to replenish your strength. Thank you, godfather. Thank you, godfather. Thank you, godfather. Just like that, the man distributed the bread, and each person bowed to the old miner. The old miner sat there, smiling and raising his hand in response. Soon, the 5 sets of bread were gone in the blink of an eye, and in the end, the man specifically kept 20 pieces to hand back to the old miner. Godfather, no, you are my real father. Come on, you eat some too. You eat, after you're full, you must live. Well, the old miner patted his belly, indicating he had already eaten. Godfather, then I won't be polite. The man hadn't felt full in a long time, stuffing bread into his mouth one after another. Ding! Congratulations to player Wriggling Pasta for slaying year. The shocking change of 100 days has officially ended. Duration 55 days. Congratulations to you survivors. Today is New Year. The system's voice spread throughout the trial ground, echoing in every player's mind, lingering endlessly. All players were initially stunned, a bit unable to believe it, and then came the delayed joy. The man slowly put down the bread in his hands, staring blankly at the message in his system. The trial is over? The trial is over. This damn trial has finally ended. The man cried tears of joy, shouting and cheering, wanting to share this good news with others. The others' systems also flashed this prompt. But they did not cheer like the man, rather, they seemed to have forgotten how to cheer. They were more like puppets, numb to the extreme, unable even to smile. Seeing the others like this, the man felt bored. Suddenly, he thought of the old foreman. He could surely share this joy with him. Old Godfather, don't sit on the ground anymore, the trial is over. Without the threat of zombies, this food guild is no longer needed. Let's go. We'll go out and form our own guild, be our own bosses, and never have to suffer this again. The man excitedly squatted down and hugged the old miner, tears streaming down his face. He had finally survived before becoming completely numb. Old foreman. Old foreman? After a few calls, the old miner did not respond. A sense of foreboding rose in the man's heart as he trembled and reached out to check the old miner's breath. No breath, dead? The man shook his head in disbelief. He wanted to force a smile, but the extreme sadness in his heart made it impossible to form that simple facial expression. Old foreman, wake up, the hard days are over, don't sleep. It's impossible, your health is full. How could you just die silently like this? Absolutely impossible. The man, as if seeking help, grabbed the hands of others, wanting them to call the old miner as well. But the others had long since lost all emotions and could not empathize with the man. To them, it was all already irrelevant. One person in the team said coldly, the foreman died of old age. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The man shouted in anger, unwilling to believe it. Just a moment ago, the foreman had been laughing and joking with him, showing no signs of impending death. How could it change in an instant? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed the man's mind, and his pupils trembled. He looked at the bread in his hand and thought of another possibility. The bread we are eating was actually bought with the foreman's own lifespan. The news of the end of the trial of the cataclysm spread throughout the entire trial area. Various cheers and congratulatory voices rose and fell, with many players rushing out of their cage-like bases, lying on the grass and taking deep breaths of fresh air. If it weren't for the cataclysm, the MC world would definitely be a great place to settle down and thrive. Unfortunately, the moment they arrived in this world, they were destined to become pawns to be toyed with. Ding! The trial of the cataclysm has ended. Next, rewards will be distributed based on performance during the trial. As soon as the system's voice fell, all players' system panels automatically popped up in the trial area. In the Equipment Guild, Lee, who looked at the large end on the blue screen in front of him, a smile creeping onto his face. It's finally over. Finally. I can rest. With that, the tension in his mind immediately relaxed and he fell back onto the ground with a thud. This scene startled those around him, who hurriedly gathered to check on him. President! Master, what's wrong? You can't die. Zaiwen shook Lee, who frantically struggling to accept reality. Smack! Lee, who immediately opened his eyes and slapped the back of Zaiwen's head. You idiot, I've been awake for over 20 days because of you guys. Now that the cataclysm is over, you want me to die and let you take my place? Get out of here. Zaiwen covered his head, his face full of embarrassment. Master, you're not dead. The bed is right there. Why are you sleeping on the ground? I want to. Get out, get out. All of you, get out. Lee, who waved his hand, shooing everyone out of his little stone house, then lay back on the stone and fell asleep again. For some reason, he had gotten used to sleeping on the stone during the cataclysm, and now that he had enough time to rest, he found it a bit uncomfortable to sleep in a bed. As for the rewards mentioned by the system, he didn't care. It didn't matter to him. After all, he had survived, and he had survived with the people from the Equipment Guild. After being kicked out of the stonehouse, Zaiwen and the others looked at each other, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, one person broke the silence and said, "What do you think the system's rewards for us will be? Is this considered a sweet reward after the bitter?" Another person scoffed, "You still think about rewards? The system's rewards are probably calculated based on the number of zombies killed. You've been hiding in the base for over 50 days, so don't even think about rewards." Hey, that statement is wrong. Our president hasn't killed many zombies either. Are you saying his leadership didn't play a role? The group began to argue about the system's reward scoring mechanism, each refusing to back down from their opinions. However, the system soon provided an answer. Ding! The number of participants in this area's trial is 1 million, with 50,000 remaining. Next, the system will reward based on player level, overall player strength, player reputation, and contribution to the cataclysm, in that order. Next, the first item will be announced. Player level ranking rewards. Note, players are encouraged to use their nicknames to protect their privacy. Player level rankings: Top 5, 1 Wriggling Pasta, level 20, 2 Dixie, level 17, 3 Reborn Pig, level 16, 4 No Thoughts, level 16, 5 Enemy of Food, level 15. Rewards: the top 5 will each receive 1 million experience points. As soon as this reward was announced, the forum discussions exploded. Feihua Simeng, 1 million experience points. Oh my, how many levels will that raise? It won't directly max out, will it? You upstairs, you don't understand this, do you? It's very easy for players to level up from 0 to 10, even if their aptitude is poor. 100 zombies are definitely enough. But if you want to level up to 11, the difficulty increases by several magnitudes. This experience should be enough for the big shots to level up to the 30s. It should be, I don't know, after all, I'm only at level 10 now. On the city wall, Ji Chen looked at the nickname of the first place, his expression slowly turning cold. He admitted that he might have been a bit lax in leveling up, but it shouldn't have fallen so far behind. As an SSS level player, when he was at level 17, Roy was already at level 20. He wouldn't believe that the other party didn't have any abilities that helped with leveling up. Just as he was thinking, the reward package from the system arrived. Ding! Congratulations, DXIN, please claim your experience reward. Claim. The experience bar for MC was quite frustrating. It only showed what level you were at but didn't tell you how much experience you needed to level up. You could only estimate how many experience orbs you still needed based on the progress of the experience bar. Of course, there were specific calculation formulas in the game that could be checked when making game strategies. Ding! 1 million experience points claimed successfully. Immediately, a large number of experience orbs fell from the sky, all absorbed into Ji Chen's forehead. Ji Chen felt as if his experience bar had taken off like a rocket, soaring forward unstoppable. Congratulations, player leveled up from 17 to 18. The once distant level 18 was now just a breath away. The momentum of the experience bar didn't decrease, charging straight towards level 19. Congratulations, player leveled up from 18 to 19. Just as Ji Chen thought he was about to step into the second tier, the growth of the experience bar suddenly stopped. Ha! This is 1 million experience points, and you only gave me 2.5 levels? Ji Chen almost cursed. He originally thought he could at least step into the second tier. But after all that, he was still a bit short. Opening the player rankings, he found that Roy was still at level 20, with no increase. He felt a bit more balanced inside. This leveling system is actually not friendly to those at higher levels. It can even be said to be cruel. For example, now that Roy absorbed 1 million experience points and remained at level 20, it meant his combat power was still at level 20. At this time, Ji Chen only needed a small amount of experience to reach level 20, which would put him on par with Roy, and the level bonuses would naturally be equal. Even if Roy broke through to level 21, it would only add a little attribute value. Levels 22 to 29 were similar. There was no substantial increase in combat power. However, once a player breaks through an integer level, the improvement in combat power is a qualitative leap. Players' attributes not only double but can also awaken a brand new profession and ability. This is the visible enhancement of strength. Because of this, every 10 levels are classified as a tier jump, directly blurring the level gap in between. The Pig Spirits and the Withering Clan even regard the intermediate levels as the same level. Ji Chen shifted his gaze to Wu Nian. He seemed to have made it onto the rankings as well, living up to the title of the Scroll King. Wu Nian closed his eyes, feeling his own aura rising steadily, and the corners of his eyes even became a bit moist. The level he struggled to improve was now easily achieved. Xiaoko, wait for me, I will soon step into the second tier, and then I will have a glimmer of hope to slay the Withering King. The speed of the formless aura's ascent was slowing down. Finally, the aura settled at the peak of level 18, just one step away from entering level 19. He looked at his hands, feeling a bit regretful inside. If this experience had directly allowed him to step into the second tier, how wonderful that would have been. Although he felt a bit down, Wang Chang and the others were envious, crowding around to congratulate him. Little brother Wunyan, jumping 2 levels at once, why aren't you happy? Give us a smile. Ha ha ha, there are only 5 reward slots in the trial area, and our base has directly claimed 2 of them. It's exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Right, I just saw a pig spawn nearby. I'll catch it later, and we can celebrate with the boss. The Iron Armor gang was full of excitement. In their eyes, only Wunyan could keep up with Ji Chen's pace. Only Wunyan had the chance to help Ji Chen. This was a good thing. They were useless, but they didn't want everyone to be as useless as they were. At that moment, Wunyan was their representative, embodying their hope for gratitude. Looking at the members of the Iron Armor gang around him, Wunyan's hearty laughter quickly infected him. He shook off his earlier despondency and nodded heavily. I'll listen to you all. Ji Chen, on the city wall, watched this scene with flickering eyes. He knew what Wunyan was sad about. It was nothing more than feeling that the experience was still too little, just like himself. However, such things couldn't be rushed, they had to come slowly. Just as everyone was in high spirits, something unexpected happened. The previously unnoticed Chu Linger began to ascend in rank, drawing everyone's attention. Level 16, level 17, level 18, finally early level 19. Everyone, including Ji Chen? Silence, dead silence. Everyone's minds went blank, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint what it was. Chu Linger felt a bit awkward and said shyly, I work so hard every day killing monsters, and the system rewards me with an experience pack. Isn't that reasonable? Everyone? Wang Chang looked at Wunyan, who was at the peak of level 18, then at Chu Linger, who was at early level 19. Hiss, am I dreaming right now? What the hell? No wonder the sudden change ended so abruptly. It turns out I was dreaming. Ha ha ha. Wang Chang slapped his own face, trying to wake himself up. Second-in-command Su De quickly pulled. Wang Chang, brother Chang, stop slapping. We can't dream together in a group. Yeah. Wang Chang suddenly realized, and they looked back at Chu Linger. For a moment, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Congratulating her at this time didn't feel right, and just standing there staring at her felt wrong too. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Wu Nian's profession was A-level Withering Prince, and during the sudden change, he hadn't even slept, crazily grinding for experience, and had just reached level 16. There was nothing wrong with this. Experience reward. If we talk about effort, it should be someone like Wu Nian. You, Chu Linger, a C-level spider mage, only grind for 2 hours a day in the foot repair tunnel. The least among the Iron Armor gang had grinded for at least 4 hours. This has nothing to do with effort. Just as Chu Linger was about to explain, something pressed against the back of her neck. It was the Claw of Withering. Ji Chen looked at her strangely and questioned, Reborn Pig? Is this person you? Ah, yes, it's me. Isn't it very unique? Don't be impulsive, put down the Claw of Withering first and I'll explain. Chu Linger smiled apologetically, cold sweat already forming on her forehead. She could feel that Ji Chen was not joking with her. Alright. So you are the hidden big shot in our base, or perhaps the real Chu Linger is already dead, and you are just an imposter. Ji Chen did not lower the Withering Claw, he dared not be careless. 5 obsidian puppets crawled out from the shadows, sealing off all escape routes for the opponent. If the other party had merely hidden their true qualifications, that would be one thing. But what he feared was that the person before him was no longer Chu Linger, but someone else in disguise. The real Chu Linger was already dead. To be able to disguise themselves for so long right under his nose was enough to show that the opponent's strength was formidable. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, the others instantly reacted, taking up battle stances, ready to strike down the person before them. Especially the Calamity Lark, whose pupils trembled. Ever since Ji Chen had picked him up, he had mostly been working alongside Chu Linger. Chu Linger taught him how to manage tasks, how to be understanding, and even how to better use his abilities to compensate for the shortcomings of his body. Although Ji Chen was nominally his master, he had many matters to attend to and hardly any time to care for him, let alone teach him. However, Chu Linger completely fulfilled the responsibilities of a master. Now, to be told that Chu Linger was dead and that this person might be an imposter was undoubtedly a huge blow. Sister Linger, who are you really? The one who has been teaching me is you, or is it that weak Sister Linger? The Calamity Lark questioned, his voice trembling. Chu Linger looked at her teammates, all of whom had their weapons drawn, and felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow and helplessness in her heart. It's me, I really am Chu Linger, no fake. She then began to recount past events to prove her identity. Lark, it was I who taught you how to manage the farm, how to be a sensible child. Brother Chang, it was you who found me, the short-legged spider, and sent someone to rescue me. And Lark, that was my doing. Wu Nian, after the water Marsh secret realm ended, it was I who had you perform CPR on Ji Chen, and the matter of your flesh and blood recovery was also handled by me. You shouldn't have forgotten that, right? After Chu Linger finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. These were indeed real events that had happened between them. They exchanged glances, momentarily unable to decide, and could only look towards Ji Chen. This person seemed to really be Chu Linger, only she had concealed her true qualifications. Seeing that the atmosphere was no longer so tense, Chu Linger let out a long sigh of relief. Ignoring the withering claw pressed against her neck, she slowly turned to face Ji Chen, her voice filled with apology. When we first met, I thought you were a bad person. It was you who took me in without holding a grudge. Otherwise, I might have really been eaten by the zombies at night. But I really am Chu Linger. Besides, which imposter would be so incompetent as to break through right in front of you without concealing their aura? Chu Linger spoke rapidly, her voice tinged with urgency. The current Ji Chen was much more mature than the indecisive and kind-hearted youth he once was. If she didn't answer well, she wouldn't have the same luck as before. Ji Chen narrowed his eyes, remaining indifferent, and pushed the withering claw forward by an inch. This scene startled everyone, and they hurriedly pleaded. Boss, Chu Linger might really be telling the truth. We should clarify things before making a decision. Yes. Master, Sister Linger might have made a mistake, but she definitely means no harm. Brother Ji, my opinion is the same as theirs. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as she is loyal and means no harm to you, I think it's still acceptable. Over this period, everyone had a high level of recognition for Chu Linger. They truly did not want Ji Chen to kill her just like that. Ji Chen paid no attention to the others and continued to stare fixedly at Chu Linger. So, you mean to say that you deceived me from the very beginning? You are not a sea-level spider mage at all. So what exactly is your profession? Chu Linger sighed. I have never lied to anyone. My profession is real, and my profession level is also real. But, my situation is a bit special because it seems I have a second, stronger profession. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Wang Chang looked around, somewhat confused. That's nothing. I also have 2 professions, a vanguard warrior and a berserker. No, that's not what she means. Ji Chen retracted his wilting claws and continued. Completing a promotion is a job transfer, not a reawakening of a profession. A C-level profession is always a C-level profession that cannot be changed. Wu Nian was enlightened. As if he understood, could it be that Chu Linger awakened with dual professions from the very beginning? Yes, she has had 2 professions from the start. Ji Chen realized this a bit late. No wonder, I was wondering why. A C-level spider mage like you has so much divine power within. So that's where the problem lies. Summoning spiders, spider double pupils, and that miraculous healing technique, these should not exist solely within a C-level profession. Especially the spider double pupils and healing technique, which even exceeded A-level standards. They were simply much stronger than Wu Nian's 2 abilities. Chu Linger did not refute this because Wu Nian and Ji Chen's understanding was correct. She indeed had 2 professions now. It's generally correct, but it wasn't a one-time awakening. There is a sequence. Chu Linger took a deep breath and directly shared her systems, viewing permissions with everyone present. This permission was similar to Ji Chen's contract subordination relationship with the Ironclad gang members. With this layer of permission, those present could easily view all the information in Chu Linger's system, including specific abilities and attributes. Of course, everyone only checked Chu Linger's profession level. As expected, just as she said, the profession label on Chu Linger's system panel was indeed a C-level spider mage. She did not lie, everything she said was the truth from beginning to end. Ji Chen waved his hand, allowing the 5 obsidian puppets around him to return to the shadows. Only now did he truly let down his guard against Chu Linger. Wu Nian was right, everyone has secrets, and that's understandable. As long as it doesn't pose a threat to the team, he wouldn't pursue the matter of deception. At least, from what he could see, Chu Linger had done nothing wrong. Ji Chen had this level of tolerance, but tolerance aside, he was also very curious about what her second profession was. Alright, since your identity is not an issue, then everything is negotiable. After all, I'm not unreasonable. So, why did you wait until now to reveal it? What are you really thinking? Seeing that her suspicion of being a spy had been cleared, Chu Linger explained calmly, I didn't mean to hide it. As you can see, my system still shows that I am a C-level spider mage. So I don't know what my second profession is or its specific level, but I can feel that it truly exists. It seems to be a bit stronger than Wu Nian's A level. Although the system did not display it, it was still easy to judge based on the speed of leveling up. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Wu Nian, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. If it was stronger than Wu Nian, then just keep it to yourself. It hurts to hear. In contrast, Wu Nian himself remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. He did not envy others being stronger than him, he only hated himself for being too weak. Chu Linger quickly realized that her words were somewhat inappropriate and hurriedly corrected herself. Wu Nian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mock you. It's okay. Your qualifications are so good. I'm actually very happy in my heart. After all, we are a team, Wu Nian replied with a smile. Wang Chang, seeing this, immediately livened up the atmosphere. Yes, we are all family. We can't have any second thoughts. Haha, everyone chatted and laughed, and the originally dull atmosphere returned to its previous lightness. It seemed that at this moment, Chu Linger had reintegrated into the group. Ji Chen appeared to laugh along with everyone, but his eyes were fixed intently on Chu Linger. The response from her was very interesting. He had asked why she was concealing her qualifications, and Chu Linger answered that she didn't know what her other job title was, which was why she hadn't told anyone else. She had directly mixed qualifications with job titles, which was clearly evading the main point, a classic sophistry. In other words, Chu Linger had not directly answered his question but had found a seemingly reasonable excuse to brush it off. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that he was overinterpreting. She might genuinely not have known. But the last teasing remark to Wu Nian to divert everyone's attention was definitely problematic. Reborn pig. Reborn pig. Reborn? Pig? Ji Chen kept muttering Chu Linger's online name in his heart, finding it increasingly strange. It was only now that he realized that this Chu Linger not only concealed her qualifications but also hid her true nature very deeply. With just a few words, she had resolved everyone's misgivings about her. Ji Chen stepped forward, patted Chu Linger's shoulder, his eyes filled with a smile, ready to test her a bit. In the past, I thought Wu Nian was the person whose temperament and leadership abilities were closest to mine. But now it seems that you and I are kindred spirits. Of course, Chu Linger is now the second most talented person in our base. Wu Nian and Wang Chang thought Ji Chen was referring to strength, so they didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words. But Chu Linger's smile gradually faded. She had caught the meaning behind Ji Chen's words. The similarities were not just in realms and levels, but possibly in temperament as well. I'm sorry, I can't explain too much to you right now. Chu Linger, seeing that Ji Chen had seen through her lie, still had no intention of telling the truth. Ji Chen raised his hand to stop her. Don't say sorry, I don't know what secrets you are hiding in your heart, and I don't want to know anymore. I just need you to make a vow to never harm anyone in the base. Swear to the system, and after you finish, I'll pretend that today's events never happened. Swear. Wang Chang and Wu Nian were a bit confused, wondering why they were suddenly talking about making a vow. Chu Linger nodded, not refusing. Don't worry, I have no second thoughts. If danger arises, I will protect my companions even if I have to die. Swear. Ji Qin was not buying it, raising his voice several pitches as if warning Chu Linger. I, Chu Linger, have no intention of harming anyone in the base, neither in the past nor in the future. If I speak falsely, may I die and disappear. Chu Linger did not hesitate and immediately recited the vow. Ding. Contract established. Ding. Contract established. Ding. Contract established. In an instant, everyone in the base received the promise that Chu Linger had made to them. Ji Chen didn't know whether the system contract was effective, but it added a layer of insurance. The current Chu Linger resembled someone he knew, a pig spirit king. The profound feeling was strikingly similar. Just as Ji Chen was pondering, Wang Chang's voice rang out first, followed closely by Wu Nian. I, Wang Chang, am willing to fight for the team for the rest of my life until death. I, Wu Nian, pledge loyalty to Ji Chen, never to betray. I, Zai Bailing, it seems I don't have a system. How do I make a vow? Ding. Contract established. Ding. Contract established. Ding. Contract established. In an instant, the system was ringing non-stop. Ji Chen looked at everyone with a strange expression, not understanding what madness had overtaken them. His earlier request for Chu Linger to make a vow led the others to mistakenly think it was a show of loyalty, and one by one, they rushed to pledge to the system. Vows are only useful to gentlemen, useless to scoundrels. Ji Chen had asked Chu Linger to vow, purely to intimidate her, to prevent her from going too far. The others had no reason to betray him, so their vows were utterly unnecessary. Boring. Go do what you need to do, Ji Chen said, no longer paying attention to the group, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Back in the cave, the system began to announce the rankings of players' overall strength. Ding! Player level ranking rewards have been fully distributed. Now announcing overall strength rankings represented by combat coefficients. Note: please use system nicknames to protect privacy. 1 DXAN 115,061, 2 Wriggling Pasta 80601, 3 Wunyan 11102. Ji Chen looked at his ranking and felt no waves in his heart. The reason his combat power was so high was likely because the system counted all the puppets. He wouldn't be bringing many puppets on his outings, so that combat power was somewhat inflated. At least he couldn't beat Roy in a one-on-one fight. Soon, the system distributed all the rewards for player reputation and contribution values. Without a doubt, aside from being 3 levels lower than Roy, Ji Chen ranked first in everything else. However, the rewards for the other 3 items were all lifespan, which were of no use to Ji Chen. To be honest, what he lacked the least right now was lifespan. Opening the system panel, the glaring 7,000 years of lifespan was prominently displayed. The DE shop not only boosted his reputation to first place but also provided him with endless lifespan. For example, he listed 10,000 golden mini watermelons at once. After selling them all, he earned 417 years of lifespan, and there was no worry about sales. They sold out in an instant. It is worth mentioning that after the upheaval ended, the medical association disbanded, the specific reason unknown. Ding! This trial journey has ended. You have 44 days of rest time. In 44 days, the Twilight trial will begin. If the upheaval hadn't ended, it should be the 56th day now. The system granting a 44-day holiday was quite intriguing. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, it could be basically confirmed that players in other regions had not yet finished their trials. As night fell, classic monsters like zombies, spiders, and little white skeletons began to respawn. However, players who had undergone the upheavals baptism completely dominated these monsters without the upheaval's enhancements. It was basically one sword per little friend. As a result, players set up bonfires in the wild and started a night party, fully enjoying the moonlight in MC. It truly illustrated what it meant to be timid during the upheaval and wildly reckless afterward. Ji Chen lay in bed browsing the forum for fun when suddenly he seemed to think of something. It seems I haven't studied Roy's head yet. He quickly took out a square head from his spatial backpack. I want to see what divine power you truly possess. Marionette technique activated. A long white light from Ji Chen's hand drilled into Roy's head, quickly diluting his original consciousness. Immediately after, the head suddenly shook, and red light gradually lit up in his eyes. Ding! Player's head. Puppeteered. *1. Ji Chen's marionette technique seemed to be the nemesis of head consciousness. No matter how powerful the head was in life, once it fell into his hands, it had to obediently become his puppet. After finishing this, Ji Chen took out 4 iron blocks from the warehouse. Just as he was about to awaken the puppet, he suddenly thought of something. Can the zombie king's head also be puppeteered? Although Roy had slain the year and absorbed the divine power within, this was ultimately a reward from the system and seemed unrelated to the Zombie King. If he picked up the head of the year, wouldn't that mean he also grasped the divine power within? The more Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. He had a habit of picking up heads, but Roy definitely did not. The other party probably just left after slaying the Zombie King, leaving the body behind. He could definitely go back and search the corpse. But, it's been so long, will the body have disappeared? Chen's heart sank. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. In this world, once a creature dies, the body only exists for 5 minutes. Now, there wouldn't even be bones left. Never mind, looking won't cost me anything. Chen immediately took out the head of the disaster and opened a spatial rift in front of him. On the other side was the place where he had battled Roy. The golden bread entrance, which was originally dim, suddenly brightened like daylight. Chen summoned the puppets to help him search. After about 10 minutes of searching, they found nothing. As expected, there's nothing to be disappointed about. Chen shook his head, preparing to recall the puppets and return to the base. Just then, puppet number 1 mysteriously approached Chen. Opening its large black hand, there lay the head of the Zombie King. Found it. Really found it. Chen could hardly believe it, quickly picking up the head to examine it. After confirming it was the head of the year, he turned to ask, "Where did you find it? Did you see the body of the year?" Puppet number 1 pointed behind it not far away and shook its head, indicating it had not seen the body. Chen nodded, not asking further, and used the system to scan the head. Ding! Head of the year, souvenir, *1, goodness, so that's how it is. Chen laughed heartily. The body of the year had indeed disappeared, but his head had turned into a drop item and would not disappear with it. This time he was lucky. Roy definitely left after slaying the Zombie King, completely unaware that it would drop items. By the way, the head of the golden cicada skeleton I previously killed seems to still be unused. Chen's mind began to race. Now, he had Roy's head, the head of the year, and the head of an elite monster. If he used these 3 heads to piece together a withering, how terrifying would that be? In the lower realm, the Piglin Fortress. The Piglin King, now as round as a meatball, was resting with his eyes closed, surrounded by the leftovers of his meals. The stench could still be smelled from far away. Suddenly, a messenger Piglin rushed into the Great Hall, reporting loudly, "Your Majesty, good news. Our 3 armies of Piglins have achieved a great victory, capturing 3 decaying cities in one go." Before the messenger could finish, another messenger Piglin hurried into the Great Hall. "Your Majesty, the 2nd army has also achieved a great victory, unstoppable, nearly routing the main forces of the decaying." "Your Majesty, the 1st army also." The voices of the Piglin soldiers rose and fell like an incredibly beautiful symphony. The reports they brought were undoubtedly all news of great victories. The Piglin King opened his sleepy eyes, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Very good, rewards for merit. All the land we have captured will be distributed to the various generals, leaving nothing for the clan." The messenger soldiers, upon hearing this, all showed joy on their faces, as they were all trusted aides of the various army generals. Granting land as a reward is the highest form of recognition. Even if given to the generals, it is still considered generous. If the generals are pleased, they might even continue to reward the land in their possession to those below them, which is the land distribution system. Among the Piglins, this group of soldiers had a great chance of getting a taste of the spoils. After the rewards were given, the messenger Piglin hurriedly left. The Piglin King sat in the main seat, unable to hide the smile on his face. Ever since Chen successfully raided their home, the decaying king had directly ordered a full-scale war, preparing to settle the score with the Piglin clan. This move was exactly what the Piglin King wanted. Not long ago, Chen had sent a large batch of fully enchanted equipment. Although it couldn't equip every soldier, it was still possible to provide one for the generals or some lower-level leaders. After the army received the fully enchanted equipment, their combat power increased several levels. Moreover, this equipment was highly favored by the Piglins. Some even wanted to exchange it for a piece without needing any military merit. The Piglin King simply set aside a portion as rewards for killing enemies, greatly boosting the army's morale. With the same number of troops, the decaying forces were directly crushed, having no room to resist at all. Now the Piglin King could already foresee the decaying king slamming his chair in frustration, helplessly sending envoys to negotiate for peace. "I must find a chance to invite Chen down for a visit, to have a meal together. Otherwise, if he stays in the upper realm, our relationship will become distant." The Piglin King secretly planned, knowing he had to hold on to Chen, this powerful ally. Perhaps in the future, if there were any good abilities, he could get priority. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard the faint sound of skeletal joints clattering, almost imperceptible. However, as a demigod-level powerhouse, his hearing was quite terrifying. Even the smallest sounds from 100 meters away could be clearly sensed. The Piglin King frowned. How could there be the sound of skeletal joints in the Scarlet Forest? Could it be the decaying king has come? The Piglin King immediately stood up, ready to transform and engage in battle. The decaying king had suffered such a huge loss and was retreating on the battlefield, he might personally come to slaughter the Scarlet Forest. However, upon reconsideration, he quickly dismissed this thought. Even if the opponent concealed their realm aura, they could not hide the heavy decaying aura surrounding them. The vigilant piglins nearby would certainly notice. Right now, there wasn't even a hint of chaos outside, indicating it wasn't the decaying king. The piglin king sat back down, closed his eyes, and rubbed his forehead, thinking it might be a spy from the decaying who got lost and mistakenly ended up here. Someone, clear out that skeleton outside and deduct a month's military merit from all the patrolling guards. Silence. No one responded to him. Come here. I don't want to say it a second time. The pig spirit king had a hint of impatience in his expression. The two guards at his door often dozed off, and now they were probably slacking off again. Silence. Still no one answered him. At this moment, the pig spirit king finally realized something was off, his impatience gradually turning into vigilance. At the grand door directly opposite the throne, a skeletal figure stepped into the hall. This skeleton was not a black withered skeleton, but a little white skeleton from the upper realm. The little white skeleton appeared very calm, strolling into the hall, then turned around and closed the door behind him. Throughout the entire process, he ignored the pig spirit king sitting in the main seat and did not say a word. Now the pig spirit king was completely bewildered. In his perception, the other party had no aura or realm, just an ordinary upper realm skeleton. But the aura emanating from him was something indescribable. He turned his head to look around, confirming once again that this was indeed his palace, and immediately anger filled his eyes. Do you know where this place is? Do you know what consequences you will face for entering here without my permission? The pig spirit king directly condensed his cultivation into his voice, and his entire body's pressure fell straight onto the skeleton before him. Although he did not attack directly, the majesty of a demigod was unbearable for beings below the second tier. As the pressure descended, the white skeleton slightly bent down as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Damn restrictive rules. As he spoke, a black mist rose from his feet, shooting straight up to his head. Where the black mist passed, a purple robe appeared on him. The moment the purple robe appeared, the pressure surrounding the little white skeleton was instantly relieved. He easily straightened up. The pig spirit king's pupils trembled incessantly, muttering, "Power of decay? No, it's not the power of decay, it's a purer and entirely new energy." As he carefully sensed it, a deep sense of fear arose within him. In a daze, he found himself above a turbulent sea, with pitch-black water beneath his feet, ready to swallow him at any moment. In the next moment, the pig spirit king's consciousness returned, gasping for breath. A dignified demigod was now trembling in fear. The pig spirit king's feelings of fear and dread did not stem from how strong this little white skeleton was. Rather, it was the black mist surrounding him, which seemed to be a concrete manifestation of fear in reality. The purple-robed skeleton smiled, cupped his hands politely, and said, "The Fear Demon King greets the Pig Spirit King. I hope for your understanding for my abrupt visit today." Fear Demon King? The Pig Spirit King furrowed his brows. He had never heard of such a figure in the lower realm. Could he be from the upper realm? He did not dare to let his guard down, although the other party's realm was not very high. The black mist surrounding him was indeed strange. As a demigod-level powerhouse, even a slight touch would cause him to tremble in fear. Do you know that we pig spirits place the utmost importance on territorial awareness? Trespassing into the palace of a clan king is an unforgivable sin. On what grounds do you request my forgiveness? The purple-robed skeleton slightly raised his eyes, a smile reappearing on his lips. Just because I am here to kill you. As soon as these words were spoken, the pig spirit king was once again taken aback, feeling as if he had misheard. He was not angry at all. Instead, he felt a bit like laughing. A mere little white skeleton from the upper realm actually wanted to kill a demigod? I have always known that the pig spirits have this tradition and habit. The purple-robed skeleton straightened up again, his voice somewhat deep as he spoke. However, I did not come here specifically to visit you, but to kill you. After saying this, layers of black smoke began to envelop the purple-robed skeleton. His aura continuously rose until it reached the limit of his skeletal form. Kill me? Just you? The pig spirit king slowly stood up, feeling confused. He had not understood what the person before him was trying to do from the very beginning. Although the black smoke surrounding him was strange, the opponent's realm was not high, and could even be said to be very weak. To think of killing him was simply a delusion. The purple-robed skeleton nodded, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and said to himself, "Originally, the one who should have died was the withering little Ko, but an accident occurred, leading to a significant flaw in my plan. So I can only use your head to fill this gap." When the purple-robed skeleton said this, there was no change in his expression, as if everything was only natural. This was an extreme rationality and divinity, unrelated to right or wrong, guilt or innocence. Killing the pig spirit king was merely to achieve a goal, nothing more. The pig spirit king's breathing began to quicken. He did not know who withering little Ko was, nor did he understand what the plan mentioned by the other party was. What he did know was that as the king of the Pig Spirit clan, he had never encountered anyone who treated him like a fool. Even the Withering King would not dare to speak so arrogantly. The Pig Spirit King's body instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the purple-robed skeleton. With a punch filled with the infinite rage of a demigod, he struck directly at the purple-robed skeleton's face. The purple-robed skeleton remained exceptionally calm, gathering the power of fear in his hand, ready to confront the Pig Spirit King's punch head-on. Bang! The purple-robed skeleton was sent flying, crashing through many building blocks along the way, his entire skeleton imprinted in the debris. The Pig Spirit King retracted his fist, looking at the lingering power of fear on it, his brows furrowing. This black mist was indeed strange, and the profound fear once again occupied his heart. His demigod cultivation desperately suppressed the urge to kneel and beg for mercy. This was also due to his deep cultivation. If it were a level 48 barbarian general, he might have truly knelt. The Pig Spirit King was also a decisive pig. He placed his left hand on the skin of his right hand. With a rip, a whole piece of flesh was torn off. The intense pain made him grit his teeth, not uttering a sound. As that piece of flesh, tainted with the power of fear, was torn away, the extreme fear instantly dissipated. As expected, no wonder a mere little upper realm skeleton dares to be so arrogant, to possess the power that even demigods fear. You have the capital to be arrogant. The purple-robed skeleton, embedded in the wall, coughed heavily twice and smiled self-deprecatingly. I was foolish. I actually attempted to pit this body against a demigod in strength, and it's the Pig Spirit King who specializes in brute force. Saying this, he pulled his body out from the wall, the red in his eye sockets gradually turning to white, his smile fading as he coldly said, "Pig Spirit King, have you ever been defeated?" What? The Pig Spirit King was greatly shocked. He saw that the purple-robed skeleton, who had just seemed weak, somehow appeared to have directly changed to a different realm. A strong sense of oppression surged forward. Fear began to rise in his heart. Again, and this time, the feeling of fear was not influenced by the black mist, but was an emotion that arose from within himself. The demigod's intuition told him that the opponent was no longer something he could contend with. If he didn't leave now, he would truly die. No! Run away! The Pig Spirit King's pupils shrank to tiny dots. He couldn't die yet. If he died, the entire Pig Spirit clan would perish with him. Without hesitation, he turned to crash through the wall to escape. But at that moment, the purple-robed skeleton would not let him go. It gently raised its right hand, pointed, and an invisible flash of light swiftly passed through the Pig Spirit King's brain without any obstruction. It did not harm his flesh in the slightest, but it had already severed all vitality within him. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The Pig Spirit King's expression was one of terror. His fleeing body froze in place, then slowly leaned forward, ultimately crashing to the ground, lifeless. The purple-robed skeleton stepped forward, its white light scanning the Pig Spirit King before it let out a heavy sigh of relief. "I can feel that you are very tired. To have single-handedly shouldered a century of glory for the Pig Spirits, you have done remarkably well. Take a rest. This life of yours, consider it a debt I owe you." After saying this, the white light in the purple-robed skeleton's eyes gradually retracted, and it turned to leave. But at that moment, an abnormality occurred. Several rifts in spacetime appeared, adorned with many obscure divine scripts. The purple-robed skeleton was alarmed and quickly concealed itself to escape. However, those divine scripts began to twist as if they were alive. Several blue-white chains emerged from the rifts, binding the purple-robed skeleton's limbs and neck, suspending it in the air. The divine scripts continued to rotate, generating an energy similar to electricity that quickly enveloped the entire purple-robed skeleton. Intense pain nearly tore the feared Demon King apart. Indeed, this energy did not affect the purple-robed skeleton but struck directly at the feared Demon King's true form. This was the work of the Father of the Gods, Notch. Originally a deity, the feared Demon King had transformed into a skeleton and had come to the trial ground without permission, which severely violated the non-interference principle he had established. Notch could have turned a blind eye, treating it as if nothing had happened. But now, the feared Demon King had even mobilized divine power to kill a demigod from the mortal realm. This had crossed his bottom line. It could even be said to be a provocation against the authority of the Father of the Gods. The feared Demon King gritted his teeth against the pain and spoke, "Everything I did was for He hadn't finished speaking when an even stronger energy surged into the chains, overwhelming pain causing the feared Demon King's consciousness to blur. Vaguely, 8 words appeared in his mind. "Stop interfering, let it be. Stop interfering, let it be? You speak so well." The white light in the feared Demon King's eyes flared up as he forcibly shattered the chains, roaring at Notch. "If we don't intervene, he will never have the chance to resurrect. I don't believe in any cycle of cause and effect. Everything is predetermined. I know that only actions can change outcomes. I must do it." With that, the feared Demon King directly shattered the purple-robed skeleton's body, forcibly severing Notch's tracking base in the cave. Ji-Chen had opened another square cave next to the warehouse, serving as a training ground for summoning puppets. Should I summon 3 battle puppets or just one 3-headed withering at a time? Ji-Chen paced back and forth, feeling a bit hesitant. He now had 2 choices. One was to separate the 3 heads, allowing each to become a puppet, with their bodies naturally chosen as iron blocks with combat awareness. The other was to directly connect the 3 heads with soul sand, creating a 3-headed withering. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. If he made them into battle puppets, they would inherit top-tier combat awareness from birth. During battles, he wouldn't have to worry about them at all, and he could upgrade their bodies later. The downside was that their abilities would be too dispersed. Ji-Chen already had 5 obsidian puppets by his side, and their abilities were too repetitive, lacking diversity. If he encountered enemies specifically designed to counter them, there was a significant risk of total annihilation. The second option wouldn't have this problem. The withering could attack from a distance and fly, which was exactly what Ji-Chen needed, perfectly compensating for his lack of ranged capabilities. Most importantly, the withering could combine the abilities of the 3 heads masters, maximizing the divine power within the heads. The downside, however, was the lack of combat awareness, requiring Ji-Chen to control it manually, and it couldn't be upgraded with a slightly lower ceiling. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. Ji-Chen sighed deeply and directly took out 4 pieces of soul sand. He was not a hesitant person. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to summon a 3-headed withering puppet. There was no other reason. The characteristics of flying and ranged attacks were just too appealing. Ji-Chen arranged the 4 pieces of soul sand on the ground in a T-shape. The puppet technique was activated. White light enveloped the 3 heads and pressed them onto the soul sand. Hiss, hiss, roar. The piercing scream of a soul being torn apart echoed. A 3-headed withering suddenly appeared before Ji-Chen. Ding! Puppet transformation successful. Name: Withering Puppet. Roy. Year: Golden Cicada Skeleton. Health: 500, Attack 50, Defense 20, Speed 100. Abilities: Withering Power, Flight, Undead Weeping Blood, Red Blood Immunity to Flying Object Damage, High Temperature Immunity. Ji-Chen stared at the system screen, and when he saw the name of the withering, he already knew his vision had come true. These abilities were all inherent to the withering, and next would be the abilities of the heads. As expected, after a 2-second pause, the system popped up again. Ding! Sensing residual divine power, the puppet is absorbing and replicating. Ding! Divine power replication successful. Abilities: New, Bloodthirsty Devour, can devour kin or non-kin to increase health, no limits. Eye of Examination, perceives the location of all players in the trial ground and analyzes their detailed information. Quadruple Blood Sacrifice, sacrifices its own life to exchange for absolute defense and ability. Index enhancement, possessing 4 forms. Simplified Introduction, Teleportation, teleports to a designated location. Artifact Blood Scythe, failed, unable to replicate spiritual form, transforms its consciousness into a spiritual form, freely invading others' subconscious. For destruction, Simplified Introduction, Flame Scorch, mastery and generation of all flames within a 50 by 50 by 50 area. Ji-Chen's smile gradually faded, and he felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. The first 2 abilities were clearly those of the King of Zombies, while the last 4 should belong to Roy, with the weakest being the Flame Scorch of the Golden Cicada Skeleton. Before he could feel happy, the system's voice rang out again. The Withering Puppet is attempting to fuse and adapt to the divine power. As soon as the words fell, the Withering Puppet floating in the air suddenly went berserk. A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire base. Ji-Chen furrowed his brows, his heart pounding. Could it be that the divine power was too much to digest? Before he could figure anything out, the Withering Puppet fell into a rampage, its 3 heads repelling each other, each refusing to submit. This caused the Withering Puppet to wildly crash against the surrounding walls, shaking loose a large number of round stones. Roy's head was the most dominant, quickly taking control of the withering body, attempting to push the other 2 heads down. The head of Nian and the head of the Golden Cicada Skeleton sensed the danger to their lives and immediately joined forces to resist Roy's head. Although they were still no match for Roy's head, at least they could protect themselves. Gradually, the 3 heads reached a stalemate, resembling a 3-legged cauldron. Seeing that he couldn't eliminate the other 2 heads, Roy's head tilted its body and charged towards the wall, trying to knock the others off using brute force. The other 2 skeletons, having very little body mass, could only watch helplessly as they crashed into the wall. Boom! The cave shook continuously. Roy's head was simply too powerful, facing 2 opponents without losing ground, putting the heads of the Golden Cicada and Nian in a precarious situation. Ji-Chen, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He realized he had not considered this. Had he known there would be such a severe repulsion reaction, he would have separated them into different bodies. Forget it, I'll just take their heads off. Ji-Chen sighed and prepared to move forward to remove the heads of Nian and the Golden Cicada Skeleton. Forcibly removing the heads would cause significant damage, possibly even irreversible harm. But the current situation left him no choice. Nian and the Golden Cicada's skeletons were battered and had lost most of their combat power. Seeing the opportunity, Roy's head twisted again and charged towards another wall, attempting a fatal blow. However, coincidentally, Ji-Chin was right in between the two walls, and the withering puppet, engulfed in black mist, slammed into Ji-Chin, sending him flying. It was also bounced back. Ji-Chin fell to the ground, somewhat dazed. He never expected the puppet would dare to strike its master in a fit of rage. Good. Very good. You all are something else. A white light shone in Ji-Chen's eyes as his fallen body gradually floated up, his fists cracking with tension. The three heads of the withering puppet, realizing they were in trouble, all showed fear, their bodies wilting. Ji-Chin didn't care whether it was intentional or not. He jumped onto the withering puppet and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Your master is me. What are you resisting for? You want to fight, huh? I'll let you fight to your heart's content. With that, flames erupted from Ji-Chen's fists as he struck at the three heads. 8 punches for Roy's head, 2 for Nyen's head, and 1 for the golden cicada's head. Faced with their master's wrath, the withering puppet dared not retaliate, gritting its teeth and enduring. After a while, Ji-Chin stepped down from the withering skeleton, letting out a long breath. The three heads of the withering puppet before him were all bruised and battered, especially Roy, whose head had swollen into a pig's head. Are you still going to fight? Ji-Chin looked down at the withering figure. Withering shook its head repeatedly, indicating it would not fight anymore. Are you still resistant? Ji-Chin asked again. Withering's three heads shook like a rattle, indicating it was no longer resistant. Ji-Chin snorted coldly. The thing I hate the most is internal strife. I gave you life, and if I want to take it back, I can do so at any time. Understand? Understand, understand, understand. The three heads nodded in unison, indicating that the master was right. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Puppet adaptation successful, resistance eliminated. Withering puppet, resistance disappeared, and the divine power within Withering began to adapt and merge. Bloodthirsty devour block devour. Devouring blocks increases its own health, requiring time to digest. Eye of inspection and mental form fusion. Withering mother system. Withering gains intelligence and can forcibly control and manipulate players through brainwaves. The number of players controlled is related to the number of blocks absorbed. Flame scorching and withering power fusion. Withering inferno. The color of the flames turns a ghostly blue, and those affected suffer from both withering erosion and flame scorching damage, with the range extending to the limits of vision. Quadruple blood sacrifice. Quadruple evolution. Digested blocks will accumulate on Withering's body, and after reaching a certain level, evolution will occur, which can happen 4 times, with the ultimate form after the 4th. Ji-Chen's pupils trembled. He hadn't noticed it before, but the more he looked, the more familiar these skill descriptions seemed. This is not a withering puppet. This is a withering storm. He actually crafted a withering storm by hand. No, this is even stronger than the withering storm. His puppet also has a withering mother system, capable of forcibly controlling players' thoughts. What kind of terrifying thing has he created? Ha, withering storm, withering storm. By a stroke of luck, I've actually created a withering storm. Ji-Chin usually maintained his composure, but now he wanted to laugh, and it was a wild laugh. The joy in his heart wouldn't allow him to be restrained. From now on, your name will be Withering Storm, understand? Ha ha ha. Withering Storm, seeing its master acting a bit strangely, didn't know what to do, so it could only laugh along with Ji-Chin. The 4 different laughs from the 3 heads echoed in the small training ground of the cave, lingering for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, a puzzled voice interrupted Ji-Chen's laughter. Hey, boss, what are you laughing about? Wang Chang hurried in, followed by a stone puppet. Ji-Chen turned around, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and reined in his smile, saying, "It's nothing, just suddenly encountered something very happy." Wang Chang glanced at the 3-headed withering behind Ji-Chen and had his guesses, but he didn't pursue the topic further. Boss, the fully enchanted equipment has been packed. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. Should I deliver it to the Piglin tribe in the lower realm now? Ji-Chen nodded. Go ahead, be careful, and remember to send my regards to the Piglin king. Don't worry, boss. I'm already very familiar with delivering things, there won't be any problems. After receiving permission, Wang Chang hurriedly left the cave. After Wang Chang left, Ji-Chen looked at Withering Storm again. You have gained intelligence now, right? Withering Storm nodded. Can you speak? Withering Storm, upon being asked this, opened its 3 mouths to say something, but could only produce some incoherent sounds. It was completely unintelligible. Withering Storm was anxious and immediately transmitted through brainwaves into Ji-Chen's mind. Temporarily, cannot. Ji-Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear that voice in his mind. The other party's mental skill could transmit sounds silently. Let's go. Let's experiment with your abilities in the wild. Ji-Chen waved his hand, and the blocks beneath his feet floated up, lifting his body as he flew out of the cave with the Withering Storm. Inside the 100-layer farm, Chu Linger and the Calamity Lark were repairing the mysteriously vanished glass around the farm. Hey, Sister Linger, look, it's Master. The Calamity Lark caught a glimpse of Ji-chun in the air and excitedly tugged at Chu Linger's sleeve. Following the Calamity Lark's gaze, Chu Linger froze in place when she saw the three heads of the Withering. Beside Ji-chin, it has appeared. The Calamity Lark, unaware of Chu Linger's unusual reaction, continued speaking to herself. Is that a Withering puppet next to Master? Why does it have three different heads? A glimmer of light flickered in Chu Linger's eyes as she patted the Calamity Lark's head and answered the question. It's a Withering puppet, but it should be called the Withering Storm. An hour later, the Withering Storm flew ahead, with Ji-chen following behind. This should be good enough, as long as it doesn't blow up the base. Ji-chen raised his hand to feed himself a golden carrot, a hint of fatigue showing on his face. He just wanted to find a place to experiment with the Withering Storm's abilities. But the Withering Storm had taken him on a full-speed flight for an hour, leaving him quite puzzled. The Withering Storm turned back and smiled, pointing to a spot ahead, indicating they were almost there, and there was a surprise. Ji-chen sighed and had no choice but to patiently follow along. After flying for about another hour, the Withering Storm finally stopped in a flat area. Ji-chen looked around. It was just an ordinary place. Are you sure there's a surprise here? The three heads of the Withering Storm smiled in unison, indicating it was a big surprise. Ji-chen felt helpless sometimes. Having a puppet with intelligence wasn't a good thing, especially when it kept teasing him. Seeing his master a bit impatient, the Withering Storm didn't dawdle. The block devouring activated. A large area of blocks on the plane was directly consumed, causing its body to swell up involuntarily, looking quite comical, a sign of not having digested yet. Before Ji-chen could make a joke about the Withering Storm, his attention was drawn to a play area. After the Withering Storm ate the upper blocks, it revealed 3 rooms and 1 hall beneath. At that moment, Roy was looking up in terror at Ji-chen and the Withering Storm floating in the air. This was Roy's personal base, hidden underground and very discreet. The Withering Storm had directly found it using the Eye of Inspection from its core system. Well, after all this, the surprise you mentioned is him. Ji-chen laughed heartily, and the obsidian in his backpack shot out instantly. Until now, Roy was still in a daze. He had been sleeping soundly underground. With a bang, the roof of the base was gone, and who was he supposed to complain to? At this moment, the head of year in the Withering Storm was feeling quite pleased, sticking out its tongue at Roy, relying on the support of Ji-chen to provoke him madly. This scene was witnessed by Ji-chen, who found it somewhat amusing yet exasperating. Although the puppet had diluted the consciousness of the head, the resentment within it seemed to have been preserved. The Withering Storm had brought Ji-chen to this place, carrying a hint of personal emotion. Ji-chen controlled the obsidian to give the Withering Storm a light slap, his expression somewhat displeased. From now on, you must inform me in advance about such matters. If you dare to do this again, I will not spare you. Seeking revenge on Roy was still a risky endeavor. After all, the opponent was not an easy player to deal with. Whoa, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. The Withering Storm shook its dazed head, feeling a bit wronged. Although it had developed self-awareness, it was still fundamentally a puppet created by Ji-chen, holding an unconditional admiration for him. Even if Ji-chen were to kill it now, it would not resist at all. After delivering the lesson, Ji-chen turned his gaze back to Roy on the ground. Then, he spread his hands, and 5 obsidian puppets descended from the shadows, scattering countless grass blocks. Back then, you took all the advantages and ended up losing half a piece to you. Now let's have another match, with your head as the stake. What do you say? Roy ignored Ji-chen's words, his attention drawn to the head of the Withering Storm on the far right, his mouth twitching involuntarily. That was his head, which had originally been dead but now seemed to be revitalized, looking at him with a beaming smile. It was as if the other party was the real deal, and he was the imposter. Killing is just a matter of a head hitting the ground. Don't go too far. Too far? Where's the excess? If you had the strength, you could turn my head into a puppet too. If you lack the ability and still refuse to accept it, then just bear with it. Ji-chen shrugged nonchalantly, trying to provoke Roy into losing his rationality. Roy could no longer hold back. It was just too despicable. His own head had swollen to the size of a pig's head, and if one didn't look closely, they might not even recognize it. He could already imagine the scene of Ji-chen venting his frustrations by beating his head when he was in a bad mood. I'll kill you, Roy roared. The blood scythe burst out from his backpack space, using a burst of power to teleport, and in a flash, he was in front of Ji-chen. You brought this on yourself. Ji-chen saw his plan succeed and suddenly reached out, gathering the obsidian. A large black hand appeared in front of him, easily grasping the incoming scythe. The opponent hadn't performed the blood sacrifice yet, and in this state, even his obsidian's defense couldn't be broken. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Roy finally realized he had fallen for the opponent's provocation. He was now in the air, unable to fully unleash his combat power. He wanted to withdraw the scythe, but it was firmly stuck. Ji-chen smiled. Don't be angry, anger will lower your wisdom. As he spoke, another obsidian hand aimed to strike Roy, attempting to severely injure him while his teleportation was still on cooldown. Roy loosened his grip, turned, and kicked off, narrowly avoiding the second obsidian hand by abandoning the blood scythe. In those few seconds of suspension in the air, a circle of golden light appeared in his eyes just as he made eye contact with Jichin. Consciousness invasion chaos. The same trick. Previously, Jichin had been completely incapacitated by this move, nearly dying under the opponent's scythe. But the current Jichin was no longer the naive boy he once was. This kind of mental interference could at most trap him once, it wouldn't work a second time. Just as Jichin was about to take this move head-on to see how well his temperament had been tempered, the withering storm had unknowingly blocked his path. In an instant, three heads simultaneously broke into smiles, their eyes shining with golden rings. The withering mother system activated. Block. Two mental shocks collided, resulting in a severe explosion. Roy and the withering storm were both startled. They hadn't expected that the mental shockwaves would not cancel each other out, but would instead merge and become stronger. Jichin, quick-witted, controlled the obsidian to pull the withering storm behind him. He also summoned a wall of obsidian to withstand the incoming mental shock. However, the mental shockwave was not a physical entity. It easily passed through the obsidian wall and struck Jichin's mind. A dizzying sensation washed over him, and the surrounding blocks lost control, all turning into loot that Jichin absorbed into his backpack. He fell straight down from the air. The 5 obsidian puppets on the ground panicked, looking up and spreading their hands to catch their master. But they did not succeed. The withering storm teleported and lifted Jichin back up. In contrast, Roy was not so lucky. The mental shock also struck his brain, causing severe dizziness. He had no withering puppet to support him and fell straight to the ground, losing several points of health. This mental shock is really powerful. Jichin chuckled, his eyes lighting up, dispelling the chaos in his mind, and his resolve seemed to solidify a bit more at that moment. It seems that the mind can also be trained. Thanks to his previous experience breaking mental control, he adapted to the dizziness from deep within his brain in just a second. Jichin summoned the obsidian from his backpack again and flew up. After being knocked down, Roy, coupled with his own 2 mental abilities, quickly recovered from his dizziness. This is too unfair. Roy summoned the blood scythe back into his hand. He hadn't expected the opponent's ability to summon puppets to be so overpowered, even able to replicate his skills and fight back effectively. As he spoke, he wanted to perform a blood sacrifice to enhance his power. But he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up at Jichin in the air. At that moment, Jichin was eagerly waiting for the sacrifice, while the obsidian puppets on the ground took up positions as if ready to shoot. As soon as Roy began, enduring immense pain, his head would be immediately severed, leaving no chance for self-harm. Roy felt a tightness in his chest, his scalp tingling, wanting to cry without tears. What kind of perverse behavior was this, enjoying collecting heads? If he didn't sacrifice, he couldn't win, and if he did, he would lose his own head. He was completely at the mercy of the opponent. He didn't want his abilities to be copied again. How can there be such unreasonable people in the world? Get lost, you pervert. Without hesitation, Roy turned and left, blood scythe in hand, abandoning the base. The blood sacrifice did not take place, and Jichin felt a bit disappointed, taking out a few pumpkin heads from his backpack. He casually tossed them, and several stone and earth puppets were brought to life. Pack everything here, leave nothing behind, and bring it back to the base. Other puppets, go after him. We must take one of his heads today. The puppets received the order and moved in unison. The stone and earth puppets jumped into the underground 3-room 1 hall, starting to loot. Beds, boxes, and even a workbench were not spared, all collected and packed away. Meanwhile, the obsidian puppets and the withering storm chased after the direction Roy had fled. Roy watched as his assets were swept away, cursing wildly in his heart. Not only was the opponent a pervert, but also a bandit among perverts. The withering storm is still quite weak, but it relies on Jichin following closely behind. It directly uses the power of others, bombarding Roy with long-range attacks, and the key is that the head it has condensed still looks like Roy. This almost shattered Roy's mentality. The thought of turning around and killing this puppet grew stronger, but reason told him that he couldn't do that. Right now, he was fighting Jichin, and no matter how he fought, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Jichin didn't have teleportation. Although spatial jumps could ignore distance and space for transportation, the wind-up time was too long, making it unsuitable for pursuit. So he could only control the obsidian block to fly, barely keeping up with Roy's level 20 speed. Get lost. I just took one of your bosses, I'll compensate you with another later, just stop chasing me. Roy looked back at Jichin's smug face and felt 1,000 regrets in his heart. If he had known the other party would be so difficult, so perverse, so bandit-like, he wouldn't have stolen the first kill from Yen. Now the base was gone, and he was being chased like a stray dog. Jichin, while feeding himself golden carrots, controlled the obsidian block and replied, "If you don't want me to chase you, just give me a head, and I'll turn around and leave immediately, no entanglements. Dream on, don't even think about it." The reason Roy didn't fight wasn't that he lacked the ability, but because he didn't want to lose his head. then there's no other way. After all, I just said I would take your head and I can't go back on my word. Ji-Chen continued to pursue. Ah, you are so shameless. Aren't you afraid I'll forcefully activate the third blood sacrifice and take you down with me? A hint of determination flashed in Roy's eyes. Right now, he didn't have enough hunger points and activating the third blood sacrifice could very well kill him. But if Ji-Chen insisted on making things difficult for him, he wouldn't mind playing a big game. Ji-Chen showed an extremely eager expression. That's great. I can pick up 3 heads and once I'm done, I'll teleport away and not fight you. Damn, how can there be such a person in the world? The determination in Roy's eyes instantly vanished. He had just been trying to scare the other party, he didn't really want to activate it. Ji-Chen was right, the spatial jump ability was not suitable for pursuit due to its long wind-up time, but it was very suitable for escape. If he really activated the triple blood sacrifice, that would be a truly foolish act. Thus, Ji-Chen continued to chase from behind, while the withering storm bombarded ahead. Roy's figure flickered as he constantly dodged the obstacles and aerial bombardments ahead, exhausted. This chase lasted for about half an hour. Ahead appeared a super-large horizontal fissure-like cave. This cave looked like 2 continents colliding together, leaving a 4-block-high gap in the middle for people to pass through. Quite spectacular. Upon seeing it, Roy felt a surge of joy, bent down to catch his breath, and revealed the smile of someone who had survived a disaster. DXIN. If you have the ability, come follow me into the cave and play. I guarantee I won't run away. Do you dare? Ha ha ha. After saying that, he was the first to dive in. The Withering Storm and Ji-Chen both stopped in mid-air. The reason they were so arrogant was that they had the advantage in the air, able to attack or retreat with almost zero risk. But if they really entered the narrow cave, who would live and who would die was uncertain. The 3 heads of the Withering Storm all looked at Ji-Chen, and their brainwaves immediately transmitted over. Master, I'm scared, I don't want to go into the cave. For some reason, the Withering Storm had an extreme aversion and fear of such enclosed environments. In short, it didn't want to chase anymore. Ji-Chen smiled. You can still act cute? I didn't see that coming. Alright, I'm tired of chasing too. Today, we've already raided the other party's lair, which is a big win. We have plenty of time ahead, slow and steady. The crack in front of me is a very large horizontal cave, far more spectacular than in the game. Ji-Chen could use the power of creation to clear a path, but there's still a risk involved, and it's not worth the gamble. Let's go, I want to see what good stuff is in the Roy base. He wasn't in a hurry, the Withering Storm was still in its infancy, too weak. At the very least, he needed to let the opponent consume some blocks to evolve to the second stage so they would have the strength to protect themselves. Returning to the Roy base, the stone golems and earth golems had already packed everything in the Roy base. Ji-Chen casually rummaged through a few boxes and found only some food, nothing of value. However, he discovered over 50 diamonds in one box, which were quite useful. Of course, he didn't mind the other items either. He took everything. The spatial crack was torn open, and the stone golems carried the boxes, entering the crack in an orderly manner. Before long, the 3-room, 1-hall layout beneath Roy was completely emptied. This 3-room, 1-hall layout had been well detailed, with some flower pot decorations that clearly showed it had been thoughtfully decorated. Unexpectedly, Roy had lived quite exquisitely. Ji-Chen looked at the empty pit, constantly stroking his chin. This pit is really ugly. Why don't I just be a good person and fill it in? Immediately, the power of creation was activated, and this exquisite 3-room, 1-hall layout was instantly filled in. Even the grass was moved over from elsewhere. Please call me the living Layphone, no need to thank me. After saying that, he looked at his masterpiece and left satisfied. At night, at the cave entrance, Roy used his discerning eye to sense that Ji-Chen had returned to his own base, and only then did he feel relieved to come out. He had killed the zombie king, so he could now probe the coordinates of players, but it consumed a lot of hunger points, so he generally wouldn't use it lightly. This bandit has finally left. What was I thinking to provoke this plague god? Forget it, I'll head home first. His situation was very special. While he couldn't beat Ji-Chen, he wasn't too afraid of him when fully powered. But once they clashed, he would definitely be the one to suffer. This situation was like a brown bear and a Siberian tiger of the same size. He was the brown bear, and Ji-Chen was the Siberian tiger. Because they were the same size, their strength was similar, not too disparate. However, the Siberian tiger not only had maxed out strength, but also had maxed out speed, hunting skills, and reaction abilities. If the Siberian tiger lost, it could just walk away, and the brown bear definitely couldn't catch up. But if the brown bear lost, it might end up with a fatal throat lock from the Siberian tiger. The key was that this Siberian tiger was also followed by a group of troublesome, hungry wolves whose collective combat power was also impressive. Roy shook his head helplessly. The only thing he could rely on was mental control. But now a mental attribute puppet had also appeared beside Ji-Chen. How terrifying. Before long, Roy returned to his base, thinking of picking up the scraps that Ji-Chen had disdainfully left behind. At the very least, he was sure the food wouldn't be lacking. My base seems to be here, but where did the big pit go? Roy scratched his head and confirmed the surrounding environment several times. It was definitely here. He waved the blood sickle in his hand, lifting the top layer of grass to reveal the stone underneath. Roy, He swung the blood sickle, breaking through the top stone, only to find more stone underneath. Roy, This time, Roy was truly astonished. Not only had the other party left him nothing, but they had even filled in his original home. He considered himself a person of good character, but ever since encountering Ji-Chen, his character had been completely shattered. Just mentioning the other party's name made him feel uncomfortable unless he cursed. After returning to the base, Ji-Chen used the diamonds he had moved from the Roy base to create another diamond puppet. He was not afraid of retaliation from the other side. In the past few days, his puppet production had not stopped. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers around the base, there were his copper puppet spies everywhere. The number of stone puppets had increased from over 1,000 to more than 8,000. The number of iron puppets had grown from over 100 to more than 500. More importantly, the number of long-range puppets, ice blocks, bone blocks, withering, was now 10 times what it had been. As soon as the other side came, it would be a gift of heads. Even going full throttle wouldn't help. Ji-Chen suddenly thought of the core system of the Withering Storm and asked, "How many players can you control now?" 10, the Withering Storm replied crisply. Ji-Chen felt a bit disappointed. This was still far from his expectations. Seeing Ji-Chen's expression, the Withering Storm quickly added, "Although I can't control many players right now, as long as I successfully invade, they will be influenced by me for life. I can read and use their abilities and memories until the end of their lives, and only then can they break free." Not bad. Ji-Chen nodded, giving a lukewarm compliment. The Withering Storm thought it was being underestimated, and immediately continued to explain, "I can grow. Every time I evolve into a new form, the number of players I can control will increase significantly. And I also have a certain weight in summoning undead creatures." "Oh," Ji-Chen responded flatly. The Withering Storm became anxious. "Master, what do you mean by looking so indifferent? I'm very strong, don't underestimate me." Ji-Chen found it strange. The three-headed Withering Storm had such a delicate personality in the end. He didn't know which head was influencing it. "Alright, I didn't say you were weak. Your current task is to eat as much as you can and strive to break through the first stage as soon as possible. Also, keep an eye on Roy's movements through the core system. Right now, he's the only one in the trial ground who can threaten me, so it's better to be cautious." After saying this, Ji-Chen turned and walked into the warehouse, preparing to get some blocks for it to eat. "By the way, Master, wait a moment, I'll give you the highest authority." The Withering Storm suddenly thought of something, and the eyes of its three heads shone brightly. The next moment, Ji-Chen's system chimed. Ding! The system is connecting to the Withering core system. System connection successful. Immediately, Ji-Chen's vision went dark, and he found himself in a void. This was the inner vision space of the Withering core system. Done. Master, now you are the creator of this area. Even I have to listen to your control. The Withering Storm excitedly circled around Ji-Chen, its three heads producing three different laughs that echoed in the space. Ji-Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that such an operation was possible. Then, with a thought from the Withering Storm, the coordinates of all players in the trial ground slowly appeared. Finally, these coordinates transformed into scattered points of light in the surrounding void, as if indicating the general locations of the players. The Withering core system was forcibly fused from the gaze of the Zombie King and Roy's ideological consciousness. It could not only sense the coordinates of the players but also visualize them. This inner vision space was the product of their union. Seeing that his master finally showed a hint of interest, the Withering Storm immediately demonstrated. "Master, watch closely, I'll show you a sample." As it spoke, the golden light in its three heads shone again. A tremendous mental force surged toward a light point. Somewhere in the trial ground, a group of players was having a nighttime bonfire party. "Everyone, let's have fun, tonight's expenses are on me, young Master Zhao," one player shouted, stirring up the atmosphere. "Oh, great, the boss is generous. Okay, I want to eat steak. Buy me 3 golden carrots, I've never had this before." The people below were placing orders in the system mall, and they weren't being polite about it. After all, someone was reimbursing them, so they were buying like crazy. In an instant, this player's prestige reached its peak among the dozen or so people. But just then, the mental interference from the Withering Storm came, and this player was completely unaware. "Keep playing the music, keep dancing, 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 my head is spinning." Thud! As soon as this player finished speaking, he fainted on the spot. The others looked at each other, a bit confused about what had just happened. It's fine, he must have drunk too much. Ha ha ha. Wait, there's no alcohol in the MC world, what the hell is he drunk on? He wouldn't be trying to skip out on the bill, would he? I bought 3 sets of golden carrots, it cost me a lot of lifespan. In the inner vision space, Ji-Chen was astonished. This remote strike was truly impressive to him. The current main system could only cover this small trial area, or rather, a corner of the trial area. If one day the Withering Storm became powerful, could this kind of mental control spread to other worlds? For example, the lower realm, the land of disaster, or even the soon-to-be-open Twilight Forest. But that wasn't all. The Withering Storm pushed Ji-Chen toward the gray light point. Master, reach out and touch it. Ji-Chen hesitantly extended his hand, and the moment his finger touched the light point, his consciousness felt like it was being sucked in. On the other side, the fainted player staggered back to his feet. The people around frowned, completely baffled by his unusual behavior. Are you okay? I have a golden little watermelon here. Why don't you eat a piece? Yeah, you should stop playing and go home to rest. Your health is important. Forget about treating us, we're not short on food money. No, thank you all for your concern. The player twisted his stiff neck and chuckled. I'm fine, and I've never been better. As he said this, he slowly raised his head. The next moment, gasps filled the air. What appeared before everyone were eyes glowing with white light, devoid of pupils, hollow and extremely oppressive, looking especially terrifying in the dark. Seeing this, everyone was frightened. Some female players had already started to scream loudly. 2 seconds later, everyone finally reacted, dropping their food and starting to flee for their lives. Monster! It's a monster! Everyone run! Ah! The transformation must not be over. He's going to turn into a zombie. The scene was chaotic, and in the blink of an eye, everyone present had fled. TCH, what a fuss, haven't you seen a light bulb before? Ji-Chen disdainfully shrugged his arms, completely unconcerned about how much psychological trauma these people had. Not bad, just like my own body. Of course, I told you I'm very strong. The shadow of the Withering Storm appeared beside Ji-Chen. 3 heads held high, looking very pleased. Now, the Withering Storm was like a supercomputer, and Ji-Chen was the one controlling it. As long as the Withering Storm could hold on, he could invade the player's consciousness at will. Can I invade Roy's body from a distance? Ji-Chen's thoughts shifted. If he could control Roy, there would be no one left in the trial ground who could threaten him. As soon as he said this, the proud demeanor of the Withering Storm immediately wilted. Actually, there are still limitations to this kind of remote control over players. First, the player's mental state must be very weak, lacking mental resilience. Such players can be invaded easily. Your current body is in this situation, indulging in pleasure, lost in dreams, and at a young age, your lifespan is almost gone, you're practically a waste. As long as you give him some lifespan, this person would be your natural vessel, my lord. Then, the Withering Storm's tone shifted, and his expression became serious. But, Roy is not an option. Not to mention that there are 2 mental forces within him that protect his heart. Just his own mental resilience can be compared to yours, my lord. Even if we assume he is in a coma, the probability of me controlling him is still 0. The Withering Storm did not hide anything and laid it all out. I just want to ask, if it doesn't work, then forget it. Ji-Chen was not disappointed after hearing this. If Roy could be so easily manipulated, then his SSS level talent would be too poor. He controlled this player and walked to a grass block. He reached out, activated the power of creation, attempting to make it float. The grass block was pulled and shook a bit. Just as it was about to leave the ground, the Withering Storm's voice rang out. My lord, slow down, it's going to collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, the player fell to the ground, and Ji-Chen's consciousness returned to his own body. My lord, I'm still too weak. Invading your consciousness has already reached my limit. If you use your body's power, I really can't hold on any longer. At this moment, the Withering Storm was slumped on the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Ji-Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had not considered this well. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Chang's footsteps came from outside the cave, filled with urgency. Boss, it's bad. Something big has happened. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he spoke, Wang Chang rushed into the cave, leaning against the wall, bending over and gasping for breath, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ji-Chen took out a golden carrot from his backpack and handed it to him. What's the rush? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Just tell me what happened. Boss, you need to be mentally prepared. This might sound unbelievable, but I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Chang swallowed hard, his breath gradually stabilizing. Ji-Chen frowned, looking somewhat displeased. When did you become so long-winded? Just say it. The pig spirit king, he's dead. Say that again? Ji-Chen's expression froze. He felt as if he had misheard. The pig spirit king is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. The body is still lying there. Wang Chang did not hesitate any longer and spilled everything he knew. Ha ha ha, that's funny. The pig spirit king is dead. A demigod is dead. How is that possible? Ji-Chen's pupils trembled uncontrollably, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Who in the lower realm could kill him? The last sentence he almost shouted out. Having spent so much time with the pig spirit king, they were allies on the surface, but privately they were more like close friends. Not to mention whether there were any interests mixed in. Just the sincerity the Pig Spirit King had shown him could not be ignored. Now that he was dead, the strongest fighting force he could mobilize was gone, which was equivalent to breaking one of his arms. The loss involved was not something that could be explained in just a few words. Ji Chen's thoughts shifted and his gaze turned fierce. Was it the Withering King? Who did it? Wan Chang looked at Ji Chen's predatory gaze, his body involuntarily shuddering. He knew his boss was filled with murderous intent. I don't know. If it weren't for your reputation, I might not even have seen the corpse of the Pig Spirit King. Ji Chen took a deep breath, deciding not to ask anything further. Wang Chang didn't know much anyway. It would be better to go to the lower realm himself to see. Stay at the base, you're not allowed to go anywhere. After saying this, before Wang Chang could respond, he took out the head of the disaster sovereign and casually created a body for it, then tore open a spatial rift in front of him. Upon seeing this, the withering storm quickly transformed into a shadow and dove into Ji Chen's shadow. In the lower realm, at the entrance of the Pig Spirit King's palace, a large number of pig spirits had gathered, all notable figures from the Pig Spirit clan. They all wore stern expressions, the atmosphere so tense it felt like it could drip water. Inside the palace, the throne had been removed, replaced by a massive stone slab, on which lay the corpse of the Pig Spirit King. Beside the corpse were the heartbroken Pig Spirit Xiao Yan and Pig Spirit Xiao Jiang, crying their hearts out. Suddenly, a spatial rift was torn open, quickly alerting the pig spirits. Ji Chen stepped out, instantly arriving in the lower realm from the cave at the base. When the pig spirits saw that it was Ji Chen, their wariness quickly faded. Ji Chen's status among the Pig Spirit clan was now comparable to that of the Great Lord. Although the Pig Spirit King was dead, no one dared to touch this bad luck, nor did anyone dare to underestimate this outsider. They all lowered their heads and made way for Ji Chen to proceed directly to the Pig Spirit King's Great Hall. This was the extent of Ji Chen's authority over the Pig Spirit clan. Although there were many pig spirits around, not a single one spoke. Even the sound of snoring was subdued. The Pig King was dead. 10,000 pigs mourned. Ji Chen felt the tension in the atmosphere, and his mood grew increasingly worse. The deeper he went, the higher the status of the pig spirits: small landowners, medium landowners, large landowners, great lords. Their gazes towards Ji Chen also changed, and soon only 10 pigs and the 2 pig spirit siblings remained by his side. These 10 pigs were the most powerful figures in the Pig Spirit clan, their status only second to the Pig Spirit King and the Barbarian General, with some even on par with the Barbarian General. Ji Chen's eyes caught sight of Pig Spirit A Wang. He was now a medium landowner and originally had no right to enter the Great Hall, but because he had been a close attendant of the Pig Spirit King, he had not been driven out. At this moment, Pig Spirit A Wang had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried a lot. Tell me what you know, the more detailed the better. Ji Chen approached the dazed Pig Spirit A Wang and said. Pig Spirit A Wang suddenly came to his senses and quickly bowed. A Wang greets you, Great Lord Ji. Ji Chen nodded, not avoiding him. Among those present, he could only trust Pig Spirit A Wang. Go ahead. Upon seeing his benefactor, Pig Spirit A Wang could no longer hold back his tears and stammered out everything he knew. In the end, his eyes filled with deep despair. Benefactor, our king is dead. The Pig Spirit clan is likely doomed. The presence or absence of a demigod to oversee a race meant 2 entirely different statuses. Now that the Pig Spirit King was dead, the Withering King was the strongest in the lower realm, and the Withering clan annihilating the Pig Spirit clan was just a matter of time. Don't worry, I won't stand by and do nothing. Ji Chen patted Pig Spirit A Wang's shoulder and slowly walked towards the corpse of the Pig Spirit King. The throne of the Pig Spirit King was cast very high, with a long flight of stairs in front, estimated to have more than 30 steps. On the high platform stood 10 of the most powerful lords, repeatedly examining the corpse of the Pig Spirit King, trying to find some clues. But no matter how they probed, they could not find the true cause of the Pig Spirit King's death. There wasn't even a single fatal wound on his body. He looked more like he was asleep. Ji Chen stepped onto the stairs, his footsteps echoing throughout the hall, drawing the attention of countless pig spirits. Even the 10 pig spirit lords on the high platform turned to look. Kind eyes were rare. Most were indifferent or hostile. Ji Chen was, after all, just a nominal lord, although he held a high status among the Pig Spirit clan and was revered by many. In front of these true power-holding lords, he was merely a fleeting outsider. If it weren't for the previous favor shown to him by the Pig Spirit King, Ji Chen would never have been able to stand on equal footing with him. Now that the Pig Spirit King was dead, whether they recognized Ji Chen's title as a lord was another matter. One of the lords glanced around and immediately signaled to his subordinate. The subordinate understood and raised an axe in front of Ji Chen. Stop. Ahead is the body of our king. Outsiders are not allowed to approach, just take a distant look. Ji Chen looked up at this pig spirit, who appeared to be in the mid-second tier. He then raised his head to look at the 10 on the high platform, his annoyance growing stronger. With the death of the Pig Spirit King, the power at the top needed to be redistributed, and he could naturally see that this was the Pig Spirit clan's way of putting him in his place. How pathetic! I just realized that among you pig spirits, there was only one wise person, the Pig Spirit King. Ji-chan smiled, a mix of bitterness and disappointment. When the Pig Spirit King was still alive, they had been trying every means to enhance the strength of the Pig Spirit clan, even flattering him for some fully enchanted equipment. Now that the Pig Spirit King was dead, the strength of the Pig Spirit clan had greatly diminished, and instead of thinking about uniting all possible forces to preserve their survival, they were actually considering sidelining him, which was laughable, truly laughable. If it weren't for wanting to repay the Pig Spirit King's sincerity with just you all, do you think you could make me care? Ah, dream on. Ji-chan was unconcerned, his voice echoing throughout the hall, deafening. Do you think your Pig Spirit clan is so impressive? If it weren't for that little friendship, even if all of you knelt and begged me, I wouldn't bother with you. After saying this, Ji-chan turned and walked towards the exit of the hall without pausing. Let me give you a piece of advice. Weakness is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. At a time when the survival of the Pig Spirit clan was at stake, his rescue was due to the favor of the Pig Spirit King. But the arrogance of the other party made Ji-chan feel that his concern was superfluous. Then let it be. When the Pig Spirit clan was nearly exterminated by the Decaying clan, that would be the right time for him to come. After all, by then, he would not only not be an outsider meddling in their affairs but might even become their savior. Preserving the spark of the Pig Spirit clan would also be a way to honor the Pig Spirit King and the bond between them. For a moment, the hall was terrifyingly quiet. No one had anticipated this scene. The 10 high-ranking pig spirits on the platform certainly did not expect Ji-chan to be so disrespectful as to voice his dissatisfaction publicly. It should be known that such words from Ji-chan could very likely incite public anger within the Pig Spirit clan. Sure enough, as soon as Ji-chan's words came out, the expressions of the pig spirits in the hall changed. Instead of reflecting on their actions, they believed Ji-chan was mocking and ridiculing them. The weapons in their hands creaked ominously. It truly echoed that saying, bitter medicine is good for the disease, and honest advice is hard to hear. A mere brat dares to act wild in our clan. Brothers, let's take him down together. One of the big landowner's thugs raised his axe and swung it at Ji-chan. The other pig spirits, seeing someone take action, had 7 out of 10 raised their axes, while 2.5 showed hesitation. Only half a fraction was carefully pondering Ji-chan's words. Ji-chan took all of this in, and the mockery in his heart deepened. With his current strength, if he truly wanted to leave, no one but demigods could stop him. In an instant, a swarm of pig spirits had surrounded Ji-chan, axes swinging down upon him. Just as Ji-chan was about to unleash the obsidian to defend himself, the withering storm from the shadows surged out first. With a furious roar, a mental attack centered on Ji-chan rapidly spread out. A large group of pig spirits were sent flying, clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground as if enduring immense pain. Even the 10 pig spirits on the high platform were affected. The pig spirits had only cultivated their physical bodies from the start, and this kind of mental attack from the withering storm was like a dimensional strike against them. Seeing all the enemies around him fall, the withering storm felt a sense of pride, and all 3 heads turned to Ji-chan, ready to seek praise. Storm, who told you to come out? You're a withering now. You're just causing chaos. Ji-chan frowned, suddenly feeling a headache. Although the attack used by the withering storm was a mental shock, its very aura was that of decay. The pig spirits and the withering were inherently incompatible. Now, with his situation, the moment it appeared, it was like pushing him into a pit of fire. Withering! Someone come! This person is a traitor of the withering clan. Quickly take him down. The outermost circle of pig spirits, who had suffered the least from the mental shock, had already awakened. When they saw a withering appear in the Pig Spirit King's hall, they instinctively linked Ji-chan's identity to that of a traitor. The withering storm looked around and then realized it had caused trouble, quickly diving back into Ji-chan's shadow, hiding its aura. Soon, the pig spirits Xiao Yan and Xiao Jiang on the high platform were escorted away by the crowd of pigs. Before leaving, Xiao Yan cast a deep glance at the withering storm, committing this strange withering appearance to memory. In an instant, the 10 high-ranking members on the platform all took action, with 7 third-tier pig spirits and 3 fourth-tier pig spirits surrounding Ji-chan in the middle. This is troublesome. Ji-chan sighed lightly, the obsidian within him bursting forth, swirling around him as he took out the head of the disaster and prepared to leap away. The obsidian puppet from the shadows also crawled out, ready to shield Ji-chan from harm coming from all directions. Just as both sides were about to clash, Pig Spirit Awang rushed to the center of the battlefield, shielding Ji-chan and shouting anxiously, "Everyone, don't fight. It's all a misunderstanding. We are our own people. Lord Ji truly wants to help us. He is not a traitor of the Withering clan. Awang, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Get away from here." Ji-chan was taken aback. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. If the surrounding pig spirits attacked together, he could definitely protect himself, but with Awang's current strength, even a ripple from the battle could take his life. One of the fourth-tier powerhouses frowned. Pig spirit Awang, do you know the consequences of colluding with the enemy? Awang knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing to the surrounding pig spirit powerhouses. Awang knows his crime, but Lord Ji is definitely not the enemy of the pig spirits. Please, seniors, do not harm his life. The pig spirit powerhouse snorted coldly, completely disregarding Awang's words. What status do you have to speak to us like this? Now step aside, and I will consider our kinship and spare your life. Otherwise, you will die alongside this outsider. As he spoke, the pressure from 10 people instantly bore down on the two in the center. As the pressure surged, 5 obsidian puppets simultaneously released their aura, resisting this force and blocking most of the pressure. Lords, the pig spirit clan is in grave danger. Only by uniting can we have a glimmer of hope to break the deadlock. Please consider carefully. Awang did not get up, still bowing fervently, pleading for the high-ranking members to spare Ji Chen. At that time, he had received Ji Chen's favor, being granted land and nobility, and it was because of Ji Chen that he quickly became a trusted confidant of the pig spirit king. His status rose from a small landlord to a mid-level landlord in just a month. Such treatment for someone from a lowly background like Awang would be unattainable even after a lifetime of struggle. And he, Awang, was fortunate enough to experience it once. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life today, he would stand up to protect Ji Chen's life. Awang, if you really care for me, get out of here quickly. Ji Chen scolded sharply, his brow furrowed. If a fight broke out in this situation, Awang would surely die. Once the withering storm was unleashed, this matter would be impossible to defend. Everyone, stop. A stronger pressure forcibly pinned the 10 high-ranking members to the ground. The barbarian general, covered in blood, walked into the hall, clearly just returned from the battlefield. He glanced at the corpse of the pig spirit king, his hands trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. King. He did not dare to step forward, nor did he want to believe that the pig spirit king was dead. How could a demigod of a race just fall like that? The high-ranking pig spirits, pinned to the ground and unable to move, showed expressions of pain, struggling to utter a word. Barbarian general, the enemy is over there. Why are you pressing us down? Enemy? The barbarian general's gaze was sharp. Where is the enemy? The king has just died, and you are already thinking of dividing power and profits. If I hadn't come today, the pig spirit clan would have been ruined by you old fools. As he spoke, the pressure on the other high-ranking members increased further. Although the barbarian general held a status equivalent to a great lord, his combat power was the strongest below demigod level, second only to the pig spirit king. The combined strength of the other high-ranking members might not even be able to defeat him. Barbarian general, do not be ungrateful. This person is a spy of the Withering clan. He has a withering inside him, a peak 3rd tier. Pig spirit high-ranking member shouted fiercely, attempting to have the barbarian general crush Ji Chen. Upon hearing this, the barbarian general looked at Ji Chen, his expression complex. Just as Ji Chen was preparing to flee, the barbarian general suddenly knelt down with a thud. Please, sir, save my pig spirit clan. He then heavily bowed his head to Ji Chen. This scene left Ji Chen completely bewildered. He never expected that the usually fierce barbarian general would be so clear-headed in the face of major issues. What is this? Ji Chen couldn't help but take a step back, feeling somewhat at a loss. The pig spirit needs you now, and even more so, it needs the power you possess. We cannot lose you as an ally. I apologize for their recklessness just now. The barbarian general raised his head, his face full of sincerity. He understood very well that pigs are foolish, and even after becoming spirits, they remain quite dull. The pig spirit king was the only wise one born among the pig spirits in 1,000 years, embodying the wisdom of the entire clan. Throughout history, there have been demigods among the pig spirits, but none have elevated the pig spirits to such heights as this generation's pig spirit king. True, strength has never been about power, but about wisdom. Now they needed Ji Chen to play this role. There was no other choice. However, this scene appeared quite different in the eyes of the other high-ranking officials. Barbarian general, do you want to betray your race? Kneeling to this outsider. Is this how you honor the deceased king? Get up and crush this outsider. Shut up. The barbarian general was annoyed by their words. With a clench of his right hand, a peak 3rd tier high-ranking official instantly turned into a mist of blood, splattering everywhere. You useless sponge who can only shout. If it weren't for the king's protection while he was alive, do you think your peak 3rd tier or early 4th tier strength is worthy of the title of lord? It's simply laughable. The barbarian general slowly stood up and turned to look at the other fallen pig spirit high-ranking officials. Now that the king is dead, I have the final say in the pig spirit clan. The barbarian general waved his hand. From today onwards, Ally G will be promoted to the pig spirit high ranks, standing equal with us. Anyone who dares to raise a blade against him is slapping my face. At that time, don't blame me for not considering our kinship. As soon as these words were spoken, they echoed for 1,000 miles, and the hall fell into a deathly silence. The barbarian general's style of handling matters was completely different from that of the Pig Spirit King. He preferred to be direct, beating those who opposed him until they submitted, and anyone who dared to defy his decisions would die. The other Pig Spirit high-ranking officials exchanged glances and lowered their heads in silence, indicating their submission. Inside and outside the hall, the Pig Spirits knelt in unison, as if welcoming their new king. The old order collapsed, and a new order was born. Whoever had the biggest fist had the final say. Ji-Chen felt a vague unease in his heart and looked at the barbarian general again, realizing he hardly recognized the other anymore. This thunderous method was truly impressive. It was clean and direct, without any hesitation. The difference from his previous foolish demeanor was simply too great. The current barbarian general seemed to have transformed into a king overnight. The barbarian general retracted his imposing aura, turned around, and put on a smile, saying to Ji-Chen, "Lig, it was just a small episode, please don't take it to heart. I've already taken care of it. You're coming to aid the Pig Spirit clan in its time of need, on behalf of the deceased king and the entire Pig Spirit clan, I thank you." Saying this, he took a step back and bowed slightly as a gesture of apology. Ji-Chen stepped forward to take a closer look at the barbarian general and smiled. "It's been 3 days since we last met. We should see each other in a new light. You've really changed a lot." The barbarian general smiled in response. "It's only right. Now that the Pig Spirit clan is leaderless, if I don't step up, it would truly be the end for the Pig Spirit clan." Ji-Chen's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked an unrelated question. "Hey, when did we first meet? I can't quite remember." The barbarian general detected the probing in Ji-Chen's words, chuckled, and immediately replied, "It was my ignorance before that almost ruined your business with the king. Little did I know forming an alliance with you was the best choice." Yes, it was indeed close. Ji-Chen let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was still the same rough warrior general as before. The current transformation might truly be a result of the pressing circumstances. Ji-Chen looked again at the corpse of the Pig Spirit King on the high platform. "Can I go up and take a look now? Let's go together." The barbarian general's expression darkened, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Like Ji-Chen, he had just learned of the Pig Spirit King's death. The two walked side by side up a high platform. The Pig Spirit King's body lay there quietly, his expression solemn, with a hint of fear visible in his brows and eyes. "My king, what has happened to you? Your general has returned. Open your eyes and look at me." The barbarian general's earlier authority vanished completely as he knelt on the ground with a thud, leaning over the Pig Spirit King's body and weeping, resembling a child who had done something wrong. Although Ji-Chen felt sad as well, it was not to the extent of the barbarian general's grief. He scanned the Pig Spirit King's body back and forth, his brows furrowing tighter. The corpse bore only a few signs of struggle, but these wounds were very small, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely, let alone fatal. Yet, the Pig Spirit King was indeed dead, with not a trace of life to be felt. "General, this is not the time to cry. Time is of the essence. The Pig Spirit King cannot have died under such unclear circumstances." Ji-Chen pulled the barbarian general up and continued, "Senior, you have high cultivation. Can you discern the cause of the Pig Spirit King's death?" The barbarian general wiped the tears and snot from his face, suppressing his sorrow, and began to carefully examine the Pig Spirit King's body. After a long while, his tear-filled eyes gradually grew serious. "Impossible, how can there be no clues at all? The current Pig Spirit King truly seemed to be just sleeping without life." Ji-Chen also felt a headache, with no direction for finding clues. "Master, I can sense a trace of withering power that has yet to dissipate from the Pig Spirit King's right hand." The voice of the withering storm suddenly echoed in Ji-Chen's mind. "Withering power? Are you sure?" Ji-Chen communicated silently with the storm in his heart. The withering storm replied decisively, "I am sure, although the form is different, I can feel that this power is of the same root and origin as the withering power. It cannot be wrong." Ji-Chen's gaze turned to the Pig Spirit King's right hand, and faintly, he seemed to hear the sound of a fearful scream echoing in his ears. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind, he kept pondering. Did the Withering King do this? No, it definitely wasn't him, or perhaps it was more than just him. Although the Withering King is powerful, he cannot kill invisibly, and besides, the Pig Spirit King died in his own palace without even alarming the guards outside. Ji-Chen glanced at the Pig Spirit King again, and a question jumped into his mind. Why hadn't the Pig Spirit King's body disappeared? The corpse rules of the reality MC were clear. After a creature dies, if the body is not forcibly destroyed, it will automatically be cleared after 5 minutes. He had verified before that this rule applied to all creatures in MC, including pig spirits and the Withering. But clearly, the Pig Spirit King's body had long exceeded 5 minutes and still showed no signs of disappearing. Could it be that the Pig Spirit King was not dead? A series of questions made Ji-chan feel increasingly uneasy. Storm, with your current strength, can you invade the Pig Spirit King's brain and check his memories? Ji-chan asked in his heart. No, I can only invade living beings. The Pig Spirit King is indeed dead. Most likely he was directly killed by someone breaking the life force within his body, which is why there are no fatal injuries. On the surface, the Withering Storm, being a puppet of the mental system, could see things closer to the essence than Ji-chan and the others. At that moment, the barbarian general stood up and turned to the crowd of pig spirits below. The Pig Spirit Clan cannot be without a king for a day. The old king is dead and a new king must be established. Only in this way can the Pig Spirit Clan stand firm in the lower realm and protect the soil we rely on for survival. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was the powerful pig spirits inside the grand hall or the common pig spirits outside, they all knelt down in unison, chanting loudly, "Long live the king! Long live the new king! Long live the king! Long live the new king!" The voices were heavy, yet they expressed the truest desires of the pig spirits' hearts. Ji-chan silently walked down from the stage, leaving the scene of thousands kneeling to the barbarian general. After all, he was only here to help, unwilling to see the former alliance fall into decline. At this moment, the barbarian general, with a strength of level 48, was infinitely close to the demigod realm. The new king of the pig spirit tribe could only be him. Only he could command respect. This was a good thing, and Ji-chan would not interfere. In fact, he was quite pleased that the barbarian general could decisively step forward at this time, feeling happy for the pig spirit tribe and the late pig spirit king. After the crowd of pigs finished kneeling, they all turned and dispersed, walking deeper into the crimson forest. Ji-chan was filled with confusion and was about to ask why when the barbarian general spoke first. Ally Ji, this way please, the new king's ascension ceremony cannot be missed. Ji-chan frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. At a time like this, if the Withering Army came, it would all be over, yet they were still concerned about these trivial ceremonies. Although he felt unhappy, he did not voice it and ultimately chose to show respect. Please, after you. After saying this, Ji-chan walked side by side with the barbarian general out of the grand hall. Thus, the crowd of pigs marched grandly deeper into the crimson forest. The barbarian general greeted Ji-chan midway and went to prepare for the ceremony. The responsibility of leading the way fell to the pig spirit A-Wang, who had just shielded him from harm. Ji-chan looked at the still trembling A-Wang and smiled gently. Were you scared at that time? A little. Pig spirit A-Wang replied, scratching his head in confusion. It's right to be scared. Although you didn't really help me much, I'm still very pleased that you have this heart. Are you interested in following me? Ji-chan patted A-Wang's shoulder, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Upon hearing this, pig spirit A-Wang quickly bowed. Lord Ji has a good relationship with the former king and has created many all-attribute equipment for the pig spirit tribe. If such contributions were still from an enemy, then there might not be any good people left in this world. My life as pig spirit A-Wang belongs to you, Lord Ji. Just give me your orders. Ji-chan nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll take that as your agreement. From today on, you, pig spirit A-Wang, will be promoted to a big landlord as my eyes in the pig spirit tribe. How does that sound? I can be a big landlord? Pig spirit A-Wang found it hard to believe. Ji-chan looked at him strangely. Do I not have the right to grant such a title? No, that's not what I meant. You are already at the lord level and completely have the right to reward your subordinates. Pig spirit A-Wang quickly replied. Ji-chan laughed heartily. That's good. Although I don't have land to grant you, I can provide you with a steady stream of fully enchanted equipment. Your next task is to quickly build a force that belongs solely to you within the pig spirit tribe using this equipment. In the future, when other high-ranking members shouted me, I hope you can show them a bit of color. Pig spirit A-Wang knew this was another great opportunity for him, and he immediately knelt before Ji-chan. Pig spirit A-Wang is willing to become Lord Ji's vassal until death. When the king of the pig spirits died, the power that Ji-chan relied on vanished as well, and he had to make plans early. If he went through the effort of supporting the pig spirit only for them to deny his contributions later, that would not be fun at all. The benefits were all earned by himself. Without power, he would have to support a force of his own. This could also be seen as re-establishing his foothold within the pig spirit clan. Soon, they arrived at the center of the crimson forest, the very place where the pig spirits' coming-of-age ceremony had taken place. The fighting arena was gone, replaced by a massive pool of lava resembling a gigantic altar. Groups of pig spirits surrounded the altar, beginning to dance in strange postures. This dance was different from the victory dance. The music had a heavy, oppressive beat. There were 11 seats on the altar, one of which was enormous, and it was obvious that it was meant for the king of the pig spirit clan. The remaining 10 seats represented the other 10 strong figures of the clan. The high-ranking pig spirits emerged from the palace, strutting towards those 10 seats. The pig spirits on the path hurriedly made way. Suddenly, one of the 9 high-ranking members turned around and quickly locked onto Ji Chen's figure in the crowd. Lord Ji, since old 10 is dead, that seat should rightfully belong to you. Do you have the courage? Ji Chen was not intimidated. He raised his head and said, respect is better than, my lord, don't agree to him. Sitting in that position means enduring the pain of the lava bath. The pig spirit Awang exclaimed in surprise, quickly interrupting Ji Chen's words. Pain of the lava bath? Soaking in lava? Ji Chen frowned and asked. Awang nodded. A new king means new ministers. With the change of our clan's king, the lord should also change. This lava pool is a sacred object of our clan. It can forge items without melting them and can forge living beings while easily melting others. If a living being falls in, their flesh will be refined in an instant. Without our clan's method of blood and flesh rebirth, one cannot withstand that burning sensation, and the high temperature of the lava cannot be immune to flames. If 10 lords go in, losing 3 would be the best outcome. If you don't go in, you will be stripped of the title of Grand Lord and demoted to a large landowner. Of course, as long as you can endure the burning of the sacred object, it will greatly benefit both your physical quality and your cultivation. Awang explained the function of the lava pool's sacred object very clearly to help Ji Chen understand. So if I don't go in, will I also be stripped of the title of Grand Lord? A hint of a smile flashed in Ji Chen's eyes, and he showed no signs of panic. What sacred object of the pig spirits? What burning sensation? As long as it was still lava, he could be immune to its harm. Seeing that Ji Chen had no intention of going up, Awang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, no, you are a new minister. You don't have to follow the same path as those old ministers. Even if you don't go up, no one would dare to say a word against you. That high-ranking pig spirit also knew this. The earlier invitation was meant to kill Ji Chen. Oh, I see. Thank you for the reminder. But I'm not afraid. After saying that, Ji Chen didn't wait for Awang to react, gathering strength in his legs, and in a flash, his figure appeared above the lava pool. Exercising the body, strengthening the physique. How could I miss out on such a good thing? Come on, you 9, if you have the ability, don't back down. Come up and play with me. Ji Chen's laughter echoed in the ears of the high-ranking pig spirits, sounding particularly sarcastic. Not only was Ji Chen not afraid, but he also challenged them in return. What a reckless kid, a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Fine, since that's the case, we will accompany you to the end. The 9 high-ranking members exerted their strength simultaneously, and in the next moment, they each took their places on the high platform. Although the titles of Grand Lord and Large Landowner differed by just one word, the power in their hands was worlds apart. They knew this was dangerous, but they were still willing to give it a try. Lord, you are being impulsive. This is not a joke. Below, the pig spirit Awang shouted in his heart, anxious and stamping his feet. Awang, there's no need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Ji Chen felt the slight chill around him. He knew his immunity to magma damage was taking effect. Seeing this, Awang had no choice but to trust Ji Chen. After nearly half an hour, the barbarian general, clad in fully enchanted golden armor, appeared before everyone. Let the new king's inheritance ceremony begin. After saying this, he directly enlarged his body and jumped into the magma pool. The sound of flesh being burned echoed as the barbarian general withstood the scorching of the magma relic with his physical body. This scene left Ji Chen, who was seated, dumbfounded. General, aren't you trying to become king? Why did you jump down? Hearing this, the barbarian general looked in Ji Chen's direction, his heart suddenly trembling. Ji ally, why did you come up too? Quickly go down, it's dangerous here. Before he could finish, due to his distraction, a piece of flesh on his body was directly burned off. Plop! Ji Chen not only ignored the barbarian general's advice but instead jumped down, plunging straight into the magma pool. Ji ally, are you crazy? The barbarian general, disregarding the pain of his burned flesh, hurriedly swam towards Ji Chen, trying to rescue him before the magma completely engulfed him. Ah, so comfortable. Ji Chen pushed off the bottom of the pool with his feet, resurfacing his head. Don't panic, General. I have the divine power to resist the burning erosion. Why didn't you say so earlier? The barbarian general, seeing Ji Chen was fine, finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used his energy to replenish the flesh that had just been burned away. Immediately after, there were 9 more plop sounds as the other 9 lords also jumped down. They didn't have the barbarian general's fierce determination and were squealing in pain from the burns. One of the weaker ones sank to the bottom without even making 2 sounds. Ji Chen didn't care about the death. He casually asked, General, weren't you trying to become king? Why did you jump down? GLI, you jest. We, the subjects, will always be subjects. How could we dare to overstep and become the master? The barbarian general replied with a smile while stabilizing his burn injuries. The old king is dead. All we subjects can do is assist the new king. Well, Usurping the throne is a capital offense among our pig spirit clan. Even if I am the strongest in the clan, I would never dare to commit such a heinous act. After saying this, the barbarian general shook his head with a bitter smile, not understanding why Ji Chen would think he wanted to usurp the throne. This doesn't make sense. So who is the new king? Ji Chen was left dumbfounded. The barbarian general had the strength to rule the entire clan but didn't think of becoming king. Instead, he wanted to assist the new king. This not only conflicted with his understanding but also seemed absurd. The barbarian general smiled and pointed upward. Our new king. Ji Chen looked up, and above the magma pool, his younger brother, the pig spirit Xiao Jiang, was wearing a crown and gazing down at them. Xiao Jiang? You can't be joking. With his strength and leadership, how could he lead the pig spirit clan out of trouble? Ji Chen panicked. Letting a little kid be king was simply nonsense. There's no choice. He is the only bloodline heir of our king, and only he is qualified to step into the demigod realm. The barbarian general patiently explained. The demigod realm isn't something you can enter just because you have talent. You must also have a strong enough bloodline inheritance. Xiao Jiang is the orphan of the previous king, making him the best candidate. Ji Chen stood there, speechless for a long time, his emotions extremely complicated. He had been wrong from the start. The barbarian general had never thought of becoming king. What he had always wanted was to protect the bloodline of the pig spirit king. This was a subject without ambition, using his own methods to protect his race. Ji Chen sighed. Although he admired the loyalty of the barbarian general, he still hoped that the barbarian would declare himself king. At the very least, with his strength, having him in charge of the pig spirit clan could also allow for some leverage against the withering king. Of course, Ji Chen did not voice these thoughts. The choice was in the hands of the barbarian general. Since the other party was willing to support the bloodline of the pig spirit king, he would assist him. After all, it was all a facade. The little pig had no real power and certainly was not allowed to have any. Ding! Hunger limit +1. Ding! Hunger limit +1. Ji Chen closed his eyes, feeling the slight coolness embedded in his body, and sincerely praised, indeed a holy artifact. In just a moment, I have restored the hidden ailment left by forcibly awakening the obsidian puppet. Not only that, the special burning sensation made the puppets in the shadows restless. They also wanted to come out and soak a bit. Ji Chen, being thick-skinned, took full advantage. 5 obsidian puppets can come out, but Storm, you stay in the shadows and don't move. Why, master? I want to come out and soak too. Ji Chen pouted, feeling a bit displeased. The obsidian puppets are immune to magma burns. Can you say the same? Besides, do you think the mess you made for me isn't big enough? Don't forget, this is the territory of the pig spirits. You're a withering, it's best to behave. Sometimes, having intelligence isn't a good thing. Raising a thinking withering was like raising a child. After explaining the reason, the withering storm complied, hiding its aura again and no longer causing trouble for Ji Chen. The 5 obsidian puppets did not reveal themselves but remained in shadow form, swirling around Ji Chen. While refining their bodies, they also helped Ji Chen draw more magma to his side. Thanks to their immunity to magma damage, the perilous magma spring unexpectedly became a holy land for Ji Chen's growth and training. The magma spring seemed to have a life of its own, continuously nourishing his body and even affecting its structure. Ji Chen was like a weapon that was not afraid of fire. As the high temperature removed impurities, his experience bar was visibly increasing, which was much more tangible than grinding monsters. Time passed, and Ji Chen felt that his experience bar was about to reach its limit, and the divine power within him began to split and strengthen. This was a sign of a breakthrough in class change. It's time to break through. Ji Chen did not dare to be careless and quickly gave a look to the 5 obsidian puppets around him. The puppets understood and slowly gathered together, ready to shield Ji Chen from any potential dangers from all directions. Now, Ji Chen timed it perfectly, suddenly opening his eyes. After being nourished by the pig spirit clan's holy spring, he finally crossed the level 19 threshold and completed his second class change. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to level 20. Health doubled 800 points digital, hunger doubled 1000 points digital, all physical attributes doubled. In an instant, Ji Chen's aura surged by nearly double, but he forcibly locked it within himself, not drawing anyone's attention. It was best not to expose such a private matter as leveling up. This magma pool, said to be a holy artifact of the pig spirit clan, also had the effect of strengthening the body, but its efficacy was negligible compared to its danger. Even a powerful level 48 barbarian general could get hurt if he wasn't careful. Calling it a holy artifact was less accurate than calling it a guillotine specifically for pig spirits. The old ministers mentioned by pig spirit Wang were merely those eliminated by the later kings to establish their authority. After being recounted by future generations of pig spirits, it became a kind of ritual. Ji Chen was the first to break through on the guillotine. About 2 or 3 seconds later, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Block Enchanter, Job Change, Puppet Fluid Master, New Divine Power, Block Fluidization, break the limitations of block rules, allowing blocks to flow like lava, without changing their hardness, enabling the user to shape them at will. Note, this ability is also suitable for any puppets made from blocks. Puppet Consciousness, the main body can split its consciousness into multiple parts freely, invading any puppet and controlling its actions remotely. Once possessed, the puppet can mobilize the main body's power according to the proportion of consciousness. The first ability is clearly influenced by the lava holy spring, granting the ability to fluidize and shape blocks. At first glance, this ability seems unimpressive, but if applied to his obsidian puppet, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. During battle, the obsidian puppet's hands and even its body can transform into anything: great hammers, swords, axes, shields, or even obsidian crossbow bolts. As long as one dares to imagine, block fluidization can achieve it. The second ability simply allows possession of puppets, giving them the capability for remote actions. For dangerous tasks, Ji-Chen can have the puppet scout ahead. With this skill, combined with the Withering Mother system, whether it's a player or a puppet, as long as Ji-Chen has an idea, he can easily invade and control them all. Goodness, another control and support type ability. Ji-Chen felt a bit of a headache. He was actually looking forward to awakening a few attack type abilities to compensate for his low single combat power. But evidently, his job skill tree seems to disallow him from developing in that direction. Before Ji-Chen could finish his excitement, the 5 obsidian puppets burrowed back into his shadow. At this moment, the obsidian puppets, having been baptized by the lava holy spring, exuded a more robust aura than before. Some steel stripes faded away, replaced by glowing purple stripes. Ding! Steel obsidian puppet, steel crying obsidian puppet. Puppet attacks will carry a 50% slowing effect. This enhancement for the puppets was an unexpected delight, as one of the obsidian puppet's characteristics is its immunity to lava and fire damage. This is quite similar to Ji-Chan's passive ability of being burned by flames, making the puppet's upgrade almost have zero side effects. The barbarian general opened his eyes, looking around at the lava with a surprised expression. Is it just my illusion? Why has the temperature dropped so much? It doesn't feel that hot anymore. The other high-ranking piglins exchanged glances, their eyes also filled with confusion. Of course, Ji-Chen wouldn't admit it was his doing, mimicking the others with a silly, clueless look around. The barbarian general cleared his throat. Since the temperature of the holy spring has decreased, let's proceed to the second part of the ritual. Upon hearing this, the other piglins collectively breathed a sigh of relief. This holy spring was a great opportunity for Ji-Chen, but for them who could not withstand the burning of lava, it was hardly different from being in a boiling oil pot. The slight increase in constitution from the holy spring was not enough to compensate for their flesh and blood losses. Because Ji-Chen absorbed most of the energy from the lava holy spring, the only piglin consumed by the lava this time was the one that couldn't hold on at the very beginning. The high-ranking pig spirits came before the little piglet already seated on the throne and knelt down in unison. The pig spirits below also bowed their bodies. Long live our king, the crowd of pigs shouted. As an ally, Ji-Chen naturally did not need to kneel before their king like the other pig spirits. However, out of respect, he still bent down slightly, as if to honor the deceased pig king. No need for formalities, general, no need for formalities, everyone, no need for formalities. The little piglet, still just a child, had never seen such a scene and was somewhat at a loss sitting in the high position. After the ceremony was completed, a golden crown slowly appeared above the little piglet's head, officially promoting him to the new king, even though this king was still very weak. Clap, clap, clap. Applause from an unknown source interrupted this flourishing scene. Good, good. The new king of the pig spirit clan, it seems I arrived just in time. I am the Withering King, welcoming the new king of the pig spirit clan. Ha ha ha. The Withering King had appeared in mid-air above the crimson forest, clapping his hands with a beaming smile. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. Now that the demigod pig king was dead, the Withering King's invasion of the crimson forest was like entering a no man's land. Unstoppable. Quick, escort the new king away. Pig spirits of 4th rank and above, come with me to battle. The barbarian general was in a panic. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. The enemy had boldly come to the interior of the Crimson Forest to investigate without knowing whether the Pig King was dead or alive. This could only mean that the enemy was closely related to the Pig King's death. Golden armor appeared all over him, enchanted with all the effects Ji-Chen had cast, and the other high-ranking pig spirits also prepared to fight against the Withering King. Damn it! I really called it. Ji-Chen quickly used a glass puppet to conceal his figure. There was no way he could participate in a battle of 4th rank and above. If he joined the fight, a single shockwave could kill him, and he was aware enough to prioritize his own survival. Ally G, please escort the new king away first. Ha, where is he? The barbarian general looked around, wanting Ji-Chen to take the little piglet away first, but in the blink of an eye, Ji-Chen had vanished. General, I'm here. Don't worry, with me around, the little piglet won't die. Ji Chen did not hesitate, quickly pulling out a golden recovery watermelon and a golden resistance potato from his backpack, distributing them to the high-ranking pig spirits present. Eat these before fighting, they can save your life at a critical moment. The barbarian general took the golden food offered by the heir without hesitation and immediately tossed a pear into his mouth. In an instant, the resistance buff and life recovery buff rose around him. Haha, Ally G, I won't say thank you. If I survive, I will definitely bow to you in gratitude. Although level 48 was only one level below level 49, the difference in combat power was vast. The Pig King could crush a 4th rank beginner with a single palm. The Withering King could do the same and could guarantee to kill the barbarian general within 3 moves. This was the gap between demigods and mortals. However, at this moment, the Withering King had an injury on his left hand, and under the enhancement of fully enchanted equipment and 2 major food buffs, the barbarian general was not without the strength to fight. Withering King, I haven't fought a demigod in a long time. If you want to annihilate my race today, you will have to step over my corpse first. With that, the barbarian general soared into the sky, charging straight at the Withering King. The other high-ranking pig spirits also activated their realms to float and joined the battle against the Withering King. Survive. Otherwise, I alone cannot save the entire pig spirit clan. Ji Chen muttered, and another glass puppet emerged from the shadows, covering the little piglet. Go! This place is not safe. What about the general and the others? The little pig spirit, with tears in his eyes, had grown up under the protection of the pig spirit king and had never experienced anything like this. Ji Chen was speechless and didn't want to talk to this little brat any longer. He grabbed him by the nape of his neck and quickly flew away from the scene. The battle between 9 4th-tier powerhouses and a demigod echoed through the skies of the Scarlet Forest. Ji Chen didn't dare to look back, nor could he. His current combat power was indeed of no help. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly stopped. No! The buffed barbarian general can at most hold off the Withering King. If it's a war of attrition, they will definitely die. By conventional logic, the pig spirit clan is truly beyond saving. Ji Chen set the little pig spirit down, his mind racing. His combat power wasn't strong, but his brain was definitely sharp. Since the Withering King dared to charge into the Scarlet Forest alone, it meant that the opponent must know that the Pig Spirit King was already dead. In other words, the death of the Pig Spirit King was most likely related to the opponent. As for the method used, that remained unknown. Alright, since you dare to come out, I'll go steal your home, force you to defend, and show you what the old 6 tactics are. Ji Chen chuckled, and a not-so-mature idea quickly matured in his mind. He reached out, and the little pig spirit fell into a hole beneath his feet, then he sealed the top with a block. Lord G, what are you doing? I'm afraid of the dark. Woo. Little pig, I just want to ask you one thing. If you want the barbarian generals to live, then stay here honestly. After 5 minutes, I'll take you to save your race. After saying that, a black obsidian puppet from his shadow drilled down, attaching itself to the little pig's shadow to ensure his safety. Ji Chen didn't hesitate. He took out the head of the Calamity Sovereign, casually made a body, and tore open a space crack right in front of him that led to the upper realm base. To steal the Withering King's home, he definitely couldn't do it alone. He still needed the help of the Calamity Lark, and not just the Lark, he also needed to mobilize the Pig Spirit Army stationed outside the Scarlet Forest. There must be 4th-tier generals among the Pig Spirit Army, and only by integrating and arming all these forces could he effectively complete the home invasion and force the Withering King to defend. After all, with the fully enchanted equipment of the Pig Spirit Army, combined with the spatial jumping ability of the Calamity Clan, they could launch a surprise attack when the enemy was unprepared. Who would expect a race whose king was dead to be audacious enough to directly target the enemy's lair? Clearly, no one. Even if the central fortress of the Soul Sand Valley had a lot of troops, he could find a way to flatten it. As for how to mobilize the Pig Spirit Army, the newly crowned Pig Spirit Little Pig was just the right person for the job. The crown on his head was not just a decoration. Upper Realm Base Calamity Lark, come on, after you're well fed, I'll take you to do something big. Ji Chen's voice echoed far in the base. In the next moment, a space-time crack was torn open, and the voice of the Calamity Lark came through, tinged with a hint of excitement. Really? Master, you finally discovered my usefulness. Woo. Teary-eyed. In 5 minutes' time, everyone at the base was summoned into the cave. Ji Chen cleared his throat and coldly said to the crowd, time is limited, so I'll be brief. The Pig Spirit King is dead, and the Withering King has no rivals. Now, the enemy can wipe out the entire Pig Spirit race single-handedly. It's unstoppable. So, we need to help and do our best to preserve the Pig Spirit Clan, at the very least, to prevent their extinction. As he finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd were not of shock, but of utmost seriousness. The news of the Pig Spirit King's death had already been conveyed to them by Wang Chang, and they were all worried about it, especially since the enemy was an ally of theirs. Wu Nian clenched his fists, then his expression became resolute. Brother G, I think I can be of some help. Take me with you. Alright, you have some combat power now, so it's fine to go down to the lower realm and take a look, but don't let your emotions get in the way. Ji Chen nodded in agreement. Wu Yan had always had countless connections to the lower realm, and this decisive battle with the Withering clan could also serve as a conclusion. Finally, he turned his gaze to Chu Linger, his eyes showing a hint of vigilance. Up until now, she had never been to the lower realm. When he initially wanted her to go down and communicate with the pig spirit princess about her abilities, she had declined, claiming to be afraid of fire. It seemed as if she was deliberately avoiding the lower realm. Of course, these were not things Ji Chen needed to consider at the moment. He didn't expect her to be of much help anyway. Chu Linger, you stay at the base in the upper realm, but keep an eye out for a player named Roy. If he shows up, don't hesitate to sacrifice the puppets. Just overwhelm him with numbers. As he spoke, Ji Chen summoned 9 copper puppets from the shadows, handing one to Chu Linger and the remaining 8 to the Iron Armor gang. Wang Chang, you all stay behind and keep an eye on the base in the upper realm. If anything unexpected happens, contact me at any time. Ji Chen was still not at ease with Chu Linger, or perhaps he had some reservations in his heart, so leaving the Iron Armor gang behind was a good choice. Moreover, if they needed supplies for a sneak attack in the lower realm, Wang Chang and the others could assist with transportation from the upper realm. Alright, that's settled. Wu Yan, Disastrous 100 Spirits, let's go. With that, Ji Chen used a stone to form a puppet body for Disastrous Xingchuan. Wait. At that moment, Chu Linger stepped forward and placed the copper puppet back into Ji Chen's shadow. Let me go. With you, I might be able to help. This time, Chu Linger did not shy away. She actively proposed to go to the lower realm. Ji Chen smiled, and a certain suspicion in his heart grew stronger. It seems your identity is also inextricably linked to the lower realm. Keep up, don't fall behind. He didn't look back and stepped into the spatial rift first. The others in the base exchanged glances, momentarily filled with questions at Ji Chen's words, but they had grown accustomed to their leader's mysterious ways. Disastrous 100 Spirits took Chu Linger's hand. Let's go. We can finally fight together. Let the enemy see that my fists are not made of dough. Chu Linger stumbled slightly as she was pulled, but a smile also appeared on her lips as she looked at Disastrous 100 Spirits, her eyes filled with affection for her brother. Let's go. I hope to see the outcome of this war. On the other side, Ji Chen and his group returned to the Crimson Forest. After digging out the buried pig spirit little pulp, Ji Chen planned to split into 2 groups. He would take the little pulp to mobilize the pig spirit army, while Wu Yan, Chu Linger, and Disastrous 100 Spirits would go to the Soul Sand Valley to scout the area. After all, the heart of the mind could only complete a distance-ignoring jump if it had been to a certain place. The heart of the 100 Spirits was no exception. It was just not a one-time use. Ji Chen took out the head of the Calamity Sovereign and tore open a relatively concealed opening in front of him. On the other side was the Valley of Soul Sand. He had already marked the spot when he saved Wu Yan, so he could easily send them over. Ji Chen closed his eyes and entered the Withering Mother system, saying, Storm, can you establish a connection between us? The player's built-in system stopped working as soon as it left the trial ground, making it incredibly difficult to use. He had no idea who created it, it was so thoughtless. The Withering Storm sensed the situation and replied, I can help them relax their minds, I'll try to invade. Ji Chen was not one to like overly restraining others, especially in thought. He preferred genuine admiration and obedience from others. But, in an emergency, there were no good means of communication right now, so having the Withering Storm directly invade their minds was the fastest and simplest method. This also had its benefits. If they were in danger, he could immediately know and possess them to help. Ji Chen opened his eyes and said to the others, time is of the essence, so I won't explain. You might feel dizzy for a moment, that's normal. Don't resist, just let go of your consciousness. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison, trusting Ji Chen and not asking too many questions. Even if Ji Chen explained the specific reasons, they would unconditionally choose to believe him. The moment they agreed, the Withering Storm suddenly burst out from Ji Chen's shadow. The 3 heads, eyes lit up with golden light, attempting to invade the consciousness of Chu Linger, Wu Yan, and Calamity Nightingale. The 3 suddenly felt dizzy and were about to faint, their bodies instinctively trying to reject the invading consciousness. But they immediately remembered Ji Chen's words and relaxed their minds, allowing the power to invade. Ding! Calamity Nightingale's mind invasion successful. Ding! Wu Yan's mind invasion successful. Ding! Chu Linger's mind invasion failed. The head of Roy from the Withering Storm suddenly felt a sharp pain in its eye, and then black tears began to flow, clearly suffering a backlash. Seeing this, Ji Chen's anger flared up. Chu Linger, what do you mean? Once is one thing, twice is another, but not a third. If you don't want to stay with me, you can leave right now. Although he respected others' mental independence, the other party should have said earlier if they didn't want their mind invaded. Now, causing the withering storm to suffer a backlash was clearly the other party's fault. Chu Linger looked a bit nervous and was about to explain when the other heads of the withering storm quickly clarified. Master, it's not her fault, it's my overestimation. Her spirit is very strong, even twice as strong as Roy's, even if she actively relaxes her mind. I still can't invade it right now. I was secretly competing just now, which led to the backlash, but this little injury will heal in a day. After transmitting the message through brainwaves, the withering storm, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, burrowed back into the shadow. Ji-chan felt somewhat awkward after being caught in the withering storm. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down. It seemed he was still a bit irritable, a flaw he needed to correct in the future. He had no intention of apologizing to Chu Linger, nor did he have time to explore why her mental strength was so strong. He grabbed the pig spirit little jar by the nape of its neck and flew up. Let's split up and act separately, stay safe. If we get discovered, jump and run immediately, don't hesitate. After saying this, the 3 obsidian puppets and 3 glass puppets in his shadow separated, attaching themselves to the shadows of the 3 of them to protect their safety. The spatial rift opened, and Ji-chan first transported Wunyan and the others to the depths of the Soul Sand Valley to scout ahead. He himself, with the little jar that had become the king, headed towards the main battlefield. In the center of the Crimson Forest, high above the ground, a high-ranking pig spirit was being choked by the withering king, his life hanging by a thread. On the ground knelt a barbarian general covered in tattered bloody holes. Humph, you few think you can fight me? The withering king sneered, using one hand to forcefully twist the neck of the high-ranking pig spirit, throwing him to the ground like a discarded sack. Stop struggling, if I weren't injured right now, you would all be dead. The withering king twisted his still healing left hand, his eyes flickering as he pondered for a few seconds before speaking again. How about this? As long as your pig spirit clan submits to us and kills all the bloodlines of the pig spirit king, I can consider allowing your clan to continue its lineage. What do you think? Continue the lineage? Ha ha, old man. What a good plan. I see you want to recruit some slaves. The barbarian general tossed a golden little potato and a golden little watermelon into his mouth, his injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. I can tell you clearly, pigman, never will we be slaves. After saying this, he flashed again and engaged in battle with the withering king once more. Ji-chan had completed the second step of the ascension, and both his physical quality and the precision of his control over the blocks had improved. Qualitatively, especially the ability to fluidify blocks, he could directly liquefy the obsidian blocks beneath his feet into the shape of an obsidian sword. His speed of breaking through the air and flying had nearly doubled, and the strong wind resistance made the pig spirit little jar's tears stream down, his face wrinkling. Now he finally understood that the weapons used by those mystical powers when flying were swords, not hammers or anything like that. Not only were they cool, but they could also achieve physical acceleration. With the guidance of the pig spirit little jar, he quickly arrived at the encampment of the pig spirit army. Ji-chan released the invisibility effect of the glass puppets, and his aura exploded, drawing the attention of all the pig spirits to the sky. Time was tight, and he had no intention of going through the formalities to meet their local leaders. He directly released his domain, letting their leaders come to find him. This was the most time-efficient method. Look, there's a person in the sky. What is that thing under his feet? It looks so much like a sword. Obsidian sword? I remember obsidian can't be forged into a sword, right? How did he do that? For a moment, the pig spirits were in an uproar, with some hot-tempered barbarians already picking up axes, shouting for Ji-chan to come down and face them. Ji-chan ignored them. Of course, Ji-chan's fully equipped attributes were so popular that there were also those in the army who recognized him, like the newly enlisted pig spirit Wuyo. Lord Ji? That outsider looks so much like Lord Ji. Wuyo murmured uncertainly. Smack! The sound of a slap to the back of the head. What do you mean looks like? This is clearly him. Have you accumulated enough military merit like I told you, or are you just eating and eating? Dad, stop hitting me, I'm just a little short of the last bit. Kill a few more black bastards and I can buy the top-tier enchantment book. The carefree father of the pig spirit looked at his disappointing son, feeling both angry and somewhat helpless. A few seconds later, the commander of the army soared into the air and appeared before Ji-chan, still wearing full attribute gear. Pig spirit Qianli pays respects to Lord Ji. Since you know each other, there's no need for introductions, Ji-chan said, reaching out to retract the glass puppet from the little pig spirit, continuing, do you recognize him? Pig spirit Qianli focused his gaze. That was the only son of the pig spirit king, pig spirit Xiaojiang. Pig spirit Qianli greets your highness. Ji-chan pointed to the crown on pig spirit Xiaojiang's head. You should change how you address him. He is now the new king of the pig spirit clan. New king? Pig spirit Qianli then noticed that what Xiaojiang was wearing on his head was indeed the crown of the pig spirit king. In an instant, pig spirit Qianli understood the meaning behind Ji-chan's words. No, Impossible. Although our king is old, he is far from reaching the end of his lifespan. How could he suddenly die? If the old king is not dead, how can we talk about a new king? Your Highness, please don't be mischievous. Quickly return the crown to our king. Pig Spirit Shanley's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly, his aura unconsciously radiating outward, clearly not believing what was happening before him. Ji Chen frowned. The communication conditions here were simply too poor. The Pig Spirit King had been dead for so long, yet the battlefield had not received any news. Thinking about it, those beings from the lower realms had no system, and information was entirely reliant on running. Of course, it was also possible that the Pig Spirit headquarters had deliberately blocked the news to avoid causing panic among the Pig Spirit army. However, Ji Chen had no time to let the other party slowly adapt. He spoke directly, "Stop being foolish. The crown is something that is passed down through the priests. You can't possibly not know that. Quickly gather the troops. I have great use for them. Lord Ji, I respect you as a lord, but if you spread rumors again, be careful that I won't be polite to you." Pig Spirit Shanley's emotions instantly collapsed, the golden axe in his hand pointing menacingly at Ji Chen. He knew, of course, that the ceremony for passing down the crown required the blood and flesh of the high-ranking priests of the Pig Spirit clan. It couldn't just be stolen by Xiaojiang so easily. He just couldn't believe that their king could simply be gone without reason. Ji Chen took a deep breath, his expression unusually calm. Time was limited, and he had to make the other party accept this fact quickly. "Xiaojiang, you tell him, don't worry about his emotional state collapsing, just tell him directly. Hurry up. Father, he is gone." Xiaojiang forced back his pain, tears streaming down his face as he replied word by word. Xiaojiang's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Pig Spirit Shanley, a fourth-tier powerhouse, felt his aura dissipate in an instant. His ability to fly faltered, and he fell straight down. It's over. The Pig Spirit clan is finished. With our king dead, the Withering King will have no rivals, and the Pig Spirit clan will face disaster. Ha ha ha, it's over. Everything is over. Thud. Pig Spirit Shanley's body crashed heavily into the blocky ground, sending a large chunk of hellstone flying. This group of general warriors, bolstered by their full attribute gear, had been victorious on the front lines, on the verge of dominating the lower realms. Now, suddenly, someone told them that their clan's strongest warrior was dead. They, who had once been high and mighty, suddenly fell into the dirt, facing the very real risk of extermination and eternal servitude. This blow was undoubtedly immense. General, are you all right? Several Pig Spirit guards rushed forward to check on the injuries of Pig Spirit Shanley. "Get away, all of you, just leave me alone." Pig Spirit Shanley roared, his breath sending a group of pig spirits flying, as if he were venting the pain and despair within him. It's over. Everything is over. He was a fourth-tier powerhouse, and falling from the sky wouldn't injure him too much. The reason he was unwilling to get up was that his heart had already died. With the death of the Pig Spirit King, their extinction was inevitable, and everything they did was in vain. The conversation between Ji Chen and Pig Spirit Shanley was not deliberately hidden, and the other Pig Spirit army below heard it clearly. Fear, despair, and rage quickly spread through the army, and in an instant the morale of the entire Pig Spirit army plummeted to the lowest point. Each of them knew what the death of the Pig Spirit King meant. Ji Chen coldly watched all of this, constantly counting the time in his heart, taking in all the emotions of the Pig Spirits. Only by letting them experience despair and then giving them hope could they fight recklessly. At that time, it would be the best result for boosting morale again. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Ji Chen slowly spoke. "General Qianli, let me tell you one more thing. The Withering King is currently fighting with the barbarian general. If you lie there, the Pig Spirit clan will truly be finished." Pig Spirit Qianli let out a bitter laugh, covering his face and crying in pain. Under the immense blow, he no longer cared about anything. What difference does it make? The Pig Spirit clan has lost its demigod-level powerhouse. The final outcome is already determined. What difference does it make whether I get up or not? It would be better to die here. At this point, Ji Chen took out the head of the disaster sovereign, and, with a spatial leap, arrived at the pit where Pig Spirit Shanley lay. "Get up, now the entire Pig Spirit army listens to me. I can help you through this calamity." Pig Spirit Shanley still did not move, his voice filled with desolation. "Don't be foolish, you may not know the gap between demigods and mortals. Even if my forces were 10 times stronger, they would still not be a match for the Withering King. Lord Ji, you should return to your upper realm. The Pig Spirits have nothing left to offer you, and it's not worth your effort. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself." After saying this, Pig Spirit Qianli closed his eyes, unwilling to think or speak to Ji Chen any longer. Ji Chen took a deep breath, took out the head of the disaster sovereign, casually made a body for it with hell rock, and in the next moment, a spatial rift was torn open. On the other side was the outer perimeter of the Withering Center Fortress. "Then I have a plan now that can save the Pig Spirits from peril. Will you and your army be willing to obey me?" After Ji Chen finished speaking, he shifted his body slightly, so that pig spirit Qianli could see clearly. The spatial leap ability of the disaster clan. You can actually control it. Lying on the ground, pig spirit Qianli suddenly jumped up, his pupils trembling incessantly. In an instant, he was awakened by Ji Chen. He realized what the method to save the pig spirit clan was. Ji Chen's eyes carried a smile as he continued to repeat the previous sentence, saying, I have a plan now that can save the pig spirits from peril. Pig spirit Qianli, are you willing to obey me? This sentence was enhanced by Ji Chen's realm, and the voice spread for 100 miles, suddenly jolting the dazed pig spirit Qianli awake. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, there's hope, there's hope. Lord Ji, you are truly a genius in warfare. What a great strategy. Does it have a name? At this moment, hope reignited in pig spirit Qianli's eyes. As a general, he naturally understood how to lead troops in battle, just by looking at what was on the other side of the rift. He had already guessed Ji Chen's idea with a high degree of accuracy. The square world version of Surround Way to Rescue Zhao. Ji Chen thought for a moment and felt that this name was the most fitting. Zhu Ling Qianli hurriedly crawled up from the void, kneeling on one knee. The Zhu Ling army is at your command, Lord Ji. Very good. Ji Chen smiled. Although it wasn't as easy as he had imagined, it was finally resolved. He controlled the block to lift Zhu Ling Xiaojiang and shouted loudly. The Zhu Ling king is dead, and the Withering King has charged alone into the Scarlet Forest, unstoppable. Now the Zhu Ling clan is in grave danger. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. I need everyone's help. Let's fight for a future together. Now, all Zhu Ling personnel, heed my command. Assemble the entire army. Target the Soul Sand Valley, Central Fortress. Qianli has received the order. Zhu Ling. Qianli's eyes flashed with cold light, a sign of his determination to fight to the death. Zhu Ling army received the order. Charge. Fight for the Zhu Ling. Ji Chen watched as the morale rose again. He knew he had achieved the effect he wanted. After experiencing a dip in morale, the Zhu Ling army was forcibly lifted to an unprecedented level by Ji Chen. The Central Fortress of Withering was no paper tiger. Without a determination to fight to the death, it would be hard to take down. Good. Now pick up your weapons and fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chen quickly contacted the Calamity 100 spirits through the Withering Mother Body. Bai Ling, it's time. Try to widen the spatial rift a bit. I have too many pigs here. Please. On the other side, at the center of the Soul Sand Valley, the hidden Calamity 100 spirits. Suddenly startled, Ji Chen's voice echoed in his mind. Coming. Don't worry, Master. My spatial control ability has improved greatly during this time. Whatever size of rift you want, I can tear it open for you. With that, the Calamity 100 spirits stood up, and those small hands that usually couldn't hold any weapons suddenly plunged into the space. Then, quickly locating the source of Ji Chen's voice, he shouted, Open for me. Immediately, behind Ji Chen, the sound of space shattering echoed, and a rift over 100 meters long was forcibly torn open by the Calamity 100 spirits. Ji Chen couldn't help but click his tongue at this scene. The 100 spirits of Calamity were different from ordinary spirits. That seemingly frail body could withstand the backlash of space. Not to mention, just taking the Calamity Xingxuan puppet in his hand as an example, he could clearly feel that every time he teleported the puppet, its body would be torn apart by the backlash of space. This kind of tearing within the same world was still bearable, but once it was a cross-world teleportation, the pressure from space would increase 100-fold or 1,000-fold. This is also the real reason why ordinary spirits can jump multiple times within the same area, but once they cross worlds, their abilities are completely sealed. Divine power. Lord Ji truly has divine power. Zhu Ling Qianli was also shocked by the suddenly appearing spatial rift. Through the rift, he could feel the deathly aura from the Soul Sand Valley. Ji Chen chuckled, opened his arms, and slowly floated in the air, shouting loudly, Brothers, what are you waiting for? Go get them. I will not disappoint Lord Ji's expectations. Zhu Ling Qianli roared, his top-tier enchanted equipment appearing, and he was the first to charge into the rift. Lord Ji, don't worry. I can't fight demigods, but below demigods, I'll kill one for everyone that comes. Right. It's our duty as a race. We pigs have a responsibility. Kill them, and even if we die, we'll take someone down with us. Exactly. Anyway, we'll all end up dead at the hands of the Withering King, so we might as well make it a grand finale. Lord Ji, wait for me. I will definitely bring you the top-tier enchantment book when I return. The other Zhulings seemed to have awakened their primal instincts, their muscles bulging as they roared and charged into the spatial rift. Ji Chen in midair was not idle either. He popped a few golden carrots into his mouth, activating the enchantment. A vast purple aura quickly spread throughout the entire Zhuling army. Wherever he went, all the equipment was enchanted, especially the golden axes, almost one for every pig. Ji Chen gritted his teeth as his hunger value rapidly decreased. Enchanting an entire army at once was still a bit taxing. However, he had now completed the second step of ascension, and hunger was no longer a key factor limiting his abilities. In the central fortress, The skeleton guarding the gate was yawning out of boredom. Hey, hey, hey! Wake up! If the higher-ups catch you dozing off, our battle achievements for this month will be ruined. The second skeleton poked the first one with its stone sword. The first skeleton impatiently pushed the stone sword away. Humph, get your position right. I'm your captain, so speak a little more politely. After the last incident where Wunyan was kidnapped, the guard strength of the withered skeletons had nearly doubled. But the total battle achievements remained unchanged, and their treatment was directly halved, which made the first gate guarding skeleton very unhappy. I'm still the vice captain. It's just the two of us at this little entrance, and you actually take being captain seriously, the second withered skeleton scoffed. Alright, it's pretty quiet here, not many people come by. I'm going to take a nap, keep an eye on things for me. The first withered skeleton yawned and leaned against the back wall unexpectedly, falling asleep. Hey, don't sleep. If enemies sneak attack, I can't handle it. The second gate guarding skeleton looked helpless. Having this partner was truly bad luck. Listening to the growing sound of snoring, he gradually felt sleepy too. Forget it, I'll take a nap too. It's really too boring just standing here. And so, the two gate guarding skeletons gradually fell into a dream. After an unknown amount of time, the ground began to shake, followed by the sound of running footsteps and loud shouts, which gradually woke up the first gate guarding skeleton. Kill. Brothers, I see two skeletons, they are mine. I saw them first, let's split them. What the hell, why so loud? The first gate guarding skeleton rubbed its eyes and, through the haze, saw a large group of piglins running towards their fortress. Ha! What the heck, I actually saw a piglin army at the central fortress. Ha ha, I'll sleep a bit longer. Sleep my foot. This is really the piglin army. Run. The second gate guarding skeleton kicked the first one awake, and then the two hurriedly retreated, wanting to report the situation back to the fortress. But they were still too late. A magically enchanted axe suddenly plunged into the first gate guarding skeleton's head. Then, with the entire skeleton body, it flew back into the hands of the piglin. The first kill of this battle is mine. Immediately, the massive piglin army, clad in fully enchanted gear, charged forward like a tidal wave. The first line of defense at the central fortress was crushed as if made of paper. Of course, the defense of the central fortress was not just for show. The moment the piglin army appeared, a dense swarm of withered skeletons surged out from the second line of defense, engaging in battle with the piglin army. However, under the same realm, the fully enchanted piglins fought 10-1 without losing ground, fiercely pushing forward. Moreover, these piglins were all fueled by bloodlust, completely disregarding their own lives. If they won this battle, the piglins would have a place in the lower realm. If they lost, the piglins would either perish or their entire race would become slaves to the withered, never to rise again. Burn the boats. Success or death. In just one encounter, a large number of skeleton frames were sent flying, their bodies ablaze with fierce flames. Some piglins even disregarded the corrosive power of the withered, biting through and shattering the withered skeletons, swallowing them to replenish energy. Retreat. Back to the fortress, summon withered for ranged attacks. Seeing they were outmatched, the withered skeleton army immediately ordered the abandonment of the second line of defense, retreating to the fortress to hold the third line of fortress walls. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, over 100 three-headed withered were summoned, roaring as they launched skulls downward for ranged attacks. The advancing footsteps of the piglin army were suddenly blocked by the wall in front of them, unable to advance another inch. The piglins quickly made a decision, shouting, "Those with fully enchanted chestplates, go and withstand the ranged attacks of the wither. Use thorns to reflect their damage." The other piglins, "Break the nether bricks with your fists, we charge in." With the orders given, the previously chaotic piglin army quickly organized. Rows of piglins in fully enchanted gear stepped forward. In the shocked gaze of the wither skeletons across from them, they took the ranged attacks of the wither with their bodies. Thanks to various protective enchantments, the piglins taking the hits only suffered a bit of wither corruption, nothing more. Even more bizarre, with each attack they absorbed, their own wither would lose a significant amount of health, and then their bodies would spontaneously combust, dying in no time. This scene left the withers, who had never seen fully enchanted gear, dumbfounded. Below the city wall, a piglin's eyes narrowed, his arm muscles bulging, and he suddenly threw his axe straight at a wither that was attacking. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded, and the wither on the wall was shattered by lightning. This was the effect of the lightning enchantment on the golden axe. Then, under the loyalty enchantment, the golden axe flew back into the piglin's hand. Lightning? And in the nether? Do you piglins have no sense of reason? The wither skeleton on the wall was utterly shocked. Such a scene was unprecedented in its life. This time, even the piglin users were stunned. Lightning could actually be summoned in the nether. Brothers, throw your axes and silently chant to smash them, and there's a chance to summon lightning. The piglin army burst into laughter, and after unlocking a new way to play, they began to summon lightning. On the city wall, the wither skeletons defending the wall screamed as even the summoned three-headed wither couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of lightning. Behind the army, piglin Shinli directly activated his fourth-tier realm and soared into the air. He charged up a punch and struck the city wall of the central fortress. In the next moment, the wall made of nether bricks was blasted open, creating a large hole. Countless bricks fell, which were absorbed into piglin Shinli's backpack. Go! Flatten this place! On the other side, a fourth-tier skeleton priest sat calmly in the hall, a high-ranking skeleton left by the Wither King to guard the central fortress. He was currently chatting and laughing with other Wither elites. Ha ha ha, I heard the piglin King unexpectedly died. If this news is true, then the unification of our Wither clan in the Nether is just around the corner. Another third-tier general quickly flattered. What the general of the Wither Black Mansion said is true. If you rise to power, don't forget us, brothers. The Wither Black Mansion laughed heartily. Of course. Of course. When the Piglin King had killed a fourth-tier powerhouse on the front lines, it had caused a severe shortage of combat power among the Wither elites, and the value of fourth-tier Withers had skyrocketed. If the Piglin King really died, then the Wither Black Mansion could very well become the new king, managing Piglin slaves. At that time, he would be one person beneath the heavens, above countless others. Power would surely surge. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a scout skeleton stumbled into the Wither Hall. General, bad news, the Piglin army is coming. What? The Piglin army is charging at the central fortress? You can't be serious. This is the deepest part of the Soul Sand Valley. The Wither Black Mansion stood up in shock, seriously doubting that the reporting skeleton was lying. The outer perimeter of the central fortress was surrounded by hundreds of small and medium-sized fortresses. It was completely impossible for the Piglins to charge straight at the central fortress, let alone reach their home. He had just received the news. The reporting skeleton knelt down with a thud, trembling all over. Generals, I am not lying. The Piglins have learned some tricks from who knows where. Axes summon lightning, axes have loyalty. It's simply bizarre. If you don't take action, the central fortress will fall. In the heart of the Crimson Forest, two figures clashed together, a powerful shockwave separating them once more. Finally, they collided again like two magnets. This was the battle between the fully buffed barbarian general and the Withering King. At this moment, cold sweat had already formed on the Withering King's forehead. The pig before him was truly a tough opponent. The opponent's realm was infinitely close to that of a demigod. If it weren't for a slight lack of enlightenment, he might have already reached that level. The realm was not what troubled him, for even if the opponent temporarily broke through to demigod status, he would likely still be killed by him. What truly bothered him was the full set of enchanted equipment the opponent wore and the strange food they consumed. When he slapped the opponent, they could thornily retaliate with 3 slaps in return. He clearly had the means to defeat the opponent in 3 moves, yet the opponent stubbornly held on, relying on the high healing of the golden watermelon and the resistance of the golden potato, battling him for over 100 rounds and growing stronger with each fight. He also had ways to counter the opponent's fully enchanted equipment, but the cost was too high. It would require sacrificing an arm. If the opponent were the demigod Pig Spirit King, he would be willing, but now he was facing an ordinary level 48 Pig Spirit. If he were to sever his own arm, it would be too embarrassing and unnecessary. Cough, cough, cough. Why is this old bastard so strong? I remember the king seemed to have an easy time fighting him before. The barbarian general looked at the dwindling golden watermelons in his backpack, feeling anxious as well. The Withering King was merely astonished. He was genuinely panicking because the one who would ultimately die would surely be him. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from their battle, on a cliff, Pig Spirit Cheyenne watched the increasingly suppressed barbarian general, her heart already filled with despair. My father is gone, the Pig Spirit clan is gone, and as a royal bloodline, I can only watch the general under me fight to the death. Why? Why? Heaven, why do you want to destroy our Pig Spirit clan? What have we done wrong for you to treat us this way? Pig Spirit Cheyenne collapsed to the ground, pounding her fists fiercely against the earth, as if venting her dissatisfaction and the injustice of heaven. Suddenly, her expression changed, her eyes filled with pleading. Heaven, help me. Help the Pig Spirit clan. I am willing to give up everything, including my soul, to help the Pig Spirits through this crisis. After saying this, she sincerely bowed her head to the void and non-existent heavens. At that moment, she seemed to be the most sincere believer between heaven and earth. Perhaps her devotion moved the heavens. With a thunderous sound, a gate to hell suddenly rose, and from it jumped a crowned domestic pig. Oink, oink. My dear little princess, why are you so sad? The domestic pig's gaze was gentle as it comforted her. Pig Spirit Cheyenne trembled all over, unable to believe that her plea had actually been answered. Turning to look, this domestic pig from the upper realm, wearing a crown and exuding righteousness, was smiling at her. Father? Pig spirit Xiaoyan almost blurted out, slowly rising from her kneeling position, her gaze fixated on the crown atop the pig's head. The crown was exactly the same as the one worn by the pig spirit king. Even the aura emanating from it was identical. As the daughter of the pig spirit king, she could not possibly mistake this. No, you are not my father. Pig spirit. Xiaoyan suddenly came to her senses, taking a step back, her eyes turning wary. The crown was right, but the pig wearing it was wrong. It had no foul smell at all. The domestic pig raised an eyebrow and lifted a front limb in a shrugging gesture. I never said I was your father. Look closely. I am your ancestor, the ancestor of the pig spirit's blood god. The domestic pig did not hide anything, and as soon as the words left its mouth, its entire pig form shone brightly, transforming into a human form in the blink of an eye. The blood god, transformed into a human form, appeared as a handsome young man with clear, bright eyes and a cute, pink pig nose that added a touch of charm to his face. The most eye-catching feature was the sparkling crown atop his head, adorned with 3 gemstones in red, blue, and green. This scene left the pig spirit Xiaoyan dumbfounded, as the young man's beauty was simply breathtaking, without a hint of dishevelment. What's wrong? Aren't you going to pay your respects to the blood ancestor? The blood god teased with a smile. Xiaoyan came to her senses and hurriedly bowed. Daughter of the pig spirit king, I pay my respects to the blood ancestor. She had no doubt about his identity, recalling how the pig spirit king had told her and her brother about it when they were very young. Long ago, there had been a deity in the pig spirit clan named the blood god, who was also the ancestor of all pig spirits, using great magical power to protect the clan for generations, ensuring their survival through the ages. Whenever the pig spirit clan faced danger, he would surely come to their rescue. Very few in the clan knew of this, but Xiaoyan was not among them. At the time, the pig spirit king might have just been telling a bedtime story. After all, he had never seen the blood god. But now, it seemed to be coming true. Please, blood ancestor, help the pig spirit clan. We can't hold on much longer. Xiaoyan grasped at a lifeline, tears streaming down her face as she bowed her head to the blood god. The blood god calmly helped Xiaoyan up, still smiling. Get up, I was just joking. Why are you really bowing? Our pig spirit clan can't be so dogmatic. Blood ancestor, I beg you, save the pig spirits. Seeing hope for her clan's salvation, Xiaoyan was determined to make the blood ancestor personally promise to save them. The blood god felt a bit helpless. This girl was too persistent and didn't understand the ways of the world. She should be saying what she could offer in return. How could one beg like this? Since Xiaoyan refused to rise from the ground, he simply sat down beside her, legs crossed, and said calmly, don't worry, the person of great fortune is on your side. The pig spirits will not perish, and in the future, they will even become the greatest power in the lower realm. Person of great fortune? Who? After receiving the blood ancestor's promise, Xiaoyan's emotions stabilized a bit. The blood god seemed unable to reveal too much and could only continue smiling. Anyway, it's not you, that's for sure. Actually, your fortune isn't bad. It's just that the other person is too dazzling. Your fortune is like a drop in the ocean compared to theirs. As soon as he said this, a figure suddenly flashed in Xiaoyan's mind. Ji Chen. You must be talking about Lord Ji. Hey, I didn't say that. By heaven's conscience, she guessed it herself. My little pig. Avatars are running low, don't get me killed again. The blood god seemed to be talking to himself, as if afraid something would strike him down. Finally, seeing that nothing around had changed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yes, that's him. He might be leading troops to attack the center fortress of the Withering right now. The blood god nodded and continued. Before long, the center fortress of the Withering will fall, and all the Withering inside will become hostages to threaten the Withering king into retreat. The Withering king will either lose 1 million of his kin to exchange for the decline of the Piglin clan, or he will rebalance his relationship with the Piglins, allowing the Piglin clan to survive until the next demigod is born. Upon hearing this, Piglin Xiaoyan's eyes rekindled with hope. Really? This is wonderful. My father really didn't misjudge him. Lord Ji is indeed a benefactor to our clan. The Piglin clan is saved. The blood god chuckled. Your father's vision is indeed sharp. Ji Chen's move can be said to be a stroke of genius, almost minimizing the disadvantages of the Piglin clan as much as possible. But thinking of using this trick against the Withering king? I can only say that's still too naive. Piglin Xiaoyan's smile abruptly stopped, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You mean to say that the Withering king will choose the first path, killing 1,000 enemies while injuring himself 800? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The blood god nodded and continued. As long as he can unify the lower realm, even if the center fortress is completely destroyed, he might not even blink. This is the ruthlessness unique to the Withering king. If it were your father, he might really be restrained. After all, the advantage still lies with the Withering king. Even if it comes down to the last fight, the demigod Withering king still cannot be resolved. Piglin Xiaoyan's expression tightened again. Blood ancestor, you must have a way to break the deadlock this time. Otherwise, why not just take action and eliminate the Withering king directly? Eliminate? Nonsense. That fear demon. Nearly took half my life, said too much. The blood god immediately realized he had let something slip and quickly added, you little girl, always thinking of good things. We have our own rules. If I could take action myself, I wouldn't have come to find you. Humans have their rules and gods have theirs. In a certain sense, all beings between heaven and earth are equal. Piglin Shaoyan, as the daughter of the Piglin king, was naturally influenced in her intelligence and temperament. She understood the meaning behind the other party's words and did not press for more, as the Blood Ancestor's arrival indicated that he did not wish to see the Piglin clan decline. Blood Ancestor, just say what you need. As long as it can save the Piglin clan, I am willing to do anything, including sacrificing my own life. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The blood god stood up, took Piglin Shaoyan's hand. I actually have something I need your help with. As long as you can accomplish it, I will risk my life to ensure the safety of the Piglin clan. How about it? Piglin Shaoyan's gaze was firm as she nodded vigorously, showing no fear. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the blood god reached up and took a sapphire from his crown, handing it to Piglin Shaoyan. Do you know Wunyan? I know, the purple-robed youth next to Lord Ji. Piglin Shaoyan frowned in response. Yes, that's him. Oh, don't misunderstand, he is not an enemy. Don't show such hostility. The blood god thought for a moment and continued, you must remember this name, do not speak it out loud. And don't ask me why it's this name. Just remember it. I need you to hide your identity and lurk beside Ji Chen. When Wunyan calls out this name, you must stuff this sapphire into Ji Chen's mouth. Then your task will be complete. Piglin Shaoyan lowered her head in contemplation, remaining silent for a long time. What's wrong? The task I assigned to you shouldn't be difficult, right? The blood god was slightly surprised to see her hesitation. Piglin Shaoyan, realizing the blood ancestor had misunderstood her, quickly explained. No, the task isn't difficult, it's quite simple. It's just that I've already met Lord Ji and need to hide my true identity. That's a bit tricky. Ha, no problem, I've already thought of a solution for you. The blood god then took off the second gem from his crown and handed it to the pig spirit, Xiaoyan. This time, the gem was red. Swallow this. Xiaoyan complied and swallowed it whole. The blood god nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I'll ask you again, are you willing to dedicate yourself to the pig spirit clan, including your own soul? I am willing. Xiaoyan replied firmly once more. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood god laughed again, his eyes shining with a bright white light. Remember, keep your identity hidden. There can't be two identical people in this world, and the same goes for souls. After saying this, the blood god struck out with his palm, giving Xiaoyan no chance to react. She instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, dispersing into the air. Under this blow, Xiaoyan was left with no remains, not even a bone. The blood god seemed unconcerned about his act of killing, pacing back and forth lost in thought. Pig? That surname sounds terrible. How about you take the surname Chu instead? Pig. Chu. It's a perfect homophone. I'm such a genius. After praising himself, the blood god's mood quickly sank again. Ah, my 2 gems. Now there's only one green one left. It hurts. Your favors are really expensive. His crown was no mere ornament. In a sense, it was a powerful auxiliary weapon. It was even strong enough to influence the past and future. But now, with 2 gems suddenly gone, his heart was bleeding. However, before the blood god could finish lamenting, several divine scripts appeared, targeting him. Wait, I was wrong, no. Although Xiaoyan was not a demigod, she was still a lifeform, and the blood god's blatant killing was naturally against the rules. On the other side, the withering black mansion suddenly burst out of the great hall, flying into the air and looking around, his mind blank. At this moment, the central fortress was in complete chaos, with thunder, shouts of battle, and screams all reaching the ears of the black mansion. The pig spirit army seemed like an unstoppable machine, turning the already dead withered corpses into dust. What on earth is happening? How did the pig spirit army break in? Why didn't the surrounding border fortresses notify us? The flames of wrath ignited in the eyes of the withering black mansion, his anger surging as he raised his palm to strike a third-tier pig spirit. Bang! That third-tier pig spirit spat blood and flew backward, its armor shattering all around. At the same time, the withering black mansion felt a pain in his palm, his body quickly flying backward, accompanied by the burning of flames. It felt as if that strike had been dealt to himself. The pig spirit, protected by multiple layers of enchantments, did not die from the blow. After collapsing to the ground and spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, it glared fiercely at the withering black mansion. General, the enemy's leader has come out. I can't handle it, you take him on. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the pig spirit flashed to the front of the withering black mansion, its blood-red eyes locking onto his. The fully enchanted golden axe in its hand swung down fiercely. Die, you bastard. What the hell? Coming in with a big move right away? The withering Black Mansion's alarm bells rang in his mind, and the instincts of a strong warrior told him that this axe could really kill him. Withering Black Mansion mobilized all its strength, desperately shifting its body to try to survive under the opponent's full-force attack. Unfortunately, the pig spirit Qianli had the advantage of equipment and launched a surprise attack, aiming to catch it off guard. A cold flash. The black marrow blood gushed out, the power of withering, and under the same rank, withering Black Mansion directly lost its left arm. Damn it! Don't look down on me. I'm also a 4th-tier powerhouse when it comes to risking my life. Who fears whom? Withering Black Mansion gritted its teeth against the pain from its left arm, anger rising from within. The power of withering gathered in its right hand in the blink of an eye, then exploded with a roar. At this moment, pig spirit Qianli was in a state where the old power had faded and the new power had not yet emerged, forced to take this hit head-on. Boom! A massive energy field erupted around them, sending countless minions and generals flying. Although the battle between two 4th-tier powerhouses was not as terrifying as that of demigods, the aftermath of the battle was not something beings below the 2nd tier could withstand. Qianli and Black Mansion both staggered back. Qianli was being eroded by the power of withering, losing health bit by bit, but thanks to the enchantment protection from its equipment, it did not suffer significant damage. In contrast, withering Black Mansion was in a dire state, kneeling on the ground and spewing black blood mist. Qianli's first axe nearly took its life, and immediately after, its counterattack was met with thorns from the opponent's equipment. Now, its health was nearly depleted, and it was engulfed in flames. I've long heard from the king that your fully enchanted equipment is formidable, and now I see it truly lives up to its reputation. Pig spirit Qianli twisted its neck and stood up easily. The central fortress can't have only you as a 4th-tier withering. Let the others come out. I'm in a hurry. Can I ask a question? How did you break through the defense line of the border fortress and charge straight to the central fortress? Withering Black Mansion staggered to its feet, 1,000 thoughts racing through its mind. Indeed, it was the only 4th-tier withering at the central fortress now. The frontline battlefield was short on troops, and all 4th-tier generals had been dispatched to fight, leaving no forces stationed at the central fortress. Moreover, was there anywhere safer than the Valley of Soul Sand compared to the central fortress? Clearly not, so there was no need for too many high-level troops to be stationed. But no one expected the pig spirit army to suddenly appear at the central fortress, and it was an army fully equipped with enchanted gear. Seeing the opponent silent, Qianli had already guessed nearly the whole truth. Well, it seems your central fortress has no extra high-level combat power left. Actually, I know what you're thinking. I also didn't expect that one day I could lead troops to fight here. However, fate plays tricks. Your king is going crazy over there, and we need to survive. Today, I must take the central fortress. Saying this, the heavy golden axe was once again lifted by pig spirit Qianli, striking down towards withering Black Mansion. This time, withering Black Mansion was already too weak to continue fighting. The battle continued for more than half an hour, with bones and flesh flying across the battlefield. And occasionally, there were sounds of thunder, making the situation extremely brutal. Suddenly, a loud pig's cry rang out. Pig spirit Qianli released its breath, hovering in midair, holding withering Black Mansion's head and declaring, "The head of the central fortress guard general is here. Everyone ceasefire. You can live, otherwise, kill without mercy." The voice carried far and wide. Whether it was the withering or the pig spirits, they all looked up at the sky, and the battle came to an abrupt halt. Seeing their leader holding the head of the opposing leader, the pig spirits all showed joy, raised their axes in celebration, their cheers deafening, and some even danced the victory dance. "We won, the central fortress has fallen to us. The pig spirits are saved, my family is saved. Ha ha ha." The purpose of Zhuling Qianli's arrival here is not to kill, but to kidnap everyone in the central fortress as hostages, to increase their bargaining chips in negotiations with the withering king. After all, only with this can they have a chance to save the Zhuling clan. Witherers, listen up. Both sides need a living soil. Your king is slaughtering in our crimson forest, and we cannot just stand by and watch our clan perish, so we can only turn around and slaughter you. But I don't want to do this, because it makes no sense. As long as your king agrees to withdraw from the Crimson Forest, I won't touch a single bone of yours. This way, both sides can coexist peacefully and preserve their lives. On the contrary, I'd rather be shattered than live in disgrace. Let us die together. Zhuling Qianli's voice was powerful and resonant, fully displaying the demeanor of a general. Why should we trust you? A peak 3rd tier withering general, still somewhat unconvinced, raised his stone sword and pointed to the sky, shouting angrily. Zhuling Qianli did not kill the opponent but instead grew somber. The witherers have no choice, and neither do the Zhulings. What I can do is give you a promise. As long as the withering king withdraws from our territory, I will not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, the witherers exchanged glances, all seeing the meaning of surrender in each other's eyes. After all, Zhuling Qianli was a commanding general, and the credibility of his words was quite high. We concede. The peak 3rd tier withering general realized that their side was doomed, and the weapon in his hand fell weakly to the ground. The withering army also ceased their attack. With the death of their 4th tier leader, all their resistance was in vain. A 3rd tier against a 3rd tier can fight for a day, but a 4th tier can defeat a 3rd tier with just one palm. Giving up resistance might allow them to survive, while fighting to the end would only lead to being crushed. Thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured, you are now our bargaining chips in negotiations with the Withering King. As long as everything goes smoothly, no one has to die. Zhu Ling Qianli waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take them captive. Not bad. You have the look of someone who can accomplish great things. In the air, Ji Chen stood on a stone brick from the lower realm, watching everything with a smile. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ling Qianli turned out to be quite reliable, handling the subsequent task of calming the Withering clan's emotions for himself. He had thought the other side would first kill a few high-ranking Witherers to vent their anger. Lord Ji, you flatter me. When it comes to the life and death of the Zhu Ling clan, I dare not be the slightest bit careless. The rest depends on you. Zhu Ling Qianli replied with a bow. Ji Chen nodded, and looking at the hopeful expression in the other's eyes, he suddenly thought of a bad outcome. What if the Withering King chose to abandon the entire central fortress? If it really came to that, perhaps it was indeed the Zhu Ling clan's destined calamity. I look forward to good news from you. If something unexpected happens, please don't blame me. I have done my best. Zhu Ling Qianli directly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome of this negotiation, Lord Ji will always be a benefactor to my Zhu Ling clan. I don't know about others, but I, Zhu Ling Qianli, will remember this for eternity. Good. With your words, this trip won't be in vain. Ji Chen created a body for the disaster and tore open a rift in time and space. Ji Chen stepped out, and his figure had already appeared in the center of the Crimson Forest. Bailing, let's follow too. Wu Nian and Xu Linger both focused their eyes at the same time and almost simultaneously exclaimed. The disaster Bailing glanced at the two, scratching his head in confusion. Didn't the master tell us to stay here? We can't run around without orders. Besides, on the other side is the Withering King. Even a shockwave could kill us. We wouldn't be able to help at all. After the disaster Bailing said this, Xu Linger and Wu Nian exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward, realizing that going there wouldn't be of any use. After about 5 or 6 seconds of silence, Xu Linger spoke again. We'll just watch from a distance. If the boss gets hurt, I can provide timely treatment, right? Right, staying here is useless. We might as well go see if there's anything we can do to help, Wu Nian chimed in. The disaster Bailing was still a bit hesitant but felt there was some truth to it. Alright, we'll watch from a distance, but make sure the master doesn't find out. He went through so much trouble to take me on this mission, I don't want to mess it up. Don't worry. Wu Nian and Xu Linger both laughed, speaking in unison. The disaster Bailing looked at the two again, feeling that something was off about them today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His small hand reached into the space again, and with a click, a small time-space hole appeared before them, the other side leading back to when they first came to the underworld. Let's go. We'll sneak over. In the center of the Crimson Forest. At this moment, the Withering King was tightly gripping the neck of the barbarian general, casually tossing him down, smashing him heavily into the ground. With this blow, the barbarian general's chest heaved up and down, his armor shattered all around, trying to rise again to fight, but ultimately failed. The Withering King twisted his aching skeleton, his voice cold. It's tough. You fought me for nearly 400 rounds with this level of strength. That's quite impressive. You're a worthy opponent. The barbarian general closed his eyes, not responding, as the golden watermelon and golden potato in his backpack were already gone. This battle ultimately ended in failure. However, he had no regrets. Dying for his race was his honor. The Withering King looked down at the barbarian general from above, chuckling self-deprecatingly. To be honest, I originally thought of this: kill half the pig spirits, enslave the other half. Then you would become the king of the pig spirit clan, at least in name. But now I've changed my mind. I didn't expect a level 48 pig spirit to fight me for so long. You've proven your threat, so your only fate now is death. The barbarian general smacked his lips, spitting out broken teeth and blood. You want me to be the king of the pig spirits? Ha ha ha, that's funny. If you ruled the underworld, I'd be the first to die. You're just trying to win people's hearts with that talk. After saying this, he turned his head towards the pig spirits hidden in the forest and continued, I'm laying it down here. The pig spirit clan has backbone. Better to be shattered jade than intact tiles. Anyone who dares to serve the Withering clan as a servant, I, the barbarian general, will haunt them even in death. The Withering King's words were actually meant for the pig spirits in the forest, as they could at least harvest a batch of spineless pig spirits as slaves. After all, as long as they were spirits, there were none who weren't afraid of death, none who didn't want power and benefits. Oh dear. The former pig Spirit King always said you were a bit slow, but it seems you're not so foolish after all. The Withering King, after being exposed, wasn't angry and continued, it doesn't matter if you point it out. After all, a race is bound to have a few spineless ones. promise them some benefits, and there will always be someone willing to lick my toes. The barbarian general was furious. If you want to kill, then kill. Stop dragging it out like a bunch of women. Bah, talk too much? No, I'm just too lonely and want someone to chat with. To be honest, when I heard that the pig spirit king died, my first reaction wasn't happiness but sadness for the passing of an old friend. Just kidding. Immediately, the withering king changed his demeanor, his eyes becoming sharp. I have a little quirk, which is to torture living beings, letting them die slowly from despair. That beautiful, tragic scream is simply the symphony of my lonely journey, truly wonderful. Today, let's do something different. Physical pain has become a bit boring, let's try some mental anguish. As he spoke, he threw a punch, and the barbarian general's limbs were shattered, his breath weakening, already on the brink of death. Listen, pig spirits of the Scarlet Forest, whoever comes up to stab your general will be spared. Silence. No pig spirit responded to his words. In fact, there were faint sounds of curses in the air. The weak-breathed barbarian general laughed. Withering old thief, how about it? Our pig spirit clan hasn't disappointed you, has it? The withering king was not in a hurry. The fact that no one was willing to act only proved that the temptation was not great. Enough. Whoever comes to stab your general will be spared the death of the entire clan, and everyone will be promoted to minor landowners, becoming the new nobility of the pig spirit clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the murmurs of curses from the pig spirits abruptly stopped. Clearly someone was tempted. In the shadows, Ji-chan watched everything coldly. He was not in a hurry to act. The thing he hated most in life was spinelessness and betrayal. It was better to lure out a few small fish first before making a move. The withering king looked around again. Still no pig was willing to step forward, so he continued to increase the temptation. All promoted to middle landowners. Big landowners. Whoever stabs the barbarian general, I will make that person the new king of the pig spirit clan. As soon as these words were spoken, someone finally couldn't hold back. I'll do it. The withering king, the barbarian general, Ji-chan in the shadows, and many hidden pig spirits all turned to look at the source of the voice. The newcomer was the barbarian general's disciple pig spirit Xiao Chang. I am willing to serve the great withering king. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. The withering king laughed heartily. I remember you are the barbarian general's disciple, right? Very good indeed. This was exactly what he wanted to see, the disciple wanting to kill the master. The dramatic effect was simply perfect. As long as you kill the barbarian general, I can promise you to be the new king of the pig spirit clan. Manage the slaves, you will be the slave owner, second only to me, above all others. How about it? Pig spirit Xiao Chang smiled obsequiously. Thank you, your majesty's grace. As soon as these words were spoken, the hidden pig spirits in the forest could no longer hold back. Pig spirit Xiao Chang, you ungrateful guy, the general is your master, how dare you? Brothers, let's go together, kill this dog thing, and then fight the withering king to the death. No pig spirit is spineless. Kill. The withering king is truly insulting the pig spirit. Once a pig took the lead, the pig spirits in the forest quickly gathered, surging towards pig spirit Xiao Chang and the withering king like a tidal wave, attempting to tear them apart. An ant shaking a tree. The withering king snorted coldly, lightly waving his hand. A giant claw formed from black smoke swept across a large area, leaving no pig alive in its path. The cries of pigs echoed throughout the forest. Oh no, I've watched the show too long. Ji-chan saw the situation getting out of control and quickly prepared to act. Although he had only lured out one ungrateful wolf, that was enough. If this continued, there would be no pigs left before negotiations even began. Stop. A metal puppet with glowing eyes stepped onto a block and appeared in the air. Ji-chan certainly wouldn't personally negotiate with the withering king. If the talks fell through, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Just as he awakened the ability to possess puppets, it was just the right time to put it to use. If you don't want to see a million withering souls perish in the central fortress, then we should have a good talk. The withering king turned to look at the iron puppet flying in the air, sneering disdainfully. Central fortress? Do you even know what you're talking about? The central fortress is located in the safest part of the Valley of Soul Sand. Even if all the border fortresses of the Valley of Soul Sand were destroyed, you still couldn't take the central fortress. Talk it out? With you? After the withering king finished speaking, he stepped forward, and the iron puppet was instantly enveloped in black mist before it exploded, fragments scattering everywhere. In the distance, Ji-chan, hidden in the shadows, felt the veins on his forehead throb. You've torn open the space rift yourself, can't you see it? Don't be too confident as a skeleton. Ji-chan extended his hand, a white light igniting in his eyes, and the fragments of the iron puppet that had just been crushed by the withering king began to liquefy and writhe. Finally, with a gurgle, an iron puppet reassembled. Ever since he gained the ability to fluidify puppets, he had become immune to such forceful destruction of their body structure. Hey! As a king of a clan, can't you have a little more tolerance and let someone finish speaking? the iron puppet stood tall, full of helplessness, feeling quite ashamed of the other's earlier behavior. The Withering King turned to look at the resurrected iron puppet, a serious expression gradually appearing in his eyes. Although he had only made a slight move just now, there were not many who could stand up unharmed after that strike. To take one of my hits and still be able to return to form? Interesting. The Withering King's gaze flickered, as if he was recalling something. This iron puppet gave him a sense of déjà vu. Oh, right, you're the player who defeated Wunyan when you blocked the door back then. It's been a while, I almost didn't recognize you. Heh. He had indeed met Ji Chen once before, and at that time, he had lost an arm because of Ji Chen's interference. After that, the one who saved Wunyan was probably him too. Thinking of this, the Withering King exhaled a breath of foul air, the earlier wariness completely dissipating. He had thought it was some powerful character. It turned out to be just a player who hadn't even completed a second tier. I didn't expect the busy Withering King to still remember a small character like me. I'm truly honored. Ji Chen generously admitted. After all, they still needed to negotiate later. So can we have a good talk now? Talk? About what? Don't you understand what I meant just now? The Withering King interrupted Ji Chen's words directly with a disdainful look. The moment he saw the space rift, he understood what Ji Chen meant by negotiation. After all, a clan king wasn't that foolish. Ji Chen's heart sank, his eyes gradually narrowing. What do you mean? The Withering King simply stopped pretending and said directly in front of the two armies on the other side of the space rift, I know you have mastered the space transfer of the Calamity clan. Wunyan was probably saved by you this way. Now you're sending the Pig Spirit army over to occupy the central fortress? Clever. Truly clever. It's indeed a decision that catches one's eye. However, you've calculated everything, but the initiative is still in my hands. If I simply abandon the central fortress, how would you respond? At this, everyone was shocked, especially the withering soldiers captured at the central fortress. King, you can't do this. We've risked our lives for the Withering clan. You can't treat us like this. King, there are tens of thousands of Withering living in the central fortress, almost 60% of the total population of the Withering, my family lives here. You can't be so heartless. King, save us. The captured Withering soldiers pleaded again and again. The cohesion of their clan was not as strong as that of the Pig Spirits. To put it bluntly, they were very self-serving. In the eyes of this group of skeletons, the Withering King could clearly pretend to agree first, feign a retreat, and then plan for the long term. But their king chose to sacrifice them directly, which left them utterly perplexed. The Withering King struggled to force a smile and said through the spatial rift, brave warriors, your chance to sacrifice for your race has come. Once I unify the lower realms, you will all be heroes. After saying this, he smiled wickedly, and the power of decay gathered in his hand, aimed straight at the already powerless barbarian general. He wanted to forcibly disrupt the negotiations and let the situation spiral out of control. Not good. General, quickly dodge. Ji Chen's pupils constricted as he desperately controlled the steel puppet to block the attack. But the distance was still too far. Even if the puppet could fully mobilize Ji Chen's own power, the speed would still be insufficient. The barbarian general remained calm, casting a deep glance at Ji Chen's puppet before smiling in resignation. It was as if he had let go of much, or perhaps he had accepted his fate. No, you can't die yet. The puppet's eyes turned blood red as it desperately tried to increase its speed to block the attack. If the level 48 barbarian general died, the pig spirits would have no chance of turning the tide. The barbarian general closed his eyes, preparing to meet his death as he watched the approaching black energy mass. Master, your disciple is unfilial. Let me take this hit for you. A young voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. They saw Pig Spirit Xiao Chang had somehow appeared in front of the barbarian general. The barbarian general's heart sank. When he opened his eyes again, Pig Spirit Xiao Chang had already met the attack. No, you foolish pig, quickly dodge. Boom! The black energy mass exploded violently. Under the immense energy, Pig Spirit Xiao Chang instantly turned to nothingness. At that moment, whether it was the people in the central fortress or the pig spirits in the Crimson Forest, they all fell into silence. They finally realized that Pig Spirit Xiao Chang had never intended to betray them. His previous actions were merely to sacrifice himself to awaken the rebellious spirit of the pig spirits. He succeeded. He made some timid pig spirits brave, interrupting some temptations. Now, he had taken a fatal blow for his master, allowing the hope of the pig spirits to continue. He proved with his actions he was not a traitor. No, no, no. Silly disciple, how could you do this? The barbarian general completely broke down at that moment, tears streaming down like a flood that had burst its banks. He endured the discomfort in his body, desperately gathering the scattered fragments of Pig Spirit Xiao Chang's body and holding them close. You can't do this. What will I do if you do this? I would rather you stand up and stab me. I would rather you be a cowardly traitor. You can't do this. You can't do this. The barbarian general roared to the sky, his wails echoing throughout the lower realms. At that moment, it felt as if he had lost everything. Pig spirit Xiao Chang was an orphan taken in by the barbarian general since childhood. Although the barbarian general held a position at the level of a great lord, he had no family. In a sense, Pig spirit Xiao Chang was his child. Pig spirit Xiao Chang had also made him proud, not disappointing him, becoming a genius among the Pig spirit clan at a young age. With unmatched talent, he even had the hope of becoming the second demigod of the Pig spirit clan. Unfortunately, now, only the scattered flesh and blood in his arms remained. The Withering King watched the unfolding drama with indifference, even laughing out loud. It's this kind of painful howl. You should have said earlier that you had a weakness, or I would have almost missed the beauty of life. But this kid's courage is indeed commendable. He actually managed to fool me. TSK tisk TSK. On the other side, the Pig spirit Shanley watched the scene beyond the spatial rift, his hands trembling. King of Withering, you've gone mad. I hold the lives of 1 million people in my hands. How can you be so heartless? The King of Withering's gaze turned cold. He hated the feeling of being threatened. A true strongman has no weaknesses. He stated bluntly, if you want to kill, then kill. They are just ants. It doesn't matter how many you slay. The people can be reborn, but the opportunity is only once. As long as I can unify the lower realm today, I can have as many people as I want. Apart from his own life, he cared nothing for anyone else. As long as he could achieve his goals, all sacrifices were worthwhile. Besides, as long as he was alive, this battle could never be lost. Saying this, the King of Withering raised his hand again to strike at the barbarian general, attempting to eliminate the only enemy who could threaten his life. Shanley's spirit completely collapsed, his eyes gradually turning blood red. Brothers, kill. Leave none alive. Following the command, the Pig spirit army surged like a frenzied beast, mercilessly slaughtering the defenseless people of Withering. In the central fortress, apart from the guards, the majority of the inhabitants were the Withering people. Now, the Withering army stationed here had been captured, and the defenseless Withering people were no match for them. Various screams echoed, and faintly, one could hear pleas for mercy and the cries of children. The Pig spirit army showed no mercy, their golden axes rising and falling, reaping one life after another. They had no choice. When the King of Withering made his decision, he had already pushed both peoples into the abyss. Now, no one had a choice. While they were talking, Ji Chen naturally did not just stand by. 5 obsidian puppets in the shadows quickly approached the barbarian general. According to the original plan, things had developed to a point where he could no longer save the situation. Now, fleeing was all he could do. But Ji Chen did not want to end it here. He still wanted to fight for the Pig spirit clan. Abandoning the other pig spirits, he aimed to save the barbarian general with all his might. As long as the level 48 barbarian general was still alive, there would always be a chance to ascend to demigod status. At that time, seeking revenge would not be too late. Bang! The King of Withering's fist struck down, stirring up a cloud of dust, but beneath his fist he found no trace of the barbarian general. At that moment, the barbarian general was being carried away at a frantic pace by the 5 obsidian puppets. The barbarian general appeared dazed, utterly despondent, staring blankly at the pieces of flesh in his arms, as if the pig spirit Xiao Chang had not died at all. Ji Chen felt a headache coming on. He had never seen such despair when the other party was about to die. It seemed that Xiao Chang's actions had indeed crushed all hope in the barbarian general's eyes. One of the obsidian puppets, its eyes glowing white, spoke up, General, pull yourself together. Your life is the priority. As long as you can survive, we still have a chance to turn the tide. The barbarian general ignored Ji Chen, muttering to himself, the king is dead, Xiao Chang is dead, the 2 most important pigs in my life are gone. Why am I still alive? Why wasn't it me who died? This is troublesome. He's not going to go mad, is he? Ji Chen shook his head, saying nothing more, and increased the speed of the obsidian puppets to the maximum. One couldn't blame the other party. Anyone who experienced such a thing would react this way. The blow just now was simply too great. The puppet took out some recovery watermelons, pried open the barbarian general's mouth, and forcefully stuffed them in. The King of Withering twisted his sore arm, and when he saw the puppet take out a golden watermelon, a hint of anger finally appeared in his eyes. Ah, now I see. From beginning to end, it was you helping the pig spirit clan. The enchanted equipment was also given to them by you. Players, truly a miraculous race in MC. As the words fell, the Withering King exerted force with his legs, sending countless blocks flying and pushing his speed to the limit as he charged once more at the barbarian general. Ji Chen's main body possessed the puppet, reaching out to summon several obsidian walls, then using block fluidization to grow sharp barbs on them. The Withering King was incredibly fast, and this sudden change was impossible to evade. He crashed straight through 5 or 6 obsidian walls. Upon opening his eyes again, he found that his surroundings and the gaps in his bones were already filled with barbs. Then, the barbs transformed again, forming countless wriggling obsidian insects that began to gnaw at the Withering King's bones. These insects were not puppets but were conjured by Ji Chen's abilities. Their movement and attacks were a result of Ji Chen continuously manipulating the obsidian. Seeking death. The Withering King, a demigod, naturally would not be harmed by the obsidian insects controlled by Ji Chen. However, the countless little insects wriggling on him made him itch unbearably. With a burst of energy, he shattered all the insects surrounding him. I've seen your face, hiding won't help you. Once I unify the lower realm, the first to die will be you, the Withering King threatened fiercely. Sure, if you have the guts, come find me in the upper realm. I guarantee you'll be beaten so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Ji Chen's voice echoed back. Anyone can talk big. The Withering Skeleton was so strong in the lower realm because he had the home advantage. If he followed Ji Chen back to the upper realm, the trial ground, with the various trials provided by the system and his control over the players, he could definitely play the opponent to death. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, taking out the minions under him and leaving him as a lone commander wouldn't be difficult. At the very least, self-preservation would not be a problem. Then, Ji Chen planned to tear open a rift to return to the upper realm. Pig spirits that entered the upper realm would be assimilated into zombie pig spirits, losing their consciousness and becoming mindless husks. However, the barbarian general at level 48 could hold out for a while. Healing his injuries in spirit would definitely not be an issue. Seeing Ji Chen trying to escape, the Withering King finally panicked. Just as he was about to chase again, countless pig spirits surged out from the Crimson Forest. Brothers, cover the general's retreat. It's time for us to show ourselves. The pig people never bow down. Kill. Although the levels of these pig spirits were not high, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, continuously pouring in and truly slowing the Withering King's pace. Annoying insects, all of you die. The Withering King's withering power erupted in waves, instantly eroding countless pig spirits, turning them into powder and foam in the blink of an eye. The screams were incessant. But these pig spirits did not retreat, they continued to surge toward the Withering King. Seeing the obsidian puppet about to take the barbarian general away, the Withering King shot up into the sky, letting out a furious roar. The mournful wails of the undead made everyone kneel and weep, shattering the spatial rift from a distance. Not good. The head of the calamity's sovereign in Ji Chen's hand cracked open a gap, and he was startled again. He was still too naive. After all, the opponent was a demigod, and trying to escape from him was simply wishful thinking. The gap between mortals and gods is insurmountable. The Withering King laughed at the dumbfounded obsidian puppet. The position of the ruler of this lower realm was ultimately his. In the shadows, Ji Chen's main body lay down. Helplessly, he had truly done his best. A demigod-level powerhouse was simply too invincible without an equal level of power. Lord Ji, please, put me down. The barbarian general's voice was cold, his eyes regaining clarity. I'm sorry, I tried my best. Ji Chen's voice came from the mouth of the obsidian puppet filled with exhaustion. Thank you, Lord Ji. Your great kindness to the pig spirits will be remembered. Leave the rest to me. As the words fell, the breath of the barbarian general began to rise steadily, a prelude to his ascension to demigod status. In the shadows, Ji Chen suddenly sat up, somewhat in disbelief. My God, you're finally going to break through. It's my foolishness. It took me until now to take this step. I owe it to the pig spirit clan. The barbarian general's body floated up, eyes closed as he felt the pain in his heart. Having experienced the great dilemmas of pig life, he suddenly attained enlightenment, achieving the realm of demigod. The barbarian general floated in the air, stepping forward, his aura surging several times. I have practiced for so many years, and I have been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for decades. I can never seem to touch the threshold of demigod status. It feels elusive and intangible. The king used to tell me that to become a demigod, one cannot rely solely on muscle, one must also have brains. At that time, I didn't understand what that meant. Only after personally experiencing the pain did I truly grasp the meaning of those words. With each word the barbarian general spoke, he stepped forward, his aura surging several times. At the same time, a crystal tear slipped from the corner of his eye, falling heavily to the ground. His path to becoming a god was built on the loss of 2 loved ones. One was the pig spirit king, who treated him like a father, and the other was his carefully nurtured child pig spirit Xiaocheng. Therefore, his path to divinity was painful and unbearable to look back on. If given a choice, he would rather give up all his cultivation than see history repeat itself. As he finished speaking, the threshold of level 48 collapsed with a thunderous sound, and his realm truly reached demigod status. Clap, clap, clap. A rhythmic applause erupted. The Withering King smiled, speaking in a tone of an elder. That was splendid. When I broke through to demigod status, I was just like you. Thinking back, it really brings a sense of nostalgia. To be honest, your ability to break through under such circumstances has truly exceeded my expectations. The barbarian general ignored the Withering King's teasing, looking around. At the Crimson Forest, which was a scene of devastation, with pig spirits dead and wounded everywhere, severed limbs scattered all around, he then looked towards the large spatial rift torn open by the calamity lark. The people of the Withering clan were similarly affected. Back when the Pig Spirit King was still alive, the barbarian general was a typical hawk, always thinking of using force to seize more land. At that time, he naively believed that as long as enough land and resources were seized through force, the lives of the pig spirits would improve. However, this idea was criticized by the relatively conservative Pig Spirit King. Fighting is to allow our people to live better lives, and excessive war will only turn a good life into a mirage. You are a general of the clan, you cannot fight just for the sake of fighting. These were the words the Pig Spirit King said when he reprimanded the barbarian general, and they still linger in his mind. Without a doubt, the barbarian general at that time must have been defiant, but now it seems the Pig Spirit King was right. Small frictions between the two clans can exist, but a full-scale war must be controlled, even avoided, as much as possible. Never push a race to the brink. At that point, even if the aggressor wins, it will come at a heavy cost. Withering King, you should go back. I will order the Pig Spirit Army at the central fortress to withdraw, and the two clans will cease hostilities. The barbarian general slowly relaxed his clenched fist. He really wanted to punch the Withering King. The hatred between them could be said to be irreconcilable. But he could not do that now. The injured Pig Spirit people needed to recuperate, and the damaged homeland needed to be repaired. If he were to fight the Withering King now, the Pig Spirits in the Crimson Forest might all die in this battle, with none spared. The flames of vengeance flickered in the Withering King's eyes, and the skull grinned ominously. Barbarian General, you are becoming more and more like the deceased Pig Spirit King. Such a warlike nature, yet you dare to speak of a ceasefire. Impressive. Truly impressive. But you still overestimate yourself. Just because you have just entered demigod status, you are still likely not my opponent. Why should I negotiate peace with you? The barbarian general summoned a golden axe into his hand, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. You, as an old-school demigod, have naturally honed your strength to a certain level, which I cannot compare to, but I think I can still drag you down with me, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the Withering King finally showed a hint of seriousness. Indeed, while there are strengths and weaknesses in demigod battles, if one side insists on exchanging injuries to fight to the death, it can be easily accomplished. The most important thing is that the barbarian general still has Ji Chen's help, and that golden little watermelon that can restore health is definitely something that gives him a headache. Let's go back. This battle should come to an end. The barbarian general released his aura and urged again. In a certain part of the Crimson Forest, a skeleton dressed in a purple robe quietly watched everything. Suddenly, the blood god appeared in this place, expressing concern. Are your injuries healed? The Fear Demon King glanced at the blood god. Back then, in order to kill the Pig Spirit King, he had directly endured the backlash of the laws, almost costing him half his life. What? Are you laughing at me? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The blood god quickly waved his hand and continued. I've always wondered why you didn't kill Withering Little Ku. As long as Withering Little Ku is dead, the whole matter can come to a close. Because I can't bear to. Is that reason acceptable? The Fear Demon King replied coldly. Can't bear to? Come on, you and I are both gods. We act based on our divinity. Hesitation and your so-called inability to bear are expressions of humanity. Don't say just one Withering Little Ku. Even if it were 10, you would kill them without hesitation. After all, you are not truly without thought. Without thought is merely your earthly form. The blood god openly expressed his inner thoughts. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of unusual color finally appeared in the Fear Demon King's cold gaze. Then tell me, why should I spare this Withering Little Ku? The blood god paced back and forth, pretending to be profound, and said, that means Withering Little Ku should not die in your plan yet, or rather, she shouldn't die at that time. But I have a premonition that Withering Little Ku's head is ultimately a part of your plan. As for how she dies, that depends on how you want the situation to develop. What exactly do you want? The Fear Demon King turned and looked deeply at the blood god, warning him again. I've said it, I have no ill intentions. In a certain sense, I am cleaning up after you. The blood god felt somewhat helpless. This purple seaweed skeleton always held immense hostility towards him. It better be that way. The Fear Demon King took a deep breath and did not continue the topic. So far, he had not noticed the blood god doing anything to interfere with his plan. Everything was developing in the direction he expected. If the other party was really here to stop him, then they were too incompetent. Do you think the Withering King will withdraw? The Fear Demon King suddenly asked a question about what was about to happen. Yes. The barbarian general has already been promoted to a demigod. There's no need to continue fighting. The blood god almost did not hesitate. Both sides now had demigods to hold the fort. Continuing to fight like this would only lead to mutual destruction, and the Withering King might even face the risk of falling. The Withering King is ruthless by nature, but not foolish. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's really unnecessary. The Fear Demon King laughed, so loudly that it seemed a bit mad. But if the Withering King can temporarily enter the realm of true gods, then it might not be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood God immediately furrowed his brows and forcefully probed the Withering King's realm from thousands of miles away. Upon discovering that he was still a demigod, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. True God? Don't joke around. You know the rules here. Even we cannot descend in our true forms. How could the Withering King aspire to become a god? Impossible. The Blood God did not take the Fear Demon King's words to heart, thinking he was just joking. At that moment, the Withering King gave the Blood God a meaningful glance, the smile at the corner of his mouth not fading. Indeed, the Withering King cannot become a god. But in this situation, as long as I lend him a bit of power, he will be the true god on the battlefield. The reason the Withering Clan and the Pig Spirit Clan could temporarily cease hostilities was that the stakes were equal. Once both sides began to fight, there would be no final winner. But the Fear Demon King only needed to gently tip the scales, lending the Withering King a bit of power. The gears of war would continue to turn. At that time, the Withering King would be the only true god on the battlefield. After hearing the Fear Demon King's account, the Blood God finally cooled his expression. Have you considered what chaos this will bring to the lower realms? How many beings will lose their lives because of your whim? I don't care, as long as I can resurrect him, even if it means burying the entire hellish world, it's worth it. The indifference displayed by the Fear Demon King sent a chill down the spine of the Blood God, who was also a deity. The Demon King in his name was not a noun, but an adjective. What the Fear Demon King exhibited at this moment was his true divinity. The Blood God's brows tightened further, and soon white light began to emanate from his eyes. I won't let you do this. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to lend any power to the Withering King. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining green gem on the Blood God's crown shone brightly. Immediately, the surrounding space began to distort, and a realm of divinity erupted, enveloping both the Fear Demon King and the Blood God. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a forest. There was a wooden house, not large but exquisitely decorated, perfect for one person. In front of the wooden house, a large expanse of farmland had been cultivated, with countless potatoes thriving in the soil, an endless resource. Looking around, this place was simply a breathtaking scene from MC. Of course, this was also the Blood God's domain. Every deity has their own domain, where their power is greatly enhanced, and they can even create rules unique to their control. The Blood God's plan was actually quite simple: to isolate the Fear Demon King from the battlefield, preventing him from lending power to the Withering King until the war was over, and then he would hand it over to Notch to handle. The Fear Demon King, unable to sense any external information, remained calm. He looked around at the environment and praised, "The scenery is quite nice. Sometimes, I really want to lie down in your domain and take a nap. It must be very comfortable." The more calm the Fear Demon King was, the more uneasy the Blood God felt. Zitsai. Stop now, it's not too late. Stop? What are you joking about? The Fear Demon King's expression slowly became agitated. Do you know what I've sacrificed to bring him back to life? Now that success is almost within reach, you tell me to stop? That's utterly ridiculous. Zitsai, you're sick. Put aside your obsession for now, we should trust Notch, he will sort this all out. The Blood God looked at the somewhat mad Fear Demon King and advised again. Trust him? Go with the flow? Stop dreaming, him is the only one who can fight him. If him is dead, he would be happy enough. How could he possibly help him come back to life? Besides, him's death is also his responsibility. The Fear Demon King trembled all over, constantly pushing the Blood God as if venting his dissatisfaction. I'm not forcing you, I just want Ji-Chin to carry him's name. I won't interfere with future developments. The Blood God kept retreating, still explaining earnestly. Him is already dead, his situation is different from ours. A dead deity has no mortal form. Then how do you explain the creative power within Ji-Chen? The Fear Demon King clearly wasn't buying it. With this statement, the Blood God was left speechless. Ji-Chen could indeed use the creative power now, although it was still weak. But its similarity to him's ability was approaching 100%. If it weren't for Ji-Chen's ability to control puppets, he would practically be him. The Blood God couldn't find a point to refute, and his voice seemed to weaken a bit as he said, "This is indeed strange. There seems to be a power within Ji-Chen that is related to the puppet god. Maybe you're right, but I trust Notch more. Ji-Chen is Ji-Chen, him is him. It's useless for others to give him a name. This will only make him resent that identity, and the end result will be counterproductive. You must wait until Ji-Chen admits he is him. Only then will Ji-Chen truly become him, and him can be resurrected through Ji-Chen, with both being indistinguishable." After the Blood God's explanation, the Fear Demon King grew increasingly impatient. "You don't need to tell me this is Notch's theory, and no one knows if it's right. The die is cast, you can't stop me now." Saying this, the Fear Demon King raised his hand, and his divine domain unfolded, causing their figures to disappear again. When they reappeared, they were above an ocean, but the sky here was black and the sea was also black. The place was filled with a sense of fear, making it feel very oppressive. Perhaps the feared Demon King's mind was indeed sick, as could be glimpsed from his divine domain. The blood god shook his head helplessly. The feared Demon King had gone mad, and saying more at this moment would be futile. My divine domain is still wrapped around the outside. Even if you kill me now, you still can't transfer power to the Withering King. The feared Demon King smiled. Who said I want to kill you? I just want you to lose the ability to cause trouble. The fact that I voiced my thoughts means I have already prepared a foolproof plan. Stop bragging. What I've trapped is your true consciousness. The blood god was unconcerned. Neither he nor the feared Demon King could sense the outside world now, making it impossible to transfer power. The battle between the Withering clan and the Pig Spirit clan was destined to end in a stalemate. Thinking of this, the blood god lay directly on the Black Sea, feeling the breath that was completely different from his divine domain, and lazily said, sometimes changing to a different style of divine domain is a refreshing experience. Let's just wait here. Once they finish fighting, I'll retract my domain. The feared Demon King also lay beside the blood god, his red eyes calmly gazing at the black sky. The brief peace after their intense argument felt particularly precious. The blood god looked at the calm feared Demon King and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. How could the other party be more at ease than himself? Did this guy have a backup plan? Hey, Seaweed, what was that foolproof plan you mentioned? Since we can't get out now, let's chat. The feared Demon King did not hide anything and calmly replied, there's nothing much, it's just that when I helped the Withering Little K fix his arm, I stored a part of my power within it. As long as the Withering King devours Little K, he can temporarily enter a pseudo-god state. At the very least, his realm can suppress the barbarian. General, this battle is far from over. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood god suddenly stood up, the anger in his chest building up, and his face visibly reddening. He understood everything. This matter had always been a trap set by the feared Demon King, who knew he would come. Likewise, he had guessed that he would cause trouble. So the feared Demon King played along, laying out his thoughts completely, luring him to use the divine realm. He wanted to use the divine realm to restrain the feared Demon King, but the other party had the same idea. Bastard! What are you thinking? If you do this, the lower realm will really be breached by them. You can't be so selfish. His life matters, and the lives of others matter too. I don't care how you mess with the Withering clan, but if you dare to annihilate the Pig Spirit clan, I won't let you off. As the ancestor of the Pig Spirits, the blood god absolutely could not watch the Withering King mindlessly slaughter the beings of the lower realm. He had to do something. Saying this, the blood god soared into the sky, heading straight for the black heavens, attempting to tear open the divine realm and return to the outside world. The feared Demon King slowly sat up, speaking in a calm tone. It's too late. The battle has already begun. The outside world, the Crimson Forest. The face of the Withering King changed several times, clearly weighing something in his heart. The barbarian general was not in a hurry. Now that he had been promoted to demigod, he had enough capital to compete with the other. If the Withering King really chose to fight, that would be just what he wanted. After all, as the strongest of his race, he needed to consider the survival of his kind, but personally, he really wanted to smash the other's head in. This standoff lasted about 5 minutes, and finally, the Withering King's expression changed. In a low voice, as if telling a story, he said, a month ago, a strange little white skeleton came to my clan. He had no realm, and couldn't even defeat one of our most ordinary warriors. At that time, I had just failed to block the door and lost an arm. Furious and without thinking, I wanted to slap him to death. As the Withering King reached the third sentence, the barbarian general impatiently interrupted, old man, what exactly do you want to say? I don't have the leisure to chat with you right now. Don't be anxious, let me finish. The Withering King, not angry at being interrupted, raised a hand to signal the barbarian general not to interrupt. But he took out a box with a divine aura. The box wasn't anything special, it was somewhat similar to an ender chest or a shulker box. However, that box could contain living beings and souls. Saying this, the Withering King slowly took out the box with a divine aura from his backpack space. Ji-Chen controlled the obsidian puppet to float in the air, standing side by side with the barbarian general, both exchanging glances, puzzled by each other's expressions. They really didn't understand what the Withering King was trying to express. That little white skeleton said he had a way to make a demigod become a true god, but it required a catalyst and medicinal materials. Originally, I had collected both, but a little accident happened. The medicinal material ran away on its own, and I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked. While I was troubled by this, that little white skeleton told me that as long as the catalyst was still there, the medicinal material would eventually return to my hands. I was half convinced. The Withering King chuckled twice, seeming a bit excited, as if anticipating something, and slowly opened the box. Immediately, a black light shone brightly from the box and a sleeping female withering floated out. Withering little Ku. Ji Chen and Wu Nian called out this name simultaneously. Among all those present, only the two of them recognized each other. Since their last parting, Wu Nian had been unable to let go, and now seeing her again was a different scene. Not good. This matter is strange. Ji Chen's heart sank, his mind racing. Something was off, this matter was not right. The catalyst was withering little Ku. Then who was the medicinal material? All this information was problematic. The other party seemed to be stalling for time with this nonsense. Or perhaps they were searching for something. Wu Nian. The medicinal material was Wu Nian. Ji Chen suddenly grasped the key to the matter. Among all those present, only Wu Nian had the deepest connection with withering little Ku. The reason the other party released withering little Ku was to draw out the hidden Wu Nian. He had a premonition that Wu Nian and Chu Linger must be hiding nearby. Wu Nian, don't make a sound. Run! Ji Chen shouted loudly, wanting to warn Wu Nian to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Withering King had already heard the exclamations of Wu Nian and Ji Chen. Ji Chen had spoken through the obsidian puppet, so the other voice could only be Wu Nian's. Ha ha ha, found you. The Withering King suddenly turned his head, quickly locating the source of the sound. Wu Nian and Chu Linger were both cloaked in glass puppets. Their breaths and figures could be hidden. The only thing that couldn't be hidden was the voice. Wu Nian's shout directly exposed their location. It's over. The big bat is coming for us. The disaster lark's face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly thrust his hands into the space, trying to tear open a rift to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The massive figure of the Withering King suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist, disappearing from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Wu Nian and the others. Stop, Withering King! Ji Chen was completely stunned. After fighting for so long, it seemed the opponent wasn't targeting the Pig Spirit clan at all. The target appeared to be only the verb he had run away with, Wu Nian. The opponent wanted to lure Wu Nian out again through the Pig Spirit line. From the beginning, this had all been a scheme. Old bastard, you won't get away with this. At the same time, the barbarian general moved, his body swelling and growing larger as he swung his giant axe down towards the Withering King. He didn't know whether the godhood the Withering King spoke of was real or not. Now that Ji Chen's friend was in danger, as the only one present who could contend with the Withering King, he absolutely could not stand by and watch. Overestimating yourself. The Withering King didn't take the barbarian general's attack seriously at all. After raising his hand to block the golden axe, he delivered a heavy punch to the barbarian general's stomach, sending him flying far away. Although the barbarian general had already advanced to demigod status, there was still a certain gap between them. Wu Nian, long time no see. Immediately after, the Withering King's furious roar shattered the glass puppets on Wu Nian and the others. Chu Linger reacted quickly, hurriedly picking up the disaster lark and using her back to shield him from this wave of attack, and with the powerful impact, she escaped the battlefield. Cough cough cough. An attack from a demigod was not easy to withstand. The fallen Chu Linger coughed up a large amount of blood, on the verge of death. Sister Linger. The disaster lark panicked, quickly checking Chu Linger's injuries. However, the lower-level Wu Nian was not so fortunate. Under the Withering King's strike, he fainted, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. The Withering King did not continue to pursue Chu Linger and the others. After all, in his eyes, there was only Wu Nian who could help him achieve godhood. In the shadows, Ji Chen activated the power of creation within him, and a hand made of blocks immediately enveloped Wu Nian, preparing to rescue him. You little bug, I've tolerated you for too long. The Withering King sensed the special power permeating the air and quickly pinpointed Ji Chen's location. A skull formed from withering power shot towards Ji Chen at high speed. Ji Chen had no choice but to interrupt his ability, fully controlling a dozen obsidian walls to block the attack, then retreating and hiding his body. The Withering King frowned. He had felt it very clearly just now. Ji Chen had completed his second ascension, and a month ago, he seemed to have only been at the initial stage of the first level. Such a rapid growth rate. If this person is not eliminated, I will not be at ease. At this moment, he fully sensed the latent pressure from Ji Chen. As long as this player remained, one day he would fall into this person's hands. However, now was not the time to pursue him. He had more important matters to attend to complete the 5th ascension, achieve godhood. The Withering King flapped his enormous skeletal wings behind him and ascended into the sky. That skeleton from the upper realm told me that as long as I consume enough blood and flesh, and simultaneously devour Wu Nian and the Withering Little Ku, I can become a god. This is the complete method to become a god. To be honest, I don't even know if it's true. Let's witness the miracle together. As he spoke, he released his withering essence and began to devour the already unconscious Wu Nian and the Withering Little Ku. General, stop him quickly! Ji Chen exclaimed anxiously, controlling 5 obsidian puppets to surround him. Whether it was the 5 ascensions to godhood or the devouring of Wu Nian and the Withering Little None of this was what he wanted to see. He couldn't understand why, just when victory was within reach, so many unexpected changes would occur. It was as if everything that had happened recently was working against him, constantly manipulating the entire situation. He felt like a leaf in the sea, unable to control his fate, only able to do his utmost to resist this inexplicable force. Perhaps it was all just his illusion, merely bad luck. The barbarian general also realized the seriousness of the situation. He let out a furious roar, and blood and flesh quickly spread to the axe handle, firmly welding the weapon to his body. He had directly given up his own defense, focusing all his energy on offense. He was going to fight to the death with the opponent. The Withering King looked at the combined forces of both sides against him, a smile once again appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, I forgot to tell you, it seems that the 5 ascensions to godhood don't require any rituals or locking processes. In other words, I am already a 5th-tier deity. As soon as he finished speaking, the withering little Ku and the unconscious Wunyan were instantly devoured by the black withering essence. Boom! A terrifying pressure emerged, the aura of a deity. The obsidian puppets and the barbarian general could not bear the burden, letting out a scream as they were sent flying. Ha ha ha! It worked! It worked! This method of becoming a god is indeed useful. Purple Robe Priest, you have immeasurable merit in this battle. The Withering King excitedly flapped his skeletal wings, his voice echoing throughout the lower realm. At the same time, the divine power representing fear spread out, dimming the entire lower realm. Monster! Monster! The Withering King has become a god. The pig spirits have lost. Run! Run! Right, we can still escape. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ha! Madness! The pig spirit warriors who had just been full of fighting spirit fell into deep fear under the influence of the Withering King's aura. The cohesion between races crumbled before the supernatural divine power, as if it were nothing. The oaths to defend their race were like spring waters crossing the river, never to return. On the other side, in the central fortress, the withering populace felt their king ascend to godhood, yet they showed not a trace of joy. Some skeletons even began to tremble. With such a brutal king becoming a god, he might be no different from the pig spirits. Just mere ants. After all, gods do not show mercy to mortals. Why has it come to this? Does heaven truly want to annihilate my pig spirit race? The barbarian general looked at the withering king, who resembled a deity in midair, and fell to his knees with a thud. The hope that had just risen in his heart shattered instantly. By chance, he had been promoted to demigod, which could be considered the luckiest of luck. At that time, he could clearly feel that the pig spirit race was not destined to perish, and he would protect their home in the lower realm. But fate does not always align with human plans. The withering king had also broken through, and it was a breakthrough to godhood. The current situation was no longer something a newly ascended demigod pig spirit could resolve. Previously, due to his battle with Roy, Ji-Chen had inadvertently forged an invincible heart. The fear of divine power did not affect him. However, at this moment, the Withering King was too strong, and the sense of helplessness in his heart was certainly unavoidable. After trying so hard for so long, to lose like this, I really can't accept it. Ji-Chen murmured, his figure flickering, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the disaster Larkin Chu Linger. He took out a golden recovery small watermelon from his backpack and fed it to the dying Chu Linger. In the shadows, 2 glass puppets once again enveloped the 2 of them. Let's go back to the upper realm. There's nothing more we can do here. The disaster lark looked up at the laughing Withering King in the sky and tentatively asked, Wunyan, he's dead. I can't save him. Ji-Chen's eyes dimmed, feeling a suffocating discomfort in his heart. Although it was hard to believe, this was the reality. All along, Wunyan had already been their common companion. He never expected the other party to die so abruptly, without any warning. A demigod could still fight, but what could he use to deal with a true god? It seemed that the Pig Spirit clan was truly doomed. Not only the Pig Spirit clan, but even if Ji-Chen escaped now, he would still face great trouble. After all, dealing with a demigod and dealing with a true god were completely different weight classes. Thinking of this, Ji-Chen turned to look at the distant barbarian general and said, in a low voice, General, while the Withering King is still in a frenzy, let's go with us. The Pig Spirit clan can't be saved. The barbarian general glanced at Ji-Chen and then looked up at the Withering King. I'm sorry, Lord Ji. It's the Pig Spirit clan that has let you down. No one expected this to be the outcome. I won't leave. The Pig Spirits have no face to ask for your help anymore. Take care. Ji-Chen did not insist further, or rather, he was already too tired to want to struggle in vain. He should never have intervened in this matter from the beginning. Now, the Pig Spirit clan was lost, Wunyan was dead, and after the Withering King ascended to godhood, it would also be a big trouble, and he would definitely seek revenge from the upper realm. Lark, let's go. Master, but the disaster Lark hesitated a bit. I said, we need to leave now. The Withering King has become a god, I can't deal with him. Ji-Chen's repressed emotions erupted. violently, his fists creaking as he clenched them. The disaster lark looked at the furious Ji Chen, feeling a stir in his heart, but he still pointed at the Withering King and said, "It seems the opponent has failed to level up." What? As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at the Withering King, their expressions gradually shifting from despair to astonishment. They saw that the Withering King, who had just been full of vigor, was now twisting and screaming in agony. The bone wings behind him were wildly thrashing at his own body. Then, two skulls grew from the Withering King's abdomen, constantly gnawing and tearing at the surrounding bones. Accompanied by his screams, from a distance, he looked like an extremely deformed monster. "No! No! No! I clearly assimilated you. Why are you still not dead? Get out! You ants, quickly get out of my body!" The Withering King's body began to show two phantoms, one black and one white, constantly fighting for control. Upon closer inspection, the white phantom was the very image of Wunyan. Before anyone could react, the head in the Withering King's belly began to speak. "Brother G, quickly kill him, I can't hold on much longer, quickly kill him." This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Wunyan was using the strength of a second-tier ascension to compete with the demigod, the Withering King, for control of his body? This was akin to a newborn baby punching a 300-pound man, and the fight was evenly matched, not losing ground at all. There's still more to fight. We haven't lost this battle yet. Although the Withering King had ascended to true godhood, most of his combat power was restrained by Wunyan. This battle could still be fought. In an instant, Ji Chen's mind became clear again, and he went over all the powers he had mastered in his mind. Second-tier ascension. Obsidian puppets. Yes, I can make many obsidian puppets now. I can help in this battle. Previously, due to insufficient level, forcibly puppetizing obsidian would result in a loss of physical strength. But now that he had completed the second-tier ascension, as long as his hunger value was sufficient, he could create as many obsidian puppets as he wanted. Ji Chen was the first to react, pulling out all the golden recovery watermelons and a full set of enchanted iron armor from his backpack, throwing them all to the barbarian general. "General, hold on for a moment. 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be right back. Heaven bless our pig spirit clan. Don't worry, Lord G, this is our clan's last chance. Even if I die, I will fight for it." The barbarian general stuffed the golden watermelon and golden potatoes into his mouth, changing into new, albeit tattered, equipment. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, his entire body shot out, delivering a full-force strike from a demigod, crashing down hard on the Withering King's spine. "Ah! Bug, get away! I am now a god, the supreme god." The sudden attack caused the Withering King to lose his mind in pain, his spirit on the verge of collapse. This path to godhood was clearly going smoothly. Why could Wunyan survive in his body and share divine power with him? This was unreasonable. He simply couldn't understand. The Withering King, furious, swatted the barbarian general away. Gathering the power of decay in his hand, he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, wanting to take him out in one strike. But at the critical moment, Wunyan's consciousness reclaimed control of the body. He controlled the massive energy in his hand and slapped it back onto himself. Boom! The powerful force exploded, sending the Withering King crashing into the cliff wall. Wunyan, how dare you! We are one now. If I die, you won't survive either. Survive? If I can kill you, what does my life matter? The best outcome of today's battle is that we die together. As soon as he finished speaking, Wunyan controlled the Withering King's body to condense another ball of black energy, preparing to hit himself again. Stop! The Withering King's consciousness pushed Wunyan down again, quickly dispersing the power of decay in his hand. The barbarian general's sneak attack, even if he struck 10 times, would still hurt less than what he was about to do to himself. On the ground, the calamity lark tore open a spatial rift, the other side leading to the base of the upper realm. Time was tight, and Ji Chen dared not delay, leading the calamity lark and the nearly healed Chu Linger inside. With the help of the golden watermelon, Chu Linger's condition quickly returned to peak form. Now there are 2 things you need to do. Suspend production of other crops in the 100-layer farm, and redirect all bone puppets and gold puppets to produce golden watermelons, golden potatoes, and golden carrots for me. If there aren't enough hands, ask the iron armor to help those people. Make sure to guarantee the supply so the barbarian general can eat in groups. Since they couldn't match the true god-level Withering King in combat power, they would have to outlast him. As long as the Withering King couldn't take out the barbarian general in one punch, the barbarian general could replenish his state by consuming a large amount of golden watermelons. Leave it to me. Chu Linger nodded vigorously and turned to rush towards the farm. Ji Chen's gaze shifted to the disaster lark, and before he could speak, the other party answered first. I'll handle the transportation, ensuring precise positioning. Very good. And one more thing. I'll give you a signal later. Remember to help me tear open a space rift. No problem. Even with the help of the golden little watermelon, the barbarian general still couldn't defeat the Withering King. It should be noted that they still had the strength to fight because Wunyan was restraining the Withering King within his body. If time dragged on and Wunyan's consciousness was devoured by the Withering King, they would still lose this battle. They must increase their combat leverage. After saying that, Ji Chen's figure disappeared, heading towards the base's city wall. It was too late to create obsidian now, but he remembered the obsidian wall he had previously had Wang Chang build. The construction of the obsidian wall was originally intended to deal with the zombies after the cataclysm 90 days later. However, the year had only been out for a few days before it perished, and the cataclysm soon ended. In the end, this obsidian wall was left unused. Now, Ji Chen had completed the second step of the ascent, and these obsidian walls had become his capital against the Withering King. Arriving in front of the obsidian wall, the power of creation within Ji Chen boiled, and he floated into the air. At the same time, in the 100-layer farm, countless pumpkin heads felt the call and flew towards Ji Chen in a grand procession. Today, I grant you life. Are you willing to follow me? The floating pumpkin heads trembled violently, as if responding to Ji Chen's summons. Very good. Ji Chen's eyes shone brightly, and the puppet power within him surged like a flood, invading every pumpkin head in obsidian wall. In the next moment, thousands of headless obsidian puppets came to life simultaneously. They twisted their stiff bodies and began to move towards Ji Chen. Although these puppets had come to life, they had not escaped their blocky form and could only hop along. As they gathered around Ji Chen, they slowly leaned forward to show submission. Immediately after, the floating pumpkin heads landed on the necks of these obsidian figures, forming a complete puppet. Crack, crack, crack the hollow eye. Sockets of the pumpkin heads lit up with crimson eyes, and the obsidian puppets transformed from their blocky form into true puppets. However, these puppets were slightly smaller than the 5 in Ji Chen's shadow. They resembled the iron golems from the original MC version more closely. This was understandable, as the 5 in Ji Chen's shadow were officially known as crying obsidian iron puppets. They had long since deviated from the normal size of iron golems, looking more like 5 ferocious beasts on all fours. Ding! Obsidian puppet transformation successful *906. Hearing the system's prompt, Ji Chen weakly knelt on the ground, with very little hunger left. With limited time and hunger, he couldn't refine them all at once. These puppets only consumed 1/8 of the obsidian wall. However, that was already enough. Just one last step. Exhausted, Ji Chen chuckled, and after slightly replenishing his hunger, he slowly extended his hand. Block fluidification activated. The 906 obsidian puppets began to soften and melt, turning into pools of black liquid. The power of the 906 obsidian puppets was too dispersed, making them insufficient to deal with the Withering King. But Ji Chen could use the ability of block fluidification to bind them all together. Then, he could invade with his consciousness, allowing his second-tier self to have the ability to fight the Withering King. At the very least, he could avoid the embarrassing situation of being taken out in an instant. After thinking for a second or two, Ji Chen immediately had an idea. How about we create a dragon? Ender dragon? Yes, let's make a supersized ender dragon. Once the idea formed, the obsidian liquid began to wriggle and merge, sticking together. First, 4 claws appeared, then the dragon's head, body, and tail. In the end, a rough shape of an ender dragon, 300 blocks long and 100 blocks high, emerged. Ji Chen frowned, feeling like something was missing. Oh, right, it needs a pair of dragon wings. I almost forgot the most important part. The Withering King can fly. How could a dragon made by me not have wings? Ji Chen waved his hand, summoning the 5 obsidian puppets from the shadows. In aerial combat, dragon wings represent speed and agility, and using his personal puppets for fusion was just perfect. Alright, now, solidify. As the voice fell, the liquid obsidian began to harden, and the pair of eyes made up of 1,001 heads suddenly lit up. Roar! The obsidian giant dragon, glimmering with a cold light, appeared right in front of Ji Chen, its roar echoing throughout the trial ground, drawing countless gazes. They couldn't help but wonder what had made that sound. At the mountain peak, the disaster lark directing traffic glanced over, taking in the entire process of Ji Chen creating the giant dragon. He stared blankly at everything, mumbling, "Master, so amazing. Even a dragon has been created." This obsidian giant dragon was much larger than the ender dragon in the game. After all, it was made up of 1,001 puppets. Feeling it closely, it should barely possess the strength of a demigod. But then, a shocking scene unfolded before Ji Chen. After the obsidian ender dragon took shape, it began to roll around in place. Its rolling body smashed countless blocks, even breaking a large hole in the base's city wall. And it wasn't over yet. The obsidian ender dragon opened its massive mouth and bit down on its own claws, tearing at them continuously. The dragon wings behind it kept slapping the dragon's head, trying to make it let go. The mighty and domineering obsidian giant dragon instantly turned into a mischievous silly dog. Ji Chen frowned. Why did this dragon look so silly? Was there something wrong with its brain? Upon careful thought, it seemed understandable. After all, it wasn't a real dragon. There were over 1,000 thoughts wandering within the obsidian ender dragon's body. Without external guidance, this dragon's combat power would definitely be less than 1/10. In fact, this issue was easy to resolve. Ji Chen could directly invade its consciousness and control it remotely. With that in mind, he slowly approached the obsidian giant dragon and placed his hand on its head. Seeing its master approach, the dragon's constantly writhing body gradually calmed down. Begin the invasion. Ding! Infiltrating the thoughts of the obsidian ender dragon. Please wait. Warning, detected complex thoughts. In the obsidian ender dragon, although fusion has occurred, forcibly controlling it will subject you to immense mental pressure. It is advised to stop the invasion. Stop the invasion? What a joke! The barbarian general from the lower realm was almost killed. At this point, he had to give it a try. Ji Chen's gaze was resolute as he replied decisively. Continue the invasion. Ding! Thought invasion successful. What the? Ji Chen's legs went weak and he fell straight to the ground. At that moment, he felt as if a 1,000-ton mountain was pressing down on him, impossible to bear. This mountain was nearly about to explode. His entire spirit, controlling a nearly demigod-level obsidian giant dragon with the strength of a secondary stepping level, was simply too much to handle. Ji Chen gritted his teeth and did not give up. He tried to move his body and took 2 steps. It was this action that nearly drained half of his mental energy. Don't be afraid, master, I'll help you. At that moment, the withering storm burst forth from Ji Chen's shadow. The golden light in his 3 eyes brightened, and the withering mother system activated. He directly brought the giant dragon before him under his control. Now, Ji Chen only needed to use the mother system to easily control the obsidian dragon, while all the mental pressure was borne by the withering storm. The pressure is really great. The withering storm's body also softened and collapsed to the ground, but he was originally a puppet of the mental system, so his endurance was naturally stronger than Ji Chen's. Ji Chen waved his dragon claw and the immense mental pressure vanished without a trace. Storm, how long can you control it? Don't worry, master, I can still manage. For an hour. Then I'll leave it to you. Ji Chen didn't hesitate. An hour might be a bit short, but it was enough for a god-level battle. Controlling the dragon to flap its wings, it suddenly soared into the sky and he established contact with the calamity lark in his heart. Let's go. We'll kill them. In the lower realm, the withering king was still going mad, hitting himself. The barbarian general seized the opportunity, ready to ambush at any moment. Bang! The barbarian general was sent flying. Again, deeply embedded in the rocks of the lower realm. This time I broke 5 ribs and 1 hand bone. Is the gap between gods and demigods really this huge? He got up in pain, frantically stuffing golden recovery watermelons into his mouth. After all, the withering king was in the divine realm, and his own consciousness was also at the demigod level. After a while of struggling, it seemed like the withering king was always taking hits, but the reality was that the barbarian general was being completely crushed. If it weren't for the Wunyan's restraint and the protection of fully enchanted equipment, the barbarian general wouldn't even be able to block a single slap from the withering king. As time passed, Wunyan's control over the body was slowly diminishing and the wounds on the barbarian general were growing larger. As long as the withering king delayed a little longer, he could even take out the equipped barbarian general with 1 strike. In the end, the scales of victory still tip in my favor. You mortals actually dare to attempt to defeat a god, it's simply laughable. The withering king's skeletal face twisted as he reached for the head at his abdomen, preparing to tear it off directly. Ah! Wunyan screamed in pain, trying to regain control of his body, but his consciousness was firmly suppressed. Just then, Ji Chen's voice echoed from somewhere. Do gods also take hits? What? The withering king turned in surprise, and a black obsidian dragon, several times larger than his own body, burst forth from a spatial rift. The dragon's mouth snapped down, and the withering king was violently slammed into the cliff wall. Where did this ender dragon come from? No, you're not an ender dragon. You are Ji Chen. The withering king suddenly realized. Correct, this is your reward. Ji Chen flapped his wings, tilted his head back to gather energy, and countless obsidian spikes were spat out from his mouth, viciously piercing into the withering king's body. At this moment, the spikes were no longer the 2nd-tier power controlled by Ji Chen, but rather the genuine 4th-tier power. Ah! The withering king's screams echoed throughout the lower realm, even shaking the surrounding hell rocks into falling debris. Lord Ji? Dragon Lord Ji? Ha! While the barbarian general was still in a daze, a small spatial rift was torn open. The voice of the calamity lark rang out. General, don't just stand there, that dragon is my master, let's take him down together. After saying that, a large wooden box was thrown out, and the barbarian general hurriedly caught it. Upon opening it, he found it was filled to the brim with golden recovery watermelons. And these watermelons were not slices, but whole melons harvested with precision, with a recovery effect 9 times that of watermelon slices. The barbarian general was overjoyed. This ally G always managed to come up with new tricks. Ha ha ha. Alright, let's go get him. In the domain of the feared Demon King, the blood god was panting heavily, his fists already stained with blood. As expected of the Master of Fear, even when severely injured, your domain is so hard to deal with. He had been trapped here by the feared Demon King for 3 days and nights. The flow of time here had been altered by the feared Demon King. He had no idea how much time had passed outside. The blood god was not weak, at least his divine rank was not inferior to that of the feared Demon King. However, his abilities leaned towards support, and when their domains clashed, he was inevitably suppressed. Blood god, take a break, you can't break my domain, the feared Demon King said lazily, lying in the Black Sea. During these 3 days, the feared Demon King had made no moves, simply watching the blood god attack frantically for 3 days. Yet, until now, he had not broken through. This made the blood god feel a bit mentally unstable. Zitsai, have you had enough fun? How much time has passed outside? The blood god rushed in front of the feared Demon King, grabbing his purple robe and questioning loudly. The feared Demon King showed no sign of fear, cracking his knuckles. In response, I don't know either. Your domain is wrapped around the outside, and I know no more than you do. You, the blood god, felt like he was about to spit blood from anger at the purple figure before him. The other party always acted indifferent, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. His urgency was not just out of concern for the safety of the beings below. The most important thing was his worry for the other party's life. The feared Demon King had not only privately lent his power to the Withering King but was now recklessly allowing him to wreak havoc in the lower realm. This was no longer a test of the rules. It was treating the rules as if they were nothing. If the situation escalated and the rules were to impose divine punishment, even Notch, who established the rules, might not be able to save the feared Demon King. After saying this, the blood god's eyes shone with white light, and with a roar, he punched the feared Demon King. The feared Demon King fell to the ground in pain but did not retaliate. For a moment, the Black Sea was eerily quiet. After a long time, the blood god had a hint of tears in his eyes and spoke again. To be honest, we've known each other for so many years, and I really can't bear to see you walk towards the abyss like this. Please stop, Zitsai. Even as your friend, I'm begging you. The feared Demon King looked at the blood god, who was teary-eyed, with a face devoid of joy or sorrow, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a long while, it seemed that he was awakened by the blood god's punch, and he chuckled, saying, "All right, let's go out." Ha! The blood god was slightly stunned. He agreed. Just like that? Was it that simple? If he had known that punching him would lead to this, he wouldn't have foolishly attacked the domain. Are you sure? The blood god asked with a strange look in his eyes. If you don't want to leave, then we can stay here, the feared Demon King said, pretending to lie back on the surface of the sea. Let's go, let's go. It's good that you thought it through. It's not too late to turn back. Ha ha ha. The blood god was overjoyed, retracting his domain. As a brother, helping to this extent was already quite difficult, and the other party still had a bit of conscience. Let's go. I've retracted my domain, and now you should be able to sense the outside world. The feared Demon King closed his eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's good. After saying this, his figure flickered and then disappeared from the spot. And then, there was nothing after that. Ha! The blood god looked at himself still within the other party's domain, his eyes wide open, slightly in disbelief. Hey, Zitsai. You can't do this. We're such good brothers, you can't play these tricks on me, let me out. A brother connects with you heart to heart, and you play tricks on me. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Seaweed, you big. Asterisk hashtag %at. You won. Let me out. Breaking voice, the feared Demon King, back in the lower realm, wore a smile on his face, completely ignoring the blood god's furious curses. Letting the other out? What a joke. He was just one step away from his goal. Even if it meant making the blood god hate him to death, he had to strip him of his ability to cause trouble. The Withering King must be dead by now. Thinking of this, he decided to ignore the blood god and began to observe the battlefield with his eyes glowing white. After a long while, the feared Demon King squinted his eyes, his expression somewhat displeased. How is it only peak first stage strength? There's a problem with the level. He had calculated all the details before. As long as Wunyan's strength reached the second stage, he could use the purple robe to kill the Withering King's consciousness with a slight advantage. Of course, Wunyan would also be exhausted, which was the effect he wanted. But the reality was that Wunyan was only at peak first stage strength, still a bit short of the second stage. No, the timing is right. Wunyan's upgrade speed is also right, but I overlooked a variable. And that is Ji-chan's influence on Wunyan. The feared Demon King paced back and forth, as if he had connected the dots. It seemed that Ji-chan's luck was too strong, to some extent suppressing Wunyan and competing for some experience. Resources. This was why Wunyan couldn't break through to the second stage. This made sense. The feared Demon King was very confident in his thoughts, but he unknowingly overlooked that Chu Linger was also an extremely important variable. Forget it, since it's my earthly body, I'll help you one more time. If this messes up again, I might just kill someone. After saying this, he extended his right hand and injected a bit of energy into his purple robe. In the Withering King's spiritual world, it was a vast expanse of white with nothing in sight. The unconscious withering little Ka floated in the air, his body constantly emitting white light, supporting the entire spiritual world. Wunyan, draped in a purple robe, was fighting the Withering King, exchanging punches and kicks. There were no unnecessary movements or techniques. Here, the Withering King's size was not so enormous, indistinguishable from an ordinary withering. However, the Withering King's consciousness was, after all, 4th stage combat power, almost suffocating the peak 1st stage Wunyan. Trash, so what if you invaded my consciousness? Trash is still trash. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the Withering King's eyes as he continuously eroded the opponent's body with withering power, trying to refine this strand of consciousness. Wunyan cried out in pain, the past agony of skinning and digging flesh resurfacing, his entire consciousness body on the brink of collapse. He looked up at the floating withering little Ku. That was not a consciousness body, the other was a real entity. Because of his consciousness obstruction, the Withering King had yet to truly refine little Ku. No, I can't die yet. Outside is the person I respect the most, inside is the person I love the most. No matter what this battle is about, I cannot lose. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Wunyan directly severed an arm to break free from the Withering King's control, grabbing the opponent's skull with his left hand and smashing it hard against the white ground. This time, it was the Withering King's turn to scream. In reality, due to the addition of the black obsidian dragon, the battle gradually approached balance. The Withering King was being beaten back and forth by Ji Chen, Wunyan, and the barbarian general. Whenever he was about to strike, Wunyan's consciousness would always jump out to take the lead. He still couldn't figure out why what was supposed to be a one-sided slaughter had turned into this. Ji Chen controlled the dragon, constantly circling in the air. Occasionally, he released some black obsidian breath to attack the Withering King from a distance. But this kind of attack could only barely cause damage. A giant dragon composed of 1001 obsidian puppets, its power nearly approaching demigod level, slightly inferior to the current barbarian general. The most fatal flaw is that with Ji Chen's current strength, controlling the obsidian giant dragon for even an hour is already the limit. This was accomplished with the assistance of the Withering Storm. This is tough. The true god realm is indeed extraordinary. Ji Chen's heart raced. 40 minutes had already passed, and he had to come up with another plan. The Withering King is not in a true divine state right now, and he doesn't even qualify as a pseudo-god. There is only a trace of the Feared Demon King's power within him, at most making him an exceptionally strong demigod. Back then, when the purple-robed skeleton killed the demigod pig spirit king, it merely drew upon a wisp of the Feared Demon King's aura. However, now, Ji Chen has no concept of true gods, and even this Withering King is terrifyingly powerful. As Ji Chen pondered how to deal with the Withering King, the Withering King's patience had already reached its limit. He never expected that, despite the death of a demigod pig spirit, so much combat power could still be mobilized. Fine, you have guts. Anyway, I've already swallowed my medicinal materials and catalysts. Refining them is just a matter of time. We have plenty of time ahead, a slow and steady flow. After saying this, the Withering King flapped his wings, sending the barbarian general and the obsidian dragon flying, and was about to escape. After fighting to this point, he had seen the situation clearly. The reason Ji Chen and the barbarian general could fight so effortlessly was fundamentally because Wunyan was causing chaos within his body. It restrained about 60 to 70% of his combat power. The solution was actually quite simple: retreat first, refine Wunyan's residual consciousness, and then come back to kill him in a cataclysmic way. As for the dignity of a strong person, how much is that worth? Barbarian general, don't let him escape. Ji Chen gritted his teeth, his dragon wings stirring up a whirlwind as he quickly followed the Withering King's figure. Sharp dragon claws extended into obsidian nails, directly gripping the Withering King's bony wings, attempting to force him back to the ground. Here it comes. The barbarian general, wielding dual axes, one gold and one iron, howled as he broke through the wind. Resistance from below. Taking advantage of the moment Ji Chen restrained the Withering King, he aimed to behead him. Naive. The Withering King reacted quickly, shaking his bony wings, and the 4 claws of the obsidian dragon were simultaneously broken. With a counterattack of withering power, he struck directly at the chest of the obsidian dragon. Boom! The dragon was sent flying, various obsidian fragments shattering, and a large hole appeared in its chest. This blow from the Withering King struck right at the heart of the creature. Such an injury, if inflicted on an ordinary demigod, would either lead to death or the loss of all combat power. But the obsidian dragon, strictly speaking, is not a living creature and has no sense of pain. Taking this hit head-on, it could still stabilize its form with its wings. Ji Chen activated the power of creation from his true form. The shattered obsidian. Fragments were frozen in midair, then suddenly retracted and liquefied, returning to the dragon's body. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. You really are annoying. No matter how much I hit you, you won't die. The Withering King kicked the barbarian general back to the ground, looking at the dragon controlled by Ji-Chen with a face full of disgust. Ever since Ji-Chen awakened the cube fluidification, the entire puppet system had received a significant boost. As long as Ji-Chen's hunger value was sufficient, the puppet, in a sense, could not die. The Withering King suppressed his anger and turned to prepare to escape. Again, Ji-Chen wanted to move forward to obstruct him, but the voice of the Withering Storm drifted into his mind, filled with weakness. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Weak, so soon. Master, please spare me, I really can't hold on anymore. Thud, faints, it's over. Immediately, Ji-Chen was alarmed, feeling the mental pressure increasing. It seemed the Withering Storm was truly reaching its limit. This was quite a feat for the Withering Storm. In such high-intensity combat, it had really held on for an entire hour. Ji-Chen looked at the retreating Withering King, feeling an immense sense of unwillingness. In this battle, he ultimately failed to slay the Withering King. The barbarian general still wanted to stop him, but Ji-Chen called him to a halt. Let's leave it at that. This is no longer the worst outcome. At the very least, we have a chance to catch our breath. Lord Ji, don't think about him. The barbarian general hesitated slightly. Ji-Chen fell silent. It seemed that this matter had reached a dead end once again. But, with the feared demon king infusing divine power into the purple robe, a turning point appeared once more. In the spiritual world, a bright light filled Wu Nian's eyes, and in an instant his consciousness solidified significantly. Power. It's that one helping me. Wu Nian immediately reacted, the figure of the purple-robed skeleton flashing rapidly in his mind. He did not give up this hard-won opportunity, gritting his teeth and suddenly flipping over the decaying king that was pressing down on him, reclaiming his consciousness. Brother Ji, now's the time. Attack the decaying king with all your might. Let's kill him together. Wu Nian, draped in the purple robe, seemed to have divine assistance, although he was still somewhat outmatched by the decaying king in the spiritual world. He had gained the strength to fight back. No, how is this possible? The decaying king was astonished. He did not understand why. In an instant, Wu Nian seemed like a different person. With peak first-tier spiritual power, he was actually able to challenge his fourth-tier demigod consciousness. Wu Nian wasted no words. He waved the purple robe and immediately took control of the dominant consciousness. Here, the decaying king's true god realm was of no use. Because at this moment, Wu Nian had become a part of the decaying king's consciousness, and even the consciousness could borrow the spiritual power of this place. It was just that the amount each could mobilize was different. Purple robe, I understand. Now, I understand it all. This is all the doing of the high priest in the purple robe. The decaying king looked at the same purple robe draped over Wu Nian's body and suddenly felt like he had been played. It must be that the method he gave me to become a god has problems. It must be like this. I knew the other party wasn't so kind. It turns out their scheme was here. Want to take over my body? No way. The decaying king roared, his body gradually enlarging, trying to mobilize his spiritual power to kill Wu Nian and regain control of his body. Wu Nian was completely unperturbed. He reached out and tore off the purple robe, tossing it into the air, instantly cutting off the decaying king's mobilization rights. Then he did not give the decaying king a chance to react, directly pouncing down, his fists raining down like a storm. The tide of battle instantly turned. When you abandoned me back then, did you ever think of today? Wu Nian shouted out the dissatisfaction in his heart. The decaying king was firmly suppressed by the divine light emanating from the purple robe. Ah! Get away, you're just a dog I raised. If I want you dead, you must die. Wu Nian snorted coldly, the flesh on his body rapidly rotting and deteriorating. This was the decaying king's counterattack, using decay. But he did not retreat at all, his fists, mixed with divine power, repeatedly smashing into the decaying king's face. Killing is just a matter of hitting the ground, yet you torture without killing, making me experience the pain of skinning and flesh digging over and over again. Such a style is unworthy of a ruler. The decaying king's head was gradually being smashed open, his spirit starting to blur, and he was on the verge of collapse. I am stronger than you. I can torment you. I can kill you. This is my right. In this world, the strong are revered. As long as you are strong enough, no matter how cruel the act, it will be praised by others. Even the bloodiest deeds are worthy of admiration. This is the law of the world. I am not wrong. The flesh on Wu Nian's body had now completely fallen away, but the force of his fists did not lessen. Good. Then now, please die. At the same time, outside, the barbarian general and Ji-Chen were not idle either. Seeing that the withering king in the sky was once again under control, they immediately realized this might be their last chance. 1001 obsidian puppets. All, obey my command. Move now. Ji-Chen forcibly overextended his spirit and connected with the 1001 puppets. The obsidian dragon shook its head, slowly straightening its body, and then began to gather purple energy in its mouth. Obsidian. Breath boom. The breath was unleashed, the powerful recoil causing the dragon's head to shudder, and it produced 2 sonic booms as it shot towards the Withering King. On the other side, the barbarian general exhaled 2 jets of hot air from his nostrils, his figure flickering, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Withering King. The 2 attacks struck the Withering King's body simultaneously, one after the other, accompanied by the punch that Wu Nian threw in the spiritual world. The Withering King's entire body exploded. The tremendous impact even blew away half of the barbarian general's body, reducing his health to a near-death state. Ah, hiss hiss hiss! The headless Withering King's body stiffened, and it began to disintegrate. The cries of the dying echoed throughout the lower realm. Whether it was sentient beings or the mindless walking dead, none were immune to this sound. The king has died. The entire Withering clan thousands of miles away sensed this tremor. Those who did not know the circumstances were initially confused and incredulous, but eventually all turned to fear and weeping. Those who understood the situation stood there in a daze, silent, lost in thought. However, the pig spirits were different. They watched the Withering King's power dissipate, their joy beyond words. They were somewhat hesitant to believe in the victory before them, having witnessed too many upheavals. They were afraid the Withering King might have some hidden trick, a chance to rise again. But the Withering King's body was indeed slowly disintegrating, an undeniable fact. Is it over? The obsidian dragon crashed to the ground, and in the upper realm, Ji-Chen's eyes turned green, his whole body swaying, a sign of forcibly overextending his spirit. Crack! A rift in space opened, and Chu Linger and the Calamity Spirit quickly supported Ji-Chen. Master, the Withering King has fallen, there's no chance of resurrection, we won this battle. The Calamity Spirit excitedly reported what she had just seen in the lower realm. Are you sure? Ji-Chen's voice carried a hint of weakness, teetering on the edge of fainting. After he controlled the obsidian dragon to unleash its last breath, he completely lost connection, and he truly did not know what happened next. The Calamity Spirit nodded heavily, concern etched on her face. Master, don't speak anymore, let's go down and rest. Finally, it's over. This battle was too nerve-wracking. Both sides had revealed their trump cards. If they continued fighting, they would be the ones to lose. Ji-Chen let out a heavy sigh of relief, preparing to faint, when suddenly, the image of Wu Nian popped into his mind. Good heavens! He had forgotten about Wu Nian. If Wu Nian was devoured by the Withering King and the Withering King was dead, was there still hope for Wu Nian? Thinking of this, Ji-Chen's body, which had just softened, straightened up again, desperately suppressing his drowsiness. Good grief! Being a boss was not easy at all. Go! Take me to the lower realm. Master, don't force yourself, let's rest a bit first. Leave anything to me and Sister Linger. The Calamity Spirit quickly interrupted Ji-Chen's thoughts, tearing open a rift in space, revealing the pink bed in the cave on the other side. Ji-Chen glanced at the bed before him, his legs trembling, his spirit utterly depleted. His mind was extremely unclear, all his needs transformed into a desire to lie on the bed and sleep soundly. But he was very aware that this sleep could last for more than half a month, or even longer. If there is a way to remedy the lack of thoughts, now is the critical moment. If I wait until I fall asleep, the opportunity will be lost. I can't wait. If the lack of thoughts truly means death, I must confirm it with my own eyes before I can sleep. Ji-Chen's eyes flickered, still insisting on his idea. Bailing, let me handle this. Chu Linger stepped forward, her body beginning to emit a green particle effect. Ji-Chen looked at her strangely. Your healing ability can also restore mental energy? No. Chu Linger shook her head. She wasn't omnipotent and couldn't heal everything. However, I can borrow someone else's power to help you temporarily regain a bit of mental energy. Just because she couldn't do it didn't mean the power she currently wielded couldn't. What do you mean? Ji-Chen didn't quite understand. Borrowing someone else's power? He hadn't discovered a profession that could restore mental energy until now. Chu Linger didn't elaborate. The green particle effect around her began to shift to red. Faintly, a red gem appeared at her brow. The moment the red emerged, a vast mental energy spread out. Ji-Chen felt all his fatigue vanish in an instant, and his mental state was restored to a large extent in the blink of an eye. This scene left Ji-Chen momentarily stunned. You really don't seem like an ordinary person. Forget it, I don't have time to investigate your matters now. Bailing, take me back to the lower realm. Oh. The disaster Bailing was also amazed by Chu Linger's actions. Having lived with her for so long, he had no idea she possessed such abilities. Just as the disaster Bailing tore open a spatial rift, the withering storm suddenly emerged from somewhere and clung to Chu Linger's thigh. Sister, I want it too. My mental energy is depleted, please help me. It was clear that the storm was attracted by the earlier aura. The three people present all had black lines on their faces. This storm looked rather flamboyant. Ji Chen had long felt that the storm had a bit of talent in expression. Although the meaning was clear, it sounded awkward no matter how you heard it. Fine, Zhu Linger said helplessly, the red on her forehead glowing again, and the listless withering storm perked up immediately. Sister, you're my real sister. The withering storm flattered Zhu Linger as if it had found a moving power bank. In the future, whenever it was drained by its master, it would definitely seek out Zhu Linger. It finally understood why the withering mother system couldn't invade the other's thoughts. A mental energy that could charge others could never be invaded by its own little withering mother system. When it previously claimed its mental energy was twice that of Roy's, it had been too conservative. The others had no idea what the withering storm was thinking. If they did, Ji Chen would have to give it a good beating. What outrageous words! On the other side, after the withering king's consciousness perished, his mental world rapidly collapsed from pure white to pure black, resembling the void. Only in the far distance of the sky was there a string of bright light. That was the withering little Ku, glowing white all over. The body of the lack of thoughts had been devoured, and the consciousness coexisted with the withering king. Now that the withering king was dead, his life was also nearing its end. But withering little Ku was different. After all, she was merely a catalyst, not the medicinal material. Her body had been perfectly preserved, and as soon as the other party awakened, withering little Ku could use the withering king's remains as nourishment, reconstructing the undead body. In other words, rebirth. Reborn using the withering king's body. This was also the method that the purple-robed skeleton had mentioned to her before. Now it seemed that the other party had indeed spoken and acted. Finally. I can take a good sleep now. Wu Nian's lips curled into a faint smile as he let his consciousness plunge into the abyss of emptiness, destined to be permanently extinguished. In a daze, he thought of Ji Chen, the one who seemed like a leader and yet a friend. The term, noble person, was no longer sufficient to encompass the help he had received from him. He had saved his life, taken him in when he had nowhere to go, and when he was in danger, Ji Chen would unconditionally rescue him. In contrast, he had never really helped Ji Chen in any significant way. What he had done were merely trivial matters. It was nothing compared to the great kindness he had received. It seemed Ji Chen had never asked for anything in return, which made Wu Nian feel guilty towards him. Sometimes Wu Nian pondered how to address Ji Chen. Ji Chen meant calling him boss or big brother, or even just his name. He didn't mind. However, Wu Nian didn't think that was appropriate. Calling him by his name felt disrespectful. But terms like boss or big brother felt a bit stiff, giving off a gang-like vibe, and besides, they were just 19 or 20-year-old youths. Finally, Wu Nian thought of the term brother. Everything Ji Chen had done for him was akin to the love a brother has for his younger sibling. He had killed the withering king with his own life, which could be seen as helping Ji Chen in return, at least a little. At the very least, in the future, there would be no forces opposing Ji Chen in the lower realms. As for the remaining kindness, he would repay it in the next life. Immediately after, the faces of everyone in the base flashed before his eyes. Each of them was a friend and family member from his other world. Gradually, Wu Nian's consciousness grew weaker. Just as he was about to disappear, he saw a beam of light. The light was so bright that Wu Nian could hardly open his eyes. So it's true that one can see the light at the moment of death. Wu Nian murmured. He raised his hand slightly to shield his eyes, and his dazed gaze finally settled on the face of withering Shao Ku. Wu Nian, can you hear me? Wu Nian, wake up. Withering Shao Ku, an illusion? No. This was not an illusion. The light was the divine glow emanating from him. Wu Nian's death-laden mind instantly cleared, but his consciousness was too weak to say anything. In the end, he could only look at Shao Ku's face and smile. He never expected to see Shao Ku one last time before he died. How nice. Wu Nian, don't be afraid, I have a way to save you, trust me. Wu Nian was calm, but this frightened the just awakened withering Shao Ku terribly. Waking up to find his beloved reduced to just a wisp of consciousness was unbearable for anyone. Upon hearing Shao Ku's words, Wu Nian smiled even sweeter. Silly girl. He was left with only this wisp of consciousness. What could she use to save him? Things had developed to this point quite well. After all, he was satisfied. Withering Shao Ku was persistent, whispering his thoughts into Wu Nian's ear, not caring whether Wu Nian could hear him. Wu Nian, you won't die. The purple robe high priest has already said that as long as I inject my withering essence into your body, you won't have to die. He has already arranged everything. Don't worry, he is a good person. I believe him. As he spoke, withering Shao Ku began to separate his essence. This scene left Wu Nian utterly confused. The purple robe high priest? That purple-robed skeleton? Wait, what did you say? Separating your essence to save me. What about you? No, that purple-robed skeleton didn't say it like this back then. If everything went smoothly, the only life sacrificed would be his. It was this promise that had led the desperate Wu Nian to take the risk and trust the words of the purple-robed skeleton. Now it seemed that the other party had also said something to withering Shao Ku. Most likely, even the wording was the same, unchanged. The person who should have died was replaced by Fading Little Ku. With Fading Little Ku's personality, she would definitely agree with a smile. After all, the other party had already done the same thing once. Now, thinking about why Fading Little Ku was sleeping in that box, it all seemed like a scheme by the purple robe. No. Wunyan wanted to reach out and struggle to stop Fading Little Ku, but at that moment even his vision was blurred and he couldn't make any sound at all. Fading Little Ku glanced at the trembling Wunyan and smiled knowingly. With me here, you want to die? No way. He. No, stop, you fool, hurry up and stop. Wunyan was anxious. A low-level fading without the source of fading was equivalent to losing life. Fading Little Ku's actions were completely a life-for-life exchange. He wasn't afraid of death, he was only afraid that others would die because of him. Even if he were still alive, it would only be a life filled with pain. As the source of fading was stripped away, a stream of black blood slowly flowed from the corner of Fading Little Ku's mouth. No! Stop! The more Wunyan struggled, the more blurred his remaining consciousness became, until finally he couldn't even see any light. It was as if, at that moment, he had already died. Suddenly, Wunyan's system panel voice popped up. Ding! Detected foreign source, body is adapting. As the voice fell, Wunyan's consciousness began to recover rapidly, but he still couldn't see everything around him. It was still a sea of darkness. Wunyan felt his body merging with the foreign source of fading. The source of fading could be said to be unique to the fading skeleton clan. With this thing, a skeleton could be considered alive. Normally, other species couldn't absorb the source of fading with their bodies. But Wunyan's profession was special. As a player, he was born with a source. Now that his own source was devoured by the Fading King, he could completely accommodate a new source. Ding! Fading source adaptation successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Fading King, absorbing nutrients to reshape the host's body. Immediately, a large amount of experience surged towards Wunyan and his level kept rising. Level 19, level 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second tier upgrade, now proceeding with job transfer. At this time, Ji Chen and the others had already arrived in the lower realm. The body of the Fading King, suspended in the air, began to collapse inward, as if being eaten away by something little by little. Everyone was stunned, not quite understanding what was happening. In the spiritual world, after receiving the gift of the source, Wunyan was greedily absorbing all the cultivation of the Fading King. It was as if this source of fading was an endless pit that could absorb everything. Usually, the high and mighty demigod-level Fading King had now become the growth nourishment for someone else. Wunyan, is the source of fading I prepared for you to your liking? He. In the distance, the feared Demon King watched this scene, and his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. The process was tortuous, but the effect was achieved. At this moment in the spiritual world, Wunyan felt that his whole body was being transformed and nourished, and even his own profession seemed to have changed a bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful job transfer. Original profession A-class Fading Prince, current profession Fading Emperor. The prince will eventually grow up, experience life and death trials, and transform into the emperor of the nation, becoming the king on the throne. This time, Wunyan had survived 3 times at the hands of the Fading King. His fate was indeed not easy to be toyed with back and forth. And now, after suffering comes joy. The remnants of the demigod-level Fading King should become the stepping stone for Wunyan to defy fate and change his destiny. This is the reward of fate. Ding! Detected that the host's job change amplitude is too large. Re-evaluating host qualifications. Job evaluation successful. Current occupation SSS level Withering Emperor. Listening to the introduction from the system panel, Wunyan felt not a shred of joy. On the contrary, at this moment he was the most terrified he had ever been in this battle. Whether strong or weak, his thirst for power was built on the foundation of protecting others. If the Withering Xiaoka died, what use would it be even if he had boundless abilities? This time, there may really be no chance to meet again. The Withering Xiaoka, having stripped away her withering essence, was rapidly losing her life, and the divine light emanating from her body was gradually extinguishing, until darkness enveloped once more. No! Wait for me, there must be a way. Xiaoka, don't sleep. Wunyan heard the voice of the Withering Xiaoka, but the surrounding darkness made it impossible for him to locate her position. Here, he was like a blind man, groping and running in this endless darkness, shouting loudly, all to seek that beam of light. In the end, everything was submerged in the ocean of darkness. How did things develop to this point? Why did it have to come to this? Purple robe, you clearly promised me. You can't do this. Come out quickly. Save Xiaoka. I am willing to exchange my life. Wunyan stumbled, his eyes filled with tears, and upon closer inspection, that clear transparent liquid was now as thick and dark as oil. Here, it seemed to have become the source of his lifelong fear. But no one around responded to him. Suddenly, Wunyan's feet seemed to touch something. He did not hesitate, quickly bent down to check, and when he couldn't see, he began to feel with his hands. A skeleton, a skull, and that faint breath. Found it! Found it! Wunyan exclaimed with joy, immediately embracing the dying withering Xiaoka. The withering Xiaoka raised her skeletal arm, also feeling Wunyan's face. However, to his surprise, the sensation in his hand was not flesh and blood, but a skeleton like hers. Don't cry. Where has your flesh gone? Hold on, I will dig out the essence for you again. At this moment, Wunyan could not care less about his own flesh, all he could think about was keeping her alive. Hearing this, the withering Xiaoka smiled faintly and reached out to hold Wunyan's hand. It's useless. When you lived among the Withering clan, did you ever hear of a skeleton that could transfer the withering essence to another skeleton? Wunyan's body trembled violently. The withering Xiaoka was right. Transferring the withering essence between withering beings was indeed unheard of. Then how do you? Of course, it's because you are special. Don't forget, you are a player, not a withering skeleton. Cough cough cough. The purple robe high priest told me, hee hee. The withering Xiaoka's voice grew weaker, as if she had reached the end of her strength. Purple robe, it's that purple robe priest again. Wunyan's expression was somewhat broken. He felt that the other party had a way to save Xiaoka, but insisted on letting her die in front of him. He simply could not understand what this mysterious person's ultimate goal was. The withering Xiaoka naturally knew that her time was limited and immediately changed the subject, tremblingly extending her right hand, saying, Wunyan, I have a request. Say it. I will definitely help you. Wunyan also extended his hand and held hers tightly. The withering Xiaoka's gaze gradually became vacant, but she still tried to stay awake. I know the withering has committed unforgivable sins against the pig spirits, but both clans are victims in this battle. Only the withering king is the perpetrator of this incident. Now that the withering king is dead, our clan has no demigod to protect us, and the fate of the pig spirits will soon befall the withering clan. I really don't want to see my race perish like this. So, help me seek a piece of land for the withering to survive, and from now on, our clan is willing to pay tribute to the pig spirit clan, serving them for generations, just asking not to be exterminated. Without thoughts, help me. I beg you. Alright, I will definitely do it, you can rest assured. Can it be done? Without thoughts didn't know himself, but this was the last wish of the withering little Ko, and he had to fulfill it. If there was truly someone who could step forward to bear all the sins committed by the withering king, he would absolutely stand up. Hearing Without Thought's promise, the withering little Ko let out a sigh of relief. She was just an ordinary withering skeleton, her mind not functioning well. She could only give her all to protect what she wanted to guard. Even if she faced death now, she had no more attachments. In the end, the withering little Ko was so weak that her eyes were already dim, her voice intermittent. Without Thoughts quickly leaned his head close to her mouth, wanting to hear her final words clearly. Without Thoughts, I really like you. As the words fell, the withering little Ko seemed to be drained of all her vitality, the lifeless flames in her eyes growing smaller until they completely vanished. In the last moment of her life, she had managed to make up for her previous regrets. Little Ko? Little Ko, Without Thoughts trembled all over. He wanted to call out, but his voice was stuck in his throat, unable to make any sound. The last words of the withering little Ko pierced his chest like a sharp knife, exposing his most vulnerable spot. The nearly unbearable pain of the soul was about to tear him apart. Gradually, Without Thought's emotions began to affect the surroundings. The boundless dark void began to brighten. However, this light was not white, but a gentle black light mixed with purple light rising to his head, becoming the sky. Without Thought's black tears flowed down, gathering into a river, the river splitting and multiplying to form a stream. Finally, all rivers converged into the sea, creating an endless ocean. But this ocean was a black sea filled with sadness and pain. With the changes around him, Without Thought's own withering power also began to transform, giving rise to a brand new power within him. A variant of the withering power, fear power. Gradually, the fear power within him began to boil, resonating with the surrounding environment. From then on, Without Thought's domain was officially formed. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded. Good, you should thank the girl in your arms, otherwise, with your current self, you would be unable to open your own domain. A voice identical to Without Thoughts rang out, completely devoid of sorrow, as if mixed with a hint of joy. Looking at the lifeless withering little Ko, there was not a trace of pity, coldness, and rationality to the extreme, as if in his eyes, there were no mortal emotions. Even if there were, it might just be to make himself appear human, merely a disguise. Without Thoughts recognized this voice devoid of humanity. It was that purple-robed skeleton. Why did you deceive me? Wunyan's tears had dried up, and every word burst out of his mouth with fierce anger. The feared demon king glanced at the withered little K, completely unconcerned. Did I deceive you? The withering king is dead, the pig spirit clan has been saved, and everyone in your base is alive. More importantly, little K is safe now. Wunyan was so enraged that he laughed, suddenly turning to glare at the feared demon king, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Who exactly are you? Was little K's death part of your scheme as well? The feared demon king pondered for a moment. First, let me answer the second question. Yes, I am the true mastermind. Behind little K's death, the Withering King was merely my tool, because only with her death could there be the current you. After saying this, the feared Demon King began to count the benefits Wunyan had gained from this battle. An SSS level talent, an almost invincible domain at the same level, and a fear power that is purer and stronger than the power of withering. Each of these is something an ordinary player dreams of, and you have obtained them all. At this point, the feared Demon King seemed to recall some past events, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth as he continued. That Withering King thought he had seen through my scheme, that he had grasped my weakness. Little did he know, everything he could see was what I wanted him to see, making him believe he had me under control, willingly jumping into the trap I set. The more Wunyan listened, the tighter his fists clenched, and then he suddenly stood up, punching the purple-robed skeleton in the face. Take back your benefits and return little K to me. The feared Demon King's head was slightly knocked to the side. He made no defense and no counterattack, still wearing a smile on his face. Alright, now let me explain the second question, who am I? As soon as he finished speaking, a mirror appeared between them, spanning the heavens and the earth, separating Wunyan from the feared Demon King. Before discussing my identity, may I ask, who are you? Wunyan cursed inwardly, just wanting to shatter the mirror in front of him and continue beating the skeleton. But soon, he was stunned. His reflection in the mirror showed him as nothing but a skeleton, devoid of any flesh. His current appearance was different from when the Withering King had flayed him. Now he didn't even have a heart. Wunyan's eyes trembled continuously, struggling to recognize himself. He slowly approached the mirror, carefully observing his new body, his mind turning to mush. On the other side of the mirror, the fear Demon King waved his hand, and the mirror began to transform into glass. Gradually, Wunyan's reflection merged with the feared Demon King, becoming identical. Staggering back, Wunyan was terrified, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you? The feared Demon King calmly replied, in a certain sense, we are the same person, one existing in a powerful future, the other in a constantly changing past. But we are not in a past and future relationship. It's like the future is already set, but the past has infinite possibilities. Difficult to understand, right? It's exactly the opposite of common sense, but that's the truth. In other words, even if I were to kill you now, my future self would have no issues, but if you continue to live like this, you are destined to become me. So these people, have given you a name, the mortal body. How is that possible? Wunyan listened in a daze, the amount of information overwhelming, leaving no time for him to slowly comprehend. Seeing Wunyan silent for a long time, the feared Demon King had no choice but to simplify the concept, saying, just understand that I am your future. I tell you all this to let you know that I can be indifferent to your life and death. To save the withered little Ko, you must listen to me, and you must do so willingly, without any rejection or interference in your heart. Are you willing? After saying this, the feared Demon King waved his hand to tear away the mirror-like layer, locking eyes with Wunyan. At that moment, Wunyan's expression kept changing. He knew this was a trap set by the other party, but he felt helpless and could only grit his teeth and say, speak, I'm listening. Very good. The feared Demon King chuckled, turned his back, and began to explain his next plan. Your boss has the ability to turn dead things into living ones, right? You can let him give it a try. It might have miraculous effects. Brother G. As soon as these words were spoken, Wunyan felt as if he had been enlightened. That's right. How did I not think of that? When the disaster-stricken Xingxuan was killed, Ji Chen had used puppet techniques to turn him into a puppet while retaining his abilities from when he was alive. Could the dead withered little Ku also be revived? Thinking of this, Wunyan hesitated no longer, turned around, and picked up the withered little Ku, preparing to leave. But this black sea was boundless, with no exit in sight. Wunyan turned back to look at the fear demon King, but that place had long since lost his figure. Suddenly, the body of the withered king completely disintegrated, and a blinding light appeared before Wunyan. Outside, Ji Chen and the others stood still, watching the body of the withered king collapse, and finally, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Only now did they truly relax. They couldn't be blamed for being timid. The withered king in the true god realm was simply too terrifying, and there was no telling what other tricks he had up his sleeve. The half-bodied barbarian general, seeing this, closed his eyes in relief. At this moment, various pig spirits took turns feeding him golden watermelons to prolong his life. However, the injuries were too severe, his health was continuously depleting, and once the golden watermelon supply stopped, the demigod barbarian general might not last half an hour. General, my abilities are limited right now. I can only help you stop the bleeding and repair the severed parts. As for the recovery of your limbs, that will have to wait until later to slowly rebuild. Chu Linger's voice faintly reached the ears of the barbarian general. Just before losing consciousness, he barely opened his eyes, and the green particle effect was continuously repairing his broken body. His vision blurred, and Chu Linger's appearance began to overlap with that of the pig spirit Xiaoyan. Princess? Is this an illusion? Before he could ask for the reason, he completely fainted. Ji Chen looked at the disintegrating withered king, his eyes dimmed. It seemed that Wu Nian really couldn't be saved. The withered king had devoured both him and Wu Nian's body. He didn't even have the right to set up a tombstone for the other. Let's go. I'm tired, let's go back and rest. Ji Chen called to the disaster spirit, preparing to return to the upper realm. Although he had received spiritual support from Chu Linger earlier, he still wanted to return to the base for a good sleep. After all, this battle had drained too much of his mental energy. Thud. Brother Ji, help. A sound of a fall echoed, and Wu Nian, dressed in a purple robe, tumbled out of the withered king's body, losing a significant amount of health. In his arms was the lifeless withered little Ku. Ji Chen's eyes widened in shock as he looked at this skeletal figure that emitted Wu Nian's voice, his face filled with terror. Last time, when the other was skinned by the withered king, it wasn't this tragic. Now, there wasn't even a shred of flesh left. And how did he come back to life? This made no sense at all. Ji Chen had never known that this was a trap set by the feared demon king, nor had he ever seen the other party. Naturally, he had no idea what Wu Nian had gone through to be reborn. The feared demon king had interfered with everything, but had never interfered with Ji Chen's growth. Ji Chen tentatively asked, "Are you Wu Nian?" Wu Nian nodded heavily, releasing the bones of the withered little Ku, and got straight to the point. "Brother Ji, use your puppet technique to help Xiao Ku. I'm begging you." Saving someone with puppet technique? It's simply absurd. Ji Chen frowned. Wu Nian was the first to ask him to use puppet technique to save a skeleton. It wasn't that he didn't want to save, it was that he couldn't save. The first effect of the puppet technique is to forcibly disperse the original owner's consciousness. Moreover, it is particularly domineering, leaving no room for buffering. If he really used the puppet technique on the decayed Xiaoku's corpse, the other party would no longer be the decayed Xiaoku, but one of his many puppets. Ji Chen forcibly suppressed the various doubts in his heart and repeatedly checked the decayed Xiaoku. The other party was indeed dead, and very thoroughly. "Wu Nian, it's not that I don't want to save. It's just that my puppet technique simply can't save. The reason puppets are puppets is that they represent absolute unconsciousness and obedience. Forcibly using the puppet technique to bring the decayed Xiaoku back to life is simply impossible. Even if he comes back to life, he won't be your Xiaoku anymore." Upon hearing this, Wu Nian finally reacted. Although the disaster king had come back to life, he had already lost his consciousness and thinking as a human. The suggestion from the purple-robed skeleton seemed like the other party was evading responsibility, giving himself a bad idea. Seeing Wu Nian a bit dazed, Ji Chen felt pity and squatted down to comfort him softly. "I don't know if there is such a thing as reincarnation in this world, but if you really love her, let her rest in peace. Instead of turning her into a puppet by your side. This not only tarnishes Xiaoku's love for you but also harms you in turn. So let go." It was clear that Ji Chen misunderstood. He thought Wu Nian couldn't accept Xiaoku's death and was starting to go crazy, which was why he came up with this idea. "Right. I've already been deceived by him once. His words are completely unreliable." Wu Nian bitterly smiled, cursing himself for being so foolish. He embraced the decayed Xiaoku again, wanting to say a final goodbye. Suddenly, the voice of the feared demon king echoed in Wu Nian's mind again. "No, he can do it, he just doesn't know it. Change your brother Ji's identity to him and plead once more. This time I can guarantee that Xiaoku will return to your side. Absolutely not an unconscious puppet. And no one will die."